That day, Yiwu turned 18. The whole family was very happy for him. They put a crown on Yiwu and made the young man a birthday cake. The father asked what Yiwu's wishes were this year. The young man smiled sweetly and said that it was a secret. Seeing his older brother playing secrets, Yunfei immediately hugged his older brother and urged Yiwu to say what the wish was. Their parents asked Yunfei to stop doing that and urged his older brother, who was starting to grow up. Finally, Yiwu said that his wish was that their family could continue to be as happy as it is now. But just as Yiwu finished speaking, suddenly a red light flashed across their house. A huge explosion occurred, and Yiwu's entire family fell from their apartment building. Yiwu could only roar, trying to grab all his family members who fell from the building. Suddenly, a very large monster appeared in front of Yiwu. This made the 18-year-old young man roar in fear until he came to his senses and woke up from his dream. It turns out that the whole incident that Yiwu just experienced was a nightmare he had when he fell asleep in class. The entire class stared at Yiwu because he had just shouted. The teacher at the front of the class was angry because his lesson was ignored. He asked irritably, did Yiwu find his history class so boring that the young man was sleepy, or did Yiwu understand everything? The teacher immediately asked Yiwu, what is Earth old age? Yiwu scratched his head awkwardly, then apologized for falling asleep in class. Yiwu didn't mean that. Yiwu explained he studied very late last night, so he accidentally fell asleep earlier. But when this young man wanted to explain the Earth age, the teacher immediately stopped him and told Yiwu to stand at the back of the class. In the end, Yiwu had to follow the order of his plan-oriented teacher. The teacher just remembered that Yiwu is a study fanatic. So instead of losing face, he told Yiwu to stand behind Saja. Then the teacher pressed several buttons on his desk, and a fairly large Earth-shaped hologram appeared. However, the shape of the land on Earth has changed. The teacher explains it as Earth all age. In the year 2036 meters, suddenly there was chaos in space and time. This made the entire Earth a playing field full of danger and opportunity. So it was called the Earth all age by later generations, and it was also their current era. The teacher also explained that apart from monsters that come randomly, humans also have levels that can be increased and the ability to develop various jobs and skills. After experiencing years of initial catastrophe, the 5 major alliances finally suppressed the monsters and established a new world order. Yiwu listened to all the material from the back of the classroom. This young man was aware that in this era full of danger and unknown, everyone was eager to improve their level. But Yiwu couldn't increase the level even after so many years. After school, Yiwu is kidnapped by Luo Feng and his gang. They thought Yihao was stupid and told the young man to pay the security deposit. Yiwu answered that in the past he had protected Luo Feng when he was being bullied by seniors. He didn't expect that it would be Luo Feng who would now ask him for protection money. To answer Yiwu's words, without further ado, Luo Feng immediately hit the young man in the stomach and said that at that time he was blind. He thought he had followed a genius level 3 martial artist when he first entered school. Unexpectedly, after entering school for 2 years, Luo Feng had already advanced to level 5. But Yiwu was still level 3. Without feeling, Luo Feng smashed Yiwu's head into the ground. Luo Feng even said that Yiwu was trash who couldn't level well. Luo Feng continued to beat Yiwu while saying every bad thing. When Yiwu's condition was getting worse, Yiwu's younger sister, Yi Yunfei, came and immediately kicked Luo Feng in the face. The girl didn't accept them beating her older brother. Seeing Luo Feng being thrown so far away, his 2 companions panicked. They were afraid of the existence of Yi Yunfei, who had reached level 7 even though he was only 16 years old. They were even more afraid when they heard rumors that Yi Yunfei had defeated a level 10 monster alone at level 7. With a fierce face, Yi Yunfei asked them to leave in front of him. In a panic, the school delinquents ran away from the Yi brothers. Even so, one of them still mocked Yiwu by saying that the young man was just a young man who could do nothing but hide behind his sister's back. After the delinquents left, Yi Yunfei approached his older brother and apologized for coming late. The girl also asked her older brother not to pay attention to what the delinquents said. Yunfei is sure that his older brother will become a great fighter one day. Yiwu rubbed her little sister's head and asked the girl to calm down. Yiwu was confident that he would become strong soon and would not give up easily. Even though he said that to his little sister, Yiwu was very aware that what Luo Feng said was true. He was indeed trash who couldn't level up. This young man had even checked the information from the calamity period to the present, and there had never been a situation where one's level could not be raised like Yiwu's throughout all these years. While walking home with his little sister, Yiwu asked himself, is he the only trash on the old earth? When he got home, Yiwu received a birthday surprise from his family. But this young man didn't look happy. He pouted with worry when he remembered the dream he had at school earlier. To prevent his dream from coming true, Yiwu invites his family to eat grilled fish at their favorite restaurant. At first, the mother complained because she had cooked a lot, but the husband tried to persuade her by saying that the food at home could be stored. What's important is Yiwu's happiness as the person whose birthday it is today. Long story short, that night, the family left the restaurant with full stomachs and satisfied hearts. They all looked happy and Yiwu felt relieved that nothing had happened to his family. But suddenly, a big explosion occurred behind them. The father swiftly embraced the bodies of all his family members. At this time, Yiwu looked at the source of the explosion and saw that an extremely dark gate had appeared behind them. Everyone ran away from the area because they knew that soon a monster would appear from the gate. Sure enough, a giant spider monster appeared from the gate. Everyone panicked even more and fled hastily. They didn't expect gates and monsters to appear in the safe zone like now. The Yi family couldn't just escape from the monster's presence because they were already trapped right in front of the ferocious monster. Because of that, the father came forward to fight the monsters. Before that, the father told his two children to run away to save themselves with their mother. With full confidence, the father jumped towards the monster and attacked it with fists filled with energy. Even though the father was only at level 10, he would not allow his family to be harmed. The father tried to attack the monster once again, but the spider monster managed to dodge and attacked back with slime and monster arms that were as sharp as spears. The father's body was thrown and this made the mother panic. The adult woman asked her child to leave while she ran to help her husband, but the mother's fate was worse. She was immediately hit by the monster's big arm, and with a terrible voice, the monster said he would eat her mother later. According to him, a level 10 human fighter would feel better. When the monster's huge arm almost attacked his father, Yi Yunfei immediately shot an arrow and challenged the monster to fight him instead of fighting his father. Without saying much, the monster immediately attacked Yi Yunfei, who looked troubled. Even so, Yi Yunfei still refused and told his older brother to take their parents away while she would restrain the monster. Yiwu was so panicked that he couldn't move. This young man realized that his nightmare had come true. At a critical moment like this, he could only stand still with his body shaking, realizing that he couldn't possibly win against a monster that was at level 15, whereas he was only at level 3. Suddenly the monster stabbed Yi Yunfei's body, causing the girl to fall with a bang. Quite a large wound on his arm. The monster came towards Yi Yunfei while saying that the girl should be his food obediently. According to him, a young woman's body would feel good. When the situation became more critical, Yi Yunfei was so scared that his body couldn't move. The monster's attack almost hit him again, but fortunately, his older brother arrived in time to block the monster's attack with his body. Yiwu asked his little sister to leave that place immediately because he couldn't hold back the monster any longer. Yiwu insists that even if he has to become monster food, at least he can be useful to his family. Suddenly, the monster attacked Yiwu by stabbing him in the back. Even though he was in such a terrible condition, Yiwu still asked his little sister to immediately go to save himself. This time, Yi Yunfei followed his brother's words and ran for his life. In critical condition, Yiwu hoped that he was strong enough so that none of this happened. In his desperate condition, this young man still hopes that his level can be improved. To be honest, he didn't accept it because his level couldn't be increased and he was very weak. Slowly, this young man's consciousness disappeared. The monster laughed horribly when it realized that a level 3 trashman dared to challenge it. However, the system appears and notifies the host's accumulated X points have now reached the standard and that has been activated. As the host loses the ability to move, the system will randomly select a king account on behalf of the host. The system chose a king in red armor who looked very scary. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Yi Yunfei tried to escape with the remaining strength he had. The girl kept apologizing in her heart to her older brother because she couldn't help her older brother. But unfortunately, the monster managed to block the girl's path. This girl realized that because she couldn't escape, she would take revenge on her brother. So Yi Yunfei ran to attack the monster when suddenly a man's voice sternly asked him to dodge. Then as fast as lightning, Yiwu dashed with enormous energy to attack the monster. With just one attack, the monster's body was so large it hit the wall. Yi Yunfei looked at the figure before him and realized that the man filled with terrifying energy was his big brother. Yiwu had already returned to his senses with immense energy. The young man asked his little sister to leave while he fought the monsters. Not long after, the monster rose again from the pile of buildings and attacked Yiwu again. According to him, a level 3 trash human couldn't succeed in attacking him. So he was determined to defeat and eat Yiwu. Of course, this young man did not remain silent. He immediately created an enormous sword from his newfound energy, then attacked the monster with the lightning energy released by his sword. The attack was strong enough to break several of the spider monster's arms. The monster didn't expect the man in front of him, a level 3 fighter, to manage to deal with quite a big attack on him. Even so, when he retreated for a while, Yiwu suddenly vomited blood. Yiwu suspected that this extraordinary power was beyond the reach of his body because at this moment his body seemed unable to withstand the power until it felt like it was being split in two. Seeing its opponent pushed like that, the monster laughed with satisfaction. He laughed at Yiwu's weak body which was unable to exert such great combat power. In his opinion, it was certain that Yiwu's body would explode. In his heart, Yiwu confirmed the monster's words because his HP was almost gone and now his HP was locked by the golden transformation energy. He had to quickly defeat the monster before his transformation energy ran out, otherwise he would die. The spider monster walked in another direction while saying that trash like Yiwu had no interest in him and was just a waste of his time. Even though Master King had helped him open the safe zone portal, so he had to hurry up to devour some more high-level fighters. Seeing that his opponent was about to escape, Yiwu immediately created a fairly large circle of fire around them. Yiwu asked the creature to stop and just go to hell. For a moment the monster was shocked to see Yiwu's extremely energetic change in appearance. But suddenly a group of guards came to attack the monster. Yihao asked the guard troops to be careful and not approach the monsters directly because they might die. But some of the guards persisted because they thought there was no way that many people could be defeated by just one monster. They asked Yiwu to leave that place because as a level 3 fighter, he was only disturbing their work. All members of the guard squad felt confident that they could defeat the spider monster. Apart from that, the monster's HP only had 30% remaining. But the monster didn't think like that. It quickly deployed a net from underground to attack the entire guard squad. In a short time, the entire guard force was caught and could not escape the spider's web. The spider monster laughed with satisfaction because it managed to get a lot of prey. The monster says this is what makes it like humans, they can't tell how tall their opponents are until they are easily defeated. After that, the monster absorbed all the EXP from the guard troops. Yiwu panicked seeing that the monster managed to capture the entire guard squad. Moreover, when he saw that the monster immediately rose 3 levels after absorbing all the EXP of the guards. With higher strength, the spider monster approached Yiwu and said it was the young man's turn to die. The spider monster immediately attacked Yiwu with quite a lot of force. Even though Yiwu could withstand it, he seemed quite unable to withstand the monster's attack. The monster said he didn't care about defeating a lower human like Yiwu. As long as the level can increase, an earth-shaking transformation will occur. So while continuing to attack Yiwu, the monster decided it would play Yihao to death and then eat him. Yiwu was increasingly unable to withstand the monster's attacks. Yiwu realized that the monster's strength had increased drastically from before. This young man was confused and asked what he should do because his energy was almost gone. The spider monster laughed again at Yiwu, who looked very desperate. The monster asked where Yiwu's fighting spirit was from earlier. Unexpectedly, Yiwu's body was thrown away because he could no longer withstand the monster's attack. At this point, the monster says he thinks trash is trash. Yiwu stood up again and with a serious face said that for 3 years he was always laughed at and insulted by many people because his level could not rise. Now he will show what kind of human strength the monster considers rubbish. Yihao activated a bigger attack with his sword. A huge flame appeared, creating a storm that surrounded the monster. The giant monster roared extremely loudly as its body was roasted by the mysterious flames. The monster realized that the fire statement was not ordinary fire, because in fact, that fire contained the Taoist rhyme of a powerful king. The monster was surprised and asked who Yiwu was. Why was he able to create such a powerful attack? But before the monster got an answer, its entire body was already charred by Yiwu's attack. Not long after, the system appeared notifying that Yiwu had successfully defeated the ghost eye demon spider monster until he managed to get 20,000 EXP points. But suddenly, Yiwu fell and almost fainted. This young man's body had truly reached its limit. But he was happy because he managed to defeat the monster. When Yiwu tried to pick up the dropped item, his eyes slowly closed because his body was too weak. The system notified that Yiwu had succeeded in taking all the drop items from the spider monster. But because the injuries on this young man's body were too severe, the 10,000 X points were automatically converted to repair the body, and the remaining X points were 10,000 points. The system automatically repaired Yiwu's body until the young man's health recovered 100% very quickly. Yiwu opened his eyes and was shocked to realize he was not in his own system space. This young man wondered where he was. And what place is that? Because that place was exactly like the vast space of the galaxy. It was filled with planets and stars and things he didn't understand. The system informs that since the global field conversion, each player has their own system space to observe and determine their attributes and store various equipment or. Yiwu saw the figure of a man in red armor in front of him. This young man suspected that this figure was the source of his strength. It turned out to be the Kaiyan King, who was at the maximal level. The system welcomed Yiwu to the maximal level account of the kings. Apparently, the system has max level accounts from countless game planes. Yiwu can use personal experience points to gradually open a king account. Since the host's accumulated X points have reached level 10, a random account has been automatically activated. From the notification, Yiwu realized that his 3 years of hard work had not been in vain, but his EXP had been forcibly absorbed by the system. Yiwu guessed that this way he would go straight to the top. The system notifies that even though the initial level of King Cayenne is at max level, the host still needs to use X points to increase the link level for each account. The higher the link level, the stronger the account can be used. It is recommended that the host get more X points as quickly as possible to increase the link level. Hearing the system notification, Yiwu just realized there is nothing too good in this world. But it shouldn't be difficult to use the King Cayenne accountability to get a lot of X points. But he thinks it's not enough. There are various copies of the known and unknown in this world, and although strength is the foundation, it cannot solve everything. Yi Hao thought about finding out the optimal use of the system as soon as possible. King Cayenne had the ability of a max-level powerhouse from another world plane. That power had been used to lead his own clan in the past. They used the power of Cayenne to unify the world, becoming the first generation of gods, and were named Cayenne kings by subsequent generations. This account has a link level of 10, and the inflammatory attribute, or darkness. His weapons are flame shadow greatswords. His basic fire attribute skills are quite great. From the notification, Yiwu knew his first small goal was to level up as soon as possible to open more accounts and then create a king army with all attributes. This way, Yiwu was confident that he would not have any weaknesses in attributes. The system notifies there are 10,000 X points remaining in the system. The host can choose to increase the account link level or unlock other additional skills. So Yiwu decided to increase the link level. The main priority now is to improve your survival skills and open an account. Skills and everything else can come later. The system immediately confirmed Yiwu's request. So quickly Yiwu's body was covered in bright light. The system says his account link is 2 and his link level is 12. Yiwu smiled happily when he felt an immense power enter his body. When he asked if his basic attributes had also increased, the system appeared and informed him that his level was still 3. Yiwu was amazed and wondered. Was the system forcing him to continue behaving like an idiot pig? Suddenly, Yiwu heard his little sister's voice and immediately opened his eyes. Currently, Yiwu's body is lying comfortably in the hospital design. This young man woke up and realized that his body did not have any wounds. He realized he was healed, but also his whole body. Even so, he really regretted having spent 10,000 X points. From inside his room, Yiwu heard his younger sister arguing with the doctor about the very expensive treatment costs. Yiwu smiled happily, realizing that his family was still safe, but it seemed that their condition was not good because they needed quite intensive care. The doctor explained to Yi Yunfei that the 4 family members were all affected by elite monster debuffs or poisons, and the medical staff had to use special medicines for long-term treatment so that all Yi family members recovered completely. And according to doctors, the only way to get rid of the poison is with long-term treatment to prevent death. But according to the doctor, the other 2 men were not so lucky. Without medicine, their father couldn't live for a month, but Yiwu couldn't live for more than a week. Hearing the doctor's words immediately made Yi Yunfei and her mother fall into great sadness. Yi Yunfei even coughed quite loudly because she was so shocked. The mother asked Fei Fei not to worry because she would find a way to get the money. The mother said they could sell the house or whatever to pay for medical expenses. But suddenly, a young man's voice prevents the mother from selling their house because the house contains their family's memories. Yiwu was already standing in the hallway and firmly said that the house was the result of their hard work and a part of their lives, so the house should not be sold. Yi Hao also said that I would find a way to raise money for maintenance so that the house would not need to be sold. Everyone was shocked to see Yi Hao standing up straight and in good shape. Yi Yunfei immediately approached her older brother and asked, "Why are you out of bed already?" Saying Yiwu replied that I was fine, so he asked his little sister to stop talking because it would make his body condition worse. The doctor was shocked to see Yiwu's condition, which had returned to health and fitness. The doctor even detected that the poison in Yiwu's body had completely disappeared. In fact, among the 4 male family members, you are the one who received the most fatal wounds and poison. So the doctor was shocked and asked how Yiwu healed himself so quickly. Yiwu answered that the reason was not important. The most important thing now was that he needed more treatment. So the young man asked the doctor how much money was needed for the treatment of all his family members. With a heavy heart, the doctor answered around 300,000. The doctor thought that there was something wrong with Yiwu, because the doctor knew that the young man in front of him was only at level 3 but his healing speed was faster than those at level 60. Yiwu begged the doctor wholeheartedly to treat his family because he would collect that amount of money within 1 hour. The doctor was even more shocked when he heard Yiwu's words. He asked how the young man in front of him collected that much money in just 1 hour. But even though it sounded impossible, as a doctor he was willing to give Yiwu 1 hour of his time. Hearing the doctor's words made Yiwu truly grateful. After that, this young man went out of the hospital and sat in the park while thinking about how to get 300,000 as quickly as possible. Although this young man had a habit of saving, even if he added the money he got from killing ghost eye demon spiders, the amount was still far from 300,000. According to Yiwu, the fastest way to make money was to sell items and equipment. And the most valuable thing in his storage space now was a rare level 15 magic crystal. Yiwu stared at the crystal in front of him, hoping that it could be sold for a good price. The system's description of the crystal was that after defeating a monster a drop item would appear, and the crystal was the basic material for making magic equipment. The higher the level, the more valuable it will be. Yiwu thought that if he went to a normal auction house, although he could sell at a standard price, it would take a lot of time and couldn't be finished in an hour. And there was a level limit on the sender, and a level 3 fighter like Yiwu had no chance at all. Yiwu really had to rack his brains hard to earn that much money in such a short time. Finally, Yiwu decided on the only way that might work. The young man wanted to step into the narrow hallway. This young man knows that under the shadow of this safe zone 9, there is an underground black market that anyone can freely trade in regardless of their level. The prices of goods on the black market were secretly manipulated by several large power groups, which could be said to be a mixed place. If he had changed from before, he would never have come to that place personally, but now with the greatest need for money. When he arrived at the entrance, this young man was confronted by two large men. They said that that place was not a place for little devils to play, so they suggested that Yiwu leave that place immediately. Yiwu said that he knew the place and no one would go to the black market to fool around. This young man explained he had come to sell his goods. A man who had a wound on his face laughed at Yiwu's words. He said that his black market does not accept children's toys. Yiwu explained that he came to the place with good things to sell, so he asked to be let in because he was in a hurry. The other big man immediately grabbed Yiwu by the collar of his robe and asked harshly what good things a little kid like Yiwu could have. They were very impatient and told the young man to leave immediately before their patience ran out. But the rude attitude of the two gate guards had to be stopped by an old man who came out of the balcony door. The man says when he opens the door for business, then they will try to make a profit from good things. According to him, everyone can trade freely as long as they have good goods. Finally, the guards obeyed and remained silent before Elder Lai. Then the old man asked Yiwu to show him what good things were brought. Yiwu opened his robe and asked everyone to take a good look at the red gem he was carrying. Elder Lai was shocked to see such a rare crystal stone. The guards didn't expect a young man who was still at level 3 to have such a rare crystal. Elder Lai asked his guards not to discuss it in his business. Then the old man asked his guards to bring Yiwu in. When Yiwu walked into the first floor of the Black Market Trading Center, he was very amazed to see the very modern and advanced conditions in the room. This condition is very different from what was previously imagined. The place was more like a bar, plus there was a beautiful female waitress who was very flirtatious. Yiwu thought it seemed like the boss of that place had some way of getting the buyers drunk and having fun. Suddenly, two men stopped Yiwu's steps. They laughed at the presence of a level 3 newbie like Yiwu. They even asked Yiwu to immediately go home and drink the milk like a child. When they intended to bully Yiwu further, Elder Lai's guards immediately stopped the two foreign players and said that Yiwu was Elder Lai's guest. So do they dare to cause trouble with guests from the Huanzhen group? Hearing this, the two big men immediately let go of Yiwu. When they saw Yiwu being taken away, they complained because their prey was taken away by people from the Huanzhen group. Meanwhile, in a special VIP private room, Elder Lai welcomed Yiwu with a friendly smile. So without wasting any time, Elder Lai said, although the magic crystal in Yiwu's hand was indeed good, after all, it was only level 15. So the price was not high. Yiwu smiled slyly. He didn't expect the price to be lowered in the transaction process. Yiwu now realized that the old man in front of him did not want to give a fair price. Although Yiwu was only at level 3, he was not a 3-year-old child, so he can still find out whether things are worthless. This young man asked to be given an attractive price because he was in a hurry. Elder Lai laughed at Yiwu's words. He realized Yiwu had decision-making skills, even though he was only at level 3. However, Elder Lai explained that if it was an ordinary magic crystal, it would be worth 1 or 2,000. But because Yiwu's rare magic crystal was rare, then it would be purchased for 100,000. Yiwu was surprised to hear such a small nominal amount. He stood up and said he no longer wanted to do business transactions because he was treated like a 3-year-old child who was easily deceived. Yiwu knew that although the price on the black market was lower than the auction site, his magic crystal was worth at least 200,000. Yiwu intended to leave the room to look for someone else who would buy the crystal at a high price, but the exit was immediately blocked by two big men. Then Elder Lai said that when the young man came into his room, he would have no other choice but to sell his goods to Elder Lai. After all, no one out there would ever dare to refuse what the Huanzhen group wanted. Yiwu looked at their preparations and asked in his heart, did they really want to fight in the first place? Even though on the black market everyone should sell freely. Yiwu thought about using the Cayenne Emperor's account to get out of that place, but even if he could get out, the chaos caused would be detrimental to him. It is even possible that the young man will not be able to earn any money at all, and that will make caring for his family even more difficult. Elder Lai threw a bundle of money on the table and told Yiwu to accept 100,000, which was definitely a lot of money for a kid like Yiwu. This black remote youth stared at the money on the table and thought, can he just accept the money and have no other choice? He didn't expect to encounter something that couldn't be solved with strength this quickly. Yiwu really felt very unlucky today. But suddenly a voice came from outside the door saying that he didn't expect a respectable group like the Huangjang group to have business with a kid who was still at level 3. He thought it was very embarrassing, so he asked his aide, who was very tall and wore a mask, to get rid of him. People blocking the VIP door. After that, the young lady entered the room and said, I would join this business because I heard there was something good. Apparently, that woman is Miss Mo here. Elder Lai was astonished to see the woman and asked how she dared try to steal his transaction. Miss Mo answered that stealing is a very bad word, even though the black market regulations clearly state that trade must be proportional to the price and quality of the goods. Miss Mo also reminded that the older Lai should know the rules better than them. Yiwu glanced at Miss Mo and realized that I had heard of that woman's name. Miss Mo approached Yiwu and coquettishly said that the magic crystal that the young man had was very interesting, so I would bid at 300,000. Elder Lai immediately stood up with a shocked expression. He didn't expect Miss Mo to bid at such a high price, even though Yiwu only asked for 200,000. Miss Mo said that I am very rich and very stubborn, but I am not like the Huangjang group who have the heart to rob a level 3 kid's things. So according to her, the old diary has spent 100,000 more to protect Yiwu. Miss Mo thinks this sale is worth it. Annoyed by Miss Mo's words, Elder Lai immediately left with his guards. Miss Mo waved goodbye to Elder Lai and wished them to meet again when there was good stuff. Seeing the interaction between the two of them made Yiwu remember that the relationship between the Huangjang and Hanmo groups had long been hostile in the 9th security zone. But this young man did not expect that he would meet and benefit from their troubles. Realizing that the woman in front of him was very rich, Yiwu immediately thanked her while seducing her. Yiwu also tried to offer some other things to Miss Mo, but Miss Mo's face quickly changed. I immediately rejected Yiwu's offer and said that the young man didn't need to thank me. Miss Mo only deliberately used the opportunity to cover up and insult Elder Lai. So Yiwu's business actually had nothing to do with that girl at all, but I happened to be in front of Yiwu's path. Miss Mo walked out of the room while asking her bodyguard to give money to Yiwu, then ignored the crystal. After Miss Mo left, Yiwu smiled with satisfaction because I managed to get the money needed. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the mother and Feifei were still busy crying over their father's increasingly critical condition. But suddenly the hospital director, who had a very fat body, burst into the room and got angry because there was a patient who didn't want to pay the hospital fee. The director asked why the patient was still being treated at the hospital. The doctor tried to explain that they had already paid the money for the emergency room and were waiting for the accommodation costs. The fat director became increasingly angry with the doctor. He even grabbed the doctor by the collar and said in annoyance that he was opening a hospital, not a welfare institution. According to him, the life of a cheap person is not as expensive as the medicine he has bought. Even so, the doctor still tried to explain that the son of this family was collecting money so they could still wait a little longer. Because of his words, the doctor got an extra hard look on his face. According to the director, the level 3 fighter was just a child, so there was no way he could collect 300,000. Moreover, the nutrition given to their father was very scarce. The fat director cruelly said that even if the parents were sold, the money would not be worth it to pay for the nutrition they had bought. But even so, they still want to cure the disease. According to him, it was a waste of money. The fat director tried to grab his father's body, but Feifei stopped the director and begged his father for help in a moment. Feifei tried to convince the director that soon her older brother would definitely come back with the money they wanted. There was a commotion between the two of them because the fat director really wanted to remove the device attached to his father's body, but Feifei tried to hold it back with all her might. Until finally, the fat director pushed Feifei's weak body. It was at this time that Yiwu came into the room while kicking the door. The young man asked the fat director to stop abusing his family. Seeing that the hospital door was broken, the director was angry and immediately grabbed Yiwu's clothes. The adult man asked who the young man in front of him was, and why did he have the audacity to break down the hospital door. The director asked if Yiwu had the money to compensate for the door. Instead of answering all the director's questions, Yiwu instead asked with a terrible expression, "Was the director's dirty hands the ones he used to hurt my family?" The fat director groaned in pain when he felt his left hand burning. He panicked and asked what happened to his hand. Why did fire suddenly appear in his hand? The fat director panicked and left the room and looked for help to treat his hand. The doctor immediately approached Yiwu and asked what the young man had done to the director. Why did the fat director's hand suddenly burn? Yiwu replied casually that although the director had the authority to expel them, he had hurt his family, so it could not be tolerated. So that was a small punishment for the greedy director. Yiwu asked the doctor not to worry because he was willing to pay an extra 10,000 yuan for their treatment and also for compensation. Yiwu also said that if only the director had good ethics like their doctor, nothing would have happened. The doctor smiled awkwardly at Yiwu's words. However, he actually thought that the cruel director deserved it. Moreover, the director was very arrogant and only saw profit in his eyes without having the slightest sense of humanity. The doctor hoped that the director would not dare to be evil again in the future. Yiwu shows the doctor an account and says there is 310,000 in the account, so can the family continue treatment. The doctor answered that of course it was allowed. The doctor even said that although the hospital is expensive, the hospital never cheats. So Yiwu's family will get the best treatment. Yiwu thanked the doctor for being willing to believe him and giving him time to collect the money. Yiwu honestly said he was very indebted to that doctor. The doctor asked Yiwu not to thank him because this was an obligation that a doctor had to do. In his heart, the doctor was increasingly amazed at the young man in front of him. Apart from Yiwu's very fast self-healing, the young man also managed to collect 300,000 yuan in a very short time. In his opinion, Yiwu was very interesting. After the doctor left, Yunfei apologized to her brother because I couldn't protect their parents. The girl's body even shook to hold back tears, realizing that she was currently so weak that she couldn't protect their parents. Yiwu rubbed his sister's head and asked her not to blame herself. Yiwu actually said it was my fault for not managing to return on time and ultimately making them all suffer. Yunfei cursed and regretted being poisoned. This girl said if only she wasn't poisoned then I could participate in the dungeon competition at her school tomorrow. Even though the girl really wanted to take part in the competition and win. That way I could use the bonus to improve their families' lives. But now I can't participate in the competition and still owe 300,000 yuan. Hearing about the competition made Yiwu excited. He asked if it was a competition held by the school every year. Yiwu heard that the bonuses given for the competition were very large. Yunfei confirmed her brother's words. It is rumored that the bonus for this year will reach 500,000. Yiwu became even more excited when he heard that. Then this young man told his sisters to carry out the treatment calmly and leave the money in competition matters to me. Yiwu was determined to win and get that bonus. The next day on campus, all the students gathered in the very spacious main hall. The committee welcomes all students who wish to take part in their university's annual competition. There must be rumors about the large number of bonuses that will be received. This time the committee will make it clear that these rumors are true. This year's starting bonus reached 500,000. And according to the level of completion, additional bonuses will be added without any restrictions. Hearing this, all the students immediately cheered very happily. The committee then explained why this year there is such a big bonus. That's because there is a sponsor from the Hanmo group. Right after the organizers said this, Miss Mo appeared on stage with her two aides. The organizers asked everyone to applaud Miss Mo. Of course, all the students immediately cheered and applauded enthusiastically for Miss Mo and the Hanmo group. They praised Miss Mo's dazzling beauty. Then the committee enthusiastically announced that the final winner of the competition could immediately enter the Hanmo group without selection. Hearing this, all the students became even more excited because they knew that the group was in the top 10 on the dungeon score list. According to them, compared to bonuses, this is the biggest and most priceless gift. Some even say that entering the Mo group is the same as going to the top of the world. Yiwu, who was standing among the disciples, thought that he had long heard about the competition between the major groups being extremely fierce. But he just found out that the eldest miss wanted to choose a talented child from the university. Although it looked impatient, it didn't matter because Yiwu's main goal was the bonus. After that, the committee showed a giant hologram screen and informed all the students that the dungeon competition this time was a shadow forest which had an average monster level of 5-10. Some students were surprised to hear the name of the shadow forest, because that place is the highest level dungeon in their university, and it is said that the place was never successfully cleaned by the students. Moreover, the lowest monster in that place is at level 5. Meanwhile, the average level of students at that school is only 5. Yiwu actually thought that the final boss of the dungeon was a shadow tree elf whose tree monster level looked very terrifying because its size was towering like a tall building. Yiwu smiled happily seeing the monster because he had already thought about smelling the bonus money. The committee asked children not to worry because even though the dungeon is very difficult, the model also has two mechanisms, namely PvP and PvE. PvP means players can attack fellow players or fight with opposing teams, while PvE means player versus environment, which requires players to fight against monsters around the dungeon environment. Based on that, this competition will allow students to form teams with a maximum of 5 people. All the students cheered again because they felt they had a chance to win. They thought that if they could work together as a team then a level 10 tree elf wouldn't be difficult to defeat. But on the other hand, there are some students who think that the method of fighting fellow players can be very difficult. so they had to guard against sneak attacks from other teams at all times. From all these methods, Yiwu drew the conclusion that the school wanted to train them in actual combat and survival skills. One of the students suddenly raised their hand and asked how to determine the winner if they were on the same team. The very eccentric principal explained that this competition was still collecting points for each individual, but the points obtained from defeating the tree fairy shadow would be divided equally within the team. So the tree elf has the highest points, so victory can only be achieved for the team that has attacked it. The principal also provided additional information that in order to make all students feel the atmosphere of a real battle, they could take the other team's points and make them their own points. But the majority of students immediately thought it was a very cruel rule, because it is the same as encouraging the desire to kill each other among fellow students. But the principal ignored his students' worries and immediately opened the dungeon gate while saying that the competition had started now. All participants were immediately busy looking for their team members. But as usual, no one wanted to be on the same team as Yiwu. They even mocked the young man as trash who was still allowed to participate by the school. They even cruelly asked the other disciples to be careful if Yiwu joined their team. Yiwu chose to leave the students who mocked them, thinking that even if they begged me in the future, I didn't want to be on the same team as those people. Besides, he didn't want the extra burden, so I thought it would be easier to travel alone. Yiwu immediately approached a female teacher and said that he wanted to register. The teacher asked where the young man's team was. Yiwu answered firmly that he was alone, so the teacher could immediately register me. The teacher was worried because the young man was only at level 3. She thought it was too dangerous to go alone, so she advised Yiwu to choose a partner carefully. Suddenly Luo Feng appears and tells the teacher not to pay attention to Yiwu. In my opinion, the young man is just trash, so the young man should go in there and be sacrificed. Two of Luo Feng's colleagues appeared and immediately told Yiwu to apologize to Luo Feng for yesterday's incident. They also provoked Luo Feng into beating Yiwu again. The blonde man said that Yiwu was once his older brother, so he would help so that Yiwu wouldn't be pushed around too much. So Luo Feng asked Yiwu to sleep on the ground and bark like a dog. If Yiwu was willing to do that, then Luo Feng was willing to take him into the dungeon. Luo Feng's two colleagues immediately laughed with satisfaction when they heard their boss's words. Unexpectedly, Yiwu asked how to bark. Luo Feng quickly imitated the sound of a dog barking. So after that, it was Yiwu's turn to laugh restrainedly. It was at this moment that Luo Feng realized his stupidity. Luo Feng quickly raised his arm and prepared to hit Yiwu, who dared to trap him. But suddenly the registrar's teacher immediately blocked them. The female teacher said if they want to fight, then fight again dungeon, because they will not receive points if they fight in the school area. Hearing the teacher's words made the blonde man annoyed and finally suppressed his anger as he walked into the dungeon. Before actually entering the dungeon, Luo Feng turned to Yiwu and asked the black hair bleacher not to run away from me, because I would love to wait for Yiwu's head in the dungeon. This time, Yiwu casually said that there were no obscure words in his dictionary. After Luo Feng and his group entered the dungeon, Yiwu asked the teacher if he could get the entry card. The female teacher handed over a card while saying that Yiwu's courage was commendable, but in the end, he still depended on his strength of speech. Since Yiwu insisted on entering the competition, the teacher could only wish the young man good luck. After receiving his entry permit, Yiwu entered the dungeon with a serious face. This young man hoped he would have a very enjoyable show inside the dungeon. Just before Yiwu entered the dungeon, Miss Mo watched him carefully and realized that this young man was the person she met at the black market yesterday. In his opinion, Yiwu was very interesting because not only was this young man still at level 3, but he had dared to enter the black market and even dared to enter dungeon 5-10 alone. This beautiful woman was looking forward to what was behind Yiwu's courage. When he finally landed in the dungeon, Yiwu realized that the starting location of each team entering the dungeon was deliberately random. This is to prevent different teams from being in one place and avoid fighting early on. This was also an advantage for Yiwu. This young man immediately ran into the dungeon and killed several small spider monsters that appeared in front of him. Yiwu managed to get 10 points every time he managed to defeat a monster, but he was quite troubled because the area was too big and the monsters were scattered. In my opinion, clearing the monsters one by one takes more time than imagined. This young man realized that if he wanted to win, he had to kill higher level monsters. Yiwu tried to follow some small spider monsters that were creeping into the bushes. As they continued to be followed, they led Yiwu deeper and deeper into the forest. Yiwu was even more shocked when he looked around and found a red web belonging to a red spider. Moreover, above the net, there was a girl who was trapped. The girl named Ruan Tian was unconscious. It seemed the girl had fainted since being captured by the red spider monster. Tianchen slowly opened her eyes, and when she remembered fainting after being attacked by a monster, the girl was suddenly shocked and looked around in panic. Only now did Tianchen realize that she had been captured by the spider monster. The girl tried to scream for help, but Yiwu climbed to the top of the tree where the girl was caught and immediately asked the girl to be quiet if she didn't want to make the spider monster come back. Tianchen was even surprised to see the appearance of Yiwu, a level 3 young man who couldn't upgrade. Tianchen asks how Yiwu got into such a dangerous dungeon. The girl immediately told Yiwu to go and save herself before the monster returned and attacked. But Yiwu replied that Tianchen was Yi Yunfei's good friend. If I fail to protect Tianchen, then Yi Yunfei will not spare me. Tianchen sincerely thanked Yiwu for her kindness, but she insisted on asking Yiwu to leave. In my opinion, Yiwu, who is still at level 3, couldn't possibly cut through the spider web and save me. Moreover, defeating a spider monster that had reached 8. Yiwu smiled when he heard that information. He didn't expect that the elite class spider monster had only reached level 8. Then Yiwu quickly burned the net in his hand until the entire net was charred. Tianchen was shocked to see that the net burned without hurting me. Yiwu then told Tianchen to go find a team because it would be very dangerous if the girl went alone. But suddenly, a drop of mucus fell on Yiwu's shoulder. The young man looked up and saw a red spider monster right above them. Yiwu quickly pushed Tianchen down to avoid the green slime that the monster spat out. Yiwu had to act very quickly because the slime was highly poisonous. The two of them fell on a huge spider web bridge. They both panicked and had difficulty waking up because they both fell into a lying position. While they were still struggling to get up, suddenly their bodies were both entangled in spider webs until they stuck very tightly to each other's bodies. In a state of panic like now, Tianchen could only scream frantically. The girl was afraid she would die now. Yiwu reminded the girl to calm down because if she kept moving, the bond between their bodies would also get tighter. Seeing the condition of his body now, Yiwu felt like he had been trapped by the spider that was possessing the egg. Yiwu knew he had the system, but even though his strength had increased, his experience in fighting was still too lacking. And his current condition is too deadly. He had to be more careful and work hard in the future. Suddenly, the red spider monster turned around, leaving the two of them. Tianchen thought that the monster had no appetite to see them, so they could survive. But Yiwu explained, according to the habits of red spiders, they would lay their eggs in the bodies of people they caught to produce offspring. But since the monster is gone, it means that the egg is probably not ready yet, and will return when the egg is full. Hearing this, Tianchen panicked and became even more hysterical. Tianchen continued to roar hysterically. She writhed frantically until it rubbed against Yiwu's sensitive area. The young man panicked because if they continued to be trapped like that, something dangerous could happen. Yiwu also realized, trapped with Tianchen too tightly, if forced to use the firepower of Emperor Kai Yan's account, then it would hurt Tianchen. Finally, Yiwu decided to cut the spider web manually. Yiwu tried to bite the net around her, but Tianchen misunderstood and thought that Yiwu wanted to do something strange to me at a time like this. Yiwu quickly reminded Tianchen to keep her imagination in check. Yiwu tried hard to break every net in front of me. He was thankful that the spider web wasn't poisonous and had just been removed, so it wasn't hard yet. At first, Yiwu tried hard to remove the net by himself, but then he forced Tianchen to help instead of just looking and making strange noises. Finally, the two of them worked together to bite the net around them so that it could be released quickly. They continued to argue throughout this process. Yiwu was annoyed because Tianchen bit him so often wrongly and kept making strange moaning noises. Even so, they were finally able to escape from the net. Tianchen cried with joy and felt very grateful because she managed to escape. Yiwu reminded the girl to stop crying and run immediately. Tianchen refused to follow Yiwu's instructions because my legs were still weak. Unfortunately, there was a noise coming from the bushes, which meant the giant red spider would be back soon. Yiwu asked Tianchen to go find a team, while this young man would face the red spider monster. A worried Tianchen asks why Yiwu wants to act like a hero. Even though Yiwu was a level 3 player, he had to think about his own safety too. According to Tianchen, Yiwu's life would end in a matter of seconds if he dared to fight the level 8 elite monster. So Tianchen wanted to invite Yiwu to run together. Yiwu smiled slyly and firmly said, "I didn't come to that place to become prey to be chased and run away. Its original purpose was hunting. Moreover, I had just been trapped and suffocated by a red spider web, so I wanted to take revenge on that monster." Yiwu walked to the source of the sound in the bushes while activating the flames on his arms. Finally, a red spider appeared before them. Tianchen panicked seeing such a big monster, but Yiwu still reminded the girl cruelly not to interfere or get in his way when fighting. Tianchen asked to be allowed to stay, to help treat Yiwu's wounds because she was a level 5 doctor. But Yiwu didn't pay attention to what Tianchen said. Yihao created a huge flame to surround the spider monster's body, then slowly walked towards the monster in a relaxed manner. Yiwu said he would let out his anger because his family was hurt by the spider monster. Yiwu immediately took out his flame sword. Seeing that, the spider monster felt a sensation of danger, so it attacked Yiwu brutally. Yiwu jumped high enough to avoid the spider monster's attack. This young man even managed to ridicule the ability of the red spider monster, which was not comparable to the ghost eye demon spider that Yiwu had defeated before. That's because the red spider monster can't talk like the ghost eye demon spider monster. But Yiwu didn't care about that because he didn't like hearing his potential victims beg for mercy. Then with one swipe of his sword, the spider monster's body split open, and it burned until it died on the spot. The power of Yiwu's attack was so powerful that it burned part of the forest. Tianchen was even stunned to see the scene before her. She didn't expect Yiwu to be able to defeat a level 8 elite monster with just one attack. This further strengthened Tianchen's suspicion that Yiwu could hide his level. The system appeared notifying Yiwu of successfully killing a level 8 elite monster, namely, and getting 1,000 points. He even got an extra prize of 5,000 experience points. Mr. Tianchen even got 500x points for his participation. The girl was surprised to get quite a lot of points without doing anything. Of course, Ruin Tianchen is very happy now. The girl started to stick to Yihao and asked how the young man hit his level. Tianchen excitedly said that she already knew from the start that Yiwu was a genius who couldn't possibly level up. Tianchen kept clinging, hugging, and forcing Yihao to tell her secret. This girl even called Yiwu the great god to get her wish. But Yiwu continued to ignore the girl. Yiwu asked Tianchen to take it off, otherwise, Yihao would make the girl disappear. Yiwu honestly said he was already starting to feel regret for saving Tianchen. This young man cares more about points and achievements. Yiwu calculated, plus the 1,000 points from the dungeon, that the King System account had gained 5,000 experience points. So according to him, this is very cool. He could level up faster. Yiwu picked up the items dropped by the spider monster while saying to Tianchen that the girl had earned her points, but the items that dropped were not Tianchen's. So Yiwu wanted to take them all. Yiwu asked if Tianchen would mind. Tianchen replied that she didn't mind as long as Yiwu was willing to take her to the top. Yiwu observed each item. He saw a mysterious claw and picked it up. The system explained it was the damaged poisonous glands and tissue belonging to the spider monster, so Yiwu was entitled to get the battle item as a reward. Yiwu thought it was good luck. Although no equipment dropped, items like those spider fangs were in great demand on the black market and could be sold quickly. Suddenly the system notified that it had been randomly upgraded to. The effects of this item are that it can cause bleeding, provide poison, and weaken the enemy. Yiwu was surprised to see that the items dropped by the monsters could be upgraded. He remembered the ring that the ghost eye demon spider had dropped at that time. Yiwu looked at the ring in the inventory and wondered whether the ring was a legendary item. The system explained the item was a lucky ring that could trigger an effect by randomly increasing the level of the item obtained. Yiwu was happy that he had a good item that could help him upgrade the items he obtained in the future. Yiwu wanted to use the ring to equip his item. Yiwu advised Tianchen to do it alone and don't just look for opportunities. Yiwu firmly said he didn't want to be seduced. Tianchen replied she was sticking like that not to seduce, she was just scared. Only when near Yiwu would she feel safe. Tianchen called Yiwu the great god and suspected that the young man was disguised in front of all the students so that everyone thought Yiwu was trash. According to her, it was an amazing disguise. Tianchen continued to urge Yiwu to tell the young man's level. Tianchen was very curious about Yiwu's true level. Yiwu resolutely withdrew his arm and asked Tianchen not to ask any more questions, because Yiwu had his reasons and plans for doing that. If Tianchen still wanted to follow him, then the girl had to keep quiet and keep Yiwu's abilities a secret from everyone. Yiwu even threatened Tianchen if the girl revealed her secret. Suddenly several men appeared. They didn't expect that Tianchen was still alive and survived the red spider monster. Seeing the four men made Tianchen angry. The girl scolded Lai Yong and the rest of his team. Tianchen asked how could they still dare to come back and see Tianchen after what they did to that girl. Without any guilt, Lai Yong replies that he can go wherever he wants. After all, Tianchen had already been kicked from her team. They threw Tianchen out because they were annoyed that the girl kept babbling about love and magic all day long. If it wasn't because Tianchen was his classmate, Lai Yong wouldn't even bother to take the girl into their team. Tianchen pointed at Lai Yong's face full of anger. The girl said that Lai Yong didn't kick her from the team, but used her as bait to attract the attention of the red spider while Lai Yong got scared and ran away with the rest of his team. So in his opinion, a man like Lai Yong has no right to laugh at other people's dreams. One of Lai Yong's team members finally realized that the red spider monster had lost and was on fire. They were shocked to see that the monster had been defeated even though Lai Yong and his entire team returned to attack the monster together. Lai Yong asks if Tianchen defeated the monster. Tianchen proudly confirmed this. This girl even said she had joined forces with the great god, Yiwu, to defeat the monster. In his opinion, Lai Yong was a despicable criminal who couldn't even use martial arts, so he couldn't possibly be comparable to Yiwu. Lai Yong and the rest of his team laughed when they saw that the figure called the great god by Tianchen turned out to be Yiwu. They laughed with satisfaction and said that the two lovebirds were perfect as a team, seeing that one was trash, and the other was famous for being stupid at school. The four youths were completely satisfied laughing at Yiwu and Tianqian. This made Tianqian furious. He didn't like Yiwu being laughed at like now. Lai Yong and his team were quite upset because they had lost 1,000 points for defeating the red spider monster, but they could find it elsewhere. However, now they believed that it was Ru and Tianqian who had killed the monster rather than Yiwu. Because of this, Lai Yong and his colleagues invited Ru and Tianqian to return to their team. They thought that Ru and Tianqian would be useful to them in the future. Just tetanus, Ru and Tianqian firmly refused. She will no longer want to believe in the nonsense of Lai Yong and others. Lai Yong casually says that they need Ru and Tianqian to just lie down and they will win the fight against the monsters. They wanted Ru and Tianqian to return as bait because that was the greatest contribution the girl could make. Besides, if Ru and Tianqian follows Yiwu, she will only die who knows when. Ru and Tianqian became very angry and asked Lai Yong and others not to insult the great god again. However, suddenly a voice boomed. Ru and Tianqian was very frightened and immediately hugged Yiwu while asking what that voice was. Likewise, Lai Yong and the others immediately turned toward the sound. Lai Yong then explains that it was the roar of the Tyrannosaurus demon, which is an elite monster with 5,000 points. Lai Yong and the others are certainly happy to be able to find such a monster around them. He immediately asked all his friends to go hunt for this monster, which was much more profitable than the red spider. Yiwu immediately prevented those who wanted to meet the Tyrannosaurus demon because that was the same as courting death. Lai Yong certainly wants to know what the man means. Yiwu continues to say that with Lai Yong's current strength, he will only become food for the monster. Yiwu certainly didn't advise them to leave if only to give their heads to the monster. Of course, Lai Yong was very angry when he heard those words. He was ready to kill Yiwu first, but the other colleagues immediately restrained Lai Yong. They remind Lai Yong not to be influenced by small trash like Yiwu or they will lose their bigger prey. Lai Yong finally chooses to leave, but of course, he threatens Yiwu and says he will not forget what the man said to him. Of course, Ru and Tianqian, who was there, also shouted. He thought Yiwu was too good for them and asked them not to come back, crying to ask Yiwu for help later. After Lai Yong and the others left, Ru and Tianqian invited the man to go around and collect points from the little monsters, which would be much easier. Yiwu finally complied with the girl's wishes. However, the map they were on now was too big and the monsters in it were scattered and the points weren't that big. So, if Ru and Tianqian wanted to collect more points just from small monsters, then it wouldn't be enough for them. Ru and Tianqian finally wanted to know what Yiwu would do under such conditions. Yiwu has plans to follow Lai Yong and others. They will just sit back and wait for the right time to take advantage. Elsewhere, a Tyrannosaurus demon is preying on monsters that are smaller than it. Lai Yong and others who had arrived there could also see what happened. How the monster is fighting with other monsters. That caused the Tyrannosaurus demon to lose 15% of its blood, which would be an advantage for them. However, the other team members started to get scared. He could feel the aura of the demon Tyrannosaurus, which made him feel breathless. The man intended to invite Lai Yong to surrender, but of course, Lai Yong flatly refused. They consisted of 4 level 5 people who should be able to defeat a level 8 elite. The Tyrannosaurus demon was the only rare elite in the dungeon. The devil also certainly holds many unknown treasures. Of course, Lai Yong will not just give up. He encouraged everyone and asked everyone not to worry because he was in the team, so there was no need to be afraid of anything. Lai Yong is determined to work together to kill the demon so that they can enter the top 10 even if they don't kill the final boss. In his heart, Lai Yong still has other plans to find Yiwu and settle their affairs. He also hoped that Ru and Tianqian would take the initiative to hug him as a congratulation on his victory. In his imagination, he could see how Ru and Tianqian hugged him and Yiwu apologized to him for saying something wrong. It's nothing yet. Lai Yong already feels very happy and becomes even more excited. Lai Yong starts running towards the demon and gives the order to attack. They insisted on showing no mercy. However, while they were running, someone suddenly remembered. Tyrannosaurus demons should be black and green, but the one in front of them was red and black. Lai Yong certainly doesn't know what his colleague means. The man then suspected that the devil was angry. It was probably because of the previous battle between the demon and another monster. Of course, Lai Yong was annoyed because his colleague was late in telling him. Meanwhile, their whereabouts were already known to the devil. They suddenly decided to retreat and run. However, the demon attacked first with its huge tail. They were devastated and asked for help. With a burst of flames, the demon immediately burned the bodies of 2 people in Lai Yong's team. Of course, the man was quite shocked to see his 2 colleagues killed instantly. Lai Yong finally saw for himself the extremely cruel demon before his eyes. For him, it was too scary. However, Lai Yong is not afraid at all. Right now, even though the demon's attention was on him, he was still optimistic. Lai Yong has good speed and agility. At least, he could run away and run later if he failed to defeat the monster. Although, the hatred of such a demon would not disappear quickly. He plans to direct the demon's hatred towards other people. At that time, he immediately thought of Yiwu, who happened to be close to him at that time. It was then that Lai Yong finally found Yiwu and Ruin Tianchen. In his mind, he could see the two people walking leisurely while he was running as hard as he could until he ran out of breath. Ruin Tianchen, who saw Lai Yong's presence, immediately became suspicious. To him, he was just a cunning wolf who liked to run away. Ruin Tianchen immediately suspects that there is another sinister plan Lai Yong is currently trying to carry out. Lai Yong immediately confirms that he did not return empty-handed to meet the two. Ruin Tianchen was still a little confused at that time. Lai Yong said that he came to give a special gift. Yiwu, who doesn't know what happened, thinks he will be able to take points easily from Lai Yong, who he thinks has succeeded in defeating the monster. In his mind, Yiwu still thought Lai Yong moved so quickly because he wanted to make a direct attack. However, he became a little confused because Lai Yong's friends were not there. Lai Yong still runs past the two just like that and promises to tell them everything later. He pushed Ruin Tianchen's body and asked the two of them to look at the gifts he had prepared. Of course, Ruin Tianchen didn't understand what Lai Yong meant. But suddenly a groan was heard and the Tyrannosaurus demon was already there. Reflexively, Ruin Tianchen attacked the demon first. Of course, Yiwu was angry because Ruin Tianchen attacked even though the demon was not angry with him. Ruin Tianchen had no intention of attacking the demon first. Now she could only run in fear towards Yiwu and ask for his help. Seeing the incident, Lai Yong could only laugh at the girl's stupidity. For someone who had never entered a dungeon, what Ruin Tianchen showed was not at all disappointing and comforting to Lai Yong. Lai Yong also wanted to know what Yiwu would do in such a situation. For Lai Yong, the trash and the idiot in one team is an interesting combination. Lai Yong also mocks and insinuates Yiwu, who is not arrogant even though he has good fighting skills. For Lai Yong, the man should be grateful for giving the gift. Lai Yong finally chooses to leave and let Yiwu fight the demon. He also said he would come back to collect Yiwu's body after the Tyrannosaurus demon killed him. Yiwu could hear Lai Yong's laughter gradually fading away. At that moment, Yiwu immediately grabbed hold of the air. He certainly will not let Lai Yong go easily. A surprised voice sounded. Yiwu continued again that he had just met the careless Ruin Tianchen. The girl's existence was completely worthless to him. However, compared with Ruin Tianchen, Lai Yong is more worthless. Lai Yong was certainly very surprised because it turned out that Yiwu was able to find out where he was even though he had used a move to make himself completely invisible. Yiwu casually said that Lai Yong's strength level was not high at all. After all, he was only invisible and not completely gone. For Yiwu, the man could still be seen in her eyes through the body heat he gave off. Lai Yong was even more surprised because Yiwu could feel someone's presence just by his body heat. Of course, Lai Yong still finds it hard to believe, but then he begs Yiwu to release the man's grip on his neck. He reminded Yiwu that he was the son of Yiwu's uncle. Lai Yong also asks Yiwu to immediately let him go because the demon Tyrannosaurus is getting more and more violent and could cause them all to die by then. Yiwu disdains Lai Yong's words and immediately displays his immense power. Lai Yong was of course very surprised and didn't expect that a trash like Yiwu could increase his strength to such a degree. Lai Yong, who realized Yiwu's strength, immediately asked the man to join him as a team to kill the Tyrannosaurus demon. He admitted that he needed points and equipment. Of course, Yiwu easily rejected it. In his opinion, Lai Yong is a shameless man. However, he said he would consider it if Ruin Tianchen, who was by his side, allowed it. Lai Yong immediately begged Ruin Tianchen, who was still scared. He was a classmate and he was also the one who brought Ruin Tianchen into the dungeon. At that time, Ruin Tianchen was impressed by Yiwu's domineering attitude, which made her heart beat. At that time, Lai Yong begged again. He tried to seduce Ruin Tianchen by saying that she was a beautiful and kind girl. He still begs to be on the same team as Yiwu even though Ruin Tianchen no longer wants to be on the same team as him. However, this time Ruin Tianchen has absolutely no interest in forgiving Lai Yong. She invited Yiwu to leave there and leave the cruel man. Lai Yong still tries to plead and realizes that he should not use Ruin Tianchen as bait. He admitted guilt and asked to be given a chance. At that moment, the growl of the Tyrannosaurus demon was heard again. He had become very angry. Ruin Tianchen was confused about what to do. They were worried because the demon's strength was much greater than theirs. However, Lai Yong used this opportunity to make a move. He planned to kill Yiwu with a deadly move that was full of determination. When Lai Yong tried to stab Yiwu's body, it turned out that the knife he was holding was blocked by a large sword that had been on Yiwu's back. Lai Yong became very confused because he had not seen anything there until now. Yiwu on the other hand became very angry because Lai Yong took advantage of such an opportunity to attack him. For him, Lai Yong is just someone who doesn't have the brain to think. Now that Lai Yong seems so determined to make Yiwu the target of the devil's wrath, he will no longer let Lai Yong off the hook. Yiwu finally kills the useless Lai Yong with his sword. In return, he can also seize all the prizes that Lai Yong had previously obtained. Yiwu got all the personal and team points from Lai Yang amounting to 5,000 points. On the other hand, Lai Yang's body, which he lost in the dungeon, will be returned to his original body at the university. Of course, Lai Yang is very angry and he promises not to let the man go easily. Yiwu also received other prizes in the form of a disappearing skill book and a poisonous dagger. Yiwu managed to defeat the enemy in PvP mode and had the opportunity to seize items and enemy equipment that could be exchanged. Yiwu looked at the list of loot he managed to collect, seeing that, in his opinion, Lai Yang is indeed worthy of being a rich second generation. Lai Yang, who is level 5, also seems to have good equipment. Yiwu looked at the hiding skill book which could allow him to get the disappearing skill which would last for 30 seconds and could be renewed. Apart from that, he also has a poisonous dagger that can deal a fatal blow to humans and can only be used once. Yiwu was happy that he could get 2 items at once at that time, something that had never happened to him before. Suddenly, a voice asked him to be careful. It was Ruin Tianshan's voice warning Yiwu about the demon Tyrannosaurus that was heading towards Yiwu. Yiwu saw the demon's movement very fast. The man knew the demon Tyrannosaurus was a signature creature of the Shadow Forest that was the only rare elite in that place. The devil has the fire attribute and he has an irritable or vicious character. Once a demon becomes vicious, all of its attributes will multiply and make it even more difficult to defeat. It was all that Yiwu read in books about reunification. Yiwu also remembered that if he encountered a fierce monster in the wild or dungeon and couldn't run, the thing he could do was clean himself and immediately sleep on the ground so he could walk better. However, so far the demon's attacks were not a problem for him. A Tyrannosaurus demon that is in an angry state will not drop any equipment or items even if it is killed. That means players have to kill him carefully so as not to make the demon even angrier. Yiwu found this very troublesome. However, Yiwu at least had enormous courage to stay there. Even if the Tyrannosaurus demon became ferocious, it would still have a way to defeat it. Yiwu immediately went to Ruin Tianshan to talk about his plans. The man asked Ruin Tianshan to listen carefully to his instructions. He asked Ruin Tianshan to prepare to appease the demon. Ruin Tianshan was of course a little confused about what these words meant. Yiwu knew that a doctor had a special skill to remove anger or violence. He asked Ruin Tianshan to prepare. The girl who was hiding in the tree trunk became doubtful, because even though she does have that kind of special skill, the levels that she and the devil have are very different. So, she will very likely fail to do so. Moreover, in such a short time, she can only use that special skill once. Yiwu knew that this skill would not necessarily work. He only asked Ruin Tianshan to follow his orders. He will also ensure his plan is successful by reducing the demon's HP to below 20%. Ruin Tianshan immediately understood, although in her heart she was still amazed by Yiwu's extraordinary strength and hand-fighting abilities. This strength was comparable to the members of a large professional team. Yiwu was still fighting with the monster demon. He knew that he could easily kill such a level 8 elite vicious beast, but it would be a huge loss for him if he fought with all his strength to kill the beast without gaining a single cent. He didn't want that kind of thing, let alone the Tyrannosaurus demon who was a rare elite, famous for having many treasures. He couldn't wait to see what kind of treasure the devil had. As soon as Yiwu succeeded in knocking down the monster's body, he immediately asked Ruin Tianshan to use the special skill he had. Ruin Tianshan started to take out her wand. With the combination of beauty and wisdom, in the name of love and magic, Ruin Tianshan will cure the devil. Hearing all the words and seeing Ruin Tianshan's movements, of course, Yiwu became a little annoyed because the girl seemed to want to show off. However, they were confused about the effects. Yiwu asked if Ruin Tianshan used the correct skills. The girl was also doubtful because she felt there was nothing wrong with the skill. However, on the other hand, the Tyrannosaurus demon turns out to be very small and adorable. Of course, Ruin Tianshan who saw it became annoyed because the devil had become so cute. On the other hand, Yiwu was annoyed, but couldn't do anything about it. Ruin Tianshan was surprised that she could have such a calming effect on the Tyrannosaurus demon. However, on the other hand, Yiwu wanted to give the demon the final blow so he could get points and equipment and then go from there. At that time, Ruin Tianshan immediately hugged the devil and prevented Yiwu from doing so. She asked Yiwu not to kill such a cute demon. After all, the demon was a rare elite that would be better to keep as a pet. Yiwu said that making the demon a pet was a good idea, so that in the future Ruin Tianshan will be the one responsible for the losses. He would kill Ruin Tianshan first and take all the points. Then he would also kill those rare elites and take their points. Yiwu could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and that was perfect. Yiwu confirmed this to Ruin Tianshan. Frightened, the girl immediately came up with an idea. She felt points and equipment were much more important than the demon. The demon looked at Yiwu innocently, but of course, the man didn't flinch at all. For him, the devil should know better than him about the rules of survival where the strong will survive and the weak will be eliminated. Humans and monsters alike do not want to be devoured by the other. They can only strive to develop into the strongest. Finally, Yiwu succeeded in killing an elite monster. He managed to get 5,000 points and Reincarnation managed to get 2,500 points. The girl who was previously crying quickly became very happy after seeing the number of points she had obtained. She is very grateful for this achievement. On the other hand, Yiwu, who saw it, could only be amazed to see Reincarnation's drastic change in attitude. Yiwu focused again on his achievements. He gets 50,000 XP points as a reward. Of course, Yiwu was very happy because the number was much greater than the previous level 15 demon-eyed ghost spiders. This also seems to be influenced by the dungeon mode. Yiwu logged into the account room system. He wanted to know where else XP points could be allocated besides increasing the relationship level. Yiwu knew that his XP value had many advantages. That means to maximize the use of the XP value, he can use the XP points to increase the relationship level of the Qian Emperor account to level 20 by unlocking more accounts. He can also choose to unlock other assistance skills from the Qian Emperor to add to the completeness of his account. Yiwu was curious whether he could open the next account at level 20. However, Emperor Qian was too strong, so he didn't know what surprises the account would bring him. However, he knows that he should not open an account carelessly. He can't play around. XP points should be used to increase the depth of the Qian Emperor's account, because no matter how powerful the attack, Yiwu might still encounter an enemy that could not be defeated. In the end, he can be helped by special skills and a combination of various versions of tactics. Yiwu chose to open the special panel now. He is at relationship level 12 and can unlock special skills, including camouflage, which can simulate the breath of a creature 1 time higher than his level for 2 minutes, crazy speed, which can release fire to burn and increase speed by 50% for 1 minute, and true eyes that can explore all creatures within a certain distance. Of course, Yiwu didn't believe it because special skills turned out to be very expensive, but he was quite interested in the real eye skill that could make him see monsters all over the map. The skill can let him see the final boss hidden in the shadow forest. He decided to buy it. Yiwu used 70,000 XP points to unlock the true eye skill, whereas previously, Yiwu almost gave up on finding the boss of the Shadow Tree Elf, which was very secret and had not been revealed so far. But now he has a new skill that emerged from the Tyrannosaurus demon. Now he is determined to kill the boss of the Shadow Tree Elf. At that time, Reincarnation called him to show him something great. At first, he was a little confused, but Yiwu thought it was just Reincarnation's carelessness. However, the girl asked Yiwu to look more carefully. The girl saw an egg and Yiwu immediately knew that the egg was rumored to have a very low explosion rate. The unknown egg was an ordinary egg with a strange flower pattern on its surface. The eggs can be incubated with XP or just made into eggs for fried rice. Yiwu of course didn't expect that the egg could be made into a fried rice egg. However, it is said that these super rare items can be hatched, and that is certainly more interesting for him. Yiwu said that such a rare type of elite egg could be cultivated into a battle pet or mount. The degree of resistance as well as the effectiveness of the attack was terrifying. He could imagine Yiwu riding the Tyrannosaurus demon mightily and domineeringly. That made Reincarnation's heart beat fast. Just imagining it made Yiwu happy and chose to keep the egg. Reincarnation praised Yiwu. He also apologized and thanked him. As if understanding where Reincarnation was going, Yiwu said that he did not plan to eat the egg, but instead gave the egg to Reincarnation. Of course, Reincarnation refused. She was really sincere with what she said, but Yiwu seemed to have misunderstood her. Reincarnation didn't want the egg at all. Meanwhile, in the university waiting room outside the dungeon, someone kept watching Yiwu. Her guess was correct that Yiwu was a special man, especially after she saw Yiwu's performance against the Tyrannosaurus demon. She wasn't like someone with a level 3 surface. Then she asked the guards to summon and bring the head of the university to meet him. Girl had noticed that so far the copy system newly developed by Lao Lin was indeed easy to use, but it could only be used to monitor low-level copies. She hoped they could monitor the higher level or progress of the dungeon. This could help increase their group ranking. Finally, the man he had been waiting for arrived. He greeted Miss Mo and asked what the girl wanted. Miss Mo asked Chief Yan how many ranking points Yiwu got from the dungeon. The man was certainly confused because as far as he knew, Yiwu was just a student who couldn't improve himself. Miss Mo was of course confused and wanted to hear more. Chief Yan then explained that Yiwu had already been at level 3 since entering the university. Initially, he was known as a genius student at the university. However, it turned out that after 3 years his level had not increased at all and he didn't know what problem was causing it. Miss Mo was of course confused. She thought that Yiwu was just disguising himself and hiding his true level. She wanted to know what Yiwu's true purpose was. This made him even more curious about the man. However, suddenly Chief Yan was surprised to see Yiwu, who was at number 3 on the ranking table. She was curious how Yiwu did it. Miss Mo then asked Chief Yan to announce the rankings in the dungeon. She also asked the man to publish information regarding the rankings of all the players. Chief Yan was shocked. He suspected that Miss Mo wanted to increase the difficulty of the dungeon. even though the current dungeon mechanism is quite cruel. If the rankings were also published, then the students would start a civil war. He was increasingly worried about Yiwu, who might be surrounded. Miss Mo casually said that the real world would be even more cruel than a level 10 dungeon. She, as the representative of the Hanmo group, wanted to make sure to select the best talents. After all, Yiwu was not just any student. Shi Fian did not expect that Miss Mo would pay attention to Yiwu. She became curious whether the man was truly extraordinary. She also wanted to pay more attention to Yiwu's movements in the future. In the Shadow Forest dungeon, a man has been defeated. He is the team captain named Cheng Feng. He was angry because he felt betrayed. The man who killed him previously joined, but only to kill other people. This is very despicable. Meanwhile, the man who killed him could only laugh in disdain. He is the team captain named Luo Feng. As far as he knew, there were no rules regarding teammates. Cheng Feng was of course angry, but he couldn't do anything. On the other hand, what happened to Cheng Feng was the result of him not wanting to join Luo Feng. The man angrily asked Cheng Feng to return to the dungeon and report it to Chief Yan. He then stepped on Cheng Feng hard and even managed to kill him. He even got 2,000 points from it. A man named Zhang Yi immediately praised Luo Feng, who he felt led very well. It can even make them get points easily. Luo Feng regretted his fight with Cheng Feng a little because the man could become a member of a professional team in the future. However, he couldn't understand Cheng Feng's train of thought. For him, it was very boring to beat trash who wouldn't give him any pleasure except points. At that moment, a command system suddenly appeared in front of them all. The university finally revealed the ranking scores and player location information. They want to know what happened. Luo Feng casually said that it was very clear. The university thinks that the competition between them is less fierce. Therefore, they intend to increase the competition between them. However, that was what Luo Feng wanted. He can reasonably take other people's points. When he saw the rankings, Luo Feng was even more surprised because in third place was Yiwu with 10,000 points. Luo Feng was very surprised to see that the man was still alive and was even ranked 3. He wanted to know how Yiwu did it. Did Yiwu secretly rely on points from others? Whatever it was, Luo Feng was quite impressed because if that was true, then Yiwu was a man who should be praised for being so lucky. However, that luck would soon end as Luo Feng would take all of Yiwu's points. They were determined to go find and torture Yiwu in the trash. On the other side, a man who was the chairman of Zhu Tian's tomb ran over. He was scared because he was being chased by people who were like demons. However, an explosion suddenly occurred in front of him. Zhu Tian fell and he thought about how their team had previously gone to meet Yiwu to torture him. But now he is left alone. Zhu Tian was still surprised that Yiwu could have such great strength with only level 3. Zhu Tian couldn't escape at all because the street was covered with fire. Yiwu casually said that he didn't eat people. After all, from the start, Zhu Tian was the one who wanted to take his points. Yiwu waited to be killed by Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian was so annoyed because the man had killed all his team members before. But he still didn't want to lose to Yiwu. Ignited with emotion, Zhu Tian began to attack Yiwu. Yiwu felt attacked first as if forcing him to act cruelly. After all, for someone like Zhu Tian, it wouldn't make any difference whether he was a prophet or a devil. As long as he could gain points, then he would do it. Yiwu kills Zhu Tian and he reminds the man to bring more troops next time if he wants to defeat him. Yiwu killed Zhu Tian and managed to get 6,500 points and also took the primary recovery agent. Therefore, Zhu Tian's copy body had also been forced out of the dungeon. Ruin Tianchen immediately praised Yiwu as worthy of the title of Great God. Previously, 4 attacks from Zhu Tian and all his team members had been defeated by Yiwu. However, Yiwu regretted that from this attack, nothing interesting could be obtained except points. Yiwu started to think about the university that had already disclosed the ranking and location information of all the players, which was done by Miss Mo. He knew that Miss Mo did it on purpose to make the fight even fiercer, but it turned out that for Yiwu it was good entertainment. After successfully defeating all Zhu Tina members, Yiwu automatically became first place with 22,500 points. Of course, Ruin Tianchen was so happy that she hugged Yiwu. Yiwu understood, but he reminded Ruin Tianchen not to get too excited because they might lose concentration and become careless. In my imagination, Ruin Tianchen had already imagined how she, a doctor, could get the first prize as well as a bonus after getting first place in the dungeon contest. Yiwu tried to shake Ruin Tianchen out of her delusion. That being the best also means that more people will hate you later. Yiwu started to pay attention to the system and so far there were 3 teams left among them. Apart from Yiwu, there was Luo Feng and Zhang Yi's team there. Through the system, Ruin Tianchen also realized that the 2 teams were following them without doing anything. Yiwu was clear about Luo Feng's character. The man looked careless on the outside, but he was very careful. The man must have been hiding and keeping his distance to observe. Since Yiwu's performance was definitely beyond Luo Feng's expectations, he would enter unexpectedly. Once he calculated and had full confidence, he would jump out and kill Yiwu to then seize the points for himself. Hearing this explanation, Ruan Tianchen became angry. Luo Feng was very cruel because she was always trying to chase Yiwu. But I wonder what makes the man so determined. Yiwu said that Luo Feng was just trying to hide the fact about something that happened between me and my sister. But Yiwu chose to focus on increasing his concentration and finding the final boss in the dungeon. However, on the other hand, Ruan Tianchen was not sure because the Shadow Tree Fairy boss was integrated into the forest and had never been found before. The university uses the Shadow Forest for competitions. From the start, I was doubtful about the final result. Therefore, she tried to offer Yiwu to just use PvP to determine the winner. Yiwu was quite surprised to learn the conclusion the girl came up with. Of course, Ruan Tianchen was annoyed because Yiwu underestimated my intelligence because of my beauty. Yiwu then confirmed that it was because the dungeon competition was indeed a test to find out their PvP abilities. However, he did not plan to give up on finding the dungeon boss. By completing the Shadow Fairy Tree boss, they can get lots of items and XP points. So, Yiwu started to use real eye skills. Yiwu could see the entire Shadow Forest. Yiwu was quite satisfied with the skills abilities which had taken away 70,000 XP points from him. It was then that with his real eyes, he managed to find the Shadow Tree Elf. Yiwu was happy because he had a real eye for special skills, which was not at all disappointing. He finally managed to find the hidden final boss very easily. In both the real world and dungeons, he can use full power attacks combined with skills. This is a very powerful combination. Yiwu saw the flames he released earlier entering the forest. The fire functions as a navigator to show the whereabouts of the dungeon boss. Yiwu was very satisfied with all his abilities. At that time, Yiwu immediately ran and asked Ruan Tianchen to come along because I managed to find the whereabouts of the final boss of the dungeon. He asked the girl to hurry up so that other people wouldn't get ahead of her. Hearing those words, of course, Ruan Tianchen became very excited. But he asked the girl not to speak too loudly so that no one else would hear. However, the girl's words were too late because not far from them, the other two teams could hear Yiwu's words. They heard that Yiwu had found the boss monster, but they were doubtful because it might be Yiwu's way of hurting and trapping them. Luo Feng, who saw Yiwu's attitude, felt so strange because the man looked different. Yiwu was a weak man and was often helped by others, unlike today. Another man then said that Yiwu could kill 4 people in one team before. They couldn't put up any resistance at all. The man wanted to know what move Luo Feng would choose. Luo Feng naturally had no other choice. He wants to be part of Mo's attack team. Of course, he had to take points from Yiwu's body. No matter what Yiwu would try to do, he would not be afraid and instead teach him a lesson. They all finally chased Yiwu and were determined to kill him as well as the final boss of the dungeon. However, while in pursuit, Yiwu's position suddenly disappeared from the system. Of course, he was shocked and confused about how a human could just disappear. Luo Feng thought that Yiwu had already learned a new skill. Other members then want to know what steps the team captain will take. That's when he saw Ruan Tianchen, who was still standing. He asked everyone to surround and capture him. Luo Feng was a little suspicious of Ruan Tianchen's attitude at that time. So, he was determined to follow Yiwu's game. At that time, Ruan Tianchen started to get scared. She tries to look for Yiwu, who just disappeared. Ruan Tianchen had been asked by Yiwu to be bait. Now the man disappeared directly. The girl was a little doubtful. Even though she knows that Yiwu asked me to lure Luo Feng and the others out, they probably won't be fooled so easily. However, how surprised Ruan Tianchen was that Luo Feng appeared. The man was provoked very easily. Luo Feng asked where Yiwu was, but on the other hand, Ruan Tianchen wanted to know what they were doing. Luo Feng didn't want to sympathize, so he asked again where Yiwu was hiding. Ruan Tianchen admitted that she didn't know. She got lost and couldn't find it on the map. Ruan Tianchen also told Luo Feng to look at the map. Luo Feng was of course angry because he thought he was being tricked by Ruan Tianchen. He threatened to kill the girl. Ruan Tianchen still admitted that I didn't know anything about Yiwu's whereabouts. At that time, Ruan Tianchen started to worry. In my heart, she begged Yiwu to show himself immediately. She had tried her best to restrain Luo Feng and company. However, suddenly the ground started shaking. They thought that an earthquake had occurred. However, suddenly a huge foot stepped on Luo Feng's group. They were still confused, but then quickly realized that it was the figure of the final boss of the Shadow Forest Elf dungeon. They were all very surprised because unexpectedly they were in the nest of a dungeon boss that had never been found before. Others think that they only need to maintain the PvP points until the end to win the dungeon. Now they are confused about how to overcome this boss monster. Luo Feng excitedly said that they just needed to attack the level 10 boss monster. After all, there were 10 of them in total. Luo Feng asked everyone to form a line and he would block the attack. Luo Feng asked in his heart, was that the real reason Yiwu lured them to that point? However, he didn't want to think about it any longer. For him, it wasn't that important. He was more focused on thinking about the reward he would receive if he succeeded in defeating the Shadow Tree Elf. Then as thanks, he would kill Yiwu. Luo Feng started executing his plan. First, he would follow a simple method of strategy against the boss, namely targeting the attribute that was his weakness. Luo Feng immediately attacked the boss monster. On the other hand, all his colleagues also helped attack the boss monster from a safe distance. They attempted to attack to deal continuous damage to the monster's body. Ruin Tianchen, who was watching, couldn't help but be amazed at the professional teamwork. Everything looks very different from the temporary team formation. The famously arrogant Luo Feng was no nonsense since he could prove his abilities. The monster also slowly started to lose its HP. Ruin Tianchen was already so worried. She was afraid that if Yiwu didn't appear, then Luo Feng and the others would succeed in defeating the boss monster. On the other hand, Luo Feng also looked confident. He was confident that he could defeat the monsters as long as they continued to carry out similar attacks with more courage. Considering the huge number of teams, plus Luo Feng's command, a level 10 boss for them should be very easy. However, suddenly the boss monster switched to using fear mode, which made him invulnerable. This means that all types of attacks will not work on boss monsters. Luo Feng announced to everyone that the boss monster had entered stage 2. Everyone started to panic because they didn't know what situation was happening at that time. None of them had the experience to face a level 2 shadow ghost fairy boss yet. They were confused about what to do. The trees around them also started to move and turned into a huge army of monsters. The boss monster spread its power and activated the small monsters. Those who initially won in terms of numbers now no longer do. The monster has the lowest level of 7. At that time all the troops chose to flee, leaving behind Luo Feng, who of course still insisted on moving forward. He asked everyone to maintain their formation. Besides, right now all the monsters' hatred is only directed at me. He asked everyone not to mess around. However, they all chose to run away. This of course made Luo Feng very angry. At that moment, a monster suddenly caught Ruin Tianchen's body. The girl who was being lifted upside down could only scream for Yiwu's help. Sure enough, Yiwu appeared and immediately attacked the monster's body, making Ruin Tianchen's grip loose and causing the girl to fly into the air. Yiwu quickly caught the girl's body. The man said that Ruin Tianchen's task was completed. He asked the girl to watch and run away from there if the situation got bad. On the other hand, Ruin Tianchen was very happy because she could help Yiwu. Ruin Tianchen was very relieved to hear that. She admitted that she was scared, but was grateful to be able to carry out Yiwu's orders. The man didn't mind this. He also apologized for using Ruin Tianchen as bait. He promised to give relief to the girl afterward. On the other hand, Luo Feng was annoyed to see that Yiwu and Ruin Tianchen were busy talking. Luo Feng was of course angry because he realized that it was all Yiwu's doing. The man deliberately led them toward the location of the boss monster and then casually waited for an opportunity to take advantage. Luo Feng said that what Yiwu did was despicable. Not wanting to be outdone, Yiwu said that he didn't plan to take advantage of Luo Feng at all because he would be the one facing the boss monster himself. However, despite that Yiwu praised Luo Feng's fighting abilities, the man had mature command and mental abilities. Luo Feng was naturally getting annoyed because it wasn't the time for him to hear Yiwu's teasing. After all, he was aware of Yiwu's abilities now, so he invited the man to collaborate. Luo Feng ordered Yiwu to be the bait. But on the other hand, Yiwu certainly wouldn't obey him easily. To him, Luo Feng was too confident. However, this made Zhang Yi angry and asked the man to get out of Luo Feng's sight or he would kill him. Yiwu casually killed Zhang Yi immediately and obtained 8,500 points as a reward. Luo Feng, who saw it, naturally didn't believe it. How could Yiwu, who was a former nephew, actually kill his troops at such a critical moment? Of course, Yiwu didn't care. To him, Luo Feng and the others were just points that could be exploited. Luo Feng, who was getting angry, tried to kill Yiwu. The man casually said that Luo Feng shouldn't be so hasty. Getting angry is not good, especially if someone doesn't have the strength. This can make people easily die on the battlefield. Yiwu attacked Luo Feng's body and even made him fall on his back. The man became increasingly angry because he felt that he didn't need Yiwu's advice at this time. He asked Yiwu not to be arrogant because he would not be able to kill the boss monster alone. In the end, all the loot points that Yiwu managed to collect would be in vain because he wouldn't get anything if he died at the hands of the boss monster. Yiwu naturally disagreed. He planned to leave 1% of Luo Feng's HP so that the man could see with his own eyes how to take all the points and withdraw completely from the battle. Yiwu started to show his moves and Luo Feng was naturally curious as to what the man would do. At that time he attacked all the monsters as well as Luo Feng's remaining troops. They were all shocked when their points were taken away and were forced to lose the battle. Some asked Luo Feng for help, but he couldn't do anything either. All the power that the boss monster had previously scattered was absorbed again. But later, the boss monster's body evolved to become smaller than the size of a human body. Everyone was shocked. They suspected that the boss monster had reached the third form and the final evolutionary form of its body. This makes them even more worried. Ruin Tianchen could see that the Shadow Forest Fairy Beast had already reached its final form. However, even though it was smaller, the monster was stronger. She hoped that Yiwu could be careful. The monster moved very quickly, making it too difficult for Yiwu to keep up. The monster's speed had increased and it didn't look like a level 10 monster. Plus, even though its body had become smaller and its speed had increased, the monster's strength had not weakened either. If ordinary players fought him without a strategy, then they would lose because it was too difficult to kill him. Luofeng, who was watching from a distance, could only laugh in satisfaction. He told the man to throw away his ego, saying he could kill the boss monster alone. Luofeng said that with the boss it would be very easy to crush Yiwu into dust. Yiwu still casually said that he had no problem with it. There were many ways he could kill a level 10 boss monster like that. The mainstay attack is not that complicated. No need to focus on attacking weak points. He just needed to increase the fire. At that time, Yiwu managed to kill the boss monster and got 10,000 points as a reward and another 10,000 points as a bonus for being the first killer in the system. With that, the Shadow Forest dungeon has been completed and the number of surviving players is 3 people. The portal finally opened and Yiwu, Ruintianchen and Luofeng were able to leave the place. Lufeng was of course very surprised and confused to see Yiwu being able to kill the boss monster in a matter of seconds. He couldn't even believe that the Yiwu he saw was the Yiwu he knew before. Yiwu casually said that one only needed to be strong to be able to kill such a monster. Yiwu had completed his mission and now it was Luofeng's turn. Luofeng was of course scared because he thought Yiwu was going to kill him. He said that Yiwu was very strong and should not care about weak people like him. He also promised not to look down on Yiwu again. From now on, he will be your brother and they can forget the past. Yiwu naturally didn't believe that Luofeng still had the face to say such words. For Yiwu, Luofeng did not meet the qualifications to be a brother at all. Luofeng was getting even angrier because the man's facial expression seemed to be mocking him. Ruintianchen was annoyed at Luofeng, who used the opportunity to sneak attack, but that definitely wouldn't work for Yiwu. Luofeng of course wasn't sure. He suddenly disappeared and it turned out that Luofeng, who had been in front of the two, was a puppet card. Meanwhile, the real Luofeng was already standing at the door and saying goodbye to Yiwu. Luofeng mocked the man who, although strong, had too little dueling experience. Ruintianchen was naturally worried that the man would run away. Meanwhile, Luofeng said that he wouldn't give up his points to that guy easily. Yiwu said that experience was not important at all compared to the comparison of strength between the two. He attacked Luofeng from a long distance. Of course, Luofeng, who was hit, could only curse before finally being defeated. Yiwu managed to kill him and got all his points. He also gets an item in the form of an active card to copy himself into a doll that can be manipulated freely. The remaining number of players from the dungeon was 2 people, with Yiwu who had a score of 62,000 points and Ruintianchen who had 21,000 points. Of course, Ruintianchen was very happy because she could get that many total points from the dungeon. Even from the calculation ratio, only 1/10 can be very lucky to get that many points. Yiwu said that he would immediately disband the team when he left the dungeon. So, he would take the 500,000 point reward for himself and Ruintianchen couldn't protest. Ruintianchen wouldn't comment at all because I was very satisfied with what I got. She thanked Yiwu for bringing me along and even making it through to the end. Seeing Ruintianchen's response, Yiwu was also happy. It seemed to him that the girl was not greedy at all. Even though she is a cute person, your mentality remains positive. After completing the dungeon, Yiwu got 50,000 XP points and 20,000 money, including 20 trunk properties of the Shadow Tree Fairy, 10 skins from the trunk of the Shadow Tree Fairy, and Magic Crystal level 10. He also got the gem enthroned by the Heart of Nature with its function of increasing the healing effect of weapons by 30% and can present baby trees to provide additional passive healing. Seeing the prize, Yiwu was quite happy because he could get a gem that could increase healing. The gem was very rare, but it was useless to him. Judging from the description and quality, it seemed like it could be sold for a lot of money, but in the end, he handed the gem to Ruintianchen. Ruintianchen, who received it, certainly couldn't believe that she could get such a rare item. She was very happy because even though it wasn't much help, Yiwu gave her the precious stone. Ruintianchen was already big-headed at that time, but Yiwu immediately asked to stop her ridiculous fantasies. He gave the gift with the help of Ruintianchen, who had been the bait before. He had also promised the prize beforehand. He then hurriedly wanted to disband the team. However, as soon as they were about to separate, the dungeon experienced an abnormal situation. They were asked to immediately leave the place for a maximum of 20 seconds. Ruintianchen didn't know what happened. Meanwhile, Yiwu suspected that something was happening in their real world. Yiwu and Ruintianchen immediately ran towards the exit. Yiwu asked the girl to run faster so that she wouldn't get trapped in there. While running, Ruintianchen fell. Yiwu asked what happened to the girl. She said that her foot seemed to be sprained. Yiwu of course panicked because she sprained her ankle at such a critical time. Ruin Tianchen immediately cried and apologized for slowing down Yiwu. From the start, she, who was just a beginner, should not have entered such a high-class dungeon. She asked Yiwu to leave and she would take care of herself without bothering Yiwu anymore. Yiwu held the girl and confirmed everything Yiwu said. A person who does something beyond his means is a person who is just waiting for death. However, Yiwu admitted that Ruin Tianchen was very good at seducing and troubling others. Ruin Tianchen was naturally a little surprised. However, for Yiwu, Ruin Tianchen was still a team member to him. Yiwu would not abandon their teammates and escape alone. So, Yiwu asked the girl to leave by throwing her body towards the gate alone. Ruin Tianchen was certainly surprised. She couldn't believe Yiwu was so stupid as to sacrifice himself. She certainly didn't want to be the only one who survived alone, even though Yiwu himself said he wouldn't abandon his teammates. Ruin Tianchen was still crying until the dungeon portal finally closed. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Yiwu was fine because Yiwu in the dungeon was just a puppet. He couldn't help but be amazed at Ruin Tianchen's attitude, which was so excessive for a doll. He felt that Ruin Tianchen was exaggerating when he said he sacrificed himself to save the girl. He only threw the girl into the dungeon gate because he was afraid that someone like Ruin Tianchen would have trouble there. Even though Yiwu only used the help of a city-town scroll which could make someone return to the binding location in copy form at any time, it was forbidden to use it if locked in PvP status. They all finally arrived at the student rest area of the university. As soon as he arrived, Yiwu was very surprised to see the destroyed exit of the dungeon. He immediately wanted to know the situation of the teachers and other students. He had thought that an earthquake had struck, but then Yiwu remembered that the dungeon gate was very strong and should not be destroyed so easily. Yiwu was sure that something was going on at the university. Just as he was trying to find out, Yiwu heard the sound of Ruin Tianchen crying alone. Ruin Tianchen cried for Yiwu's stupidity. Yiwu, who was there, naturally asked what Ruin Tianchen meant by being stupid. Besides, it's not the time for them to think about that. Ruin Tianchen was very relieved to see that Yiwu was still alive. She had thought that the man would be swallowed by the dungeon forever. Yiwu asked the girl not to cry. He made sure he was fine. He also used the city scroll after the gate closed. Still, Ruin Tianchen hugged Yiwu with great relief while continuing to cry. On the other hand, Yiwu was a little confused because for him it was basic knowledge that someone who entered the dungeon could use the city scroll to return. Ruin Tianchen then distanced herself because she was embarrassed by her excessive response. However, Yiwu was confused to see Ruin Tianchen, who had a relaxed copy when she was in the dungeon but was shy in real life. Not long after, several men in uniform were surprised to see Yiwu and Ruin Tianchen in the hallway. Even though they had locked all the students in the gym, they immediately tried to catch the two of them because if their boss found out, they would go on a rampage. Ruin Tianchen saw the marks on the men's bodies and recognized them as the Black Tiger mercenary group. Yiwu confirmed whether the group was the group that had killed people in the safe zone 5 years ago and was thrown into exile as punishment. Yiwu immediately realized that something was wrong here. The mercenary group is a group of evil people who only seek profit. So why do they come to university now, even though the university cannot provide any benefits to them? Yiwu realized immediately that it must have something to do with the Mo group. The men from the mercenary group then saw Ruin Tianchen. They were tempted to play around with such a beautiful girl. Of course, Ruin Tianchen was scared and hid behind Yiwu's body. Yiwu casually said that Ruin Tianchen didn't need to worry. Hearing that, the men from the mercenary group became angry. They planned to cut off Yiwu's legs so he could watch them play games with Ruin Tianchen that they had never tried before. They were going to cut off Yiwu's legs and the man didn't flinch at all. Yiwu easily managed to kill the criminals, leaving one person very confused. They knew that Yiwu was only level 3, but how could he kill those at level 15 in a matter of seconds? Yiwu casually said that he had heard sentences like that too many times to get bored. However, he was more curious about why exiles like them forcefully entered the safe zone. Someone is paying them no matter whether the criminal is caught or not. Yiwu was curious about this information. The man immediately begged not to be killed. He was even willing to give anything like money and gems as long as Yiwu didn't kill him. Yiwu took out his sword and began to slowly injure the criminal. Finally, he admitted that he had come there to kill Miss Mo. Yiwu was not satisfied with the answer and needed more explanation. The man finally mentioned the Huangjang group. They were the ones who recruited the mercenary group to kill Miss Mo. Not only did they let the group members into the safe zone, but also lent their team captain an extremely rare item to restrict the movements of Miss Mo's 2 personal bodyguards. Yiwu understood now. He had also heard a lot of rumors about the Hanmo group and the Huangjang group, which had always been involved in a dispute between life and death since the beginning. However, this time the Huangjang group had openly followed Miss Mo. Yiwu immediately deduced something about the Huangjang group. Feeling that he had given enough information, the villain was grateful because he thought Yiwu would forgive him. He immediately drank a bottle of blood given by Yiwu to restore his blood that had already come out a lot due to the wound he got from that man. On the other hand, Yiwu finally came out of the building. He could see the entire university building covered with barriers. That meant he wouldn't be able to go outside the university to meet the Hanmo group either, even though he planned to provide information and exchange it for rewards and money. But on the other hand, the remaining criminals did not feel any change after drinking the blood given by Yiwu. On the contrary, he felt the negative effects getting bigger. It was then that he realized that Yiwu was lying to him. Yiwu casually said that he never said he would forgive him. Yiwu also received points for killing the criminal. Yiwu was talking to Reincarnation. He told the girl that their university was being blocked and she would not be able to leave. Yiwu asked the girl to find a safe place and hide. He also asked the girl to be careful not to get caught. Reincarnation understood, but she wanted to know what Yiwu would do because at this time the university would be surrounded by members of the Black Tiger mercenary group. Yiwu says that currently only he has the chance to save everyone. Even though it was very dangerous, he had to do it. He also reiterated that Reincarnation should look for a safe place and hide without making mistakes because mistakes in real life like that would cost lives. Reincarnation certainly understands. She will hide in a place that no one else will know. In her heart, she felt that she was being worried by Yiwu. It was as if the man didn't take him lightly. Reincarnation finally could only ask the man to be careful and prioritize safety. Yiwu asked him not to worry because he already knew what he was going to do. He just needed to ensure that Miss Mo could move on with her life. He would not let Miss Mo die. Even though he can't do it himself, he will ask other people for help later. On the other side, there were several men from the mercenary group who were walking around. One of them asked if they hadn't caught all the students enough to bother patrolling. Another man said that the captain was afraid that there were still students in the dungeon. That's why they had to confirm the condition of the dungeon gate. Another man then said that they had already damaged the existing dungeon gate, so there should be nothing left to be afraid of. Students who haven't left the dungeon will die in the dungeon. No fish can penetrate the net. They finally chose to go back to meet the captain. Yiwu looked at the two men and knew that the mercenary group had a large number of level 15 soldiers. The teachers who had levels between 10-20 obviously couldn't beat them all. He tried to use the real power of his eyes to see the ins and outs of the entire campus. He plans to find information from the two previous criminals. After that, he will try to find information from the captain. So, Yiwu followed where the two men walked. In a room, a man began to report that they had caught all the students who came out of the dungeon door and were all in the room. The group captain threatened everyone not to move if they still wanted to live. A teacher who was caught wanted to know what the criminals were going to do. He also asked to be released as well as all his students. The captain of the mercenary group of course ignored him and instead focused on the teacher's body which was tied to a chair. The teacher was even more annoyed because they dared to cause trouble at the university which was a safe zone area. The captain started to threaten and said that it was not something the teacher should be thinking about. The female teacher should have thought of a way to serve him as a condition for survival. The teacher of course avoided it and this made the captain feel challenged. Women from the safe zone are different for him. For him, women in the safe zone look tough but are easily eroded. He likes women like this teacher. One member even cheekily asked the captain not to forget them. They asked for their turn too after the captain was satisfied with it. The captain could only laugh. He promised to give a turn once he was satisfied. The troops certainly felt happy. On the other hand, Luo Feng who was also there looked at the students who were also tied behind him. Luo Feng was annoyed that the men looked scared. However, if they dare to act recklessly, they will be able to defeat the criminals in the room. At least release the teacher so he can escape and send a danger signal. The captain on the other hand began to tear the teacher's clothes. Of course, the teacher begged the man to stop. At that time, Luo Feng finally pushed the captain's body and asked him to let go of the teacher. In his heart of course he was very angry. Teacher Lai is a role model for him. There was no way he would allow the teacher to be treated lightly before his eyes. The captain was quite impressed by Luo Feng's bravery. Men who are only at level 5 try to save women and act like heroes. The captain immediately guessed that Luo Feng had his thoughts regarding the teacher. Even though in the end his efforts will be in vain, at least the captain understands that all men can see beautiful women. He appreciated Luo Feng's courage. The captain then handed over a knife and told Luo Feng that he could see the potential in the man to become someone ruthless. The captain then seduces Luo Feng by saying that this era is the end of the world. He asked Luo Feng not to be blinded by the illusion of peace within the safe zone. People without power have no right to live. The captain ordered Luo Feng to kill the bound students. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was able to survive and join the mercenary group. Of course, everyone was shocked and immediately begged Luo Feng not to kill them. Luo Feng was untied by the captain. He is indeed a naughty man. He realized that he was the boss at the university. He also had fun abusing the PvP mode in the dungeon competition. However, he could still clearly differentiate between reality and the dungeon. He was very angry and insulted the mercenary group. He wouldn't want to be part of such a group and told them to just go to hell. The knife attack from Luo Feng was of course very easily blocked by the captain. Even though the captain had a little hope in him, it turned out that Luo Feng could only disappoint him. The captain prepares to attack Luo Feng, who wants to pretend to be a hero. He intended to cut off the man's hand, which would be the end of Luo Feng's life. In his heart, Luo Feng was extremely scared. Even though he intended to do something good, in the end, his efforts had to end like that. Luo Feng could only close his eyes. Suddenly a voice sounded and said that he already knew that Luo Feng definitely wouldn't be able to block the captain's movements. The captain suddenly collapsed and died instantly. Luo Feng tried to remember the voice he heard. On the other hand, the captain was dead with poisonous red spider fangs on his back. Yu Wu suddenly appeared and he said that even though Luo Feng had often done evil things, when faced with big problems, it turned out he could act fairly like a man. Yu Wu's plan to follow the two mercenary group members earlier turned out to be correct. He managed to find everyone and defeat the captain. Yu Wu then confirmed whether they were okay. In his heart, Yu Wu was lucky because by using the advantage of the Qian Emperor's account, he could perform stealth mode plus attack items, which caused a great effect. He could even defeat enemies much higher in level than him, although he would have to find out his limits later and an opportunity to test them. Seeing Yu Wu's presence, of course, all the members of the mercenary group immediately attacked him. They did not expect that Yu Wu would appear and even kill their captain, who was at level 25. They were sure that Yu Wu must have used a cunning property and tried to kill him. Yu Wu immediately asked Luo Feng to lie down if the man wanted to live. Yu Wu easily killed the remaining criminals and got the reward. All the students there certainly couldn't believe it when they saw Yu Wu succeed in killing all the criminals. Luo Feng was of course annoyed because previously none of them dared to stand up to fight. Meanwhile, the praise continues. The students were relieved because if Yu Wu had not appeared, then they would have died there. On the contrary, the death of the criminals was as it should be. Other students also praised Yu Wu and thanked him. It was at this time that Yu Wu then said to Luo Feng that in the real test of life and death, this man's performance was quite surprising. Luo Feng has the qualifications to be Yu Wu's younger brother, so he wanted to know if Luo Feng still wanted to join to become his little brother. Of course, Luo Feng enthusiastically agreed. He will join the man he now calls brother Yu Wu. He worshipped and said he didn't want to be humiliated anymore and wanted to become stronger. It doesn't matter what it takes to achieve that goal. Yu Wu saw great loyalty from within Luo Feng. Only those who have experienced situations between life and death can understand it. Yu Wu handed over the knife that belonged to the previous captain. Yu Wu said that the XP value would be handed over to Luo Feng, so he should know what to do. The captain, who was still injured, could only ridicule them as smelly brats who dared to fight the Black Tiger mercenaries. He asked Yu Wu and Luo Feng to let him go because otherwise, all the students' families would die. Luo Feng, who was ready to kill the captain, said that he had no doubts or regrets at all because he knew what the mercenary group had done in the past. Of course, the captain still begged Luo Feng to stop. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Luo Feng was happy because, in the end, he had a moment where he killed other people for good. After successfully killing the captain, Luo Feng was even more surprised because he was able to rise 5 levels and become level 10. He immediately thanked Yu Wu for allowing him to join. He promised to be loyal to Yu Wu. Seeing all that, the students flocked to join Yu Wu's team as well. They promised to comply with Yu Wu's request. Yu Wu asked if they were all reliable. Luo Feng then insisted that only Yu Wu could decide. According to him, the students did not even have the qualifications to bring Yu Wu's shoes. Yu Wu wanting to save all the students is already a great gift. Luo Feng untied Teacher Lai. Then, Teacher Lai thanked him. Previously, Luo Feng was known as a naughty student among the teachers at the university. However, Teacher Lai never expected that Luo Feng would be able to defend the teacher at such a critical moment. Luo Feng was embarrassed, asking Teacher Lai not to thank him. He felt that being a naughty student made him braver. He just didn't want to see Teacher Lai being bullied by criminals. At that time, Yu Wu asked Luo Feng to help him untie the other students, instead of staying silent with Teacher Lai for a long time. Master Lai then asked Yu Wu what they should do now. Many friends are still being detained and the campus is still sealed. There was no way to escape and call rescue troops. Yu Wu asked the teacher not to worry because he would think of a way out. Yu Wu finally used real eye skills to see the condition of the university. Yu Wu could see that the students and teachers were being held in the gym. Although the level of the guards was not very high, there were a lot of them. He also saw that there were no patrols or guards in the warehouse area, so the safe students can hide there. This mercenary group was also not that great because there were only 2 masters who had levels above 40. The level 45 in the restroom was undoubtedly the leader of the Black Tiger mercenary group. 20 people are subordinates. However, Yu Wu couldn't find the bodyguard yet. Yu Wu saw that there was a level 40 person in the parking area who could be the deputy commander. Yu Wu, who claimed to have noticed the situation beforehand, finally asked Luo Feng to take Teacher Lai and all the other students to the warehouse to hide. Luo Feng felt a little reluctant because he wanted to come with Yiwu to kill the commander together. For Yiwu, Luo Feng was still a burden to him now even though he didn't mean to offend. After all, there was a more important task for him, namely to protect Teacher Lai and the other students. In exchange, Yiwu handed over the red spider fang item that he had previously used to kill the previous level 25 captain. Luo Feng was a little reluctant to accept this item which was too good for him. Yiwu asked Luo Feng to take him. According to Yiwu, with Luo Feng's current strength, if he had to face the mercenary group, he would die. Luo Feng should avoid fighting, but if it's unavoidable, then he can stab the enemy in the back to deal massive damage. The fangs could only be used twice, so he asked Luo Feng to consider it carefully. Luo Feng asked Yiwu not to worry as he was the best at sneak attacks and stabs. Yiwu was happy to hear that. Yiwu then continued on his way. His initial goal was to save Miss Mao, but he realized that the level difference between him and the level 45 commander was very large. Even using the advantage of the Qian Emperor's account to deal with a difference of 33 levels, Yiwu had no confidence at all in defeating him. He is now faced with a big problem where he doesn't know the limits of how far he can fight with such a big difference in level. Currently, he who is at link level 12 has proven to be able to beat a level 25 captain, but what about level 40? A difference of 28 levels is not a safe situation. He felt he had to increase the level first. Yiwu entered into the system space. He has accumulated 50,000 points and can choose to increase his account level or unlock special skills. He finally chose to increase the level, which made him link level 21 at this time. Yiwu felt his body become strong again. Meanwhile, his links have managed to increase to 4. He now understands that the ratio of link level to personal level is 10 to 1. With this achievement, Yiwu successfully reached link level 20 and the special talent was successfully activated. Yiwu tried to check the talents he had and began to consider which talents he would choose. Yiwu now saw the level link which, although it had changed to 20, still had a difference of 20 levels. So, he chose the defense talent because for him currently, survival is the main thing. After Yiwu did it, the defense talent became 1 star. Then Yiwu wanted to know the extent of the performance of the 1-star defense talent. It turns out that defense talent can also be used to provide firepower that can burn the enemy and absorb defensive equipment from the enemy to reduce damage. Yiwu, who had been looking at the list, suddenly had an idea. In the parking area, the Black Tiger mercenary troops were on guard. There was a guard who saw how the safe zone was so peaceful and stable. Even though outside the safe zone it really looks like another world. Another man confirmed. Even those who are part of a mercenary group will not want to leave the safe zone to explore the middle of nowhere. Rumor has it that the area outside the safe zone was a product long before the old era of Earth. There are very strong and wild monsters everywhere. So far no one even dared to explore. Another man confirmed that even large groups can only explore slowly and they can't even compete with the discovered copies yet. Another man then stated that 2 large groups, namely the Hanmo group and the Huangjiang group, were also fighting over the dungeon. However, another man immediately stopped him. The chairman had asked them not to talk about this. Suddenly, they were attacked and died instantly. It was Yiwu who immediately moved quickly to kill. He also knew that in the area there were 6 level 15 people, 3 level 20 people, and 1 level 40 person. He planned to quickly kill the low-level guards and leave level 40 for last. Noticing Yiwu's presence, all the guards immediately attacked. They asked who was careless and caused one student to wander off. However, the captain ordered them to focus on killing Yiwu only. Yiwu then remembered that there were several modified armor trucks around the area. Yiwu guessed that the mercenary group did not have a base. That's why they carry all valuable objects everywhere. Yiwu guessed that it was stored in the truck to contain it. At that time, a deputy commander stopped Yiwu's movements by throwing things. The man then laughed because it turned out that only one student was there. He asked everyone not to panic because Yiwu was an easy opponent. All the troops clamored for the deputy commander. They were sure that if the deputy commander had acted, then Yiwu would definitely be burned to nothing. Another man immediately agreed. It seemed to him that Yiwu was a student who was curious to come. However, Yiwu was not confident that the deputy commander could defeat him. He actually reversed the fire that the deputy commander used to attack him. The deputy commander was surprised because the 6 high-explosive grenades he had used previously could not kill Yiwu, who was only level 4. Yiwu said that the 6 grenades were not enough. He even asked the deputy commander to release all the firepower. In his heart, Yiwu was quite satisfied because that king-level defensive talent did not disappoint at all. Even though it's only 1 star, its defense is very strong. If it reaches 5 stars, it can definitely be used to conquer high-level dungeons. The deputy commander said that Yiwu was crazy for daring to fight the Black Tiger mercenaries. Whatever the background, it will definitely end in death. The deputy commander will demonstrate the firepower of his Hell Scream with the effect of unlimited ammunition. Yiwu, who saw this attack, was quite amazed. He knew that it was a form of attack from a level 40 person. Yiwu also knew that he could use the leapfrog challenge better. On the other hand, the deputy commander actually underestimated Yiwu, who used leapfrog while he was still at level 4. Even though Yiwu turned out to be quite invulnerable, for him it was all useless. Yiwu wouldn't be able to kill him with a weak attack. He tried to remind Yiwu that he was at level 40. Yiwu was actually quite troubled. He was aware that the 19 level difference was on a physical level, so it would be difficult for him to injure the deputy commander. But on the other hand, the deputy commander started to get angry because he felt that he was being looked down on by a level 4 kid. Meanwhile, he was a level 40 person who was trying very hard to get outside the safe zone. Yiwu didn't want to lose. He talked to the deputy commander about how difficult it was to raise levels, but the man stupidly came up with the idea of kidnapping Miss Mo. The deputy commander said that Miss Mo's head was very valuable. The vice commander could clearly see that Yiwu's abilities were not like those of someone at level 4. He believed that Yiwu wanted to hide his strength and disguise himself as a pig to eat a tiger. However, the deputy commander nevertheless believed that Yiwu would not be able to match him. On the other hand, Yiwu was happy because he didn't take any damage from the vice commander's continuous attacks. That protective talent was indeed extraordinary for him. He felt it was appropriate to have it to fight someone at level 40 who grew up outside the safe zone, plus the level difference between the two. Yiwu could feel that the dueling skills and variety of attack properties he had were much more than the vice commander. Now there is only one trick left to defeat Big Gun. Yiwu, who was actually doubtful, had no other way. He just needed to try. Big Gun once again laughed at Yiwu's failed trick. He accused Yiwu of losing his sanity and suffering brain damage. There was nothing wrong with Yiwu's defense, but he didn't defend by simply standing like a pillar. For him, it was very boring. Don't know how much longer Yiwu will last. They had been fighting for 3 minutes. Yiwu finally risked his life to perform this melee skill. Big Gun was a little surprised. Yiwu released deflagration, which was an explosion that was part of his melee defense talent. He uses fire while absorbing enemy equipment, one step that will determine the outcome. Yiwu tried his last luck. Big Gun felt that apart from the debuff, his HP was not reduced at all. The man thought that Yiwu was just playing with him. So the big guy fired at Yiwu again and told the high school boy to immediately go to hell because he no longer had the pleasure of playing with Yiwu. Meanwhile, Yiwu was increasingly pressed. This young man realized that his cell phone was getting drained and he was worried that he wouldn't be able to last another minute. The system warned that Yiwu's cell phone volume was less than 10%. And the Nirvana limit defense talent is active for another 20 seconds. Yiwu realized the winner could only be determined in another 20 seconds. Big Gun was annoyed that a level 4 kid dared to challenge him. But suddenly the big man's gun went off. Not only that, but even this big man's armor was destroyed. Big Gun panicked and immediately grabbed all his weapons. Yiwu approached the criminal and said his guess was true, that the equipment resistance of people like Big Gun was not good. Even the Big Gun weapon couldn't survive until the final moment because it was never repaired. Yiwu admitted he had a small part to play, but ultimately he won the fight. Yiwu's body was automatically healed with primary healing skills. With this, Yiwu's returned by 30%. Not wanting to be defeated so quickly, Big Gun takes out a grenade and says that he's been collecting all the weapons for a year, and he will kill anyone who dares to destroy his weapon. Without saying much, Yiwu placed his sword against Big Gun's neck. Yiwu confidently said that if Big Gun could have killed him with tools, then he would have died some time ago, but in reality, those weapons didn't change anything. And conversely, Big Gun is easier to kill than before. Finally, Big Gun raised both arms and admitted defeat. He promised not to rebel as long as he was not killed. The big man also said he was only working while all his actions were in accordance with their commander's orders. Yiwu was willing to give the big man a chance as long as he was willing to open the treasure chest in the car. Big Gun was willing to tell Yiwu the password to the chest, but the younger refused to be given the password. Yiwu demands Big Gun to open the treasure chest himself. Finally, the big man had no choice but to kowtow and obey Yiwu's orders. Even though this big man was annoyed to death, he had no choice. Big Gun continued to type the password in the chest while hoping that the leader would send reinforcements so he could repay Yiwu for all his actions. After the treasure chest box was opened, Big Gun asked to be let go. But Yiwu lowered his neck sword and said that he was more alert by nature and definitely got rid of all potential risks. With this, Yiwu burned his enemy's body, and here he managed to get a prize of 30,000 rupiah EXP points, 2,000 money, the weapon, special items, level 40 lock. Yiwu was a little annoyed because he only got 2,000 yuan. He said the group leaders were so pathetic that they didn't have money to repair equipment. Even so, Yihao was happy because he managed to get the key to the level 40 dungeon. After that, Yiwu focused on a treasure chest in front of him. This was the first time in Yiwu's life that he opened a treasure chest. even though he thought it was too small for a group like Black Tiger Mercenary. From the treasure chest, Yiwu got 1.28 million in cash, gunpowder, bombs, restoration fluid, ammunition, ancient magic crystals, and Medusa's tears. Yi Hao was amazed because there was an epic level property in the chest. Unfortunately, it is not written at all about the use of the crystal. Even so, Yi Hao was still happy because he found a rare magic crystal that could absorb and convert points into EXP. For a level 40 player, the crystal might be useless, but for Yiwu, who is still at level 4, the crystal was a very good gift. With that crystal, Yiwu successfully converted 10 ancient magic crystals into 100,000 X points. Yiwu was truly satisfied with this achievement. Yiwu immediately went to the system space to check the king's account and exchange the points. The system informed that currently, Yiwu had accumulated 130,000 X points. It is highly recommended for hosts to open other accounts to gain extraordinary powers. Even though it was suggested like that, Yiwu said he didn't need to worry about opening another account. This young man wanted to focus on making the Qian Emperor's account stronger in all types of attack and defense. So Yiwu asked the system to open Kaiser Kaiyan's talent map. Instantly the Kaiyan King talent is visible, and the system explains that currently the account defense is at 1 star and the host can use 100,000 X points to increase 10 link levels to obtain 1-star talent points for free. Yiwu was shocked to realize that he needed 100,000 EXP points to get 1 talent point star. He said it was very expensive. So this young man moved in front of one of the windows and asked how much EXP was needed to open a new account. The system answers that it requires 100,000 level points to open a new account. Yiwu realized he couldn't keep the 100,000 EXP points any longer, and according to him overall it is more effective to open a new account. Even though this young man still had doubts, he hoped to get a good and strong account. Finally, Yiwu decided and immediately ordered the system to open a new king account. The system quickly received the command. Slowly the door in front of Yiwu opened. When the account opening process was finally completed, an image of a mysterious man with a scary face and red eyes was visible. The system explains it is the Moss. He is a mad scientist from another world whose talents and inventions are capable of causing destruction. The Moss is able to know all the hidden mysteries of the world. Yiwu felt unlucky when he got the account because it turned out that it was not a fighting type great lord. Yiwu tried to read the man's data further and realized that Moss was one of the men at the top of the world. The system explained that the crazy Moss does not have fixed skills, its skills will change according to the name of the title chosen. The currently unlocked title is Master of Engineering, and the host can upgrade up to 10 levels. Now Yiwu realized that the character of this king's account was quite interesting. Judging from these titles, this tends to be a support position, the scope is very broad and the playing ability is quite high. Suddenly the entire room around Yiwu changed. Apparently, the system is changing the main account to belong to Crazy Moss. But suddenly a small AI robot burst out and asked the system to explain it to the master. The robot felt happy because after many years he was finally active again. The robot reports that he is an AI created by Moss' original owner. The robot asked to be called Wise. With great pride, the robot said he could help Yiwu conquer the world. Yiwu quickly explains that his main goal is not to do the world, so the AI robot doesn't need to help him like that. According to Robot Wise, Yiwu is not crazy enough even though the secret of this account is crazy. So in any aspect, be it action or imagination, everything has to be crazy in order to become stronger. Yiwu immediately scolded the robot, asked the robot to explain the entire operating mechanism of the account in a short time. The robot immediately explained that the core mechanism of this account is decomposition combined with function to become creation. The account's current title is an engineering master who can decompose and combine engineering-related objects to create powerful new objects. After hearing the little robot's explanation, Yiwu realized that the account was more interesting than he had expected. This young man realized that Crazy Moss deserved to be called crazy because he could make people stronger and more powerful, because such abilities are impossible for other people to play. But suddenly the AI robot explains that there are current limits on the objects that can be decomposed and transformed. Yiwu asked, what are the restrictions? Robot Wise explained that with the current link level, Yiwu cannot decompose objects that have a level more than twice his level. Moreover, they should collect as many technical design drawings as possible to produce a viable property quickly and accurately. Yiwu immediately understood the robot's explanation. This young man also asked what changed the mechanism between sections and whether were there any other certain restrictions. The wise robot was confused about answering that question, so the main system took over and explained that accounts in the system could be transferred smoothly, whether it's fighting status or not. However, it is recommended that hosts decide the right time to switch accounts to avoid unexpected dangers. Yiwu already understood all the explanations from the system. Now it's time to design and get down to business, so he shouldn't let Miss Mo wait too long. Meanwhile, in the principal's main room, the Black Tiger leader and several of his members were still on standby to detain Miss Mo. But at this time the big lady was still sitting casually in a chair while cursing at the leader of the Black Tiger group. In my opinion, the leader of the Black Tiger group is a coward for breaking into the safe zone without telling and kidnapping like now. A man sitting casually in the luxurious headmaster's chair said that in fact all members of their group generally dared to attack Miss Mo. But if someone supports it then they have to follow that person's orders. Miss Mo suspects that the figures behind her kidnapping must be people from the Huangjang group. According to Miss Mo, the Huangjang group's efforts this time were quite good because they even gave the Eye of Medusa item to Black Tiger to defeat Miss Mo's 2 loyal bodyguards who were level 60. Miss Mo also thinks that the Huangjang group has reached a dead end because it gave the order to kidnap the owner of the C23 region copy of the Hanmo group. According to Miss Mo, this kidnapping was a stupid method. This beautiful woman boldly said that killing me would not destroy the Hanmo group. The leader of the Black Tiger group, sitting at Miss Mo's side, then said that he actually didn't care about the complaints about the 2 big groups, because all his group cares about is money. So the Huangjang group has given Black Tiger 59 million, so they can kill Miss Mo. But if Miss Mo can give me that man 100 million, maybe I can let Miss Mo go. Miss Mo smiled at that. So the masked man said he would be happy to accept if Miss Mo could give me more. But unexpectedly, Miss Mo caught the masked man's chin and said the man's wish was just a dream. According to Miss Mo, people who do business without integrity do not deserve to be given a penny. Feeling intimidated by Miss Mo's attitude, the mysterious man immediately stood up and walked away from Miss Mo. In his opinion, an elegant figure like Miss Mo is not worthy of saying such things to tease me. Commander Black Tiger will give the woman a chance to think before speaking and rephrase her language better. But Miss Mo immediately answered that it was not necessary. In his opinion, the Hanmo group will not be led by animals, let them destroy their own greatness. Even Miss Mo's life was not worth it in front of the higher-ups of the Hanmo group. Miss Mo admitted that she had been careless today, but that killing me would not destroy the Hanmo group. The Black Tiger commander immediately drew his sword after hearing the woman's words. Now he doesn't care about all the nonsense from Miss Mo. Then quickly the mysterious man wanted a sword and was going to send Miss Mo to hell. But just before the Black Tiger commander's sword touched Miss Mo's body, a protective barrier appeared that immediately surrounded the beautiful woman's body. Everyone in the room was shocked by the appearance of this very strong protective energy. Suddenly from the entrance, a young man said that the protective energy was just a favor for Miss Mo for helping him with elder lieback in the black market. Yiwu, standing casually at the door, said but everything had to be equal, so this time he would charge separately. If later Yiwu manages to save Miss Mo's life, then I will ask for 10 million as a bonus. Miss Mo was actually surprised to see the young man come to save me. This beautiful lady asked what Yiwu was doing in that place. But before Miss Mo's words could be answered, the commander of the Black Tiger group had already jumped toward Yiwu with 2 swords ready. But fortunately, Yiwu managed to block the mysterious man's attack with his flame sword. Although the commander was shocked by the young man's abilities, he was curious how great Yiwu's defense would be if the commander attacked with all his strength. Yiwu was actually also surprised by the commander's ability. Even though he had faced level 40 some time ago, after facing someone who was a slightly different level above him, Yiwu already felt that the commander's ability could kill him. Yiwu knew that he couldn't make the slightest mistake, and if he wasn't careful, he would only end up dying at the hands of that commander. Seeing that Yiwu was getting more and more desperate, the lady asked Yiwu to go save her. Even though the young man was quite capable of fighting, this matter had nothing to do with Yiwu. Miss Mo even asked, how is it possible someone as close to death as Yiwu still has time to care about others? Meanwhile, several Black Tiger members who were still in the room continued to shoot the protective energy surrounding Miss Mo. The consecutive attacks from those people succeeded in reducing the man's protective energy to almost 30%. But Yiwu still asked Miss not to worry. If the non dies, then Yiwu will have no place to collect the points and bonuses he should get. Seeing Yiwu's determination made Miss Mo even more worried. This beautiful woman knows Yiwu is the type of person who wants money but is not stupid. Miss Mo realized that it was because of this that Yiwu dared to enter the black market alone. While Miss Mo was focused on worrying about Yiwu, the Black Tiger members were shocked when they saw the protective barrier energy figure reach 100% again. The Black Tiger commander was sure that Yiwu had come prepared and had rare items. The commander was even sure that the young man in front of him was not level 4. He was curious about where Yiwu came from. And why was that young man able to hide his strength? Now Yiwu tried to attack the commander. According to him, the commander not only had a high level but was also careful. Yiwu even said that compared to 5 ordinary people, the commander's brain was better. Actually, Yiwu used the ability of Crazy Moss to combine 3 protective energies into one and got 3 times the armor value. but the effect of that power was a little strange. Suddenly there was an explosion from outside. The commander naturally panicked and was worried about his members. But before he could give the order, several grenades were also hit in the room. The commander thought it was a high explosive grenade. That's why he created a shield of quite large energy. However, when the grenade exploded, they still couldn't do anything because the grenade released a red web from the spider monster. The net was very strong and could even devour the HP of several Black Tiger members. The commander Till was surprised to see such a tool because he had never seen a tool like that. Yiwu played with one of the grenades in his hand, saying that it was not an ordinary grenade. It was his work grenade called Sticky Bondage. The grenade uses Ghost Eye and Demon Spider Silk. So the grenade produces a sticky bondage that can restrain the target's movement for 10 minutes and cause continuous damage. However, in the end, the commander was able to destroy the net that bound him with his considerable strength. The commander refused to be defeated by relying on toy items like Yiwu's creation. The commander imbued his sword with the power of lightning and said that he would show how adults fight. Yiwu also took a standby position while holding a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right. This young man just discovered that the properties of low-level materials would not work on high-level fighters. The commander was the first to take steps to attack Yiwu and was determined to send the young man away to heaven. One blow from the commander managed to reduce Yiwu's HP by 50%. Yiwu noticed that the commander's speed and strength had increased. If it continued like this, then he would really die at the hands of that commander. But Yiwu thought about slashing the commander twice at a fairly close distance. He thought of doing that so that the commander wouldn't have time to drink the recovery fluid. But when Yiwu swung his sword, the commander managed to dodge it very quickly. The Black Tiger commander even mocked Yiwu because his movements were too slow. Even the mysterious man mocked Yiwu's weapon as a kitchen knife. When the commander counterattacked, the mysterious man's extremely powerful attack managed to destroy Yiwu's shield and lowered his HP by 10%. The system warned that Yiwu's HP was lower than 10% of the Nirvana defense talent limit. Yiwu realized that the HP lock had been activated, so it was time for him to decide the outcome. Yiwu tried to deal the final blow to the commander by creating a fire dragon from magic. Even so, the commander managed to repel the magic and said that if he was hit by Yiwu's low-level magic, then he didn't deserve to be at level 45. At this time, the lady asked Yiwu to run away again. Nismo was really worried that Yiwu would die if he continued to be pushed like this. Yiwu answered that it was impossible for him to escape and he asked the miss not to speak anymore. Yiwu still refused to lose because he still had his next show. This young man stuck his sword into the floor, creating a fairly large firestorm around the commander. The Black Tiger commander was not afraid at all to see such a huge firestorm. He even asked if that was Yiwu's only skill. The commander even suspected that Yiwu was there just to be funny. But because the time for playing around was over, the commander couldn't wait to kill Yiwu immediately. With lightning speed, the masked man ran towards Yiwu. But suddenly he was shocked when he received a series of attacks from a very large firearm. The commander knew it was his deputy's weapon. With this, the commander knew Yiwu had killed his deputy because the deputy's weapon was already Yiwu's. The commander tried desperately to block the fire from this very powerful firearm. Yiwu asked the commander not to get carried away by making a fuss about obvious things like the death of his deputy. But now the weapon is not called but called. The weapon now has support turrets and special effects to automatically track its targets. The weapon level is raised to 40 and the ammunition is unlimited. Yiwu smiled with satisfaction seeing that the commander was so overwhelmed with the attacks from his homemade weapons. Yiwu explained that the gun turret was made from an epic weapon, so did this weapon he made manage to surprise the commander. Meanwhile, the commander's protective shield was finally unable to withstand the attack and was destroyed. Finally, the commander ran in all directions to avoid the weapon attack. But the weapon continued to follow his movements and annoyed him because the firing speed of the weapon was very fast. According to him, the key to this weapon attack is the special effect of unlimited bullets, which always makes things difficult for the commander. Moreover, after being modified by Yiwu, the weapon had the ability to follow him automatically. The commander thought, is this kid in front of him taking advantage of the situation? In his opinion, Yiwu should have sacrificed most of his HP first before creating that weapon. But in his opinion, Yiwu only had one chance left. While running towards the weapons, the commander admitted that Yiwu's abilities were enough to surprise him. However, because the flexibility of the firearm was removed, it made it a permanent target. In his opinion, Yiwu's decision was really stupid, because he had wasted an epic weapon. Finally, the commander managed to destroy the weapon with just one attack. But suddenly, Yiwu was behind him and said the real show had just begun. Just as the commander was about to look back, he was attacked with a dagger that had a special effect. The dagger is called Improved Poisoning First. The dagger has a one-hit special effect on humanoid creatures within a certain level. The lower the target's HP, the higher the chance of triggering the special effect. The commander immediately fell and coughed up blood due to the impact of the heavy attack. Due to the attack this time, the commander's HP decreased by 5%. At this moment, Miss Mo realized that even the sneak attack of the backstab could not deal high damage because the level difference was too big. So the beautiful woman was sure that the commander's serious condition must be due to some special effect of his dagger. Commander Black Tiger immediately activated the Guardian Seal to heal his wounds and restore his HP. This could make someone passively immune to the special effects of some weapons. This item is also able to restore 30% of HP volume. The commander felt lucky, but he was also annoyed because he bought this item at a high price. While the commander was recovering, Yiwu attacked him again and asked the commander not to blame him because the commander was just wasting the special effect of his own weapon. While they were fighting fiercely, the system reminded Yiwu again that the HP lock time would end in 5 seconds. At this point, the commander complained because he thought the transaction could be completed easily. But unexpectedly, there was a bully like Yiwu who was very detrimental to him. The commander swung his weapon again and was determined to kill Yiwu and Miss Mo at the same time to earn some extra money. Yiwu's body was thrown far away until it hit the wall. At this time, the passive skill to lock HP has ended, so Yiwu had to restore the volume of his HP quickly to avoid anything bad. Meanwhile, the commander took a large injection of the potion and said that he had indeed been careless because he underestimated his enemy. The commander did not expect the snotty kid in front of him to be so strong, so the commander had to cast a secret technique to avoid failure. Then with all his strength, he stuck a very large injection in his own neck. Due to the effects of the potion, the commander's entire body suddenly emitted lightning that dazzled the eyes. The potion the commander used turned out to be the blood of Thunder Beast. This epic item can activate Thunderstorm electric armor into a Thunder Beast, which will increase various abilities and attributes for a short time of 5 minutes. After use, it becomes weak for 30 days. Yiwu just realized that this was what his report looked like when facing high-level players. Not only can his tactics change, but it turns out this young man also can't predict his opponent's combat abilities and tools. Yiwu was truly driven to despair and almost lost everything. Miss Mo also knows that the Black Tiger group has various rare items. Miss Mo regretted a little that she didn't spend more time clearing the dungeon and getting rare items. After his transformation was complete, the commander said the epic item he got was 56 times stronger in the Thunder Mountain Canyon dungeon, but he didn't expect to use it against a brat like Yiwu. After the lightning and dust covering his body completely disappeared, it was now clear that the commander's body had turned into a monster that looked like a giant lizardman. With his terrible voice, the commander asked Yiwu to show all the tricks he had up his sleeve. Unexpectedly, Yiwu raised both his arms and said that he had no more tricks up his sleeve. This young man casually said that his last attack had just been exhausted and was blocked by the commander earlier. The commander cursed angrily because he felt like he was being played by Yiwu. The monster immediately rushed towards Yiwu, saying that he should not waste his precious special item. Just as the monster was preparing to cut Yiwu's body, suddenly its 2 large arms were held back by Miss Mo's special forces. No wonder Yiwu had been so relaxed since earlier, even though the monster was so eager to kill him. The monster was shocked to see that the 2 high-level fighters managed to escape from Medusa's eye skill. Even though the skill effect disappears, it still takes a long time. Yiwu explained that when the commander said that the reason the 2 special forces froze was the eye of Medusa, Yiwu was outside the door of his room and heard all their conversation. The commander was shocked to realize that Yiwu opened his treasure chest and took the tears of Medusa to heal the 2 guards who had been turned into statues. When the monster was about to rampage Yiwu, the 2 guards immediately hit it with a special attack that pushed the monster's body quite far. The special guard's blow was so strong that it knocked the monster's body flying and destroyed several walls behind it. Yiwu was shocked to see the strength of a level 60 player. This young man felt goosebumps standing near Miss Mo's 2 special guards. After Miss Mo was free, she immediately approached Yiwu and asked if from the start the young man knew the trick to get rid of the Eye of Medusa effect, then why didn't Yiwu remove the petrification effect of Miss Mo's bodyguard from the start? And why did Yiwu fight to the end? This actually made people worry because it put Yiwu's own body in danger. Yiwu answered that he had thought about that possibility from the start, but now he had the confidence to win. That's why he wanted to fight as hard as he could to defeat an opponent of a much higher level. For him, it was a very valuable practical experience and one that money could not buy. Miss Mo was surprised and said that she had seen many people, but this was the first time she met someone like Yiwu. With full confidence, Yiwu said that it was also a valuable experience for Miss Mo. So the lady doesn't need to thank you. But as agreed at the beginning, Yiwu still asked for 10 million, not less. So Miss Mo has to add an extra gift of 500,000. After all, Yiwu was number 1 in the dungeon contest. Miss Mo asked Yiwu not to worry because the amount was not much to him. At this point, Miss Mo realized Yiwu was just an ordinary person who wanted money but not life. He thought that this kind of person really aroused his appetite. Mrs. Guards came carrying the sea commander's body, which was already very weak, and asked what they should do with that person. Miss Mo replied that the man was worthless, so she asked Yiwu to deliver the final blow so that the man's equipment and experience would be his. Without hesitation, Yiwu took out his sword and thanked him as he plunged his sword into the commander's battered body. Just before his death, the commander had said that the monsters outside the safe zone were secretly gathering strength. The man was sure that sooner or later the safe zone would fall to hell. Hearing the Black Tiger commander's words, Yiwu asked what was meant by the appearance of monsters and the fall of the safe zone. Miss Mo explained that it was just a conspiracy theory that had been circulating for a long time in the darkness of the safe zone, so Yiwu didn't need to bother thinking about it. Then Miss Mo invited Yiwu to join my group. With Yiwu's abilities and his services in saving the lady, the young man was qualified to join. Before that, Yiwu asked if they could talk about some benefits. After that, this young man will decide whether he will join or not. Hearing this, Miss Mo smiled and asked whether the young man thought that the Hanmo group would not be able to provide him with abundant benefits. Yiwu explained that he was just more careful and he did think more before making a decision. Suddenly, Miss Mo's two special guards grabbed Yiwu's shoulders and said it was Yiwu's honor to receive Miss Mo's invitation, so the young man should have paid attention to your identity before making a request. Miss Mo immediately told the two guards to get rid of Yiwu. The beautiful girl said Yiwu had saved my life, so I don't have such rules. Miss Mo told the two guards to go see the condition of the other students and not let any other Black Tiger members remain. Before the two special guards left the room, Yiwu told them to leave some Black Tiger members for him because they could produce gifts for Yiwu. After the special guard left, Miss Mo sat on a sofa and said that Yiwu was someone who liked money. Yiwu confirmed this and he didn't expect that the lady would accept him as someone who was greedy for money. Miss Mo explained that in this cruel age, as long as one was strong enough, beauty, money, and power would be within reach. This is the law of nature, so you don't need to hate things like that. And according to him, people with the same desires have extraordinary qualities. Yiwu didn't understand what the Miss said at the end about quality and similarity. Miss Mo brought her face closer to Yiwu and stroked the young man's cheek while explaining that it meant that everything could be driven by desire and Miss Mo was able to provide everything people wanted. At this point, Yiwu realized that the woman before him was more dangerous than he thought. After the incident with the Black Tiger group, the principal personally came to see Yiwu and expressed his thanks because the young man had saved Miss Mo and the entire academy at the same time. Humbly, Yiwu said that he couldn't let evil people do whatever they wanted in their academy. After all, the principal's teachings were always in his heart not to lose a strong heart just because he had a little weakness. As long as a person remains strong in his heart, miracles will always happen. Hearing this, the principal became very excited and loudly said that Yiwu deserved to be called a genius and a shining child in the academy. Even though the young man didn't seem to have improved his level in the past 3 years, the young man must have worked hard. The principal excitedly said he would give great academic achievements and some special awards to Yiwu. The principal immediately ordered Secretary Wang to gather the school's teachers and students. The principal wanted to explain this accidental attack, and more importantly, he wanted to give special credit to Yiwu for his bravery. Yiwu asked the principal to do it another day because now everyone was still in shock and there were more who needed to be comforted and needed rest. With a smile, Yiwu said that he didn't need any special rewards as long as the exchange of transcript bonus points and first prize bonuses were given on time. The principal emphasized that with more than 90,000 copies of Yiwu's points, plus 500,000 additional rewards, the nominal value is only more than 1.1 million. According to him, the nominal amount was too small and not comparable to Yiwu's achievements. Even there was no shortage of special awards in his opinion that were not worthy of repaying Yiwu. In the end, Yiwu could only surrender in the face of the principal's determination. Because he felt that there was nothing more to do or discuss, Yiwu said goodbye to the principal. Before that, the principal announced that the academy would be closed for 3 days starting tomorrow, so Yiwu should use the opportunity to have a good rest. The moment Yiwu stepped out of the room, the school thought that the young man was truly a true hero. An inconspicuous young man on an ordinary day can do things that turn out to be truly extraordinary. The principal asked Secretary Wang to ask the finance department to prepare 2 million in an item that had to be prepared within 3 days. Then the principal himself would personally hand over all the gifts to Yiwu. Yiwu immediately went to the hospital again to check on his family. This time, Yiwu's father was able to sit and laugh with them again even though his body was still weak. The mother and Yunfei asked the father not to be too excited and to lie down to rest more. From his younger sister, Yiwu heard that his father could only be recovered slowly, which means the father had to endure the pain for a long time. This young man wondered, is there any medicine to speed up his father's healing? The Yunfei suddenly asked Yiwu what about yesterday's dungeon contest. Did his older brother get a good ranking? Before Yiwu could tell, Dr. Hao entered the room. The doctor entered with the hospital dean. The dean had just returned and he heard what happened to the Yu family, so he immediately came over and wanted to see the Yu family. Dean Jiang said that he came to apologize to the entire Yu family about Director Fan's attitude. He felt embarrassed that the director could not follow medical principles and behave properly. Yu Wu welcomed and expressed his thanks to the dean. The young man did not forget to apologize for acting impulsively. Yu Wu again said that he would compensate Director Fan for the fat director's medical expenses. Yu Wu acted like this because he realized that it was very difficult to make a direct apology, especially from a high-ranking person like Dean Jiang. After saying that, Dean Jiang immediately turned around and asked them all to rest well. Before the old dean left the room, Yu Wu asked him to stop because he wanted to ask if the hospital had any quick cure medicine for his father. Dean Jiang answered that he had already learned about Yu Wu's father's situation beforehand, and if they wanted the father to get better soon, he needed to use a special medicine. Although the hospital had an antidote, it was very expensive because it was such a great medicine. The father immediately asked Yu Wu to stop thinking about it, because he was fine. The father said that he just needed to rest and there was no need to spend money on expensive medicine. But Yu Wu said that price was not important. While the hospital had it, Yu Wu would immediately swipe the card in his hand for the medicine. Seeing the card in Yu Wu's hand made the dean immediately. Dean Jiang knew very well that it was Miss Mo's black card. Dean Jiang immediately asked how Yu Wu got the card. With honesty and an innocent face, Yu Wu noted that the card was given directly to him by Miss Mo from the Hanmo group. Yu Wu asked if the card couldn't be used in that hospital. Dean Jiang immediately smiled and said that the card was free to use at all Hanmo Group properties. Dean Jiang immediately asked Dr. Hao to quickly take 3 special antidotes from their safe, then move the esteemed patient to the most expensive VIP room in their hospital. Dr. Jiang immediately followed the dean's orders obediently. On the other hand, the entire Yu family was confused by Dean Jiang's attitude. So Dean Jiang quickly explained that their hospital was also an industry of the Hanmo Group, so seeing it was like seeing Miss Mo herself. Because of this, the dean became very friendly. The dean also apologized for being slow earlier, and the top 3 bidders would be given to the Yu family as gifts. Hearing that, Yu Wu immediately looked at the card in his hand and he didn't expect it to be as powerful as it was now. Yi Yunfei immediately approached his older brother and asked how his older brother had the black card of the Hanmo Group's eldest daughter. What happened between the two of them? Yu Wu replied that it was a long story. He would tell his little sister more if Yu Wu had the chance later. Suddenly Dr. Hao came into their room in panic. Then they told Dean Jiang that all the valuable medicine they had was lost. Everyone in the room was shocked to hear the news brought by Dr. Hao. Yu Wu thought about this matter carefully and concluded that the person who stole the medicine in the hidden safe must be an insider who knew where the safe was and how to open the safe. Yu Wu immediately guessed that the person who stole the precious medicines must be Director Fan. Dean Jiang asked if Dr. Hao knew who the perpetrator was who had stolen the medicines. Dr. Hao answered that he had checked the CCTV money and found out that it was Director Fan who had stolen the drugs. Dean Jiang was immediately furious. He vowed not to forgive Director Fan. Dean Jiang regretted in his heart that he had taken Director Fan back to the hospital. The dean quickly apologized to all the Yu family members for not being able to do their job well. The dean said he would take special care of Yu Wu's father. Although it cannot be cured immediately, it can also speed up Yu Wu's father's recovery rate. Yu Wu explained that it was no problem. This young man asked the dean where he could get the precious medicine besides the hospital. The dean answered the top bidder is the top type of display item. It was priceless. Normally they could go to the auction house to try their luck, but Yu Wu could go and ask Miss Mo, because Miss Mo always has it. Because the medicines in the hospital are also supplied by the Hanmo Group. Yu Wu thought although it was simple and easy, Yu Wu had already taken 20 million from Miss Mo. So if he went to ask for medicine again, it seemed too bad and Yu Wu's impression might fall. Yu Wu was sure that the director's fans stole the drugs to earn money, and if he wanted to sell them, the black market was the only option. It seemed like Yu Wu was going to the black market again. Yu Wu told the dean to take care of his father. The dean is certainly willing. The old man even bowed while apologizing for not being able to help much. Dean Jiang immediately asked Dr. Hao to move the patient to a VIP room equipped with the best treatment. Before they did that, Yu Wu thanked Dr. Hao personally. Because of this doctor, their family gets the best care. According to Yu Wu, Dr. Hao should be respected even more. Dean Jiang immediately agreed when he heard that. He could also see Dr. Hao's work professionalism and good character. Because the position of hospital director was currently vacant, Dean Jiang immediately appointed Dr. Hao to be the director. Dr. Hao obviously couldn't refuse and didn't forget to thank Dean Jiang's kindness. As Yu Wu stepped away from the room, Dr. Hao expressed his thanks for the young man's help. Before actually leaving, Yu Wu asked his father to rest well in the hospital and left the matter of the antidote to him. Yiwoo's parents were very worried about their son going on a trip and spending a lot of money, but Yi Yunfei excitedly asked how did his older brother conquer a rich woman like Miss Mo in one day. Yiwoo was shocked to see the expressions of all his family members. This young man asked what kind of man he was. Yi Yunfei noticed his brother's very nervous expression, so she planned to find out the relationship between his brother and Miss Mo. So Yi Yunfei raised his hand excitedly and said that she wanted to join Yiwoo in finding the top bidder. But the older brother said he would do it himself and asked his younger sister to rest in the hospital. Because his older brother refused, Yi Yunfei immediately showed a sad face that was swimming with tears. This girl said that she was almost rusty in the hospital, and she still hadn't heard her older brother's story about the dungeon contest. In the end, Yiwoo couldn't refuse because his little sister used this move to seduce him. But Yiwoo advised his little sister to always listen to him and not wander around alone. With a cheerful face, Yi Yunfei answered that she knew that because she was not a 3-year-old child anymore. But the father who heard this said that as long as Yi Yunfei was not married, she was still a 3-year-old child in their eyes. Yi Yunfei was upset when he heard this, but all the other family members laughed happily seeing his expression. On the way to the black market, Yiwoo had told him all about the events in the dungeon and the attack on the academy yesterday. Yi Yunfei now understood why his older brother was so close to Miss Mo. But in Yi Yunfei's opinion, 20 million was too little because Miss Mo Kier's life was priceless after all. The older sister immediately asked her younger sister to be quiet because when someone was away from home their wealth was not exposed, and this was not as simple as Yi Yunfei thought. Yi Yunfei immediately covered his mouth after being reprimanded by his older brother like that. This girl then asked why they had to go to the dangerous black market. Wouldn't it be better to look for the drug at the auction house? Yiwoo replied that although the black market is not safe, the black market has the most complete goods. After all, with Yiwoo, his little sister would always be safe. Yi Yunfei now firmly believes in it. This time, Yiwoo was very confident about going to the black market, because he was completely different from his previous self. Apart from the increase in strength, what was more important was that they now brought in a lot of money. But just a few steps before they approached the black market area, 3 men confronted them and asked them to leave their money. At times like this, Yi Yunfei always took the initiative to step forward to face danger and asked his older brother to go first. A thug taunts Yiwoo because as a man he has only reached level 4 and needs protection from a woman. Yiwoo became the object of ridicule and laughter from the thugs because his younger brother came forward to protect him. Yiwoo immediately asked his little sister to step back and stop her habit. Moreover, currently, Yi Yunfei's body condition is still weak. Yiwoo said that from now on all the work of fighting and killing would be handed over to the older brother. Yiwoo was determined not to let his little sister suffer anymore. The thugs immediately approached Yiwoo. Leader says he just wants to take money and not kill today. Instead of being afraid, Yiwoo instead said that he also didn't want to kill in front of his family. So if the thugs wanted to live, then they had to leave in front of him right now. Seeing Yiwoo's arrogance made the thug leader immediately angry. He raised his huge arm preparing to hit Yiwoo, but suddenly a sword came out and immediately stuck into the head of the thug leader, causing him to die on the spot. Yiwoo was very appreciative of seeing the events that happened so quickly right before his eyes. But before this young man could react, a man ran as fast as lightning at his side and immediately beat up the remaining thugs. Even though the thugs were angry because they were suddenly attacked, they couldn't do much. Until finally all the thugs were defeated in just a short time. Yi Yunfei asked who was the person who had helped him. The handsome man smiled, then answered that he was just a passerby. Yiwoo said that the way the man gave the attack seemed to say that he was just a passerby, but it showed too much humility. So Yiwoo urged the man to say who he was. The mysterious man asked Yiwoo not to worry about such details, because apart from appearance, the key to a real man is showing off. Yiwoo was even more annoyed when he heard that because the young man in front of him had taken his experience points. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei thought that the young man before him was very handsome, but his face is also very familiar. Yi Yunfei had to pinch his cheeks to stop imagining nonsense, because right now they are on a very dangerous journey. The young man named Cheng said that the black market was not a pleasant place, and since Yiwoo dared to enter the black market at his current level, Yiwoo must have a good reason for coming to such a dangerous place. Yiwoo replied that of course, no one would joke about his life. Cheng asked the 2 brothers to follow him because he happened to want to go to the black market and he knew the place very well, so they both will be safe. Yi Yunfei took his older brother to stay away from Cheng. The girl reminded her older brother that maybe the handsome man in front of them was a fraud who was trying to be nice. Even though the handsome man had just helped them, they couldn't prove that Cheng was someone else and they had gone with Monster now. Seeing that the 2 brothers were so wary of him, and Cheng said that being wary was a good thing but he had no other purpose. After all, Yiwu and Yi Yunfei were academy students, so as a former senior, and Cheng felt it was normal to help easier students. It was at this moment that Yi Yunfei realized that the handsome man in front of him was the star of the academy in the past, namely in Cheng. No wonder Yi Yunfei felt that the face of the young man in front of him was very familiar. The young man confirmed that he was indeed in Cheng. It's just that he didn't expect that it had been several years since he graduated, but the news about him being a high school star had just been heard. Yiwu finally remembered the young man named in Cheng. The young man was known as the first genius in the history of the academy. Because of this, Cheng was invited by a professional team even though he had only been in the academy for 1 year. When Cheng graduated, the young man had already reached level 20. If he didn't open up and rely on his strength, he would indeed be shocked. But in the final analysis, this man is more famous among women because of his visible face. Because they are confident in Cheng, of course, they are willing to follow Cheng. They even express their gratitude for their senior's help. But Yi Yunfei suddenly asked, even though Cheng was their senior, did the older brother want to believe him? Yiwu replied, for now, it doesn't matter. They can follow the senior first. If the senior acted out later, Yiwu would immediately act. Yiwu realized, in this era, that you couldn't completely trust anyone except his own family. And Cheng was only level 30, but if he wanted to give his experience points to Yiwu, then the young man had no reason to refuse. Then Yiwu asked, which professional team did Senior Cheng enter after he graduated from school? The Cheng answered it was the Huang team of the Huangjing group. Yi Yunfei was very amazed to hear that because the Huangjing team was the second-ranked team after the Mogong team. So in Yi Yunfei's opinion, his senior was extraordinary. And Cheng smiled awkwardly and said that it wasn't that good. Because with his current level and ability, Cheng was only in Huang's reserve team, not a member of the core team. Yiwu thought it was really a coincidence that his popular senior got into Huangjing. Yiwu immediately asked the system to redirect to Crazy Moss's account. Wise immediately appears and asks what can be done to help. Yiwu asked where he could get an attribute that could survey targets. Wise asked more specifically what exactly is meant by a survey. Is this a test of physical conditioning or more perspective? Yiwu immediately got a nosebleed imagining that there was a tool that could be used to examine a person's body with such a perspective that it penetrated his clothes. Wise cheerfully replied that the tool could be created, but for now, the perspective attribute could not be created at Yiwu's current link level. Yiwu immediately dodged it and said he didn't want to make such an attribute. He asked if there was an attribute that could tell whether someone was lying or not by their breathing or through their heartbeat. Wise answered that he could do that simple thing very easily. Wise explained that if it was just heart rate or breathing, the value would be too low because many people can cover it through training. But Wise reckons by scanning the target's spectrum and its biological magnetic field fluctuations it's completely accurate. Yiwu decided to start the experiment first. So Yiwu approached Yi Yunfei and asked his sister who was more handsome between Yiwu and Senior Cheng. With a serious face, Yi Yunfei said that her brother was the most handsome man in my heart. But Wise quickly detected the girl's words as lies. After that, Yiwu approached Cheng and asked, did his seniors know or hear about the recent events at their academy? Because it seems that the incident is related to the Huangjing group. Cheng immediately stopped in his tracks and asked, he hadn't heard anything, so what exactly was going on? Did something happen between the academy and Huangjing? Wise immediately detected the senior's words as something that wasn't a lie even though the senior looked very suspicious. So Yiwu quickly said there were some classmates who said that the Huang team of the Huangjing group would come to the academy to select talents. Yiwu thought, since the senior didn't lie, that means he doesn't have any threat to the two of them at the moment. Cheng tried to remember before finally saying that maybe the reserve team was recruiting new members. Yiwu asked his senior not to pay attention to the information because it might be wrong. Finally, they arrived in front of one of the black market entrance gates, and Cheng was immediately greeted warmly by the two door guards because they had not seen each other for a long time. And Cheng said that he had been busy training with the team these few days, but he specifically agreed to a day off before coming to visit the black market. One of the gatekeepers said, and Cheng really has to work hard to be able to compete because getting into the first team is getting more and more fierce. The two gate guards invited Cheng in a friendly manner. Of course, Cheng thanked them for their kindness and he said he would work very hard to become a core member as soon as possible. But suddenly the two door guards were immediately shocked when they saw Yiwu's presence. And Cheng was worried that the two doormen would disturb Yiwu. So this young man quickly said that the two people were his friends so they should be let through. But unexpectedly the two entrance gate guards spoke highly of Yiwu. They even offered the best cigarettes to Yiwu. And Cheng was shocked to see the attitude of the two door guards who could be so friendly towards Yiwu. And Cheng Till was surprised and asked in his heart how could they be friendlier to Yiwu than to him. Yiwu refused cigarettes from the doorman because he was a student. Yiwu saying that they didn't need to be too friendly towards him made him a little confused. But the two guards insisted because Yiwu's prowess had already spread throughout the market. They were even surprised that there was a young man who could refuse Miss Mo's invitation to join the Mogong team at that time. They also apologized for previously offending Yiwu. With a confident smile, Yiwu said that he had already forgotten about that small matter, and because now he was in a hurry, he asked his sister to let him in. In his heart, Yiwu felt that the black market area was very great because it could bring news closer very quickly. The chief door guard immediately opened his arms wide and invited Yiwu to enter. They even still praised Yiwu as a very mature figure. Don't forget, they warned that the roads around the place were slippery, so Yiwu had to be careful. When they finally walked down the hall leading to the main area of the black market, Yunfei asked how her brother managed to get an invitation to join Mogong's team. Yiwu answered briefly that the story was very long. Meanwhile, Cheng, who was walking behind them, thought they must be joking that Miss Mo, who has such a high level of equipment, was able to invite a student who was only at level 4 to join their team. But this way the relationship becomes a little smoother, and it seemed like Cheng had to pay attention to this junior. With Cheng's help, Yiwu and Yunfei were finally able to enter the black market. Yiwu was grateful for the help of Senior Cheng who had escorted them. Now they won't bother you anymore. However, before Yiwu left, Cheng sent a friend invitation. Yiwu is still considering it, and Cheng said that they were destined to be at the same university, so it would be better for them to be friends so that if one day they need each other, they can also help each other. Yiwu naturally thanked Cheng and accepted the friend request. Before leaving, Cheng reminded Yiwu to leave immediately after their business was finished. The black market is not good for Yiwu and his sister. Yiwu immediately agreed, but in his heart, he could feel that Cheng was now starting to be interested in him. Even though he was honest, Cheng was already showing signs of suspicion and caution. Yunfei then called her brother. She looked at the huge place. She didn't know where to buy the antidote. Yiwu didn't know either. Previously when he came there, Yiwu was immediately taken to the VIP room. He had not had time to transact directly at that time. Yiwu felt like he had to find someone to ask. However, suddenly Yiwu could feel that he was being watched by someone. Yiwu then saw a beautiful woman drinking at the bar. She immediately greeted the handsome Yiwu. She even asked Yiwu if you would like to buy him a drink at that time. However, Yunfei immediately protected her brother. She told the woman that Yiwu refused to talk because he was underage. Of course, the woman laughed when she saw it. Even though she was just joking with Yiwu, Yunfei was already very nervous. It was then that the girl greeted Yiwu. Of course, Yiwu was confused because the woman knew his name. She asked Yiwu not to panic because he had heard all the rumors about him in the Hanmo group. She then introduced herself as Siyu, who is the resident agent of the Hanmo group. Yiwu immediately confirmed the information to Weiss. The robot could see that Siyu's words were all honest, but her whole body was now emitting a reddish-purple spectrum, which meant that Siyu was trying to seduce Yiwu. Of course, Yiwu felt that there was no need to get too much information like that. Siyu drew closer to Yiwu. She offered the man to take her to the Hanmo group's VIP room so he could do whatever he wanted. However, Yiwu confirmed that I had come there to buy the antidote. Siyu immediately said that Yiwu could buy anything in the VIP room. All the men in the room could only curse. They wanted to know about Yiwu's origins and why Siyu was so clingy. The other men became extremely jealous that Yiwu could even be brought to the VIP room, not with them. Yunfei was getting annoyed seeing Siyu being flirtatious with her brother. She felt like she had to protect Yiwu from being seduced by just any woman. Not long after, they finally arrived at the VIP room of the Hanmo group. Siyu explained that Yiwu could get the best service. Any kind of service that Yiwu wanted would definitely be provided. On the other hand, Yunfei continues to ask Siyu to distance herself from her brother. Yiwu was quite impressed when he saw the VIP room. The room was a trading base on the black market. Siyu explains that such trading bases exist throughout the black market and are the main trading method, but most are just casual trading. However, the Hanmo group has the highest level of trading authority. That means as long as Yiwu has money, it can be used to buy rare and hidden top quality equipment that is not on the market. Yiwu was impressed, but he also wouldn't buy the best quality equipment because he didn't have the money either. His goal there was to buy the antidote, which he happened to have managed to find. Yiwu took another look at the details of the bitter being sold. However, for some reason, he was very familiar with the seller's name written there. Director Fan is a suspicious person. He is a hospital director who should have a high salary. However, he actually humbled himself by stealing medicine to get money. Yiwu wanted to know what happened there. Yunfei saw that the bidder's price was very expensive. Siyu also immediately confirmed. The antidote that Yiwu wanted was indeed a rare type. However, it is usually sold at a price of 100,000 per bottle, but this time the price even reached 600,000 per bottle. Plus, Yiwu realized that only his family was selling the antidote all over the trading platforms at an unreasonable price. Yiwu then said that he wanted to buy the antidote, but he wanted to change his methods. He asked Siyu about ways that could be done so that I could make transactions directly. Siyu then replied that direct transactions could be made as long as Yiwu registered with the base. However, in the end, the seller must agree to it first. Yiwu agreed and asked Siyu for help to register me. Siyu immediately moved. She contacted Master Control and asked for help so she could be connected to the bidder. He revealed that he wanted to meet the seller in person. The Master Control responds immediately. After asking Siyu to wait a moment, the Control Master then reported that the seller refused to make a direct transaction. Yiwu was at a loss. He told Siyu to once again talk to the seller. Yiwu said that he would agree to increase the price to 1 million per bottle as long as the seller was willing to meet him in person. Master Control immediately moved to confirm it. However, Yunfei, who heard it, became very surprised. The current price is already much more expensive than it should be, so why did her brother actually increase the offer? Yiwu asked his sister to calm down because I am not a stupid man either. He deliberately raised the price to tempt the seller. As long as the seller agreed to the transaction directly, he could be sure of getting all 3 bottles of the antidote without any money. Yiwu's guess was correct because, in the end, the seller agreed to carry out the transaction directly. Yiwu asked to wait. There was a commotion outside the VIP room. A voice sounded rebellious as soon as he realized he was in front of the VIP room. He immediately reasoned that he had other things he needed to do. Then he said that his stomach hurts and he needed to go to the toilet. However, another person said that once the seller confirmed the transaction directly, he could no longer change it. That's when the door opened and a man was pushed into the room. Yiwu, who had been waiting for a long time, naturally became angry. At that time, Director Fan was very surprised by the figure of Yiwu who was in the Hanmo group room. However, he was confident enough in his disguise at that time that Yiwu would definitely not be recognized. Yunfei immediately realized that the man before them was familiar. Of course, Director Fan immediately dodged it. He admitted that he had never met all of them. Director Fan accused them of playing games to lower the price. He also asked Yiwu and the others to move quickly if they really wanted to buy his merchandise. He admitted that he didn't have time to play with small children like them. Yiwu casually said that Director Fan worked hard enough to sell goods without getting hurt. Director Fan was very surprised because he was known by Yiwu. He certainly didn't believe it because he felt that his disguise was so perfect. Now he has no way to escape quickly. He was already afraid of what kind of game Yiwu would play. At that time, Director Fan immediately became angry with the guards who he thought did not check the identities of buyers on the black market. A kid like Yiwu obviously wouldn't have 3 million to buy things from him. Director Fan felt he had the right to reject the transaction. He asked the 2 guards to move aside, but Yiwu immediately stopped him. Yiwu immediately said that he could buy the bidder for 3 million. Siyu, who was by my side, was even more surprised because Yiwu had Miss Mo's exclusive Extreme Black card. The card is known to have a limit of up to 50 million. Director Fan, who heard this, was very surprised. He was curious about when Yiwu knew Mo Kier and whether Yiwu was really a rich kid. At that moment, Yiwu suddenly pretended not to know Director Fan. He said he had recognized the wrong person before. Director Fan was a man whose right hand had been burned. Initially, Yiwu planned to make up for the mistake by purchasing the antidote at 1 million per bottle with a direct transaction. Before he finished speaking, Director Fan had already detained Yiwu. He immediately said that the problems between them had passed. He wouldn't mention it again either. He even admitted that he was touched by Yiwu's sincerity. Director Fan blew his cover because he was tempted by the amount offered by Yiwu. He then admitted to being the director of Giant Fan. He wants the transaction to be carried out immediately. Yunfei was certainly surprised to see Director Fan. Yiwu immediately restrained his sister. He still wanted to continue the transaction. However, before making a purchase, he asked for permission to inspect the goods first. Director Fan happily immediately showed all the items he had. He showed the best antidote that only needed to be taken to neutralize any kind of poison. He admitted that he got the antidote with great difficulty. Even just 1 million was already a cheap price for Yiwu. Yiwu was so happy to see the antidote. He then provoked Director Fan by asking where the man could get such a valuable antidote. However, while looking at the antidote, Yiwu found a piece of paper stuck to the bottle. There was a pair of numbers written on it in the name of Mashu Hospital. Of course, Director Fan immediately dodged it. He said there was nothing written on the antidote bottle. He immediately took the bag containing the antidote from Yiwu's hand. However, then he realized that he had deleted all the information on the bottle. Director Fan immediately knew that he was framed by Yiwu. Yiwu of course understood. He had heard from the previous hospital dean that the 3 best antidotes in their hospital had been stolen. Yiwu naturally wanted to know if the director's fan had stolen it. The Director Fan once again dodged it and asked Yiwu not to frame such a good person. He also refused to make the transaction because Yiwu had insulted him. In his heart, Director Fan was very annoyed that Yiwu could find out the origin of the antidote. The two guards who had been standing at the door immediately stopped Director Fan. The man was deemed to have violated trade rules regarding the source of merchandise. On the other hand, Director Fan kept pushing to get out of there. At that time, Siyu immediately spoke up. Hanmo Group has the right to investigate allegations of loss of assets belonging to the company. There are no rules with the black market. Siyu will decide whether Director Fan is guilty or not after completing the investigation. Director Fan continued to struggle. He did not agree with the decision given by Siyu. I also demand damages of 5 million if he is tortured and suffers mental damage later. Siyu considered Director Fan's words. Will the 5 million be commensurate with the results they might get later? The woman finally immediately agreed. Yiwu, who noticed the incident, said that he would bear the costs if it was true that Director Fan was tortured during the investigation process because all of this happened because of him. Director Fan was getting even happier. He made sure everyone had heard Yiwu's statement. Yiwu would have no room for regret. Director Fan also felt relieved because he thought that the Hanmo Group would not frame others for such a small thing. He was still so sure that he was innocent. Director Fan also believed that Yiwu would give him the money in the end. He was so sure that because he had replaced the antidote bottle a long time ago, they shouldn't find any evidence. Siyu tried to pay attention to the bottle of antidote, but I haven't found your connection to the Hanmo Group. Siyu tried to confirm with his right eye. Yiwu was quite impressed because if he didn't guess wrong, those eyes were modified artificial eyes. Not long after, Siyu ordered the guards to take down Director Fan. Of course, Director Fan was confused at that time. He still insisted that they didn't find any evidence, but had insisted on blaming him. Siyu was very angry with her feet stamping on the man's face, talking about the evidence that Director Fan questioned. Siyu knew that Director Fan had already replaced the original bottle of antidote. However, Director Fan clearly underestimated the Hanmo Group. Siyu finally began to explain some secrets beyond Director Fan's authority. Whatever is produced by the company will be given some harmless information agent that is used as anti-counterfeiting. The information agent can be identified in certain ways, such as by using his eyes. At that time, Director Fan, who was increasingly frightened, immediately admitted his actions. He promised to return the company's assets. Director Fan begs to be let go. Siyu, who heard this, became even more angry. Director Fan's confession was considered too late. He should blame himself for having bad luck because he met Siyu. Plus, those who dare to embezzle company assets will only be faced with one path. Yiwu had thought that Siyu would kill Director Fan because such things could be done without the permission of the security department in the safe zone. Yunfei had thought that the woman would kill him straight away. However, Siyu certainly didn't want to do it because she didn't want to get her hands dirty. Director Fan immediately confirmed. Siyu must not get her hands dirty. Killing him would even pollute the air. Of course, that was an excuse for Siyu to let him go. He asked Siyu to lift her feet and let him go from there. Siyu raised his foot and Director Fan immediately thanked him. However, Siyu immediately called the guards and told them to throw Director Fan out of the safe zone so he could become food for the monsters. Of course, Director Fan quickly freaked out and immediately apologized. He begged not to be thrown out, let alone become food for the monsters. However, as soon as he was dragged away by the bodyguards, Director Fan started talking carelessly. He then laughed at everyone who was in the safe zone to hide. He was sure that monsters would enter the safe zone before long and eventually all of them wouldn't be able to escape. Director Fan says that only the old gods will be able to save all of humanity. Director Fan was part of the Old World King Landing sect. However, Yiwu, who heard everything, immediately thought about the Old World King Landing sect. Of course, he was curious about the information he suddenly heard accidentally. Yiwu knew many sects were founded after they entered the Earth All Age, but he had never heard of that one. Moreover, his hearing of 2 conspiracies regarding the safe zone falling in one day was not a coincidence. Yiwu felt like he had to investigate immediately just in case. On the other hand, Yunfei then asked Siyu a question. Director Fan was part of the Hanmo Group, but committing the theft meant he didn't think about the consequences the company might have on him. Was it all because the safe zone would be attacked by monsters like he said? So he dared to take risks to steal assets and get money to escape. Yiwu was quite impressed because the possibility Yunfei gave was very logical. Siyu then said that such conspiracy theories had existed even since the safe zone was built. So, she didn't believe it because Yanfui also believed it. Siyu then explained again that in the 50 years since it was first established, the 9th safe zone they were in had not experienced any invasion from monsters or dark waves. Although this does not mean that there are no danger threats and that the zone does not have a high level of security, they still can protect themselves. Apart from that, from the start, the location of the safe zone will choose an area with a lower density and level of monsters. So, they shouldn't worry about such useless things. At that time, Siyu also handed over the antidote that they previously got from Director Fan. Of course, Yiwu was surprised, but Siyu explained again that the rules in the Hanmo group said that lost company assets belonged to whoever found them. Siyu then drew closer to Yiwu. However, she felt that the man should thank him because Yiwu managed to save 3 million in the end. Siyu wants a gift from Yiwu. Yiwu, who was pressed, said he would give Siyu a gift as long as it was reasonable. Siyu, who was by his side, could feel Yiwu's increasing heartbeat. She guessed that Yiwu was nervous at that time. Siyu continued to tease. She asked Yiwu if he had any experience and if he needed any lessons from her. That's when Yunfei immediately stepped in to pull his older brother's body and quickly thanked Siyu for saving them money. However, she immediately said that her older brother was still a minor and would not stand such temptation. Siyu immediately defended herself and said that Yunfei had misunderstood, even though she only asked to be treated to a drink. However, Yunfei certainly did not immediately believe it. Siyu finally asked the guard to bring them flame and burning love drinks for 21-year-olds. Yiwu then told Siyu that the girl had saved his 3 million and as a thank you he would treat her to wine no matter how expensive it was. But Yiwu also wanted to hear about the Kurashio monsters in detail while they drank. This is an open secret in books and public information. Of course, Siyu is confused as to why, at such a beautiful and rare moment, Yiwu wanted to talk about something like that. However, if Yiwu was interested, Siyu would give him the home address so that Yiwu could come and chat privately all night. Again, Yunfei immediately stopped him. She even immediately pulled Yiwu's body from there and asked him to come back. Moreover, they have managed to get the antidote and their father must be very worried about them. Yiwu immediately stopped his little sister because she hadn't bought anything on the black market. Previously, he planned to spend 500,000 to buy equipment in addition to the antidote. Now that he could get the bitter for free, that meant he still had a budget of 3 million. Yunfei, who heard it, certainly didn't believe it. Yiwu immediately asked his younger sister to calm down. Yiwu assured that he could earn more money later, but now his main priority was to improve Yunfei's equipment and level. He wanted to be able to entrust the safety of his parents to Yunfei so that he could go to the front lines without worry. Yunfei was so excited about choosing the equipment that she had to choose. Even though they have 3 million, they can't just buy it carelessly. Yiwu was happy to see Yunfei so excited. Suddenly, a guard told Siyu that it was time. Siyu certainly understands. She immediately declared to Yiwu that they would be holding a secret auction. She wanted to know if the man would be interested in participating. Yiwu was quite surprised because he had never heard of such a thing before. Siyu explained that the agenda was only held once a month only for those who had a high level and also had at least 20 million. Meanwhile, the transaction level on the black market is at least a VIP diamond or higher. The items sold through auction are all the treasures the team obtained in the dungeon. It could be said that the auction was the top in the safe zone. Yiwu was quite interested to hear that, but what if he didn't have money or didn't meet the qualifications? Siyu asks him not to worry as he will be the one bringing Yiwu in. Moreover, one group can only send 2 representatives to participate. Yiwu agreed and he immediately told Yunfei to stay quiet in the VIP room and not make a fuss. The girl who was still busy choosing equipment certainly immediately understood. He was still too busy observing the weapons that she was going to buy. Yiwu just accepted it because for him that was the nature of a woman who liked shopping. Siyu asked Yiwu not to worry because the VIP room would be safe for Yunfei. Meanwhile, she immediately issued a portal. Yiwu immediately guessed that the auction was in a different space. Siyu immediately confirmed it because such an important auction would not happen in a black market with such a low-level safe zone. The auction venue is actually in a very safe room. There are entrances to all the black markets in the main safe zone. Yiwu once again just heard the fact that there are black markets in all safe zones. Siyu continued that the Kayan family who ran the black market were not as strong as the Hanmo group, but they were still among the 10 largest groups. Not only safe zones but other urban agglomerations also have black markets. Siyu, who felt he had explained enough, finally chose to ask Yiwu to leave. Yiwu thought about the money he had originally planned to save, but now he doesn't care about it anymore. He just needs to be prepared to protect the safe zone from attack. Yiwu still had 17 million left and he could only spend 15 million at most on the auction. The budget was still too small for him. Even though he didn't know what his chances would be, the auction couldn't be missed. Yiwu ends up in the Victoria's secret auction dungeon with Siyu along with everyone wearing strange robes. Siyu explains that once everyone enters the auction room, they will automatically wear robes to keep their identities intact. Yiwu finally understood because then one could just raise the bid as high as possible without thinking about each other's faces. He also paid attention to the location and size of the auction, which required a lot of money to make. Siyu asked Yiwu to sit down because the auction was about to start. At that time, an MC began to welcome the attendees who had arrived. He greeted those who were in the Victoria's secret auction dungeon. The MC introduced herself as Victoria. At that time, Yiwu asked Weiss once again for help in the auction. He could provide an accurate appraisal based on the auction item's characteristics combined with the owner's attributes, so that Yiwu would not spend money in vain and could buy the things that were most suitable for him. Yiwu was happy because the skill was very useful. Yiwu then asked if there were any other skills that Whis had, but he didn't have them. Whis said that Yiwu had to upgrade his account link as quickly as possible if he wanted to unlock more of his skills. Yiwu was a little disappointed and said he would talk about it later. But suddenly, Weiss immediately realized that based on the biomagnetic field and spectrum of the person below them, it was Cheng whom she had previously met. Of course, Yiwu was surprised that Cheng was also there. Yiwu tried to think of Cheng who had the status and money of being a reserve member of a top-ranked team, but it still wouldn't be enough for him to participate in the auction and even sit with the chairman. Yiwu immediately understood that Cheng also had secrets that were not much different from him. After that, the MC started saying that this time there would be 10 auctions of valuable items. He couldn't wait to see who would get the items. The MC started with the first item, which was a level 70 ancient magic crystal. Everyone was certainly surprised to see this rare item. The MC explained again that the crystal was obtained by a certain group of mercenaries after paying a very high price in a dungeon. These crystals will increase in level as long as they are used. The initial price is 1 million and each price increase is a multiple of 500,000. Many people quickly placed their bids. Siyu, who saw the quality of the magic crystal, wanted to know if Yiwu was interested in buying it. Siyu knew that Yiwu had been deliberately hiding his level, but Yiwu's true level was still far below level 70. The crystal would be of great help to Yiwu. The man knew he wouldn't be able to trick Siyu's eyes. But for Weiss, the purchase value of the crystal was 2 stars because X points were meaningless to a great expert. For him, there is no need to buy this item if it is just to get experience points. That's when someone finally bid for the crystal at 3 million and the MC finally let go of the item. He congratulated the man who had gotten the crystal. Yiwu knew that Cheng was the one who bought the crystal. Yiwu didn't expect that his senior was quite rich. He wondered what Cheng needed it for. Whether it was possible to level up quickly so he could join the core team or for some other purpose was unknown. Next, the MC showed the second item he had. This item is a cell phone lock potion that can increase the cell phone lock status for 30 seconds. HP locking potions are very rare, plus their quality over a long period is even rarer. The initial price offered is 2 million and once again each offer is a multiple of 500,000. Weiss immediately gave 1 star to the potion, which he considered ugly. Yiwu, who had the same title of Master of Alchemy, could even make it himself if he wanted to. Yiwu was even more surprised when he found out that the Master of Alchemy could make a similar potion. That means he can use it to earn more money. Finally, the potion was successfully sold for 4.5 million. After that, the MC introduced the third item, which is a royal cloak or robe that can make someone fly in the sky at high speed for 5 minutes at a height of no more than 20 meters. MC offers an initial price of 3 million and each increase is a multiple of 1 million. Weiss immediately said that the item didn't have any effect because it was just a KW item. Weiss immediately gave the item 1 star. But on the other hand, Yiwu wanted it. Weiss immediately asked Yiwu to calm down. He reminded Yiwu that he was so poor that he wouldn't be able to afford such flashy toys. Yiwu tried to calm himself down. Weiss's words had some truth to them. He should not spend money on such items. But it turns out that on the other hand, Siyu tried to bargain for 6 million. Yiwu was quite surprised, especially after Siyu managed to get the royal cloak. Siyu said that she could see that Yiwu liked the item. At first, he tried to think rationally. But for him, life was too short and Yiwu also had to fight for what he liked. Sometimes being too wise is not a good thing. Siyu wanted to give the item to him. Weiss immediately asked Yiwu to be careful because currently, Siyu is in the dark purple spectrum, which meant he wanted to test it. It was then that Yiwu was grateful, but he wouldn't be able to accept it without doing anything. So far he had been helped a lot by Siyu and there was no way he would dare to take Siyu's valuables like that. Yiwu then asked Siyu to keep the robe for him so that he could buy it back to her for 8 million if he had the money. Siyu finally could only say yes. He didn't expect that his good intention to give a gift would make him get an additional 2 million from the price of the robe. In her heart, Siyu had indeed intended to give the robe as a gift so that Yiwu would owe her a debt of gratitude. With a little more effort, she hopes to be able to get Yiwu to join Mogong's team. However, who would have thought that Yiwu would be so rational? After that, the auction continued again with items that the MC said were very attractive because they had a good combination of super high usage and excellent item attributes. That item is the drawing skill Heart of Steel. The drawing skill can be used to create a humanoid mech from a blueprint that can perfectly obey commands to fight and can also be changed and improved. The item was at Grandmaster level 10 at the moment and Yiwu wanted it very much. MC opened a price of 2 million for the Heart of Steel drawing skill. Some were quite surprised to hear that the price had decreased significantly compared to a month ago when drawing skills were being sold for 8 million. They suspect that the manufacturer deliberately lowered the quality because they were afraid they would not be able to sell it. Another man immediately dodged it. He knew that such drawing skills could only be done by masters. Only large, top-tier companies can afford to spend huge amounts of resources and money to create them. Small companies wouldn't even be able to think about it. Over the past 10 years, no more than 10 people have achieved a master's degree in engineering in the world. Yiwu, who was quietly listening to everything, was quite surprised by the fact that there were only less than 10 masters of the technique, which meant it was very precious and rare. Weiss then immediately confirmed that not only money was needed, but also intelligence and extraordinary talent that had to be far above ordinary humans. Even of the various strong master's degrees, a master's degree in engineering is the last degree that a person can get. Hearing Weiss' explanation, Yiwu became very convinced. With Weiss' help later, he plans to unlock the most difficult engineering master's degree. Then he plans to carry out in-depth development and testing of these jobs. Siyu then said that it seemed like no one would want to buy the drawing skill. Yiwu naturally wanted to know the reason because the item was priced cheaply. Siyu explained that although the drawing skill mechanism could be improved with great potential, however, it is still a lone soldier type. Moreover, even if one was a master of engineering when creating a master drawing, the intelligence attribute would also be permanently consumed. So, no big company would take that kind of risk with such low-yield skill drawing. Yiwu in his heart was very happy that everyone would be afraid to take that risk. As for Yiwu, the item was a small step for him to find out the main cause of the leak. When everyone won't bid for the item, the MC intends to close the auction. However, Yiwu suddenly raised his hand to bid. Of course, many people laughed at Yiwu's decision. They regretted the 2 million Yiwu had to throw away just for a piece of waste paper. Another man said that Yiwu was just pretending to be an engineering master. Siyu also asked why Yiwu decided to buy the drawing even though drawing skills could only be used by engineering masters. Even if it is for resale, the item will not make much difference. Yiwu probably wouldn't be able to sell it. But of course, Yiwu was not affected. He admitted that he liked the item and had no other reason not to buy it. But in Yiwu's heart, he was very happy because he got this item. It seemed to him that a fool would never know what the true value of the picture was. For them, the item may be useless, but for them, the purchase value is 5 stars. MC finally congratulated Yiwu for successfully purchasing the Heart of Steel drawing skill for 2 million. Yiwu, who received his purchased items, was very happy. For him, the picture came just in time. Apart from increasing yield, this item can be used to protect his family. The item was perfect for him. Yiwu also used lucky rings to give a special effect of random increase to the drawing skill Heart of Steel. Yiwu was even more happy to see him. The level of the drawing skill even increased by 10 levels to level 20. That way he could even fight with monsters at the level of the Ghost Eye Demon Spider. Weiss then immediately reminded me that it was not the starting level that was important, but the gender, which could be set at will. Weiss had already imagined having a sexy female humanoid at that time. Yiwu was of course angry with him. After that, Yiwu focused on the auction again. His trip there was not in vain. The goal was achieved perfectly and even exceeded expectations. He became more interested in the rest of the auction that day. After that, MC introduced the Dragon Skin Battle Shield, which has a strong defensive effect and can reduce damage. Weiss immediately gave him 1 star. Then, MC took out another blood sword which could cause damage to the enemy. Weiss immediately gave him 2 stars, until finally the MC showed their 7th auction item that day. This item is a super rare epic level summoned beast demon crystal with an initial price of 10 million and a bid multiple of 1 million. The beast needs to be filled with magic power so that the magical creatures in the magic crystal can be summoned to fight until the magic runs out. Yiwu felt interested in the item. He plans to bid at 11 million, maybe even increase it to 15 million. For him, this item is the best and also extraordinary. He knew of many types of crystal magic in the world, but this was the first time he had heard of such a summoned beast crystal magic. Siyu then explains that after someone successfully defeats the boss in the dungeon, it is very rare for magic crystals to drop which are transformed from the boss's demon body. So, the summoned beast demon crystal is a very rare and top item in the battle type demon crystal category. For Siyu, it was very natural that Yiwu didn't know about it yet. There were so many secrets in this world waiting to be discovered, but Yiwu at his current level obviously wouldn't be able to touch them. However, if Yiwu was interested in the secret, then he should have agreed to Miss Mo's invitation to join Mogong's team. Yiwu said that he would consider all of Siyu's words. In his heart, Yiwu could see how Siyu had persuaded him with great difficulty to join the team. To Siyu, Yiwu just looked like a frog at the bottom of a well who had to depend on others to pull him out of the well so he could see more of the blue sky. However, Yiwu knew he was a free frog. With his strength, he was sure he could see the vast blue sky. On the other hand, MC finally closed the offering price at 50 million. On the other hand, Weiss stated that he would not comment much. This was because over time the price of goods would become more expensive and Yiwu's money would not be enough. The self-conscious Yiwu would just sit quietly to enjoy the rest of the day's auction. The MC will then show the 8th auction item, which he has to step aside due to its very large size. The MC began showing a tank with a 2000mm caliber magnetic rail cannon for electromagnetic siege tank siege type dungeon annihilation. The tank uses a magic crystal of electrical energy that can launch super electromagnetic weapons with destructive power to attack cities. Everyone was quickly amazed at such an extremely rare item. However, it was certain that such items would end up in large groups. Tanks are used for siege warfare dungeons with team battles of 50-100 people. Yiwu, who was listening again, was quite surprised by the term siege war dungeon, which he had heard for the first time. That day's auction was an eye-opener for him, so he can get a lot of important information. The 8th auction item alone can provide that important information. Yiwu was getting impatient with the information he could get from the 9th and 10th items later. The host explains the tank is a super killer, dungeon siege below level 40. The tank is one of the weapons that destroys everything. Even a 4060 level dungeon siege train is the most important and stable firepower output. It is the best weapon choice for small and medium teams to open up wasteland and attack cities. The host said prices start from 20 million. Each price increase cannot be less than 2 million. The host asks everyone to raise their hands if they are interested in the tank. Many people raised their hands to make offers to the tank. Meanwhile, Yiwu did not look interested. In my opinion, such a tool requires a very large amount of storage, and sieging dungeons in that way sounded really cruel. Miss Siu said a siege dungeon is just one of the types of in this world. There is also escape and kill, which is more cruel and only the top team can attack. Yiwu realized, the more dangerous and cruel the dungeon, the greater the rewards. But if I want to get these benefits, then I only have two choices: join a top team or build a top team myself. But after thinking about it again, it turned out that it was too early. So Yiwu would be good to keep only what was in front of his eyes. Because eventually, the tank stops being obtained by other VIP teams, the next item will be released. The next valuable item to be auctioned was a high-level dungeon key, namely level 100. The price of the shiny key reached 30 million. All the participants immediately became excited to see that level 100 legendary key. Some people didn't even think they had been in the Forbidden House for years, but this was the first time they saw the key. They were excited because according to the information circulating, the valuable resources contained in a level 100 dungeon were worth at least 500 million. Miss Siu also said that the reason the key was so sought after was because the legendary key had a validity period, and when someone owns the key, it will immediately enter a countdown. If the durability is 0, the key will be damaged, making it impossible to enter the instance, and repeated use of the key to enter the instance will also increase the durability degradation. But generally, only top teams would buy such dungeon keys. Yiwu was shocked to hear the information spoken by Miss Siu. I was reminded of the level 40 dungeon key. So this young man immediately looked at the dungeon key. Realizing the new durability attribute was added, a little rust appeared on the surface of the key. Yiwu was aware that the dungeon had to be cleared before the lock was broken, but this young man still didn't know where Area C87 was. The level 100 dungeon key was finally sold for 150 million. Yiwu was shocked that dungeon keys could sell for that much. According to him, no matter what era, money is the most powerful. After that, the host announced the last item is the climax of that day's auction event. With great enthusiasm, the host asked all participants to open their eyes wide and look carefully at the items brought by the beautiful girl entering the auction room. The legendary item is, which is priced starting from 100 million. Resurrection Potion of Furious Elves attribute is a legendary potion containing mysterious power, with the amazing power to bring people back to life. Everyone in the room immediately became excited when they saw the potion. They didn't expect to see a legendary potion in the auction. They did not expect to see such a longevity elixir. Some people even planned to mortgage all their property for the sake of the elixir. Miss Siu became angry and cursed at the Kayan family for not telling the Hanmo group before the auction that there was such a superior product. The transaction price of that item must have far exceeded Miss Siu's authority in the black market. Yiwu asked Wise, can the master of pharmacy make a resurrection potion? Wise said no, because the resurrection potion is a taboo that cannot be accessed by humans on any rift plane. Seeing everyone so excited, the host became even more excited and explained impassionately. That person said everyone knows that even after entering the age, this skill is always a sign of forest. Even the highest level priests in the world cannot understand and control it. The host enthusiastically asked auction visitors to immediately buy the potion before they died. And after they died in battle, they would calmly be brought back to life by the potion. but the side effect of drinking it is to become an angry elf full of killing desire and bloodlust. But this state will only last for a month. 1 month later, everyone can return to normal humans again. Hearing that, someone immediately offered a price of 150 million in order to have a long life. Yiwu agrees that life is more important than money, but I still don't understand what an angry elf is, because so far I have never seen an elf. Yiwu was surprised by this elven nation, because I couldn't find any information about them in books and the internet. Mysteriously, information about them has been blocked. Suddenly, Cheng's group raised their hands and bid at 300 million. Yiwu was obviously shocked to hear that. How could the reserve team members dare to bid at such a high price? Is it possible that the Huangjang group will give Junior hundreds of millions just for a transaction? Yiwu thought his senior was very suspicious, but that didn't have anything to do with Yiwu as long as their interests didn't conflict. After the last VIP managed to get an amazing item for 300 million, the auction for that day closed. The host instantly disappeared from before people in an astonishing manner. When he returned to the VIP room, Yiwu immediately approached his sister and asked if she had finished choosing her favorite items. But apparently, Yi Yunfei still hadn't finished choosing his favorite equipment. The girl even asked her brother to wait a little longer. Yiwu did not forget to thank Miss Siyu, because thanks to that beautiful lady I gained something from the auction, but also had a better understanding of the real world. Miss Siyu said that Yiwu didn't need to thank him because what the young man knew today was the tip of the iceberg. If Yiwu really wants to know the whole world, then I have to join Magong. Yiwu bluntly answered, I will think about it. Then Yiwu said to his sister that he would give her another half hour to choose her favorite item, because I will also take that opportunity to buy some ingredients. After that they can go home. After returning, Yiwu entered the system room and saw the images of the two kings before him. This young man thought his desire to explore the world was limited to curiosity and not wanting to take risks, because the safety of his family is the most important thing. So Yiwu couldn't put important things on others, even if it is better than the Hanmo group. Yiwu was still worried, so I had to rely on myself. Because of this, Yiwu bought a drawing technique that perfectly met his expectations. And more importantly, the materials requested in the drawing technique are easy to find. Yiwu managed to get the material after spending 4 million on the black market. So the next step is some fun programming time. The basic setting programming system finally started. Players only need to follow the instructions to complete the next settings. First, the player must choose the gender of the mecha. And looking at the system, of course, there are two choices, namely male or female. Yiwu thinks this is very fun. But why don't people want to have it? In fact, Yiwu really wanted to choose a male mecha that was full of armor and HP. But there is always an inexplicable voice that makes me want to choose a woman. Yiwu's body trembled and thought that the sound seemed to come from another dimension that was strong and unbearable. Wise replied that the master should not use funny and unscientific reasons to hide the essence of his LSP. Because of his words, Wise received a blow from Yiwu. After that, Yiwu chose the female gender for the mecha. After that, players can choose the basic attributes of the female mecha. Examples include height, face shape, etc. There are also automatic setting options such as, for example, a tall cold goddess, a well-behaved lowly type, or a mature older sister. Since Yiwu didn't have much time to adjust the settings manually, he would just choose a preset. The important thing is that the figure must have strong abilities. Since Yiwu had already decided, the system immediately verified the required production level, detected that the host has the qualifications to master the techniques and materials required for production, automatically generates, so the host just needs to wait. Slowly the humanoid woman's body began to take shape. Yiwu was surprised and asked, was it automatically generated by the system? Even though I thought I should do it myself. Wise answered that Yiwu was a master technique, so he didn't need to create it himself. But suddenly the system gave a danger warning due to unknown energy activity and is currently being repaired. Yiwu was shocked to see the warning. He asked for unknown energy body interference. What does it mean? Could the system be disrupted by something else like this? Wise replied that he had never seen anything like this before. It doesn't take long for the repair to complete and the system returns to normal. So the system automatically proceeds to produce. Players are expected to wait a moment. Yiwu wondered what just happened. The system can also be disturbed by external forces. There must be a reason for the incident, and it must be investigated clearly. While this young man was still thinking about the disturbance earlier, the process of making the cold goddess mecha was finally completed. Wise looked very excited to see what kind of cold goddess would appear. Meanwhile, Yiwu looked embarrassed and said that I had never seen such a high cold goddess even in the academy. But the goddess's tall body didn't change into the small body of the good lowly. They were clearly shocked and suspected this was the effect of the disturbance earlier. Slowly, the little lowly's eyes opened. The sea in her small and sweet. The girl asked if Yiwu was my master. Yiwu, who was fascinated by the beauty of the angry girl, was confused about how to answer. Wise, who was also fascinated by the beautiful little girl, Wise said, "This type of well-behaved lowly, it seems, is not bad." When Yiwu regained consciousness a little, she said that it was true that you were my master. The girl quickly hugged Yiwu while crying and said she really missed her master. Yiwu gently rubbed the little girl's head and said that the little girl didn't need to cry because this was a happy thing. In his heart, Yiwu thought that the little girl had a good character. But this young man still doesn't understand what the ability of this little girl in her early 20s is. Meanwhile, the little lowly suddenly smiled slyly and thought that this was certainly a very happy thing because I am the strongest mechanical queen, Nebula M79 Arena, finally reborn. The little girl's smile looked really scary at this point. It seems that the little girl has the evil power of Arena, but this little girl managed to cover it up by acting spoiled towards Yiwu. Wise, which can detect a person's lies, momentarily detected spectrum fluctuations of 1,000th of a millisecond that showed an abnormal black color. Yiwu replied, perhaps because the lowly was assembled from a goddess, so it was natural. Moreover, there was a slight error. Hearing that Wise had almost detected my presence, Arena immediately looked at the robot with cold eyes. Arena realized because I wasn't used to that body yet, I almost got caught by the broken copper and iron scraps in Yiwu. Arena thought she would cover up all the information leaks first, then hide it temporarily in my new body, and then wait for the opportunity to make a move. Arena thought she would rule the earth sooner or later. Without knowing anything, Yiwu rubbed the little hair and gave the name Nana. Yiwu also asked the little girl robot to do everything according to my orders. Arena cursed at Yiwu in her heart, but on the outside, she still smiled sweetly and said she would follow everything the master said. Arena cursed even louder when my small body was told to wash the dishes used by the entire Yi family. As the queen of an advanced silicon-based civilization, Arena can't stand it because she has to do low-level things like washing dishes. But even though his consciousness was free, it turned out that his body followed Yiwu's orders unconditionally. This really annoyed Arena. Yi Yunfei commented that Nana looked cute, but couldn't they bear to let the cute and small Nana wash the dishes? Mother Yi also said that she really liked Nana, but letting the little girl do the housework like that when she just arrived at their house, wasn't that a bit cruel for Nana? Yiwu answered, my mother had worked hard most of her life, so it was time for her to rest. So just let Nana do everything. After all, Nana was a level 20 humanoid mecha, or rather bionic, so homework like that is not a problem at all for Nana. When Yiwu didn't question whether his statement was true to Nana, the little robot confirmed it while smiling cheerfully. Finally, Yi's mother could believe Yiwu's words. Yi Yunfei was also happy because, with Nana around, their house became more lively. After that, Yiwu asked Nana to peel the apple and serve it to the table. With a cheerful voice, Nana agreed to the master's orders. But inside the robot's heart was very angry because that stupid human kept telling me to. Nana swears that once I give up control of this body, I will immediately kill the entire Yi family. 3 days later in the academy hall, all the students had gathered in the hall. The principal gave a speech by saying that after 3 days all the students were relieved from panic. As everyone knows, 3 days ago the academy experienced a terrorist attack on the eldest lady of the Hanmo group, namely Miss Mo Kier. This was a carefully planned high-level terrorist attack, and the academy's security level was completely beyond defense. The principal was very scared when he thought that Miss Mo was injured, because if anything happened to Miss Mo Kier, their academy would be finished immediately. As the principal, he felt very hopeless at that time, but in this crisis, someone appeared who not only saved Miss Mo Kier but also pulled the academy back from the brink of despair. Someone worthy of being called a hero managed to fight a level 15 criminal. Even the leader of the criminals had a level close to 50. Hearing the principal's words, the students immediately became excited and wondered who the student could be who had succeeded in doing such an amazing thing. The principal enthusiastically said that all the students must have heard the rumors that he was a hero for their school as a student of their own academy. So the principal excitedly asked everyone to welcome their academy savior with warm applause and cheers. The very bright lights were directed at Yiwu, who was walking slowly towards the stage. All the teachers and supervisors gave warm applause, but the students had gaping faces and were in complete disbelief that it was Yiwu who had saved their academy. The majority of the students thought that this was a joke being pulled by the principal. The students actually accused the principal of fooling them by making Yiwu a fake hero while the real hero's identity was being kept a secret. A student wearing glasses even said that in order to hide the real savior, the principal deliberately gave all the credit to Yiwu. Whereas if the principal really needs someone to replace, why not choose yourself who can beat trash like Yiwu in all aspects? Hearing that someone looked down on Yiwu, Luo Feng immediately became angry and grabbed the boy by the collar, while saying that when Yiwu went up to fight the strongest enemy, the bespectacled man peed his pants. Seeing Luo Feng's aggressive attitude, the bespectacled man was finally frightened and couldn't answer anything. Meanwhile, most of the students only dared to wonder, was it really Yiwu who had saved them? Even though the principal himself has said so, many children still find it difficult to believe this fact. According to them, it doesn't matter who saved the academy because it is just a name. According to them, the prizes or awards mentioned may just be ordinary awards. Tianqian was sad to see Yiwu being underestimated by all the students. In fact, it was the young man who saved everyone. So why doesn't anyone believe you? Even though Yiwu was very strong and handsome and ruined Tiantian's eyes. When Yiwu finally stood on the stage, the principal asked all the students to calm down and asked them to believe that Yiwu was the savior of their academy. Yiwu asked the principal not to worry and to stop forcing them to believe. Because after all, people will believe more in what they see with their own eyes. So it is a normal reaction to question what they cannot understand without seeing it for themselves. And in Yiwu's opinion, it doesn't matter whether they believe it or not. Yiwu only hoped that the principal would not delay his award because of this little thing. Suddenly some disciples cheered angrily at Yiwu. They accused the young man who was standing on the stage of being someone who deceived the teacher and principal. They couldn't stand seeing Yiwu pretending to be a hero on stage any longer. Some students even demanded that the usual awards session be skipped because they wanted to start studying again. The principal was offended when someone said that this was a normal gift. Even though their 9th Zone Academy didn't have as much money as the other zones, they had made extraordinary contributions to the academy. So the principal excitedly pulled back the red cloth that had been covering the prizes and revealed a huge mountain of money. The principal firmly said that the 2 million in cash was only a small part of the prize that would be given to Yiwu. Everyone was stunned to see such a legendary and valuable gift. Yiwu thought that this was a very valuable treasure at the bottom of the school box. This young man thought, was it true that the principal wanted to give him that gift? The principal snapped his fingers and activated a hologram screen right behind his back. Always explaining, even though many students were already aware of the map's existence, he would still explain it today. This precious map comes from the legendary relic hunter Manhwa, the greatest alumnus in the history of Zone 9 Academy. On the hologram screen, an image of a burly fighter with fairly long silver hair was displayed. The principal explains the map symbolizes their academy's spirit to progress and explore the unknown. In the history of the hunter religion, everyone must have heard that they were a group of people who were strong and had no sense of despair. In particular, they explored dungeons in the wilderness and ancient ruins, always selling the coordinates to large groups at high prices. And Master Muwai, one of the greatest adventurers of the Earth's age, goal is to selflessly restore the truth of the world. Relying on his efforts, Master Muwai drew a distribution map of wilderness and dungeon relics with a radius of 2000 km centered on the safe zone. Yiwu had heard of that person, but in the end, because Master Muwai was too reckless and went deep into a zone that had never been explored before, he was unable to prove the authenticity of the map and was regarded by the public as an extraordinary legend. The principal explained that facing the world's ridicule and scolding, Master Muwai just smiled. But as a former classmate and follower, the principal always believed in his courage and spirit of exploration. The principal would never forget the day when Master Muwai handed the map into his hands and disappeared into the wilderness outside the safe zone. Regardless of whether the contents of the map were true or false, the principal would hand over the map to Yiwu. And the principal thought he was giving that legacy to a very talented young man. Because the principal could feel the same courage within Yiwu and Master Muwai's bodies. So that's why he passed the treasure map to Yiwu. The principal hopes that the young man can live up to expectations and become a better person than Muwai. Yiwu accepted the map and said that he would never disappoint the principal's expectations. Just as this young man finished speaking, suddenly a very strong earthquake occurred at their school. Ruins of buildings began to fall, causing people to panic. At first, they saw it was an earthquake, but suddenly a very bright light appeared on the roof. The principal immediately took swift action by shouting for all students to be evacuated to an underground shelter. Meanwhile, teachers who are level 15 must stay behind to form an attack formation and prepare to face the monsters that will emerge from the cracks. Yiwu covered his face to avoid the dust flying towards him. This young man was thinking about whether what those two people said was true. But why now and in a crowded place like the academy? The teachers and principal stood in front of the crack and asked all the teachers to prepare because the monster would come out soon. The principal asked the teachers to stabilize the formation and give students time to evacuate. But suddenly a monster jumped out of the crack and said that with him there it would be impossible for them to evacuate. The pig-headed monster was level 15, which made all the students immediately frightened. They were surprised that a level 15 monster came out and attacked them. The monster says the monster race is fighting and thriving in the wild and all who can survive will be at the elite level. Level 15-like monsters were no match for a group of filthy humans like them. A student wearing glasses backed away while screaming in fear, asking the monster not to come to him. The student panicked and said that his father was a very strong warrior. If the monster dared to touch him even a hair, his father would not forgive the monster. Hearing the student's words, the monster became even more tempted by him. The monster stretched out its long arms and said it would fill its stomach with the boy's body before it was attacked by its father. Just as the student was getting more and more panicked, a light shone and immediately attacked the monster as fast as lightning. The bespectacled student still suspected that the person who came to save him was his father, but Yiwu stood up casually while holding his sword and said that he didn't remember having a child like that timid disciple. Yiwu said to the student that if he wanted to survive then he had to go to the underground shelter, but the boy hugged Yiwu's leg instead and thanked him while crying. The disciple frantically begged for help to be protected by Yiwu. With a cold face, Yiwu asked the student to go and secure himself in the school basement. Yiwu stared at the dimensional crack before him and thought that if the monster's goal was to seize the 9th safe zone, it must be more than the current scale. Moreover, the initial level of the monster is level 15. Like the ghost eye demon spider last time, this shows that the initial level the space crack can withstand is level 15. The question is, what will the high level be? At this time, Luo Feng and Ruan Tianxian appeared to help Yiwu. They were ready with their respective weapons. Yiwu immediately explained to them that space splits had appeared again and it seemed that they would continue to come. Yiwu guessed that this monster wave was still around level 15 monsters. Luo Feng immediately said that he understood Yiwu's meaning. So he and Ruan Tianxian will leave directly so as not to hinder Yiwu. Luo Feng said that all they could do was help the teachers and evacuate the students to the underground shelter. Suddenly a monster eagle with a human body appeared from inside the crack. Yiwu said that he didn't mean to tell the two colleagues to leave. Yiwu invited the two of them to follow him, because now was the perfect opportunity for the two of them to level up, so they can't waste it. Yiwu explained briefly that he would drain the HP from the monster first, and then his two companions would deal the final blow to gain EXP points. And the one who got the first turn was Ruan Tianxian. Hearing Yiwu's explanation made Luo Feng very eager to show the monsters that humans were not easy to bully. The eagle monster thought the three humans before him were very reckless, but unexpectedly he was defeated with just one attack from Yiwu and one attack from Ruan Tianxian. Without giving his two colleagues any time to rest, Yiwu asked them to follow him and not stop. They had to continue fighting like this and rush out of the room to kill all the monsters they encountered out there. Yiwu explained that before, he would drain the opponent's HP, and his two partners would deal the final blow. Outside the academy building, cracks appeared everywhere. Many monsters came out of the gate and immediately attacked the students. Everyone was running around trying to save themselves from the monsters. A teacher asked the students not to panic and to continue running after him to the underground shelter. Yiwu groaned inside as he realized the situation was worse than he thought. It was as if the entire 9th safe zone had been invaded by monsters. According to him, the conspiracy theory has become a reality now. Suddenly, a huge bull monster appeared in front of Yiwu. The monster said that Yiwu didn't need to bother running for his life, because the young man's EXP would be his and he would make Yiwu die painlessly. Yiwu tried hard to resist the attack from the monster while asking it to be quiet. Yiwu said that he didn't have time to accompany the monster to talk nonsense. Yiwu thought that even though he asked Yi Yunfei to accompany his father, mother, and Nana at home this morning, he was still worried. Yiwu quickly delivered the ultimate attack to the bull monster before finally having Luo Feng deal the final blow. The moment Luo Feng did, Yiwu tried to contact Yi Yunfei. In times of urgency like now, Yiwu thought, although he was very worried about his family, but he had no reason to abandon his teachers and classmates to face the monster invasion this time. After contacting his younger sister, he had to find out their situation first before taking the next step. Unfortunately, the system informed us that Yi Yunfei was currently busy or his signal was interrupted so he couldn't be contacted. Yiwu became very anxious because he couldn't contact Yunfei. He was afraid that his family was in danger. However, before he could contact Yunfei, he heard screams on the other side. There is another monster that is fighting with a teacher. The monster looked down on humans who were too weak and not at its level at all. He admitted that he had killed many humans and even monsters at his level until he finally managed to reach level 15. Teacher Chen, who was already injured, asked the monster not to compare humans with cannibal animals like him. Teacher Chen also tried to get up to protect his students. He asked the monster to step over the corpse before it could take the students. Of course, all the students behind him were worried. Of course, the monster was confident that it would be able to defeat them all and enjoy its delicious human flesh and blood. When the monster was about to attack with its hand, Teacher Chen quickly asked all the students to run away. However, the monster's hand was suddenly cut off, which of course made him shocked and angry. The monster quickly found out who had done it, and at that time Yiwu quickly attacked its mouth. He told the monster to be quiet because no one would help him there. Teacher Chen and all the students who were still there were certainly surprised to see Yiwu. Yiwu confidently asked Teacher Chen to immediately take the other students away. He also said he would take care of the rest with Luo Feng and Ruan Tianxian. Teacher Chen and the others immediately complied and also thanked them. For them, Yiwu was worthy of being the savior of their university. Meanwhile, in the meantime, they would hide in the basement. Yiwu, who saw that the situation was so chaotic, chose not to think about his family anymore. For now, he would entrust everything to Yunfei. Meanwhile, he had to focus on defeating all the monsters at the university and then go home afterward. Meanwhile, in the bedrooms of the university students, another monster appears. He was relieved because he had the idea to gather some of the surviving wandering monsters to serve the team leader. On the other hand, he had also long heard that there were many immature low-level humans at the university assigned to that area. Now those students can become food for him. However, just as he was about to start his hunt, a voice sounded and asked Luo Feng to act. The monster was very surprised when suddenly its body was split into two. He couldn't believe that a human who was said to have a weak level would do that to him. Luo Feng, on the other hand, questioned the monster's attitude of being too surprised, even though the attack was a gift to him. That's when the monster apologized and chose to run away. He admitted that he would return to the space rift and asked Luo Feng not to kill him. Luo Feng naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. For him, the university was not a home for monsters to come and go as they pleased. Luo Feng killed the monster and as a reward, he rose one level to level 15. Luo Feng was of course very happy because he had only spent one day with Yiwu and was able to kill the monster and increase his level quickly. Ruin Tianchen was also happy because she was now level 12. She also thanked Yiwu for helping them increase their level. Luo Feng, who heard Ruin Tianchen's words, immediately reminded him at that time because he said the boss's full name directly. Yiwu asked everyone to be alert and not get distracted just because of such simple things. He also asked everyone not to get too carried away with increasing their respective levels. Yiwu then returned his focus to the monsters in the academy. He quickly counted and realized that they had killed 20 level 15 monsters. This was not normal. At that time, another monster appeared again and this time it was even level 16. Yiwu had already guessed that the increase in the level of the monster would allow two things to happen at that time. Before he had time to think about it, Yiwu was shocked by the monster's fast movement. The monster confidently said that Yiwu and the others would not be able to keep up with its speed. At that time, the tiger monster tried to attack Ruin Tianchen. Yiwu, who saw it, immediately asked the girl to be careful. Although shocked at first, Ruin Tianchen immediately prepared. He no longer wanted to be underestimated as a beginner. Yiwu saw Ruin Tianchen's quick and good response. He then asked the girl to learn to protect herself. Yiwu then took over quickly. He would weaken the monster and let Ruin Tianchen deal the final blow to the monster. Ruin Tianchen naturally immediately agreed. While fighting the monster, Yiwu realized that the invasion level of the monster had now changed from low to high. However, he was confident that his family could still survive because Nana was level 20. At least that also gave him time to help all the teachers and students who were hiding in the underground protection area. The problem now is that he doesn't yet know the limits of the monster invasion that will come later. Even though Yiwu could handle a battle with a level difference of as much as 20 after he managed to defeat the Black Tiger mercenary group, he still didn't know what to do if the monster that came turned out to be at a level far above that. Yiwu tried not to think about that for the time being. He chose to think about it later after facing the enemy directly. It was now half an hour after the monster invasion occurred. Most of the teachers and students should also have taken refuge in the underground shelter area. However, he is worried that there are still some students who are still outside the protection area. He made sure not to let anyone die, so he activated the True Eye system to look at the entire university area. After using their True Eye, Yiwu could see that there were indeed still several teachers and friends in the university area. Therefore, Yiwu divided the three of them into two groups. Yiwu will go alone to the university collection room to save people. Meanwhile, Ruin Tianchen and Luo Feng were going to the cafeteria because there were still 3 people hiding there. They were both asked to rescue and evacuate them to the basement at once. Hearing Yiwu's order, of course, Luo Feng immediately refused. He didn't want to be alone with Ruin Tianchen. On the other hand, Ruin Tianchen was annoyed because she also never expected to be alone with Luo Feng. However, hearing the debate, of course, Yiwu became angry. Seeing that, both Luo Feng and Ruin Tianchen immediately shut their mouths and chose to follow Yiwu's orders. Before Luo Feng left, Yiwu told him to always be careful. Even though his level had increased, Luo Feng couldn't take risks and had to work together well to maximize his attacks. Yiwu of course understood. After all, he already had a lot of experience in giving orders before. The 3 finally separated. Not forgetting, Ruin Tianchen asked Yiwu to be careful. Meanwhile, Luo Feng tried to calm Ruin Tianchen. The girl had nothing to worry about because a monster invasion of that level was not a threat to Yiwu at all. Luo Feng also immediately asked Ruin Tianchen to leave even though he didn't believe he still had to spend so much time with her. The girl also didn't want to lose. Reincarnation wants Luo Feng to believe in her because he is no longer the novice he was before. Luo Feng never thought that Yiwu could turn the two of them into what they are now. He believed that Yiwu would continue to lead them to a much better future. Yiwu immediately ran to help his friends. However, he didn't know yet what the final level of the attacking monster would be because he couldn't fight with less preparation. Yiwu immediately tried to open the system and asked how many XP points he had at that time. Yiwu's XP points at that time had reached 21 million, and with that, he could open a new king account. Apart from that, he can also increase the link level to unlock new skills. Yiwu was very happy because it turned out that what he had was better than I expected. He suspected that he could get that many points after killing the Black Tiger mercenary commander and the monsters. However, in such an emergency situation there was absolutely no time for him to learn new jobs. In the end, he asked the system to use all the SB points he had to increase the Chi and King link level. The system immediately processed it, and this made Yiwu add 10 levels so that he was now at level 31. With that drastic increase, Yiwu felt the difference in strength in his body. He could even feel the power flowing through his body. He felt very happy because the difference in strength after rising to 10 levels felt so significant. Apart from that, he has also leveled up to level 5, although that external panel level will not be very useful in the future. In addition, Yiwu has one talent point that can be used to select talents. Yiwu thought about the talents he should choose. Previously, he had a defensive talent that could allow him to fight enemies at level 40 with him at level 20. However, he still found it difficult at that time due to attacks from the enemy. Therefore, he chose the attacking talent. Yiwu now has a Qian form that can make him transform into the first order form of the Qian Emperor after gathering all the energy. Each attack will be a critical attack that lasts for 180 seconds. Yiwu recalled the Qian form he had previously used when he first got the King account system. The system immediately confirmed, but at that time Yiwu's link level was still very low and his attributes couldn't support the powerful Qian form, so the system automatically blocked the skill. Yiwu remembered that his link level had now increased, which meant that the skill had truly been unlocked this time. Yiwu immediately used the attacking talent and hoped to resolve the situation quickly. On the other hand, a group of students led by Teacher Jia is hiding from the monsters. Teacher Jia felt that the room they were using was safe enough to hide. The students were also annoyed because the monsters' levels were even much higher than theirs. However, Teacher Jia asks them to calm down and hide behind them. Meanwhile, female students are also afraid. The boys ask him to calm down as Teacher Jia will definitely protect them. Jia, who was there, assured everyone that they would be safe with them. However, a monster suddenly came to them. A student could only chuckle in annoyance because they had just been talking about the monsters, but now they had just appeared. However, they soon realized that the monster had been beaten to death. Of course, all the students were shocked and curious about who did this to a level 18 monster. Not long after, Yiwu appeared happy because after changing the attack talent it actually brought different results even for close combat. A female teacher was certainly surprised to see Yiwu there. She still finds it hard to believe that her students saved them all, but I'm grateful. Yiwu then told everyone that all the monsters outside the room had been subdued, so Teacher Jia and the others could go to the underground protection area. Hearing that, all the students certainly felt relieved because it meant they were safe. Yiwu confirmed but also told everyone to stop by the office building to pick up some of the other students who were trapped there. However, Teacher Jia was of course angry and disagreed. In my opinion, Yiwu should have gone alone to save the students, not send me who was just a teacher. The female teacher became angry with Teacher Jia. It seems to me that it is clearly their duty as teachers to protect the students. Of course, they have to guarantee the safety of the students. After all, they could clearly see Yiwu's abilities and should have listened to instructions. Teacher Jia could only remain silent. But actually, in his heart, Teacher Jia felt annoyed because I was supposed to be the hero to save this beautiful teacher, but Yiwu actually grabbed his attention. Teacher Jia will not let this happen and promises to make Yiwu regret it. Plus now Yiwu actually wanted to let the female teacher go and die on the way. Teacher Jia would not be willing to give the female teacher's life to a boy who had not yet grown up like Yiwu. The angry Master Jia finally chose to go to the underground refuge himself. I also told the female teacher and other students to rescue the students who were still trapped. Teacher Jia said that I came to university so I could eat delicious food, not stay with those little kids. I don't want to die with the others at all. However, when Teacher Jia pushed Yiwu, for some reason his hand felt broken. On the other hand, the female teacher asked Yiwu to calm down. She convinced Yiwu to hand over the students in the office building to me. She will never abandon the students. Yiwu felt relieved because of Teacher Lai's kindness. Now that way I will be able to save other friends without worrying. Although of course, the rescue process will not be easy, they must try as quickly as possible. Hearing Yiwu's words, all the students became excited. The female students also immediately praised Yiwu, who was indeed as handsome and strong as Reincarnation said. It was then that Yiwu finally arrived at the university's treasure room, which was rumored to hold all the secret treasures that had been collected by the school's younger generation. Weak students will definitely never get into it. In addition, a special seal is installed on the door that makes it impossible to open it by force. The door can only be opened with the principal and secretary's 2 keys. Therefore, he became curious about who was actually in that critical condition, as he had seen with his true eye skill previously. However, as soon as Yiwu tried to open it, it turned out that the door was actually unlocked. Of course, Yiwu was surprised. He didn't believe the principal would make such a mistake. As soon as Yiwu entered the room, he could see many amazing weapons. However, of course, he had to be careful not to touch them. Until finally Yiwu saw a gap where a girl was inside. Yiwu certainly surprised the girl. Yiwu spoke casually about how everyone was trying to escape in order to survive, but the girl instead chose to hunt for treasure in the room. I wonder if that girl has found what you're looking for. The girl said that the treasure hunt I did had absolutely nothing to do with Yiwu. She actually threatened Yiwu to leave quickly if he wanted to survive. Yiwu recognized the girl as the famous cold goddess Suhi. It was rumored that the girl wasn't interested in anything, but from what Yiwu saw right now, it was clear that everything was wrong. Yiwu knew that the treasure room was not a place that an ordinary woman like you should be able to visit. Suhi wanted to know if Yiwu was following me. Of course, Yiwu quickly dodged it. I only noticed that there were other students who were alone in the treasure room and thought about saving them, but it seemed like that was no longer necessary. Of course, Zhu wanted to know how Yiwu discovered my whereabouts. Yiwu just said that I have my own way. Yiwu then continued that he had his own way and that there was no need to find out further. Although it's a shame, on the other hand, I actually found out Zuhi's secret, and Yiwu apologized for that. Yiwu didn't want to interfere too deeply and just told the girl to continue with her activities. Meanwhile, I will just remind Zuhi that the monsters that appear will have increasingly higher levels, so I asked the girl to be careful. Zuhi of course asked Yiwu not to move, but suddenly a monster attacked the 2 of them. Yiwu was quite surprised to realize that a level 30 monster had arrived, and that meant the level increase of the monster was faster than I expected. The monster apparently could smell human women, and sure enough he found the beautiful Zuhi there. The monster was very happy and felt lucky because he hadn't tried women for a long time. Zuhi, who was annoyed, immediately attacked the monster. The monster of course casually shrugged off the attack, which didn't give me the slightest pain. Zuhi's overly hasty attack just felt like a massage to me. The monster couldn't play around anymore because it only had a little time. The monsters were trying to catch Zuhi, who was protecting himself inside the shield. But the monster said that it would not make it difficult for him to eat Zuhi's flesh. The monster moved to devour Zuhi and his shield in one go. At that moment, Yiwu moved to cut off the monster's protruding tongue. For Yiwu, the monster was completely unsuitable to be a gorilla at that level because his predecessor used to love and respect women. However, now you actually want to kill Zuhi. Yiwu quickly caught Zuhi's falling body. The girl didn't expect that Yiwu would still be there. She also didn't expect that the person who attacked the monster was also Yiwu. Yiwu asked Zuhi not to panic now. Besides, I will definitely save you because running away is not my style. After all, his goal from the start of being there was to save people. The problem was that Zuhi knew that the level was at level 30 and Yiwu was far below. Yiwu asked the girl to be quiet and not worry about me. I just asked Zuhi not to be afraid and leave immediately. Meanwhile, on the other hand, the monster that had lost its tongue and hands was in pain. He couldn't believe that Yiwu was so strong even though he was only at level 5. Zhu was curious whether Yiwu was hiding his true level. Yiwu once again said that it was not important. After all, I already said about keeping secrets from each other. He asked Zuhi to leave immediately and leave everything to me. The monster became very annoyed because he was in pain, while Yiwu seemed to be teasing Zuhi. The angry monster attacked Yiwu again. Yiwu attacked back and was quite impressed to see the monster's vocabulary, which resembled the human race. Yiwu wanted to know if it was because of the high IQ or if someone taught the monster. Yiwu wanted to know if Lord Kang Beast taught this. The monster couldn't believe that Yiwu actually knew about the Lord Kang Beast. The monster was naturally curious about who Yiwu really was. Yiwu said that he was just a human who was almost killed by the Lord Kang Beast. But the beast knew that Lord Kang Beast should not let go of Yiwu. However, in the end, Yiwu succeeded in killing the gorilla monster. As a reward, Yiwu got 3000 X points as a kill reward and got a level 30 magic crystal item. However, Yiwu was not very happy because he thought he would get 5000 X points. He suspects this happened because the link level had been increased, which resulted in reduced XP gain. But on the other hand, Zuhi was more impressed with Yiwu's ability to kill a level 30 monster with 2 attacks. She wanted to know what level Yiwu actually was. After defeating the monsters, Yiwu again asked Zuhi to go to the underground shelter as quickly as possible. The level of the monsters that came would continue to increase, and he also didn't know how many monsters would come out this time. It was too dangerous for Zuhi to be outside at that time. Zuhi assures that she has her own way of saving herself, but she regrets not paying attention to Yuwu since 3 years ago because maybe now everything will be different. Zuhi said goodbye and then just disappeared. On the other hand, Yuwu was certainly confused about the meaning of Zuhi's words, but he chose not to think too much about it because at that time there were more important things to deal with. Yuwu was confused about handling all the items in the treasure room. All of these items fell as a result of the previous battle. Yuwu certainly couldn't bear to see all those valuable items being thrown away. In the end, he took everything and reasoned that he would keep it so it wouldn't be lost and return it to the principal later. Therefore, he took all the valuable treasures there. After doing everything, Yuwu made sure that all the teachers and students had hidden in the underground shelter. Yuwu felt relieved, but then he received a warning about a high-level elite monster approaching the underground protection area. Yuwu saw that the elite monster was level 45. Yuwu guessed that it was a boss monster that had finally appeared. In the underground protection area, everyone had gathered. The principal assured everyone to stay calm as they were in a level 40 room that was sturdy enough to withstand attacks. They just needed to hold on until reinforcements arrived. However, the students were worried when they heard the level of the room because it was possible that the monster that would attack had a level higher than 40. The principal explained that in the past, the monsters that attacked the 9th zone were only level 30. After combining with the university's economic strength, the protection construction level was finally set at level 40. Even with that level, the protection zone had already used up all of the university's money and 40 magic crystals to build it successfully. All the students were a little relieved to hear that because they thought the situation was quite safe. On the other hand, Ru and Tianchen began to worry about Yuwu who had not yet arrived. However, Luo Feng actually asked her to be quiet, because Yuwu couldn't possibly have any trouble out there. You should actually be more worried about the monsters that were defeated by Yuwu. Ru and Tianchen does know that Yuwu is very strong, but I'm still worried. Suddenly a voice sounded at the door. The students panicked because they thought a monster had arrived at the door. Other students asked them not to panic because it was possible that the monster was not a level 40 monster that was nothing to be afraid of. Luo Feng guessed it was a boss monster and asked everyone to open the door. Of course, the students immediately restrained Luo Feng. However, before Luo Feng had time to reach the door was actually damaged by a huge horn. Luo Feng was shocked and everyone immediately ran over. The underground shelter had been damaged so easily. At that moment the sound of monsters began to be heard. The monster did not expect that it was not only them who liked to make holes, but humans too. The monster named Chitin, which is at level 45, is happy because with humans hiding in one location, there is no need to bother wandering around to catch students. The monster was very happy because it could avoid trouble. Luo Feng, who saw the arrival of the level 45 elite monster, was very surprised. Even though previously the principal said that no monsters above level 30 had ever attacked their university. Now they are trapped in the basement, which means they cannot save themselves. Luo Feng thought about what they could do for now. The monsters who saw Luo Feng not running away thought that the man was trying to challenge him. However, of course, all the students chose to run away because they were afraid of dying. They have given up because they think no one will help them. Luo Feng in his heart realized that he had gained so much influence from Yuwu. Even when facing powerful elite monsters, he still had the courage to charge forward, even if that courage had fatal consequences for him. Luo Feng didn't care anymore and he would try to fight the monster as Yuwu wanted. Even if I can't survive, Luo Feng will still try to do it. The monster of course easily attacked Luo Feng. I don't want the meal schedule to be delayed because of that delinquent student. Luo Feng is just a troublesome human. Wouldn't even like Luo Feng as food. The monster chose to crush Luo Feng down to his internal organs and would suck after him. Not only Luo Feng, but the monster also made all the students slowly feel the same pain. Their bodies started to hurt from the inside. Ru and Tianchen could only try to protect the students with a magic shield, but she couldn't do much either. She is still too weak to protect everyone. On the other hand, the monsters were getting excited seeing the huge number of people. Even if the monster doesn't have much experience, just eating a large amount can help increase its level. The monster was ready to devour one student when the principal finally made his attack. The principal also told the monster to release the students. The principal was determined to stop the monster from harming his students even if he had to die. A man tried to stop the principal because the man's body could no longer withstand the effects of using magic. However, the principal was not at all afraid. As long as he could protect the students, then his body condition would not be a problem. However, the principal's lightning attacks won't hurt the monsters at all because their weaknesses are lightning armor and flame. The monster easily attacks and injures the principal. The monster also immediately grabbed the principal. The monster questioned the knowledge of the principal who apparently did not study their people carefully and thoroughly. Humans actually make mistakes when doing important things. On the other hand, their people study humans very seriously even though it is very troublesome. However, the monster chose not to continue the conversation. The monster promised to kill the principal in a decent way. I plan to destroy the principal's body and leave his entrails behind. The monster was ready to devour the principal and was sure he would rise one level after doing this. In his heart, the principal had already given up. But at least I feel like I'm one step ahead of Senior Y, who was the previous principal. Although he still regrets having failed to protect the university. He felt he was not an ideal school principal. However, he has succeeded in passing on his desires and beliefs to the younger generation. The principal believes that one day there will be someone who can reveal the truth in this world. The principal said goodbye and everyone was immediately hysterical. However, a sudden attack occurred. The principal was saved by Yiwu and that made the monsters very angry. Everyone was relieved to see Yiwu's arrival. The man could only apologize for arriving late, but I was determined to make the monster pay for his actions. Yiwu used the first Qian form attack talent special skill he had and was determined to kill the monster. The monster who saw Yiwu's arrival asked him not to try to fight him because, in the end, he would make life difficult for himself. However, Yiwu was not afraid at all. It came in a rush and the monster didn't need to say any nonsense. He immediately attacked the monster. The monsters then realized that Yiwu was using fire attributes under crit armor. Yiwu was troublesome for him, but he realized that the man was only at level 5. Yiwu could already guess it and he was fed up because so many monsters or enemies were talking about his low level, but most of them ended up dead. Yiwu immediately attacked the monster without mercy. The overwhelmed monster couldn't believe that there was a human who had such intelligence, speed, and attack power. The monster was certainly angry because he was there to eat and not be tortured. The monster chose to surrender because he didn't want to be destroyed and also didn't want to waste time fighting Yiwu. The monster uses its magical abilities to influence the other students. The monster knew that Yiwu would not be able to kill his friends. Seeing the condition of his friends, Yiwu certainly couldn't be careless. The system notifies that the true eye has passed the cooldown period and also the lower form of the Qian skill will be strengthened and all the target statuses can be observed. That's when he immediately observed all his friends with his true eye with an amplified version so that all the information provided was much more complete. However, he was forced to kill all his colleagues. Yiwu hoped that they would rest in peace while he would avenge them. The monsters who saw him naturally thought that Yiwu was a cruel person who could even kill his friends without blinking. Therefore, the monster revived more students who then bit other students and turned them into a kind of zombies. The monsters would let Yiwu kill his friends. Yiwu of course had a hard time because between his dead and alive friends, everything was mixed. The monsters on the other side were waiting for what Yiwu would do at that time. Will he choose to save his friend? Can Yiwu save them all? Just then, Luo Feng asked Yiwu to hand it over to him. He asked Yiwu to focus on the monster alone. Ruin Tianqian also said so. At that time, Yiwu created a Mirror of Truth special effect. This effect serves to separate the space which functions as a space-type shield. Yiwu then explained that a small portion of the mutant disciples were still alive, so he asked the two to be careful not to hurt them. He also asked the two to follow his signs and not hurt anyone else accidentally. Yiwu thought of the special effects of the Mirror of Truth and Shield Grenade that could be combined and changed well, but the defense was too passive and also had limited usage time. He had to kill the monster before time ran out. Therefore, Yiwu intended to quickly sneak in while the monster was unaware. It's not that he's afraid, he just doesn't want to crush him to death. On the other hand, the monster was shocked to realize that there was a cannon turret aimed at him with fierce firepower. Yiwu immediately approached the monster and made sure it didn't run away. He then started by attacking the pair of wings that had been bothering him in the first place. When the wings were destroyed, the monster felt pain. He begged Yiwu to stop his attacks and begged to spare his life. Yiwu secretly used his true eye to look at the entire monster in detail. Meanwhile, the panicked monster thought that Yiwu was trying to thwart its mutation. However, this is impossible and may just be a coincidence. The monster still didn't give up. He tried to attack Yiwu who might die with him. However, of course, Yiwu was so confident that he could defeat the monsters. The monster's mutation skill had also been successfully thwarted. The monster panicked because the mutation failure was not a coincidence. However, he still didn't know how Yiwu knew what he was thinking. The monster intends to use the mutation skill for large-scale slaughter, a skill he deemed suitable for that kind of one-on-one combat. Monsters that have run out of ideas try to escape to a safe place to buy time and wait for the opportunity to mutate. The monster chose to leave, but Yiwu, who also had 10 seconds left to use the first Qian form, would not miss the opportunity. He asked the monster not to worry. He only had the last skill which would kill the monster immediately because he no longer wanted to waste a lot of time. Yiwu took out the Crimson Star at that time. Yiwu stuck his sword into the ground, creating a dimensional distortion that looked amazing. Even the Sitten monster thought it was an illusion, but then he realized that it was a dimensional distortion. Legend says only the power of a king can cause chaos in space and dimensions like this. So he didn't expect and didn't believe that a young human like Yiwu could activate such a power. So he asked who Yiwu was. Yiwu creates a fireball on his fingertip while saying that Qian should be worried about himself, because the bugs never seemed to look up at the starry sky before lying on the ground. So Yiwu would give the creature a chance to see that beautiful sky. The fireball on Yiwu's fingertip turned into a giant fireball that was extremely dense and looked terrifying. Sitten realized that it was the Crimson Star. It was a black hole from the sun. Yiwu said he didn't care what the skill was called as long as it killed the monster. Sitten tried to beg for mercy while willing to hand over all his property to Yiwu. But Yiwu's compassion for the monster had disappeared until he threw a giant fireball right at the monster. For the rest of his life, Sitten said that Yiwu would not be able to stop this monster invasion even if he killed Sitten now, because Mr. Kashua Akao has come. So no matter how strong Yiwu is, this young man will not be a match for Master Kashua. Then this monster roared with laughter before it was finally crushed by Yiwu's immense power. After the explosion slowly disappeared, the system notified that Sitten had been defeated and Yiwu was entitled to 200,000 EXP points and 3,000 money. While changing his form to his original form, Yi thought, who is Kashua Akao? Is he the leader of the city's monster inflation? And is he a boss monster that is level 70 to 80? Yiwu realized he had to quickly increase his strength, otherwise the boss monster would be difficult to deal with. But for now, Yiwu wanted to put aside other thoughts first because he had to see the drop items dropped by those elite monsters. Sitten dropped several items, among them a level 50 magic crystal. Strong acid gastric juice can cause strong acid damage and weaken the armor's defense. There is also an item, fatty chitin legs. The fleshy legs hidden under the Zerg's hard shell are surprisingly tender and juicy. Although the Zerg's wings have been damaged to a certain extent, they are still an excellent material for processing. In addition, a skill book called Level 50 Control Skill Book can paralyze words or sounds to control the enemy. Yiwu thought, except for the skill book, there was nothing good that the monster dropped. It seemed like Yiwu's luck wasn't always that good. Suddenly the system notified that, was very interested in. Yiwu took out the egg and realized it was the egg dropped by the Devil Tyrannosaurus before. The egg had not reacted for a long time, but now it was completely attracted to the city bug's legs. Unexpectedly, the egg put out its tongue and immediately ate the insect leg that was dropped by the Sitten. Then the system notifies that the egg is very satisfied, so its love points increase by 1 and the system hopes that the host will always feed it like now. Yiwu arranged the egg closely and thought, should he continue to feed the egg like this? That meant he had to breed pets, and he could feed the egg all the food he got from the monsters in the future. Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen immediately approached Yiwu. They asked if Yiwu was okay. Ruan Tianchen even immediately hugged Yiwu because she was very worried. Yiwu replied casually that he was fine, so they didn't need to worry. Yiwu didn't forget to praise the two of them for doing a very good job on this matter. Luo Feng felt embarrassed getting such praise from someone he admired so much. Luo Feng answered that it was thanks to Yiwu's help that he had risen to level 15. But Ruan Tianchen said that many students were still injured, so she felt she was still too weak and inexperienced to be able to protect her other friends. Yiwu gently rubbed the girl's head while saying this was an unavoidable incident. In the face of huge losses, just reducing the number of victims is already very good. So Ruan Tianchen was already very helpful, so Yiwu asked the girl to be more enthusiastic. The other students started to gather around them. Among them, some expressed their thanks to Ruan Tianchen, because if it weren't for that girl then perhaps no more students would survive the elite monster's attack. But more importantly, they realized Yiwu's abilities and apologized to the young man for saying many bad things about him before this. From today on they recognize Yiwu as the school's hero and their savior. There are even some among them who are willing to give up their bodies and souls to become Yiwu's subordinates. Teacher Lai asked the children to contact their parents and tell them what was happening at the academy. But the children could only sit with sad faces because they couldn't contact their parents. The children suspect that their parents may now also be attacked by monsters. Teacher Lai asked the children not to be discouraged because although the security level in the 9th zone was not high, there were also security forces on duty from large companies, so they would prevent monsters from attacking civilians. Everyone should hold on and wait for rescue and not give up hope. Yiwu approached Teacher Lai and said that the monsters in the academy had been taken care of by him, so it will be safe for everyone to stay at school. Moreover, there was plenty of food in the canteen for everyone to ration for the week, so everyone should be able to survive so that Yiwu can find a way out. Now the disciples agreed to follow Yiwu's orders. Yiwu sat near the principal's body and asked Teacher Lai, "Is their principal okay?" Teacher Lai replied that the principal was fine even though his life was saved. He was injured by an elite monster, so he is still weak and not yet conscious. The most important thing now is to get rid of this critical condition as quickly as possible. Otherwise, Teacher Lai is worried that the principal will not be able to hold on much longer. Yu Wu asked the female teacher not to worry because he promised he would find a way out. Yu Wu thought he would do 4 steps. First, he would use the Moss account's abilities to repair and upgrade the protection gate. Then the second step would have Luo Feng and the others go to the academy to clean up the battlefield and take the spoils. The most important thing is to go to the canteen to bring food for everyone. The third step is to immediately go home and meet his parents and younger sister. After that, look for an opportunity to go to the black market to look for medicine for the principal. Meanwhile, the fourth step was that according to the security situation outside, he had to notify the rescue team to come to the academy and evacuate everyone. Otherwise, there might be no guarantee of security for the academy in the city. After thinking about all these steps, Yu Wu said it to Luo Feng and Ruin Tianqian. After that, Yu Wu left the academy himself to go to his house. When he walked to the front of the school gate, Yu Wu saw Teacher Jia's charred body lying stiff in front of the school's main gate. Yu Wu thought it was Teacher Jia's fault for not being able to defend himself and refusing to wait with everyone in the school security bunker. According to him, in this era, if you don't have any strength, you will be reduced to flesh and blood to be slaughtered by others. If Yu Wu wanted to become a blade wielder, his strength was far from enough. Yu Wu continued his journey out of school. Suddenly, he heard his little sister's unclear voice. Yu Wu immediately opened the communication service from his hologram screen and asked in panic where his little sister was now. And how are they doing now? Are they in danger? Yi Yunfei tried to answer and tell them their current location, but his voice was lost due to signal interference. Even after that, communication was completely cut off. Yu Wu cursed in annoyance because the connection between them was lost again. Full of anger, this young man ran as fast as possible and hoped that all his family members would survive the current crisis. But when Yu Wu made it to the front of his apartment building, this young man was stunned with a pale face. At this time, he saw that the apartment building where his family lived was destroyed and almost collapsed. Yu Wu was stunned because the current image was the same as the one in his nightmare. Yu Wu was very worried that his family was dead. Yu Wu tried to think logically that his family couldn't possibly just sit still and wait to die when they found out that their apartment was attacked by monsters. Yu Wu was sure that all his family members must be running away somewhere. Suddenly, this young man heard the sound of a woman screaming for help. Not far from where he was standing, Yu Wu saw a woman being attacked by a large rat monster of quite a high level. Yu Wu quickly destroyed the monster's body with just one attack. Then with a cold face, Yu Wu questions, "Is that woman a member of the security team in charge of this area?" Instead of answering Yu Wu's words, the woman, Qin Lu, instead asked Yu Wu to remove the stone that had fallen on her foot. Full of anger, Yu Wu kicked the rock until it shattered. Then, feeling impatient, Yu Wu asked, "Does that woman know what happened to the apartment building in front of them now? And what about the residents inside? Where did the apartment residents go? Are they still alive?" Qin Lu asked Yu Wu not to be too fierce and hasty. The girl drank a potion to restore her body condition first. Qin Lu then said the area was previously attacked by level 20 monsters. But fortunately, the girl's entire team fought hard and managed to save many people, so most of the residents were successfully rescued and evacuated. Yu Wu felt relieved when he heard that the monster broadcasting the place was only at level 20. That meant his little sister and her family were fine and could defeat the monster. Yu Wu apologizes to Qin Lu for being impolite because he was in a hurry. Yu Wu said that currently, his family must be among the crowd of people being evacuated. So he wanted to know where the surviving citizens would be evacuated. Qin Lu was able to stand back up. The girl said they were sent to the nearest underground shelter number 5, where 2 teams were guarding them in that place. But he thought it was completely useless, because the level of the security team leader there was only 30 and couldn't handle high-level monsters at all. Qin Lu said that his team belonged to, because some of the residential apartments in the entire safe zone were built by Tian Chuang Group, so it was a coincidence that the 9th zone was also built by Tian Chuang Group. But the group did not send high-level members to join the security rotation and only sent low-level members like Qin Lu's group. Unexpectedly, a terrible incident occurred that led to their condition. Qin Lu approached Yu Wu's body and urged the young man to come with her to the 8th safe zone, because living in Zone 9 is no longer safe. Qin Lu even already had plans to leave the 9th zone with the secret passage she got from her group. Qin Lu said that her house is in Zone 8, so as long as they get there, they will be safe. And as long as Yu Wu is willing to save her life, Qin Lu promises not to just sit back and ignore Yu Wu. But Yu Wu still refused and said that he still had family in that place, so he couldn't leave his family in that dangerous place. Suddenly, a giant leopard monster appeared that had a human body and very sharp claws. The monster felt happy because he saw 2 prey in front of him. Qin Lu was very frightened looking at the level 30 monster beast. Meanwhile, Yiwu was just shocked to see the monster suddenly appear in front of him, because earlier this young man couldn't feel the aura of the monster's presence at all. At that moment, Qin Lu suddenly pushed Yiwu's body to become the monster's prey. Then Qin Lu ran away thinking that she couldn't die in that place because she still wanted to meet her mother. Qin Lu knew that using someone younger than herself as bait was indeed cruel, but she had no other choice because she didn't want to die in that place. Despite having to escape in this way, Qin Lu still shed tears of despair. But even though Qin Lu had pushed Yiwu as bait, the monster still chased after her. The monster thinks women who have thinner skin must be more delicious. According to the monster, humans who use each other as bait are not good people either. So the monster decides to eat Qin Lu first. Between despair and tears, Qin Lu calls Yiwu to help her from the monster attack. But Yiwu didn't sympathize at all and remained silent where he was. When Qin Lu was already seriously injured, Yiwu only raised his weapon to finish off the monster. With just one attack, the unwary monster immediately perished, resulting in Yiwu gaining 5,000 X points. It was at this moment, with her body covered in wounds and in critical condition, that Qin Lu apologized to Yiwu for her behavior in intentionally feeding Yiwu to the monsters. Yiwu said that he didn't blame the woman. According to him, in this era, there is nothing wrong with living for yourself, but someone still has to pay for the choices they have made. So the girl shouldn't blame Yiwu for not wanting to treat her debuff, which had dropped drastically, so the girl had to die now. Qin Lu's voice trembled and she grew weaker, but the girl used her remaining strength to apologize and handed Yiwu a scroll. Qin Lu hoped that the plan on the scroll would be useful for Yiwu. Then with all his might, Qin Lu apologized once again before she finally died. Yiwu took the scroll from Qin Lu's hand while thinking that the girl didn't need forgiveness from him. According to him, the girl was not guilty of selfishness, but of her weakness, because, in these last days, weakness is a sin. And this is the same for humans and monsters. Only the strong can be at the top of the food chain. So Yiwu was determined to become stronger and stronger to protect his family and precious friends. Holding a roll of paper in his hand, Yiwu asked his family to hold on and wait for him to pick them up. Then the system appeared and announced that the host had taken a planning picture of the 9th security zone, which was full of blood. Meanwhile, along with the entire crowd of civilians, a security team continued to report to headquarters that they had escorted the civilians to shelter number 5 and everything was going normally. The leader of the security team, Mr. Wang, stood on the battle vehicle while jumping. He had the misfortune of encountering the monsters that were attacking the city right now. After this, he wanted to go to work and drink and play cards until he was satisfied. The squad member on his side, namely Shenbing, said that although Master Wang was a little rough, he was the most active when receiving assignments. Shenbing also said several teams have returned to the 8th zone, but their teams are still completing the mission seriously. That's called Deizizu Dufuksen, right? Hearing his members' words made Mr. Wang excited. He held Shenbing's neck and asked with a smile, "Is there anything good today?" So the members talked a lot today. Suddenly the other members reported over the radio that they had lost contact with Qin Lu. Even though before this the girl took the initiative to stay in Zone 9, now she cannot be contacted. Mr. Wang and Shenbing were very shocked to hear the report. But Shenbing was worried that the girl might be caught by the monsters. But Master Wang calmly said that they had cleared the area beforehand, so there shouldn't be any danger in a short time. Mr. Wang even suspected that the girl had defected. Mr. Wang knows that girls are usually shy, but seeing the girl's suddenly bold attitude, he was sure that the girl had defected to the queen voluntarily. Mr. Wang slightly regretted not having looked at the girl more carefully earlier. Shenbing wanted to pick up the girl. According to him, even if the girl doubted something was wrong, it would still be dangerous to leave her alone in that zone. Mr. Wang was silent for a long time hearing Shenbing's words, before finally, he said to just let the girl go. According to him, right and wrong in this era are normal things, and there is nothing wrong with living for yourself. Since Qin Lu had chosen to leave the team, the girl had to take responsibility for her actions and there was no need for the team to intervene. Shenbing stared at the photo of him and Qin Lu. The young man looked sad when he finally had to decide to follow the troop commander's orders. Master Wang looked at one of the civilians and thought that among this group of civilians, the strangest one was the Yi family, because they had a little girl who was already level 20. The commander of this troop wondered what happened to their family. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei was busy staring at the hologram screen in front of her, kept trying to contact his older brother. This girl was very upset because she still couldn't contact her older brother and continued to experience very strong signal interference. Not far away, Nana appeared and asked Yi Yunfei not to worry. Nana was sure that Yiwu would be fine. What's more worrying now is Nana's condition. She has to carry a backpack that is dozens of times bigger than her small body. He apologized to Rana for blaming the girl for looking too much at their things. Her smile asked the girl to just take off her backpack if she was tired. Nana answered that the bag was nothing and the lady didn't need to worry. Even though in her heart Nana was cursing in annoyance because the planet was like a broken place attacked by many monsters. She was annoyed because her plan to rule the earth had to be postponed. After all, these low-level carbon-based creatures suddenly disturbed them. Even though after finally being reborn, Nana wanted to immediately conquer the planet and make everyone kneel at her feet. So Nana was determined not to die in that place. Finally, their group arrived at Safe Zone Protection number 5 in the 9th Safe Zone. Before entering the safe zone, the officer on guard outside the gate asked which unit the group of immigrants came from. Shenbing replied, "They are from the Swordfish Team, Security Codex 836D. They escorted civilians to come and take shelter." The guard team decided the confirmation of the security order was correct so they could open the door and let everyone in. But before they all entered the gate, suddenly the ground they were standing on shook violently and a Zerg monster appeared. Everyone panicked seeing the giant centipede monster. Even so, the security team remained quick in shooting the monster. Apart from the Zerg, other level 18 and 25 vicious monsters appeared. They looked happy when they saw many humans being sent to the door, so it was not in vain that they lay and waited in the presence near that place for a long time. Seeing other monsters appearing, the security team panicked and tried to attack them. But the monsters were too strong. The monsters felt happy as if they were harvesting food. Mr. Wang tried to protect civilians as much as he could. He ran over the body of one of the monsters and told it to go to hell. Mr. Wang was a little confused to see the Zerg joining the other monsters, because this is not a Zerg habit. Master Wang quickly asked Shenbing to restrain the level 30 Zerg monster. Meanwhile, the other monsters were directed at other security members so they would not attack civilians. While fighting the Zerg, Master Wang believed that this incident was not a coincidence, and there must be someone responsible for this tragedy. But what is their aim? Master Wang came forward to attack the monster, and Shenbing would do his part. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Mrs. Yi was separated from the rest of her family. The middle-aged woman was pushed by several people until she fell. A wolf monster chased them and looked happy because he saw a lot of food in front of him. Because of a scene like this, the giant's eyes seemed to see many flowers. Because Mrs. Yi's body was weak, she fell when pushed by people. The monster who saw it thought that Mrs. Yi was its first weak victim. So the monster immediately raised its arm to attack Mrs. Yi. But suddenly an arrow stuck into his arm, and a voice forbade the monster to touch his mother's body. Yi Yunfei and his father had arrived just in time to protect his mother. Yi Yunfei continued to shoot arrows to prevent the monster from attacking them. Yi Yunfei asked his father to take the mother away while she restrained the monster. Yi Yunfei thought the equipment that she bought on the black market was finally useful, but she didn't know whether the weapon could survive against that level 25 monster. The monster was annoyed and didn't expect that the attack of someone at level 7 would be quite painful. But such abilities and arrows couldn't possibly defeat him. Hearing that, Yi Yunfei immediately shot many more arrows. But this time the wolf monster was able to avoid Yi Yunfei's repeated attacks. Even the monster insulted Yi Yunfei because his level was still not enough, and no matter how good his weapon was, he would not be able to defeat the monster. In the end, the monster was able to continue forward, avoiding Yi Yunfei's attacks and bent on devouring the Yi family. It was at this moment that Yi Yunfei stood up, extending both arms to block the monster's attack. In times of urgency like now, Yi Yunfei was still a good child by asking his parents to run away. But the father said that their lives would be useless without Yi Yunfei. So the family finally resigned themselves to being under the shadow of the monster's terrifying attacks. Yi Yunfei closed his eyes and apologized in his heart to his older brother because he failed to protect their parents. Yi Yunfei truly felt very sorry for his older brother. But suddenly the giant monster's body was chopped very quickly by Nana. In an instant, the monster was destroyed. Yi Yunfei was surprised to see that Nana could fight, even though all this time they thought Nana was the type of housemaid. In her heart, Nana didn't want to do this, but his body was moving uncontrollably, so it was very troublesome for her. The system suddenly said that Nana managed to get 50,000 EXP points and successfully leveled up. After getting a notification from the system, Nana was shocked to realize she had more control over her body. At this moment she concluded that this was what the law in that world was like. As long as she kills monsters, she can become stronger and can control her body. Nana smiled happily and thought this was amazing, because there was nothing he liked more than simple and easy to understand rules like these. Therefore next she will start the massacre. This little robot has a scary face because finally she has a way to control her body more freely. Moreover, the method is quite easy for her. On the other hand, there is a monster who keeps chasing a man in red because he hates the color red. Luckily, Nana appears in time to kill the monster. With just one attack full of deadly slashes, the small robot succeeded in destroying its opponent. Nana was even happier because she managed to get more points. After the level increased, the experience points needed to increase the level also increased. Nana wondered if the mechanism was like that. Seeing that his two brothers had been defeated in a short time, a pig monster thought about running away because his safety was more important than being destroyed by a small guardian like his two brothers. According to the monster, Nana is not human, because the power is too strange and unreasonable. But when the monster tried to run, he heard someone following him. However, before the monster could realize what was following it, the monster's body had been split into two by Nana's lightning-fast attack. After destroying the monster, Nana gained high enough EXP points so she rose to level 30. But with a scary face, the little loli said that she still didn't feel full even though she had eaten quite a lot. This means Nana still isn't satisfied even though she managed to level up. Meanwhile, on the other side, Master Wang and Shen Bing were still busy fighting the Zerg monsters. For a moment, Mr. Wang's attention was diverted when he saw Nana get rid of 3 monsters at once. But Shen Bing immediately reminded his boss not to look elsewhere because the monster in front of them was also very scary. The Zerg monsters are still attacking Mr. Wang, and the security team leader is defending this time with the help of a debuff from Shen Bing. Mr. Wang said that he didn't expect that little boy to be able to defeat 3 monsters at once. He said it was a really pleasant surprise. But Shen Bing reminded his boss that now was not the time to feel relieved, because they haven't defeated the Zerg yet. Even though the worm monster's HP had been reduced by half, they still had to avoid mutating the monster. Shen Bing reminded me that Zerg is a type of monster that can change shape. The monster laughed at their conversation. The monster thought the 2 humans before it was quite knowledgeable, but it thought the humans would only die miserably in its mouth. Mr. Wang thought that the creature had a size that was very suitable for him. But as long as the monster can only turn into a ball, then the believer can still resist. But the monster says that it is its mutant form. So he quickly turned his body into small pieces and ordered all his body parts that had a level of more than 15 to suck in the humans. It was at this time that Mr. Wang started to panic because the small monsters started to attack him, stick to his body, and suck his cell phone. In just a short time, Mr. Wang's cell phone had dropped and was only 30% left. Shen Bing tries to approach his boss for the sake of his status as coming to save him. But, in his heart, Shen Bing realized that his equipment and magic had reached the limit. Shen Bing realized he could only divert the monsters to himself. That way, Shen Bing hopes that the boss can take the opportunity to escape. But the commander still prevented him from coming because it would be the same as dying in vain. Commander Wang told Shen Bing to leave while he still could survive. When his body was increasingly pressed and surrounded by monsters, Commander Wang thought that maybe it was time for him to catch up with his family who had gone deeper into heaven because of the monster attack. Mr. Wang was reminded of memories with his family. Before joining the Tianchuang security team members, Mr. Wang once promised his family that they would immediately move into the safe zone. But in the end, when Mr. Wang had become a member of the security team and returned to his village outside the safe zone, it was too late and his family had died due to a monster attack. At that time, Mr. Wang was very sad and down because he could not keep his promise to his children and wife. But because of this, Mr. Wang remembered that he was determined to kill all the monsters that had harmed his family. Therefore, Master Wang's spirits returned. The adult man immediately shouted and got rid of all the insects covering his body with his strength. When all parts of the little monster had left Mr. Wang's body, Nana moved as fast as lightning to destroy the entire monster with just one attack. However, Nana was surprised to see that Mr. Wang was still alive, even though Nana also wanted to kill him so that all of Mr. Wang's X points would be hers. The Zerg monster immediately reunited all its remaining body parts. He grumbled at Nama because in a short time the little loli managed to destroy half of his body. The Zerg are angry and will take revenge on Nana, causing little loli to experience painful suffering. At this point, Commander Wang realized that the monster had evolved stronger and was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. But Nana asked the commander to keep quiet, because humans' low-carbon living laws are an insult to Nana, who is a humanoid. In a serious tone, Nana told them to open their eyes seriously because she would show the ultimate form that transcends any dimension. Nana took out a sophisticated and very large firearm from her arm and back. Then with full power, Nana immediately shot the Zerg monster. The giant creature was surprised to see Nana's abilities and said that Nana was not human. But all of that was useless because Nana immediately destroyed him to dust. Because of her prowess, Nana managed to get 10,000 experience points as a prize. Nana also has the right to get equipment dropped by the Zerg. Nana was very happy to get all the gifts, but suddenly she couldn't move her whole body. Even the little loli couldn't make any sound. The Yi family immediately approached Nana and Commander Wang with worried faces. Mrs. Yi immediately checked Nana's body while placing the little robot's head on her lap. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei gave expensive medicine to Commander Wang. so that the security team commander gets well soon. As his condition improved, Commander Wang said that the other shelters might no longer be as safe as the Area 5 shelter. Commander Wang said to Yi Yunfei, this time the monster attack in the city was very strange. They seemed to know the humans, so he suggested immediately moving to the 8th safe zone. But Yi Yunfei thought that place was too far, that they would be even further away from his brother. Yi Yunfei asked how his brother would find them. Moreover, they have not succeeded in contacting Yi Wu. Yi Yunfei tried to contact his older brother again. However, the error sound due to signal interference is still heard. Even so, Yi Yunfei was a little happy because he could faintly hear his older brother's voice. Yi Yunfei quickly said they were in shelter number 5. Nana and the security team saved them all from the attack of a powerful monster, and now they would immediately take refuge in the 8th safe zone. But in the end, Yi Yunfei had to swallow his disappointment because the signal interference occurred again, and the connection was lost again. When the girl was angry because she couldn't contact her older brother, Commander Wang said that he had a way to convey a message to Yi Wu. Hearing this, Yi Yunfei immediately became excited again. The commander explained that the method was simple. He would immediately take care of that so they could move more quickly from that dangerous place. A few moments later, when everyone had left, Yi Wu arrived at the 5th shelter. Seeing the very messy condition of the place, Yi Wu knew that there had been a big battle before, and he was worried because he didn't know the news of all his family members now. But then, Yi Wu saw the rows of kanji letters and the code on the entrance gate. Yi Wu was sure it was a message left by her, but the series of codes below the message turned out to be something that made Yi Wu very confused. Yi Wu stared at the code intently. He was sure he had seen code like that somewhere. Then he finally remembered that it was an external radio wave code within the security team. Yi Wu reminded him because previously the security team had come to the school to give an explanation to the science people. Of course, Yi Wu couldn't possibly forget all those details. Yi Wu immediately looked for the communicator in the body pocket of the dead security team member. Even though this young man managed to collect communicator devices, he couldn't repair the damaged devices. Under these circumstances, Yi Wu thought, because the True Eye was still on cooldown, and its range was limited, he couldn't go to the 8th safe zone without having any plans. The most important thing for him now was, he had to quickly contact Yi Yunfei and the others. Moreover, whether the 8th safe zone was willing to accept all the civilians from the 9th zone was still unknown. Yi Wu decided to go to the black market, which was not far from where he was now, so he wanted to go there immediately to find a communicator. When we arrived at the black market in the 9th safe zone, the situation there was also very chaotic. Buildings were damaged, and many corpses were scattered around. Yi Wu knew that there had also been quite a big battle at that place. From inside the main building, someone could be heard shouting, saying that whoever wants to enter the black market now is only asking for death for himself. There was always a hail of gunfire right at Yi Wu. Luckily, this young man managed to take out a protective shield in time. Yi Wu was relieved to see that the figure inside the building was still as energetic as ever. Then Yi Wu asked them to stop shooting because it was him. Suddenly, the shooting stopped and Miss Siyu came out of the building. Miss Siyu apologizes to Yi Wu because there was a battle before, so some people are still tense. Yi Wu replies that it doesn't matter because I'm fine. Miss Siyu asked why the young man came to the black market at a time like this. Yi Wu replied that there were some important things I wanted to ask you. So Miss Siyu took Yi Wu into the main building of the black market. When he arrived at the hall, Yi Wu was surprised to see that the place was still very lively. He asked how it was possible that people could still drink in that place when conditions outside were so chaotic. Miss Siyu said that the people who still drink there are mostly treasure hunters. Their goals are money, wine, and women. So no matter how the monsters live or die, or the civilians, they don't care at all. Yi Wu stepped past them until he thought it was clear they had good strength and level, but they just chose to hide and didn't care about death. Yi Wu does not have the right to change them of their own choice, but I feel this is a bit ironic. The two of them entered the Hanmo group's VIP room. It was at this time that Yi Wu asked if Miss Siyu could contact Miss Mo here. Miss Siyu asked why Yi Wu immediately asked someone else when I came. Can Yi Wu not care about others? Because right now I'm also scared. Miss Siyu held Yi Wu's arm tightly while rubbing her chest. Despite that, Yi Wu was not tempted at all. Yi Wu asked Miss Siyu to stop joking at this time because I was really in a hurry. Apart from that, Yi Wu could feel in his heart that Miss Siyu was not afraid at all. Miss Siyu finally sat down on the soft sofa and said that Miss Mo had not left the 9th zone. Miss Siyu had tried to contact Miss Mo using the internal secure line, but the connection was interrupted. Hearing this, Yi Wu thought that the interference with the communication signal was not a coincidence but intentional by certain individuals, and it seems that only certain encrypted internal wave radios can still communicate with each other. Miss Siyu was immediately shocked when she heard Yi Wu's guess. Who could cause intentional signal interference like this? Was it by a wild monster? Yi Wu explained that overall it was a little scary. I can't draw a conclusion yet. But it's not the purpose to confirm the conjecture, because he had 3 things he wanted to request from Miss Siu. First, Yu-Wu wanted to ask for help in finding a radio communicator from the Tianchuan group security team. Then secondly, he wanted to ask for a potion that was useful for treating weak debuffs. Meanwhile, these 3 young men wanted to ask for the royal cloak, which Miss Siu got at the previous auction. If Yu-Wu has money later, I will pay for everything. Miss Siu approached Yu-Wu and asked why the young man saw her such a strange figure. Because it hurts my feelings, and it's not about money. After all, it was Yu-Wu's from the start. As for the communicator and potions, Miss Siu will arrange for someone to find them for Yu-Wu immediately. Hearing this, Yu-Wu was very grateful to Miss Siu. Miss Siu quickly transferred the royal cloak to Yu-Wu. It was at this moment that Yu-Wu came to a conclusion. Talking about money could hurt feelings, but talking about feelings was more expensive. Sometimes generosity cannot be measured in money. Not long after, several people immediately brought what Miss Siu wanted. They immediately handed over the communicator and potion to Yu-Wu. After that, Yu-Wu immediately tried the communication device and entered the code that Commander Wang had written at the gate of Zone 5. It didn't take long for the call to reach Commander Wang directly. The commander had already guessed that the call came from Yi Yunfei's brother. Yu-Wu looked very happy when he finally connected with the people close to his sister. Commander Wang immediately gave the communicator to Yi Yunfei. Not long after, Yi Yunfei's cheerful voice immediately greeted her brother. Yu-Wu quickly asked how his sister and parents were doing. Yi Yunfei replied that they were all fine, because before their house was attacked by monsters, they had already moved to shelter number 5. But they were ambushed by monsters and Zerg. Luckily, there was Nana and the commander of the security team who saved them all. Yi Yunfei also said that currently Nana is running out of energy and can't move, and now they are on their way to the 8th safe zone. They were all fine and they would be careful to avoid monsters along the way. Yu-Wu immediately understood all their current conditions and situations. Yu-Wu also felt happy that Nana did not disappoint. However, he was confused about how to solve his energy problems, so he called Wise. The little AI immediately appeared and said there were many ways to fill Mecha's energy, but combined with the current situation, the easiest and rude way is to use magic crystals that are higher than his level to charge energy directly. Yu-Wu immediately conveyed this information to his sister. Yu-Wu also reminded Yunfei to immediately treat Nana so she could act immediately, because Nana is an indispensable fighting force to protect their family now. Yi Yunfei explained that Nana had killed a level 30 monster before. After that, Yi Yunfei said she would take care of Nana, so I immediately returned the communicator to Commander Wang. After the communication device was handed over to Commander Wang, Yu-Wu immediately said that in his opinion it would not work if they went directly to Zone 8 via the connecting bridge, because there will definitely be piles of displaced civilians there who are very unsafe. So Yu-Wu immediately sent the safe coordinates he knew. Seeing the coordinates sent by Yu-Wu made Commander Wang shocked, because he still remembered very well that those were the coordinates that Qin Lu talked about. Roman and the security team were wondering how Yu-Wu knew the coordinates of the secret passage. Then Yu-Wu explained that it was a secret passage to Zone 8. Yu-Wu would be waiting for them there, so I hoped Commander Wang would take his family there safely. Commander Wang replied that Yu-Wu had nothing to worry about, because that is his job. Yu-Wu went down to the hall to enjoy a drink for a while. This young man thought that he had bought a lot of restoratives for insurance purposes, but the price is very expensive. These profiteers really just sat back and raised prices to gain more profits, so that Yu-Wu completely went bankrupt. Suddenly, in one corner of the room, Yu-Wu saw a female servant being bullied by several men. With a sad face, the poor girl said that my parents were still outside, so she asked the men around her to take my parents to the black market zone so they would be safe. The girl even said that she was willing to pay the men who would save my parents, but the men thought it was impossible for the girl to have money because she was only a servant. Except, the girl will pay them with her beautiful body. With very impudent, passionate faces, the men looked like they couldn't wait to touch the poor girl's body. But quickly, Yu-Wu grabbed the big man's arm and told the servant girl that I could help the girl as long as she answered Yu-Wu's 2 questions. Firstly, what is the direction of the girl's house? And secondly, and also the most important, how much is the girl willing to pay me? The servant girl showed the house coordinates from the hologram screen to Yu-Wu. Seeing that location, Yu-Wu thought it was the coordinates of my destination. So I think it's fine to bring the servant girl. Yu-Wu finally said, it doesn't matter about the location, then how much money can the servant girl pay? The servant girl quickly answered that I would pay 1 million. After that, you will add another 1 million when Yu-Wu manages to save my family. Hearing Mai Oya's words, the bandits in the room smiled happily. They didn't expect that the waiter had quite a lot of money. They wanted to try to save Mai Oya's parents. Miss Siu said that the servant girl was called Mai Oya. Even though she is only level 10, she has a special skill, namely, and can sense energy fluctuations around her, including human emotions. So she can always win the hearts of the guests. Beverage sales performance is also long-term, so it's no surprise that she saves a little. Yiwu just realized that the waiter's skills were really good. Some of the adventurers in the room asked why the girl didn't say that she was very rich. They started to act sweet and said that his previous rude attitude was just a misunderstanding. So as long as the servant girls are willing to give money, then they will definitely try their best to protect your family. But Manhwa insisted that she had collaborated with Yiwu. Hearing this, one of the bandits approached Yiwu to beat him up in order to get a job from Manhwa. One of them even said not to be fooled by Yiwu's handsome face, because in an era like this, physical appearance is useless if you don't have the ability to fight the monsters outside. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Yiwu hit the head of the bandit who was heading towards him until the fat man was immediately stuck on the roof of the room. Yiwu casually kicked the people who came at him while asking how dare trash get in his way of making money. Finally, they got scared and apologized. Seeing Yiwu's ability to get rid of the thugs made Manhwa stunned. The girl didn't expect that the young man in front of me was not only handsome but also very strong. Miss Siyu, who saw Yiwu's fighting skills, was also shocked. Because she hadn't seen Yiwu for only a few days, the young man was already able to defeat level 30 bandits easily. Miss Siyu thought Yiwu was like a bottomless little monster, so Miss Siyu becomes more and more interested in you. Yiwu immediately headed towards the exit while taking Manhwa. The youth wanted to say he was in a hurry, but beforehand, Yiwu warned Manhwa to always listen to me along the way and not cause trouble for Yiwu. Manhwa immediately ran after Yiwu. Before leaving the building, Yiwu asked Miss Siyu what the beautiful woman's plans were next. According to Yiwu, sooner or later if Miss continues to stay in such a place with severe bandits, then she won't be able to produce anything. So she asked Miss Siyu to come with her to the 8th safe zone. The bandits at that place were actually angry when they heard Yiwu's words. They felt insulted when they heard Yiwu's words. When they surrounded Yiwu and prepared to hit him, Miss Siyu immediately stopped them and warned them that if they dared to touch Yiwu, they would get into trouble with the Hanmo group. Miss Siyu immediately hugged Yiwu's arm and said that I would go with the young man, because she thinks there is no solution or future for staying in that place. Besides, she also had to find a way to contact Miss Mokir. Finally, Yiwu left the place with two beautiful women hugging his arms. The men in the room were annoyed to see Yiwu leaving with two beautiful women in his arms. They even prayed that the young man would die soon because it made them feel very jealous. One of them even suspected that they would soon return to the black market zone while crying and asking for help. After they left the black market, the two women changed into new suits equipped with weapons. Miss Siyu asked Yiwu, was the young man fascinated by the beautiful and brave figure of Big Sister? A flirtatious wink could not be separated from Miss Siyu's attitude towards Yiwu. Meanwhile, Manhwa looks very embarrassed about her new appearance. Suddenly, they saw a huge lightning bolt in the sky. When we looked more closely, it turned out to be a dimensional gap. From within the gap, a giant claw appeared that was truly enormous. Even just that claw appeared from the crack in the sky and was able to instantly destroy the central building of the black market with just one strike. The three of them were shocked to see that the building that was attacked was a black market. But Miss Siyu felt very relieved because she had decided to leave that place right before the tragedy occurred. Miss Siyu also said that if a giant monster of that size came out of the space crack, they would have no place to escape. Yiwu said a monster of this level was completely out of reach. More precisely, this monster is called an ancient god. Miss Siyu asked, is the ancient god that Yiwu refers to the ancient god who descended to earth at the beginning of the transformation of the world plane? But how could it be those ancient gods? Yiwu answered that this was just that, and the information circulating among people about that time was also varied. Manhwa suddenly screamed and held her head hysterically. Miss Siyu frantically asks what's wrong with Manhwa. Manhwa hysterically said she felt a surging cold and evil energy spreading underground. Then gather in a designated direction. Right from that direction a light appeared that shone straight into the sky. Yiwu looked at the spear of light and thought that its direction was completely opposite to the direction he had agreed with Yi Yunfei. Yiwu was confused and wondered what he should do now. Although Yiwu had to meet Yunfei and the others as soon as possible, his instincts tell him that the source of the gathering of evil power must have something to do with the ancient god in the sky. So Yiwu must not neglect. But in the end, Yiwu told Miss Siyu and Manhwa that he would find out the source of the evil power. So this young man freed the two women to make a choice. Will they go with Yiwu to face the danger, or will they go to the safe escape coordinates of the 9th zone? Miss Siyu immediately replied that she did not need to choose. Anyway, I will come with Yiwu, because if that one in the sky was truly an ancient god, then the entire upper, middle, and lower zones of the 9th zone would all be impossible to avoid being destroyed. Manhwa also chose to follow Yiwu, because if they couldn't stop that huge monster in the sky, then my parents wouldn't be truly safe either. So they quickly ran towards the spear of light. As they got closer to the spear of light, Mioya's head became more and more painful, and said that the concentration of evil power had reached its strongest. When their position was very close to the source of the spear of light, Yiwu asked the two girls to hide behind a building. Yiwu looked at the source of the light spot and found 3 extremely scary black-robed people using giant crystals to create summoning lights for monsters. Inside the giant crystal, there are several human skulls that look scary. Yiwu wondered what they were doing. Yiwu was annoyed to realize that they were creating a magic circle that sent energy into the space crack. Miss Siyu invited them to immediately attack the 3 cloaked people because their level was not high. This woman believes that destroying the magic circle can prevent the ancient gods from descending to Earth. Without thinking, the 2 women immediately stepped forward to attack the 3 mysterious robed figures, even though Yiwu prevented them because things were not that simple. Sure enough, the 2 women's attacks had absolutely no effect on the 3 robed figures who were still focused on activating the energy from the red crystal. The 2 women's attacks triggered an energy shield that protected the 3 mysterious figures. Miss Siyu cursed in annoyance because it turned out that her opponent had prepared something like this. Yiwu commented that today was only natural as there was no way they wouldn't protect such an important magic circle. Yiwu tried to attack them with several wolf heads created from extremely hot flames. But in the end, this young man's powerful attack did not have any impact on the shield. Yiwu wondered what the level of that energy barrier might be. Once they switch attack talents, can I break that energy shield? Yiwu tried to attack the energy shield once again with his flame sword. But still this young man couldn't make any scratches on the shield. Yiwu thought it turned out that he really couldn't break the energy shield. So at least the shield was at level 60 or above. And although this young man had obtained a lot of ESP points before, but now the situation was completely different. And if he increases his normal attack power, it's likely that I'll find it difficult to deal with the situation afterward. Yiwu realized he had to collect EXP points to open a new account. Only in that way will you get a chance to win. But then this young man realized something very strange. Even though he had attacked the shield with a huge attack, the people inside did not even react. The 2 women approached Yiwu and asked how they were going to defeat those people if Yiwu's attack alone had no effect. What should they do now? Even though the figure in the sky seemed to be getting out of the gap in the sky. Yiwu told the 2 women not to worry because I would soon find a way to break the shield. Yiwu immediately called Wise and told the robot to analyze the energy shield to see if there were any loopholes that could be exploited. Wise immediately appeared and identified the shield with great focus. The little robot said a problem like this was not a big deal and could be solved in just a fraction of a second. Wise immediately explained that there was a level 65 epic item. The maker of the shield was unknown because the relevant information had been deleted intentionally. Now the information has been restored based on the displayed logo the maker has been found. From the logo on the crystal, Yiwu realized that it was the logo of the Huangjang group. Yiwu wondered why were they causing trouble again. Yiwu guessed that the crystal was probably the same as the small crystal that was obtained from the Black Tiger mercenary group's treasure chest. Yiwu tried to test how defensive the shield would be if it threw in crystals from the Huangjang group as well. It turned out that the small blue crystal that had been obtained managed to escape and enter the magic circle. Yiwu realized there was a certain degree of compatibility for the same type of product from the same company. So this young man immediately told Wise to browse his item library and see if there were any items that could be integrated with the shield. Wise was immediately alerted and the collection was underway. It only took a few seconds for the AI robot to find it. Wise released a turbo amplifier, which is a composite material to maximize the capabilities of the protective shield. The system explains that the turbo amplifier is a turbo boost level 65. Car or airplane engine modification parts can increase power output significantly. The system provided a note that the object was the principal's personal collection. Yiwu was doubtful whether I should use that thing because it was the principal's private collection. If the thing was used directly like this, would the principal blame him, even though he had promised to keep the object in his name? Wise asked Yiwu not to hesitate because this item had not been used for a long time. After all, it was now in Yiwu's pocket, so it belonged to Yiwu. Hearing Wise's last words made Yiwu angry and immediately hit the little robot. Then Yiwu apologized to the principal because he had no choice but to do this. So Yiwu immediately combined the blue crystal from the turbo amplifier to create a new epic item called the Turbo Force Field Generator. After transformation, the recoil force field is stronger and so its duration and endurance have also been increased. Excitedly, Yiwu immediately ordered Turbo Force to advance with full force, destroying from within. The tool could actually penetrate the shield and immediately glowed ready to destroy the giant red crystal in front of him. Miss Siyu and Mioya looked very amazed to realize that Yiwu would use the energy field of the same particles to destroy the initial force field that the red crystal had. Yiwu explained that force fields of the same level cannot cancel each other out. The purpose is to use the reverse force field to confine the crystal's magic energy for a short time to form a short circuit within the shield. Sure enough, there was a short circuit in the shield which made everyone inside scream in pain as if they had been struck by a powerful bolt of lightning. Even their clothes were instantly destroyed and their bodies were covered in wounds. The short circuit was so powerful that it burned their hair and suddenly they all became bald. The three of them even continued to wail, screaming for help. Finally, the shield was not strong enough to withstand the short circuit that occurred in it. Yiwu, who saw the shield crack, immediately asked the two women to hide behind me. The explosion actually occurred. Everyone inside was thrown quite far, and a very large hole was created from the explosion. Yiwu regretted that he had underestimated the power of the magic crystal explosion. Even though he had changed to defensive talent, the young man still had difficulty breathing, until he opened his eyes and realized that someone was sitting right in my face. Yiwu felt this position was very awkward, but Myoya didn't immediately step aside and ask if the young man was okay. Yiwu just said to get the girl out of my face immediately. Meanwhile, Miss Siyu was thrown and fell right into Yiwu's groin. This really annoyed Yiwu, but Myoya instead told his two colleagues to look at the sky because currently the galactic gap in the sky was getting smaller, and the godly monster was not coming out of the gap. Miss Siyu commented that it was great because their efforts meant they were paying off. Without paying attention to the conversation between the two girls, Yiwu asked them to immediately get away from my body and don't chat on my body like now. After Yiwu was able to stand up again, he approached the three mages who had activated the crystal and was surprised that the three people were still not dead after being hit by the powerful explosion. They were still trying to stand while complaining of pain all over their bodies. Yiwu approached one of them and asked nicely, "Who are they, and what is their purpose?" Yiwu even offered to help save their lives. But unexpectedly, the person laughed very loudly and then said that the church of the land of the old world king would always be victorious. After saying that, the man's body suddenly glowed and he exploded right in front of Yiwu. Yiwu didn't expect the man to blow himself up. According to him, this is one of the cruelest ways to cover up one's identity. Luckily, Yiwu managed to create a protective shield in time and his defensive talent was very strong. Yiwu managed to prevent the attack on the other men because he wanted to keep the one remaining man alive to find out the details. However, suddenly the man laughed very strangely again and continued to say, "Long live the Church of the Old King's Land." Miss Siyu and Myoya panicked when the other man's body began to glow. They were worried that the man would also calm down like before. Miss Siyu even cursed because they were all willing to sacrifice their own lives to keep a secret. According to him, this was a very thorough and very cruel brainwashing practice. Suddenly, the man was stunned, the light on his body stopped, and he bowed before Yiwu. Apparently, Yiwu could also use brainwashing skills. It was the mind control skill, which had an activation duration of 60 seconds. The bald man even went so far as to prostrate himself before Yi and say, "The great new god. People want to hear your teachings." Yiwu was shocked to see that person's attitude. Moreover, he is called a god. Even though I was only controlling that person's thoughts, that person actually flattered him like this. Miss Siyu approached and asked, "Since when did Yiwu learn such mind control skills?" Yiwu replied that, "You Miss Siyu think too much, because I've never used that mind control skill, so Yiwu just used it to train my hands." Yiwu immediately asked the man to give a very clear explanation of the old world folk landing church and the man's purpose in 1 minute. So the man immediately explained that the old world King's Landing Church is an underground church with many believers. Believers come from all walks of life and all walks of life, among which there are many high-ranking people and powerful people. Although everyone has different statuses and ranks, they all have the same goal, which is to welcome the return of the ancient god. Only the arrival of the ancient god can bring about the end of the world and lead humanity to a brilliant new world. Yiwu asked, "Could the ancient gods end these final days and create a new world? Can you believe this kind of nonsense?" Though that was more unreliable than expecting it to end this life. Yiwu also wondered why the summoning of an ancient god and a monster attacking the city appeared at the same time. What is the relationship between the two? Miss Siyu suddenly said, "There are actually many churches that worship ancient gods among the people, but they are only superficial organizations. After all, no one had ever seen what it looked like at that time, let alone summoned it." Myoya also said this old world folk landing church can actually summon real ancient gods or not. Yiwu now understood their way of summoning ancient gods. But this young man asked what was the origin of the big red magic crystal and the tattoo on the man's body. The man explains the tattoo is a sacred magic pattern, so only people chosen by God have the right to be tattooed. As for the magic circle and crystal table, there were methods to summon ancient gods, but because the man's level was not enough, he really didn't know the details. Yiwu was angry and shouted at the man as if to hide it. The man quickly knocked his head on the ground and said, "He didn't dare to hide anything from the ancient god, because I think Yiwu is a great being and an ancient god." The man kept banging his head on the ground until it bled while saying that he was the most loyal and sincere person to the ancient god. The man even said he could give his life if God wanted and he would never dare to deceive God. Yu cursed in his heart seeing that this person was too religious, or you could say he was crazy, because his loyalty made the man's head bleed, but he didn't complain at all. Then Yu asked one more thing. What is the connection between the landing church of the old world kings and the current monster invasion? With a trembling voice, the man said it was very important because, after all, the monster attack on the city was planned by the old king's landing church because the summoning of the ancient god required countless blood. They all have to make sacrifices. When the man again said live the old world king's landing church, his body glowed again and he was ready to explode. Yu swiftly stepped back to hug Miss Siyu and Maioya while creating a barrier to protect them. Luckily, just as the man blew himself up, the three of them were already safely inside the barrier. Yu cursed in his heart because it had clearly been less than a minute, but that person suddenly lost control. Yu guessed that when that person hit his head and went crazy, his brain might be damaged and out of control. When Yu looked at the two women in front of him, I became awkward and immediately let go of the two of them. Yu apologized while asking if they were all okay. Luckily, they were fine. They expressed their thanks because Yu saved them in time. Yu approached the crystal shard and thought that after wasting a long time, I finally got a satisfactory result. But the old world king's landing church is really not easy to deal with. Not only could they plot monsters to attack the city, but they could also summon ancient and more powerful gods from powerhouses who only cared about making money. Yu had already ruined their plans. This young man wondered if they would appear to look for him. Whatever their next steps, Yu will do whatever it takes to protect himself and his family. Yu took out a fairly small piece of crystal. The system explained that the data from the magic crystal was unknown. Yu realized that his opponent must have carried out special secret treatment on the magic crystal so that it could not be detected like now. Yu immediately called Wise to detect the crystal. In a short time, Wise managed to identify the crystal and explained that it was a blood demon crystal. It was refined from ancient magic crystals and blood, and the blood component consisted of mostly human blood and a small amount of monster blood. Wise said that many people had been killed to make the crystal, so it's really evil. Yu guessed that this was the so-called sacrifice to the ancient god by blood. But strangely, apart from human blood, there is also monster blood in the crystal. Yu realized it seemed like he had really gotten into big trouble. Several times his communicator also kept buzzing noisily. This young man suspected that the error occurred due to interference from the crystal. Suddenly, Maioya shouted, telling everyone to look up at the sky. Currently, the gap in the sky is still forming very wide. The girl said that although the space crack had stopped opening, the crack in the sky had not completely disappeared. It seems that just destroying one magic circle can't completely stop the summoning ritual. Yu wondered, will the leveling still continue? If Yu continued trying to destroy the entire magic circle, then he would further expose his whereabouts and also his family's, so they would face even higher danger. But just giving up was no guarantee that the space crack would stop opening. While Yu was focused on thinking about what he should do next, suddenly a wolf monster appeared right behind him. A second before Yu was hit by the monster's attack, someone appeared to destroy the monster with just one attack. Then a man's deep voice said that he didn't expect to see Yu in that place in a daze, to the point of not realizing the appearance of a monster right behind him. When the monster was gone, Senior Ancheng appeared, and with a confident smile, he asked whether his presence had frightened or shocked the three of them. Maioya immediately approached Ancheng and looked very happy when he saw the young man. Yu also smiled looking at Ancheng. But this young man thought that Senior Ancheng was the real danger. Even so, Yu still expressed his thanks because his senior had saved his life again. But Miss Siyu reminded Yu not to be too humble. After all, it was just a low-level monster that couldn't possibly cause too big of an injury to Yu. Miss Siyu doesn't seem to like Ancheng. Miss Siyu heard that Ancheng was the red man of the Huangjang group, who did not stay in the team, and often went to the 9th zone to gather, and strangely, Ancheng appeared right after the three of them destroyed the energy shield. Miss Siyu pointed a gun at Ancheng's head and said, "It's hard to believe, Ancheng." So Miss Siyu asked fiercely, "What does Ancheng want?" Even though Maioya had said that she didn't feel any negative energy from Ancheng, Miss Siyu still ignored it. Ancheng then answered that although there are some contradictions between them at the top level, this does not mean that the two of them have to be enemies with each other. So Ancheng asked Miss Siyu to put down her gun. Yu also said that the current problem is much more important, and the core frictions of the past must be put aside to solve the problems of the present. And with the addition of Senior Ancheng, their combat effectiveness will be more efficient. Although his face was smiling, in his heart, Yu was smiling slyly because the senior took the initiative to propose to himself. Yu planned to pretend to trust the senior first and then speak slowly until the senior revealed all the secrets he had. Finally, Miss Siyu put away her gun and said that she had to give a face to Yu. But that didn't mean that Miss Siyu had gotten rid of her doubts about Ancheng. because after all, this beautiful lady would not be easily fooled by Ancheng's mask of kindness. Yiwu also asked Senior Ancheng not to worry too much about Miss Siyu, because the woman was often careful she didn't accidentally suspect seniors. So Yiwu thought it was just a misunderstanding. Senior Ancheng also said that it was just a misunderstanding. Then the senior explained that he also lived in Zone 9, so he wanted to help evacuate loyal residents around there. But then he heard an explosion and rushed to see the situation. Yiwu said that they were the ones who made that explosion sound because they had just destroyed the magic circle, but looking at the current situation there was another magic circle. It turns out that Senior Ancheng also noticed the strangeness of the tear in the sky. The senior invited Yiwu to quickly close the dimensional tear. Before that, Yiwu said that this was a selfless act, but why was the senior still willing to participate in it? Ancheng answered because 9 is his hometown. The place was full of beautiful memories, so he didn't want it to be destroyed, that's all. Then Ancheng honestly explained that this sentence was a statement of high emotional intelligence. Meanwhile, the argument for low IQ is that completing a mission of this magnitude will result in him getting a bonus from the team. This single helped his promotion. When they wanted to continue the mission to destroy the circle themselves next, Myoya said that she likely wouldn't come because she was worried that she wouldn't be able to help anything and would just be a burden to everyone. Yiwu explained that the reality was not like that. Thanks to Myoya's perception ability, they were able to find the first matching circle, so the girl's ability is very important to them. Miss Siyu calmed Myoya by saying that the young girl's abilities were much more useful than hers. Miss Siyu asked Myoya to be more enthusiastic because they would soon search for the rest of the magic circle and then go to Myoya's parents' place. Hearing Miss Siyu's words made Myoya more enthusiastic, and we'll try our best to help them. Now the 4 of them are excited to go together to look for the remaining Betel circles. It was at this time that Ancheng's seniors asked Yiwu to explain the specific information before they began to attack the next magic circle. Yiwu said it was no problem and they could talk while walking towards the next location. After they found the location of the second magic circle, Senior Ancheng asked how to destroy that energy. Yiwu replied that he couldn't use the same method as before. So does Senior Ancheng know of another way? Because the protection device used by the circle was produced by Huangjeng. Senior Ancheng was very shocked when he heard this. He just found out it was like that. No wonder they all suspected that Huangjeng group was colluding with that heretical church. Miss Siyu replied, why not? Because Ancheng is a red man, he knows more than the 3 of them. So why didn't Ancheng explain it instead of pleading in front of them? Hearing Miss Siyu's sarcastic remarks made Ancheng smile awkwardly. Ancheng said that he was just an ordinary member instead of a red man. But this young man said that Miss Siyu's suspicions were reasonable. Moreover, the current situation is difficult to explain without misunderstanding. Ancheng said that he could only explain that the Huangjeng group never chooses people in business, and it doesn't matter who their weapons are sold to as long as they can make money. So the current situation doesn't explain anything. Yiwu confirmed Ancheng's words. He also believes in Ancheng 100%. But Yiwu still suggested that his senior show some real actions to prove himself in front of Miss Siyu, so that Miss Siyu no longer suspects the senior. Senior Ancheng is willing to do that. He will break the shield to prove himself. Luckily, he brought a useful item, namely overloading a secret model generator. Senior Ancheng threw the generator and it went straight into the shield, destroying the shield. Yiwu Til was shocked to see that the little guy's item had such great power that it destroyed the energy shield very easily. After that, Senior Ancheng moved as fast as lightning to kill 3 people in mysterious robes who activated the magic circle. Senior Ancheng said the boat of trust cannot be overturned. Myoya Til was shocked to see that Senior Ancheng could kill the 3 of them in just a short time. Miss Siyu was even very surprised to see the young man's abilities. Senior Ancheng explained that although the Huangjeng group is not picky about sellers, to avoid attacks with self-produced weapons, they enter the back door of the weapons and properties they sell. And a new generator is only used as the backdoor to destroy the shield cover. Senior Ancheng smiled and asked can they believe it now, because he had told all such secrets. Even so, suddenly Senior Ancheng received a very fast and powerful attack terrible Dari Yiwu. After the crystal was destroyed, Yiwu told his senior that he forgot to do the most important thing, which was to destroy the blood demon crystal. Then Yiwu explained that if the crystal wasn't destroyed then they couldn't completely prevent the space crack in space. Senior Ancheng asked Yiwu to tell him earlier so that he wouldn't be shocked. Yiwu said it was good for Senior Ancheng to join them because work efficiency could be much higher. And now Miss Siyu will say no more. Yiwu patted Senior Ancheng's shoulder while saying that the young man was indeed a great legend of their academy. Senior Ancheng asked his junior not to praise him too much. Yiwu invited them to move on to the next point. At this moment, Senior Ancheng thought that the speed of Yiwu's sword just now was so fast that he almost couldn't react. But the sword was aimed at him, almost hitting him. So he wondered in his heart what Yiwu's attitude meant. But according to him, his junior is not as bad as he seems. Finally, the 4 of them arrived at the 3rd point. and it turns out it was the last magic crystal. After they destroyed the shield and the 3 people who triggered the crystal, Senior and Cheng asked everyone to move away because he was going to destroy the crystal. Before the senior destroyed the crystal, Yiwu thought there was something strange. Everything went too easily, except for the protective cover. Yiwu wondered if it was true, there was no second protective measure. Would the old world landing church be so careless? Suddenly the 3 mysterious men who had activated the blood crystal were sucked in by the giant crystal. Even though their condition was in danger, the 3 foreign men laughed happily because they felt like they were being called by God and would soon be one with God. Visible, the bodies of the 3 men were sucked in by the blood crystal. Yiwu immediately told the others to prepare to fight the enemy, because this must be the last choice of the old world king landing church at the last moment. At this moment, the bodies of the 3 men had already become a terrifying giant monster that was level 60. The 3 heads of the monster were saying different things. One of the terrible heads said that he would eliminate everyone who prevented the appearance of God. One of the heads begged for forgiveness because he didn't break up until he failed to bring a god into this world. Senior and Cheng ordered everyone to move according to his instructions. He suggested everyone hide behind Cheng's back. The young man will distract the monster, then Manhwa will heal his cell phone, while Yiwu and Miss Siyu have to help him. But Yiwu prevented Senior and Cheng's plan, because the level difference between all of them was too great. The monster immediately attacked them and said that a small human who dared to try to challenge the god's messenger was considered arrogant and deserved to be beaten. Cheng was stunned by the attack of such a powerful monster. He just realized that this was what a level 60 monster's attack was like. With just one attack, Cheng's body was thrown far enough that his weapon was destroyed. Then the monster turned to Miss Siyu. Luckily, Yiwu managed to catch Miss Siyu in time and protected their bodies with his special barrier. While maintaining the energy shield, Yiwu reminded Miss Siyu not to be dazed and to hold her weapon tightly. Then don't dodge in time. Yiwu complained greatly because the creature's speed was not much but its strength was too abnormal, and different from the opponents he encountered before. Yiwu's energy shield lost quite a significant amount of its energy in a short period. Yiwu realized that after the monster destroyed 10 layers of energy shield, there was still some attack power that the monster could exert. Yiwu was no longer comfortable and so took a step back quite far because he probably couldn't survive the monster's attack any longer. Yiwu put Miss Siyu down so that she had more freedom to attack the monster. Yiwu thought he should change defense to attack to have a greater chance of winning. According to his experience so far, Yiwu could face a difference of 20 levels above him. As long as the monster doesn't understand the attack pattern, then there is a good chance of being able to kill the monster with its abilities. Yiwu threw his attack with full strength, but the attack did not make any impact on the monster. Yiwu realized that the monster was very difficult to deal with. Even with his powerful attack, Yiwu could only deal a little damage to the monster. Miss Siyu asked Yiwu to retreat again because the elite monster's defense was too abnormal. Even their combined strength couldn't possibly break the monster's defenses. The monster continued to attack Yiwu with enormous power. The monster says God will not forgive people who have sinned and run away like that. Yiwu guessed that the monster's terrifying ability must have come from the crystal magic that covered its entire body. According to him, the monster was troublesome. Yiwu threw a red crystal under the monster's feet, and then in an instant an energy shield was created to block the monster's body. The monster was angry and said there was no danger he could be endured by such a shield. One of the monster's heads kept telling God to punish arrogant and weak humans. Before Senior and Cheng attacked the monster again, Yiwu immediately gave him a sword that looked quite tough. Yiwu explained that it was a sword taken from the hands of the captain of the Black Tiger Army. Senior and Cheng can use that sword if he wants. In Yiwu's opinion, it was not a wise choice to escape. They should have held off the monster a little longer and used the time available to find out its weaknesses and come up with the best strategic tactics to defeat the monster. While looking at Yiwu, Senior and Cheng looked amazed. He didn't expect that his junior could be calm and thought that his actual combat experience would be more than Senior and Cheng. Suddenly, Manhwa felt dizzy because he felt the weakness of the monster. Yiwu exclaimed happily because he didn't expect the girl's abilities to always surprise him. Yiwu asked where the monster's weakness was. Manhwa said that he felt the magic power in the boss monster's body seemed to be transported by the huge magic crystal on his shoulders. At this moment, Yiwu realized that there was indeed something that looked like a beating heart inside the crystal. But the crux of the problem is how to destroy that enormous blood demon crystal. Yiwu tried to ask Weiss about the monster's weakness. Weiss then gave him a suggestion after going through a thorough analysis which he carried out, namely to use the blood demon magic crystal that Yiwu had previously obtained to strengthen the weapon and use the same attribute to offset the hardness bonus. Yiwu immediately understood Weiss's suggestion like tooth against tooth. He will try to do it. Yiwu started by borrowing Siyu's weapon. Even though the woman was curious, she gave it to Yiwu. Yiwu then tried to change and strengthen Siyu's weapons. Siyu was of course amazed to find out that Yiwu had such abilities. Siyu's wind chaser is combined with the blood demon magic crystal and turns into a bloodthirsty wind chaser which can even penetrate armor and absorb cell phones with an attack speed increased by 30%. Of course, Siyu is very happy to be able to get a new weapon that has many special effects. At that time the monsters attacked again and Yiwu immediately asked Siyu to try an attack to see the effect the new weapon could have. At that moment, Siyu immediately fired her gun and the monster was in pain because the bullet could penetrate the defense now. And Chang, who saw it, also couldn't believe that what Yiwu did was successful. He wanted to know how the man could do it. Yiwu realized that the weapon did not do much damage to the monsters. Even the monster would probably recover in a short time. If he wanted to defeat the monster, Yiwu knew that he needed a strong weapon, but he currently didn't have one. And Chang then admitted that he had a powerful weapon. Previously, when he went to the black market, he bought an extra melee weapon for the team. But he wasn't sure what Yiwu could do with it. That's when Cheng sent a trade request for power gloves. Yiwu immediately accepted it. On the other hand, the monster was getting angrier because Siyu's attacks were causing him pain. However, Siyu could feel that the control effect she had was decreasing and she immediately asked Cheng to help her restrain the monster for 20 seconds. Cheng of course immediately helped Siyu. On the other hand, Yiwu had received power gloves from Cheng. Yiwu immediately asked Weiss to look for items that could be used to increase the power of the gloves. Weiss soon found it. The power gloves can be paired with a micro-rocket propeller which is usually used to modify cars or planes and is in the principal's collection. Yiwu of course didn't expect that such a modified item existed. Plus it turns out the principal likes things like racing. Yiwu didn't expect it, but he didn't have time to complain anymore and had to quickly unite these three things with the blood demon magic crystal. The monsters got even angrier and kept trying to attack Siyu and Cheng. Cheng found it increasingly difficult as he couldn't keep up with his speed. If he continued like that, he would soon run out of cell phones. Cheng immediately asked Yiwu if he was ready. Yiwu needed a little more time and that's when something suddenly attacked the monster's sword. Yiwu finally returns with a new weapon and tells Cheng that they did a good job and now it's his turn. He will attack the monster. At that time the monster was afraid and could only ask the gods for help. The monster was confused because Yiwu's attack suddenly became very strong. The monsters were worried that Yiwu could destroy their magic crystal. Yiwu of course still attacked with confidence. Now the monster was of no use to him other than gaining experience points. He also wouldn't say anything to anyone else. The monster naturally thought Yiwu was arrogant. He was the child chosen and blessed by the ancient gods, so he would not be affected by a small ant like Yiwu. The monster felt that it only needed to pay serious attention to its defense, and then nothing could break its defense. That's when Yiwu attacked again and hit the monster. For him, whatever the ancient god did would have no effect on him who was a new god. The monster was of course even angrier because Yiwu had insulted the god. Yiwu had dared to claim to be the new god and therefore he would bear the punishment of 10,000 arrows. That's when the monsters attacked, but everyone around Yiwu asked the man to stay focused because they were the ones who would take care of the arrows. Yiwu was of course touched by his friend's attitude. Siyu reminded them again that their hope now only lies in Yiwu. Only he could break the monster's defenses, so he shouldn't waste his energy on such a small thing. Cheng immediately confirmed. He asked Yiwu to attack the monsters with all his strength because they all relied on Yiwu. Yiwu quickly regained his spirits and was determined to end things quickly. When Yiwu tried to attack, who would have thought that his attack was blocked? Yiwu was shocked because he realized that the monster was protected by a god's realm which was a level 60 magic barrier. The monster spoke again confidently that Yiwu might be able to damage his magic crystal, but it was impossible to break through the god's realm. Yiwu immediately noticed that 2 of the 3 heads were continuing to cast spells and that meant the magic barrier would continue to recharge. Yiwu was of course annoyed because he, who had reached that level, was still not strong enough to fight monsters. On the other hand, warnings continued to sound because Yiwu's attacks that were too excessive could cause him to overload. Of course, the monster laughed because he knew what Yiwu did would be useless. Nothing could penetrate his absolute defense. Yiwu was increasingly annoyed because he should have attacked the heart on the monster's right shoulder from the start. Yiwu regretted his stupidity. Yiwu ended up completely overloaded which made his stamina value continue to decrease with 30 seconds remaining. The monsters who saw Yiwu helpless naturally became happy. The monster was confident that its defense, which even received praise from the priests, would not be able to be broken by Yiwu. The monster that was fighting Yiwu would see who would fall first. Of course, Yiwu wanted to know about the priest that the monster had mentioned. Is the priest their superior? However, Yiwu tried to refocus on destroying the monster's defense. If he couldn't even defeat that monster, How would he be able to defeat the ancient god in the future? Yiwu felt that he had to use absolute strength to suppress the recovery speed of the monster's magic barrier. He immediately asked for Weiss' help to find items that could be used to quickly increase his strength. However, Weiss could only apologize because she didn't have any, even the most basic options they didn't have. Yiwu thought about the strength potion and immediately knew that if he could consume it, then he could increase his strength. Yiwu immediately asked which other comrades might have strength potions as he needed one, and Cheng immediately apologized because he didn't have it. Although he bought a lot of things before, they didn't include strength potions. Maioya doesn't have either, but she has an agility potion and will offer it to Yiwu. Yiwu immediately asked Siyu if the woman had any potions. I will immediately pay if Siyu gives me the strength potion. Siyu immediately gave me the potion and said that Yiwu didn't need to talk to me about money, because the thing that worries him is the side effects that the drug will give. The strength potion is a Hercules magic potion which increases the strength attribute by 300% for 1 minute but will make the user weak for 2 hours after the effect ends. Yiwu, who noticed the side effects, was also worried because it could be fatal. Siyu asks if Yiwu doesn't intend to save his family after the fight is over, because if Yiwu becomes weak, then he won't be able to do anything. However, Yiwu immediately drank the power potion which shocked Siyu. He was annoyed because his words were not listened to at all. Yiwu looked very confident in what he was doing. Yiwu admitted that he would discuss it later, because if he couldn't even get through this critical period, then they wouldn't be able to talk about anything anymore. After all, Yiwu believed his family was still safe there. Suddenly, Yiwu felt a change in his body. The monsters also noticed the change in Yiwu. The monster felt it had to act immediately, but before it had time to move, Yiwu attacked it repeatedly. The monster was in pain, but even with Yiwu's great strength, it realized that Yiwu's attack was very careless. At that time, Maioya was immediately asked to heal Yiwu's HP. However, Maioya couldn't follow him because Yiwu's HP dropped too quickly. On the other hand, the monsters were starting to feel overwhelmed by Yiwu's attacks that were too fast, so their barrier recovery speed couldn't keep up. However, Yiwu currently didn't have much HP. As long as the monsters could see the opportunity to unlock the defense and then give Yiwu a fatal blow, then they would be able to win. However, who would have thought that Yiwu managed to break through the boss monster's god's realm and immediately attack their hearts? The boss monster became hysterical because of a damaged heart even though he had already received God's blessing. Even though the monster lost in the end, he told Yiwu not to get too excited. Even if Yiwu won, he would not be able to prevent the arrival of the ancient god. Monsters call for the landing church of the kings of the old world. Another head in the monster beast also said that more members of their church would come after Yiwu. That man, his family, and his friends would die miserably. Yiwu was of course not convinced by what the monster said. That will not happen to him or anyone else, for he is the one who will destroy the entire church of the old world King's Landing. Seeing the monster's defeat and Yiwu's victory, everyone cheered. They praised Yiwu's astonishing abilities. In return, Yiwu also got 200,000 X points and 50,000 gold. Apart from that, Yiwu also took several items belonging to monsters, such as strengthening material hardened magic crystal, level 60 skill book God's Domain, and summon magic crystal call of the new god. At that time, Yiwu entered a weak state within 2 hours. Yiwu was so relieved that everything was over. Now he asks what to do next. With his current condition, that meant he had to rely on Cheng, Siyu, and Maioya, but it felt so wrong. While Yiwu was still lying down, Cheng had already stood up and looked ready to attack. Siyu and Maioya naturally quickly intervened. Siyu immediately asked what Cheng would do to Yiwu. The woman suspected a fox had finally appeared among them. On the other hand, Maioya also asks what happened to Cheng and reminds him that Yiwu is a friend of all of them. Of course, Cheng shouldn't hurt him. Cheng, as if he had misunderstood, immediately put down his sword. He told the two women that everything was just a misunderstanding. He did lose control, but it was all unintentional. Women don't need to panic. Of course, Siyu didn't immediately believe it. Either Cheng thinks you are too smart or Siyu is too stupid, but she will not believe in Cheng's nonsense. Cheng then explained that they had all just faced the test of life and death, so why was everyone still doubting me? I was just shocked to see Yiwu's strength that was shown just now, and Cheng didn't have any evil intentions at all, but even if I had the intention to kill, neither Siyu nor Maioya, who were just beautiful women, would be able to stop me. Cheng then came forward to help Yiwu. I will carry the man on my back. Yiwu certainly gladly accepted the help since he couldn't even walk. However, Maioya still praised the extraordinary Yiwu. Anyone else would have been lying down and unconscious, but Yiwu could still stand and walk. The man was incredibly powerful. Yiwu asked Maioya not to be too surprised because it was just the effect of his practicing regularly. He also asked Siyu not to be too nervous. Cheng and the rest of them have become friends, so there is no need to be suspicious of each other and they have to trust each other. Cheng of course agreed. Weiss said that Cheng was filled with a pitch-black spectrum that showed full intent to kill, but that intent was directionless. Weiss also didn't know who the murderous intent was directed at, whether on Yiwu or someone else. However, Yiwu felt that Cheng was very suspicious, so for now, I'll pretend to believe it. After all, he still needed Cheng to be his bodyguard. Yiwu didn't care about Cheng's goals or secrets because as long as he didn't make a move, Yiwu could use him for personal gain. Cheng then invited Yiwu to rest for 5 minutes and then set off again. Yiwu immediately agreed at that time. Maoya, who looked at the sky, realized that the space crack had finally disappeared completely. Siyu immediately confirmed. Maoya was so happy because they managed to prevent the arrival of the ancient god who was the biggest threat. At that time, Yiwu immediately asked the two not to be too happy. Even though the space gap had been successfully closed, the crisis of the invasion of the monster army had not yet ended. They must always be alert because their lives are now in their hands. Yiwu, who had just lay down, then immediately got back up. He remembered that communication should have been restored because the blood demon magic crystal had already been destroyed. Siyu immediately contacted Miss Mo. However, before Siyu tried it, it was Yiwu who got a phone call from Miss Mo Kier. Of course, Siyu was surprised that Mo Kier contacted Yiwu first. As soon as communication returned to normal, Siyu wondered why Yiwu seemed to be so important to Mo Kier. Seeing Yiwu talking to Miss Mo, Siyu's feelings were complicated. I don't know who I'm jealous of. Is it Yiwu or Miss Mo? On the other hand, the phone calls continued. Miss Mo reported on the relationship between Huangjang and the Old World King's Landing Church, which became more and more interesting over time. I'll think about it later, but right now Miss Mo is safe and has contacted the help group. Even though it took time, Miss Mo asked Yiwu to stay where she was and not move because I would come there. But Yiwu didn't want Miss Mo to come because it would only waste time. Yiwu wanted them to meet at the secret passage leading to the 8th zone near the connecting bridge. Yiwu immediately sent the coordinates to Miss Mo. Miss Mo immediately agreed to meet at that location. In her heart, Miss Mo didn't think that Yiwu even knew about the secret passage. Yiwu is not a simple man as expected of the man I like. That's when Cheng teased. He admitted that he was worried seeing the weak condition shown by Yiwu. Moreover, Yiwu was a man that Miss Mo liked, so things like that had to be handled seriously. Yiwu could only thank him and confirm that he was fine. And Cheng then said that he heard rumors about Yiwu and Miss Mo's closeness. At first, I thought it was just a joke, but after seeing it for myself, now he believes it and feels jealous because of that closeness. Yiwu wasn't sure, but for him, the presence of Miss Mo as his support was indeed very important. That woman was the one who made Yiwu want to work hard. The group then continued their journey. Yiwu and the others finally arrived at the bridge connecting the 9th safe zone. Everyone jostled and tried to get in, but the door was closed. They wanted to be rescued, but the officers were waiting for a message from their superiors. They were worried that the monsters were already chasing behind them. On the other hand, Yiwu's family was already waiting worriedly. Mo Ker was relieved that they were already there. They definitely wouldn't be able to enter through the connecting bridge. At this time, the screams of the residents were also so loud that they could be heard reaching their location. Yiwu truly had extraordinary instincts. But on the other hand, Yiwu's mother was worried because her son hadn't arrived yet. Yunfei asked the mother to calm down. She has contacted her brother and I will also come soon. Yiwu is very strong, so her brother will be fine. That's when Nana pointed at the master. Yiwu and others arrived leisurely at the secret passage of the 8th zone. Everyone greets each other. Yunfei ran and immediately hugged her brother. She was relieved that Yiwu was fine because they were all worried about her. Dad was also very relieved because their family's reunion was a blessing. At that time Nana cried when she saw Yiwu's arrival. However, inside I was disgusted by the feelings of such a low-level creature. She even almost vomited because of him. Yiwu approached her and said that she had worked hard. I also thanked Nana for keeping her family safe. Nana said she would do anything for Yiwu. Once again in her body, I can feel Yiwu, who is still very weak and can kill him. The problem is that the body cannot act according to the real me. She must immediately find a way to get rid of that young man. But suddenly, a voice interrupted the Yiwu family gathering. The voice belonged to Miss Mo, which made Yiwu realize that they didn't have time to be too happy anymore. The boss who led the monster invasion, namely Kashua Akao, finally appeared. Miss Mo then explained that the appearance of the boss Kashua Akao made the monster group stabilize and have no tendency to attack the 8th zone. However, that meant the 9th zone would immediately become a world dungeon where humans would no longer be able to live there and would have to evacuate. Yiwu was of course surprised because the world dungeon meant the place would become a nest for them and meant they would get closer to humans. Of course, Yiwu wanted to know what the monsters' true plans were for the future. Miss Mo again explains that monsters are just a group of creatures with unreasonable behavior. However, what should be paid more attention to is the existence of bosses who have reached level 90. Yiwu was once again shocked because level 90 was no longer a joke. Maio believes that even professional teams will have difficulty facing the boss, so you couldn't even believe the information. Although I'm sure Miss Mo couldn't possibly lie, this fact doesn't make sense. Miss Mo revealed that everything Miss Mo said was true. I've even seen it with my own eyes. Everyone was naturally surprised to hear that Miss Mo had seen the boss monster. Miss Mo then explained that I did see the boss monster from a distance, but even the look in the boss monster's eyes seemed like it could kill me. The monster knew Miss Mo's whereabouts, and before it managed to attack, the guards immediately took Miss Mo to escape from there. That boss monster almost killed me. Even just remembering that incident made Miss Mo tremble. Even though I'm not afraid of death, the aura of that monster makes her so scared that she can't even suppress it. At that time, Yiwu tried to calm Miss Mo down. Yiwu asked the girl to no longer be afraid because even being able to survive was already extraordinary. Miss Mo is of course fine. She is not a little girl who needs to be comforted. They had to return to discussing the main topic. Miss Mo had already contacted the Hanmo Group's Monster Beast Research Institute and confirmed that this boss was one of the 28 stars. Of course, everyone didn't know what Miss Mo meant. Miss Mo explained again that since the start of the Old Earth Age, all the monsters and beasts in that world had mutated. Scholars have discovered through years of research that monsters' power levels are regulated according to certain laws. This law only corresponds to the 4 elephants Qinglong, Xuanwu, Zhuke, and Beiyu. Under the 4 elephants, there are 7 constellations which are combined into 28 constellations. The easier explanation is that there are a total of 28 boss monsters in the monster group. So it's natural that no one has heard of it because the information is not open to the public. Kashua Akau is one of the 4 Qinglong elephants. In history, Kashua Akau had massacred more than a dozen low-level cities, even though some people have tried to fight back with crusades. However, until now everything has failed. Yiwu immediately understood that the failure was because up until now the presence of the monster had not affected the interests of the big groups. Small-scale crusades are simply attempts to sacrifice oneself. However, based on the current situation, if such riots continued to occur, then large groups like the Hanmo Group would also be affected. Miss Mo of course said yes. The Hanmo Group has even sent elites to form a dungeon strategy team that will soon come to their place. According to reliable sources, other large groups are also gathering team members to become the first group of assassins to obtain rare items from boss monsters. One of them is the Huangzhang group, which is in Cheng's place. The man also confirmed it was because maybe a group of people would be on their way at that time. Yiwu was quite impressed because this event was able to attract the attention of many teams from large groups to fight to become the first killer. Yiwu was curious whether the boss monster gave special gifts like legendary items. Miss Mo immediately confirmed. The boss at level 28 of the constellation had its territory, so if a team can kill the monster for the first time, then they can get the key to open the monster's territory. The region held all kinds of rare resources that the boss monsters had collected. The amount is also equivalent to 5 times the results of a dungeon of the same level. If cashed in, the amount could even reach 2 billion. Of course, Yiwu was tempted to hear the fantastic number. He wanted to try to conquer it even though he was currently still weak. At that time, Cheng approached Yiwu. He asked if Yiwu had any plans to defeat the level 90 boss monster. Of course, Yiwu didn't have any plans. A level 90 dungeon boss was far beyond his reach. The only possible thing was that he would have to use a large number of experience points to open a new account, but he didn't know how it would turn out yet. On the other hand, Miss Mo immediately asked everyone to retreat to Zone 8. Miss Mo also mentioned about the civilians who would slowly be saved if the team members succeeded in killing the boss. They all did right away. Then a man asked Yiwu about the coordinates of the secret waypoint, which had been confidential information among the security team. So, how could Yiwu find out? Yiwu said that I was informed by a female security member who seemed to be part of the Tiancheng group. Shenfei, who heard it, immediately asked Yiwu about the woman's identity. I asked if the female member was Qin Lu. He also wanted to know Qin Lu's condition. Another man asked Shenfei to calm down, but the man showed him a photo. Yiwu was quite surprised because he didn't think that the woman was Qin Lu. He also suspected that there was a relationship between Shenfei and Qin Lu. With a heavy heart, Yiwu says that Qin Lu was killed by a monster after trying to cover up her escape and also gives him the coordinates. For Yiwu, Qin Lu is a good woman. Hearing the bad news, Shenfei was of course devastated. I can't believe that Qin Lu is gone. Another man immediately tried to calm Shenfei down. At least Qin Lu was not a traitor and her sacrifice was worth it. For Shenfei, it was still the case that Qin Lu was dead and everything was no longer valuable. Yiwu, who heard, could only confirm. In that era of their lives, the only thing of value was life. Deep down, Yiwu could only apologize because I couldn't help much other than covering up the facts with white lies so that Shenfei could feel a little better. Yunfei immediately pointed to an exit ahead of her brother. I was too busy looking forward to not realizing that the situation behind me was bad. But suddenly, Yunfei was asked to stop by a group of people. They claimed to be the rulers of the mountain, so the person asked Yunfei to pay if they all wanted to live. Yiwu naturally wanted to know who the group of people who knew the secret passage were. Yunfei couldn't help but be frightened looking at these men who had such a high level and were not ordinary people. On the other hand, Nana also hopes to tell Yiwu that these people are dangerous. The man naturally didn't care much about the secret passage. They are just treasure hunters who have gone through many battles. He had heard that the 9th zone was attacked by monsters and that was why they stopped there. They've been waiting for a long time and haven't gotten a single business. But now he got a big fish who was none other than Miss Mo. Miss Mo didn't expect the man to recognize her. However, since that man dared to rob in the middle of the street like that, it meant that he was very confident. Miss Mo also felt that she had seen the man somewhere. She wanted to know which team the guy was from. The man felt honored because of Miss Mono, but his team was successful in the past and is now just a free treasure hunter. Their goal this time in entering the safe zone was to replenish equipment, but who would have thought that they would be faced with a troublesome war situation? Therefore, the foreign man would let everyone go as long as they left behind equipment, items, and money. The man once again asked everyone to cooperate hand over valuables and they definitely won't feel any pain. Miss Mo will certainly not give up easily. So far, she has met many people who look down on her, but it's not uncommon for bad luck to turn around for her. Miss Mo assured the man that he would continue his efforts. The man confidently stated that he would continue because so far his efforts had never been successful. Miss Mo of course accepted his challenge and began to deploy her guards. The man was certainly not too surprised. He had heard about Miss Mo's pair of powerful twin guards. However, his second attack was so weak that he was able to block it without too much effort. If that is truly their greatest strength, then that is very disappointing. The man who was level 65 could easily withstand the attacks of 2 level 60 guards. Of course, Yiwu was also very surprised. Even though the man was level 65, it was impossible to catch 2 level 60 attacks with one hand. Yiwu asked if the man was really that strong. Yiwu knew exactly the strength of the 2 bodyguards, so there must be some reason behind it. Then Yiwu realized that the 2 guards were still affected by the attack from the previous level 90 boss monster, so it's no surprise that they are much weaker than usual. Yiwu realized that it was a big problem. The man managed to grab the 2 guards' heads. He told Miss Mo that he could squeeze the heads of the 2 guards. However, the right to decide life and death was both in Miss Mo's hands. The man said that Miss Mo was good at weighing the pros and cons. He reminded Miss Mo that all leaders must know that the most valuable thing in that era was the people, especially those who lived and died with him. Siyu, who didn't accept it, asked the man to let go of the guard, but Miss Mo asked him not to be careless. That's when a laser was aimed at Siyu's head and a man asked her not to move. Right now the best way to survive is to listen to Miss Mo's words. Otherwise, he would make a hole in Siyu's beautiful face. The man also threatened another man who was standing at the end not to move because his head might become a cactus because of all the sharp weapons that were aimed at his head. The other men could also see that the remaining person was already quite obedient. Moreover, their level is also quite small, so they are not at all worrying. The man looked busy eating because he was hungry. Meanwhile, another man felt that his reading activities were disturbed by his colleague's words. Yiwu watched all those people and saw how everyone's level and temperament were completely different from the treasure hunters I met in the black market. Not only was their strength extraordinary, but they also had perfect cooperation. Yiwu only had 30 minutes left in his weak state. Even if he managed to recover, he wouldn't be able to win without strong support. However, the thing that annoyed him the most was that the 2 million he had just gotten earlier meant that he would disappear with the robbers. Miss Mo said that money was not important to her. He has more than 80 million and he can give it to all of them. He just wanted his men to be released. Miss Mo also requested that the men let go of everyone who was with her because they would not amount to anything. Of course, the man was happy to hear that and felt satisfied with the decision of Miss Mo, who was the eldest daughter of the Hanno family. The man let go of Miss Mo's 2 bodyguards. However, of course, he wasn't joking when he said he wanted everyone's possessions. For him, even fly legs were considered meat. Their journey to the safe zone wasn't easy at all, so he had to maximize his income. After all, in the wilderness, apart from strength, it was difficult to live without money, so he still insisted on getting all the treasures on everyone's bodies. Otherwise, they would not be able to guarantee their safety. Miss Mo once again asked the man to come to her if the money he gave her was not enough. However, Yiwu quickly restrained him. He immediately thanked Miss Mo for protecting them, but with their current condition, they couldn't afford to make the robbers even more angry because of the disproportionate results they would get later. However, in his heart, he is the person who is most reluctant to spend money. However, for everyone's safety, he had to give up everything. The robber did not expect that Miss Mo, who had a high rank, would try to protect Yiwu, who was just an ordinary citizen. However, he didn't think too much about it and went back to asking for all of Yiwoo's entourage's treasures. He wanted everyone to give it voluntarily because if they dared to ask for it back, they would only feel pain. After that, the process of handing over the goods was carried out. Someone reported that the confiscation process was complete. They even managed to raise a lot of money. They didn't expect that Yiwoo's group, which looked inconspicuous, was so rich. The leader of the robbers was of course very happy and grateful for their hospitality. As promised, he will leave there soon. However, a man said that Yu Chen fell asleep again after reading. On the other hand, Cheng asked Yiwoo to cheer up. Money is only a possession that is separated from the body. The most important thing is that their lives are saved. However, Yiwoo, who was still feeling sad, didn't need Cheng's comforting words at all. For him, sadness is a very natural reaction that has absolutely nothing to do with reason. However, at that time Miss Mo called the robbers again. He seemed to remember the man as someone from the Huangjiang group, which was Huang's team. The man calmly confirmed Miss Mo's words. He would no longer hide his identity. He used to be part of Huang's team, namely the Renault Grey Wolf. The man immediately said yes, and that meant he had told him his name. He also said that if the Hanmo group wanted revenge or something, they could come to him. He as Renault will wait for the presence of the Hanmo group in the wilderness at any time. At that time, Cheng asked the group to stop and immediately killed one of Renault's men, Feng Xing. Of course, Renault was angry when someone dared to attack his brother, and Cheng then came forward and asked once again if it was true that the man was a Renault Grey Wolf. And Cheng admitted that he had been looking for 5 years and he never expected to meet him there. Of course, Renault didn't recognize Cheng. He asked who the man was and what was wrong with the bone knife in his hand. However, Renault didn't think much about it and he would make sure Cheng went to hell. Yiwoo was also surprised to see the changes in Cheng's body. Not only did his hands grow bone blades like a Zerg, but he also managed to kill a level 50 person in one attack. Cheng had been hiding his strength all this time, but he still didn't expect that Cheng's appearance could change like that. On the other hand, Cheng did not expect to meet the Renault Grey Wolf in such a location. He had been looking for him for 5 years to do one thing. Renault is certainly confused and still wants to know who Cheng really is and whether they knew each other before. Renault asks Cheng to explain himself, especially since he just killed his brother. He immediately ordered all his men to kill Cheng first before they killed Cheng's other colleagues. He was determined to bury his younger brother along with Cheng's body later. Of course, a fight is inevitable. The big man from before immediately shot towards Cheng. He promises to break Cheng into pieces to take revenge for Feng Xing. However, Cheng immediately said that it was a matter between the two of them and had nothing to do with the others. He is sure that Renault and his entire team will die sooner or later, so they didn't need to use other people to threaten him. The robber reminded Cheng not to get too big-headed because he alone would not be able to fight 4 people at once. Renault asked his men not to talk nonsense with Cheng. He admits to having problems with many people, but he doesn't remember having problems with Cheng. They just need to get it sorted quickly. Of course, Renault was even more angry because Cheng dared to find trouble with him. Cheng started talking about Annie, who was Renault's subordinate in the past. Everyone was annoyed that Cheng turned out to be completely unaffected by their attacks. However, on the other hand, Renault certainly remembers Annie's figure. The woman was the main fighter of the Grey Wolf team when she was still on Huang's team. But in the dungeon, Annie embezzled their team's property and has been missing ever since. She is just a bitch who betrayed her teammates. That was also what got him expelled from Huang's team. It also ruined his bright future. Renault got even angrier when he remembered Annie's name. However, Cheng immediately asked him to be quiet. For him, his older sister was not that kind of person at all. Renault was quite surprised because Annie was Cheng's older sister. However, he now understood why Cheng felt familiar to him. Renault is getting more violent. He asked his men to kill Cheng as a way to repay the losses caused by his older sister. Of course, the team was eager to finish off Cheng even though they were also aware of being careful. Hearing Renault's words, of course, made Cheng even more angry. This time it will make Renault pay for all its mistakes in the past. Cheng immediately changed his form and killed Renault's men easily. Seeing that, of course, Renault became hysterical. The comrade who had experienced many battles with him was killed easily by Cheng. Renault certainly wants to know who Cheng is because he doesn't even have human form at all now. Cheng asked Renault about the whereabouts of his older sister. But on the other hand, as if not wanting to be outdone, Renault is also starting to change its shape. For him, Renault's Grey Wolf is not just a name. Renault was not afraid at all even though Cheng had completely turned into a monster. He had more experience killing monsters in the wild than Cheng do. However, Cheng just kept asking where his sister was. Renault tells him to go to hell and asks Annie himself. The fight continued. Yiwoo asked everyone to be careful not to be affected by their battle. Yiwoo could feel a very strong impact. The battle level was even much higher than before when he defeated the blood demon giant using a strength potion. Yu-Wu was annoyed because Cheng had shown his true self first, so they could no longer be friends like before afterward. On the other hand, Cheng asked once again where his older sister was. However, the injured Renault could not understand how Cheng could have such great strength. Renault, who thought he was a senior legend who had experienced many battles, actually lost at the hands of a kid like Cheng. However, Cheng didn't care about it and was going to kill Renault. At that time, Renault immediately intervened by saying that he knew where Annie was. Renault said that Annie was at the Sunset Canyon. At that time, Renault admitted that he wanted to embezzle equipment and dungeon resources and also intended to use Annie as a scapegoat. However, Annie disappeared herself before he could carry out his plan. Renault admitted that he had absolutely nothing to do with Annie's disappearance. Renault believes Annie couldn't get out of the Sunset Canyon alone, so she might still be there. Even though Renault begs not to be killed, of course, Cheng still kills him. Nana, who saw that, could only think in her heart how the Renault that lived on a modified semi-silicon base with level 65 died by living on a low-level carbon base. On the other hand, Yu-Wu was also surprised by Cheng's changes. The man immediately assured Yu-Wu that he didn't need to explain anything because the man was smart and would understand. Yu-Wu wanted to know why Cheng chose that path instead of looking for another way. However, Cheng only apologized and asked Yu-Wu not to ask any more questions. Cheng then explains that the world is complicated. Everyone had their scars and secrets just like Yu-Wu had too, and Cheng did not have any mysterious power that he could rely on. Therefore, he could only gain strength by trading with them. Yu-Wu wanted to know how much it cost and whether it had anything to do with the monster invasion that happened. Cheng confirms and admits that he helped them to open a gap in space, whereas they gave Cheng the power to take revenge. For him, it was a fair exchange. It seemed to him that sometimes monsters were even more trustworthy than humans. Of course, everyone was shocked and tried to stop Cheng. Yunfei was naturally angry and wanted to know why Cheng would do something like that, even though many people have lost their lives and many families have been destroyed because of Cheng. However, now he chose to just leave as if nothing had happened. Yunfei accused Cheng of losing his conscience, and Cheng could only apologize because he no longer had a heart. In Cheng's eyes, the whole world was completely worthless compared to Annie. Yunfei prepared to shoot, but Yu-Wu quickly blocked him. He asks Yunfei to let Cheng go because at least he didn't kill them all and should thank him for that. Yu-Wu then thanked him for not killing him. Previously, when he was weak, Yu-Wu knew that Cheng had tried to kill him, but he had doubts. Yu-Wu knew it was the second time Cheng had tried to kill him. However, now they have chosen a different path. He hoped that when he met again someday, Yu-Wu would not be cruel to him. Cheng knew that Yu-Wu could not be fooled at all. Cheng admitted that he had wanted to kill Yu-Wu because he had a happy family and extraordinary strength. Even he didn't know the reason why he didn't kill him. Cheng could only hope that he would not regret his doubts in the future. Yu-Wu knew deep in his heart that it was all because they were the same person. If he didn't have that king's account system, then when his family was in danger, maybe he would have made the same decision. Owned by most for everyone to return to continue their journey because the problem has been resolved. Miss Mo realized that the fight just now caused too much commotion, so she was worried that it would happen again. However, Yu-Wu asked Miss Mo to wait because he had things to do. Miss Mo was naturally curious about what Yu-Wu meant. The man only took back the money and equipment that had previously been stolen. Although a little surprised, that's Yu-Wu. Yu-Wu then thought that what happened to them earlier was a blessing of bad luck. If it weren't for Cheng, the family would have gone bankrupt at that time. However, Yu-Wu chose to ignore it. He is more focused on collecting money and equipment. Previously, the Black Tiger mercenary alone had given him a lot of results. So this time, in addition to his goods, Yu-Wu was able to get 1.2 million. The impossible weapon, shield device, blast robot, phantom slayer, phantom terminator, and nanofiber magic crystal. Of course, Yu-Wu was very happy to get them all. He felt lucky to get a treasure from a level 60 much higher person. Apart from that, he also got 100,000 X points. Yu-Wu became even more happy and he thanked Cheng for everything. Not only Yu-Wu but everyone also leveled up. Miss Mo saw that as a natural thing because their opponents were level 60 masters, so everyone got a lot of experience points too. However, for Yunfei, considering that it was all Cheng's doing, she found it difficult to be happy and instead felt complicated. Yu-Wu calmed her down and asked Yunfei not to think too much. The most important thing is that Yunfei needs to take better care of herself. As long as Yunfei has good determination, namely to demand justice and then become stronger, then she should be able to make good use of it. Because people who are weak and even die will no longer be able to fight for justice. Of course, Yu-Wu understood, but he wanted to know why his older brother could be so persistent. He wanted to know what kind of belief drove him to become stronger. Yu-Wu calls Yunfei stupid and says that everything is very clear. Miss Mo again asked everyone to continue their journey towards a coordinate point agreed upon by the rescue team, until they finally arrived at the 8th safe zone called Peripheral. There, the captain asked his troops to close the doors and not let their zone become a refugee location for people from the ninth zone. However, of course, the troops are hesitant because there are so many innocent lives out there. The captain continued that it was an order from their superior. If the troops felt that kind of compassion, then he would throw the troops away to kill wild monsters for the sake of the refugees. Of course, the military members no longer dared to argue. The captain then gave the order to immediately close the castle gates and no one was allowed to enter. Yiwu, who was paying attention, immediately understood that Zone 8 really wouldn't open the door. Even a captain dared to point his gun at his comrades in this kind of monster invasion situation. Yiwu didn't know whether it was a perversion of human nature or just morality disappearing from humans. At that time, Miss Mo suddenly appeared. She claims to know what Yiwu thinks, but some things that have been ingrained for many years cannot be changed by Yiwu or Miss Mo. The only thing they can do is learn to adapt. Yiwu of course knew it. On the other hand, Nana knows that even humans experience inter-ethnic problems and are involved in internal fighting. To her, humanity was just a stupid race. But suddenly, the rescue group finally arrived by plane. They are a rescue team from the Hanmo group. A group of people immediately came down and saw the target, Akamismo, who was safe. They also began recovery tasks. At that moment they asked everyone who was not related to Miss Mo to step back because otherwise they would open fire. Miss Mo naturally told her rescue team that Yiwu and the others were her guests who needed to be invited too. However, the man said that their job was to ensure the safety of Miss Mo, the guards, and the group's assets. Meanwhile, other personnel are not included in the scope of their instructions. Of course, Miss Mo was angry because she felt that her orders were simply rejected. However, the troops still carried out their duties and asked Miss Mo to understand the special situation in such wartime. She immediately asked other troops to take Miss Mo onto the plane. A guard intended to escort Miss Mo into the plane, but Miss Mo's two guards immediately intervened. Of course, the troops became angry because the two guards seemed to be blocking them. A woman suddenly came and asked her troops not to act rudely. The woman asked Miss Mo not to be angry and asked her to get back together. Miss Mo didn't expect that it was Melee who was the first person to greet her. Miss Mo wanted to know if the Melee would seize the opportunity to attack her there. Melee says that she wouldn't dare do it. She just asked Miss Mo to leave immediately. The chairman and young master were already very worried about her. Miss Mo still insisted on her previous words that Yiwu and the others were her guests and should come with her. But Melee says that Miss Mo no longer has such permission. Previously, the board of directors had passed a resolution to minimize group losses and protect company assets. Therefore, Miss Mo's authority level was temporarily lowered to that of an ordinary director. Miss Mo must obey all regulations during the war. Miss Mo naturally became annoyed. On the other hand, Yiwu was watching the situation. In the end, Miss Mo could only apologize. At that time, Yiwu quickly spoke about the Melee words that said about protecting company assets. Yiwu then mentioned Miss Mo's previous invitation to join the Hanmo group. That meant Yiwu and his family could also be considered assets of the Hanmo company. Of course, Miss Mo was quite surprised. In his heart, Yiwu didn't want to do that. But for the long-term security of his family, it was the only way. Yi Yunfei asked his older brother to think about his decision first. Yiwu answered that this decision was the result of careful thought. Miss Mo looks very happy because it seems like the young man is completely sure of your decision. Miss Mo thought, whether it was because of Encheng's enthusiasm before, or for her family, as long as Yiwu could join in and use her for Miss Mo's benefit, then it would be the best decision. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei thought that although joining the Hanmo group was indeed the best choice in the current situation, according to his older brother's personality, she did not make such a decision for himself. Yi Yunfei was sure that the reason Yiwu did all this was definitely for the safety of their parents and herself as his younger sister. In other words, they had become a burden to Yiwu. She is even willing to be someone else's pawn. This thought made Yi Yunfei sad. Miss Mo also promised in front of everyone that after joining the team, Yiwu would be an important asset to the Harmony group, so he and his family will be protected by the group. From now on, Yiwu no longer needs to worry about the future. He just needed to feel comfortable getting stronger and working for the Hanmo group. Then with sharp eyes, Miss Mo glanced at Melee and asked, "Are the directors going to revoke her right to recruit team talent?" Melee answered that it was impossible. But the mysterious woman asked, was Mo Kier serious about wanting the boy to join their team? Because Yiwu's original level wasn't even 6 as written on the panel. This young man was truly full of mystery and deceit. Melee suggests Miss Mo rethink her decision or she will just embarrass herself for forcing trash onto the team. This will be difficult for the team and the captain to do. Plus it would also affect Miss Mo's reputation within the group. Miss Mo says that Yiwu is not trash and he only needs to speak with his strength, not his mouth. Besides, Melee should not have to worry about Miss Mo Kier's reputation. In her heart, Miss Mo scorned Melee because she couldn't even think about how attractive Yiwoo's growth rate was. Because in a short time, the young man had gone from almost being killed by a level 18 monster to being able to kill a rare elite of level 60. According to Miss Mo, Yiwoo's potential was immeasurable. But this is good too. The more Melee looked down on Yiwoo, the more beneficial it would be for Miss Mo Kier. So now Miss Mo Kier announced that starting today, Yiwoo is a member of their Mogong team. Melee congratulated Yiwoo, because there are many people out there who have extraordinary abilities but cannot enter the Mogong team, even if they squeeze their heads. But Yiwoo managed to enter through the back door. Melee warns that Yiwoo is not too happy now because he will know all the consequences after entering the group. Melee explained everyone had to rely on strength to speak. Those who were incapable would only live a life lower than death if they remained in the Mogong team. Suddenly, Yiwoo interrupted Melee's words and said that from beginning to end he never said that he would join Mogong's team. He talked about joining the Hanmo group. Miss Mo and Melee said they were shocked when they heard this. Then Yiwoo explained that from the beginning he was a free person and did not like to be restricted by fixed rules. So if Miss Mo can trust him, then Miss Mo will allow him to join the Hanmo group and lead the formation of a new team. Meal laughed at Yiwoo's words. She didn't expect that the young man would start on his own without first joining the Mogong team that was already in the top class. Melee didn't expect that his guess of Yiwoo would be wrong, because not only was that young man white, but he was also quite ridiculous. Melee laughed even more with satisfaction and suspected that Miss Mo was attracted to Yiwoo because of his silly attitude. Melee said that Yiwoo didn't know anything. There were indeed many small teams under the Hanmo group, but regardless of resources or status, they could not compare to the Mogong team. Yiwoo has chosen this difficult path. Melee believes Yiwoo will not shame Miss Mo's face, even though he said that Melee still laughed with satisfaction, as if mocking Yiwoo's childish decision. Yiwoo smiled and said, no matter what the resource status is, as long as the strength is strong enough, it is not a problem. The problem was, if Yiwoo couldn't act according to his ideas and style, even if it was in the Mogong team, then he wouldn't be able to react to his full potential. Melee looked at Miss Mo and said with a very mocking smile that she had honestly never seen a crazy person like Yiwoo in her life. Melee congratulates Miss Mo on taking such a beautiful treasure. At least the fun around Miss Mo will be indispensable in the future. Melee was completely satisfied laughing at Miss Mo. Meanwhile, Mo Kier was silent for 1,000 words. Melee turned around and walked back towards the plane. Before actually leaving, Melee told Yiwoo that she would remember the young man's name, and will entrust Miss Mo's safety in the hands of the extremely confident Yiwoo. After all, Melees must quickly join up with teammates on the front line to get the first kill. While waving at Yiwoo, Melee said that she looked forward to Yiwoo's future appearance. Yiwoo replied to the woman's words by saying that he would never disappoint the seniors. After the Melee left, Miss Mo asked if Yiwoo's words were all serious. Yiwoo smiled broadly and said of course. This young man even has his team name, namely the Wang's team, which means the king's team. Yiwoo thought that the name would create a domineering impression. Miss Mo advises Yiwoo to think clearly. Although forming a team is a simple thing, growing strong is more complicated than imagined. Miss Mo then explained, first of all, the most basic things about team formation are funding and members, both of which directly determine the team's early development. The second requirement is resource allocation, including crusade missions, team points, dungeon qualifications, etc. And these usually newly formed teams cannot get the right to actively allocate and can only take the rest of other teams. Ultimately, Yiwoo's team will face the true challenge of another oppression. Even they belong to the same group, no team would allow a new power to emerge. They would try their best to cause trouble for Yiwoo's team, and the young man couldn't prevent them from using all kinds of methods, whether it's a light method or a dark one. And the biggest problem was that once Yiwoo entered the group system, Miss Mo's authority couldn't help him internally, so Yiwoo can only rely on himself. Yiwoo just smiled awkwardly hearing Miss Mo's explanation. This young man just realized that the road ahead sounded a little dangerous. With an annoyed face, Miss Mo asked, why did Yiwoo refuse to join the Mogong team? Yiwoo changed, serious, and asked, did Miss Mo not understand the true meaning of Yiwoo's attitude? He did this on purpose because on the one hand, he didn't want to be restricted, on the other hand, this was all for Miss Mo. Hearing this, Miss Mo was shocked. So Yiwoo explained that from the situation just now, Miss Mo's position in the Hanmo group seemed unstable. Melee didn't have any respect for him at all. So, indirectly, Miss Mo's rights have been weakened by the chairman or young master. They must have launched an attack on Miss Mo openly by now. So under these circumstances, even if Miss Mo forced Yiwoo into the Mogong team, Yiwoo was afraid it would not help Miss Mo. In this case, Yiwoo argued it was better for them to build a new team, and this Wangji team would be Miss Mo's exclusive force in the future, as well as being Miss Mo's strongest supporter in the future. Miss Mo was very surprised to hear Yiwoo's words. This girl's face even turned red. She didn't expect Yiwoo to think that far about himself. But suddenly Yu said that everything had conditions. That is, the entire distribution of team profits should be up to Yu, and Yu's interests cannot be less. The system finally notified that the weakening effect on Yu was over and had been lifted. Yu was happy because the terrible debuff had finally disappeared. Yu immediately stretched his body and said that he had entrusted his family to Miss Mo's care, because this young man still has many things to do. In a slightly high tone, Miss Mo asked what was so important that Yu had to leave now, when he finally arrived at the 8th zone. With a big smile, Yu said that he would go to watch how professional teams fight dungeon bosses. Yu didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hearing Yu's words, his parents immediately looked worried. They prevented Yu from going because it was too dangerous. Even though his father always supported Yu's decisions, this time his father prevented Yu, because what will appear is a level 90 boss which is very different. Yunfei even intervened to stop his older brother because their family had just finally been reunited. Yu replied that he understood that everyone in the family was worried about him, but they didn't need to worry too much because he wouldn't be stupid enough to put himself in danger. Miss Mo even reminded them that they were level 40, so the power was stronger than Yu could imagine. Not to mention that this young man had to face the other team members surrounding the boss. If they attacked Yu, then they could become more dangerous than the dungeon boss itself. Miss Mo reminded him that after all, the human heart was much scarier than a monster. Yu asked the noble lady not to worry because she had her plans. Yu also said that he would not enter the war circle and would only watch from the outside. But in his heart, Yu said that if an opportunity arose, he would never miss it. In the corner of the room, Mai Oya realized that Yu was very strong. Not only that, Yu also really likes adventure. It's no wonder that Miss Mo is so interested in him. Mai Oya feels very happy and lucky to be able to join the Hanmo group. But Mai Oya felt that, compared to Yu, he was useless. Even though she escaped to Zone 8, this girl still didn't know what she should do in the future. Mai Oya thought, people who are unfamiliar with life here, everything has to start from scratch. How can she give her parents a stable life? At a time when she was feeling anxious like now, Yu suddenly approached her and asked if she wanted to join his team. Because this way Mai Oya's parents will get protection from the Hanmo group. In Yu's eyes, Mai Oya was a trustworthy person, so Yu sincerely invited the girl to join his team. Would Mai Oya be willing? For a moment, Mai Oya was shocked. She stuttered as she was about to answer, but in the end, the girl hugged Yu's body while crying. Mai Oya was doubtful, and sobbingly wondered could he be of any use to Yu. Mai Oya's attitude made Yu think that this rhetoric was a little strange. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, there was Yi Yunfei who was angry because his older brother was hugged by Mai Oya. Yu tried to ask Miss Mo if would it be okay if Mai Oya joined now. With a dark face holding back anger, Miss Mo finally answered that this team was proposed by Yu, so the young man was completely responsible for the selection of its members. So Miss Mo doesn't mind at all. With a very seductive sad face, Mai Oya thanked Yu. The girl promised to continue to grow stronger and become a qualified member of Yu's team. In his heart, Mai Oya was determined, from now on, she would only listen to Yu alone. No matter what Yu ordered, Mai Oya would do it. Yu then turned to Commander Wang and asked what they would do next. Commander Wang replied that their house and company were in the 8th zone, so they would return immediately and report the situation as usual. So Yu doesn't need to worry about them. Yu was happy because everyone had the right arrangements, and he was very confident with 1,000 bets that a level 90 dungeon boss would be very exciting. Seeing Yu's enthusiasm made Commander Wang think, facing this difference in level, it is certainly not easy for Yu to feel happy rather than afraid. But there is also a contradiction. Before he said that Qin Lu died to save him, this statement is very suspicious about the real situation. But now, Commander Wang no doubt saw Yu's very friendly attitude and caring for others. Before Yu left, his parents asked the young man not to push himself too hard. Indeed, Yu has grown stronger, but his parents are still worried and give him the advice that life is the basis of everything. Yu then advised Nana to always obey her parents when the young man was away, and Yu's parents would rely on Nana to protect them. Nana smiled gently and said she would obey the orders of her master, Yu. But, in her heart, Nana wanted Yu to leave immediately so that she could be free when Yu died. Yu waved and was preparing to leave when Miss Mo suddenly stopped him and said she would send him the coordinates of the boss's position. Miss Mo will also transfer some items to Yu, so they could be calmer when they let Yu go to face the crisis. Miss C will also give you all the equipment at the bottom of the storage box and order Yu to come back alive. Yu immediately got a notification from the system that the two women sent me a lot of things. When it opened, Yu was shocked to see the many legendary items he got. Yu got 10 level 40 ancient magic crystals, 5 which have a blinding effect. Then there is also which will help the owner escape and is able to deal lower blows. Plus 10, 3, and 2 shock grenades. Yiwu smiled widely, realizing all he got were very practical PvP items. So this young man enthusiastically thanked the 2 beautiful girls in front of him. But Miss Mo firmly reminded me that Yiwu should come back alive for my sake. Yiwu answered loudly that I understood. Arriving at the 9th safe zone, Yiwu stood on top of a fairly tall building and thought, even if he just went to watch, he couldn't do anything without preparation. If affected, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Yiwu immediately entered the system space again. This young man immediately asked the system, is there a way to unlock a strong account to 100%? The system replied, there is no way they can open 100% directly, but there are 2 ways to increase your chances. First, use 300,000 X points to continue to open a basic king account. As long as the amount is large, the host will always be able to open a stronger account. Yiwu replied, after all, that choice sounded like a gold lottery card, full of traps that would consume his money. Meanwhile, the second way is to use 1 million X points to immediately open a special king account. Such a king account will trigger its own special way up to 100%. Yiwu was shocked and asked if there really was such a special king account. Yiwu said, with his personality, he would definitely be curious about the special king's account. But 1 million points sounds excessive. But in the end, he didn't care about it and converted the EXP points from the ancient magic crystal to open the next king's account. The system explains the host has successfully converted 60 ancient magic crystals plus 40 magic crystals for a total of 180,000 EXP points. In addition to the accumulated X points from previous battles, the host's X points currently total 720,000. Yiwu himself was shocked that he managed to get that many points. It turns out that the previous fierce battle was not in vain. Moreover, as long as this ancient magic crystal is measured, the benefits will also be huge. In the future, it should be included in the must-sweep list. Finally, Yiwu received a communication request from Luo Feng. When their communication was finally restored, Luo Feng smiled happily. In my opinion, Yiwu was great because he was able to restore communication between them. From the other side, Yiwu asked how are the conditions of everyone in the academy. Reincarnation replied, currently they are fine, and everything is done according to Yiwu's orders. Luo Feng also explained that they were safe for the time being. Reincarnation and I managed to collect enough food to support them all for 1 week, but their principal was still in a very weak and comatose state. Yiwu replied and told them not to worry, because I managed to get a potion to restore the principal's condition, and now I will immediately return to the academy. Yiwu said there would be a boss extermination battle launched by each group team in the 9th zone. The scale was expected to affect the entire area, but they would all be safe as they hid in underground bunkers. But Yiwu advised them not to take this lightly. Hearing that information, Luo Feng asked if Yiwu was going to go fight against the boss monsters. Luo Feng cursed because he also wanted to go but his strength still didn't allow it. Yiwu asked Luo Feng not to talk about it. He would be here soon and they could talk about all that later after the meeting. Hearing that, Luo Feng immediately hung up the phone. So Yiwu had a 3-step plan. First, I will return to the academy to give medicine to the principal. Then I'll go and kill the monsters in Zone 9 to collect EXP points to unlock the special king account before the boss battle. Then the 3rd step, he would do testing at the edge of the boss battle and find out the cause of the leak. Suddenly several special planes drove quite close to Yiwu's head. This young man suspected it was an escape formation from a certain group. Yiwu was very happy to see the plane because I had difficulty seeing the plane unit in the 9th zone. Seeing that all the team planes had gathered, he guessed that there would soon be a battle with the boss in that area. Since there is only one boss monster, it will likely be difficult for the entire team to get along with each other. If they weren't negotiating or engaging in civil war, then they should be able to start fighting the boss and working together. But with the feud between the groups, this would give Yiwu time to collect EXP points. Yiwu's only hope now was there were enough monsters left in Zone 9 to possibly collect 1 million X points. While other people avoided monsters and hoped not to encounter any monsters, Yiwu was the opposite. Yiwu smiled and hoped that the monsters would not disappoint me. While running along the messy 9th zone, Yiwu thought that if a professional team had stepped in, then this crisis should be resolved quickly. But the specific time depends on the efficiency, so having them stay and hide inside the academy was indeed the best thing. Yiwu has also been given a potion to restore the principal's condition, so all his worries are gone. After the principal recovered yesterday, Yiwu directly told him that he used all the items from the academy's treasure room and some of them were used in battle. It even includes the principal's private collection. Yiwu apologized and asked for help not to be blamed. Instead of blaming Yiwu, the principal actually thanked the young man for using the item properly. As long as it was to deal with monsters, not just the principal's personal treasure, Yiwu was even allowed to use the entire academy's resources. The principal excitedly said that if his body had not aged, then it was clear that he would fight with Yiwu. But after saying that, the principal coughed again, and his body became weaker, almost falling. Luckily, Teacher Lai managed to help in time. The teacher asked the school to just rest because I had just recovered from a serious injury. Yiwu also looked worried about the principal's condition. The old school principal's enthusiasm has not waned. But Yiwu hoped that the principal would speak slowly so that Yiwu would not worry too much, and was shocked by the principal's overzealous attitude. After taking care of matters at the academy, Yiwu could freely go out to catch monsters. But all the way out of the academy, he didn't see a single monster, until suddenly several monsters appeared at once, and those monsters were level 30 plus. The monsters were happy that there were still monsters appearing in the neighborhood. They are happy to be able to eat humans again after waiting long enough. Now they would complain no more, for a man had been sent to their door, so they can get rid of boredom. Instead of being afraid, Yiwu was happy to see them all. This young man even asked where their other monster friends were. Why is there only this number? Yiwu instead asked the monsters to call the rest of their comrades to watch as they looked at the humans who rarely appeared in the area. The monsters were obviously angry seeing Yiwu's bold attitude. They were annoyed that a level 6 trash like Yiwu dared to act arrogantly in front of them. A bull monster immediately used its giant hammer to smash Yiwu to pieces. Luckily, Yiwu managed to block the creature's attack with his extremely strong shield. Yiwu commented that what the bull monster did was too impulsive, even though Yiwu was not wearing red at this time to provoke the bull monster. Moreover, the EXP points from those monsters would also not be enough to stuff Yiwu's teeth. After saying that, Yiwu slashed the bull monster's neck until it died on the spot. Several monsters were shocked to see Yiwu defeat the bullhead monster. They didn't seem to believe Yiwu could win that easily. They believed that Yiwu must be hiding his strength. Seeing the monsters arguing, Yiwu asked them to stop, and he ran off while saying goodbye. Of course, the monsters immediately chased him because they thought the young man would leave. Yiwu ran as fast as he could to avoid the monsters' pursuit. The cat monster was still asleep until it was shocked and woke up realizing that someone was chasing humans. Because there were more and more people chasing, some of the monsters saw that the person being chased was a human and immediately joined in the chase. Until now, more and more monsters have been chasing Yiwu. While running, Yiwu looked and counted that there were already around 30 monsters in the area chasing him. So Yiwu felt that was enough until he suddenly stopped. The monsters thought that Yiwu was so tired that he couldn't run anymore. But unexpectedly, Yiwu created a magic shield that instantly covered all of their bodies. It was a fairly powerful G-rank shield and had a lasting time of 360 seconds. The monsters suspected that Yiwu had lost his mind because he used the shield to trap himself and the monsters. They suspected that Yiwu was planning to capture them all at once with that shield. Yiwu answered that their guess was not correct. Then this young man took out 2 giant firearms he had made himself and immediately attacked the monsters with them. All the monsters inside the shield screamed in pain. They wanted to escape, but it was too late because they were already trapped by the shield. But there was a monster that reminded them to attack Yiwu together because the young man was alone and there were many of them. But on the other hand, when the monsters wanted to run away, many small spider robots appeared to surround them. The robot is specially designed to find enemies and immediately explode, creating a large explosion for the enemy. Sure enough, with just the spider robot Yiwu assembled, many monsters were immediately wiped out with a single explosion. Luckily, Yiwu had already prepared the Fire King shield just as the explosion occurred. Yiwu said that explosions were an art, but Yiwu forgot who was the one who said such a great phrase. After the monsters were wiped out, Yiwu gained a lot of experience. In total, Yiwu managed to get 120,000 X points. Yiwu was happy because this way he could accumulate a lot of experience quickly. In this way, the target points will definitely be collected immediately. But Yiwu knows that the area doesn't have many monsters anymore. If he wanted to get more prey, then he had to go deep into the boss area. And the situation would definitely get complicated after that. But Yiwu thought that a solution would be found for this problem later on the battlefield. The battle just now was too intense and he was worried that it would attract other teams to take the prize. So he had to hurry to take his prize before they came and created losses that were not worth the effort. Of all the items dropped by the monsters, Yiwu got a legendary quality item. He was surprised an ordinary monster could take down a legend like that. But unfortunately, the cut taken was one of 5 pieces, so there are still 4 more fragments to perfect the item. The carvings on the fragments were also very strange and nothing Yiwu had ever seen before. Yiwu guessed it was foreign text. Yiwu asked who was the person who could understand the words after each part was completely gathered. Yiwu wondered how he would get information about the fragment. Suddenly a large man appeared with 4 female bodyguards around him. The grown man with a terrible face asked what was going on in that place. Why is it so smoky? Was Yiwu the one who did the whole mess? The big man was called Lei too. He was level 55 and was from Team Chuangxi from the Tianchuang group. With a serious face, Lei Tu demanded that Yiwu tell the truth if the young man wanted to survive. Yiwu immediately raised his hand and asked the Chuangxi team leader not to shoot, because I was just a harmless student. The chairman immediately asked his men to confirm, and Yiwu was indeed declared an ordinary student. Of course, the chairman was confused because I didn't know who killed that large group of monsters. Of course, you're annoyed because you missed out on so many experience points and items. The leader then asked what a level 6 like Yiwu was doing there while threatening him. I want to know what Yiwu saw before and who killed that monster. The person asked Yiwu to answer honestly and not hide anything. Yiwu immediately asked the chairman to calm down first. Yiwu then stated that their university was attacked by monsters and I just ran away in panic and accidentally got separated from the group. I happened to run there and didn't know what happened there. But the chairman had another view. Facing the threat of such a knife, most people would subconsciously dodge it, but Yiwu did not do so at all. The chairman suspects that Yiwu is a spoiled and slow to respond student who doesn't even know what danger and death are. But at least Yiwu was very lucky because he could survive even though he was alone. The chief then asked Yiwu to no longer stand in my way. Meanwhile, the leader would focus on fighting with the Mogong team and Yiwu should stay away. Yiwu called the Mogong team the best team that ranked at the top throughout the year. I heard that all the players in the team are very strong and there is no dungeon they can't conquer and they are definitely unrivaled. In my heart, Yiwu immediately knew that the Chuangxi team intended to fight the Mogong team. Therefore, I tried to continue to dig up information by continuing the conversation with the chairman. Sure enough, hearing Yiwu's words, the Chuangxi team leader became very angry. I don't care how strong the Mogong team is, but I'm sure that day they will definitely be able to defeat you so that the Chuangxi team can become the new strongest team in their place. The team leader even knew that Yinhuan was also there. The woman was very beautiful even though she had a very high level. But of course, if I succeed in defeating her later, I have to taste the woman first. Of course, Yiwu wasn't sure that the chairman could do it because Yinhuan was very strong. Of course, Yiwu still tried to stir things up by saying that the Mogong team was very good so the Chuangxi team should have already prepared a plan. The captain has of course prepared his plan, but of course I won't reveal it to Yiwu. That person then threw Yiwu out. Yiwu then said that I was a student who wanted to hear everything. I begged the Chuangxi team leader to grant him his wish. Of course, the Chuangxi team leader became very angry. I was kind enough to let Yiwu live, but that brat was so rude. The leader immediately tried to attack Yiwu at that time and succeeded in beheading him. But it turns out it was just a doll made with puppet card skills. The real Yiwu was already ready with his sword. From the start, team leader Chuangxi started first, so I didn't want to be blamed for taking away his experience points. Yiwu started attacking the leader named Leidu. Yiwu immediately noticed that I was no longer in the second drop. Right now I can't kill a level 50 or above person in a matter of seconds. I just need to change my style of play so I can win the fight because right now I'm outnumbered. Leidu was of course very angry because Yiwu had actually pretended to be weak and stupid to deceive them, even though I was very strong. I asked his men to shoot at Yiwu while I would attack Yiwu again. I was determined to break his body into pieces and then take his corpse to feed the monsters. Yiwu knew that his enemy this time was at a high level, plus the fight this time is 1 versus 5. He won't be able to last too long. Yiwu must immediately cut the battle line and destroy them one by one. On the other hand, Leidu mocked Yiwu for acting stupidly because he was alone against the Chuangxi team. But of course, Yiwu said that he was not stupid. I have the firepower to back it up. Yiwu took out his weapon again and shocked the Chuangxi team. Yiwu was told that the weapons were still in the cooling period, so he had to pay attention to the remaining weapons and ammunition. On the other hand, Leidu, who received fire from such special heavy weapons, could only protect himself. He mobilized his men to attack Yiwu first so he could think of a way to destroy Yiwu's 2 weapons. Yiwu saw 4 subordinates attacking him with the power of lightning, which seemed to speed up their speed. Although surprised, Yiwu believed they would not be able to block the route from all sides. Yiwu started to attack, but all the Chuangxi team's men also dodged quickly. At that moment, 4 of his men suddenly attacked him at the same time. In his heart, Yiwu was amazed at the good cooperation of such a professional team. Yiwu had difficulty facing the lightning speed of the 4 beautiful women who were the Chuangxi team's subordinates. I couldn't follow his movements at all. Yiwu felt very disadvantaged with attribute specialists in PvP. Plus he has to handle 4 at once. Yiwu even felt that they were better than the leader, but Yiwu realized that they had disappeared. Yiwu quickly asked Weiss to look for equipment and speed type items in his storage. Weiss immediately found 2 pieces of equipment and 1 item at that time, namely the level 45 Thunderstone electric armor obtained from the previous Black Tiger mercenary leader, which could increase speed. After that, there is Boosting McQueen's Heart, which is a personal item belonging to the principal that can absorb electricity to increase speed. Weiss confirmed whether Yiwu would use it now because McQueen's Heart was the last item with a fairly large boosting effect. Yiwu considered wise words. Even though I might lose everything I got in the treasure room, by destroying that team I would be able to gain 1 million experience points. That would give him hope of opening an account with great destructive power. He was eager to try it, so he immediately started combining all the equipment and items. Of course, the Chuangxi team was a little confused about what was happening. Not long after, Yiwu appeared in new armor. He said that as a man, there should be no need to be faster than others, but the Chuangxi team's men apparently really wanted to play around with speed. Therefore, Yiwu would just serve them to play until the end. Yiwu is now equipped with Thunder McQueen battle armor, which can absorb the power of the lightning attribute, increase strength when attacked, and paralyze the enemy within 2 seconds. The Chuangxi team saw the change in attributes. Yiwu naturally looked down on it. They feel they are still superior in terms of quantity, speed, and level. Yiwu had absolutely no chance of surpassing them, not to mention the bullets and their shooting speed, which is assisted by lightning. Of course, Yiwu is confident that he won't lose because I also have the blessing of that lightning. Yiwu immediately attacked all of the Chuangxi team's men. They were surprised because Yiwu's movements were so fast. Other subordinates asked everyone not to panic. If long-distance shots were useless, then they could use close combat to defeat him. Yiwu then prepared to attack one of the women. Previously, he apologized for never bullying other women besides Yunfei, and maybe what I did would hurt them. Yiwu kicked the woman and was greatly relieved to find an explosion with every attack I made. For him, Thunder McQueen really didn't disappoint. However, before he had time to move, several grenades surrounded Yiwu and exploded instantly. A subordinate laughed at Yiwu. Even though that guy became quite fast, still you won't escape their numerous attacks. The level 50 electric grenade would be a funeral for Yiwu. However, on the other hand, Yiwu actually got stronger because he absorbed the lightning energy from the previous grenade. Yiwu actually asked if there was any other energy intake he could get from them. Of course, the men were surprised by Yiwu's strength. One of the others immediately realized it was because the armor Yiwu was wearing could absorb electric and lightning attacks and also convert damage into buffs. Of course, it annoyed them because Yiwu could have such special armor. At that moment, Yiwu started to attack again and made the girl faint with only 10% HP remaining. Yiwu got 80,000 PvPX points as a reward. Yiwu, who had already gained experience points, had no deep hatred and no need to kill them all. But the problem now is that Yiwu doesn't know where the Chuangxi team leader is. At this time, his shooting weapons would not be able to stop the chairman's movements any longer. If the chairman wanted to attack, then he should have done it a long time ago. On the other hand, the chairman who was hiding was apparently waiting for the gun to run out of bullets, even though it turns out it takes a long time. He wanted to know if the gun had unlimited bullets. Suddenly, the shooting stopped too. The chairman was of course shocked and thought that Yiwu had finally died. Leidu finally came out of hiding and immediately spoke to his men, who took a long time to fight a kid like Yiwu. Leidu immediately called for help, but he was shocked because it was Yiwu who was standing there with his men who had all collapsed. Yiwu, who was sitting casually, asked whether the Chuangxi team leader would continue to hide at that point if he didn't stop attacking. Of course, Leidu was very angry because Yiwu was still alive. He was also angry at his men who were lying on the ground. Asked them all to wake up instead of pretending to be dead, or I will return them all. Yiwu of course couldn't believe it when he saw that Leidu, as the leader, instead of leading his men to defeat the opponent, actually hid behind and allowed his men to attack. Leidu didn't agree with Yiwu's expression because, to him, those subordinates were just slaves to him. He immediately used the power of electricity and lightning to wake up his men again. Of course, Yiwu was surprised to see the Chuangxi team troops awakening again. For Leidu, Yiwu was just a naughty boy worthy of fighting with his slaves. Leidu wanted Yiwu to start a second round of fighting with them. Yiwu went back to fighting, but he knew something wasn't right there. Leidu utilizes a mind control skill that attacks the nerve center in a specific way. Yiwu immediately realized that the subordinates were sad and even crying behind their masks. Of course, Yiwu became angry because Leidu was just the guy who attacked his own team members. He is not worthy to be the team leader. Leidu just laughed it off and claimed not to care, even though his actions were not reprehensible or even a coward in that world. For me, winning is everything. For him, the lives of prostitutes are worthless and can only be used once and then replaced at any time. Even though Yiwu agreed, he had many ways to win. Yiwu started to attack and broke Leidu's hand at that time. At that moment, his control over his subordinates was lost. Leidu immediately begged not to be killed. Leidu could see how Yiwu seemed to be very interested in his female subordinates. He said he would give them all to him. Even though they are just trash, they are still very useful in bed. Yiwu kicked him again and even stepped on the man's head. Leidu became even more frightened and said that I would give anything to Yiwu. It was at that time that Yiwu asked about Leidu's entire plan. He wanted to hear about the Chuangxi team and the Huangjang team's preparations to fight the Mogong team. He wanted to hear all the details. Leidu finally told everything that he and the Huangjang team had indeed conspired to attack the Mogong team from behind later when they were busy attacking the boss monster. Yiwu certainly wasn't sure that that was their only plan. Yiwu knew that there were still many important things that Leidu had not talked about. After all, such low-level tactics could even be thought of by a 3-year-old child. He was sure that the Mogong team would also be able to overcome it. Yiwu again threatened to step on Leidu's head, but of course, the chairman immediately begged and promised to tell everything. Leidu then said that according to the Joint Scout Team's investigation, the boss was currently in the central square of the 9th zone. Many elite monsters in the surrounding area. However, fortunately, the distance between elite monsters and boss monsters was relatively far, so his attention would be divided. The Chuangxi team would be in charge of holding back the elite monsters so that the Mogong team could concentrate on attacking the boss monsters calmly. Yiwu was of course curious because the Tianchuang group that belonged to the Chuangxi team was also a big group, so why did the Chuangxi team want to help the Hanmo group? Leidu then explained that the Tianchuang group only looked like a big group on the surface, but 80% of their business was actually provided by the Hanmo family group. So in fact they are just one of the followers of the Hanmo family. During this time they are always called upon to carry out some thankless tasks. Meanwhile, the dungeon profits were taken by Hanmo's group and they couldn't get a single point. Yiwu started to understand the situation. Leidu felt dissatisfied with all this and was ready to take advantage of it for himself. Therefore, he cooperated with the Huangjang group to get rid of the Hanmo group. Leidu immediately confirmed it. Later, when the Mogong team managed to suppress the boss monster's HP to 10%, they would pull the elite monsters into the battle circle and then be simultaneously forced out of the war. It was hoped that this would make the elite monsters focus their hatred on the Mogong team when the Mogong team was almost killed. Next, the Chuangxi team will join the Huangjang team to kill the remaining boss monsters and elite monsters. That way they would definitely be able to share the obtained resources equally. Once it was all over, the Chuangxi group planned to throw all the blame on the Huangjang team. So, not only were they able to obtain abundant resources, but they also destroyed the Hanmo group. For him, this plan was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yiwu noticed that the plan looked good, but it was obviously too idealistic. How could Leidu ensure that the Mogong team had no defense against the Chuangxi team? Leidu explained again that the 5 members of the Mogong team did have unmatched strength, but they had one fatal weakness, namely pride. The Mogong team never thought that the Chuangxi team would come back. Moreover, this time the Mogong team only relied on Yinhuan, so he had the opportunity to take advantage of it. Yiwu finally understood and Leidu, who felt he had told everything, again begged to be let go. Yiwu casually revealed that it was a coincidence that he had just joined the Hanmo group. Even though he wasn't familiar with the Mogong team, of course, he wouldn't be able to watch others try to make the group suffer. Of course, Leidu was shocked because he felt he was being played. Yiwu finally killed Leidu. From the start, Yiwu didn't care about him wanting to kill him. However, because Leidu had valuable information, Yiwu ultimately let him live a little longer. Yiwu also looked at the Chuangxi team's men and chose to just leave them be. Even though the women were currently in a coma, there were no monsters around them. The Tiancheng group will definitely come to their rescue. Even if they didn't come, the women would definitely wake up on their own. Yiwu wouldn't worry too much about them. Yiwu also managed to get a prize of 50,000 experience points and 800,000 in cash plus several items and equipment. One of them, Yiwu got a passive hormone boost skill which can increase the attractiveness of the opposite sex and can increase the hormones of the opposite sex around Yiwu. Of course, Yiwu immediately decided to throw it away because he felt that he didn't need such a perverted skill. That was what he saw from Leidu, who succeeded in controlling his female subordinates who were apparently influenced by this skill. Yiwu also got an additional 50,000 experience points for successfully defeating 5 people at once. That way he managed to get a total of 1 million experience points. Of course, Yiwu was happy to know and he immediately entered the system space. Yiwu immediately asked Weiss if there were any methods or items that could increase luck. Weiss said that there was no such item, but he could calculate and analyze Yiwu's lucky state at that time. Not long after, Weiss said that Yiwu's luck level was the strongest SSS level. He didn't need any external help at all and asked Yiwu to do it immediately. Yiwu was even more happy because he had a great opportunity for strength and luck at that time. Yiwu could clearly feel how the god of luck was on his side. Weiss then said that Yiwu's qualities existed throughout the rift dimension. It was the first time Weiss had seen someone like Yiwu. Yiwu understood and finally prepared to unlock the special king account. It was at this time that a black substance came out of the new king's account which made Yiwu confused. The system explained that they detected a powerful and unknown evil energy wave. Yiwu was increasingly confused and he suspected it was a virus that came out of the account. The system experienced an abnormality that made Yiwu unable to even move. The evil value had even exceeded the threshold that Weiss could calculate. Yiwu kept losing his attributes, couldn't move and kept losing his HP. The black substance began to fill Yiwu's body, but he didn't know what to do at all. A system that continues to improve itself can eventually return to normal. The dark power also disappeared quickly. Weiss immediately confirmed Yiwu's condition. He also immediately apologized because he felt that everything that happened was his fault. Yiwu, who was still coughing, said he was fine. However, he questioned the god of luck who seemed useless because he almost died. Weiss didn't know either because data wouldn't lie in the first place. Yiwu was curious about what exactly happened. Other accounts are trying to kill the enemy, while this account is actually trying to kill him as the owner. He had to see where the account came from. Weiss of course agreed, and he also wanted to know which saint had created the account that almost harmed Yiwu. Yiwu finally succeeded in opening a new special king account called Shadow King. Shadow King is a name that makes the world tremble. He was the symbol of the power of the fallen blood race and the manifestation of the will of the ancient abyss. The Shadow King has existed since ancient times, having destroyed thousands of worlds. Even the stars have become gloomy in his hands. The Shadow King was finally destroyed by powerful people from different dimensions. The account had been waiting for Yiwu for quite some time, and he needed to see if Yiwu was qualified to become the next Shadow King. Yiwu was of course very surprised to find out that his special king account turned out to be a big villain. Yiwu was still paying attention to his special king account, which showed the fusion rate. Shadow King can apparently be upgraded with the level of integration. Yiwu noticed that the account apparently did not require experience points. But the problem is that increasing the account level has now become more difficult. Weiss immediately confirmed. Yiwu can increase the fusion rate by entering the dimension plane owned by the account and completing special events and related quests. Of course, Yiwu was even more shocked because he had to enter the dimensional plane where the account was located. That meant he had to make a legendary crossing over. For some reason, Yiwu felt unsure at that time. Moreover, Yiwu should also know that only when the fusion rate is higher than 30% can he control it. If it is below that, then he will be faced with uncontrollable danger. Forced use could cause Yiwu to be swallowed by the account and could even destroy the world. Yiwu needed to pay close attention. Yiwu just got even more annoyed. From the start, even just opening it, the account almost killed him. Plus, using it forcefully will cause the destruction of the world. That account is really a big villain. Yiwu wasn't even sure that the Shadow King could really shake the world. Still, the account felt too abnormal. Yiwu was sad and annoyed because he felt that his 1 million experience points had been wasted. The system then said that there was a way to forcefully use the account, but perhaps Yiwu would not be able to accept it. However, Yiwu still wanted to know about this method. The system then said that the way was to offset the direct effect by using money or huge experience points. Yiwu wanted to hear the details of its use. The first way is to consume $10 million to maintain a normal state for 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the second way is to consume 500,000 X points with the same conditions as before. Of course, Yiwu was even more annoyed when he heard that. He had no money or points at all and couldn't find them easily either. Weiss also felt that the system didn't make sense. Yiwu chose to ignore it. He tried to see the available options. The experience points have now run out and he only has 3 million, which means it can be exchanged in just 3 seconds. Yiwu might exchange some of the items he obtained previously for money, but he still didn't know if it was enough. He didn't want to suffer another loss. But Yiwu thought that the more he used his strength, the stronger his account would be. He was sure that even 10 seconds would be able to restore his condition. The remaining monsters in the 9th zone probably wouldn't yield more than 500,000 exp. So, Yiwu only needed to collect 10 million as soon as possible before he started the battle with the boss monster. Yiwu was still confused because just thinking about it made his head hurt. He wondered when a fighter like him could become a gold player. Yiwu returned to the city ruins where he was already very close to the boss monster's location. Yiwu naturally shouldn't approach him rashly. He had to fight several enemies around there. He hopes there are still fish that escaped the previous net. However, Yiwu actually found a pile of defeated monsters in front of him. Yiwu was annoyed that he was one step too late. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder and a voice greeted him. Yiwu was very surprised because he didn't see anyone approaching him. He immediately asked who the man was. The man had a big body, making Yiwu think. Even though his body is big, there is absolutely no sound when he walks. The man asked Yiwu not to be too nervous and just relax. He then asked if Yiwu had come to watch the fight. Yiwu certainly didn't know what battle the man named Zhu Xiaoji was referring to. Yiwu thought that the man was the same age as him, but had level 50. The man then said that Yiwu was the same as him, not part of a team or treasure hunter. So, he believed Yiwu was there to watch the fight, because with their level, they would absolutely not be enough to serve as an appetizer for the boss. Yiwu immediately agreed. He then asked if Zhu Xiaoji had come alone. The man avoided it because he was a treasure hunter named Pingxian's team. He only heard that a level 90 boss monster would appear in Zone 9 at that time. His boss was the one who brought him there to watch the excitement, as well as observing whether it is possible to make a lot of money through this opportunity. Yiwu finally knew that Zhu Xiaoji was a treasure hunter. If Yiwu wanted to have a lot of money, then he had to go with him. That man might help him earn 10 million easily later. Although Zhu Xiaoji also seemed like an honest person, Yiwu felt bad if he had to take advantage of him like that. Zhu Xiaoji once again invited Yiwu to go together. Yiwu wanted to know if the invitation was to go with his team. Zhu Xiaoji quickly confirmed it was because the situation was too chaotic and unsafe for one person to walk around alone, and after all they were all there to have fun. Yiwu became a little suspicious whether Zhu Xiaoji was indeed a familiar person or whether he actually had another conspiracy. But before that, he didn't try to attack behind his back. So, is it true that Zhu Xiaoji is a good man? A treasure hunter who is not in the Chuangxi team's plans might be a good opportunity for him to collect money. Yiwu finally thanked Zhu Xiaoji. He admitted that he was a little scared because he had to walk alone. He felt more relieved with the guard of someone level 50 like Zhu Xiaoji. The man could only laugh and ask Yiwu to believe him. He assured that the monsters would not be able to harm Yiwu in the slightest. The man then invited Yiwu to join his team, and at a glance, he saw the other team members, and all of them were at a high level. Yiwu was relieved that he would have strong protection at that time. Zhu Xiaoji asked Yiwu not to be too humble because even though he was at level 6, he knew Yiwu's level was greater than that. He knew the humans in the city knew how to play, but Yiwu even deliberately hid his level. Unlike their treasure hunters, he himself admitted to only exaggerating his level in the wilderness to avoid a lot of trouble. However, while the two were still talking, a monster appeared out of nowhere and said that he was relieved to be able to smell meat. At that moment, Zhu Xiaoji easily grabbed the monster's neck and slammed it onto the ground. He was angry because they were humans talking and the monster shouldn't disturb them. Yiwu was of course very impressed and immediately praised Zhu Xiaoji. The man instead asked about Yiwu's condition. Zhu Xiaoji admitted that he was surprised because the insect suddenly jumped out and scared him. Unfortunately, the monster didn't have many experience points, which was really disappointing. Yiwu could only smile and say that it was not a problem. In his heart, he could only deny Zhu Xiaoji's words that he was afraid. The big man clearly looked like an honest person and suddenly gave a fierce blow, as if they were two different people. Zhu Xiaoji again invited Yiwu to leave as he told him about his team's past glorious deeds and even promised to show them to Yiwu. Yiwu thought how with a few words, others would be easily influenced. There are 7 hours left before the battle with Kashua Akao. Zhu Xiaoji finally arrived at their gathering place. Yiwu recognized that place as the transportation hub of the 9th zone. Seeing the large number of people gathered, Yiwu wanted to know if they had all come to watch the fight. Zhu Xiaoji said yes because ever since the news spread in the wilderness, either nearby mercenaries or treasure hunters immediately gathered there. That place was the safest as well as the closest to the boss monster battle circle. Meanwhile, 500 meters from them there was a group of monsters. Hence, they used that place as a temporary base. Yiwu immediately understood. Zhu Xiaoji then greeted the chairman, Lan Qingyan. Lan Qingyan returned the greeting and immediately asked about Yiwu. Zhu Xiaoji introduced Yiwu, who happened to meet him on the street. The two had a good talk and Yiwu also wanted to watch the fight, so he brought him there. Yiwu greeted everyone there. Zhang Cheng, who saw Yiwu had level 6, also immediately knew that it was not his real level. People of a similar level in this situation would have already sought shelter or even died. They wouldn't wander the streets with a fat man like him. Hao Shuai immediately embraced Yiwu and he wanted to know whether the man was good at fighting and what his real level was. Yiwu said that it was just luck. He then asked whether everyone's safety would be guaranteed if they watched the fight. Hao Shuai assured them that they would be fine. He also said that he didn't like being pulled back when he was engrossed in watching the match later. Yiwu immediately concluded that Hao Shuai was an outspoken man, but he was not an enemy. Zhu Xiaoji also assured Yiwu that he would be fine. He also knew that Yiwu was an individual and mysterious person from the start. There was an attitude that he liked from the start from that Yiwu. Lan Qingyan asked Yiwu to forgive Zhu Xiaoji's overly friendly attitude. Yiwu could only joke and say that because he was the one who always received attention. Lan Qingyan then wanted to know about Yiwu's reasons for joining a foreign group like them, because only people with unhealthy minds would do stupid things like that. He wanted to know whether Yiwu was looking for fun or looking for combat support. Zhu Xiaoji tried to defend Yiwu because he was the one who invited him to join. However, Chairman Lan Qingyan wanted to hear Yiwu's explanation directly. Yiwu then said what if the goal was to kill the boss monster, take the items, and destroy the professional team. Of course, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Hao Shuai said that it was a crazy plan and Yiwu didn't seem to realize what he was saying. On the other hand, Lan Qingyan laughed out loud when he heard Yiwu's words. Even his team members had to remind him. Lan Qingyan then told Yiwu that young people like him should have a sense of anger and pride. They have to dream big. For him, Yiwu's words were a big dream and he admired them. In his mind, Yiwu certainly said that he meant what he said. His subordinates knew that their leader was like that. He liked ambitious and energetic youths like Yiwu. He couldn't even hold back. Even at 35 years old, he also looks like a young man. On the other hand, Lan Qingyan happily welcomed Yiwu to become part of the dissecting team, with the temporary name being the Jianlu team. Yiwu was of course grateful and welcomed the chairman's handshake. Yiwu secretly felt the difference between the people in the team and the mercenaries and treasure hunters he had encountered before. He felt the feeling that a team should have. At that moment, another man appeared and reminded them. He was annoyed because he heard a noise. The man turned out to be Ma Wang, who immediately recognized the chairman, who still seemed to like dealing with low-level people. Even Yiwu, who was only level 6, could enter the team. Ma Wang advised the dissecting team to immediately change its name to a rookie team. Of course, the team members became very angry and tried to invite Ma Wang to fight. At that time, Zheng Cheng asked the two of them not to get emotional and leave it to their leader. Lan Qingyan immediately spoke up and said that it was none of his business. Dissecting had the right to recruit members, so his Haiyan Mabin team had no right to come and interfere in their affairs. He didn't have time to fight with Ma Wang anyway. Lan Qingyan advised them to return to the wilderness after the boss battle was over and work it out slowly there. Ma Wang naturally became angry that Lan Qingyan dared to talk to him like that. He had long wanted to resolve the problem between the two. He wanted to finish it there immediately. Zhu Xiaoji then explained to Yiwu that the Haiyan Mabing team was their deadly enemy. The team consists of 10 people. Usually, they always compete for resources in the ruins. However, he did not expect that the team would also come to watch the fight. Yiwu came to understand. However, looking at the opponent's level and the amount of advantages possible, Dissecting's experience and overall strength were not that great either. The key is in Lan Qingyan. At that time, Ma Wang encouraged all his team members because they would destroy Dissecting's team that day. However, before the fight had started, Yinhuan and the Mogong team arrived. Everyone was stunned by the arrival of the beautiful woman. They were even devastated. At that time, Yiwu greeted Yinhuan casually and even praised her for coming and gave her a score of 99 points. Yinhuan, who saw Yiwu there, did not expect that they would meet again so quickly. Yiwu casually said that fate was indeed beautiful. Yinhuan praised Yiwu's courage to come to the front line to watch the fight. However, she wondered if it was also possible that Yiwu was there to see it. Yiwu didn't expect Yinhuan could know everything. Everyone who saw it naturally wondered who Yiwu was and what his relationship was with Yinhuan. They were extremely jealous and even wanted to kill Yiwu because of it. On the other hand, Yiwu spoke again to Yinhuan, who immediately mocked him when she arrived. It seemed to him that Yinhuan needed to thank him for that. The other men were even more jealous when they saw Yiwu put his hands on the girl's hips and hoped that she would no longer live. Everyone at the scene was shocked to see Yiwu dare to hold Yinhuan's waist. Some of them thought it was a good show, because people who approach Miss Yinhuan are approaching their death. Miss Yinhuan said that Yiwu's attitude was very bold. People who dared to do something to him in the past usually didn't end well. Besides, Yiwu knew that this was the same as pushing himself into a hole of trouble. So by approaching Yiwu's body until the distance between them was very close, Miss Yinhuan asked whether Yiwu was confident in his strength or was he just a stupid man. With a smile full of confidence, Yiwu replied, it was not important now. Didn't Miss Yinhuan herself want to use means to get close to him and help him attract hatred? Yiwu only drew that point to offend Miss Yinhuan, and it turned out to be quite successful. But for the sake of Miss Mo here, Yiwu asked, Miss Yinhuan won't kill him now, right? Miss Yinhuan smiled at this young man's words. She didn't expect that the young man in front of her was so attractive that she was quite interested in Yiwu. Not long after, a high-class player named Song Yunxiao came and told Miss Yinhuan that time was almost up, and the Chuangxi team had arrived at the designated location and was ready to fight at any time. Miss Yinhuan told the young man to tell them to attack after receiving Miss Yinhuan's signal and not to act rashly. Song Yunxiao obediently bowed and said he would follow the lady's orders. Then Miss Yinhuan walked away, saying that she would collect Yiwu's words at the next meeting. So when they met again next time, then the young man would have to find a way to repay it. Yiwu replied that the miss was not worried, because he would not dare to disappoint Miss Yinhuan. Then when Song Yunxiao passed by his side, the man asked if it was true that the name of the young man in front of him was Yiwu. Yiwu casually confirmed this. But what now? With sharp eyes full of threat, Song Yunxiao said that he would remember Yiwu's name well. Seeing Song Yunxiao's terrifying aura, Wise immediately appeared and warned Yiwu that the man had extremely deadly killing intent. It was as if the man had killed Yiwu thousands of times in his heart. Hearing Wise's report made Yiwu think that Song Yunxiao must have misunderstood him. And this is what it feels like to provoke another troublesome character. Wise asked why Yiwu didn't tell them about the conspiracy of the Chuangxi team. Yiwu replied that the time was not right and now people might not believe it. Moreover, if Yiwu said all that without any evidence, then he would only be treated like a fool. So this young man realized he had to speak at the most critical moment in exchange for the greatest benefits later. Wise was satisfied when he realized that his master had a great mind. The bandits around the location were annoyed to see Miss Yanhyun just leave. But from this, they concluded that Yiwu had used Miss Yanhyun to survive temporarily. Some of them looked worried because they were causing problems with children who were close to Hanmo group officials. Meanwhile, Sheaji and Hao Shuai immediately embraced him and smiled broadly, realizing that the young man had succeeded in taking advantage of Yanhyun. Even Sheaji admitted that he was very jealous that Yiwu managed to hold onto Yanhyun's waist. The big young man asked if Miss Yanhyun's waist was soft and did she smell good. Sheaji even asked to kiss Yiwu's hand that had been stroking Miss Yanhyun's waist. This big man was very sure that the fragrance of his miss still lingered on Yiwu's hands. But Yiwu quickly grabbed his arm and said that the big man was perverted. Captain Lan didn't expect that this young man who had just arrived was interesting. Zheng Cheng also thought that Yiwu was not a simple figure because he could have a certain relationship with the Mogong team. Some of the other treasure hunters realized that Yiwu was not an ordinary person, so they should not provoke him. They asked each other what to do now. Yiwu asked didn't they want to fight, so they can fight now. Suddenly the bandits changed their minds and ran away. They made the excuse that they wanted to save their strength to fight elite monsters only. The majority of the bandits were not afraid of Yiwu, but of Mogong's team, because they didn't know what relationship there was between Yiwu and the Mogong team. So they chose to leave for their good. Hao Shuai shouted at them not to provoke him anymore or next time he would kill them straight away. Sheaji even accused them of being trash who could talk nonsense. After the annoying bandits left, Chief Lan said that he really shouldn't have asked Yiwu's secret, but that the young man's actions were truly extraordinary. So he asked how Yiwu could do it. Yiwu replied that it was just a normal action, so the chairman shouldn't be surprised. Chairman Lan said that holding a top team's ace was not considered normal. So with a smile full of patience, Chairman Lan asked who Yiwu's true identity was. Yiwu answered with a big smile that he was just an ordinary student. But he met some team members by chance and mastered several ways to make money. Hearing the words making money immediately made Sheaji and Hao Shuai excited again. They immediately urged Yiwu to tell them how to make money quickly. The chairman immediately reminded his two members to calm down and not make things difficult for Yiwu. The commander also asked Yiwu not to be surprised by the attitude of his two members, because they are treasure hunters who are very sensitive to the word making money. Yiwu replied that it didn't matter. This young man ended up being willing to say it because he had a very good impression of this group. But before that, Yiwu explained that there were reasons, including how much money they wanted to invest in this to make more money. Zheng Cheng asked Yiwu to just speak frankly when it came to money. This young man with glasses asked, was Yiwu telling the truth or was he a low-level liar? But Yiwu's previous actions had dispelled any doubts that the young man was a liar. But even if there was a way to make money, most people would not take the initiative to reveal it. With a serious face, Zheng Cheng said that since Yiwu had taken the initiative to reveal and pull his entire group into the group, it meant that there was a risk at this doorstep, and Yiwu had previously drawn the conclusion that the young man would rob a professional team and snatch the boss. With a confident smile, Yiwu confirmed Zheng Cheng's words. Yiwu didn't forget to praise Zheng Cheng's cleverness in being able to guess his intentions so precisely, but one of them said that was impossible. Yiwu also said that of course what he wanted to do sounded impossible at the beginning. But if they highlight the door point, then with that door it is possible that anything can happen. Then Chairman Lan asked, how many points did Yiwu expect from the investment amount? And how much can his team get in return? Yiwu estimated that it would be at least 10 million or no limit. And the more the team chooses, the more points they will get. All the members were very surprised to hear that the estimated points Yiwu wanted to reach 10 million. Sheaji even reminded Yiwu that this amount was not something that could be achieved at will. But Yiwu still emphasized that what he said was serious. According to him, the higher the investment risk, the higher the investment, the greater the income. Chairman Lan finally asked Yiwu to tell him two things. First, what is the decisive door to making money that Yiwu said, so they can assess whether it is worth the investment. Secondly, if they invest that amount of money, how much income can they earn? Yiwu answered he couldn't reveal the specific details of the first question yet, but after they confirmed the cooperation, Yiwu would tell him everything at the right time. As for the second question, Yiwu could answer definitely after the matter was resolved. He guaranteed they would get back at least 100 million. The four of them were immediately shocked to hear Yiwu's answer. Hao Shuai and Sheaji laughed at Yiwu for talking about impossible things like dreams. According to them, it is impossible to earn that kind of money. Yiwu said firmly that he was not joking and asked them to imagine a little about the best possibility. Zheng Cheng replied, according to Yiwu's imagination, they should overthrow the Chuangxi and Mogong teams first, and then overthrow the level 90 boss so that they could get 100 million. But no matter how imaginative he was, Zheng Cheng still couldn't imagine that kind of fantasy. Finally, Chairman Lan spoke up asking all his members to calm down. Chief Lan said they weren't intentionally making fun of Yiwu, it was just extraordinary that the young man suddenly said such exaggerated words as a newcomer. Chairman Lan honestly said that they had just had an accident not long ago, which caused most of their valuables to be lost. So even if they believed in Yiwu, they would not be able to give so much money. Yiwu answered that it didn't matter. According to him, business is still business. After all, in this era, there were not many people with a true temperament like Chairman Lan. Then Yiwu wouldn't waste everyone's time, so he would leave the team first. But suddenly Chairman Lan stopped him and said that he wasn't finished talking yet. Although they can't give much money, but he knows who has money and they can borrow from the group together. Yiwu was surprised and asked what Chairman Lan meant by the word borrow. Meanwhile, not far from where they were, the Haiyan Mabbing group led by Chairman Ma Huang was fighting against two level 50 elite monsters. One of the members asked Chairman Ma whether it was safe for them to fight level 50 elite monsters like now. Chairman Ma says that this is no problem. According to him, they will be able to survive even though it is difficult. Suddenly, Yiwu's explosive spider monster crawled towards them. The members of the Haiyan group suspected that the monsters were getting crazier because of the spider robot. So one of the Haiyan group members kicked the robot, creating a quite loud explosion. Chairman Ma panicked and asked his members who were injured by the explosion to immediately heal themselves as soon as possible. Right after that, several more elite level monsters appeared. Just when they were thinking about running away from the elite monsters who were about to attack them, suddenly a large shield appeared to protect Chairman Ma and all his members. They were amazed and wondered who created the protective energy shield at the right time. Chairman Ma's entire group said that they didn't have items like that high-level shield. At this moment, Yiwu appeared from behind Chairman Ma and said that he missed Chairman Ma after not seeing him for a while. Yiwu appeared with Chairman Lan and all his members. Yiwu stepped confidently toward Chairman Ma and said that he had arrived on time to protect Chairman Ma and all his members. But Yiwu suddenly said that how long the energy shield can last depends on Chairman Ma's sincerity. When Chairman Ma asked what Yiwu meant, the young man casually said that Master Ma's life was in his hands. So if Lord Ma wanted to live, he had to hand over his money to Yiwu. Mr. Ma's team members blamed Yiwu and thought the young man was shameless for taking advantage of other people's difficulties. They refused to give Yiwu the money. Because they said so, Yiwu turned around and said he would leave. Master Ma frantically stopped the young man and said he would pay 3 million if Yiwu saved all their lives. Hearing Mr. Ma's request made Chairman Lin ask, 3 million? Is Mr. Ma begging? Last time Master Ma had used a trick and seized the resources of ruin number 69 of Master Lin's Depingxian realm, so at least Master Ma has to give 6 million if he wants to survive. Hearing Mr. Lin's words made Mr. Ma even more angry. He said, even if he died at that place and was killed by a monster beast, he still wouldn't get 6 million. Then regarding the problem in Region 69, it was because members of Mr. Lin's group betrayed him. So of course Mr. Ma will not miss the opportunity and seize the opportunity in front of his eyes. Shayaji was very angry with Master Ma and wanted to curse, but Yiwu stopped him and said that they weren't there to fight and that they didn't want to care about Master Ma's complaints about the previous matter. Yiwu reminded me that the time for the energy shield was coming to an end. Now the hatred from wrongdoing can be concentrated on Master Ma, and the time left for him is running out. Right after Yiwu finished speaking, a monster managed to destroy a small part of the shield and took away the bodies of members of Master Ma's group. Several of Mr. Ma's members urged him to just agree to Yiwu's offer because where there is life, there is hope. So as long as their team is safe, then the money can be earned back sooner or later. Finally, Mr. Ma agreed to give 6 million very reluctantly. Then he immediately forced Yiwu to save himself and all his members. But Yiwu played a trick on the man and changed his mind again and asked for 12 million. Mr. Ma becomes even more furious and accuses Yiwu of blackmailing him. Unexpectedly, Yiwu admitted from the start that he had intended to blackmail Master Ma. The members of Mr. Ma's group became even more panicked when they saw that the huge arm managed to break through the defensive barrier again. Finally, Mr. Ma was forced to agree to the price that Yiwu asked for, namely 12 million. But Master Ma could only give Yiwu 6 million first and would pay off the rest after Yiwu rescued all the members of his group. But suddenly Yiwu raised the price again to 15 million. With a sly smile, Yiwu said he would add 3 million to the price every time Mr. Ma protested the price he gave. Finally, Master Ma was forced to agree to Yiwu's request and didn't protest anymore. Mr. Ma immediately sent a transaction request of 15 million to Yiwu. While mocking Yiwu, he said that Master Ma should have behaved like this because he met a good person like Yiwu who only took his money and was willing to help him without having to kill him. In his heart, Master Ma was very angry with Yiwu, but for now, he would follow the way this young man played. No matter what the relationship between Yiwu and Yinhyun of the Mogong team was, Lord Ma was determined to kill Yiwu when he had the chance. Because the money had been obtained, Yiwu immediately asked all his brothers, namely members of Mr. Lin's team, to start attacking the monsters and save Mr. Ma and all his team members. Excitedly, the four of them charged, attacking the elite monster. Seeing Master Lin's group in action made the members of Master Ma's group sad, because previously the elite monster belonged to them. Mr. Ma asked them not to worry and to follow his very evil orders. The first person to report having cleared out the elite monsters was Shaeaji. He looked happy because he had an opponent who was not that strong. But suddenly, an object fell by Shaeaji's side. The big young man was shocked when he saw the object, but it was too late. The smoke bomb had exploded and Shaeaji couldn't see anything. Not long after, several other smoke bombs exploded. It was the work of Mr. Ma and all his members. He deliberately wanted to run away so he wouldn't have to pay Yiwu the rest of the money. With this, they will restore their HP and be sure to kill Master Lan's entire group along with Yiwu. Mr. Ma believes that in the old world, only sick people could live to the end. Yiwu smiled and asked if it was really like that. At this time, several members of Mr. Ma's group were successfully intercepted by Mr. Kan and Hao Shuai. Seeing that several of his members had been detained by Mr. Lan's group, Mr. Ma panicked. He reminded all his members that even if the opposing group managed to control some people, they would still have the advantage in terms of numbers. Mr. Ma told all his members to use the remaining restorative bottles to restore 30% HP and fight the members of Mr. Lan's group. Hearing Tuan Ma's words made Yiwu ask whether it was true that they won, because at this time Yiwu shot at several members of Master Ma's group. Even Shaeaji and Zhang Cheng attacked Master Ma's members until one by one all their members died and only 2 remained. Yiwu then asked again, does Master Ma now still think that he has more members than Master Lan's group? Now, Master Ma could only stand quietly where he was. The big man's body shivered in fear seeing all his members on the beach before his eyes. Yiwu then said that Master Ma Wang had said something wrong about Earth's old age. Yiwu insists that only the strong can live to the end. Mr. Ma realizes the situation is not good, so Plan 16 is the best plan he has now. He never threw away his own life in that place. So Mr. Ma decided to immediately run away without caring about the rest of his members. Shaeaji shouted, how could Mr. Ma have the heart to escape alone without caring about his companions? Is he stillborn to be called the chairman? Mr. Ma instead answered that the remaining members were trash and deserved to be used as shields. Mr. Ma doesn't care about anything other than himself. According to him, as long as he is safe he can still find other members. After all, everyone in this era tried to survive in groups, so brotherhood is not valuable at all. Unexpectedly, Master Lan appeared right in front of Master Ma and pointed his large sword right in front of Master Ma's face. Mr. Lan said that even if they let Mr. Ma go, Mr. Ma's colleagues would not allow it. Sure enough, Mr. Ma's colleagues immediately became angry when they saw Mr. Ma acting like that. He didn't expect the chairman to have the heart to leave him, even though Master Ma once said that they had to live and die together. Now he just realized that Mr. Ma lied to him. Master Ma fell silent, until finally he said that he did not expect to fall to this point. Because this is the last of our problems, Mr. Ma was killed, so now Mr. Ma has resigned himself to kill him. He said that he did not want to kill Master Ma, because the leader of the group at least has a net worth of more than 15 million. So Yiwu asked Master Ma to show him where the rest of his money was. Hearing this, Mr. Ma immediately accused Yiwu of being a devil who kept urging Mr. Ma to spend all his money. Mr. Lan accused Mr. Ma of still pretending. Even though Haiyan Mabbing Tuan Ma depends on many people, they also often loot and suppress peers, stabbing knives in the back, and making money of more than 15 million. If Master Ma would tell Yiwu about the hiding place of his money, then Master Ma's good fortune would be in the end. This would leave evil people like Yiwu with little to do. In his heart, Yiwu was a little annoyed when he was called a bad person even though he was an upholder of justice. But Yiwu still squatted in front of him and said, as the leader of the group, it would be too dangerous to carry so much money with him. So Yiwu was sure that Master Ma would find a safe place to hide all the money. Yiwu asked the mature man to tell him the position where he hid the money honestly, so Yiwu will consider letting go of Master Ma. Hearing Yiwu's words made Master Ma immediately step back in panic. This man wondered how Yiwu knew about that. Master Ma suspected that Yiwu had prepared such a bad plan for him, so he thought Yiwu was very greedy and shameless. Suddenly Yiwu stood up with a cheerful face and didn't expect that the middle-aged man would say so his guess was correct. Shaeaji showed a thumbs up and appreciated their plan being successfully executed. Finally, Mr. Ma could only surrender and laugh loudly while admitting that he had indeed hidden his money and many other assets. But he wouldn't say anything. Tu and Ma laughed crazily and told them to just kill him because Tuanma would never give a penny of his money to all of them. Suddenly, the only member of Mr. Ma's group who was still alive said that he knew where Mr. Ma had hidden his money. He will accompany Mr. Lan's group to that place. Mr. Ma was very shocked to hear his member's words and asked while shouting, how did his member know the place where his treasure was hidden? Mr. Ma's team member replied that he accidentally discovered the place while urinating. Mr. Ma hid all his money in a dilapidated factory. Angered by his own member's words, Mr. Ma immediately raised his sword high and prepared to kill his member. But Shaoji immediately stood in front of the poor man and blocked Master Ma's attack. Shaoji even laughed at Mr. Ma's anger at being betrayed by his members. Yiwu said that in this era, apart from being cruel and having to be strong, one must remember to have good thoughts. Yiwu was ready with his weapon to finish off Master Ma, but Master Lan stopped Yiwu and asked the young man to hand over the last piece to Master Lan, because he wanted to end the grievances between the two of them. Of course, Yiwu welcomed it. Mr. Lan stood towering in front of Mr. Ma and said that even though there were many complaints between them, Mr. Lan still wanted to know one thing, namely, where was Huazi? Master Ma said that he didn't know either because they were traitors from Master Lan's army. Mr. Ma said curtly that the person had only complained to him first. He was tired of playing with groups of people like Master Lan and his shallow members. Mr. Ma said that the person just wanted to make money. That's why Master Ma deliberately incited him to betray Master Lan. Even though Mr. Ma didn't treat those people as his members, he managed to make them rich. Meanwhile, Mr. Lan couldn't do anything for them. Mr. Ma even questioned whether Mr. Lan ever thought about their feelings. Without further ado, and because he was fed up with hearing Mr. Ma's words, with one swing of his large sword, Mr. Lan killed Mr. Ma. Master Lan's attack managed to amaze Yiwu, because the attack succeeded in destroying the two walls in front of them. Yiwu suspected that Master Lan was stronger than Miss Mo's two personal guards who were also level 60. The system finally appeared notifying them that they had managed to obtain 10,000 experience points, and several high-class items dropped by Chairman Ma. After killing Master Ma, Master Lan approached Yiwu and said he couldn't lead his members to a good life no matter how good his words were. So he felt that he had lied to Yiwu. Hearing the chairman's words made all the members come to encourage. They asked the chairman not to be influenced by Mr. Ma's words, because they believe in Mr. Lan's principles. They would even directly beat up Master Lan if he acted like a criminal. Seeing the warmth between them made Yiwu want to have team members like them someday. Yiwu then invited them to go and find the money. Today they will make a lot of money. On the way to where Mr. Ma hid his treasure, Yiwu asked if Mr. Lan was also a treasure hunter who usually hid his wealth in random places. Mr. Lan confirmed this. Because their work is a high-risk job, and every day they spend a lot of time on the road, they bring as little money as possible. However, very few people usually store their assets in a safe place like Chairman Ma Wang's. Member Mr. Ma Wang explained that the chairman didn't hide much because they were always together, and so far the other treasure hunting teams have not posed too much of a threat to them. But because they were worried that this hunt would cause conflict with the professional team, they were temporarily looking for a place to store all the valuables they had. Finally, they all arrived in front of a very damaged and abandoned warehouse. Mr. Ma's team member explained that that was where the boss hid all his wealth. When Shaoji asked everyone to rush in, Yiwu suddenly stopped them. Yiwu saw that something was moving in front of them. Although when you looked closely it turned out to be a level 65 goblin secret demon. The monster was digging up Mr. Ma's treasure and was carrying a large bag filled with treasure on its back. Yiwu then revealed that secret demons were a type of monster that had been introduced in books, but the type of thief secret demon was never mentioned. Yiwu wondered if the existence of the monster was hidden. Zhu Shaoji, who saw the monster, was very impressed because he could make a lot of money. This time he felt he had to catch him. Of course, Hao Shuai immediately told the man to be quiet because the monster might be startled by his screams, and in the end, they wouldn't be able to get any money. Lan Qingyan then revealed that the thief's secret demon was a rare secret demon that was both special and rare. They naturally like to collect treasures, and large amounts of treasure are often hidden where they appear. Yiwu then concluded that perhaps Ma Wang's previously hidden treasure had now been taken by the treasure-stealing secret demon. Lan Qingyan then pointed to the big bag on the secret demon thief's back and said that it was a dimensional sack. All the treasures he collects will be stored in this bag, which has unlimited storage. Yiwu then determined whether by killing him, they could get the many treasures in the bag. Lan Qingyan immediately confirmed, but even that was just one advantage. They even have a bigger advantage, namely if they can kill secret demon thieves above level 60 or above, they will be able to get the portal key item to their lair. Their lair is rumored to have more treasures than can even be counted. Yiwu was interested, but he realized that the secret demon thief would be difficult to defeat. He then asked Lan Qingyan what steps they could take. Lan Qing'an stated that the thief's secret demon was indeed difficult to deal with. The difficulty was not whether he could be killed or not, but rather whether they could catch him or not. If the monster is threatened, it can run away at incredible speed. If it is not caught and killed quickly, the monster can summon a portal and escape to its lair. Yiwu immediately concluded that the key to their success lay in control. Lin Qing'an confirmed, but it was still difficult to achieve effective control. Lin Qing'an then revealed that many years ago when he was still a beginner, he once participated in a team consisting of 10 people. At that time he met a level 25 secret demon thief in the wilderness. However, under the siege of all of them, Lan Qing'an was stunned by the monster's ability to escape. He possessed speed and cunning that were beyond human imagination. Yiwu was of course very confident and asked everyone to calm down because he was a master of control. If everyone there believed him, then they just had to do what he said. Zhu Xiaoji quickly stated that he would trust Yiwu. It seemed to him that Yiwu was the lucky star of their Dipingxian team. He would listen to everything Yiwu said. At that time, Ma Wang chose to leave. Zhu Xiaoji invited him. As the man thanked him before leaving, Zhu Xiaoji became very annoyed that the man was noisy, without realizing that he was much noisier at the moment. That's when Zheng Cheng and Hao Shuai immediately covered Zhu Xiaoji until he fell to the ground. Yiwu, who saw the commotion, could only reveal his strategy. At that time, the secret demon thief was still busy collecting lots of treasures while humming. Just then, Yiwu and Dipingxian surrounded him and started wearing scary looks. Yiwu saw the good harvest and said that they should share the harvest. The monster spoke a language he couldn't understand, so Yiwu immediately asked Weiss for help translating it. Weiss then said that the monster was making fun of her. He challenges everyone to catch it and will allow them to take the treasure if they succeed in doing so. The monster also said that Yiwu was an arrogant man. Yiwu didn't feel offended at all because he had said such things before. However, he started to take out his sword and stated that he was interested in the secret demon thief's money. The monster would give it to him if Yiwu managed to catch it. As expected, the secret demon thief moved very quickly. However, Zhu Xiaoji had already blocked off the road at one point with his shield. The monster certainly wasn't afraid because there was only one person there. Then, Zheng Cheng and Hao Shuai asked him to stop and immediately attacked with their respective moves. The secret demon monster naturally easily dodged all the attacks and felt the upper hand. Until finally Zheng Cheng managed to trap the monster's legs. Hao Shuai immediately praised him, but Zheng Cheng asked him to be quiet. The returning monster was able to cut it easily, which made Zheng Cheng surprised. When that happened, a shield made by Yiwu immediately trapped the monster within it. He tried to free himself, but his efforts were unsuccessful. Zhu Xiaoji then asked the monster to surrender because it could no longer run. Hao Shuai was also curious about how the secret demon would escape from the shield. However, the secret demon thief was not at his wit's end. He used a move to multiply himself, making everyone surprised and confused. Yiwu immediately ordered everyone to chase the thief's secret demon separately and not let it escape. They also have to direct it and catch it in one direction. They then chased the secret demon and saw how its movements slowed down. They believe it is one of the clones and must immediately capture it. Hao Shuai uses the Hunter's Eye move, which can increase attack and speed within 30 seconds. However, it was at this time that Zhu Xiaoji quickly moved past all his colleagues and Hao Shuai was very surprised to see him. Of course, Zhu Xiaoji couldn't help but laugh because even though he was fat, he did have flexible surfing skills. Zhu Xiaoji was using early surf, which harnessed magic power into the shield and moved quickly as a vehicle while destroying all obstacles in the path of travel. Zheng Cheng casually mentioned how noisy they all were. He wanted to know when his partner would be able to mature a little. He wanted his colleagues to be a little quieter, like the ones who casually drank coffee on the magic carpet. Zheng Cheng is using Baby Ollie's magic carpet, which can move at high and stable speed and can even prepare food and drinks. Zhu Xiaoji and Hao Shuai were even more surprised to see their colleague. On the other hand, Lan Qing'an certainly didn't want to lose. He was happy to see all his troops so energetic. However, he will also show his abilities, namely strike the mountain and get over the world. With this, he can jump into the air and deliver a hard punch. But it turns out, the secret demon thief he killed was fake. Likewise with the secret demon thief who was killed by his men. Lan Qing'an immediately realized that the thief's secret demon's true body was the one that was heading towards Yiwu. The original secret demon thief went towards Yiwu because he was the one with the lowest level. However, the portal finally opened and the monster intended to escape. Everyone asked Yiwu not to let the thief's secret demon return to its nest. However, the monster simply passed by Yiwu and said that Yiwu could only dream of catching it. Seeing this incident, everyone was naturally confused as to why Yiwu didn't stop him. Yiwu asked everyone to calm down. At that time, the secret demon thief suddenly saw a book fall on the ground. He was interested in turning around and returning to pick up the book that was lying by Yiwu's side. Everyone was also confused as to why the secret demon thief actually changed his direction. It turns out that the secret demon thief was interested in an adult magazine. At that time, Yiwu used a love secret animal trap, which is a level 60 trap that can cause the forbidden copper effect. Yiwu knew that secret demon thieves who were still part of the secret demon clan had a perverted nature in their DNA that could not be changed. Therefore, he deliberately set a trap and waited for the secret demon thief to head towards the portal. It turns out the results are really in line with what was expected. Of course, the thief's secret demon, who knew that he had been framed, became very angry and wanted to kill Yiwu. It was then, Lan Qingnan praised the great Yiwu. Likewise, Zhu Xiaoji also joined in the praise. On the other hand, Yiwu didn't want them to be too happy. The secret demon thief had unpredictable thoughts. Besides, the traps also don't last long. They had to get rid of the monster as quickly as possible. Lan Qingnan then volunteered to kill the secret demon thief because he had annoyed him. Zhang Cheng asked everyone to step back just in case. Although the thief's secret demon did not have high defense, it was still a level 65 elite monster. Lan Qingnan had to make a strong slash to successfully kill it, and standing too close could cause them to be hit. Lan Qingnan finally succeeded in killing the monster, and it made their team gain some advantages. They got 200,000 team experience points and Lan Qingnan got an additional 50,000 points. They also got 40 million in cash as well as several rare items and weapons. They get the mysterious short sword of the water spirit, which can increase their speed and dodging ability. Apart from that, it can also cancel enemy equipment and item features for 10 seconds. They are happy to be able to make a lot of money. However, one thing that must not be forgotten is the Ring of Luck, which is the key to getting to the nest of the secret demon that steals treasure. They were even happier because they actually managed to get the key. They were able to get a good harvest thanks to following Boss Yiwu's orders. While they were still celebrating their success, a roar suddenly sounded. Lan Qingyan was sure it was the sound of the boss fighting. Hearing that, Yiwu became confused about what to prioritize. Should he defeat the boss monster or explore the thief demon's secret lair first? Yiwu was still confused about whether he should choose between fighting the boss monster or exploring the secret demon's nest first. Lan Qingyan then asked Yiwu not to worry too much because time in the secret demon nest passed slower than in the real world. 1 hour in the nest is equivalent to 1 minute in the real world, although he also didn't know the exact comparison. Of course, Yiwu was happy to hear that because there was nothing for him to doubt now. He immediately opened the dungeon door. Yiwu again asked Lan Qingyan about other information in the dungeon. Things like monster levels, precautions, or the like. Apart from the timing, Lan Qingyan knew that the dungeon had monsters of random levels. Yiwu considered it, and that meant he had to be more careful and conquer the monsters one by one to find out later. Yiwu finally decided to enter with the Dipingxian team. He could immediately feel that there was a strange, unknown atmosphere ahead, so he asked everyone to be alert. The Dipingxian team actually felt ready. Zhu Xiaoji was of course even more excited because they were destruction hunters who were indeed looking for previously unknown things. The adventurous spirit in his body was already burning at that time. Likewise, Hao Shuai couldn't wait to make a big fuss. Likewise, Seng Zheng became increasingly curious about what was inside. They finally entered the dungeon together, which turned out to be level 35. Zhu Xiaoji was disappointed because the dungeon turned out not to be of a very high level. However, Lan Qingyan asked him not to take it lightly. Even though the dungeon was only level 35, they didn't know anything yet and had to be careful. Yiwu asked them not to be disappointed after he saw what was below. Zhu Xiaoji was surprised because there were a lot of gold coins piled up below. However, Hao Shuai asked him to focus more because downstairs there were still many treasure-stealing secret demons standing guard. Zheng Cheng immediately confirmed. He could see a total of 15 secret demon thieves, all of whom were rare elites. Their locks don't look high. Zhu Xiaoji naturally couldn't wait to see it. He wanted to immediately finish off the monster. It will attract attention and make them despair. He asked everyone not to worry about it. Lan Qingyan was getting annoyed because Zhu Xiaoji was moving too hastily. Zhu Xiaoji immediately attacked the crowd and scolded everyone for all the rubbish which was used to provoke all targets and increase the hatred value. The secret demon thieves were shocked to suddenly see so many intruders there. They naturally immediately moved to kill Yiwu and the others. The battle soon broke out even though Yiwu misfocused on the random names of the Dipingxian team members. Yiwu asked everyone not to attack the central altar. Then he asked everyone to move aside because he would use full firepower, which would not give the secret demon a chance to breathe. The secret demon thought of a way to escape, but Yiwu wouldn't let it. He attacked the secret demon thief with a full attack and even made the dungeon full of smoke. Zheng Cheng couldn't understand because Yiwu had previously asked them not to attract too much attention, but it was Yiwu who made the dungeon full of fog. Lan Qingyan also said that Yiwu's firepower was too fierce. Yiwu could only laugh and apologize. He just tried to secure the situation by not releasing a single secret demon thief, and now it was all over. Yiwu then invited everyone to enjoy their harvest. The secret demon thief took out many items. They were happy because they could get the jackpot at that time. They got 75,000 experience points and got 85 million in money. They also got several items, including the Front Guardian, which is a shield with good defensive capabilities, the Rocky Magic Gun, which can be used to shoot short and long distances, the Dragon Soul Greatsword, which holds a certain dragon in it, the Scripture of Elements, which is a magic book which record the origins of elements. Each member gets this rare item. Lan Qingyan didn't expect that each of them would obtain new and powerful epic equipment. Zhu Xiaoji was happy that he had received such a strong shield and now felt safe to hold off the enemy. Hao Shuai was happy because he got a cool arrow that he liked. Zhang Cheng also got a good book even though he felt uncomfortable and afraid. Yiwu, who didn't get any equipment, was quite satisfied with tens of millions of money that could be used to pay in full. After all, the new equipment received by the Depingxian team could increase their combat effectiveness, which would be very important for the next battle. Yiwu then asked them all to calm down as they hadn't even started the main event yet. A large treasure chest on the altar was the true final destination. Seeing the treasure chest, Zhu Xiaoji became very curious about the contents of the unknown level treasure chest. The chest is clearly a mysterious prize package that must be of fantastic value. Hao Shuai was no less enthusiastic in saying that he was the best at opening such mysterious boxes. However, Yiwu immediately stopped the two from acting rashly. He reminded the two of them how previously the secret demon thief had been seen kneeling and dancing around the treasure chest. Zhu Xiaoji also noticed the strangeness. It was as if a secret demon thief was worshipping the treasure chest. Zhang Cheng then revealed that usually worship objects were spiritual objects, so perhaps the contents of the treasure chest were one of them. Lan Qingyan put aside whether the contents of the treasure chest were spiritual or not, but there were a series of procedures that had to be followed when finding and opening a treasure chest in the wilderness. Yiwu naturally wanted to know what he meant. Lan Qingyan then explained that they should not approach the unopened treasure chest rashly. They had to make sure that the chest was not a trap before they approached it. Lan Qingyan finally threw the body of the secret demon thief and the chest suddenly opened and one and ate the body. They were annoyed because the treasure chest turned out to be a monster called the Dream Demon of Greed. Lan Qingyan had heard of such a treasure box monster before, but that one was not only a rare elite, but had also reached level 90. He also concluded that it was the same level as the boss monsters outside because they were both the same at level 90. Lan Qingyan could only give up because their level was too low and they had also made quite a lot of money that day. He also reminded Yiwu not to be too greedy because they might end up dead. Lan Qingyan wanted to know Yiwu's decision, while Zhu Xiaoji would do whatever Yiwu chose. Yiwu finally decided to split the money they got before. Although surprised, Lan Qingyan also thought it was a good idea. Lan Qingyan then talked to his team members and that day they managed to get 140 million thanks to Yiwu's ability and leadership. Therefore, he planned to give Yiwu as much as 70 million. All team members immediately agreed without any objections at all. To them, if Yiwu wasn't around, then they wouldn't even get a cent from the trip. Yiwu's abilities were the best and he should have gotten the biggest share. Yiwu in his mind felt so amazed that with the temptation of such a large amount of money, the Depingxian team did not try to kill him or take his share, but instead divided the proceeds into two parts. Yiwu was relieved because he had not misjudged that the Tum was indeed worthy of trust. They could also work together more in the future. Lan Qingyan, who had decided, finally divided the amount of money received by the Depingxian team among the 5 people present. Moreover, each of them had also gotten a new weapon so they wouldn't need much money in the future for shopping. Yiwu has also succeeded in getting the 70 million that was agreed upon previously. After the process was complete, they decided to return. However, Zhu Xiaoji had asked Yiwu about what methods he usually used to earn money. He didn't mean to be greedy but just wanted to weigh the risks. However, instead of answering, Yiwu actually looked closely at the treasure chest. Zhu Xiaoji asked Yiwu not to think about the treasure chest. The chest was definitely something they couldn't conquer at that level. Zhang Cheng reminded that the treasure chest did have a high income, but they could not afford the high risks that would come with it. In the meantime, their luck had run out, so they should just give up. Hao Shuai immediately confirmed. Yiwu of course understood, but leaving behind such a huge treasure was simply not his style. Lan Qingyan immediately reminded that Yiwu definitely still wanted to live. Yiwu apparently made the decision to leave the team, which surprised everyone. Yiwu then asked everyone to leave because an uncontrollable situation would soon arise. Zhu Xiaoji was naturally worried and tried to persuade Yiwu to go with them. He didn't want to see the man die. Lan Qingyan asked Zhu Xiaoji to stop talking like that. Yiwu had already made his decision and he would also have his own considerations. After all, they couldn't judge Yiwu by their standards. Therefore, Lan Qingyan decided not to leave Yiwu but just stay away so that the man wouldn't get into more trouble. If something bad happens to Yiwu, then they will work together to save Yiwu and escape from there together. Yiwu was of course happy because for him the Depingxian team was a team he could trust. although such an emergency situation should not happen. Yiwu then opened the Shadow King's special king account system. Yiwu then used 10 million to exchange it for 10 seconds of opportunity. He wanted to see how far the power of the new king's account was. Yiwu was waiting for the Shadow King's account to be connected to him. Zhu Xiaoji was confused as the place turned blood red. Lan Qingyan immediately noticed something was different about Yiwu and asked everyone to look at him. Zhu Xiaoji became even more confused when he saw the many bats that suddenly arrived. Then they saw the changed Yiwu and were immediately amazed by the clothes he was wearing. However, Lan Qingyan was sure that it was not just external appearances, because he could feel a strong pressure. They weren't sure that it was Yiwu because even his body gave off the scent of blood. At that moment, Yiwu immediately attacked the treasure chest monster. He utilizes a shadow vortex which makes him immune to any physical damage. Yiwu immediately cut off the monster's tongue with his strength. The monster in pain actually moved towards the Depingxian team who were hiding and made them panic. With ease, Yiwu immediately used the endless blood curse and drowned the chest in his blood. Until that time ended, Yiwu released the new Shadow King's account again. However, as soon as the Shadow King left, Yiwu had that feeling. Hurtful. That feeling was even more painful than the feeling of weakness caused by drinking the Hercules magic potion previously. Yiwu immediately realized that he couldn't bear the weight of the Shadow King and it caused great damage to him even in just 10 seconds. Yiwu apparently experienced soul collapse. Even so, he couldn't deny that the Shadow King's strength did not disappoint. In fact, he still couldn't believe he could so easily kill a rare level 90 elite in less than 10 seconds. Now as long as his body was able to withstand it, then a level 90 boss monster wouldn't be a problem. As a prize, he also got a Terminator treasure box as well as 500,000 experience points and 200 million in cash. Yiwu also got Tristan's shoulder dragon sword to fight dragon monsters. Apart from that, he also has broken angel wings which can make him fly in the sky. Lastly is the castle construction blueprint level 90 as well as several other items. Of course, Yiwu was satisfied with the results of a level 90 treasure chest and was worth the pain he received from the Shadow King. Then, Zhu Xiaoji immediately came up to him and said that he had no idea that Yiwu could kill a level 90 treasure chest monster alone in the blink of an eye. How Shuai even opened his hunter's eye and still couldn't see Yiwu turning into that abnormal thing. Lan Qingyan immediately confirmed the man's condition and Yiwu said that he was not feeling well. Zheng Cheng saw Yiwu trying to recover him. He immediately did so and was lucky that the after effects of the merger could be removed quickly. He immediately thanked Zheng Cheng who had helped him. After that, Lan Qingyan was very curious about what actually happened. However, Yiwu didn't want to talk about that and instead asked Lan Qingyan a question. He wanted to know about the castle construction blueprint level 90. They were of course surprised to see the picture. The castle construction blueprint is a rare blueprint among the rare. Yiwu was considered truly lucky to be able to get such a picture. Yiwu was confused because to him it was just like an ordinary blueprint for building a house. Lan Qingyan then explained that the fortress was different from an ordinary house. An ordinary house could be built in the wilderness as long as one had courage and strength. However, forts can only be built in certain dungeons. Lan Qingyan then continued that different fortresses should be built according to different dungeons. If Yiwu was lucky then he could get a beautiful castle like a fairy tale. However, if it had bad luck, then the fortress would have a desperate ending too. Yiwu was still confused about whether there really was such a big difference. That meant the fortress was completely dependent on luck. Lan Qingyan then continued that no matter what kind of stronghold he got, it could be an exclusive private territory that would not change. Yiwu could open up deserts and build cities within dungeons, collect resources, recruit followers, and even form his own professional team. Zhu Xiaoji, who heard the explanation, also felt that the concept of exclusive personal territory was too ridiculous. Yiwu also seemed unable to understand the benefits, so he wanted to help. How Shuai intends to sell this blueprint treasure which will definitely provide fantastic value. Lan Qingyan immediately dodged it. Even though the blueprint had a high price due to its rare existence, the usage threshold was too high. The blueprint required a top engineering master who could use it. So in essence, they won't be able to sell it either because no one will buy it. Zhu Xiaoji regretted that in the end, the picture would only rot in Yiwu's hands. Yiwu looked at the blueprint and realized that it was similar to the drawing he had previously made of Nana. The blueprint is a high-level manufacturing drawing that is not for sale. However, Yiwu also thought about the possibility of using the blueprint for his personal gain. Zhu Xiaoji ultimately asked Yiwu not to think too much about it. The blueprint was definitely just one of the many treasures received by Yiwu. That one item clearly won't make him lose money. Yiwu immediately confirmed because it was indeed not the only one. He then opened the transaction system. The team members immediately asked what the man was doing. Yiwu showed all the items produced by the dream demon of the greedy monster. He intends to share the results with the Depingxian team members except for the 200 million and the blueprint. At that time all the team members became very happy and once again carried Yiwu to plan for success. They were all now willing to serve Yiwu and would do everything he ordered. They are also ready to do other work after that. Lan Qingyan also asked Yiwu to contact him next time if he needed help, especially with business matters. Even though their words may sound a little hypocritical or just taking advantage, they are serious about what they say. After that, Lan Qingyan asked everyone to take one item each according to what was really needed. After all, they are not insatiable criminals. Zhu Xiaoji immediately agreed because he would never do anything evil to Yiwu. An hour later, Yiwu and his party finally came out of the dungeon and breathed fresh air. Lan Qingyan immediately wanted to know Yiwu's next plan. He already had a plan and everyone immediately wanted to hear it. Yiwu then explained that he had changed his original plan. Previously, he wanted to find a boss monster and get 100 million. However, now they had gained additional profits, so he didn't want to take another risk. Lan Qingyan asked Yiwu to be honest about whether the man still needed them or not because the man's strength was much higher than their expectations. However, of course, if Yiwu still needed them, then they were ready to follow him. However, if Yiwu thought they were a burden, then they would leave there too. Yiwu definitely needed that important chess piece. Even though their goal was the boss monster, it would definitely be a hassle to take care of the other teams. The more chess pieces that can be used, the more ticks there are. Lan Qingyan couldn't help but laugh when he heard Yiwu's honesty. Who could be so blunt? Zhu Xiaoji also felt that he was not wrong in judging Yiwu as having a unique temperament. Zheng Cheng would have also shot anyone else who dared to say such things, but Yiwu actually made him volunteer to become a chess piece. Yiwu was of course also happy to hear that. He was also confident that under his command, they would not become chess pieces sacrificed in vain. They finally headed to the boss monster battle area. Lan Qingyan immediately wanted to know Yiwu's plan at that time and whether they should fight immediately. Yiwu naturally had to wait and let them fight for a while. He then activated his true eye to observe the situation. Several teams were seen surrounding the boss monster, including the Mogong team and the Chuangxi team. Yiwu was happy because all the expected teams had gathered and that meant the good show was about to start. A few minutes ago, the elite Mogong team stared at the monster Kashiwara Akao who was still sitting quietly on top of a building. One of them said that the monster had destroyed several cities and legends and it was true by looking at its scary gaze. They thought the dragon monster was indeed worthy of such a terrifying reputation. Lai Yuanhao said that their opponent this time was the level 90 blue dragon-type world bus, Ajiku, so they must not be careless. Miss Yinhuan asked all team members to concentrate and follow instructions. All members of this elite team have levels over 80, so their combination should be able to defeat the boss monster Kashiwara Akao. With his deep voice, the dragon Kashiwara Akao asked the elite group if they knew where they went wrong. Without fear, Yinhuan said that unexpectedly, the monster beast had such a high level of intelligence, and the dragon beast actually learned to use words. But the beautiful girl came to that place not to accompany the monster Kashiwara Akao to chat, but Yinhuan came to talk about Sim, because the number of crimes of the dragon Kashiwara Akao are numerous and uncountable. Dragon Kashiwara Akao flies and says that they are just humans who are ants but they are very impudent, so they are tantamount to seeking their own death. Then the dragon Kashiwara Akao attacked them with a powerful burst of fire energy. Miss Yinhuan asked to be very wary of the monster and pay attention to the attack skill mode to wait for an opportunity to counterattack and don't rush. All members certainly obey the words of the chairman, namely Miss Yinhuan. Lin Yuanhao felt that the pressure of this dragon beast's attack was indeed very strong. Even though I had used a lot of skills to withstand the monster's attacks, his HP was still reduced by 30%. While Lin Yuanhao was defending to protect his teammates, Wang Tianqi asked whether Lin Yuanhao had suffered a death penalty just now, because most of Yuanhao's HP is gone. Death penalty usually refers to the enormous skill damage that a boss in an MMORPG inflicts on the player. If the damage is not reduced, those affected will die. Lin Yuanhao said that this monster was so cunning that it almost died with just one attack. But luckily I reacted in time by using lots of debuffs to protect his body. Miss Yinhuan said Lin Yuanhao's work was very good because he was able to use skills until only his HP was reduced and he had no injuries. Miss Yinhuan asked everyone to give me some time. She is sure to reclaim the Wasteland boss and understands the unknown style. Miss Yinhuan asked everyone not to waste their lives. Lin Yuanhao also praised Chen Chen, because thanks to the debuff help from that girl, I was able to survive. So Chen Chen's help was very meaningful and timely. With a cheerful smile, Chen Chen answered that it was no problem, because she loves to help everyone. Only for a moment did they feel relieved. Suddenly the dragon monster Kashiwara Akao opened his mouth very wide again, preparing to deliver the next attack. Luckily, before the Kashiwara dragon fired its attack, Song Yugxiao covered the monster's mouth with ice power. Then this handsome young man said the flame breath had stopped. It has been confirmed that the cooldown is 30 seconds. While the monster was being detained, Miss Yin-Hyun and several other colleagues immediately attacked the dragon monster. Enraged at being surrounded by the elite members of the Mogong team, the dragon monster Kashiwara goes on a rampage and roared as loud as possible until it knocked them backward. Plus, the monster's roar was able to summon several other elite monsters. Apparently, that roar was the boss's general skill. The roar would attract monsters with a radius of hundreds of meters to come and protect them, and these monsters were all elite. The Mogong team members thought the monster was shameless for using weaker monsters to protect it. Lady Yin-Hyun told Song Yung-sao to tell the people of Tianchuang to prepare for the battle that was coming soon. At the location of the outer area of the boss monster, team leader Chuangxi has started to be on standby to stop the attack of the monsters that are moving into the boss area. The group leader of the Chuangxi team, Boss Cao, made a face and complained when he said that Miss Yin-Hyun's strength was abnormal, but he still ordered the second and third troops to go to the designated location to deal with the enemy. The boss reminded his members to just catch the enemy and not kill the monster. He reminded all his members to control the monster's HP to more than 50%. Now is not the time to carry out the plan, especially delay time. Wait until the boss's HP volume drops to 10% before acting. All members of the Chuangxi team immediately answered in unison that they understood and comprehended the instructions from their boss. Once again, Boss Cao reminded all his members not to take action now and wait for my signal. Unexpectedly, a mysterious man wearing a black robe was eavesdropping on their conversation. The mysterious man smiled slyly when he heard the Chuangxi team's plan. On the other hand, the Mogong elite team has succeeded in reducing the HP of the Kashiwara Akao monster by 50%. But they were overwhelmed because even though the monster's HP was only 50% remaining, the monster's attacks were still difficult for 5 level 80 players to handle. Chen Chen was sad and apologized because she felt I was hampering the whole team. But Lin Yuanhao said that the girl had done a very good job by helping restore their buffs. But I think it's just not good to continue like this, because the boss's HP volume doesn't go down while their supply is about to run out. Song Yung-sao tried to contact Boss Cao to ask for help because the team's condition was getting worse. But Boss Cao answered that there were quite a lot of elite monsters, so they were also very overwhelmed there. So they couldn't provide manpower assistance to the Mogong team. After that, Boss Cao immediately hung up the phone. Lin Yuanhao cursed and thought that the Chuangxi team was just trash because they couldn't kill a small group of monsters. Suddenly Yiwu appears and says that it's not that they can't but that they don't want to really help the Mogong team, and expect the Mogong team to die quickly. Out of alert, Song Yung-sao threw a dagger at Yiwu and asked who was hiding there. Yiwu caught the dagger and headed toward it very casually, then asked Song Yung-sao not to be too rude. Why didn't Song Yung-sao say he would remember me? But now why does that young man quickly forget and throw the ball 3-way at me? Or was Song Yung-sao deliberately pretending to be stupid and taking advantage of the chaos to kill? Yiwu crushed Song Yung-sao's dagger while smiling confidently. Then this young man casually said that I was good enough to help the Mogong team. But unfortunately, Yung-sao's Song team actually gave him such a surprise attack. Song Yung-sao was shocked to see Yiwu. He asked why a kid like Yiwu could get to that place. Song Yung-sao immediately threw Yiwu out of the place so as not to get in their way. At a time of panic like now, Miss Yin-Hyun asked Song Yung-sao to leave the boy and immediately give him an output. Right after speaking, Miss Yin-Hyun was hit by the tail of the Kashiwara dragon and was thrown quite far. Fortunately, Yiwu appeared in time and caught the beautiful girl's body. With a mischievous smile, Yiwu asked the beautiful lady not to be careless because they were currently fighting against the boss. So this young man suggested that they work together. Yiwu even boldly said I had taken the risk of sending such important information to Miss Yin-Hyun. So I asked Miss Yin-Hyun to thank me. Miss Yin-Hyun laughed at Yiwu's words about the information that said that the Chuangxi team would betray them in a chaotic time like this. Miss Yin-Hyun thought it sounded very funny. Miss Yin-Hyun then ran again towards the monsters while saying that even if their group had 10 courage they wouldn't dare to embarrass the Mogong team at a critical moment like this. Yiwu felt a little annoyed because the information I said was really concrete information conveyed by a member of the Chuangxi team directly. While fighting the monster, Lady Yin-Hyun thanked Yiwu for appreciating your kindness, but she asked Yiwu to leave that place immediately. Yiwu casually said, when the goal is achieved, I will leave naturally. Hearing Yiwu's words made Song Yung-sao annoyed. While fighting the monsters, this long-haired man said Yiwu's goal in that place was only to seek death. In a sarcastic tone, this man said that now was not the time to treat trash like Yiwu. Instead of being sad to hear the ridicule from those people, Yiwu smiled confidently and said that he would help them defeat the boss. But he will ask for 3 items dropped by the boss when the monster loses. They were immediately shocked to hear Yiwu's words. Song Yung-sao even asked Yin-Hyun's permission to get rid of this trash brat so he wouldn't continue to blab and bother them. After all, they only needed 3 seconds to get rid of the brat. Yin-Hyun suddenly said, I thought Yiwu was attractive at first, But it turned out that the young man had an arrogant and chaotic performance that made Inhuan disappointed. So this woman immediately told Yiwu to disappear from my sight within 5 seconds, or else the young man would be involved in the battle against the boss who was out of control. Yiwu might lose his life and even Miss Mo might not be able to save you. Hearing Miss Inhuan's answer made Yiwu smile understandingly. In his heart, Yiwu realized that I had been rejected for cooperation, so I would become a criminal and slowly disappear from them all. Before completely disappearing, Yiwu said I wish them all good luck. Chen Chen looked worried and reminded the chairman that they should be careful if the Chuangxi team members really betrayed them in times of crisis like now. But Ying Xiao reminded Chen Chen not to be stupid and not to be bothered by such trash talk. In a firm voice, the silver-haired young man said that if Chen Chen believed that trash young man's nonsense, then their goal would not be achieved. Miss Yinhuan also confirmed Song Ying Xiao's words. Their main goal now is to defeat the boss monster, and Chen Chen only needs to provide the chairman with full output, and don't worry about other things. On the other hand, the Chuangxi team was being completely slaughtered by the elite monsters they encountered. Even Team 2 had fallen because they could no longer withstand the monster attacks. Boss Cow panicked and ordered the leader of Team 2 to solve the problem and help his team members. Boss Cow threatened all his members with anyone who dared to break their formation chain, so Boss Cow found someone to resolve the members' mistakes afterward. At that time, Boss Cow was already very panicked. He asked himself what kind of situation he was in now, even though it was clear that the wave of elite monsters in the area had been cleared before the start of the battle with the boss monster. But strangely enough, the number of elite monsters that attacked them was increasing over time. He was worried that the formation and all its members would be destroyed sooner or later if the situation continued like this. Finally, Boss Cow came forward to join in attacking the elite monsters. Previously, the boss advised his members behind him not to forget to fight and continue to give him full output. They also couldn't let the boss reach 10% HP at this point, even though the people on their side were almost dead this time. All the members in the back immediately agreed to the boss's request. Meanwhile, Mr. Lan's members hid in a relatively safe place to continue monitoring the activities of the Chuangxi team. They also expressed their thanks to Mr. Lan, because apart from getting the right position to watch, they also thought that the Chuangxi team was indeed suitable as bait. Mr. Lan said that Yiwu's strategy was to create chaos, so as long as there isn't any chaos then they can sit and enjoy the show. At this time, the Chuangxi group was increasingly pressed. Only a few people remained from the 3 teams consisting of 15 people. Currently, the number of water monsters is too many. They all panicked and kept going like this and they would die in that place. It was at this time that Chairman Cao summoned all the members of Huang's team who had been just watching. But with a smiling face, the leader of the Huang group said that the life and death of the Chuangxi group had nothing to do with them. All members of Huang's team who wore robes covering their heads smiled with satisfaction at the leader's words. Team leader Huang also added that their main goal was the Magong team and the boss monster. They would blame the Chuangxi team for being incompetent and not even being able to do small things like defeating those monsters. Boss Cao cursed in annoyance in his heart. He thought that Huang's elite team was unreliable. But this plan was faster than he had specified. According to him, because Huang's team was not good, he would not be blamed if his group also did something wrong. Boss Cao invited everyone to run to the boss's place and develop a plan in advance. However, some members doubted the leader's decision because the boss monster still had 30% HP. While running, Boss Cao said that if he can't save his life then he won't care about that damn plan. Since they probably can't get it, then there's no one else who hasn't gotten it. Wang's team members started to worry seeing that the Chuangxi team had crossed the wall in a hurry. So should they take action to prevent the team from falling apart? Team leader Huang replied that it was not necessary, because the task given to them was to prioritize weakening the Magong team. As for the master boss, it doesn't matter if other teams can beat him. So as long as the Inhuan team fails, then their mission will be completed. And if they weren't dead, then Huang's team members would have to step in a bit to get rid of them. A huge explosion was heard as Kashiwara Akao's dragon attacked Miss Yinhuan's team members. They still have to struggle to defeat the dragon monster through fierce combat. Even the dragon monster boss attacks became stronger over time, so they have to be extra careful if they don't want to die in that place. At this time, the Chuangxi team actually came in droves and asked for help because they were being chased by the elite monsters. They looked very panicked and asked this team for help because they couldn't defeat all the elite monsters. Song Yingxiao cursed Master Cao Renji for bringing all the elite monsters to them in such a hurry. Even when they arrived in front of Miss Yinhuan's team, suddenly all the members of the Chuangxi team fell and pretended to be dead. Seeing their attitude really annoyed Miss Yinhuan. She didn't expect that the entire Chuangxi team would dare to do tricks in front of my eyes. Now she began to realize that Yiwu's words were true. Kashiwara Akao's dragon monster roared louder and louder. Meanwhile, several elite monsters came from behind. Miss Yinhyun and the rest of the team looked worried about being surrounded from all directions like this. They wonder what to do now. Miss Yinhyun asked all her team members not to panic and maintain their positions so as not to disrupt the formation. Quickly and decisively, Miss Yinhyun asked Yuan Hao and Chen Chen to try their best to resist the boss's attacks for 30 seconds. Then she asked Ying Xiao, and Tianqi followed him to annihilate the hordes of elite monsters with all his strength and use all his great skills. Obediently, all team members immediately followed the leader's orders. Tianqi killed the horde of elite monsters that surrounded them using very fast fire shooting skills. Meanwhile, Song Ying Xiao froze several elite beasts and destroyed them with one attack. Likewise, Miss Yinhyun moved as fast as lightning to destroy all the elite monsters around them. After such a draining battle, Tianqi looked so exhausted that his breathing was labored and he could barely hold on. Likewise, Song Ying Xiao looked exhausted and didn't have much mana left. But fortunately, all the elite monsters had been killed. Even though they were starting to run out of energy and were exhausted, Miss Yinhyun asked the two men not to waste time and returned to help the other colleagues quickly. Before leaving, Miss Yinhyun warned Boss Cow that the half-build man would soon receive punishment for being bold and betraying them. Boss Cow, who was actually just pretending to faint, in the end, could only curse in his heart. He still continued to pretend to faint while regretting seeing that several of the water monsters that they had been so hard to scare off were actually defeated by the Mogong team in just a matter of seconds. Now this randy boss realized that he had underestimated the strength of the Mogong team. With cold sweat and panic, Boss Cow realized that his fate was truly hanging in the balance. Even so, he tried to stay calm because the boss monster was still alive. So he realized that Miss Yinhyun shouldn't be able to do anything to them for now. Plus Wang's team hadn't made a move yet, so he still has hope to wait for the chance to win. Suddenly, Miss Yinhyun was startled by the scream of a team member named Chen Chen. When she turned to Chen Chen, Miss Yinhyun had to face a very bitter reality, because currently one of the team members had to fall to the ground because of the attack from Wang's team. Chen Chen looked very panicked and in shock. She didn't expect that someone would have the heart to attack her when she was off guard. The mysterious man laughed and said that on the battlefield there is only life and death, and cruel and not cruel. Seeing his comrade being attacked like that, Lai Yuanhao was furious and wanted to take action to save his comrade. But without surprise, another hooded man appeared right behind and immediately stabbed them with a dagger that had a flow of lightning until it absorbed all their HP to 20%. Tianqi and Song Ying Xiao also panicked. They realized that Poison Feng was a person under the Huangjang group. But they didn't expect that Poison Feng would kill them at a critical moment like now. At times like this, Miss Yinhyun asked several other members not to be fooled and divert the boss monster away from Chen Chen and Yuan Hao. No matter what they used, they only needed to give Miss Yinhyun 20 seconds. While the two team members were distracting the Kashiwara dragon, Miss Yinhyun stood alone facing all the members of the Poison Feng team. Seeing Yinhyun's brave attitude made team leader Poison Feng really admire the beautiful girl. They think that Yinhyun is indeed worthy of being one of the Mogong group's trump cards, because at the moment crisis like now I can face quietly. However, team leader Poison Feng confidently believes that Miss Yinhyun will no longer be able to control the current situation because the healer and tanker in her team have been paralyzed, so Yinhyun will not get any more output. Now, Yinhyun definitely has no way to reverse this situation. Miss Yinhyun said that it was only natural that Tian Chuang had the courage to betray, because it turns out that Poison Feng's group is behind. Now Miss Yinhyun asked again, are all of them, the Poison Feng team, not afraid of failure? The hooded group leader answered that as long as Miss Yinhyun and all the team members died in that place, today's events would not be known by anyone. The outside world would only know that Miss Yinhyun of the Mogong team died at the hands of the boss in the 9th zone and that her pitiful confidant had disappeared. That was the cunning plan they had prepared to cover up the crime. It was at this moment that Lady Yinhyun said an important piece of advice, that one word of advice, cruel words, only effective when the opponent truly falls under your feet. Then Miss Yinhyun crushed a legendary magic crystal and swallowed all the liquid inside with just her bare hands. With the special features of the fruit, Miss Yinhyun's body suddenly floated in the sky and emitted a very bright light. It turns out that currently Miss Yinhyun's body is covered by demonic power, and her level has risen to 115. But the duration this ability will only last for 30 seconds. Apparently is able to change a person's body into a demon body and is able to raise that person's level up to 30 levels. You can use sky magic skills for 30 seconds. The entire Poison Feng team was shocked to see Yinhyun's changes. They wondered what to do and how could the woman's level suddenly increase to 115. But the boss still invited several of his members to attack Miss Yinhyun. He didn't believe 4 people with level 80 couldn't beat Miss Yinhyun. But unexpectedly, Yinhyun moved as fast as lightning to slash through their bodies and defeat them with just one attack. Among the screams of pain from all opponents, Miss Yinhyun said, no matter how many there are, ants are still ants in my eyes. Seeing that all his teammates were defeated, a man from Huangjang's group finally ran away with the optical stealth skill. Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Ying-sao and Tianqi had completely run out of mana. They couldn't even move to withstand the attack of Kashiwara's huge dragon tail. When they thought they would die there, Miss Yinhyun moved as fast as lightning to help them and cut off the tail of the Kashiwara dragon. Then Miss Yinhyun asked them to help Xiao Chen and Yuan Hao, who were in critical condition. Then Yinhyun ordered if she didn't finish the Kashiwara Akao dragon in 10 seconds, she asked all team members to run away. Even though the two team members were reluctant to carry out Miss Yinhyun's request, because the beautiful woman forced them, as a result, they ran to two of their colleagues who were in critical condition, leaving Miss Yinhyun to mobilize all her strength to fight against the dragon Kashiwara Akao. Miss Yinhyun attacked the dragon with the sword already to upgrade, and unexpectedly, Yinhyun's attack this time managed to reduce the monster's HP to only 10%. But because of this, the Kashiwara dragon managed to catch Miss Yinhyun's body with its tail and roared very loudly, raging with the remaining strength it had. Then the dragon rose into the sky, carrying Miss Yinhyun's body, and threw the beautiful woman's body from a height. As critical as it is now, Miss Yinhyun's demon body skill has run out of power. When she fell from a height in a helpless state like now, Miss Yinhyun thought that she would die right now. But suddenly a man's gentle voice asked, "Why is Miss Yinhyun so shy after not seeing me for a while?" Yes, unexpectedly, Yu-Wu was able to fly and catch Miss Yinhyun's body, which fell from a height. Right now, Yu-Wu even has beautiful angel-like wings. At a height of tens of meters, Yu-Wu asked Miss Yinhyun again, "Will that beautiful lady consider my proposal about cooperation between them?" But now the price has been increased. If Yu-Wu succeeds in defeating the boss monster, he wants all the prizes dropped by the dragon Kashiwara Akao. Miss Yinhyun reiterated that Yu-Wu should not interfere. In an angry tone, this woman asked whether Yu-Wu was really someone who only wanted money without wanting his life. Yu-Wu smiled and casually replied that only weak people make choices, and he wasn't a weak person, so he wanted life as well as money. When they both finally landed on the ground, a large explosion was created due to the force of the impact when they fell. But Yu-Wu managed to land safely. It was at this moment that the mask on Miss Yinhyun's face slowly shattered, and her extremely enchanting face appeared clearly in front of Yu-Wu. Without being able to hold back, Yu-Wu praised the girl's beauty. "I think Miss Yinhyun's face is very beautiful." Hearing their leader's mask breaking, all members of the Magong team quickly approached, because they were also very curious about Miss Yinhyun's beautiful face. Because it turns out that all this time, as team members, they had never seen the leader's face directly. But Miss Yinhyun quickly broke away from Yu-Wu and repaired her mask with the skills she had. Yu-Wu said honestly that Miss Yinhyun was very beautiful, so why did she have to cover her face? It is a pity that such beauty must continue to be hidden. Hearing Yu-Wu's words annoyed Song Ying-sao to death, because he was the only person who had ever seen their chairman's beautiful face. Miss Yinhyun asked Yu-Wu not to talk about it in such a dire situation. She also prevented Yu-Wu from acting and saying anything as he pleased just because he had succeeded in saving Miss Yinhyun. This beautiful woman even pointed her sword at Yu-Wu to deter the young man. Miss Yinhyun said that although the boss monster only had 3% HP, now things were getting worse and the Mogong team had used up all their strength to fight. So it seems like they won't be able to fight anymore. So instead of talking too much, it's better to find a way to get out of this crisis before launching an attack. Yu-Wu actually smiled broadly and said that this was a good thing. Since the Mogong team was no longer able to fight, the boss monster was completely Yu-Wu's. It was clear that all members of the Mogong team were shocked to hear Yu-Wu's words. They thought that the young man was stupid or reckless. Song Ying-sao even accused Yu-Wu of being too arrogant. Even though this young man was at a low level, he dared to stand in front of an elite team like Team Mogong and act arrogantly. Song Ying-sao even laughed at Yu-Wu's words, but he told Yu-Wu to stay a little longer if he could so that the entire Mogong team could have time to escape. Suddenly the land team appeared and laughed at Song Ying-sao's words. They thought that Song Ying-sao had poor eyesight as a professional. They also say that arrogance and underestimation on the battlefield can be fatal. Moreover, Yu-Wu's strength cannot be judged by common sense at all. Song Ying-sao was even more furious when he saw the treasure hunting team there. He didn't accept a group of street ants teaching him how to do things. With a dark face, Song Ying-sao said that he would watch them kill the boss or be killed by the boss. Hao Shuai, who was annoyed when he heard Song Ying-sao's words, said loudly that professional teams were actually just ordinary. And without Yu-Wu, Miss Yinhyun would have died by now. Sheaji was also very angry and wished Yu-Wu would immediately hit Song Ying-sao in the face. Zhang Cheng immediately covered their mouth and reminded his two colleagues to behave themselves in front of a professional team. Mr. Lan also apologized for the behavior of his two members who had sloppy mouths. But Master Lan also explained that they were only there to watch and Yu-Wu was the only one who would fight. Right after Master Lan spoke, from behind Song Ying-sao, a huge energy almost hit his body. When all the members of the elite team looked back, They were shocked to see that the dragon beast was currently facing a mysterious man with a very deadly aura. They realized that it was Yiwu, but they didn't expect that the young man had immense power pressure that surpassed that of a boss monster. Miss Yinhyun could barely believe that Yiwu could have such immense power now. The entire elite team members were even pushed away because of Yiwu's enormous energy. Even the dragon Kashiwara Akao admitted that the strength of the young man in front of him was so great that he had to do his best. The dragon beast roared, creating a huge ball of energy to attack Yiwu. Everyone in that place had to be on standby for the boss monster's strongest attack. The system also warned Yiwu to be careful because the attack was a very dark magic attack. The attack may be absorbed, but if it exceeds a certain limit it will cause damage. So Yiwu tried to absorb the attacks from the boss monsters as best he could. The elite team members were even amazed to see that Yiwu's robe could absorb such damage. Then when his robe was opened, Yiwu smiled in an extremely terrifying manner. After that, he rolled his body and the numbers formed like a giant ball in the sky. People ask what he does, and why did he form such a formation. The people watching started to get more and more worried when they saw flashes of light from the ball and there were strange sounds coming from inside the mysterious large ball. It can even change the size to become bigger very quickly. Finally, the giant ball slowly opened and a red dragon appeared which roared horribly. People didn't even think that this young man could turn into such a big and powerful dragon. They wondered, is that still Yiwu? Now the terrifying aura of the dragon Yiwu completely covered the aura of the boss monster Kashiwara Akao. Even the purple dragon looked small in front of Yiwu's dragon. With doubt, the dragon Kashiwara Akao asked why Yiwu's aura was so familiar. Who is Yiwu really? Yiwu briefly answered that it was none of the Kashiwara dragon's business and he was not a filial descendant. After that, the red dragon Yiwu immediately created a giant fireball and attacked him while biting the dragon Kashiwara Akao. The Kashiwara dragon roared in pain as its small body was devoured by the Yiwu dragon. The sky immediately turned dark with lightning striking as the fight between the two dragons looked very terrifying. Mr. Land said that this kind of spectacular battle scene was estimated to be impossible for them to see again in their remaining lifetime. Zhang Cheng didn't even think that a silly young man like Yiwu could become so reckless like this. How Shuai even praised Cheaji for bringing a treasure into their team. Meanwhile, the Magong elite team did not think that humans could change like that. They seemed to be dreaming because they saw a power that was more abnormal than the boss monster. They even think about buying such skins despite the price. Meanwhile, Song Yingxiao could only remain silent with a cold expression. Chen Chen asked the great lady Yinhyun, has that enchanting lady ever seen a boss monster fight of this scale? Because this fight is definitely amazing. Yinhyun replied that she had seen something more exaggerated than this fight, but this was the first time she saw a human being able to fight a boss monster alone. Even Yiwu could suppress such a powerful ghost monster. In her heart right now, Miss Yinhyun finally understood why Big Miss loved Yiwu so much. But she was surprised because she had never heard of someone with immense strength like Yiwu before. Miss Yinhyun wonders who Yiwu really is. Meanwhile, Boss Cow, who is still pretending to faint, also glanced at Yiwu in the boss monster's fight. He was surprised to see a human fighting a boss monster alone. He suspected that Yiwu was the secret weapon of the Magong group. He had to pretend to be dead and find a chance to quickly escape from that place. Meanwhile, the only remaining member of the Poison Feng team could only fall to their knees looking at the sight of two dragons fighting in the sky. He knew that Miss Yinhyun's strength was already abnormal, but I didn't expect that there would be someone more abnormal than Yinhyun. This man thought that even though his mission had failed, he had not done anything in vain, because he was going to report to senior management about Yiwu. Meanwhile, the Kashiwara dragon is still asking whether Yiwu might have swallowed his fellow clansmen and inherited the dragon's power, because the Kashiwara dragons felt they were related by blood. Dragon Kashiwara asked again, with this much power, why was the red dragon in front of him still willing to be an ordinary human? Why not join the monster camp to share the thrill of slaughtering humanity and something like that? His words made Yiwu's dragon even angrier and it bit him harder and harder until finally the dragon fell and died in front of everyone. After the Kashiwara dragon fell, the Yiwu dragon roared extremely loudly. Even everyone at that place had to cover their ears because of the ultrasonic roar emitted by Yiwu's dragon. Cheaji was afraid that Yiwu was starting to lose his mind because he seemed like he was going to attack them indiscriminately. Moreover, at this time the big red dragon suddenly flew down towards everyone below it. The entire elite team started to worry and fear. They flocked to get out of the way because they were worried that Yiwu would go crazy and not care about anyone anymore. Meanwhile, Mr. Land's team just stood there smiling full of confidence at Yiwu. They purposely did not spare because they believed Yiwu couldn't possibly harm them. Because of their attitude, the elite Magong team thought that all of Tan Land's members were crazy and would be swallowed by the terrifying blood wave. Indeed, the entire team of Lord Lan was covered in a huge wave of blood. But slowly the blood wave disappeared and Yiwu returned to his original form. Yiwu said how could he do the irrational thing of swallowing his own comrade. Yiwu asked them all not to panic because everything was still under his control. After Yiwu returned, all members of Mr. Land's team immediately smiled brightly to welcome his arrival. Hao Shuai even loudly said that Yiwu was more handsome than himself. Master Land smiled in relief and asked the two of them not to disturb Yiwu for now because the young man was still very weak after the battle. Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng immediately provided healing to restore Yiwu's body condition. While being treated, Yiwu said that he was fine and could still survive. The system informed him that he was currently in the process of settling and the battle this time took 60 seconds and 60 million was automatically deducted from Yiwu's account. And because of the use of the ultimate move along, an additional 100 million will be consumed. So a total of 160 million has been deducted from the host account. In his heart, Yiwu was crying very loudly because he spent a lot of extra money to use the powerful skill just now. If it wasn't for his luck in meeting the secret demon, he wouldn't have dared to spend so much money like that. However, this is not a long-term solution. Sheaji immediately helped Yiwu up and asked if the price was okay. Yiwu answered weakly that he was okay but his heart ached. Mr. Lan also approached this young man and congratulated him on his success in defeating a very terrible boss monster. But Master Lan also warned the young man to be more careful because he had shown himself like this in front of so many people. He was worried that there would be many eyes threatening him on the battlefield. Even though the young man was able to reach the sky, he still had to be alert. Yiwu smiled in relief and replied that he would be more careful from now on. In his heart, Yiwu was very impressed with Master Lan and his vast experience. He realized he really had to pay attention to convergence if he wasn't in a closed dungeon. Speaking of trouble, the Magong team approached Yiwu and Master Lan's team. This made them worried and suspected that the Magong team would take advantage of other people and take the prize items dropped by the boss monster. But even though they had to face an elite team and sacrifice their lives, they would still protect Yiwu and prevent the Magong team from touching him. Miss Yinhyun explains that whoever kills the boss monster, then the prize is his, and the Magong team would not do such reckless and lowly actions. Miss Yinhyun raised her hand and said that she only wanted to apologize to Yiwu for looking down on the young man in front of their big miss. Miss Yinhyun honestly said that Yiwu was the first man who succeeded in attracting my attention, so she sincerely invited the young man to join the Magong team. Yinhyun's decision to invite Yiwu to the Magong team naturally surprised everyone. Chianki asked about the chairman's seriousness because Yinhyun had never invited anyone to join the team before. Yuan Hao was also surprised because all this time it was Yinhyun who had always eliminated other people who did not meet the requirements. But today she made an exception for Yiwu, who was very lucky. It's just that for Chen Chen, Yiwu really deserved that honor because he was indeed strong. On the other hand, Yun Zio objected because they had attacked the boss and left 3% of the boss monster's HP, so it would be easy for Yiwu to defeat it. He didn't accept that Yiwu actually got the offer even though they had not taken anything from the items on the boss monster's body. Then why did Yinhyun still have to bring Yiwu into the team? At that time, Zhu Xiaoji became angry because he objected to Yun Zio's words. For him, even if the boss monster had full HP, Yiwu would easily kill it. He was annoyed because Yun Zio looked down on other people. Yun Zio was getting angrier because Zhu Xiaoji was interfering in their affairs. At that time, Yinhyun asked Yun Zio to stop talking. As a member of the Mogong team, Yun Zio should be able to see Yiwu's true strength. He asked Yun Zio not to embarrass himself unless he wanted to leave the Mogong team. Yun Zio couldn't speak anymore, but in his heart, he did realize Yiwu's potential, but he still couldn't accept it. For him, Yiwu was a shameless and arrogant child who was also an expert at pretending. He was so annoyed because Yinhyun, who was the woman he adored, actually seemed to like Yiwu. He then determined to make Yiwu pay a heavy price for his actions today. Yiwu expressed his gratitude for Yinhyun's kindness, but the woman also knew that the young man had decided to form his own team, so Yiwu could only apologize. Yinhyun had expected Yiwu to say that, but to me it wasn't a problem because, after all, they were all members of the Hanmo group. Yinhyun hopes that their team can work together comfortably in the future. In his heart, Yiwu did not expect Yinhyun's attitude to change. Even though before that girl didn't like me, now after seeing the power, she has changed 108. I can't even believe the change in that woman. Yiwu finally said that I was not sure that their team could work together. My team is a beginner that has just been formed and is quite grateful to be looked after by the Mogong team. In his heart, Yiwu admitted that he liked strong righteousness over weak hypocrisy. At that moment, Yinhyun suddenly hugged Yiwu tightly, making the man confused. The woman was grateful that Yiwu had saved me. She will never forget that kindness. Yinhyun then asked how he could repay the man's kindness. Yiwu asked Yinhyun not to be too hasty because I will talk about this later if you need my help. Yinhyun wanted to know if Yiwu was planning to make me owe a debt of gratitude first. However, for me it's okay. Although normally I would really hate that kind of thing, since that person was Yiwu, she could accept the verdict. Yinhuan finally left and said goodbye to Yiwu. Yiwu returned the greeting, and in his heart, he thought that the women of the Hanmo group were indeed not simple. On the other hand, Zhu Xiaoji immediately teased Yiwu, who seemed to have a relationship with Yinhuan. For him, Yiwu is an idol and can be a role model for him. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Hao Shuai revealed a saying about beauty only being worthy of those who are strong, which accurately describes Yiwu's current condition. Yiwu could only say that the two men were too much. Lan Qingyun then spoke, and he didn't expect that Yiwu was part of the Hanmo group. At first, he thought the man was a free player. Yiwu admitted that he had only joined recently and it was normal that other people couldn't guess. Lan Qingyun remembered that the Hanmo group's tax was 50%. This means that if someone joins the team, then half of their income must be handed over to the Hanmo group. However, currently, Yiwu is working alone and the Hanmo group also did not provide any assistance. These regulations must be very burdensome for Yiwu. Yiwu didn't mind it because there really was no other way. Yiwu then explained that his reason for joining the team was because of his family. Besides, it was much more comfortable and shady for him under a big tree. He was well aware that in that harsh environment, he would find it difficult to do everything himself. However, in his heart, Yiwu remembered how he had to talk to Mokir about whether she could give him a small reduction in the huge tax. Lan Qingyun certainly understood, and that was what differentiated him from them. He and the others were orphans who grew up in the wilderness. Meanwhile, Yiwu had many people to worry about around him, so looking for supporters is a good choice. But for Lan Qingyun, in the end, there is no need to depend on others for long as he has strength like Yiwu. Instead, he could take advantage of the opportunity to build his own strength. Lan Qingyun then remembered the fortress blueprint that Yiwu had previously obtained. Hanmo Group had an engineering master and Yiwu could find a way to establish a good relationship with him. When the time comes, the fort can be built and developed. All of Yiwu's family members could be placed there so that Yiwu would no longer have to worry about the future. Yiwu was of course very happy with this suggestion, even though he could actually do it himself without asking anyone for help. Weiss of course agreed because building a fortress was a small thing for the great Yiwu. Yiwu then asked everyone to see what items would come out of the boss monster's corpse. Zhu Xiaoji was also curious. The Kashua Akao monster boss apparently gave 400,000 exp and 100 million money. Apart from that, Yiwu managed to get a dragon heart, Brightway, Longan ring, Tooth Eater dragon sword, and Jua Kashua Akao domain key. Seeing that last item, Yiwu became very excited. On the other hand, Zhu Xiaoji actually looked disappointed because the items weren't even better than what they got from the treasure chest in the secret demon's nest previously. Meanwhile, the boss monster actually took out ordinary items for not much money. Zheng Cheng reminded Zhu Xiaoji not to look at those things based on his standards because they weren't even his and might actually be of more use to Yiwu. At that time, Yiwu suddenly showed a key which was his second goal. Lan Qingyun guessed that the key could lead them into the boss monster dungeon. This means that the contents of the dungeon could be more valuable than the secret demon dungeon. Yiwu immediately confirmed this based on sources he could trust. The resources in the dungeon could even reach 2.5 billion. Of course, everyone was surprised to hear the nomination. Everyone was surprised to hear such a huge amount. If they get that amount of money, they won't even have to work again for the rest of their lives. However, Zheng Cheng quickly reminded Zhu Xiaoji and Hao Shuai that the dungeon belonged to Yiwu and that they should not interfere. Yiwu confirmed, but the amount could not be obtained yet. In his heart, Yiwu knew that with his current level, he wouldn't be able to just enter a level 90 dungeon. Although he could later use the Shadow King account to fight level 90 boss monsters, there would definitely be a lot of high-level monsters and level bosses low in the dungeon. He won't be successful if he doesn't have partners to compete with. At that time, Yiwu sent 100 million to Lan Qingyun. This surprised everyone. Zhu Xiaoji even reminded the man not to give money carelessly even if he had a lot of money. Hao Shuai also confirmed whether that was Yiwu's intention from the start after defeating the boss. Yiwu immediately confirmed. He previously said he would give them 100 million in return. Now he is just fulfilling his promise. Lan Qingyun then reminded them that Yiwu had previously given them 70, so why did the man give them more money? Yiwu asked Lan Qingyun and others to receive the money. For him, secret demons and secret demon nests are a great fortune for them. Meanwhile, the 100 million was the payment he had previously promised for the boss monster. Zhu Xiaoji and Hao Shuai were of course very happy and moved. They were happy because even from the start Yiwu had worked hard, but he did not hesitate to share his money with them. From then on they promised to continue to be by Yiwu's side. They would also not allow Yiwu to accept anyone else to work with him. The irritated Zheng Cheng could only ask the two to be quiet because they were so annoying. On the other hand, Lan Qingyun was happy with Zheng Cheng's actions in beating his two colleagues. For him, they should not depend on other people for their lives even though Yiwu was indeed reliable. Lan Qingyan apologized for his team members' impolite behavior. He will also receive the money. He also assured Yiwu that although their relationship started with the same elements of need, he assured them that the relationship would not be limited to just that. Lan Qingyan is willing to provide future assistance to Yiwu. As long as Yiwu summons them, then the Depingxian team will also try their best. Yiwu certainly wouldn't hesitate to ask for help because there was something he needed. Lan Qingyan wanted to know what it was. Yiwu apparently hoped that Lan Qingyan could gather information about outside the safe zone and what was there, whether it's about monsters, humans, or dungeon data. For Yiwu, the lack of information he had was his weakness and it had to be strengthened. Therefore, he needed to prepare himself before entering the wilderness in the future. Apart from that, Yiwu also suggested that Lan Qingyan start enlarging his team so that he could build a large-scale force. Lan Qingyan and others wanted to hear more. Lan Qingyan considered the condition of the team where up until now they had always chosen the route of small and sophisticated teams that suited fast and covert operations with easy-to-manage personnel. However, there were still traitors in the previous operation, so he was hesitant about increasing the number of people. Yiwu then said that the amount of funds would determine the difference in operation. Before they had money, they did take small and subtle routes. But now they have a lot of money and that means they can't do the same things as before. For Yiwu, Lan Qingyan definitely understood more about the importance of a force in the wilderness like Ma Wang's team. Lan Qingyan understood and he also understood that Yiwu could think things that far. But they are just treasure hunters trying to survive. They had no reason to think things through too much. Zheng Cheng then agreed with Yiwu's thoughts. For him, that moment was a good opportunity for them to change. Zhu Xiaoji also started to agree because, with the current numbers, they were only able to fight up to 6 people at the same level maximum. If that continues, then it will be difficult to compete with a team of 10 people. Hao Shuai also felt that for long-term development in the future, he had to do as Yiwu said even though he really wanted to be able to have money and leave. Lan Qingyan didn't expect that all his team members would have such far-reaching thoughts, even though all this time they were just a group of people who only cared about food. Lan Qingyan of course knew it was all thanks to Yiwu. It helps them see a different level of perspective. During this time he also realized that he had not been able to bring the team members to a higher level. But he realized that even at that level, they couldn't even help Yiwu much. Lan Qingyan finally agreed to use 100 million as initial capital for Yiwu's investment in the Depingxian team. Yiwu is a member and largest shareholder in the team. It also has priority rights and decision-making power. All members agreed and Lan Qingyan respected the decision very much. Yiwu could clearly see that they could all call themselves a team now. He was relieved because Lan Qingyan had a big dream in his heart. Then Yiwu entrusted the wilderness to Lan Qingyan. They had to separate there. He also did not forget to ask Lan Qingyan to contact him at any time. Everyone waved while telling Yiwu to be careful. They said goodbye and would definitely miss Yiwu. The next thing the man did was contact Yunfei and ask where you were. On the other side, Yunfei was relieved that her brother finally contacted her. Previously the man was very difficult to contact. Yunfei then said that they were in Zone 8 with Miss Mo. They have found a temporary residence there. She also immediately sent Yiwu the coordinates. The man immediately headed to his family's location. In his heart, Yiwu was relieved because he could combine the Royal Cloak and Royal Angel into a perfect broken angel wing. Even though it still has height and time limitations, cooling is faster and quite practical. In Zone 8 of the Hanmo Group's luxury apartment, Miss Mo was talking about the wartime situation which had not yet been completely resolved, so she could only find a house like that as a temporary residence. She was forced to make Yiwu stay there temporarily. Yiwu said that it was fine even though in my heart I also didn't understand what Miss Mo was arguing about. Because they were in a very luxurious apartment. I've never even seen a house so spacious and luxurious in my entire life. Yunfei then asked if Yiwu had watched the boss monster match. She was relieved that Yiwu returned safely because she heard waves of roars from the boss monster in Zone 9. She had felt so worried. Yiwu then shows the key he got from the boss monster and asks if Yunfei thinks he is just watching. Yunfei didn't know and thought it was just an ordinary gold key whose function was unknown. On the other hand, Miss Mo was surprised because she thought it was the same thing as I said before regarding the key to the dungeon domain by the boss monster. Miss Mo was naturally surprised at how the key could be in Yiwu's hands. Yunfei then asked if Yiwu managed to kill the boss. Yiwu immediately confirmed it. At that time, Miss Mo's bodyguards were certainly not sure because from what they knew, Yinyuan from the Mogong team was the leader of the mission this time. Of course, based on individual strength, Yiwu wouldn't be able to take over the boss monster of the top 5 combat power people of the Mogong team. Yiwu couldn't help but laugh. He admitted that he was lucky because he was able to take the opportunity and take advantage of the Mogong team's negligence. Of course, Miss Mo's bodyguard still didn't believe it because chance and negligence could not be used to defeat a level 90 boss monster. Miss Mo was curious how much strength Yiwu actually had hidden. But of course, she respected that it was Yiwoo's privacy and I had no right to find out more. It's just that Miss Mo really wants to hear this time. Yiwoo said that Miss Mo would receive a more detailed report later, so I didn't want to go into details. There is only one thing that Miss Mo needs to know, that the Hanmo group currently seems to be the target of public criticism. The Hanmo group was not only targeted by the Huingzhen group, but also the Tianchuan group also began to betray. Even though the Hanmo group is strong, if it continues to make enemies everywhere, then I'm afraid that one day something worse will happen. Miss Mo was shocked to hear of the Tianchuan group's betrayal. However, she claimed to be able to guess the general situation, so Yiwoo didn't need to worry about the Hanmo group. They could definitely develop at their own pace no matter how the external environment changed. Only their strength is important. However, Miss Mo knew in her heart that the external development strategy formulated by the board of directors was indeed too strong and arrogant. If that continues, it will only become a very unstable factor. Even though she had actually tried to suggest it to the directors many times, no one took me seriously. Yiwoo also said that he was not worried because he was a newcomer who had just joined. However, he was indeed interested in knowing the loot distribution mechanism to detect any flaws. He knew that there should be an even distribution between groups and teams, but with the current situation, he wanted to know how he should calculate it. Miss Mo realized that Yiwoo's situation was special because he had not really entered the Hanmo group. Their Hanmo group has not entered any information regarding Yiwoo and the team they want to form. So this time, Yiwoo didn't need to hand over any income to the group and everything became his personal property. Yunfei became very excited because it meant Yiwoo got a total of 2.5 billion in value, and that was definitely a huge amount. Miss Mo was of course surprised, but not too surprised by Yunfei's attitude. For them, it is just a very appropriate combination in the family. Yiwoo also immediately understood, but he would follow the rules. He took the initiative to hand over half of the proceeds. Miss Mo was of course confused because Yiwoo didn't have to do it. Besides, I know Yiwoo is a person who really likes money, so why would he take the initiative to share the profits with the company? Yiwoo revealed two reasons at that time. Firstly, he should not be too greedy as a human being. Even though he really likes money, since he has chosen to join the Hanmo group, he must act according to the rules. However, this time he did take over the boss monster from Mogong's team. He doesn't want to be an enemy of the group. Then since our Wangji team will be part of the power of the Hanmo group, there is no need for Miss Mo to harm her status and pride in the group for direct gain. Yiwoo did all that for Miss Mo and the woman was shocked. The woman then accepted it. Miss Mo also said that now that Yiwoo has his own plans, then she will no longer stop him. Yiwoo then wanted to know if he should hand over the money now, but Miss Mo immediately avoided it. She asked the man not to rush because later there was a special evaluation department that would calculate the profits, but Yiwoo had two choices. First, he can immediately hand over all the results including the dungeon domain key and the group, which will pay 50% of the total obtained. This step is very easy and safe because Yiwoo doesn't need to worry about anything and only needs to wait to get the money. Second, Yiwoo can claim 50% of the data set at the beginning and then enter the dungeon to collect resources. If it turns out that Yiwoo gets more than this amount, then he only needs to pay according to the previously agreed amount. This method is full of uncertainty and risk. Yiwoo did not hesitate at all because he would choose the second way. He is confident in his abilities, so the greater the risk, the higher the income. Miss Mo naturally understood because that choice was indeed the most suitable for Yiwoo. Miss Mo asked Yiwoo to hand everything over to her and leave from there. Just before leaving, Miss Mo told Yiwoo that according to the welfare of the group, Yiwoo and their family could move to zones 3, 4, 5, or 6, which were much safer than zone 8. She asked if Yiwoo wanted to go because if he did, I would send someone to pick him up. Yiwoo apparently wasn't interested in moving yet because after going through such a big battle, the monsters definitely wouldn't move at this time. After all, he has friends in Zone 9 and Zone 8 is a place not too far away. Yiwoo would talk about that later. However, in his mind, the most important thing was not to get too close to the center of the group because it wouldn't be good to be monitored too much, which could limit freedom. Miss Mo respected Yiwoo's decision. She only asked that the man give him news that he intended to move. Then one more thing Miss Mo wanted to say was that I also gave Yiwoo a card that allowed him to freely travel between zones, which would definitely be useful for his daily needs. Yiwoo was naturally grateful for Miss Mo's wisdom because the card was indeed very useful to me. Yunfei of course teased Miss Mo, who seemed reluctant to leave the apartment and even offered to stay the night, but Miss Mo quickly refused. After that, Yiwoo talked to his parents about him having to stay in Zone 8 for some personal purposes. He wouldn't take them to a better and safer place for now. The father said that he would support his son's decision unconditionally, and so would the mother. Mom also said that the temporary residence was quite good because previously I never even thought that I could live in such a high-class house for the rest of my life. The only thing that made it difficult for him was that the house was too big to clean. Nana immediately asked her mother to hand over small things like that to her. Yunfei added that wherever they are, as long as the whole family can be together, then that is the best home. Nana immediately confirmed it, even though inside me, I actually felt disgusted and even wanted to die. Yiwu was happy because this was his fight. Lately, many people think that family is a stumbling block that will only get in the way, so they choose to live alone. However, Yiwu was very lucky because he was born into a happy family. He will do everything he can to protect that happiness. He had to do it, and that was clearly not the final goal, even though he was currently in the Hanmo group. If he succeeded in building a strong fort, then that place could become his family's real future. At that time, Yiwu called Weiss. He wanted to see the blueprint of the fort and start analyzing it. He wants to know how much it will cost to create the future he wants. Weiss managed to analyze the fort's blueprint, but the situation was less than favorable. Yiwu wanted to hear the problem. Weiss then explains that the blueprint location requires at least level 40 or built. However, for Yiwu, it wasn't difficult at all because he had already gotten the dungeon key from the Black Tiger Army group, which was level 40. Previously, he was still hesitant to open it, but it turned out to be useful now. Weiss then continued that it was only the first step because next it would cost him 5 billion to build the entire bowl. Yiwu was of course very surprised by the nominal value and suspected that this fortress was truly legendary. Weiss continued that it was just a matter of money and had not talked about the many rare items and materials that he would not talk about so as not to discourage Yiwu. Yiwu was really annoyed because some of his enthusiasm had indeed disappeared. He thought the money he got from defeating the boss monster was enough, but apparently not. Weiss asked Yiwu not to give up hope because Yiwu was very strong, so sooner or later he would definitely be able to collect the money. Yiwu knew that even though he was still upset, he wanted to know after he managed to get the money and materials, what he should do. Weiss said the next phase will be the specific construction phase. Yiwu needed to use engineering master skills to create many engineering robots to build the fortress. This step can be done in the presence of the owner. If the owner is not there, the robot will stop working. Yiwu did see that as a problem, so would it be possible for him to give Nana the robot control authority and let me replace Yiwu's presence in the fort construction area? Weiss said that it was a good idea because Nana was also created by Yiwu, which was the equivalent of the man's clone. Nana can definitely control that engineering robot too. Yiwu finally understood, and now the only thing he thought about was how to earn money quickly. Yiwu realized that it was not easy to build a fortress. Meanwhile, he also plans to strengthen the Shadow King account a little. It seemed like he really had to postpone the construction of the fort first. In the meantime, perhaps no strong enemies will appear. The stronghold after that would be a priority, and he needed to make a lot of money first. It was then that water was suddenly splashed on Yiwu's face. Apparently, it was Yunfei who asked to play in the fun infinity pool. Likewise, Nana looked happy to be playing water fights. Yiwu was happy because he could see Yunfei was also happy. Yiwu wanted to refuse, but once again Nana attacked him with water. Nana said that Yiwu needed to relax more because being too tense wouldn't be good. In my heart, I hope to have the opportunity to play water war with Yiwu and then drown them in the water. Of course, Yiwu was provoked too, and it reminded him of the time when I dominated the swimming pool. Yiwu will show everyone what I am as the king of water warfare. They immediately had a water fight together in the swimming pool. At the headquarters of the Hanmo group, precisely in the vice chairman's office, Yinyuan was apologizing because I couldn't anticipate the betrayal from the Tianchuang group. She also didn't guard against the death threat sent by the Huangjang group, the thing that causes the boss battle to fail. Yinyuan as chairman felt responsible and asked for punishment. The deputy chairman was quite relieved that Yinyuan turned out to be quite self-aware, but that wasn't actually the reason for Yinyuan's failure. For him, the woman was just too weak. Mokai kicked the woman and wondered how Yinyuan still dared to kneel in front of me. Even though as one of the top 35 combat powers of the Mogong team, I had already failed to lead the team to defeat a level 90 boss monster. For Mokai, Yinyuan was simply embarrassing the Hanmo group's face. Yinyuan apologizes, but Mokai slaps him this time. He didn't have time to listen to her nonsense. Mokai brought Yinyuan from the gargle area and spent much money to raise him. The man didn't want Yinyuan to make excuses to deceive with a weak posture. It was then that Jai Wang Chuan asked Mokai to stop. Of course, Mokai thought he felt sorry for a beautiful member like Yinyuan. Jai Wang Chuan reminded Mokai not to waste time on boring things and instead forget what to do. Mokai once again slapped Yinyuan, but he admitted that he had not forgotten. He then asked whether Jai Wang Chuan knew who took it. Jai Wang Chuan admitted that he already knew because the person was included by Miss Mo in the company's talent pool before the battle against the boss monster, but there was no official registration record yet. Mo Wai certainly didn't believe that it was this person who managed to defeat the boss monster. Mokai naturally felt that Mo Kier was openly fighting. Mokai was very curious about Yiwu's figure and was surprised to find out that he was only a beginner level 6. Jai Wang-Chuan asked Mokai not to think too much about the levels written in the system, because those who managed to snatch the boss monster from Yin-Huan's hands were definitely not ordinary people. Yiwu had probably hidden his level on purpose. Mokai then asked Yin-Huan about Yiwu's strength, and the woman said that Yiwu was truly unfathomable. The boss monster did have 3% HP in its enraged state, but Yiwu managed to defeat the boss monster in a matter of seconds. Mokai was of course very surprised, but I also wondered why Yin-Huan didn't recruit that talented man to their side instead of leaving him under Mokir's control. Yin-Huan admitted that he had tried but he didn't succeed. Mokai was even more surprised because so far no one had dared to refuse Yin-Huan's invitation to join. Mokai got even angrier and actually strangled the woman. For me, Yin-Huan is no longer what it used to be. In the past, Yin-Huan would not let such a stupid man out of her hands. Mokai immediately suspected that the woman was interested in Yiwu and deliberately released the boss monster for me. Mokai actually became more curious about Yiwu and was going to give Yin-Huan a last chance. I want Yin-Huan to use all kinds of methods to make Yiwu come to me, either using violence or seduction. If Yiwu still refused, then Mokai asked Yin-Huan to kill so that he would no longer be a bother. Jai Wang-Chuan asked Yin-Huan to understand his condition of not being able to defend him. After all, this happened because of Yin-Huan's unprofessional mistake. He was also curious whether Yiwu was really that strong. Yin-Huan said that Yiwu was even stronger than Mokai. She didn't even know who was stronger, Yiwu or the chairman. Jai Wang-Chuan was quite surprised because Yin-Huan had never heard of such a high value in someone. Yiwu was truly able to arouse the curiosity that Jai Wang-Chuan had not had for many years. In the meantime, Yin-Huan had to leave the team and find a way to deal with Yiwu. He asks the woman to do her best. If Yin-Huan still can't do it, then I will kill him personally. Yin-Huan regretted that Yiwu's move to defeat the boss monster actually caused a big wave. Not only the Mogong team but Huangjang and Tianchuang will also make Yiwu the main target of the competition. But I didn't expect that even Mokai would be interested in him. She became worried that my assessment of Yiwu would end up harming the man even though I didn't mean it at all. Yin-Huan didn't want to be Yiwu's enemy at all but instead joined forces and fought together. The next day at the university in Zone 9, all the students had gathered. They were happy because they could finally see the sun again. They can even become moldy from being trapped underground for too long. Other students heard how the boss monster occupying the 9th zone was finally killed by Mogong's team yesterday. Of course, they weren't surprised because that team was indeed the strongest of the Hanmo group. However, other students said that the information was wrong because the rescue team said that the boss monster was killed by one person. They weren't sure about the truth of the news because killing a level 90 boss alone was too impossible. Ru and Tianchen, who heard the students' conversation, guessed that the person who killed the boss monster alone was Yiwu. Luofeng also suspected the same thing because only Yiwu had such astonishing strength. However, the opponent was a boss monster of 90, and even if Yiwu managed to defeat it, he would definitely incur a lot of money because he was seriously injured. Ru and Tianchen was very worried about him. Luofeng also thought about this possibility and decided to contact Yiwu to ask about his condition. But suddenly, an energy reaction from the sky appeared and it turned out to be Yiwu, who the disciples thought came with the special effect cloak. Luofeng was of course happy to see Yiwu was fine. On the other hand, Ru and Tianchen, who hasn't seen Yiwu for a long time, thinks that the man is actually more handsome and charming, which makes my heart beat fast. Luofeng was moved that Yiwu wasn't even injured at all. He praised Yiwu's strength and apologized for doubting him. He feels unworthy of being a younger brother. The principal was also happy to see Yiwu return and the university was also safe. Yiwu immediately asked what the university's future plans were. The principal then said that he had contacted the Hanmo group and they promised to send someone to rebuild the university and the 9th zone as soon as possible. In the meantime, all students will be on holiday and stay with their respective families and work together to overcome difficulties. The principals were also happy that Yiwu had managed to save the university once again, even though they could no longer give gifts to repay him. Yiwu naturally didn't mind it because he was just doing his duty and it wasn't all about the reward. Luofeng was happy and proud because Yiwu was really suitable to be a boss. At that time, everyone at the university became fond of Yiwu after the hormone advanced passive skill was activated. Everyone immediately idolized Yiwu. Both men and women wanted to have children with Yiwu. In fact, this made the students attack each other. Seeing the chaos, Yiwu felt like he had to leave there immediately. He could only blame the immoral skill that suddenly activated. He has to go before something bad happens to him. Yiwu immediately left while taking Luofeng and Ru and Tianchen with him. The two people immediately followed him. Yiwu asked if the two of them had carried out his orders at their respective homes. Luofeng stated that he had contacted his family, who was quite rich. They had already fled to the 8th zone immediately after the incident occurred. Now they are safe. Likewise, Ru and Tianchen was alone and her family was not in the city. There was nothing for me to worry about, so she wanted to know where Yiwu would take them. Yiwu wanted to take the two out of the safe zone to go to an area in the wilderness. I want to clear the level 40 dungeon obtained from the Black Tiger mercenary group. At the 9th zone immigration gate, everyone was working on repairs. Someone stopped Yiwu and the others because the area was not a place to go out and stroll around. Yiwu then explained that he was a student who wanted to go out of town to do something. Of course, the guard was increasingly forbidding it because students weren't supposed to go out of town. Moreover, currently, the emergency orders during wartime have not been revoked, so no one was allowed to leave the city. The guard told Yiwu and the others to quickly return to school or he would shoot. Luofeng was naturally angry that a level 10 guard dared to threaten and yell at them even though he didn't know who Yiwu was with them. Yiwu tried to restrain Luofeng because the three of them were good students who shouldn't cause trouble. Yiwu then showed his pass to the guard. The guard then noticed the pass and he admitted he had never seen it before. He, who was indeed a new guard, certainly suspected that the card was fake. Yiwu finally understood why the guard didn't know about the pass. That's when another guard came because of the commotion. The guard asked the other guards not to chase Yiwu and others away. The new guard then said that Yiwu showed an unknown pass and he wanted to leave the city. The guard tried to look at the card and as soon as he realized it he slapped the new guard. That card is the highest level card of the Hanmo group. He was angry that the new guard didn't know after training. The man couldn't defend himself. The guard then saw that Yiwu's presence as a distinguished guest made even the gate shine. The guard didn't know where Yiwu was going, but he offered to send a team of escorts for him during the journey because it was currently too dangerous outside the city. Yiwu immediately rejected it because he had his plans. Yiwu simply asked the guard to quickly open the gate. The guard immediately opened it. Ruan Tianchen saw the gate open and became very nervous. Their first time out of town after she was so grown up. Luofeng asked him to calm down as they were just going into the wilderness, which could be a rare opportunity to train. After Yiwu left, the guard saw the man who had previously been mentioned directly by senior management. He was asked to focus on it, but he didn't see anything special about it. The guard then reported on someone Yiwu who had just left the city. He wanted to know what to do next. The voice on the other end was so happy because meeting Yiwu meant they could make a lot of money. The voice on the other end was Mai Sha, who then asked the guard not to be too hasty. Meanwhile, they only need to report the whereabouts of the target and continue to be careful so as not to be discovered. Mai Sha is an elite mercenary on the outskirts of the Huangjang group. In her heart, Mai Sha was happy because the previously announced mission was hers. She was determined to get Yiwu. In the wilderness outside the 9th zone, Yiwu and others were amazed by the world outside the safe zone. The rest of the old world became desolate and only ruins remained. Ruan Tianchen had seen photos and videos of wilderness on the internet and in books, but now he could see it with his own eyes and even feel the intimidating atmosphere of the end times. Luofeng told Ruan Tianchen not to think too far because he felt that the air outside was fresh and clear. Then Luofeng asked how they were going to the dungeon. Yiwu could fly, but it would be troublesome since they were there too. Yiwu asked them not to worry because he had already arranged everything. Yiwu revealed that conditions in the wilderness have been very safe recently. After all, Luofeng and Ruan Tianchen had also killed monsters before. However, if they encounter monsters, it will be better because they can collect experience. Luofeng and Ruan Tianchen were members of Yiwu's Wangji team who naturally couldn't be left behind. Both of them were certainly confused when they heard the name of the new team. Yiwu took the two to explain as they walked. The Wangji team is a team formed by Yiwu who also belongs to a local company such as the Hanmo Group. Ruan Tianchen was so excited, but also not sure they could join in. Luofeng was too enthusiastic because Wangji's team name sounded while dominating and matched Yiwu. Ruan Tianchen then wanted to know because Yiwu could have directly joined the Mogong team and reached the pinnacle of life. So is he convinced to start everything from scratch. Luofeng also confirmed Yiwu could defeat a level 90 boss monster, whereas they were just small people who would hinder him. Yiwu then considered whether he should cancel the plan to take the two to the level 40 dungeon and gain experience. They should take advantage of all opportunities and not be discouraged. Ruan Tianchen and Luofeng agreed that they would not disappoint Yiwu. That's when an off-road car came and stopped right in front of them. Zhu Xiaoji, who was driving, suddenly showed his head and said yes. He then introduced himself as a handsome fat man. Zhu Xiaoji then greeted Yiwu and did not expect to see him again so quickly. He was quite surprised when Yiwu contacted him. Zhu Xiaoji's attention was also suddenly drawn to the beautiful Ruan Tianchen. If he knew Yiwu would bring him, so he would dress up. Zhu Xiaoji then greeted Ruan Tianchen and introduced himself as a treasure hunter. For him, the wilderness is like a playground. He will also take good care of the girl. Ruan Tianchen thanks and please help. In her heart, she knew Xhu Xiaoji was of a high level. The man was an acquaintance of Yiwu who was so enthusiastic and bold. On the other hand, Luofeng was also excited to see such a powerful tank. Zhu Xiaoji couldn't help but laugh and be like that expected of Yiwu's comrades. Luofeng was quite knowledgeable. He also asked Luo Feng not to hesitate to ask him if there was anything he didn't understand. Yiwu immediately stopped them all because he had work to do. In the car, Yiwu determined the destination in Area C87. Zhu Xiaoji revealed that the Depingxian team had already gone to that place by traveling for half a day. It's just that time he couldn't find the dungeon entrance before. Yiwu said that because they needed a key to open the dungeon. Yiwu looked at the key whose durability had dropped by 10%. The durability had indeed dropped a lot, but it was lucky that he was able to use it before the lock broke. At that time, Zai Xiaoji wanted to know whether the detailed map in Yiwu's hand was true. Maps and actual coordinate information in the eyes of hunters like them were something invaluable. Yiwu then assured that the map was correct because it was directly written by Mu Wei. That's when Zhu Xiaoji immediately braked suddenly, causing Luo Feng to crash. Zhu Xiaoji was very surprised because Yiwu mentioned the name Mu Wei, who was a legendary treasure hunter. Yiwu immediately confirmed it, and he was also curious as to why Zhu Xiaoji's expression had changed in such a way. Yiwu wanted to know if there was anything Zhu Xiaoji knew about Mu Wei. Zhu Xiaoji revealed that he did have a very long story about Mu Wei. He would talk about it as he went along. Zhu Xiaoji finally started his story. Zhu Xiaoji explains how in the eyes of most people, treasure hunters are seen as not much different from mercenaries who want money and life. However, the object of their looting was not humans but ruins. The problem is that all of that is just a perception because their real goal is to find the truth in the world. Therefore they continue to explore the ruins one by one. Yiwu was naturally curious about the truth of the world. Zhu Xiaoji wanted to know if anyone out there had ever questioned how and why the Earth's old age was born. Ruin Tianchen recalled several conspiracy theories circulating in the past. Some say that the world is a dream. Some say that the world is just a high-dimensional holographic projection. Even though it seems like an exaggeration, humans are data in a database. They are just the intelligent AI of a big game with their destiny and thoughts determined by the program. However, Luo Feng immediately stated that it was just a theory from the past that was never heard of or discussed. For Yiwu, after several generations, everyone had become accustomed to that era and only wanted to live that short life. The problem was that for Zhu Xiaoji, habit did not mean truth. They always believed there is a reason behind all phenomena. As long as they continued to explore the ancient ruins, one day they would be able to find out the buried truth. Yiwu was quite unexpected about Zhu Xiaoji, who despite having an eccentric appearance, actually had a very philosophical heart. Zhu Xiaoji was embarrassed because all he said was speech Lan Qingyan. Meanwhile, he is not someone who has that kind of awareness. He and the other teammates in the team were only interested in Lan Qingyan's philosophy, and that was also the reason they were together. Yiwu certainly understood very well because it was Lan Qingyan. The man did have a vision and philosophy that ordinary people did not have. After that, Zhu Xiaoji said that according to rumors, Mu Wei was a legendary treasure hunter who was very close to the truth of the world. It's just that he has been missing for a long time and no one knows his whereabouts. If the map was in Yiwu's hands, then there must be a hidden mystery. Maybe they will find the key clue to unlocking the truth of the world. The problem was that Yiwu couldn't find any clues at all. Besides, he didn't know what would happen if the truth of the world was truly discovered. Life still has to go on as before. Zhu Xiaoji realized that Yiwu didn't know about a legend that had been circulating for a long time among treasure hunters. If there is someone who can find the truth of that world, then he can restart the world according to his wishes and become king in one of those worlds. Yiwu was the first time he heard of such a legend. Everyone became very curious about whether the legend was true. If true, then it could be very interesting. Ruin Tianchen began to fantasize about starting the world and turning it into a world of girls, love, and peace. Luo Feng didn't want to lose, and if it was him, then he would be the supreme emperor realm master who could unify the world. Yiwu immediately reminded the two that they still hadn't even reached the most basic level and should put aside such delusions. Luo Feng and Ruin Tianchen couldn't help but laugh. As for Yiwu, the legend was too exaggerated. They should focus on doing what is in front of them. Zhu Xiaoji confirmed, but one had to have dreams because otherwise, humans would be no different from salted fish. In his mind, Yiwu thought about dreams. For him, the word dream was too much in that era. So far all he had done was to achieve practical goals. He asked himself what his dream was. Zhu Xiaoji then continued that if Yiwu could meet Yu, then he could get more clues. All of this is not just a fantasy or rumor. In his mind, Yiwu thought of the principal who probably knew a lot about Mu Wei. He decided to ask him after completing the dungeon. The vehicle continued to drive until they finally arrived at the destination. They weren't sure that it was the entrance to the dungeon because they didn't see anything. But of course, Yiwu knew that the entrance was hidden and they needed the boss's key to open it. Because if it wasn't like that, then the dungeon door would have been discovered long ago. However, before opening the dungeon door, they had to take care of the stalker. Zhu Xiaoji couldn't help but laugh because previously he must have caused the stalkers to keep getting sand from their vehicles. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Ruan Tianchen and Luo Feng had no idea that they were being stalked. Zhu Xiaoji said that he is an expert in anti-reconnaissance, and Luo Feng also Ruan Tianchen have a lot to learn. Zhu Xiaoji took out a bomb and threw it into the distance, which turned out to be an invisible shield. Luo Feng was shocked because someone was following them. He regretted not realizing the low-level mistakes he made. Luo Feng was also even more shocked when he found out that the man was the head guard who previously checked them. So why was the man following them? The head guard and all his members then got out of the car. They asked Yiwu and others not to misunderstand. He reasoned that he was very worried about the safety of the honored guests. But previously Yiwu did not allow them to accompany Yiwu. Therefore they secretly protected Yiwu and the others. Yiwu sarcastically said that they had all worked hard. The head guard immediately explained that they were in no trouble at all and that it was for everyone's good. It's just that for him Yiwu shouldn't have drawn a sword at him like that. Yiwu could only look at those who didn't even take the time to make a reasonable excuse. The head guard was just a bad old man. Yiwu confirmed that was the end of their awkward conversation. The head guard once again explained that Yiwu had misunderstood. He said that he was 28 years old even though his hair was gray. He's not a bad parent either. In his heart, the head guard was naturally angry because Yiwu pointed the sword at him. If it wasn't for Zhu Xiaoji, who was level 55, he would have shot Yiwu first. Secretly, the head guard sent a signal behind his back. One of the subordinates thought that the head guard was showing the tactical sign language of the triangular offensive formation. They immediately understood that if Yiwu attacked first, they would have to defend and counterattack. Caretaker others could see that only Zhu Xiaoji was level 55 while the others were easy opponents. The man insulted the ignorant Yiwu for daringly starting a fight. However, Yiwu chose to wave his hand and said he would accept the kindness of the guard leader. At that time everyone had survived the monster invasion, so they had to trust and help each other. In his heart, Yiwu could see how the head guard was trying so hard to make him believe again. Therefore, instead of killing those of little value, it was better to use them to find out the big fish hiding behind them. The head guard immediately confirmed Yiwu's words. Meanwhile, in his heart, he felt satisfied because he was able to fool Yiwu. He also didn't know why the stupid Yiwu became the target of the competition. The head guard also suspected that Yiwu was one of the children of the director of the Hanmo group because he had the highest level pass even though it was only level 6. The chief guard then asked where young master Yiwu was headed in the dangerous wilderness. Even though he was a little surprised to be called young master, he said that he planned to enter a dungeon. Yiwu then asked if the head guard and the others would go in with him. At that time, Luo Feng and Ruan Tiantian secretly knew that Yiwu was trapping the guard. In the end, smart people will die. The head guard was surprised because seeing the dungeon key, it was at least a level 40 dungeon. Even though they own Zhu Xiaoji is a level 55 tanker, Yiwu and the others will die if they open a dungeon that is not comparable to the average level of Yiwu and the others. Luo Feng then explained that that was the reason Yiwu invited them to enter together. Luo Feng accused the guards of being scared, even though previously they said they would protect them. However, it turns out they didn't dare to do it. Ruan Tianchen added that she felt sad about the quality of the security team in Zone 9. He also came to understand why they were affected by the monster invasion. Of course, all of this made the head guard even more annoyed and disbelieving. Meanwhile, the guards asked their leader not to let the boys underestimate them. The chief must be able to let Yiwu and the others see their prowess. In his heart, the head guard indeed felt slighted. The problem was that he had no experience in clearing dungeons at all. If something bad happened to them later, they might die, so he just forgot about it. The head guard then reasoned that the dungeon could only be entered by 5 people. Even though he wanted to leave, he couldn't bear to leave the other guards alone. The head guard regretted that. But Yiwu casually said that the dungeon would fit 5-10 people and they could enter together. The chief guard had no choice but to enter the dungeon. He would let his members see a dungeon. They are certainly very enthusiastic and see their chairman as a strong and dominating figure. Even though in his heart, the head guard was just acting to satisfy his members. He would come in for a while to accompany Yiwu. If he encountered danger inside, he would use Yiwu and his friends while waiting for Mai Sha to come. On the other hand, Yiwu, who opened the dungeon gate, asked for guard protection, and the head guard immediately agreed. As a form of anticipation, the head guard deliberately left a signal via the smart signal tracker so that Mai Sha would find their coordinates. They finally arrived in the life dungeon of the forest, which was level 40. The dungeon had a beautiful view with a wide range. The dungeon wasn't as scary as a level 40 dungeon. They were also curious about what kind of monsters would be inside. They waited curiously and tensely. Ruan Tianchen saw a towering giant tree. According to Zhu Xiaoji's experience, that kind of place was where the boss monsters were. Luo Feng asked Zhu Xiaoji to teach them many things when they fight later. Zhu Xiaoji could only laugh and ask Luo Feng to stay behind him so he wouldn't lose his life. On the other hand, Yiwu immediately asked Weiss to quickly analyze whether the dungeon could be used to build a fortress. After that, Weiss revealed that the dungeon did meet the classification for building a fort, but only had 3 stars. In his heart, Yiwu was quite disappointed because he had hoped to get 5 stars as a location for building a fort. This trip seemed to only give him experience. It was then that Reincarnation pointed at something in the sky that was flying towards them quickly. It was a level 25 Batwing Wyvern monster. The chief guard immediately repelled the monster and asked everyone not to panic while it was with him. The head guard started to attack together with the members, but for Yiwu the attack was not unified enough and seemed to lack practice too, although in the end, they succeeded in defeating the monster. The captain felt great and proud because he had killed the level 20 monster. Likewise, the guards immediately praised the captain's greatness and how they didn't need to worry when they were near him. But suddenly another monster appeared. Level 40 Stinging Snake Dragon Monster. The angry monster easily bit and threw one of the guards. He shouted for help from the head of the guard, but he did not survive. The head guard naturally couldn't believe he lost his members so soon after entering. The chief guard tried to attack the monster alone. He also wondered why Zhu Xiaoji, who was level 55, was just silent like a fool and not helping him. Even though Zhu Xiaoji was at a higher level than him, he didn't need a leader to protect him. Zhu Xiaoji asked Yiwu if he needed to help now. Yiwu immediately permitted because the presence of the head guard was still needed. The goal this time was still far from there and the guard would still be useful at another point later. Zhu Xiaoji immediately stepped in to help. It seemed to him that even level 40 monsters could be handled without breaking a sweat. It was then that Yiwu received notification that a mysterious egg suddenly reacted strongly. Yiwu was naturally curious about what happened to the egg. Is the egg lapse or pain? However, he realized that perhaps the egg felt the breath of the same clan and wanted to hatch. The mysterious being was constantly abnormally restless. Yiwu wondered whether the mysterious egg's occupant really wanted to come out of the shell after being silent for so long. He asked the egg not to be anxious and to take whatever ingredients he had gotten before so he could be calmer. The mysterious egg could use a monster's tongue or an arthropod's feet. Yiwu could see that the egg had finally calmed down, but he still seemed to be harboring something. Weiss then said that it did work temporarily, but his strength was insufficient so he couldn't break the shell's walls. Yiwu finally tried to help with the dragon heart he previously got. He asked the egg to eat it so it could come out of the shell, but apparently the egg actually looked scared. Yiwu was curious whether the egg was really afraid of the aura of the upper race, but Yiwu still insisted because the dragon heart was just a piece of meat. He then said that the egg had absolutely no willpower and that it would be better to shrink into the shell so that it could remain a useless egg forever. The egg became very upset and that was exactly what Yiwu expected. He wanted to know what the egg would actually become. The egg broke itself and had such strong pressure. The egg eventually hatched into a battle pet and Yiwu was asked to give it a name. Yiwu thought of a suitable name and as a fighting pet then it should be a domineering name. Yiwu named the pet Chiang. On the other hand, the head guard was still fighting with the monsters. Even though he struggled, he finally managed to defeat him. After finishing, the head guard was confused about what was happening behind him. He saw that the Chihang, which was only level 6, was easy to handle. A guard then prepared to shoot him. Moreover, the monster is only in the middle of a group of people, which means it is only looking for death. Although you can't get many experience points even if you succeed in killing him. However, Chihang actually bit the man's weapon first. He also attacked Zhu Xiaoji's shield even though the man didn't do anything. The head guard finally intervened to finish off the Chihang, but Yiwu immediately said that it was not a monster but a battle pet. Yiwu apologized because the crimson cosmetic was very aggressive when it was born. But Zhu Xiaoji was sad because his shield was damaged and he wanted Yiwu to reimburse him for the repair costs. Yiwu finally said yes. On the other hand, Ruin Tianchen knew that the crimson cosmetic came from the egg that Yiwu got in the Shadow Forest before. She was very happy because the egg finally hatched. The girl really missed and wanted to hug the crimson comet which I previously named Long Long. Yiwu reminded everyone that they had to be careful because Chihang was still a child and it was normal not to want to be approached casually. Yiwu introduces them all to Chihang as friends to remember. Just then, they heard a roar. Yiwu suspected that the forest owner did not welcome them or instead felt Chihang's presence. The guard captain no longer cares because after fighting before, I'm sure the monsters there aren't that dangerous. The guard captain then split the team into 2 squads and explored the dungeon separately which would be more efficient. They will meet again at the end of the big tree. Yiwu agreed and suggested that they use the team channel to contact them at any time in case of unexpected situations. The guard captain finally said goodbye. In his heart, he knew Yiwu would definitely encounter trouble. The power he had previously used had not even been fully displayed due to Yiwu's understatement. He realized that Yiwu was not at level 6. Therefore, he planned to separate himself and leave the team so he could watch Yiwu from behind. On the other hand, Ruin Tianchen was very nervous and excited because it was her first time entering a desert dungeon. The dungeon seemed to him like a magical land version of the Shadow Forest. Yiwu immediately confirmed. He also asked Zhu Xiaoji based on his knowledge and experience whether he had any insight into the various types of dungeons that appeared in the world, or at least those that had been visited. Zhu Xiaoji claimed not to know because, for a treasure hunter, his main line of business was ruins and not dungeons. Plus, it was a new dungeon that was something that belonged to a professional team from a large group. Usually, they wouldn't be able to go to the dungeon easily unless they had received a detailed guide. Zhu Xiaoji knows that dungeons in this world are divided into many types and views, such as running the map and going deep into unknown areas, carrying out adventures and survival, completing the number of battles and killings, and solving puzzles to test IQ. Whatever the type, no one can explain how a dungeon looks and works. The only thing you can do is adapt and use it to make yourself stronger. Ruin Tianchen added that there are so many types of dangerous and interesting dungeons. I wish there could be a dungeon with a magical girl appearance. But at that moment, another monster came. The level 40 monster named Spinosaurus appeared behind Ruin Tianchen, but Chihong immediately attacked him. Ruin Tianchen apologized for being careless and thanked him for being saved. Yiwu praised Chihong and left the monster completely to me. Spinosaurus was very angry because Chihong managed to cut off its tongue. Yiwu was more surprised that the monster could talk like a human. However, Zhu Xiaoji only heard a strange scream. At that time, Weiss said that Yiwu and Chihong were indeed linked in spirit, basic attributes, and abilities. Hence, Yiwu could understand the language of the dragon race. Yiwu understood and confirmed the point about the similarity of basic attributes. Weiss added Yiwu is the owner of the link hierarchy system. That meant it was partly Yiwu's level and partly Chihong's level. When Yiwu switches between different accounts, his attributes and appearance will also change. Yiwu started to understand. He was currently using the Qian King account, so that meant Chihong was using the fire attribute. Spinosaurus continues to attack, but Chihong doesn't want to lose. Spinosaurus says that Chihong's tricks will no longer work on him because he is very angry. The monster attacks Chihong, making everyone worry as the little dragon bounces away. Zhu Xiaoji saw the huge difference in level between the two. He was worried that something bad would happen to Chihong if they didn't help, but Yiwu immediately intervened and forbade them from helping Chihong. Ruin Tianchen wanted to know the reason. Yiwu then explained that as his battle pet, Chihong shouldn't need help with small things like that. Even if he died in the end, it was nothing to regret. In his heart, Yiwu knew that after sharing the link level with him, it wouldn't be a problem for Chihong to fight the Spinosaurus monster. Yiwu knew Chihong was planning something by pretending to be a pig that would later eat a tiger. Yiwu couldn't wait. Chihong broke a large tree trunk. Seeing that Spinosaurus couldn't help but scoff. For him, a small child is still a child. When he loses, he takes out his anger on the tree. But apparently, Chihong used the tree trunk to hit Spinosaurus. This made Spinosaurus even more angry and determined to attack until Chihong had no bones left. However, Chihong didn't stop hitting Spinosaurus with a tree trunk. Spinosaurus states that such a small attack is painless for him and that when it breaks free, then it will be Chihong's time of death. At that moment, Chihong shot out fire which made the Spinosaurus overheat. Chihong managed to defeat Spinosaurus and that resulted in everyone getting a level increase. They immediately thanked Chihong. Zhu Xiaoji then told Yiwu that he heard Chihong say BBQ before. Yiwu confirmed that Zhu Xiaoji had indeed heard it right. Yiwu knew that Chihong had deliberately used that attack technique because the stems, dan, and petals he had chosen just now did have a special aroma which was a delicious spice. Yiwu was sure that Zhu Xiaoji could smell the delicious aroma of BBQ. Zhu Xiaoji, who had many years of food tasting experience, immediately knew that this BBQ was a top delicacy. They didn't expect that Chihong was actually a food expert. Chihong then gave Yiwu some meat and the man praised the delicious aroma of the food. The team finally decided to eat before continuing their journey to fill their hungry stomachs. Everyone is certainly happy, but apart from that, Yiwu has successfully opened the BBQ Bone Dragon food graphic. The dish has soft bones with a pleasant spice taste. This food can increase endurance. Meanwhile, the guards who were secretly following them could also smell the tempting aroma of BBQ. Those who were eating the toast tried not to be affected even though the aroma was very delicious. The head guard asked everyone to shut up. After completing the mission and taking the money, they will also be able to eat whatever they want. In his heart, the head guard was getting increasingly annoyed because Mai Sha hadn't arrived yet. The longer he watched Yiwu, the stranger he became. I was sure not his opponent and chose to leave Yiwu to Mai Sha. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon gate, Mai Sha finally came. I didn't expect that my target would actually go into the dungeon like that. Of course, I'm happy because I can capture everything in one location at once. So, I'll start the hunt. They were all very happy because when they entered the dungeon, unexpectedly, all the monsters they encountered were easily defeated by Chihong. So now, they walked through the dungeon quietly, but they didn't have a chance to act. Even so, Ru and Tianchen felt happy because in this way they only needed to follow Xiao Longlong and could level up successively. Luo Feng was even more amazed at Yiwu for being able to have such a powerful pet. I really want to have a pet like Xiao Longlong. But Shaoji quickly reminded Luo Feng to immediately put away such thoughts because battle pets were very rare and the training costs were very high. So entry-level players like them might have difficulty owning it. Moreover, battle pets like things that can jump and fight monsters when they are born are really rare, plus Yiwu can make a name for himself as a culinary lover. Hearing an explanation like that made Luo Feng realize that for a top human like Yiwu, the battle pet he had to be this high level. Yiwu was surprised to hear their conversation. In his heart, this young man thought that his colleagues were too bad at expressing themselves. Suddenly Shaoji thought of an idea to make money. Yiwu immediately became excited when he heard this and asked his big partner to quickly say how to do it. Shaoji said that in the wilderness there was a relic called the Beast Arena and there would be the strongest pet contest every now and then. As the name suggests, battle pets will compete to determine the strongest. The championship prizes are very large. Besides money, there are many rare items and even legendary equipment. Therefore, it attracts all kinds of people from all over and is a very popular event. Yiwu didn't expect such an event to occur. He just realized that this world is much bigger and richer than he thought. Shaoji thought, with the power of Chihong, they could definitely make a lot of money. So when the next bonus was plentiful, Shaoji took Yiwu to go and harvest it. Yiwu thought it was worth it. This black-haired youth thought that maybe he could also collect some of the rare items needed to build a fortress. The most important thing was that Yiwu had to expand his knowledge of the real world, because all this time he had always been in the safe zone and the information he had was limited. Luo Feng and Ru and Tianchen were certainly excited and asked to be invited to the battle event. While they were chatting, it turned out that there was a woman wearing an animal mask who was watching them from the top of a tree. The mysterious woman wore clothes made of animal skin and was accompanied by a pet who also wore a mask. Yiwu smiled faintly as he glanced at the tree where the girl was standing. Yiwu said that the woman had finally shown herself after following them this far. Xiao Longlong immediately went to hit the tree, causing it to break and the two people under it to fall. Right before the girl fell, she shot an arrow at Yiwu, but the black-haired youth managed to catch him easily. Yiwu said that the methods and weapons used by the girl were very primitive. I even told the mysterious girl that if she wanted to kill, this level of weapons and methods would not be enough. Yiwu tried to ask who they were and why they wanted to be enemies with Yiwu and my comrades. The mysterious girl was silent but her attitude was very alert. Shaoji said that perhaps they were natives of the dungeon. Yiwu was surprised to hear this and asked, "Aren't they just NPCs?" Shaoji explained that usually, monster-type dungeons would not have human residents with only a very rare chance that they could meet native dungeon residents. So Shaoji suspected that the girl was the true descendant of Wu Wang who had just reappeared. Yiwu saw that Shaoji was very serious, so he asked if there was any difference between the natives. Shaoji explained that natives' attributes were usually associated with dungeon types, although they were different, they all had the same features. It is maintaining initial growth status which, in simple terms, is eternal life. Yiwu thought that eternal life would be fun. Ru and Tianchen also thinks that living forever and being forever young is the dream of all girls. But Shaoji quickly said that the reality was the opposite. Because the very rare natives in the dungeon cannot take the initiative to leave the dungeon. They are seen by people who come to the dungeon and often end up badly. All native citizens of the dungeon will be taken out and sold to human traffickers at high prices or to research institutes and become research objects. And for the two natives in front of them at this moment, although they couldn't show their faces, their figure and variety alone could be considered the best attractants, and they would definitely be hunted down. Yiwu also agreed that in these last days, people can do anything that breaks the line of norms to gain profit. Yiwu told the mysterious girl that I was lucky because I only met Yiwu. Even though this young man loves money, you wouldn't do such terrible things. Yiwu told the girl to immediately go and find a place to hide if she wanted to survive and not just be around them to disturb them. The girl still lowered her spear at Yiwu and loudly said, "Why should I obey a foreign human? In my opinion, Yiwu and his friends should be the ones to leave home." The mysterious girl and her pet immediately attacked Yiwu with their ancient weapons. Of course, Yiwu could avoid it easily, but the girl continued to babble and say that they were not allowed to destroy this pristine forest. Yiwu smiled and said that I was indeed a stranger to those two mysterious figures. But Yiwu was the one who had opened the dungeon. In other words, the place is yours, so the original inhabitants of that place are also yours. So you have the right to do whatever you want to them. Yiwu took out his weapon which was full of power and a flash of electricity that made the two mysterious masked figures step back in fear. Then Yiwu said he didn't care if the two mysterious figures were real NPCs or something like saints, but anyone who got in his way had to die. With his dark and terrifying expression, the two mysterious figures were very frightened and finally ran away. Seeing the attitude of the two mysterious figures, Yiwu thought that their nature was immature and shy even though their level was hidden. Yiwu guessed that they acted like that because they had never dealt with other humans. Yiwu hoped that they would no longer show up to blame him for being cruel. This young man hopes that today's events will make the two mysterious figures learn the first lesson in their lives and be more careful in the future. After some distance, the two mysterious figures finally fell from exhaustion. The girl didn't expect Yiwu to be so cruel even though he was only level 6. She could feel that Yiwu's killing intent was very strong. She was worried that if they escaped any slower then they might die in Yiwu's hands. Suddenly a terrible laugh was heard. The head guard appeared with his group in front of the mysterious girl and was very satisfied to finally meet her, and thought that the mysterious girl was a very valuable item and they could get rich if they sold the item. Kiki felt surprised and angry. From behind the mask, this mysterious girl asks what is really happening to this world. This girl asks why there are so many intruders from other worlds now breaking in, after successfully maintaining the peace of that world for thousands of years. The men in the door guard group looked at Kiki with wild eyes. They loved to see a woman's body so well, but unfortunately, they couldn't see the real face behind Kiki's mask. But one of his colleagues said that they could do it without removing the girl's mask. They already seemed very eager to imagine the body of a native that had not been polluted by the outside world, so it was very rare and definitely pure. So quickly the four of them attacked Kiki together. Seeing their attitude made Kiki angry and accused them of being shameless for daring to gang up on a woman. Even so, Kiki was not afraid of being attacked by 4 men. The mysterious girl quickly managed to defeat the 4 men with just one attack. Even the guard boss Till was shocked to see all his members being finished so quickly. The boss felt like he had made a very careless mistake because even though she was a woman, she still came from a level 40 dungeon. The guard boss immediately raised his gun and attacked Kiki, who quickly ran to attack him. At this time, Kiki attacked the guard boss very quickly and thought that the bearded man's level was quite high but not as strong as the level 6 human that she met earlier. Boss Beard suspects that the young man Kiki is referring to as Yiwu. When Boss Beard realized that I was too late to dodge the spear attack thrown by Kiki, suddenly a shot exploded right in front of Boss Beard's face and destroyed Kiki's spear, which almost killed Boss Beard. Then a woman's voice was heard warning Boss Beard not to let his guard down on the battlefield. It turns out it was Mai Sha. The tough woman was already standing on the tree with a long-barreled weapon. Mai Sha said that trash like the bearded boss is really a bit lucky because I can actually meet a rare native. The bearded boss immediately smiled broadly and was excited to see that the chairman had finally arrived. Quickly, Boss Beard handed over the rest of the problem to Mai Sha, and I won't bother him anymore. Mai Sha told the bearded man to leave immediately so as not to disturb. Kiki realized that Mai Sha had level 85 and the woman was emitting a very dangerous breath. So Kiki is sure that Mai Sha has already killed so many people that I might not have a chance to win. Kiki slowly backed away to escape. But suddenly all my directions were shot at by Mai Sha. The fierce girl said that no one can take the initiative to escape from before my eyes unless they die. Mai Sha came down from the tree and asked Kiki and her pets not to act carelessly if they didn't want to die immediately. When Kiki and Mai Bao looked back, they were shocked to see a spider robot crawling towards them. Kiki quickly pushed Mai Bao away. Suddenly a dimensional cage was created and immediately trapped Kiki's body. Mai Bao panicked seeing his partner trapped like that, so the little cat tried to save him. But Kiki prevented Mai Bao from helping and running away because their opponents this time were too strong, so they couldn't possibly defeat the woman. With a sad face, Mai Bao finally left. The cat said it would seek someone's help and hoped that Kiki could survive for a while. When the bearded boss tries to chase Mai Bao, Mai Sha stops him and says that Kiki is in their hands, so sooner or later the living creatures will definitely return. Then Mai Sha told Boss Beard to stay because I had things to do. Mai Sha explained that Kiki would soon be paralyzed with anesthetic and this woman would be taken to a hidden place to hide her body while they waited for Mai Sha to finish with her business. Mai Sha warned that the girl should remain intact. The bearded man smiled and said that I wouldn't make such a small mistake, so the chairman didn't need to worry. After that, Mai Sha asked what the specific strength of Yiwu who managed to open the level 40 dungeon was. Boss Beard replied, "At first I thought Yiwu was a second-generation descendant of a very rich family who liked to travel alone. But after following the young man for a while I discovered the fact that the young man's strength was very unfathomable. Even though Yiwu never directly intervened in battle, the dragon race battle pets and level 50+ fighters who were always by his side were by no means ordinary people. Mai Sha thinks that Yiwu is really interesting." When Mai Sha was about to leave, the bearded boss asked where Yiwu actually came from. Why did the chairman want to capture Yiwu so enthusiastically? Mai Sha answered that this information was also confidential. "I just got orders from above to ask Yiwu for as much as possible, although I can't kill him. but compared to inviting in a boring way, Mai Sha said that hunting was more fun for me. Mai Sha's expression when she said this was very scary, as if I was going to hunt her prey. Meanwhile, Yiwu and all his team members arrived in front of a large tree. Yiwu said that the big tree was too much. From a distance, the tree looked very big, but when they got closer it turned out to be more closed. Yiwu apologized if in the end there was no treasure on the big tree. But Luo Feng and Ruan Tianchen felt that it didn't matter if they didn't get any treasures, because they have reached level 30 easily and got new and very cool equipment. They did not forget to thank Yiwu and Xiao Longlong, who had worked hard and did not disappoint their expectations. Xiao Longlong nodded with a big smile, but suddenly the little dragon became alert when he noticed the appearance of another creature approaching them. Yiwu asked Xiao Longlong not to worry and be too alert. Yiwu told the figure who had been watching them to come out immediately. Yiwu asked why the creature came back to them even though it knew that approaching them was very dangerous. Finally, Xiao Bao came out of the bushes and commented that Yiwu's vision was great. Xiao Bao quickly explained that my partner was taken away by a human from another world like Yiwu. Xiao Bao begs Yiwu to save my partner. Ruan Tianchen actually failed to focus because she saw that the cat turned out to be very cute because it could talk like a human. Xiao Bao was even surprised to see that Tianchen had just discovered that the animal was a cat. But from here Xiao Bao felt very proud because he had succeeded in pretending and fooling them all. After they all found out his true identity as a cat, Xiao Bao asked them to immediately grant my wish and save my partner. Yiwu said that it was not impossible to help Xiao Bao and Kiki, but Yiwu's question was, what benefits would they have after helping Xiao Bao? Xiao Bao confidently said that of course, I didn't ask them to do everything for free. Xiao Bao took out a red crystal from his pocket and said that I would pay Yiwu and his colleagues with that very beautiful and sparkling crystal stone. Seeing the crystal made Yiwu know that it was even though it was only level 40, it was of epic quality. But if the amount is only a piece, it means it is far from enough. Xiao Bao confidently said that they don't need to be afraid of the cost because I have as many crystals as a mountain. So as long as Yiwu helps me, then the crystal will be yours. Hearing this actually made Yiwu think that the animal in front of me might be lying because the number of crystals sounded unreasonable. Xiao Bao cursed at Yiwu and firmly said that I am not a creature like humans who often cheat. Wise, who suddenly appeared in front of Yiwu, suddenly commented that even though the creature was deemed not to be lying, Xiao Bao's attitude was really unpleasant. Yiwu said that I would believe in Xiao Bao, but the pay was still not enough. Now, Yiwu asked Xiao Bao to make them all see your face, so the creature had to remove the mask in front of them. Xiao Bao immediately lowered his head when he received such an embarrassing request. I think it's better to die than to take off the mask. Hearing Xiao Bao's words made Yiwu immediately turn around and say that if the cat doesn't want to do it, then I won't talk about saving Kiki either. Yiwu bravely even waved and said goodbye to the cat. Finally, Xiao Bao apologized and was forced to slowly take off the mask. Despite its shaking body, this cat is determined to do everything to save Kiki, even if it means doing something very embarrassing. After the mask was removed, Xiao Bao's cute face appeared and begged for help from the people in front of him to save my partner. Ruan Tianchen was immediately excited to see Xiao Bao's cuteness. This girl immediately hugged Xiao Bao, who was very cute. Even Xiaoji and Luo Feng were very impressed with Xiao Bao's cuteness and wanted to hug him too. In the end, Xiao Bao got angry and said that I had tolerated their behavior, but I didn't want to be touched or hugged anymore. Yiwu also rubbed Xiao Bao's back very gently. Yiwu asked the creature not to be too fierce because I thought the cat was really cute. Finally, Yiwu said that because of Xiao Bao's sincere attitude, Yiwu would help save Kiki. Yiwu immediately activated his true eyes to look at the map of that place and realized that a new level 85 person had appeared in the dungeon. Yiwu guessed that this person was the head of the bearded boss. Xiaoji asked if Yiwu would let the black hair directly help Kiki and Xiao Bao. Yiwu said that their side would take the initiative to come to Yiwu's team, so it will save them time. Sure enough, Mai Sha was currently walking through the forest while following the traces of battle along the way to track down the whereabouts of Yiwu and his colleagues. But Mai Sha was sure that Yiwu's group would not think that there were hunters who wanted to catch them from behind. Unexpectedly, she received a fire attack large enough to fall and burn. It didn't stop there. Mai Sha also received an attack from Xiao Longlong, who attacked her right arm. Luckily, Mai Sha managed to fend off the little dragon's attack by creating a shield in time. Yiwu approached the woman and asked if you were surprised by my unexpected attack. Yiwu said that I thought that Boss Beard and company would sneak up and attack from behind him. But unexpectedly, it was the girl who came to attack them. Yiwu guessed that the woman must be the top leader of the bearded boss. Mai Sha put away the burnt skirt and said that the young man's attitude was really an unexpected meeting ceremony. In her heart, Mai Sha realized that Yiwu was a really bad boy. Even though I used a hidden skill earlier, the young man in front of me managed to find me. Yiwu expressed his thanks because the woman praised me. Yiwu originally wanted to lure the chief to come, but I actually caught a bigger fish, or rather a very rare mermaid. Mai Sha approached Yiwu and rubbed the young man's face gently. Mai Sha thought that the young man's mouth in front of me was very sweet, like it was smeared with honey. But if Yiwu is not satisfied with the mermaid you are talking about, will you eat the mermaid? Yiwu replied, how could I not be satisfied, because the pond I have is too small, so it definitely won't satisfy a big fish like Mai Sha. So Yiwu asked, which big pond did Mai Sha come from? Huanzhang Group, Tianchuang Group, or something else? Mai Sha smiled coquettishly and said that she didn't expect Yiwu to be so interested in me. According to Mai Sha, the young man in front of me was very wise, so I introduced myself and revealed his identity as a mercenary from the Huanzhang Group. Mai Sha also said that she came to that place to recruit Yiwu to join the Huanzhang Group. So is Yiwu willing to follow me? Yiwu didn't expect the woman in front of me to run so far just to recruit me. But Yiwu said that I had joined the Hanmo Group. In his heart, Yiwu confirmed Mr. Lan Qingyun's words, who once reminded me that after the fight with the dragon Kashiwara Akao, many people were targeting me to join their group. Mai Sha said that Huanzhang's financial resources are not much worse than Hanmo Group. As long as Yiwu is willing to come, she can arrange the conditions as you likes, and it is guaranteed that Yiwu will not be disappointed. Yiwu answered that the purple-haired woman was really sincere, but unfortunately, I hate betrayal the most, so I had to reject Mai Sha's offer. Mai Sha suddenly said this is very easy, but Yiwu didn't seem to recognize the current situation. Mai Sha immediately pointed the gun right in front of Yiwu's forehead and explained that according to your style, once I get rejected, the person who refuses will immediately die. With a calm expression, Yiwu asked if I should be grateful when being pointed at with a gun like now. Mai Sha said she usually doesn't do impulsive actions, but I think if Yiwu joins Huanzhang, it would be fun to do something with Yiwu. So Mai Sha gave Yiwu another chance and asked if that young man was. With a calm smile, Yiwu answered that I still refused. Right after that, Mai Sha directly shot Yiwu in the forehead and said that his answer was very unfortunate. Apparently, at that time, the number of uses for the puppet card had run out, and the real Yiwu appeared right behind Mai Sha and attacked the woman's body with his fire sword. Yiwu said that Mai Sha was really a piranha who killed people without blinking. Before the body was destroyed, Mai Sha said that to be honest, Yiwu was a very attractive figure, but it was a shame that the young man rejected me. When Mai Sha's body was destroyed, it turned out that it was only a puppet card that could create a shadow of its owner. But Yiwu was shocked because Mai Sha's puppet card was completely undetectable by my true eye skill. Yiwu guessed that the level of this opponent's puppet card had already exceeded the range that could be recognized from my skills. Yiwu was truly careless this time. Mai Sha immediately shot Yiwu from the hiding place. This woman said that Yiwu was too young and lacked experience, because it is impossible for a sniper to take the initiative to appear and fight directly. Mai Sha said that at first I didn't have the heart to teach Yiwu this kind of practical experience, but I still had to kill Yiwu. Mai Sha shot Yiwu with a phantom sniper. That is a specialization of weapons that can shoot with special ammunition. There will be no sound when shooting and will kill without being seen. Yiwu couldn't hear Mai Sha's weapon, but I could feel something was wrong. Despite that, unfortunately, Yiwu didn't have the chance to dodge. Luckily, Xiao Longlong jumped in time to stop the bullets heading towards Yiwu. In this way, Yiwu survived, but Xiao Longlong's HP was immediately drained and the system explained that the battle pet was weakened. To avoid another attack heading their way, Yiwu directly hugged Xiao Longlong and rolled away. Yiwu cursed angrily because he was completely unaware of the hidden bullet coming from behind. Yiwu knew that when he fought monsters everything was very smooth, but he had difficulty when he had to face one-on-one with ordinary players. Because if he is careless for a moment, it could have fatal consequences. Especially when he faces high-level players like Mai Sha. Uncontrollable factors become clearer. Now he could only try to survive behind the barrier that Yiwu had created. Seeing Xiao Longlong injured made Ruan Tianchen sad and wanted to help him straight away, but was prevented by Xiaoji and Luo Feng. They couldn't act rashly because currently their opponent was a high-level sniper. After all, as long as the little dragon still had some HP left, Yiwu would try to save it. As Xiaoji had expected, Yiwu was currently drinking a super recovery potion for Xiao Longlong while hoping that the little dragon would recover quickly. That's right, Xiao Longlong instantly recovered and was able to stand up with a bright expression. Yiwu was relieved to see Xiao Longlong energetic again. Because of this, Xiao Longlong deserves to be Yiwu's favorite battle pet. Because even when the creature dies, it will never back down from the battle. Currently, with his stamina reaching 100%, Xiao Longlong stood alert in front of Yiwu again. At this time, Yiwu's protective barrier started shooting at Mai Sha. But such firepower would not be able to prevent the attack of Mai Sha, who was a sniper. Mai Sha jumped out of her hiding place and started targeting Yiwu again. Mai Sha thought that such meaningless shooting would not hurt him in the slightest. According to him, Yiwu was very lucky because he wasn't hit by a gunshot earlier, but now the young man was standing without moving right in the middle of the barrier. Mai Sha wonders whether the young man is too confident or frustrated. According to him, Yiwu was just attacking blindly but with the protection of a shield that couldn't possibly last longer. While continuing to avoid attacks from Yiwu's barrier, Mai Sha thought that the young man was just a child whose abilities were not much and was very far from what he had initially expected. Mai Sha was determined to destroy Yiwu's shield by continuing to fire at the shield. Inside the shield, Yiwu apologized to Xiao Longlong because his carelessness almost caused his precious pet to suffer and almost lose its life. Yiwu thought that he had already used the Shadow King to kill level 90 elites and rare bosses, which gave him inertial thinking and miscalculated the basic combat power. In terms of Emperor Qian's available account level, he was only equivalent to level 60. Facing a level 85 opponent like Mai Sha would be very troublesome for him. This young man was aware that the previous battles were based on money and gold. Plus the accumulated EXP points are not used at all, so he immediately called the system and asked how many X points he had now. The system answered that Yiwu's current EXP points were 1.3 million. Yiwu thought that his experience points were quite a lot, but his opponent was a sniper and thought there was nothing good in his body to be an advantage for Yiwu. So the rate of return on experience points he would use to transform into a Shadow King was too low. The most important thing is that the basic attributes of the Crimson Comet cannot be improved, so it is more appropriate to increase the Link's current level. Currently, the strength of the shield is decreasing until it is only below 10%. Yiwu asked the system how many XP points would he need to increase his panel level to level 10. The system explains that Emperor Qian's current Link level is 55 and needs to be upgraded to level 45 to meet the demand. Required X points are 1 million, so Berta system is Yiwu sure he wants to use it. Hearing the system's explanation made Yiwu think that the further he wanted to increase his level, the higher the EXP points would be consumed. But he thought it was okay because it would be spent sooner or later anyway. It's better to use the current experience points to strengthen it directly. This way, with a basic attribute of level 100 and he can deal with a difference of 20 levels, it is guaranteed that he will have no trouble facing enemies at level 120. So with a happy smile, this young man immediately asked the system to use his EXP points. The system immediately received the command and consumed ISP points right when the shield's resistance reached 0% and slowly the shield was destroyed. Mai Sha smiled happily because the shield was gone. Yiwu questions whether the young man will use other tricks, but unfortunately, Yiwu only created quite a small flame around him. Mai Sha took out a special bullet that was quite large and said that she would use the enchanted bullet attribute to kill Yiwu in a matter of seconds. Mai Sha immediately fired the super bullet and said that Yiwu should go to hell so that the prize for the young man's head would be his. The super bullet flew very fast towards Yiwu, but this time the young man managed to fend it off with just a barehanded blow. The fiery aura around Yiwu's body was truly extremely tempestuous. This young man said that he had seen many women of various types, but this time he was very sure that he would make Mai Sha the first woman that he would kill with his own hands. Mai Sha was very shocked to see the two creatures in front of her level up so quickly. She wondered how those two creatures do it so fast. Mai Sha thought that the distance between them was still several hundred meters, but she could already feel the hot temperature of the flames coming out from around Yiwu. This woman just felt this strangeness and powerful power from Yiwu. He was also very surprised to feel the pressure of level 100 power emitting from Yiwu's body. Mai Sha panicked and realized that she had to retreat and escape first. Yiwu said that although he wanted to kill the girl with his own hands, Mai Sha almost killed Xiao Longlong just now, so he would hand over the grudge to Xiao Longlong. Yiwu firmly told Xiao Longlong to go to avenge himself and repay him many times over. Xiao Longlong immediately attacked Mai Sha and spat out a very powerful fire from his mouth. A large explosion occurred, making the sky very bright. The burst of fire contracted into a ray of lightning. Plus the speed and coverage area have been greatly increased. Mai Sha, who was increasingly pressed, ran away, wondering why the battle pet had also become so strong. Mai Sha is still asking if Yiwu wants to fight the Huangzhang group and wants to be the enemy of this big group. Yiwu said that he didn't care what the woman was talking about at the moment. Even if Mai Sha takes pity or begs for forgiveness, she still has to bear the consequences of her actions. Because Xiao Longlong's fire blast attack was too strong, in the end, Mai Sha couldn't dodge and was burned. At the end of his life, Mai Sha said that the Huangzhang group would not let go of Yiwu. After the woman was burned to the ground, the system appeared notifying him that Yiwu's battle pet had succeeded in killing her first PvP, and because of this they managed to get 50,000 EXP points and 100,000 in money. Several prize items were dropped by Mai Sha and are now their rights. Among them is the modified Golden Desert Eagle weapon. then the KG-98 Kelvin long-barreled weapon, then the skill box which can make the owner enter an invisible state when close to the target's body, plus several attributes such as water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder are placed with 100 magic bullets. Plus there are smoke bullets, flash bullets, mine bullets, and spider web hunting robots. Without them realizing it, there was an optical drone watching their battle and recording everything. After that, the drone automatically flew out of the dungeon to return to Huingjang's base. Yiwu's colleagues were very surprised because they managed to advance 2 levels very easily. Moreover, the battle situation turned around in an instant. When initially they were knocked out and pushed, suddenly they were able to win. They almost couldn't believe it even though they had seen it with their own eyes. Xiao Bao also gaped at the incident he had just witnessed. He was shocked to see the fact that Yiwu was so strong and thought that Yiwu was stronger than Wire. Ruin Tianqian immediately hugged Xiao Longlong because she was really worried about the little girl. Now she felt relieved that Xiao Longlong was fine. Yiwu said, previously, he slightly underestimated the enemy, which ended up putting Xiao Longlong into a dangerous situation and also made him very worried. But from then on, Yiwu promised himself a similar situation would never happen again to Xiao Longlong in the future. Suddenly Xiao Bao took Yiwu's hand and made a cute face while asking if the young man lacked pets. Xiao Bao will recommend himself. Although she is not as strong as Xiao Bao, but she can sell her cuteness to help Yiwu relieve fatigue. Xiao Bao also promised to provide the best food to satisfy Yiwu's appetite. So wouldn't Yiwu want to bring home a pet as cute as Xiao Bao? With a cloudy face, Yiwu answered that he was sick of Xiao Bao's changing face too quickly. Besides, didn't Xiao Bao want to save his master first? While coughing, Xiao Bao said that Kiki was only his partner. The only person he acknowledged as master was Yiwu. Suddenly there was an earthquake from the movement of a 3-headed dragon in a large tree quite close to them. The dragon monster turned out to be an elite creature that was level 50. They thought the creature was a dungeon boss. They thought that the creature was shocked because of Yiwu and Mai Sha's battle just now. The dragon saw the presence of Yiwu and his companions, so he asked who dared to disturb his sweet dream. When they saw that they were humans, the dragons did not expect that a lowly existence like humans would dare to appear and disturb them. The yellow-headed dragon asked the other 2 dragons not to talk too much and just kill them straight away. Xiao Bao, who saw the terrible creature, immediately hid behind Yiwu's feet and said that it was the most powerful and evil creature in that place. So he invites everyone to run away right now. Yiwu casually asked Xiao Bao, was that creature the main boss of the dungeon? And was he also the guardian of the giant tree before them? Xiao Bao answered that the dragon was not the guardian of the tree. This cat then said that in the past the forest was still very peaceful until the 3-headed dragon monster suddenly appeared. The monster not only occupied the elder tree as a nest but also polluted the entire nature's forest. Most of the creatures were affected and became violent to the point of being out of control, and they became like this. Then after a long time, the monster has a certain relationship with the elder tree, but Xiao Bao forgot what the specific relationship is. After hearing all the stories, Yiwu didn't care what the specifics were, but he was going to kill the 3-headed dragon beast and then heard the rest of the explanation from Kiki in detail. Seeing Yiwu's courage and determination made Xiao Bao even more impressed. He became increasingly convinced that Yiwu was the only figure worthy of being his master, because that young man easily dared to say something that he would never dare to say in his life. Before Yiwu started to act, Luo Feng suddenly called him and told him to invite him to participate in the next boss battle, because although it was cool to just lie down and level up this way, if he didn't have actual high-level battle experience, there was no way to truly play a role around Yiwu. So Luo Feng wanted to join in the fight too. Ruin Tianqian also confirmed Luo Feng's words. He said he not only wanted to have a high level but also wanted actual combat experience. Xiaoji even thought that the 2 of them were very good partners. Even after they leveled up, they still didn't give up on their hard work. This was something rare. Yiwu said that his team members should be like that. They are quite good indeed. But according to him, it was not yet time for them to join the fight. Yiwu planned to let them level up first and then accumulate actual combat experience. This would be safer because no matter when, survival always comes first. Finally, they both obeyed Yiwu's words. Feeling that its existence was ignored, the dragon monster immediately attacked them all with fire breath. Yiwu casually ordered Xiao Longlong, who immediately responded to the huge dragon's attack with an even more powerful fire breath. Even with Xiao Longlong's fire breath, the 3-headed dragon's fire attack was instantly evaporated. The 3 dragons were amazed. How could a level 10 beast have such energy? The blue dragon reminded his 2 brothers not to be careless, but the golden dragon said that they were just ants and the dragons should not be afraid. Yiwu smiled and created a circle, so asked if the 3 steps were starting to feel scary now. Even though the real attack has not yet come, Yiwu issued a giant dragon arm directly above the 3-headed dragon's body via the magic circle above the dragon beast. The first to be caught was the head of the red dragon monster. Then the dragon monster's head struggled to be released because it was burned and then crushed by Yiwoo's giant dragon arm. The other dragons were shocked to see their brother destroyed with just one attack. With this, their HP drops by 50%. They panic and want to run by walking down from the cell phone. But Yiwoo wanted to capture and destroy them again, but he was prevented by Xiao Bao. The little thieving cat prevented Yiwoo from directly killing the three-headed dragon beast because he suddenly remembered something. He remembered Kiki once said that the monster had some kind of special connection with the elder material. If someone killed it, then they would miss something very important. Yiwoo asked what was meant by such an important thing. Is it worth it? Shaoji frowned and asked a moment ago. Xiao Bao said that he didn't know the specifics, but now he was preventing them from destroying the dragon beast. Shaoji suspected that Xiao Bao was conspiring with the dragon beast to trick them. Xiao Bao answered that it was impossible. This cat tries hard to convince them that he is doing all this for the good of all of them. And only after they met Kiki would they know all the details. Yiwoo thought that the cat's words did sound very interesting. He had thought the dungeon was a normal level 40 place, but he didn't expect there to be so many turning points. Now, Yiwoo invites everyone to go to save Xiao Bao's partner, because that's what's more important right now. So they left the three-headed dragon monster and went to where Kiki was being held. Beard's boss complained because his chairman didn't come back. He was very annoyed because living in a dirty place was very boring and there were lots of mosquitoes. In the cave, there were only Boss Beard and Kiki. He saw that the girl's body was extraordinary, plus she was fainting. So the Beard boss's lust is increasingly tempted. But even though the eldest brother forbade him to touch the girl, he didn't think it was a problem to feast his eyes on her even more. The bearded boss tried to remove the animal mask on Kiki's face, but he had a very hard time because the mask was attached very tightly. While Boss Beard was busy, he suddenly heard the sound of a creature approaching. When we looked, it turned out to be a small dinosaur monster called Velociraptor, which was level 20. The beard boss attacked the little dinosaur with his weapon because it startled him. In a loud voice, Boss Beard told the little dinosaur to get out and not disturb him. The beard boss tries to take off Kiki's mask again, but he still had difficulty pulling it even though he tried as hard as he could. Suddenly Boss Beard heard the sound of the Velociraptor dinosaur again. Full of anger, this big man brought his weapon to beat the dinosaur again. But when he walked towards the cave exit, unexpectedly there were hundreds of Velociraptor dinosaur monsters currently covering the cave entrance and glaring at the bearded boss. Boss Beard cursed in annoyance because there were so many Velociraptor dinosaur monsters around him. He tried to swing his weapon as hard as he could to get rid of the dinosaurs from around him. The beard boss even attacked them without thinking and blindly sending them all to hell. Finally, one of his legs was bitten and the bearded boss began to lose focus on attacking his opponent. In a short time, this bearded man was surrounded by Velociraptor dinosaurs and became their meal. Boss Beard tried to ask for help and call Mai Sha, but the woman had already died. In a short time, the bearded man was devoured by dozens of Velociraptor dinosaur monsters. Some of the dinosaurs realized Kiki's presence and immediately tried their best to lift the masked girl's body and take her out of the cave. On the other hand, Yiwoo and all his friends realized that the girl had been taken away very quickly, and the bearded boss was already dead. Yiwoo suspected that the bearded boss had been killed by a monster and the aboriginal girl was unconscious, but she continued to move at high speed. Shaoji wondered, how could a girl who is still unconscious move that fast? Is it possible that there is such high technology in this place? But then they realized that that meant the girl must have been taken by the monsters. Yiwoo asked Xiao Bao what did he think. The cat replied that it wasn't a monster beast that took his partner away, or even Boss Nagero, but someone even stronger. Yiwoo wondered in his heart who was more evil than the dungeon boss. Could it be a hidden character from the dungeon, as is the case with the masked girl, or Kiki? Yiwoo didn't expect that an ordinary level 40 dungeon would still have such rich mysteries that it would be so interesting. On the other side of the forest, Kiki slowly opened her eyes and realized that currently she was lying on an offering stone. For a moment the girl was confused, but she quickly jumped off the offering stone and thought about leaving immediately. Kiki asked herself how she could be brought to such a dangerous place again. Could that human be collaborating with him? Kiki immediately ran as fast as possible so as not to be caught again by that person. But this girl's fate is not so good, because currently her path is blocked by a large purple dinosaur monster. Until finally a man's voice was heard complaining that this was the 10th time Kiki had done this. Every time the girl was saved from death, she always slipped away without saying anything to the man. This made him sad. But as he said before, the young man would give Kiki the chance to escape 10 times. The big man who is currently standing on a dinosaur dragon is called a wire. The level of this handsome man also cannot be read by the system. A wire said that Kiki's chance had run out, so the girl had to stay by his side obediently and she couldn't go anywhere anymore. Kiki refused the man's request and tried to run through the other side. But a wire snapped his fingers and several dinosaur monsters immediately appeared and surrounded Kiki. A wire said that if the young man let go of Kiki, did the girl think that she could escape as easily as before? Finally, a wire got off his mount and slowly walked towards Kiki while reminding the girl to accept her fate. A wire explained that there were many monsters and beasts in that world, but only 2 humans, namely a wire and Kiki, were born in the world. So this young man asked, doesn't Kiki understand the truth? Kiki firmly answered that she hated a wire because the young man had a disgusting body odor, so she doesn't want to have children with a wire. Hearing this made a wire smile in annoyance. This young man said that even after thousands of years had passed, Kiki's thinking was still very primitive and backward. Now a wire is no longer interested in having children with Kiki. He only wanted to fuse with that girl for one goal, namely to gain great power. Coupled with the 3,000-year-old fruit on the elder tree, a wire is confident that he can gain the power to break through this world. Suddenly the silver-haired man groaned with anger because the world made him feel very angry and annoyed. According to him, the world was too small and cramped to the point that he felt even more unable to breathe. A wire knows that there is a bigger, wider, and more interesting world out there. But he can only be here for 1,000 years in that small forest whose radius is less than 100 miles. A wire continued to roar hatefully to vent his anger. After that, a wire suddenly put his hands on Kiki's body and said that now was his chance. A wire already knew that there were foreign humans who could penetrate their world perfectly. This confirmed his suspicions for thousands of years. Plus, all this time he had been trying to get through the space door, but he was unsuccessful because some invisible laws made him unable to penetrate the space wall. A wire looked very scary when he was upset, thinking that his efforts had always been in vain. A wire said that he needed Kiki's power to kill the alien human, then break through the boundaries and go to the outside world. A wire didn't even care anymore when Kiki screamed, begging to be released from a wire's very strong grip. It was at this time that Yiwu finally appeared and said that a wire's statement was so extraordinary that it made him learn many things. Yiwu realized the NPC in the dungeon had awakened his self-awareness and still wanted to break through the restrictions to go to the world outside the dungeon. He thought this was very interesting. Yiwu also honestly said that at first, he thought that a wire was a good person, so he might take the silver-haired man to go out and see the outside world with Yiwu. But now Yiwu changed his mind. A wire finally stood up and asked how Yiwu would treat him. Yiwu put on a hideous face and took out a flame sword while replying that there was usually only one ending for evil NPCs. Of course, it died at the hands of the protagonist. A wire said that he didn't quite understand what NPC Yiwu was talking about, but since Yiwu took the initiative to come in person, it saved a wire even more time. This youth put on a stance and said that what was even more unexpected to him was that a group of foreigners could escape from the hands of the 3-headed dragon, Nagaro. A wire jumped up and allowed his dragon mount to attack Yiwu. This silver-haired man said that Yiwu had to take such an absolute attack until they realized how fragile they were like weeds. Yiwu tried to resist the attack of the dragon's tail while saying that a wire could only say cruel things and then make a sneak attack. So Yiwu thinks that it is a wire's strength that is not absolute enough. But unexpectedly, Yiwu was knocked back by the power of a wire's dragon tail. Even the dragon's slashing attack managed to reduce his HP by 20%. Yiwu didn't expect such an attack to be able to reduce 20% of his HP with just one hit, even though currently Yiwu's true level was 100. While sitting on his mount, a wire said that he wasn't carrying out a sneak attack, but he just didn't want to dirty his hands, which were connected to the soul of the mountain and had extraordinary abilities. A wire was going to let Yiwu fight his mount because he thought it was already a great gift for Yiwu. Yiwu admitted that his opponent had the advantage, but he wanted to know what a wire's true level was. Yiwu also said that people like a wire should not hide their strength. In his heart, Yiwu realized that Kiki's level was also hidden. He wondered, was there a special system that could hide such a level? A wire called Yiwu stupid, because he couldn't know that after thousands of years of life, a wire's strength could no longer be measured by a set of numbers. After that, a wire ordered his mount to attack Yiwu again. But suddenly a small red dragon immediately hit the head of a wire's dragon, causing the monster's HP to decrease by 20%. A wire was surprised that a creature could reduce 20% of his mount's HP with just one attack. A wire began to wonder, is it true that Yiwu and his pet are at the same level as him? He thought this looked very strange. On the other hand, Xiao Longlong made a special gesture which Yiwu took as a request to climb onto his back. When Yiwu asked, it turned out to be true. Xiao Longlong wanted the master to climb on his back. Thinking about it made Yiwu unable to bear it and decided to just wait until Xiao Longlong was a little older. A wire said that Xiao Longlong was enough to shock his mount with such a blow. Now this silver-haired man just realized Yiwu's ability. Meanwhile, Yiwu thought that if a wire was at the same level as him, then it would be unreasonable, because a level 100 hidden NPC appeared in a level 40 dungeon. This was so strange. According to Yiwu, although they could face each other, he suddenly had a bold idea. Yiwu stepped back while throwing a bottle of potion at his fat fellow. Then Yiwu told Shaoji to come forward and attract Awire's anger. But Yiwu prevented Shaoji from using survival skills. If the fat young man couldn't stand it, he could drink the potion. Shaoji was surprised to hear Yiwu's words. He asked how he would fight the person who had reduced 20% of Yiwu's HP. This fat man was worried that Awire would kill himself in an instant. But Yiwu insisted that Shaoji believe him. Shaoji finally understood. Even though this fight would be very fatal, he would unconditionally believe in Yiwu's words. Finally, Shaoji approached Awire and mocked the silver-haired man by saying that Awire was a crazy person who didn't wear clothes. Now, Shaoji lured Awire into just watching his fat body in action, and he would satisfy Awire. Hearing Shaoji's words made Awire furious. The blonde man immediately deployed his dragon mount to attack Shaoji. It was at this moment that Shaoji cursed and asked if could he withstand the blow of the huge dragon's attack. If he made a mistake in judgment, he would never let Yiwu go, even if he became a ghost later. Finally, the huge dragon claw hit Shaoji's shield, creating a huge explosion. But the big player was shocked and wondered why the trick was so much easier than imagined. Even his HP only drops 20% without survival skills. Shaoji guessed that the man who made silver was at the same level as him. Yiwu thought that Awire had a special level system. It should be similar to the assimilation of hatred key level, otherwise how would it possibly be able to be lowered with just one blow? But the amount of remaining HP of Shoji cannot be higher than 3%. Yiwu guessed that Awire still didn't know his abilities. Otherwise, he would have already confined Yiwu and defeated him or killed the others in a matter of seconds. Suddenly Luo Feng asked Yiwu if could he join in the action with Shaoji. Yiwu agreed as he threw a legendary sword at Luo Feng. Luo Feng's face immediately lit up with joy holding the legendary sword that was specially made to harm dragon beasts. Yiwu asked Luo Feng to quickly come forward and exchange with the fatty, then provoke Awire's hatred. This was the perfect time for Luo Feng to gather actual combat experience. This was a great opportunity for Luo Feng. After hearing Yiwu's words, Luo Feng became even more excited. Because he had waited so long for the opportunity to be able to release his passion as he pleased and gain valuable experience. Shaoji, who was still trying to defend against Awire's attack, asked if Yiwu was serious about sending Luo Feng. Because Awire's level should be almost the same as Yiwu. Even though Shaoji could keep up, Lu Feng was only level 36. Shaoji was worried that Yiwu was just pushing Lu Feng into the fire pit. Despite this, Luo Feng bravely charged forward while telling Shaoji not to worry. Luo Feng was sure that Yiwu would never harm him, and he just needed to carry out Yiwu's orders without hesitation. Awire laughed with a hideous expression looking at Luo Feng, who was still at level 36. He laughed at Yiwu, who sent out low-level trash like Luo Feng. So Awire vigorously attacked Luo Feng with his huge dragon tail. Luo Feng managed to block the attack with his shield. Unexpectedly, Luo Feng's HP only decreased by 30% after being attacked so strongly. This made Luo Feng even more happy and without hesitation cut off the tail of Awire's dragon. Luo Feng laughed with satisfaction because his weapon was indeed very effective at attacking dragons. Even the dragon's huge tail was cut off with just one attack. Awire's dragon roared angrily. Awire, who was sitting on it, panicked seeing that Luo Feng, who was only level 36, was able to do that to his dragon. Awire suspected that Luo Feng was hiding his strength and that Luo Feng was the most powerful figure among them. Kiki, who had been watching their match, was amazed to see Awire's panicked face. This was the first time he saw Awire so upset and angry like an old fox. Xiao Bao, who heard Kiki's words, said that this was the strength of his master and his friends. Kiki was shocked to hear Xiao Bao acknowledge someone as his master. So he asked since when did the cat recognize a thief as its master. Xiao Bao quickly explained that they just had a misunderstanding. According to him, all masters are good. Moreover, now they have come to save Kiki even though there is danger now. Kiki asked, is it really like that? Even though they both attacked Yiwu yesterday. Xiao Bao confirmed everything he said and believed that Yiwu and his friends had brought hearts and insight. Yiwu approached them and rubbed Xiao Bao's back, saying that what Xiao Bao said was not that great. But no matter what, Kiki expressed her thanks because the young man had saved her just now. If not, something bad would have happened to him. Yiwu answered, you are welcome. But if Kiki wanted to thank Yiwu sincerely, the young man asked her to tell him what happened to the elder tree and the three-headed dragon. And what is that very important thing that should not be missed? On the other side, Luo Feng was still fighting against Awire. Luo Feng looked very happy because the sword Yiwu gave him was very powerful. When he held the sword in his hand, Luo Feng felt boundless power emitting from the sword. And he thought the sword was cool. Ruin Tianchen reminded Luo Feng to stay alert and not be careless because currently they were facing a 2 versus 2 battle. And Ruin Tianchen couldn't do anything other than heal because his power of suggestion was worse than his opponent's. Luo Feng replied that Ruan Tianchen didn't need to worry because he immediately attacked the dragon and immediately chopped its head off. With this, Luo Feng changed the situation and the battle became 2 versus 1. A wire cursed with a completely furious face when his mount was beheaded by Luo Feng. This made a wire intervene and immediately attack Luo Feng until their 2 large weapons collided and created a light that dazzled the eyes. Luo Feng laughed happily because his opponent was finally willing to take matters into his own hands so they could have fun together. Kiki was shocked to hear that Yiwu had met Nagaro and managed to escape alive. Kiki asked how Yiwu could do it, because previously no creature could escape Nagaro's eyes alive. With a proud smile, Xiaobao said that they not only escaped from Nagaro alive, they even managed to kill one of the red dragon heads. Hearing this made Kiki even more shocked until she gasped and stepped back. With a panicked face, Kiki asked why did they do that. Yiwu replied that if they didn't kill the dragon then they would be the ones killed. So is there anything wrong with killing the dragon? Kiki explains that Nagaro is very rare and valuable. Even if it can be killed, it should not be killed just like that, because the 3 dragon heads from Nagaro have different colors according to different attributes. Red represents strength, blue represents life, and gold represents wisdom. And it has been in the oldest trees for thousands of years. The blood and spiritual veins of the oldest tree have been integrated. Now the oldest tree has entered the mature stage. So as long as the blood of the 3-headed dragon is poured under the roots of the tree, then the oldest tree can produce powerful fruit that represents the 3 powers. Even though Yiwu had already killed the red dragon, there was still a chance to improve it. Yiwu must collect the dragon's blood and must not let this opportunity of waiting 1,000 years be wasted. But the 3 figures in front of Kiki immediately fell silent with pale faces. Seeing their gloomy expressions made Kiki ask, what happened? With an awkward smile, Yiwu explained that there was not a drop of red dragon blood left because its head had been burned to ashes. Hearing Yiwu's answer immediately made Kiki hysterical. The girl hit Yiwu's body with a weak body. She asked in a panic how Yiwu could do that. Doesn't that young man know how precious and important the fruit of power is? Kiki continued to hit Yiwu's body while babbling and saying that the young man was very stupid. Yiwu felt even more guilty and apologized for not knowing about it before. Then, with sharp eyes, Yiwu glanced at Xiaobao, then said that there was an unreliable being who was supposed to remember these important things, but he forgot. Yiwu glanced at Xiaobao with an increasingly furious face and asked how Yiwu should punish Xiaobao to relieve the hatred in my heart. Xiaobao panicked even more. Its body was covered in wet sweat, and in a trembling voice, the cat apologized for completely forgetting about it. Shaoji finally spoke up and asked Yiwu to forget about the fruit and not to regret the matter this time, because it is estimated that the fruit is not very good. Moreover, Yiwu already possessed enormous strength. Yiwu sighed heavily and said that the egg might be useless to Yiwu, but it was a very popular item to put on the black market or auction. So Yiwu always felt like he was missing out on 100 million every time he lost a valuable item. On the other hand, A Wire and Luo Feng's battle is still ongoing, and currently, A Wire's HP has decreased to 35%. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's HP was still at 80%. Roughly speaking, Luo Feng was superior to A Wire. With this, Luo Feng laughed and asked what was wrong with A Wire. Where was A Wire's domineering aura before? Would A Wire no longer be able to fight back once he was standing on the ground? A Wire replies that Luo Feng is cheating because they are 2 people against 1 person. Aren't they embarrassed? Let alone letting the ugly Ruan Tianchen help him. Hearing A Wire's harsh words made Ruan Tianchen immediately angry. With a salty tone and an angry expression, Ruan Tianchen immediately told Luo Feng to finish off A Wire who insulted him. But A Wire didn't want to play any longer, so he immediately roared and asked his whole family to gather together. Apparently, A Wire used Wild Roar, which was able to summon all monsters within a radius of 1 kilometer. In a short time, hundreds of dinosaur monsters immediately approached and surrounded them. Luo Feng insulted A Wire for having to ask the dinosaurs for help when he couldn't defeat them alone. In my opinion, A Wire's attitude is very shameless. With a scary and furious face, A Wire said that he acknowledged that Luo Feng and all of them were otherworldly humans who had advantages and were quite powerful. But that is your world. So if A Wire couldn't beat them all, then he would use his numerical advantage to crush them all. Despite that, Yiwu said that it was impossible for the silver-haired youth to defeat them, because just now, Xiao Longlong managed to burn many dinosaur monsters with just 1 burst of fire. A Wire became even more panicked. The monster army was defeated so easily. As a result, A Wire finally ran away while riding his dinosaur and said that he would get the dragon's blood to gain the power of the oldest tree and come back to kill them all. Yiwu wanted to intervene and stop A Wire, but he was prevented by Shaoji. The fat man told Yiwu to ignore A Wire and let the blonde man find out the truth for himself and let him cry alone. Yiwu could only sigh heavily, but in the end, Yiwu asked them to immediately follow A Wire so that the silver hairstyle wouldn't disturb the remaining 2 legendary fruits. But the problem is that currently the number of monster beasts surrounding them is very large and the number continues to increase. It looks like they'll have a hard time getting out for a while. Or Yiwu could chase a wire first, while the rest would stay behind to hold back the monsters. But Yiwu said that there was no need because according to him there were hundreds of monsters that were nothing to be afraid of. Yiwu glanced at Kiki with fire already burning in her body. Yiwu asked if Kiki was okay with completely ruining the beauty of the place. Kiki replied that there was no need to feel sorry because I hated that place the most. So I do hope Yiwu destroys that place until nothing remains. Hearing Kiki's answer immediately made Yiwu no longer hesitate. Yiwu immediately created a giant magic circle that was able to dispatch all the monsters around them and activate the Emperor Qian prison reform. This is a new skill that is unlocked after Emperor Qian's account reaches level 10. This skill can change Qian's fire mode and upgrade from a controlled firewall to a variety of attacks. With one attack from this skill, all the monster beasts that surrounded them immediately burned and disappeared. With this, Yiwu managed to get 200,000 EXP points and 500,000 in money. He also got a magic crystal, and all his comrades as well as Yiwu finally leveled up again. Apart from that, Yiwu also got a skill book on how to train dragons. After using the battle set can be transformed into a giant form and the size of the giant will change. The maximum number of people is 5 people. Yiwu smiled happily at getting the skill book. He suspected that a wire's mount had dropped the skill book. In his opinion, Luofeng had done an excellent job as he not only defeated a wire's mount but was also able to make the monster drop such a valuable item. Now, Yiwu directly activated the book to fulfill Xiao Longlong or Chihong's wish. By activating the book you will be able to change Xiao Longlong's body and quickly the little dragon's body immediately glows and lightning flashes around them until in an instant, Xiao Longlong's small body turns into a huge, very dashing dinosaur dragon. Everyone was amazed to see the change in Xiao Longlong's size. Sheaji even wanted Yiwu to share his luck with him so he could have a pet like Xiao Longlong. Sheaji had often ridden many things but he had never ridden a big dragon like Xiao Longlong. Yiwu smiled broadly and said that they should seize the time and catch up to a wire quickly. Don't let big losses happen again. So they all enthusiastically climbed onto Xiao Longlong's back and immediately drove quickly towards the elder tree. Inside the secret room inside the elder tree, Nagaro coiled his body which was shaking strongly. The legendary dragon was still frightened remembering the encounter with Yiwu. In fact, they were still very traumatized when they remembered that their brother, the red dragon, was burnt in Yiwu's hands. The blue dragon said that Yiwu was too scary, and they weren't on the same level as that young man. But the blue dragon was worried that they would be discovered by Yiwu. But the golden dragon tried to comfort him by saying that their nest should not be easy to find because their nest was very hidden. But suddenly a man appeared at the mouth of the cave. The man's deep voice said that he knew Nagaro was hiding there. Unexpectedly, the man, who turned out to be a wire, came with dozens of monster beasts. A wire said with an angry face that thousands of years have passed, but why is Nagaro still useless? A wire said he was annoyed that Nagaro couldn't deal with a few humans from another world. Nagaro was a little surprised to see a wire's presence. They asked what a wire was doing. And what does a wire want to do by bringing so many troops? A wire said that thousands of years ago he kindly saved Nagaro's life. Now it's time for Nagaro to return the service. With a fierce face and brandishing his sword, a wire demanded that they show the figure of the red-headed dragon and demanded that they give the red dragon's blood. At first, Nagaro was silent. Finally, they showed that at this time the red dragon's head was gone and a wire was too late. Yiwu had burned the red dragon's head to ashes without even leaving a single drop of blood. A wire was clearly shocked to see that the red dragon's head had actually been cut off. He asked in a loud voice, how could this happen? Even though a wire had waited for 1,000 years just for this day, just to get the blood of the red dragon. But now that opportunity has just disappeared. Moreover, the red dragon can create the most needed power fruit. So he couldn't accept this reality. Nagaro also said that he couldn't accept that humans could easily defeat him. But in the face of absolute strength, if a wire couldn't accept it, he still had to accept it. After all, a wire let them go thousands of years ago to satisfy his own conspiracy. At first, they felt very sad because they lost their red brother. But now their mood has improved when they see a wire's annoyed expression. Angry at being laughed at by Nagaro, a wire immediately ran and attacked to kill the dragon. Nagaro reminded a wire not to be arrogant, because after thousands of years have passed they are no longer simple. The two dragon heads immediately opened their mouths wide and created a ball of energy to counterattack a wire. Nagaro said confidently that even though he couldn't beat Yiwu, they were still strong enough to deal with a wire. But suddenly the dragon monster closed its mouth tightly and immediately ran away to the back of the cave. In that second, a bright light appeared behind a wire. Apparently at this time from the mouth of the cave, Yiwu and his colleagues entered with Xiao Longlong. The red dragon, which had now become a giant, immediately crashed into the dozens of monster beasts that Awire was carrying. In this way, Awire no longer had a supporter, so he was even more angry and surprised by Yiwu's attitude. Meanwhile, Yiwu himself still looked very relaxed sitting on Xiao Longlong's back. Yiwu said that Awire ran fast enough that he could barely catch up with Awire. But Yiwu didn't forget to thank Awire because now he had a big mount and their situation would really be reversed from before. Awire cursed and said irritably, "How dare Yiwu laugh at me?" Awire said the Emerald Dream had been with him for thousands of years and had become one with him. He wanted to make Yiwu pay for what Yiwu had done. Awire said that he would never let go of Yiwu because the young man dared to laugh at him. Yiwu commented that Awire has 3 personalities. But even though the young man had 3 personalities and many advantages, he was still an evil NPC in Yiwu's eyes. So in his opinion, Awire will never escape the fate of being defeated. Awire suddenly shouted saying, "Obedience to righteousness, justice, and evil, these are meaningless, only strong and perfect are immortal." Awire said confidently that he already has a perfect life and wisdom, only the ultimate power of true perfection, namely strength. But Yiwu had messed up the situation and destroyed his 1,000-year plan. Hearing Awire's words made Yiwu think that he agreed with the blonde man's words. But Yiwu didn't want Awire to talk about the imperfections of life, especially since Awire's wisdom was very doubtful and full of controversy. Suddenly Awire plunged his big sword into the ground below him. Awire said that he admitted that Yiwu was very strong, and he really couldn't be on the same level as Yiwu. But even so, Awire can still do other things. Awire's face burned with hateful determination. As the light from the ground he was standing on continued to shine brightly, Awire said that he would make everyone in front of him pay a painful price for disappointment. Yiwu immediately went forward to attack Awire, followed by Luo Feng. The two of them intended to stop Awire. At this moment, Yiwu thought that Awire would attack Nagero, but it turned out that his guess was wrong because now Awire seemed to have other plans. Luo Feng had tried his best to destroy the shield created by Awire. But not only was he unable to destroy the shield, Luo Feng also couldn't get close to it. Luo Feng was completely blocked by the lightning waves and airwaves. Yiwu thought this situation was not very good because he couldn't even take the hatred from his opponent. Yiwu was worried that Awire would directly reach level 100 and kill everyone in an instant. With a hideous face and a very scary wide smile, Awire knew that they must have come to that place to have the remaining 2 legendary fruits. But Awire would not let it succeed until Yiwu died. Awire laughed loudly while telling Yiwu to never think about what he couldn't get. Kiki, who was sitting on Xiao Longlong's back, warned that this was a very critical event because currently Awire was absorbing the aura of the oldest tree and preparing to become a giant. Yiwu obviously panicked when he heard Kiki's words. Moreover, at this time suddenly the roof of the cave cracked and slowly fell. Yiwu immediately told Xiao Longlong to go take the others out of the place and leave him and Luo Feng alone in the cave. Xiao Longlong quickly ran out of the cave. At that time, Kiki asked in panic what Xiao Longlong was doing. Even though at this time Yiwu and Luo Feng were still inside and still in danger. Ruin Tianqian asked the girl not to worry because Yiwu was very strong and could not be defeated by difficulties like this. Ruin Tianqian believes that they will definitely find a way out of danger soon. Unexpectedly, the rocks covering the mouth of the cave suddenly shook and immediately shattered when Nagero came out of the cave with Yiwu and Luo Feng in his mouth. With a proud smile, Luo Feng said that Yiwu's abilities were extraordinary, because he thought this escape method was very enjoyable, even though the dragon's bad breath made him a little uncomfortable. Yiwu said that one dragon head represents life and the other head represents wisdom. And what Yiwu was fighting for was the belief in the 2 dragons. But fortunately, they all took the initiative to make the best choice now. Since the 2 dragons had shown sincerity, Yiwu promised not to kill them and to help the dragon guard the oldest tree. The 2 dragon heads bowed before Yiwu while thanking the young man for his help. The 2 dragons also said they would do their best to repay Yiwu's kindness. But the black-haired bleacher actually said that discussing matters of mind was not important. Now, they have to deal with Awire first. Kiki was very shocked when she saw the cruel dragon. Nagero could actually submit and consider a foreign human as his master. He said it was extraordinary. Xiao Bao also proudly said that his master was truly a wise warrior, and his admiration for Yiwu was like a surging river. At this moment, Yiwu could feel how great Awire's energy was, because the energy from what the silver-haired man did could provoke the life energy in Yiwu's body. Right now, Awire stood with his giant body towering into the sky. Behind Awire's body was a large magic circle similar to that of the gods in Chinese culture. Awire arrogantly said he is now close to eternal life without limits, so he was sure Yiwu wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Even though at this moment the opponent's body was dozens of times bigger than Yiwu's, the black-haired man never felt afraid. He bravely faced Awire and said he would do his best. Awire challenges Yiwu to hit him. He promised to just stand by and not fight. He would see what Yiwu would do to him. Awire also said how sad it was that Nagaro chose to submit to humans. Nagaro is considered to have no self-respect as a tone. Nagaro then asked if that pride could become food and make them full. For them, the most important thing is to survive. It is natural that the weak ask for protection from the strong. Nagaro wasn't stupid enough to try hitting a rock with a pebble. Awire became even more angry because he felt that Nagaro was deliberately mocking him for making a mistake in his judgment. However, today he was confident that he would be able to kill the fish and destroy the net. He was determined not to let everyone be happy. Awire wanted to see whether Yuwu would be the one to take him down in the end or if he could destroy the Elder Tree first. If he succeeded in defeating the Elder Tree, then there was nothing else he could do. That's when a giant hand appeared and grabbed Awire's hair. The man became angry because he thought Yuwu used careless methods that violated martial ethics. Of course, Yuwu didn't accept it and asked Awire not to make random accusations. They are also not in competition. He was just doing his best to kill the opponent. Yuwu hit. Awire made him fall. Awire certainly couldn't believe that he, who had almost unlimited life, actually lost his HP because of one blow. Yuwu, on the other hand, was also surprised because his full blow only reduced Awire's HP by 5%. The man praised Awire's very thick HP. That meant Yuwu needed more time to defeat him. Awire was angry because Yuwu attacked him sneakily instead of attacking from the front. At that time, Yuwu revealed an old saying that said that it was not a problem to use any punch as long as it was a good punch. Awire was even more angry because it turned out that Yuwu not only used his hands but also his feet. However, Yuwu continued to attack Awire until he was defeated. For fellow Yuwu, he deserved it. Awire didn't expect that he would be defeated even though he was the ruler of the world. Yuwu then said that the real world is not as simple as Awire thought. In his heart, Yuwu was happy because his decision to add all the talent points obtained by increasing the link level to the attacking talent was right. He experienced a huge increase in his attack power. Even if Awire utilized all the life force of the Elder Tree, he still couldn't resist that power. Yuwu used the attack talent skill to control the Flame Demon, which was the demon form of the Chien King. Talent points can be used to unlock the complete Flame Demon summon. Currently, he can only use his hands and feet. Yuwu's victory was greeted with great fanfare by his friends. Zhu Xiaoji wanted to know what terrifying skills Yuwu had. Awire was completely rendered speechless. Luo Feng also didn't doubt Yuwu's strength, which couldn't even be measured by common sense. Kiki was also surprised because she didn't expect there to be such a strong person in the world. Maya Abao immediately agreed because the man who could be his master would not be just anyone. Kiki naturally also wanted to regard Yuwu as his master too. On the other hand, Awire became very angry because of his defeat. He who was almost able to break through the space door was played by Fate. He was angry because Yuwu entered his world. At that time, Yuwu explained how Fate was never fair. Awire thought that Fate was playing tricks on him, even though everything had been arranged. Although Awire had self-awareness and special abilities, Awire was born in a dungeon level lower than 40, so he had to accept his fate. Yuwu then prepared to hit Awire once again, while the man lamented his fate. In the end, Yuwu succeeded in defeating Awire and even got the nickname of a man who should not be met. Inside, Yuwu thought about his own words. Awire's fate was already destined, so what about them? He wondered if perhaps the whole Earth was a game being deliberately manipulated by some high-level people. If that happened, it would be very scary. On the other hand, Zhu Xiaoji saw Awire's equipment drop process with a very exaggerated light and was the first time he saw such a thing. Zhu Xiaoji was curious about what equipment Yuwu would get. Luo Feng also thought that the three-headed dragon was the boss monster, but it turned out to be Awire who was the hidden boss. But Yuwu didn't want to rush to check the results he got. Meanwhile, he wants to save the remaining humans in the dungeon. Moreover, it was much more important for him to obtain both fruits. Yuwu asked Nagaro what he should do and the dragon immediately understood. He asked Yuwu and the others to follow them. They took the group to the Altar of Life where it was known to be quite spectacular. Yuwu then asked Kiki if she was the one who built that place. Kiki said that the place had been there since he was born. After 1,000 years nothing has changed. He didn't know who built it. Maya Abao said that maybe Awire knew, but she couldn't be questioned at that time. That's when Yuwu asked Nagaro to come forward. That's when Nagaro injured himself and smeared his blood on the monument on the Altar of Life. Zhu Xiaoji was confused because it turned out to be just such a simple thing. Nagaro then explains that it is not at all as simple as it seems. If it weren't for Yuwu, no other creature could harm them, let alone get their blood. It was all thanks to Yuwu's strength that made everything look simple. Not long after, the fruit appeared. They see it as a legendary fruit. Yuwu was also very amazed and did not expect to be able to taste the quality of these two fruits. The problem now is just to find out what the two fruits can do and how much money can be made from them. Yuwu picked one because he wanted to see what magical things were inside. Once he tried to do it, it turned out he couldn't do it even with all the strength he had. Yiwu found it strange because the fruit seemed to be of a much higher level than his. Luofeng wanted to try taking the fruit with his weapon, but Yiwu asked him not to be careless. Yiwu realized that he couldn't remove it, so there was a special system inside. Luofeng confirmed that physical strength would probably be useless. Kiki then explained that in the beginning, only she and a wire could pick the fruit. Even if someone else came and destroyed the pillar stone, they would never be able to take down the fruit. If the stone pillar breaks, the fruit will disappear. Yiwu didn't wait long and asked Kiki to pick the fruit for him. Even though he didn't know Kiki's appearance behind the mask, they had become quite familiar. Kiki shouldn't have rejected Yiwu's request. Zhu Xiaoji, who saw it, could only think to himself and ask the man not to tease women if he really couldn't do it because it looked embarrassing. Kiki then asked if Yiwu would promise her anything if she was willing to pick the fruit. Yiwu wants to know what it is, but Kiki asks him to promise first. Yiwu promised to do it as long as it was something he could do. In his heart, he knew that with Kiki's pure and primitive personality, she shouldn't ask for anything too heavy. Kiki agrees and asks Yiwu not to lie to her. Yiwu asked Kiki not to worry. Besides, he usually doesn't make promises easily, but as long as he promises, he will do it and he never breaks a promise. Not long after, Kiki showed herself by interacting with the roots of the oldest tree. They soon realized that only natives could activate the device. Yiwu explained that things weren't that simple. He could feel how the Kiki energy was not only activating the plant, but there was also an inexplicable active energy gushing out from his body. Mayo Bao then confirmed. Moreover, Kiki has lived an ancient life for 1,000 years. She and a wire have their characteristics. Yiwu couldn't help but wonder what it was. Kiki didn't even seem to know about that characteristic. Judging from the situation that occurred, it was probably about a prophet-type ability, although it was not just a simple prophet. He will ask in more detail later. On the other hand, everyone could see the flowers starting to bloom. They suspect that the process will continue, until suddenly Kiki seemed to be taking off her mask. Everyone was stunned to see Kiki's face. They couldn't even use words to describe the incredible feeling they were feeling. Just looking at his face made them feel like they were surrounded by warm energy. Luofeng praised the girl's beauty. Meanwhile, Reincarnation, who is also a woman, was also amazed to see him. Zhu Xiaoji added that he might fall in love at first sight. On the other hand, Yiwu acknowledged her beauty, but it wasn't that surprising to him. He wondered if it was just the energy enhancement effect that was directly affecting them. Kiki then injured herself and dripped her blood on the flowers in front of her. At that time, the stone pillar suddenly shattered and everyone was confused because they thought the ritual had failed. Kiki asks them to calm down as it is only the last step to complete the ritual. Elder trees can only bear fruit once in their lifetime, so the stone pillars were destroyed. Kiki immediately asked Yiwu to accept the fruits. Yiwu was grateful and he had succeeded in getting the fruit of wisdom and the fruit of life. The fruit of life is to prolong life and is needed to make god-level potions. Resurrection is a god-level potion that can bring the dead back to life without side effects. Meanwhile, wisdom fruit is an important ingredient for making god-level potions. All-knowing and almighty are potions that can increase intelligence after drinking them. There are no secrets in the world that are not known. Yiwu was shocked to see the potion, which couldn't even be compared to any other potion. He immediately asked Weiss to analyze whether the potion could be made. Weiss was of course happy to get orders. He immediately analyzed and got the answer that the potion could be made with two conditions. First, you have to unlock the title of Master of Alchemy, then there are no potions that can't be made with it. The two recipe formulas for the two potions and the required materials must be obtained. Yiwu was then considered the Master of Alchemy, which seemed to include pharmaceutical skills. He could even make god-level potions if he could achieve a master's degree. This is extraordinary. Meanwhile, the formula can be collected slowly and there is no need to rush. Yiwu is quite happy with the potential of the account he has. His flexibility was very strong and he needed to develop it slowly. Kiki, who had fulfilled Yiwu's request, was now demanding a promise. Yiwu of course asked Kiki to reveal his request because he would not break his promise. Kiki surprisingly asked for a child from Yiwu. This request certainly surprised everyone. Likewise, Yiwu thought Kiki's request was too excessive. However, Kiki was not joking at all and instead was very serious. To him, Yiwu was a very strong and good man. Their children will be stronger and better. But Yiwu refused, especially since he was still very young. Kiki is more than 1,000 years old and he is still 18 years old. The age difference between the two is very striking. Of course, Kiki didn't want to hear any excuses because Yiwu had promised before. It seemed to him that Yiwu was lying even though she believed him. Yiwu certainly didn't mean to lie, but Kiki was already crying. Of course, seeing this incident, Yiwu's friends teased him. They said that Yiwu should be held responsible after hurting Kiki. They asked Yiwu to fight. Even though he was annoyed with his friends, he tried to persuade Kiki. He explained that the urge to have children between humans is indeed primitive, but they cannot be careless because there must be love. Kiki immediately asked about love. Yu had a hard time explaining to Kiki clearly about that, but he would take Kiki away from that place to see the real world. He hopes that Kiki can see all kinds of people and understand the meaning of love herself. After that, he can ask again about wanting to have children with her again. Kiki agreed, but until then she wanted to follow Yu wherever he went. Even though he had some objections, Yu could only agree. In his heart, Yu could only hope that Kiki would not talk about having children with him again. Yu then realized that they had to immediately finish their adventure. Next, they went to see what equipment a wire had dropped. The closer they got, the more they could see an enormous thing with extraordinary effects. They were curious about what level a wire was. Luckily, Zhu Xiaoji had prepared himself considering that previously someone had been blinded by the light from equipment exploding at close range. So he will wear sunglasses when he sees it. Yu could only look at Zhu Xiaoji strangely at that moment. Yu finally saw the equipment, which was Life Ether 1 and 10, which was the core material for making the Life God level potion and the core material of the Super Dimensional Symbiosis God level evolution potion. Yu was even more surprised because he could get two materials at once. He managed to get the required formula. Apart from that, he was also curious about the Super God level Dimensional Symbiosis. To him, it sounded like something invincible. Zhu Xiaoji was also surprised to see the God level materials because even he, who could be considered a veteran, had never seen or heard of such a thing. Yu was also a little surprised because it clearly said a special hidden drop on the item, but they were only at level 40, so why was the super material there? Even though it felt strange, Yu chose to forget it and look at other things he had achieved. Yu got 100,000 X points and 1 million money. He also got a bonus of 200,000 experience points. Apart from that, he also got a magic crystal, concealed dominance sword, skill book across race friendship, and portable dungeon key. Meanwhile, Yu's other colleagues received a level increase of even more than 20 levels. Luofeng then remembered that a wire was a special hidden character and should be very strong, but he was able to keep up. This seemed strange and cool to him. Yu then explained that a wire's hidden characteristic was the assimilation of the hate object's current level. Therefore, if he fought with Luofeng, then their levels could be the same. Luofeng came to understand that what made a wire able to be balanced was because the amount of HP that a wire lost when fighting with Yu was the same as when a wire fought with them. Luofeng praised Yu for being able to analyze in such a short time. Yu continued that a wire was a foreigner. Plus, the weapon characteristics he mentioned previously cannot be used. The skill book also killed him and increased the appeal of the Dragon Clan. Yu became curious if they weren't a group. Kiki later said that was not the case. The dragons in the forest had to surrender to a wire because of his brutality and special control ability, while Yu rescued and freed them. Yu was starting to understand how there were different types of arrangements and a wire was just playing cards outside of the healthy. Plus, judging from the 1 out of 10 he gets, it means there are 9 hidden special characters. The item shouldn't be randomly distributed, so it would probably appear at level 40 dungeons. Yu was happy because he gained another valuable piece of strange knowledge. Zhu Xiaoji then asked what Yu would do with those god-level materials. Yu probably couldn't make it into a potion, so it was better to just sell it. He was very curious about the price. Yu, although very curious about the price, chose not to sell it because its value would not be exchangeable for money. After that, Yu turned to Miaobao, who was supposed to show him the magic crystal cave that he said before. Miaobao immediately pointed it out. Yu asked Nagaro to protect the elder tree to maintain the balance of the forest there. Nagaro immediately carried out the order. Not long after, Yu and his party arrived at the magic crystal cave. They were all so excited to see the cave, which was full of experience points. Zhu Xiaoji also estimated that all the magic crystals were worth hundreds of millions. Miaobao then explained that the cave extended deep underground and was full of that type of stone. He was sure that humans like them called it the ancient demon crystal. According to Miaobao, it was the best form of crystal that was formed after the death of ancient monsters. Maybe the cave used to be a place where ancient monsters lived, so many crystals formed there. Kiki discovered the cave 100 years ago, then felt the energy radiating in it and decided to live there. Yu immediately concluded that they were all magic crystal veins. Even though it's only level 40, it's not a bad thing. He can use the magic crystal to increase its level or even sell it. With this cave, he now has a backup source of income. For him, the cave was really like a mine inside the house. At that time, everyone couldn't wait to dig it up, even though it would be tiring to do so. Yu immediately stopped them because digging alone really wouldn't be efficient. He had a better plan. Yu, who already had a portable dungeon key, could bring several groups of mining robots to tackle the cave. They just needed to wait for a good harvest. Yu will keep 50% of the proceeds. Zhu Xiaoji will have 30% as the representative of the Depingxian team. Meanwhile, Luofeng and Ru and Tianchen will each get 10%. He then asked everyone's opinion. Zhu Xiaoji immediately agreed, and so did Ru and Tianchen and Luofeng, who were happy. Yiwu also asked Mai Bao to stay in the dungeon, but the cat wanted to know the reason because he also wanted to go to the real world. Yiwu finally explained that he wanted Mai Bao to help him explore the distribution of other magic crystal deposits besides the cave. Yiwu guessed that it was influenced by the Elder Tree and that there should be another magic crystal mine in the dungeon. Moreover, it was also a punishment for Mai Bao, who forgot important information previously, which caused him to lose fruit in vain. Mai Bao realized that he had received this punishment because of his mistake. However, of course, Yiwu was a person who knew retribution. After Mai Bao finished his task, he would also fulfill his wish as a reward. Mai Bao naturally became excited and asked Yiwu not to worry and leave it to him. He also won't take any magic crystals, but he also has a request that Yiwu protect the innocent Kiki for him. Kiki hugged the cat. Mai Bao also told Kiki to listen to Yiwu and not to take and eat on the street. Kiki also reminded Mai Bao to immediately complete the task given to him by Yiwu as soon as possible. Yiwu asked the two not to worry because he would take care of Kiki. After all, they weren't separated. In his heart, Yiwu said to Weiss that the dungeon had been cleared, so he wanted Weiss to check the dungeon's suitability for building a fortress. Weiss said that now the status is 3.5 stars. Yiwu was still considering stars that were still lower than his target. He felt he had to find a more perfect 5-star dungeon. They finally came out of the dungeon. Reincarnation was also happy because before they came out of the dungeon, Yiwu had already raised their level again. Now he and Luo Feng are at level 45. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaoji was level 62. With that level, they now tended to be relatively safe whether they were in dungeons or roaming the wilderness. At that time, Yiwu immediately realized that something was moving quickly toward them. He assumed it was a team in a vehicle heading towards them. Yiwu and the others could see that the mysterious swarm was dangerous. A man appears and is relieved that he is early because Yiwu almost escaped. The man was Huormudu, who was the leader of the Shanling team. He looked at Yiwu and was confused as to why a guy from such a low-level trash group could be valued by the Huanzheng group. Huormudu pointed to Zhu Xiaoji, who had the highest level but also looked messy. He thought that it was the man Huanzheng's group was looking for. At that time, Yiwu immediately joined in the provocation by asking how Zhu Xiaoji could provoke the Huanzheng group. Yiwu secretly asked Zhu Xiaoji not to reveal anything first. He wants to play some good shows. Zhu Xiaoji certainly understood. Yiwu could see how the woman and the previous guard leader were also Huanzheng people. If Huormudu was also from the Huanzheng group, then it was time for him to start paying attention to that group. Zhu Xiaoji recognized himself as the person Huormudu was looking for. He then pretended to be offended because Huormudu seemed to belittle him with the number of troops he brought. He felt that the man should add at least 1-2 more teams, or maybe they were already on their way. In his heart, Yiwu felt that Zhu Xiaoji's acting was quite good. Huormudu saw Zhu Xiaoji as a crazy and smart fat man. He came to understand why the Huanzheng group had offered a huge reward for capturing him. Zhu Xiaoji could clearly guess that after this there would be several more teams coming. The Shanling team felt lucky because their team was the closest to Zhu Xiaoji's coordinates. However, Huormudu was confident that before the other teams arrived, he would defeat Zhu Xiaoji first. He wouldn't let the prize he almost got just fly away. At that time, a member of the Shanling team pointed out Ruan Tianchen and Kiki, who were two beautiful girls who would be a shame to kill. They should be kept to make their team's condition better. Of course, Huormudu became very angry because his members seemed to be teaching him what to do, even though he wasn't blind at all and didn't need to be reminded. For me, if a subordinate wants to look cool, then he should look cool first. Huormudu immediately kicked the subordinate. The rest of the Shanling team immediately started attacking. At that time, Yiwu immediately asked Luo Feng to cooperate with Zhu Xiaoji because he needed to go away for a while. He asked him to hold on for a few minutes. Of course, Luo Feng asked Yiwu not to worry and left it to them. After all, he had just leveled up to 45, so he could use those team members to train. Yiwu immediately went to see the situation and conditions ahead and would return soon. One member thought Yiwu wanted to run away. He could see how Yiwu's level was not high at all, but the equipment used was very cool. They thought Yiwu was a rich man. Another man then wanted to chase Yiwu because he definitely had a lot of luxury goods on his body. However, Huormudu asked them not to think about low-level trash like Yiwu. They asked everyone to concentrate on killing Zhu Xiaoji for him. Meanwhile, he can take care of everything else before the other team arrives. On the other hand, Zhu Xiaoji and the others were also ready to fight. Team Shanling was curious how Zhu Xiaoji could handle such a 4 versus 10 battle. On the other hand, Yiwu was sure that the Huanzheng group must have just revealed the amount of the reward for killing him. Otherwise, Misha definitely wouldn't be talking about early recruitment. It turned out that Yiwu actually saw all the reinforcements who were very close as I expected. Yiwu tried to weigh the situation. This happened probably because he had succeeded in killing Misha and the Huanzheng team decided to increase the reward. However, the group still went too far even though they only killed a female mercenary. Yiwu was curious why they would go that far, but then Yiwu wanted to know how they could find out about his actions in the dungeon even though they were outside. Yiwu believed it was because he had been careless in the dungeon. It's just that now is not the right time to think about it. Yiwu then thought about his level. Although it was equivalent to level 100, there were only 5 of them, which was clearly at a disadvantage if they had to face dozens of people. He felt he had to find a way to end the battle as soon as possible. On the other hand, the battle between Shanling and Zhu Xiaoji's team was still going on. Hyomudu had a hard time facing Zhu Xiaoji even though he was 20 levels ahead. He wondered why he couldn't kill his enemy. Zhu Xiaoji was confident because this place was his territory, so he would not die easily because of someone like Hyomudu. Not long after, Yiwu returned and immediately asked about everyone's condition. Ruin Tianqian immediately explained that I could feel the magic power much better than before. In fact, I am not afraid at all when facing many enemies. Meanwhile, Yiwu also noticed Luofeng, who was also showing improvement. Even though they were clearly short of people, Luofeng was still able to survive with a safe blood volume exactly as expected. Yiwu then noticed Kiki, who had special abilities similar to a wire. That girl's ability is a special advantage, but I still don't know whether it's active or passive. It was then that a man greeted Hyomudu and said that the man was moving very fast even though their positions were not that far away. Hyomudu immediately turned his head and saw that it was Zhu Tian, who was the leader of the rattlesnake team. Meanwhile, another man came and was suddenly annoyed to see so much rubbish gathered. The man was Yehefa, who was the leader of the blast team. At that time, Zhu Xiaoji immediately revealed that the two teams were very famous mercenaries in the wilderness. They are cruel and never get along with each other. This time, because they met, maybe the two teams had to attack each other first. Yiwu could see that the levels of the two teams were not as low as he expected. Yiwu asked if it was really time to withdraw. Soon Hyomudu immediately became angry and asked the two teams not to catch the mice there and let him go forward to catch his target. Zhu Tian immediately accused Hyomudu of wanting to eat the target alone. That's clearly not good. After all, they couldn't have come in vain. He then asked whether Hyomudu wanted to break the rules. Yehefa continued to say that Hyomudu should be punished if he violated the rules. Yehefa also advised Hyomudu to withdraw because otherwise he would not be able to hold back his anger. Hyomudu immediately pointed at Zhu Xiaoji and said that he could withstand a blow. If not, then he would have been able to get his prize from the start. Hyomudu immediately asked what the two men were going to do. At that time, Zhu Tian could only laugh at Hyomudu's stupidity. The man was naturally confused as to why Zhu Tian was laughing. Zhu Tian explained again that Hyomudu had misidentified the target, so his actions were obviously useless. He asked Hyomudu to throw away the damaged signal receiver. Zhu Tian emphasized that the person they were looking for was Yiwu and the man Hyomudu was fighting was Zhu Xiaoji, who was from the team he had dealt with before. Zhu Xiaoji could only laugh because Zhu Tian apparently had never forgotten him and had never even forgotten his name. Hyomudu was naturally angry when he heard that Zhu Xiaoji was not the person they were looking for, even though that man had fought alongside him and also wasted his time. It was then that Hyomudu summoned the real Yiwu. He wanted to smash his corpse into thousands of pieces. Yiwu immediately came over and asked casually why Hyomudu shouted so loudly. He then introduced himself as Yiwu and immediately asked a question before Hyomudu tore him apart as said. Yiwu wanted to know how much reward the Huangjang team had given him that even made the mercenaries so interested in chasing him. Zhu Tian saw Yiwu's courage in even asking such a thing when he was about to die. However, he will still tell you the amount, which is 50 million. He himself was also very surprised because the reward offered was very large for a kid like Yiwu. Yiwu sounded disappointed because the prize wasn't that big after all, even though he thought the number would reach hundreds of millions. Huangjang group obviously looked down on him. Of course, Hyomudu saw how Yiwu was so arrogant even though his death was near. However, at that time, Zhu Tian detained the two team leaders because they had to discuss the method of dividing the prizes before successfully killing Yiwu and the others. Zhu Tian wanted a sum of 40% and offered the other teams 30% each. They immediately agreed, and Hyomudu also added that he wanted Kiki. At that time, Yiwu actually interrupted the conversation between the three team leaders regarding the distribution of results. He also wanted to know about the net worth of each team leader there because he knew they were a famous mercenary group that gathered at one point. For him, it was clearly a waste if he didn't rob them all. Zhu Tian laughed out loud at Yiwu's words, which he thought were a joke. He asked the others if they also heard Yiwu's words about wanting to rob them. The other leaders also laughed and asked how Yiwu would do it. Yiwu casually showed a summon magic crystal and was about to use it. He immediately used it and the sky immediately changed. A monster appeared from the crack in the sky and everyone was very surprised to see the monster's presence. Everyone thought that the monster was an ancient god and immediately worshipped him. Hyomudu even said that he was willing to die without regrets after seeing his true figure. Zhu Tian also begged to be led to the divine realm. At that time, Zhu Xiaoji immediately said that he had seen summoned demon crystals, but the one Yiwu used this time was a bit evil. He has influenced the souls of the people there. Yiwu didn't know it because this was the first time he had used it. The monster was definitely an ancient god, and even Yiwu started to feel a loss of self-consciousness even though it was just an illusion. At that time, Kiki immediately hugged Yiwu and said that I was very scared. Yiwu assured you that you will be fine. Besides, I'm not Xiaoba who should call him master. On the other hand, Ruin Tianchen, who was watching, became very upset. They saw how the team's spirits were lifted and Ruin Tianchen was now scared and also hugged Yiwu. But Yiwu was still too focused on the transparent white spirit. Apparently, the summoned magic crystal received special powers and experienced an increase in soul devouring. Yiwu immediately suspected that the enhancement came from Kiki's special ability, although he still didn't know the specific enhancement mechanism or to what extent it could be increased. Yiwu felt the need to find out about the future. Yiwu turned back to the monster that seemed to be devouring the souls of all the saints until suddenly everything ended. Of course, everyone was relieved because they could even feel the spirit almost being carried away. Their bodies also felt stiff and as if they had lost consciousness. Yiwu apologized because he had no idea that the summoned demon crystal had such a strong mental pollution ability. Yiwu immediately offered everyone to drink a calming potion to recover. On the other hand, Yiwu saw everyone who died as people who were unlucky because they were affected by mental attacks carried out by monsters. Yiwu immediately realized that the summoned demon crystal should not be used when Kiki was around. Long-range attacks plus special boosters might just kill his comrades. That was clearly very scary. After successfully defeating everyone, Yiwu earned 500,000 XP points and 30 million money with a mysterious resource hard disk. Apart from that, he also received high-quality modification equipment, a Garden of Eden Black Card VIP for life, a deflated inflatable doll, a locked treasure chest, a network signal access device on the Huingjang group channel, and a Hellax Sonata. All the equipment was considered worthless to Yiwu. However, on the other hand, everyone is happy because they have leveled up again. Luo Feng rose 3 levels. Zhu Xiaoji was also very happy because it was very difficult to rise to 1 level in the wilderness, but this time he was able to rise to several levels. Of course, he was grateful to Yiwu because he didn't even have to work hard to get it. But Yiwu noticed how gloomy Kiki was and immediately asked. Kiki explained that I was fine, it's just that from the start I never knew my level. No matter how many dangerous monsters I killed, for the past 1,000 years, my level never rose and only showed a question mark symbol until then. Yiwu comforts her by explaining that the question mark indicates mysterious, unknown, or not yet there. So, Kiki doesn't need to be discouraged and must be enthusiastic. Kiki immediately understood and became cheerful again. Yiwu could only be seen as a plain and simple woman. Zhu Xiaoji immediately asked where the evil summoned magic crystal came from because it was not a good thing. If Yiwu couldn't give someone else's life, then Yiwu himself might have to pay for it. Yiwu explains that he got it from the Old World King's Landing Church when the monsters attacked before. Zhu Xiaoji admitted that he had heard about the church. Even in the wilderness, there were countless large and small churches, but only the Old World King Landing Church could thrive. He also didn't know why, but the church had a lot of followers, not only in the wilderness, but also encroaching on the safe zone, so it's no wonder Yiwu was able to meet them. Yiwu could only hope that the church didn't try to provoke him because if they did then he would just need to use that summoned magic crystal to let them see with their own eyes what the god they worshipped actually looked like. Yiwu then invited them to come back because he had promised his family to have dinner together. Zhu Xiaoji said that Yiwu deserved it because he had just killed dozens of mercenaries. It's just that now he chooses to go home for dinner, it feels like Yiwu has a bad mentality. Yiwu explained that he didn't want to be soft-hearted, especially towards people who wanted to harm him. After all, in such an area being nice to the enemy was courting death. Zhu Xiaoji confirmed, but the problem was that the car that had brought them earlier had been caught in the middle of the battle so it wouldn't work for a while. Zhu Xiaoji could only apologize, although they could still use the mercenaries' cars as long as they didn't mind the smell. Yiwu could of course handle it. He asked everyone to stay away for a moment. Yiwu immediately asked Weiss for help. Weiss certainly felt ready. At that moment, all the cars started flying into the air, leaving Zhu Xiaoji confused. Of course, Yiwu tried to calm him down by saying he would give him a surprise. Not long after, a new vehicle appeared. Zhu Xiaoji was naturally amazed to see this violent machine that perfectly combined strength and beauty. Zhu Xiaoji didn't expect that it was the surprise that Yiwu was talking about. Yiwu then asked whether Zhu Xiaoji liked the Waste Crusher, which was a heavy metal off-road vehicle filled with heavy weapons and able to accommodate up to 15 people. Zhu Xiaoji certainly liked it very much, which could also be used for the Depingxian team, which with its current numbers would definitely be very sufficient. They finally got into the car and Zhu Xiaoji asked everyone to fasten their seat belts and close the doors. As an experienced driver, he will prepare to leave. But Yiwu reminded him not to be too enthusiastic and to prioritize safety by not violating driving rules. Of course, Zhu Xiaoji didn't listen to what Yiwu said. He promised Yiwu would be able to go home for dinner before sunset. As soon as he arrived back at his house, Yiwu felt a sense of calm that didn't know how long it would last. Even though they currently have temporary protection from the Hanmo group, they are not truly safe. Apart from Huangjing, he believed that an internal crisis within the Hanmo group would begin to emerge. He is determined to find the real mastermind. Apart from that, the Huangjing group had also repeatedly provoked him and this could no longer be tolerated. At that time, Yiwu immediately asked Weiss if he could hack Huangjing's private network with his skills as a master of engineering. Weiss immediately agreed that even hacking was a very easy thing to do. Yiwu was of course very happy and immediately asked Weiss to help him access the network within the Huangjing group. Yiwu obviously couldn't let someone get in his way. Previously he had let the Huangjing group do it several times and now it was time for him to take action. He wanted to know the Huangjing group's reward network. Yiwu was already inside the Huangjing group reward network. His identity was still confirmed as Huarmudu but communication turned out to be not going well. There is a lot of noise and the room is messy. He believed that Huarmudu's access device was a second-hand item bought at a roadside shop or perhaps he simply couldn't afford the newest model. Yiwu wasn't surprised how the man could have mistaken him because he wouldn't be able to see clearly in there. Yiwu immediately used the space repair technique master skill which made the space more comfortable to look at. A voice greeted him inside the Huangjing group's online demonstration center. Yiwu was quite surprised because the place consisted of 4 different doors with different permits. Yiwu, who used Huarmudu's device, knew that he should only be able to enter the mercenary room. He finally tried to log in even though the system told him to reduce credit risk as soon as possible to avoid permission lock. Yiwu was not too surprised because Huarmudu had problems with high credit risks. Yiwu was in a very crowded room and it was quite confusing. The place looked like a bar that was also a service place for mercenaries. He didn't know what was special about that place. Weiss then explained that the Huangjing group created this independent space with a very high level of confidentiality for the security of internal information and data. If Yiwu didn't use the master technique ability even though he had the access device, then Yiwu wouldn't be able to enter the room. Yiwu agreed and he immediately checked the wanted list there. Yiwu realized that he was ranked 2nd at that time with a 4-star danger. Yiwu didn't expect that he was only ranked 2nd, but he then looked again at the fugitive ranked 1st who was Zuhi. Zuhi was his friend at university whom he met in the treasure room previously. Yiwu didn't expect that she was also an enemy of the Huangjing group and the reward for defeating him was even 100 million. Yiwu was naturally curious because he didn't feel anything special from the previous fight. Yiwu wanted to know if the girl was also hiding her strength. Weiss could see this possibility in the law of energy conservation if Zuhi didn't want to make Yiwu suspicious. Yiwu felt that everything made a lot of sense now when he recalled Zuhi's words at that time. For him, those words were very deep and seemed to hold a secret that was not much different from him. Just then, a girl greeted Yiwu as Huarmudu. The girl was annoyed because the man just cancelled the deal. Huarmudu had already arranged a time and place to trade, but instead disappeared after tricking his eldest brother. His brother had been waiting all afternoon and now Huarmudu dared to show his face there. The girl named Molisha made sure that her eldest brother would skin Huarmudu if he met him in the wilderness. Yiwu was a little confused, but he remembered that he had indeed entered there with the identity of Huarmudu. Therefore other people also saw him as Huarmudu in the room. Yiwu said that he didn't remember anything because he had been too busy the last 2 days. Molisha certainly didn't believe that Huarmudu could forget him. She then insulted the man as stupid. She also said that last week Huarmudu asked Molisha for help to find many potion formulas until his eldest brother had them all. Molisha didn't believe that Huarmudu just forgot about him. The irritated Molisha threatened to stab the stupid head and mix the brains inside. Yiwu immediately corrected his words and said that he remembered it. He will also take all the formulas because now he has the money. Molisha was a little doubtful about the sudden change in attitude. He reminded me that all the formulas he has are of high quality. Molisha made sure Yiwu had enough money. Yiwu convinced her by giving the girl a deposit of 1 million. Of course, everyone there who heard it couldn't believe that Huarmudu had 1 million. Everyone knows that Huarmudu even owed his younger brother half a year's salary, but now he spent 1 million. However, Molisha tried to ignore all those words. He also wouldn't ask anymore because Huarmudu was already generous to him. Molisha asked Huarmudu to contact him at any time to confirm the trade agreement between the two. Molisha gave Yiwu the address and said that she changed the address to the one on the card. Huarmudu could visit him at any time. Yiwu naturally accepted it and immediately looked at the address at C30 meeting area No 24, which seemed to be in the wilderness. Yiwu promised himself he would look for it later on the map when he had free time. But on the other hand, Yiwu didn't expect Hiromuto to be an intermediate pharmacist. He wondered whether this profession was so popular. Weiss immediately informed that from the information he had obtained, pharmacists were the third most expensive job. Hearing that statement, Yiwu became more confident in unlocking the title of Master of Alchemy. Not long after, Yiwu left the special mercenary room, which was considered to have no functions and complicated mechanisms, so it could not provide much benefit. Yiwu was attracted to the VIP door there. Hiromuto did not have enough authority and was prohibited from entering those high-level doors. Realizing that, Yiwu asked Weiss if the door's authority could be broken through by force. Weiss explains that this can be done, but is not recommended. There is a high probability that the user agreement of the access device will be damaged and it will not even be possible to log in there anymore. The best way to enter is to find related items of higher authority and expand and combine them to safely open the door. Yiwu decided to follow Weiss' suggestion to wait for an item with higher authority. Yiwu decided to enter the system space and he immediately met the Chihong dragon. Yiwu greeted the dragon he had left behind for a long time and asked him if he missed him. The problem was that Yiwu had no other choice because bringing a dragon into the city would be too eye-catching. The only thing that can be done is to put it in the system space first. After that, Yiwu immediately opened the title of Master of Alchemy. Weiss was happy that his master had finally revealed the title. This title can be unlocked with 300,000 X points. Yiwu was of course confident even though he had to spend a lot of experience because he also had to think about his big goal of making money. He is confident of unlocking the title. Yiwu successfully opened the title of 6 teachers and workers in pharmacy. Before he had time to read it, Weiss immediately explained it. Making fusion is the core ability of the Moss account, so now Yiwu can not only use the blueprint formula to make potions but can also use any materials he wants to combine to make new and unique potions in the world. Even though this action is crazy and dangerous, it could result in the ultimate magic potion or, conversely, a world-killing poison. Yiwu was very satisfied with the Moss account, which could do anything to create something. For him, it deserves to be called a crazy account. However, Yiwu would still try to follow the formula properly. He didn't want to make a wrong move on his first try. Yiwu finally returned home. He thought about his next main task of making money. Tomorrow he would meet Siyu to take her to the black market and get some potion formulas. He took the time to peek into Yunfei's room where Nana and Kiki were also sleeping. Yiwu had time to say goodnight. The next day, Yiwu saw how people had already returned to their daily lives faster than imagined. Yiwu was sitting at the place he had agreed with Miss Siyu. He would wait for her to come and then go together to the black market. At that time, Yiwu listened to a news broadcast that said that according to news from Angel Realm, in 2 days the superstar Zulai would come to the city for a charity performance. She will use her voice and graceful dance to soothe wounded hearts after the war. Of course, Yiwu was both excited and in disbelief to learn that superstar Zulai from Group G Sister would come for a charity performance. Yiwu even looked up to see Ji Zulai's poster. This young man remembered that his younger sister liked this superstar. It turns out that Yunfei not only put up a Ji Zulai poster in his room but also likes to sing and dance in bed to imitate Zulai, even though she is always out of tune in dancing and singing. Suddenly a woman's voice was heard asking, "Why is Yiwu fascinated by beautiful idol posters?" Miss Siyu, who had just arrived, had no idea that Yiwu would like a superstar girl. Yiwu replied that it was his younger sister who liked him. Yiwu just imagined some related information. Yiwu immediately asked Miss Siyu to leave and was troubled again. While walking, Miss Siyu said no problem. However, is a supergroup that monopolizes entertainment and sports, so make a lot of money by producing superstars. But according to Miss Siyu, this time it is indeed very abnormal to send the famous star Zulai to a charity performance. Miss Siyu didn't even know what those people's intentions were. Yiwu replied, "There is a saying that things that don't cost money are the most expensive. It's hard for ordinary people to understand the business logic of such a large group, so don't worry." Miss Siyu also confirmed this. Finally, they arrived in front of a cafe. Yiwu said he didn't expect the black market entrance in Zone 8 to be a cafe. But Yiwu asked why the two of them didn't just enter through the front door. Miss Siyu explained that they took photos of special access to enter through the main door. Moreover, Yiwu has captured the world boss. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they went straight to the Hanmo Group's VIP room, so they just entered from the back door. Hearing that made Yiwu smile and say thank you because Miss Siyu thought about it carefully and arranged everything perfectly. At this time, Miss Siyu said that Yiwu managed to defeat the dungeon boss which caused Yinhyun trouble, so this made Miss Siyu admire Yiwu even more. Miss Siyu was worried and hugged Yiwu's arm, asking if Yiwu would still be good to her and want her again. As usual, Yiwu couldn't answer or behave in front of women, until finally the two of them arrived in front of the main hall and entered it. Yiwu thought that the place was worthy of being a high-level safe zone, and even the decoration of the black market in Zone 8 was more luxurious than the black market in Safe Zone 9. Miss Siyu also said that the place was nothing. And does Yiwu know where the black market Zone 1 is? It's in the most luxurious 7-star hotel in the core zone. Even Miss Siyu has to register first to enter. Hearing this made Yiwu say that it turned out that the life of an upper-class noble was truly immeasurable for ordinary people like him. Yiwu thought, did the card that Miss Mokir gave her to have access rights to that black market Zone 1. If he had enough money later, Yiwu wanted to take his family to that luxury hotel. The two lovebirds were greeted by two male doormen at the front door of the VIP room. After they entered the VIP room, Miss Siyu immediately sat on a soft and luxurious sofa. The beautiful woman said before Yiwu contacted her that he wanted to look for props and drawings related to engineering and pharmacy on the black market. Miss Siyu had stayed up all night to collect and sort out relevant information first, so now Miss Siyu felt very sleepy. Yiwu didn't forget to thank Miss Siyu for helping him so much. Miss Siyu lay on the sofa and wanted to sleep first, while Yiwu looked around. Yiwu said no problem, and Miss Siyu could go to bed first. Later, after he finished, Miss Siyu would be woken up by Yiwu. Yiwu stared at the hologram screen and thought that different master-level engineering pharmaceutical products were rare, and their prices were very high in that black market. On the contrary, although the price of the picture is not cheap, it is much more reasonable. Because the master-level production profession belongs to the top rare talents, and there is still the possibility of failure in the production of props, the costs may rise. But according to Moss's account, the super scientist who almost destroyed the world, production failure would never have happened to him. Yiwu smiled with satisfaction and sat casually on the single sofa. Yiwu thought that he could use the price difference between the drawings and the finished product to unscrupulously make huge profits. The tens of millions left in Yiwu's pocket were only used to make initial capital, first setting a small goal of earning 100 million. Yiwu immediately bought some drawings and potion materials online. Yiwu thinks there is a huge demand for pharmaceutical products in that black market, and material channels are also abundant. First, Yiwu would focus on potions. Yiwu quickly made a potion to sell again on the black market. 4 hours later, Miss Siyu opened her eyes. With a sad face, Miss Siyu asked how Yiwu was doing in this place. With a cheerful face, the young man answered that he had made a net profit of more than 200 million. Miss Siyu was immediately shocked when she heard this, because she just woke up and immediately heard something that felt impossible. Miss Siyu rushed to look at the hologram screen to check. Is it true that Yiwu managed to get 200 million in just a few hours? Miss Siyu looked at Yiwu's transaction number, which was 9527. And it was true that the young man had obtained a lot of transaction records, and they were all top-grade potions, and some bottles of master potions were very rare. Miss Siyu is not surprised that there will be such high returns on the note. But Yiwu deeply expected that there would be no more materials for sale in this dark zone. Otherwise, Yiwu can make a few more potions. Miss Siyu said, obviously all the ingredients have been used up because Yiwu has already drained all the potion materials on the black market. Miss Siyu sat close to Yiwu and said, apparently Yiwu wanted help gathering information so that the young man could make money. Then instead, Miss Siyu asked if Yiwu would explain to Miss Siyu what is your main potion, and how many secrets does Yiwu not know and hide. But Yiwu apologized to Miss Siyu because he could only owe a favor and couldn't tell her the secret. Because the secret within Yiwu threatens his race, he will tell Miss Siyu at the right time. Miss Siyu is happy that Yiwu owes her a favor, but she warns that even though the details of the transactions in the black market are confidential, if someone checks it then he would be able to find the source of Yiwu's account. So if Yiwu sold so many rare potions at once, it would attract a lot of people's attention, especially the top-class elites. Because pharmacists are very trendy in the upper class. Yiwu replied that since he dared to do this then he was not afraid of the trouble that would come in the future. Suddenly an announcement was heard echoing in the room, that the daily routine auction will start soon. VIPs who wish to participate are welcome to move to the auction hall and wait there. Yiwu asked Miss Siyu what is a daily auction. Miss Siyu explained that it was a black market feature in Zone 8, where 5 items that were not displayed in the system would be held and shown in the daily auction. Yiwu was immediately happy to hear Miss Siyu's explanation because it meant he still had a chance to see the top items. He immediately invited Miss Siyu to go see the auction. Cheerfully, Miss Siyu immediately agreed to go with him. In the auction hall, the atmosphere was already very lively, and someone behind the loudspeaker said that the auction was about to start. At that time, Yiwu said that it seemed like not many people participated because the value was not in previous Victoria's Secret auctions. Moreover, there was no identity hidden in that place. Miss Siyu confirmed that, because after all it was just a routine auction within the safe zone. It was normal for the gap to be large, but sometimes they could encounter some surprises. Yiwu looked at the shirt underneath and there were VIP guests who were being escorted by many bodyguards. Yiwu felt that this person was very familiar, and when you looked closely it turned out to be Elder Lai. Yiwu didn't expect to meet the old man again at that place. Now Yiwu could see that Elder Lai's level had already reached level 60. In his heart, Yiwu thought that at that time he was still generous and was very grateful for Elder Lai's concern. Now they met again and today Yiwu wanted to see if Elder Lai had a chance to surpass him. Finally, the host came out to say welcoming words and also the first item to be auctioned. The host said that after the fierce price competition of the first 4 lots, they would finally enter the finals tonight. The host asked all guests to open their eyes wide because the magic item this time was a high-level potion called Love the Gift of God. The potion is a booster for men to revive their prowess in bed. The host said the description of the potion, which turns out to be a high-level effect of this mattle tree every spring, the majority of men understand it. The host advises guests to buy now, and to get high-level drawing formulas. The starting price for the potion was 1 million yuan, and it was negotiable now. Elder Lai quickly raised his hand and bid 1 million to buy the potion. Seeing Elder Lai's attitude made several youths who watched the auction laugh at him because Elder Lai was so old but he still wanted to think about flowers blooming. But one among them said that Elder Lai bought the elixir on purpose because he was a high-level alchemist. So it was possible that Elder Lai just wanted to extract the formula from the drawing. Miss Siyu also said that she didn't expect this final to be such a dud. No one would buy the potion except Elder Lai. But unexpectedly, Yiwu immediately raised his arm and bid 2 million won. Yiwu's attitude shocked Miss Siyu and she immediately stood up. Yiwu's attitude made the audience in the room look at him with laughter on their faces. They didn't expect that a young person like Yiwu would bid for a potion like that powerful medicine. Miss Siyu immediately rebuked Yiwu and asked why the young man bought this potion. Is there a reason that can't be said? Miss Siyu looked worried and said that she would help Yiwu in any way. Yiwu quickly said that he didn't have such a problem and that Miss Siyu just misunderstood him. Yiwu explained he bought the potion purely to challenge Elder Huanzheng. After hearing Yiwu's explanation, Miss Siyu finally understood and remembered something. Miss Siyu once heard from Miss Mo Kier that when she first met Yiwu, the young man was making a deal with Elder Lai. Yiwu confirmed the story. This young man also explained at that time he was still young and so stupid that he was almost tricked by Elder Lai. So this time he had the opportunity for revenge and thought of the right way to avenge Elder Lai. Sure enough, Elder Lai offered the potion at 5 million won, but Yiwu immediately offered a much higher price of 10 million won. Elder Lai was immediately stunned and angry when he heard such a high price. Elder Lai immediately bid at 20 million while cursing toward Yiwu's room. He shouted angrily asking who dared to cause trouble with him. Elder Lai asked the person to stop immediately, otherwise Elder Lai would be impolite. Finally, Elder Lai could see carefully that the figure standing above was Miss Siyu from the Hanmo group. Elder Lai suspected that the young man beside Sangona was his pet. Elder Lai said that if the young man at Miss Siyu's side couldn't do it then Sangona could come to the old man's side and use his abilities to protect and make Miss Siyu happy. Elder Lai did that on purpose to check on Miss Siyu. It turned out that Miss Siyu was indeed provoked by her emotions, but Yiwu immediately prevented her from replying because there was no need for anyone to intervene to deal with the old man. After all, Yiwu would take care of him. Yiwu finally waved his hand as if to signal that he was giving up on the offer of the potion. Finally, the potion reached the final price of 20 million won, and the one who won it was Elder Lai from Huanzheng. After that, Elder Lai asked the boy not to show his nose in front of him anymore or that would be his death date. Yiwu smiled and asked if would it be like that. Elder Lai immediately left. He was still cursing at Yiwu. The man was angry because an item that could have been obtained for 1 million had been messed up by a kid in the middle of the road, causing him to lose 19 million in vain. Elder Lai asked his guards to check the child's details because he was with Miss Siyu. Elder Lai was sure that Yiwu had contact with the Hanmo group, but suddenly their car was hit by Yiwu who jumped from above. Yiwu said that they didn't need to bother looking for information about him because he had come alone now. Yiwu smiled widely and said to Elder Lai that they met again so maybe this could be the death date of one of them. It was at this moment that Elder Lai could see Yiwu's face clearly and realized that he was the little fox boy who was in the black market zone 9 before. Now Elder Lai was even more convinced that the auction just now was intended to repay him. So Elder Lai quickly ordered all his aides to immediately kill Yiwu. Without waiting to be ordered twice, the bodyguards immediately shot at Yiwu with the small pistols they carried. Yiwu laughed at them, especially Elder Lai who didn't know him before. Yiwu said that the old man's eyesight was already bad, but now it was too late for Elder Lai to escape. They were fighting while continuing to drive the car. Due to the fierce fight between them, the bodyguards couldn't see the road and ended up crashing into several cars before finally crashing into the road divider. At this time, Elder Lai was hit and injured. He was getting angrier that Yiwu dared to provoke him. Annoyedly, Elder Lai asked if Yiwu didn't know that he was the owner of the Huangjang group. Before answering, Yiwu immediately kicked Elder Lai's car until the old man was thrown from the car while screaming. Meanwhile, Yiwu smiled and said in a ridiculous tone that it turned out that the person he was fighting was the leader of Huangjang. Elder Lai, who fell from a cliff, instead received a notification from the system telling him to use a seat belt for the safety of himself and his family. Luckily, Yiwu caught the old man's small body while asking with a big smile, "Was the incident just now upsetting to Elder Lai?" and made the old man shocked. Finally, Elder Lai apologized to Yiwu because he had ignored the young man at the beginning, but today he was even more blinded and wanted to fight Yiwu. The old man admitted all his mistakes and recognized Yiwu as a young hero. Even Elder Lai admitted that he didn't know how high the mountain was and begged to be let go safely. Finally, Elder Lai was dropped by Yiwu on the ground. Yiwu said that he almost killed the old man, but Elder Lai was lucky because Yiwu still had some interest in him. Yiwu heard that Elder Lai was a senior alchemist, so Yiwu was sure that Elder Lai must have collected a lot of rare formulas and materials. It just so happened that Yiwu was also very interested in pharmacists and wanted to see Elder Lai's rare materials. Elder Lai quickly agreed and said that he indeed had many potion formulas in his collection. He didn't expect that a young hero like Yiwu was not only good at martial arts but also interested in pharmacy. But Elder Lai awkwardly said that his house was quite far away, but the car and driver were no longer there, so he was confused about taking Yiwu there. Yiwu quickly flew over and carried Elder Lai in his arms while requesting that the old man immediately tell him the route. While flying, Elder Lai asked Yiwu to slow down a bit because he couldn't stand the strong wind pressure while flying like now. Finally, they arrived at Elder Lai's storage warehouse. While walking in, the old man invited Yiwu to take whatever interested him. Yiwu looked around and thought that the items in that place were not bad as they were of quality and quantity that completely exceeded his expectations. Yiwu even observed some items more closely. At this moment, Elder Lai thought that all the objects in that place could be taken by Yiwu, because they had no other use other than selling them for money. But Yiwu's performance had already been recorded, so in the future he would face endless pursuit by the Huangjang group. And soon the rules of some of those items will return to his hands. Feeling closely observed, Yiwu asked the old man to stop observing him because he had long been a fugitive of Elder Lai's Huangjang group. So now he doesn't care about being watched to take some of his photos. Suddenly Yiwu thought of an idea. He asked in a commanding tone, why didn't Elder Lai become an insider to him and help him get some information on Huangjang? Of course, Elder Lai was immediately furious when he heard this and asked to be killed immediately. Elder Lai even went so far as to prostrate himself under Yiwu's feet while saying that people who betray the company often end up worse than death, so he can't do that. Yiwu asked Elder Lai not to worry because Yiwu would give a gift that Elder Lai could not refuse. Hearing Yiwu's words immediately made Elder Lai stand up again and laugh, disdainful of Yiwu's words. This old man asked, what gift is more valuable than life? Money, status, woman? Elder Lai felt that he had already had it all at Yiwu's age, and no one could help him. With a confident smile, Yiwu said he could help Elder Lai advance to the pharmacy master level. Yiwu knew that Elder Lai had been stuck in an advanced pharmacy for a long time, and he thinks it's something very painful not to be able to move forward. Yiwu found out Elder Lai bought so many master level drawings but he couldn't use them. Elder Lai said that he had been stuck in advanced pharmacy for decades, but he only dared to imagine master and advanced level tickets occasionally. He thought it was ridiculous for a kid like Yiwu to promise him something like that. This made him annoyed because the pharmacy level master had spent his entire life and would not allow a layman like Yiwu to stand in ridicule like now. Yiwu said that he didn't expect Elder Lai to have such a serious and persistent side. In his opinion, there are no absolutes in this world, and many things are difficult to understand with common sense, such as the appearance of a master-level potion bottle in Yiwu's hand. The master potion can increase intelligence permanently up to 30%, and there is no limit to the increase. Elder Lai was shocked to see the master-level intellect potion product in Yiwu's hands. Elder Lai impatiently asked how could Yiwu have it, because such an extraordinary potion is not available in the market. Even Elder Lai only had the formula and materials. Elder Lai guessed whether Yiwu might have made it himself. Yiwu said honestly that he had used the formula and materials that Elder Lai had to create the imitation bottle of the master-level intellect potion that he was currently holding. Elder Lai was immediately shocked to hear that the young man had made it himself. He thought it was impossible because how could a fox boy become a master pharmacist? Elder Lai felt that Yiwu was currently fooling him with some kind of trick, even though the potion bottle is very rare. Because Elder Lai didn't seem to believe the truth of the potion, Yiwu immediately threw the bottle and threw it away. With lightning speed, Elder Lai immediately caught the potion bottle, making Yiwu say you even though the old man said he didn't believe it but his body said otherwise. In his heart, Elder Lai was shocked to realize that his body had moved on its own. It seemed like he couldn't pass up that bottle of potion no matter what. Yiwu also told Elder Lai to drink the potion to find out whether the potion was true or false. Hearing Yiwu's words made the old man silent for a long time as he stared at the potion bottle in his hand carefully. Elder Lai thought that in terms of color and smell, the potion was indeed genuine. But it is also the most extraordinary thing. Elder Lai himself had not been able to break through after decades of study. So how could a stinky brat like Yiwu become a master pharmacist and create that potion? Elder Lai couldn't believe it. But he would just drink the potion. According to him, it doesn't matter even if he has to die because what is important to him is the pharmacy, so he will never regret it even if he has to die drinking the potion. But after drinking the potion for a while, Elder Lai laughed out loud and accused Yiwu of being a liar because he couldn't feel any changes at all. But suddenly this man became silent when he felt a feeling of calm and peace that he had never felt before. Even Elder Lai felt like he was currently floating as his mind became extremely clear as if it was about to connect the entire universe and receive the boundless wisdom of the vast universe. Elder Lai felt that it was an extraordinary sensation that had never been felt before. He felt like he was swimming naked in a vast and calming ocean of wisdom. But all the pleasant sensations had to disappear when suddenly Yiwu asked if the potion was working well. When he came back to his senses, Elder Lai asked why everything had to end now. Plus he didn't feel that his intelligence increased by 30% but only increased by 5% at most. Yiwu answered of course it would be like that because he controlled the dosage and limited the amount of intelligence increase to only 5%. Yiwu also asked, now what does Elder Lai think after he succeeded in giving that extraordinary master level pot to him? What Yiwu just gave was a trial example only. When Elder Lai promised to help him, Yiwu made the old man a master pharmacist so that he could make his higher level potions with the remaining materials he had. Elder Lai immediately kowtowed under Yiwu's feet after hearing that. He apologized for being stupid and senile enough to use rationality to judge the abilities of Yiwu, whom he now called master. Elder Lai also said that Master Yiwu's actions were perfect proof of the unreasonable nature of the world. Elder Lai vowed to do his best to satisfy Yiwu. Whatever Yiwu asked for, such as money, women, status, or rare formula ingredients, as long as Elder Lai could get them, he would continue to supply them for Yiwu. And the old man only asked Yiwu to help him become a pharmacy master. Yiwu replied that all of this would be very easy to obtain later. The point is that Elder Lai must be willing to help him become an insider in the Huingjang group. Elder Lai immediately said that it was not a problem for him. If Yiwu wanted to get information that he didn't know about, then the old man would directly help get it even if he had to risk his short life. He vowed to complete any mission given by Yiwu. Elder Lai even kowtowed and banged his head on the floor to convince Yiwu. Yiwu lifted Elder Lai's old body and said that since they were now allies then there was no need to be so rigid in interacting with each other. Then Yiwu asked the old man a question. Why is Elder Lai still struggling to advance to become a master-level pharmacist even though he has already obtained everything? Elder Lai explained that, perhaps initially pharmacy was considered a way to make money, but as time went on and research became deeper, Elder Lai fell in love with the field of pharmacy. People will do their best only at things they like. After years of hard work, Elder Lai finally became a high-ranking alchemist, and he also had a seat at the top of the Huingjang group. Still, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the final barrier of the master pharmacist. This has nothing to do with status and money, it is purely to understand the ultimate realm of pharmacy. Elder Lai once thought that there would be no hope in this life, but then Yiwu appeared. Elder Lai, who had previously run out of hope, felt a new light on Yiwu, who had reached the master's level at such a young age. In Elder Lai's mind, Yiwu was a pharmacy god. Maybe even one day, Yiwu can break through the master level barrier and reach the realm of super god. Hearing Elder Lai's words made Yiwu realize that the old man in front of him was very imaginative. Yiwu did have super god level materials, but Elder Lai's dedication to pharmacy had truly exceeded his expectations. Then Yiwu asked Elder Lai to do something for him. First, Elder Lai had to show Yiwu the core secrets of the Huingjang group, including the operating structure mechanism and relevant information about the core personnel. Secondly, and most importantly, Elder Lai had to tell Yiwu about the extremely vulnerable crisis and most hidden dangers within the Huingjang group. Elder Lai immediately bowed for a moment and said that he would do his best to meet Yiwu's expectations. In the evening after returning to the apartment, Yiwu lay on his soft bed while staring at the hologram screen in front of him. This young man thought that Elder Lai turned out to be a very interesting figure because he not only gave Yiwu the drawings and materials needed, but before the young man left he also gave him 100 million won. So its assets have achieved an unprecedented surge. Yiwu managed to earn so much money in one day, which he hadn't even dared to think about before. Yiwu just found out that this was the advantage of the King Moss account. However, in a sense, various Moss Master level abilities also cost a lot of money. After all, top level materials were very expensive. If Yiwu couldn't make money, he wouldn't have reached his current level. According to Yiwu, the hidden title of the Moss account is a master level money printing machine. Yiwu also heard Chairman Lan Qingyun say that there is an engineering master in the Hanmo group. If he didn't want to go to Miss Mokir for a recommendation tomorrow, then he would discuss and exchange ideas tomorrow. Yiwu yawned. He had concocted too many potions today, so he was a little tired and sleepy, so he's going to sleep for a while. When Yiwu opened his eyes, he woke up in a very dark environment where the sky was red. Right in front of him, there was a full moon that was red and emitting very dark red water. Yiwu wondered what place it was. And where is he? Didn't he just fall asleep earlier? Yiwu guessed it was his dream world. Currently in front of Yiwu were several giant monsters whose shapes were extremely terrifying and abnormal in size. The monster figure standing in the middle said that he had finally found Yiwu. The black-haired youth smiled and asked if the figure before him was an ancient god. And why is the ancient god looking for him? Is he an important figure, or do they have a special closeness? The ancient god answered that it was true. They had been looking for Yiwu for a long time, and the god did not expect Yiwu to summon the ancient gods on his initiative. Although the ancient god didn't know the reason, he couldn't miss this golden opportunity, and Yiwu had no chance to escape. Yiwu was immediately restrained by an extremely mysterious red fiber. Yiwu tried to burn the rope holding him, but his emperor chi and fire didn't work at all. Yiwu wondered, how could it be like this? Was everything happening to him now an illusion? Or does every normal person face a barrier of unimaginable power? The terrifying figure of the main ancient god told Yiwu to sleep in peace because he did not have to stay in the human world forever. After that, Yiwu's body slowly sank into the mysterious liquid beneath him. At that time, Yiwu said that there were so many people who wanted Yiwu's life, so even the ancient gods had to queue. A moment later, Yiwu's body was lifted by a giant tentacle full of eyes. Yiwu sat on one of the monster's eyes and said that it seemed like there were also traitors with big eyebrows and big eyes among those ancient gods. Maybe the ancient gods managed to find him through this method, but now he is the master of the monster called Laken. Yiwu stood in front of the tentacle monster and said that if the ancient gods wanted to kill him, then they should ask Laken first. Would the creature agree? The ancient god standing in the center asks why Laken betrayed them. The main ancient god accused Yiwu of being arrogant. Although the ancient god didn't know what method Yiwu used to control the Laken, in his opinion, it was clear that Yiwu couldn't control the power of a god, because he was only a human. The ancient god immediately attacked Yiwu by turning the mysterious liquid around him into a weapon. But Laken swiftly protected Yiwu's entire body with its tentacles. This made the ancient god even more furious. He was angry that the lake had betrayed them. With a booming voice, the ancient god asked, did the lake want to become their enemy all for the sake of this human? As things became increasingly critical, Yiwu realized they couldn't continue like this. Even if there was an ancient god bodyguard, just surviving wouldn't last long. Yiwu thought he must get out of that dream as soon as possible. But he is confused about what he should do now. As usual, reading Yiwu's thoughts, Laken gave him a signal to wake up from the dream. But Yiwu didn't understand what the creature was saying. Laken stared at Yiwu so intently that it made the ancient god scream angrily at his name. As if slightly understanding the creature's wishes, Yiwu caught the word water surface. Then he was quickly thrown by the Laken to the bottom of the water below them. Yiwu fell down and frantically asked what the creature meant. Yiwu continued to fall without getting any answer, until finally he woke up in his room and was still lying in the same bed. Yiwu realized that now he had truly returned to reality. This young man asked what just happened in his dream, and the existence of Laken shows that everything that happened was not a dream. Yiwu realized that he had no problem with those ancient gods, but why were they looking for him? Was it just because Yiwu thwarted their summoning ritual? Additionally, the king's accountability did not affect him. No, it should not be that an account of this level can cause any harm to the ancient gods. So thanks to the ancient god who summoned the magic crystal currently held by Yiwu, he was able to bring Yiwu back to the real world. In addition, there were slight cracks on the surface of the magic crystal, which must be because Laken had withstood the attacks of the ancient gods before. Yiwu realized he had to keep the magic crystal because it had saved his life. Just as Yiwu wanted to enter the system space, Xiao Longlong came out and looked very worried about him. So he rubbed the dragon dinosaur's head gently. Yiwu then entered the system space and asked, has the incident that just happened in his dream been recorded by induction? The system replied that the event was blocked by a strong unknown force, and for a moment the system lost contact with the host, so it was impossible to detect what happened during the host's sleep. Yiwu was even more surprised because even the system couldn't even see it. It seemed that the ancient god's strength was far beyond Yiwu's expectations. If there was no help from Laken, Yiwu would be at a dead end. Yiwu also asked the system how much information he know about Laken. The system replied that he is an existence independent of the world and cannot say anything other than the linked account. If Yiwu wanted to get an answer, the system had two suggestions. Namely, first open A, because most of these accounts have advanced intelligence and rich knowledge reserves. The second option, make a god-level potion as soon as possible so that there will be no more puzzles in the world. Yiwu commented that the system's suggestions were really like listening to his words. Not to mention, this god-level potion has no effect at all. Even if Yiwu wants to open a general scholar account, how can the system guarantee the delivery of random cards? The system was annoyed to hear Yiwu's answer and immediately told him to log out of the system. Outside, Yiwu stared at the night view of the metropolis while contemplating. He now realized, behind this apparent calm, was there yet another level of hidden danger. The group is completely different from the 24 monster stars. It is estimated that even asking for an internal investigation of the Hanmo group, you will not get accurate information. If Yiwu wanted to get useful information about those ancient gods, he had to go to the Old World King's Landing Church, because those church followers were more professional than anyone else in studying ancient gods. But Yiwu didn't know if they had a stronghold in Zone 8. Although their conspiracy to summon the ancient gods was thwarted by Yiwu last time, they would return if the strength of the ancient gods continued to increase. With their summons, it was the biggest problem for Yiwu. This cult could no longer let it go regardless of its affairs. The next morning, at the dinner table, Yiwu was still sleepy and couldn't focus on eating. Because he kept thinking about the problems of the ancient gods, he didn't sleep all night. Yiwu's parents were worried and asked if the young man had any problems because he looked lethargic and didn't sleep last night. Yiwu smiled and replied that his parents didn't need to worry because he was fine. Their child had now grown up to be very strong and could face everything calmly. Suddenly, Yunfei appeared with a commotion because she managed to dress and restore suitable clothes for Kiki. Now, Kiki's appearance looks like a modern girl who is crazy about games. When he saw Kiki, Yiwu's face immediately lit up and his tiredness disappeared instantly. It was as if he was looking at a goddess who had just descended from the sky. Yiwu wondered, is this a special ability that Kiki has? Because this ability is extraordinary. Yunfei suddenly told Yiwu that she, Yiwu, and Kiki would go to Zulai's concert together with the tickets that Yunfei had bought. Yiwu did not expect something like that to come to him today. But even so, he still told his little sister that they would go because this was his little sister's request. Yunfei was so happy to hear his older brother's answer that he immediately hugged the young man. But Yiwu reminded his little sister, was Kiki willing or like the concert? Kiki shyly approached Yiwu and showed a sweet smile with a shy face. Yiwu suspects that Kiki likes Zulai. Yiwu turned to Nana and offered to go together. But Yunfei said that she had offered to Nana but the humanoid couldn't go with them. Nana also said that she still had a lot of work to do at home. Besides, it would be fine if he didn't go. Nana advised them all to have fun watching the concert. Finally, they arrived at Central Plaza Zone 8. The place was already very busy, filled with people who wanted to watch the concert. Yiwu immediately became the center of attention because he was holding two beautiful women in his arms. Yiwu succeeded in making the men around him jealous to death. Meanwhile, Yiwu himself protested to his younger sisters because they invited him to come in the afternoon even though the concert was taking place at night. Finally, they arrived in front of the dungeon entrance which looked like a big screen. It turned out to be a man-made door. Angel Realm is a group that can monopolize the entertainment market by relying on this exclusive patent, which is enough to accommodate tens of thousands of man-made dungeon space technologies. They moved the concert to a dungeon to create a surreal illusion experience through AI, giving the audience a complete visual, auditory, and tactile experience. Yiwu realized that the Angel Realm place or system was similar to the Victoria's Secret auction system. But Victoria's Secret auction room can only accommodate tens of thousands of people. This technology is quite impressive. But there were too many people at that place. Yiwu was worried that they would have to wait until dark. It was at this time that Miss Siyu appeared, and she was shocked to see Yiwu there. She asked, "Isn't Yiwu not interested even though it's like this? But why is this young man now at the concert venue and crowded with so many people?" Yiwu awkwardly said that he was dragged by his little sister. Yunfei smiled cheerfully as he greeted Miss Siyu. Likewise, Miss Siyu immediately praised Yunfei's beauty today. Miss Siyu said that Yiwu was too honest because he was still willing to queue so slowly at that place. Even now this young man is the team leader of the Hanmo group, so he can go straight to the VIP room. Yiwu was shocked and asked if there was such an easy thing. Miss Siyu immediately invited them all to follow her because she would take them all to the VIP room. Because it just so happens that Miss Siyu will also talk to people in the Angel Realm. Yunfei was immediately happy because he didn't have to queue anymore. Yiwu also thought he was afraid of problems if he queued for too long with many people. Moreover, this place is a place for all major gatherings. Angle Realm itself is a large company that should have rich experience in preventing and responding to emergencies. After they all arrived at the VIP room, the dungeon transmission immediately took place. Yi Yunfei thought that this place was a legendary dream trip to a very beautiful concert. But Kiki felt that the place was too dazzling to make my eyes a little blurry. But Yiwu asked the girl not to worry because this was Kiki's first time, so the girl just wasn't used to it. Yiwu asked what's the matter with the black hole in the middle. And now this young man began to understand why this concert was so popular. Yi Yunfei even said that the most exciting thing was yet to come. A huge AI robot like a black ball welcomed everyone to Miss Zulai's charity concert. The AI robot introduces itself as Dada. This detail will explain the entire mechanism of the concert event. So this concert not only continued the features of the previous Zero Distance Interactive but also added a new. Since it is broadcast live across the region, all off-site viewers will pay with likes based on everyone's performance. All revenue from likes and ads will be used for the reconstruction of Zone 9. And the person with the most like points will get an official mystery award and a chance to have a romantic dinner with Zulai. So for Zulai's reconstruction and romantic dinner, everyone had to fight. Everyone in the audience immediately cheered when they heard about the dinner prize they could possibly get. They all screamed with joy at having the opportunity to meet their idol in person. Without hesitation, one another mocked each other and admitted that I was the most appropriate person to date Miss Zulai. Yiwu, who was standing in the crowd, thought the madness of Zulai's fanatical fans was beyond my imagination. Dinner and King of Praise or whatever, it does sound embarrassing. They were too excited, even though they could just listen to the song quietly. Yiwu also heard people say that Miss Zulai often received dinner offers from high-ranking officials and famous people. But the idol always rejected the offer. But the opportunity to have dinner just came by chance. They said that if this opportunity was sold to a rich person, the price would definitely be very high. Yiwu was stunned to hear the sky-high price I might get if I managed to get that dinner ticket. But he wondered if they would expose that person's identity to everyone. Dada suddenly explained that they all didn't need to worry about privacy issues at all, because when the concert officially starts, everyone will randomly wear data shells. So original images and personal information will be perfectly protected. Everyone was still screaming happily when they heard the notification. Even so, they regretted it a little because it meant they couldn't see the victorious prince's true face. Because the time is almost here, the countdown will begin. The count starts from 3, 2, and finally 1. Everyone's bodies are absorbed into the black hole and will be sent to the concert venue's dungeon. Instead of being afraid, everyone felt that this kind of sensation was enjoyable. Even Kiki and Yi Yunfei were so happy that they didn't hear when they called Yiwu. Yiwu looked worried because their positions had all been disturbed. And if he put the data box inside, he was worried whether he could still find the two girls or not. However, there shouldn't be any problems at the concert venue, so he shouldn't worry too much. A very bright light shone and everyone momentarily closed their eyes before finally hearing the melodious singing of a girl singing lyrics about spring. Slowly, a woman with curly hair appeared wearing a beautiful purple dress, as if cheerfully flying in the middle of the darkness. Zulai's enchanting appearance made everyone excited. With a microphone in hand, Zulai continued to sing, smiling as if conveying a message of love to all fans through the song she sang. The entire audience no longer cared about girls or women, cheered happily, amazed by Zulai's stunning performance. Even Yiwu almost couldn't stand the girl's charm and actually became a fan because the girl had extraordinary charm. Miss Zulai flew from that place and invited everyone to return to Earth and play together. In that place, there are also ranking points from likes. Yiwu ranked quite low and didn't stand out. At this time, an interesting interactive session will begin. The system invites everyone to complete the obstacles together with Miss Zulai. Apparently, they had to destroy the meteor rocks that were coming towards them. Yiwu saw people coming forward to destroy the meteor. This young man wondered if he could get points by bombarding those meteors. Without thinking, Yiwu immediately shot out with the power of the Qian Fire King. This young man's movement was so fast like lightning that people thought it was a meteor moving upwards. Yiwu took out his sword and apologized to everyone because he wanted to start loading to score. Because this is virtual, he won't hesitate anymore. Yiwu moved as fast as lightning, destroying every meteor in sight. Even this young man didn't care whether the meteor he destroyed was big or small, he just destroyed all the meteors. With this, Yiwu immediately rose to the top of the like points standings. Miss Zulai said that she would give gifts to the warriors. The virtual girl gave a long-distance kiss which immediately made Yiwu beam. This young man gets a buff until all his attributes increase by 20%, and the efficiency of earning points will increase by 30% for 5 minutes. Yiwu just found out this blowing kiss was apparently for fans, and this dungeon would definitely magnify my own level exponentially. Miss Zulai sang again with great feeling. In the lyrics, she says that the planet was once very beautiful, but now it is covered with wounds. Through her song, Miss Zulai said, "I prayed softly to the meteor and brought miracles to this land." The bodies of the spectators were exposed to a breathtaking dimensional view. Yiwu realized that the scene before him was called an artificial satellite. It was the crystallization of science and technology that humans used to explore the universe in the old world, but now could only be seen in books. Since the world became what it is now, humans can only hold themselves together. Survival has become the most important thing, and exploring the universe has long been a distant and unrealistic dream. Yiwu wondered, were the satellites sucked in by gravity? A single engine breaks through the atmosphere. This is every man's dream in science fiction. At this moment, Yiwu was hurtling down like a meteor flying around the earth. At this moment, Yiwu felt that there was a burning sensation on the skin caused by atmospheric friction, and even this special effect had been created, and it was commendable. Meanwhile, Miss Zulai was sitting on the ground watching the meteors flying above and kept singing about the tail wings of light and the shining stars in the sky. But the beautiful idol was alone and guarding the empty city, looking up at the sky. Suddenly an explosion occurred and Miss Zulai was trapped in a golden cage. Miss Zulai's face still looked very sad as she continued to sing the lyrics, which were full of sadness and struggle. Now everyone has to face a replica of the Kashiwara monster using a flying robot. They looked very excited about the monster because this was the final stage of the bus battle and a good opportunity to score points quickly. A man was shooting at a monster because I was the one in second place. Before Yiwu finally appeared right in front of him with a burning body preparing to attack the monster. Yiwu was warned to return to the cockpit immediately. Otherwise, he will experience a crash and lose his ranking if he is hit by an attack. But for Yiwu, it didn't matter, because according to him the efficiency of attacking the dungeon boss using fighter planes is too low. So he will use his own way to fight and no one is better than him because he was the one who once killed the Kashiwara boss. This time, with one attack, Yiwu managed to destroy the boss monster Kashiwara Akao. So the other players cried sadly because they would lose their points. After the boss monster was defeated, Miss Zulai's body fell into Yiwu's arms. At this moment, a very romantic scene was witnessed by everyone, because Yiwu seemed to be catching a falling princess in his arms. Yiwu expressed his thanks for Miss Zulai's beautiful singing. Yiwu believed that after listening to Miss Zulai's song, everyone would cheer again with great happiness. Everyone was cheering for Yiwu, who was currently providing a beautiful sight as he flew while carrying a beautiful woman in his arms. Yiwu's performance of successfully killing the boss Kashiwara Akao with just one attack really made all the spectators admire him. That place was a level 9 dungeon simulation. They guessed that Yiwu's level was 90. While hugging Zulai, Yiwu asked, was that girl real or just a virtual projection? Zulai touched Yiwu's nose gently and said, that young man is very interesting. But now is not the time to answer that question because this show is not over yet. Then Zulai left and didn't forget to say goodbye to Yiwu. Before leaving, Zulai turned to Yiwu and gave him a long kiss while saying that the girl was looking forward to Yiwu for the final performance. A confused Yiwu asked what's wrong with the last show. Yiwu was also fascinated because he got the effect of the goddess favor because of Zulai's kiss. Just with this kiss, this young man managed to get 500,000 points. The surroundings of all of them then turned into a completely destroyed Zone 9 security area. Miss Zulai sang a soft tune again full of sadness because the place they were in was destroyed and people were mourning. Miss Zulai appeared in front of all the languishing victims with a ray of light full of hope. Miss Zulai reached out to all the victims while singing the lyrics that the sun will eventually penetrate the darkness and tomorrow flowers will bloom among the ruins. The victims who reached out their hands to Zulai immediately felt the light of hope, and a second later they all moved near the amazing performance stage. Zulai invited everyone to sing together at the live finale. At this moment, Yiwu appeared on stage and he was confused. Why was I also teleported to the stage? Miss Zulai replied that this was a people's show. Dada also explained that in this final solo challenge, the player with the highest points will appear on the same stage as Miss Zulai. The player's appearance will directly affect the reconstruction of the 9th zone in the dungeon. The higher the ranking, the faster the reconstruction efficiency. If the ruins are successfully reconstructed before the concert, they will receive additional awards. At the same time, all the players present in the audience watching the live broadcast would praise Yiwu's performance or give dislikes. If dislikes were too high, it would reduce the points Yiwu had previously earned. Dada warned Yiwu because he was still in a state of compulsion since his session started and there were many steps before him. Yiwu asked irritably, why is Dada only talking about mechs like this now? On the other hand, the audience was starting to get annoyed because Yiwu just remained silent on stage and looked stupid. Even one of them with work said that Yiwu didn't understand any music even though he was very good at playing and completing all the challenges. The audience began to demand that the black-haired young man come down and not stand on stage to hinder Miss Zulai's performance. A man who had a very rocker appearance told Yiwu to quickly come down and not let the young man stop him. But if Yiwu couldn't perform on stage and embarrassed himself, then with great pride the man was willing to immediately go up on stage and take Yiwu's place. Miss Zulai told Yiwu not to pay too much attention to what the audience was saying and just follow my movements slowly, because later Yiwu will guide Yiwu on stage. Yiwu expressed his thanks for Zulai's kindness, but the lowly ridiculous behavior of the audience could not affect Yiwu. With a faint smile, Yiwu told Miss Zulai not to worry, even if Yiwu did not give another performance. Just for Miss Zulai, I would not let this perfect performance be ruined in Yiwu's hands. Miss Zulai smiled broadly at Yiwu's words. She is happy to get a good partner. Miss Zulai was curious about what Yiwu could do. To answer Miss Zulai's curiosity, Yiwu immediately took out the Hell Axe Sonata guitar. The guitar turns out to be both a musical instrument and a weapon. If the player plays the song in his heart, then your fingers will move naturally. If Yiwu played that guitar, you would be the most handsome guy in the whole room. While holding the guitar, Yiwu thought, although I don't understand music, Miss Zulai always rings in my head as his sister hums every day. So I can even sing the song with my mouth closed. So Yiwu quickly strummed the guitar in his arms until a rocker aura radiated out and made the audience fascinated. The audience was even very surprised when they heard that the melody sung by Yiwu turned out to be the melody from First Star, the trending and most classic song by Zulai in the first year of her debut. But a rock remix like Yiwu's had never been heard before. This is definitely another new style and sounds really fun. Miss Zulai even thinks that Yiwu is so amazing. From the beginning until now, Yiwu has given me many surprises. I think that's great. So Miss Zulai became even more enthusiastic about singing together. Miss Zulai also changed her appearance to become a charming lady rocker. Then they gave a stunning performance together. Even the audience who had mocked Yiwu now acknowledged the young man's prowess in playing music. The audience jumped up and down enjoying the fun music. Because he succeeded in entertaining the audience, Yiwu's points reached 935,641. Because Yiwu got more points, the young man managed to repair the damage in the 9th safe zone. The audience didn't even expect Yiwu to be able to collect that many like points with just one song. In fact, they were amazed that the young man managed to repair the entire area before the concert ended. They just realized Yiwu was a very popular kid. At the end of the concert, the audience cheered in unison calling out the names of Yiwu and Miss Zulai. They were happy because the two lovebirds gave an extraordinary performance. Dada explains again, this is the end of the concert. All proceeds will be used for the reconstruction of Safe Zone 9. Dada thanks everyone for their participation and support. Now the countdown to teleportation will start for 1 minute. Dada says see you for the next concert. It was at this time that Miss Zulai approached Yiwu and expressed her thanks for the appearance of a big star like Yiwu. Hearing such praise from a famous lady like Miss Zulai made Yiwu uncomfortable. Yiwu said he was just an ordinary person compared to Zulai. Fortunately, Yiwu's performance at this level did not ruin this wonderful concert. Miss Zulai couldn't believe it when she heard that Yiwu was an ordinary person. But Yiwu couldn't force the woman to believe what he said. Miss Zulai then answered Yiwu's question just now about whether you are genuine. Miss Zulai said that the real you is outside the dungeon, and this digital consciousness has a special system, so it can be transformed into the current Zulai who appears in the dungeon. Yiwu only understood now. I think a system like that is really great as expected from the angel realm. Suddenly everyone became excited when they saw that Dada was damaged. The huge spherical robot suddenly shook and finally exploded in front of everyone. They screamed in panic because they were afraid of being hit by an explosion from the robot and not being able to get out if the system was damaged like now. At a time of chaos like now, suddenly someone clapped very loudly and said that this was a very beautiful performance. And I've been looking forward to this amazing show. A masked man appears and says I am sure everyone in that place will die without regret. The mysterious masked man introduces himself as Daisy. He asked the audience if they were ready to die. The audience was surprised and asked why Daisy trapped them in the dungeon. Daisy said that the reason they all had to stay in that place was to ask them all to help him a little. The man hopes that everyone can sacrifice his worthless life to make a little contribution to the birth of the Old World King Landing Church of the Ancient Gods. Yiwu was shocked to hear about the church again. This young man had expected to experience a crisis at the concert, but he never thought that the Old World King's Landing Church would come out and cause trouble like this. Moreover, Daisy's level is very high. But if he was alone, would he be confident enough to beat all those thousands of spectators? Suddenly, Daisy was attacked by a spectator, leaving holes in his body. The man said that Daisy was very stupid. Although the level of the masked men was quite high, there were a total of 10,000 of them in that place. Apart from civilians who can't fight, people who can fight can kick Daisy as much as possible so that there is no scum left. Apart from the man who shot Daisy, the other spectators were ready to attack the masked man. Without being asked by anyone, several spectators who turned out to be players immediately attacked Daisy at the same time. They wanted to beat Daisy to death. They even demanded that Daisy tell them how to get out of that place. But strangely, even though he was being attacked continuously, Daisy still laughed out loud as if he didn't feel any pain. Miss Zulai said that things were not that simple, because he was sure that Daisy alone could not control the overall situation in the dungeon, and there must be an accomplice controlling the terminal outside the dungeon. Yiwu said, meaning, even if they killed Daisy, they still couldn't get out. Daisy's body was already badly injured, but strangely, the masked man was still laughing out loud. People who saw Daisy's attitude thought the man was crazy. The masked man said, "Is it true that he is dying now?" He wasn't sure, but there was one thing he could be sure of, and that was that the world had gone crazy. Daisy asks everyone, what do they think? Points. Equipment. Gaming world. Are these things normal? Didn't you think about it? No, you guys don't think about it. Because in his opinion, everyone was a bunch of weak little sheep who were satisfied with their status. A status that has even been regulated by that crazy world. Suddenly, another Daisy appeared in the sky. Daisy, who was in the sky, loudly said that the crazy world must end and the chaotic era must be buried. Everyone started to panic when they saw Daisy appear in the sky too, especially when the mysterious masked man spread his arms and once again said for everyone to give their most sincere sacrifices for the reappearance of the old world. Right after the mysterious man spoke, his body lying on the ground immediately exploded, and a large magic circle was created from the explosion. The people around the body realized that there was something wrong with the blood that had splashed on their bodies. In a matter of seconds, the bodies of the people who were splashed with blood immediately became monsters and immediately chased other people who were near them. Instantly, screams echoed in all directions. Fear was evident on everyone's faces. At this time, Zulai also asked Yiwu to run away and not get exposed to that blood or they would become monsters. Yiwu asked Zulai to wait first because he couldn't escape yet. Yiwu had to look for someone to enter with him. So this young man immediately activated his true eyes to see the entire dungeon and look for the whereabouts of his sister and Kiki. Yiwu realized, because of the dungeon mechanism, that Yunfei, Kiki and Ai's positions were randomly separated at the beginning, and now Yiwu had to find them as quickly as possible. In the current situation, suddenly a monster jumped towards Zulai and wanted to get the beautiful artist. Zulai screamed in fear, but fortunately, Yiwu moved as fast as lightning to cut the monster's body and hoped that the person would rest in peace. When he was rescued by Yiwu, the young man subconsciously hugged Zulai's body. At such a close distance, Zulai thought that Yiwu was very strong and handsome. Moreover, Yiwu has good looks that are very different from the male idols around him so far. According to her, Yiwu was the type of man who had good looks on the inside and radiated out. Even Zulai was completely charmed by Yiwu's powerful charm. Yiwu turned his head and asked Zulai if Zulai's holographic projection or consciousness died in the dungeon, what would happen to the girl's real body in the real world. Zulai replied that it was equivalent to a severely damaged brain consciousness and a person would immediately die if they had such bad luck. Even if she is lucky, she will probably become disabled. Yiwu also told the girl to come with him because he would protect Zulai. Because if something happened to Zulai, then it would be a loss for the world, and little sister Yiwu would also be sad. Yiwu immediately took out Xiao Long and climbed on his back with Zulai. The beautiful girl was truly amazed by Yiwu's courage. Plus, Yiwu has a dragon mount, which turned out to be a mount that many people coveted, and that many rich people couldn't afford with their money. Yiwu replied that it was not important now. He had to hurry to find his little sister and her friend. Everyone is running around trying to save themselves from the attacks of life-threatening monsters. But at a critical time like this, there was still a fat man who prioritized the presence of important people and high-class officials in the dungeon. He didn't care even though his body was full of mucus and had already been caught by the enemy. Daisy was still floating in the sky. He laughed at the fat man's words. By pointing his index finger to the sky, Daisy created a large magic circle and said, "Poor people, rich people, or strong people, all have the same life here, and life is right. Full of vitality, it was the best sacrifice to the ancient gods, and they are all worth the sacrifice." From the magic circle created by Daisy, dozens or even hundreds more monsters appeared. Everyone was getting panicked and hysterical seeing that many monsters. Moreover, their large size makes people who cannot fight immediately afraid. Some people even begged to be allowed to leave, and he would pay whatever the masked man wanted. But in the end, Daisy just laughed out loud seeing everyone being slaughtered by the monsters. Between his laughter, Daisy said that everyone should run because the more afraid and desperate they are, the better their souls will feel. This was the favorite taste of the ancient gods. It was at this moment that Daisy saw Yiwu riding on Xiao Longlong. Moreover, the dragon was still spitting fire to get rid of all the monsters in front of him. Daisy was surprised to see that there were still people who didn't want to accept reality like Yiwu. He thought it was very interesting, so he wanted to test Yiwu until the young man accepted his destiny. Daisy called someone and asked what the status was there. The figure on the other side of the radio answered there was a little resistance, but it was cleared, so Daisy didn't need to worry. Daisy asked how did Lai Fengzi prepare for the formation. From inside the dungeon control room, Lai Fengzi replied, worthy of being an angel realm, the development of dungeon technology was far beyond his imagination. Even though this was like a wall of fire, it only looked like a piece of paper in front of him. However, with the Dungeon Control Authority, it only took 20 minutes to completely change the dungeon to summoning formations. Daisy sounded worried as he said, 20 minutes. That was enough time for the Angel Realm support troops to arrive at Lai Fengzi's place, so how was his comrade going to handle it? But Lai Fengzi asked him not to worry, everything was under his control. Just need to persist for 20 minutes, once the conversion program starts running, it can never be stopped. The system suddenly notified and successfully obtained the authority to guard the arsenal using Snapdragon LL combat drones, and the number is 50. The mission objective is to destroy all armed forces within a certain radius. The troops in the tank were shocked to see the red drones. They were surprised and wondered who permitted to attack those drones. Unexpectedly, the drones bombarded the security guards. The guard troops panicked and became hysterical when attacked by the drones. They screamed, and tried to call for help. But they are confused about who to ask for help. Amidst all the chaos, Daisy was still floating around with a big smile on his face. The masked man even waved his arms and said, the gunshots, explosions, and screams were a beautiful symphony for him. It was at this moment that Lai Fengzi told Daisy he specially sent the sound of the scene back to Daisy. The sacrifice inside will be handed over to Daisy this time. Daisy raised both hands and loudly said, they must make the supreme ancient god they believed in descend immediately. On the other hand, Yi Yunfei was still running to save himself. This girl thinks, no, too many people are very confused, even though the data shells on them had disappeared. But in such a chaotic crowd, it wasn't an easy task to find her brother quickly, and also many people died, which made him sad. Yi Yunfei realized he couldn't take the initiative to find him blindly. Yi Yunfei realized she had to do something to attract his older brother's attention to let her come to her. Even though there is a lot of chaos on the ground, there is still sky. Yi Yunfei immediately shot an arrow into the sky, creating quite a large fireworks explosion. It was the first skill that Yiwu realized. The young man had seen him many times. As long as he saw him, he would know where Yi Yunfei was. A level 100 amphibious alligator monster in front of Yunfei was surprised to see the girl's attitude. The monster thought that Yunfei still wanted to play with fireworks one last time before being eaten by the monster. Yi Yunfei's body trembled at the sight of the monster before him. Yi Yunfei thought that since the level difference was too big, it was impossible to harm the monster. Blind attacks were useless, and now there was no other way but to make a desperate move. Yi Yunfei shot another arrow into the sky, hoping that his big brother would see the sign she sent. Right after that, the alligator monster ran to attack him, and he would cheerfully stuff Yi Yunfei into his stomach. But in the next second, it was the alligator monster that entered Xiao Longlong's stomach. Yiwu, who was sitting on Xiao Longlong's back, said that that was what those who dared to threaten his sister deserved. Yiwu got off Xiao Longlong's back and asked, is Yunfei okay? Yiwu also apologized for arriving late. Yi Yunfei immediately hugged his older brother with tears in his eyes. The girl said her older brother was great, because he managed to come to save himself. Yunfei was glad that his efforts were not in vain. Yiwu calmed her little sister by saying, of course she would come. How could he not notice the signal Yunfei was giving him? It was the first skill that Yi Yunfei learned and used to scare away the people who bullied Yiwu before. Yiwu thought that even though he opened his true eyes to see his location, Yunfei could still make calm judgments and actions in the face of powerful enemies, and she had also grown up a lot. Yiwu thought, before, she wanted to keep his family away from danger as much as possible, but in this era, there are hidden crises everywhere, and Yiwu often finds himself in trouble. Yiwu finally decided to change his strategy. Apart from building a fort as a shelter, he also had to help the family members increase their strength level. At least they could protect themselves when Yiwu was away. Zhu Lai was also happy to see the brothers reunited. Yi Yunfei was shocked to see Zhu Lai. Yunfei's sadness immediately disappeared when he saw Zhu Lai. Without paying attention to his older brother's explanation, Yunfei immediately approached Zhu Lai and with a cheerful smile said that Sa was a loyal fan of Zhu Lai. Yunfei didn't forget to ask for Zhu Lai's autograph. With a happy smile, Zhu Lai replied that she thought it would be fine to give an autograph if it was Yiwu's little sister. The girl can ask for as much as she wants. After they chatted a little, Yiwu invited them to climb onto Xiao Longlong's back again, because they have to go to save Kiki, who still hasn't been found and is in danger. Before leaving, Yi Yunfei commented that his older brother's ride was cool. This girl asked, when did Yiwu have it? Why doesn't Yi Yunfei know anything? Yiwu answered briefly that it was a long story, and he didn't have time to tell it now. While walking down the street, looking for Kiki, Yi Yunfei thought his brother had become very strong. Unknowingly, the distance between Yunfei and Yiwu grew further. Yunfei must find a way to keep up with his big brother as soon as possible. But his mind is getting confused thinking about how. Suddenly, Yiwu said to his little sister that there was no need to rush, because they had to overcome the difficulties in front of them first. Yiwu calmly said she had a way for Yunfei. Yi Yunfei was surprised that his brother knew what was on his mind. Yiwu was surprised when he saw Kiki's coordinates suddenly disappear. Yiwu was worried that Kiki was in grave danger. Suddenly, Daisy, who was still floating in the sky, asked, was Yiwu looking for Kiki that he was currently holding? Yiwu cursed in annoyance seeing the Kiki he was holding. Yiwu angrily asked Daisy to let Kiki go. Daisy strangled Kiki and asked, why is Yiwu nervous? Even though initially Yiwu didn't save Kiki, Daisy thought that Yiwu had no relationship with the girl. Daisy kissed Kiki's body and felt a very strange sensation of power. Daisy was not surprised when he was attracted by Kiki's face at first glance. But in comparison, it turned out that Yiwu's taste matched Daisy's. According to him, sacrifices like this require. That's why he didn't take action against Yiwu and kept watching him since earlier. Yiwu was getting angrier. He cursed at Daisy because it turned out that he had been watched since earlier. Yiwu demands Daisy say what Daisy wants to say to him. Daisy replied he wanted to give Yiwu a way out, namely ordering, join the Old World King's Landing Church. This way you and your friends will be saved from death. I am very confident that you will be a very promising religious teacher. This man is strong. How can I save Kiki without hurting her? Yiwu finally said that Daisy's offer was very good. But I don't have much confidence. Are you sure I have this potential? Daisy answered because Yiwu had something in common with him. That is, it has the scent of ancient gods on its body. Yiwu said, the taste of ancient gods. What did an ancient god smell like? Why couldn't Yiwu kiss him? Yiwu asked Daisy not to fool him, because there would be no benefit for Daisy. And Yiwu casually said he preferred real things to empty-headed ones. For example, if Yiwu joins the Old World King's Landing Church, what are the specific benefits? Daisy answered with emotion, the advantage, one of the greatest benefits is a patient heart, purified by pious faith. Daisy said it seemed that although Yiwu had special potential, his consciousness was far from civilized and the young man still needed to reform. Yiwu realized it seemed that the stimulation of the words had worked on Daisy, so he could increase the intensity a little to let Daisy focus his hatred on Yiwu. Yiwu apologized because he was a firm pragmatist. He didn't even look down on the pious people and beliefs in Daisy's mouth, but he was not interested at all. If Yiwu wanted to win, then he might as well have something practical. Daisy was angry that Yiwu dared to talk about their faith like that. Daisy was angry and immediately let go of Kiki. The cruelest and most thorough transformation must be carried out on Yiwu. Meanwhile, Yiwu is happy because his attempt to lure Daisy was successful. Now Daisy attacks Yiwu and says he will make Yiwu come to his senses and repent of his stupid behavior. But Yiwu casually answered that he refused. As the two of them started fighting, Xiao Longlong took quick steps to catch Kiki's body. According to Yiwu, his pet dragon was the right move to save Kiki first. While continuing to deliver devastating attacks on Yiwu, Daisy said that although he was not very good at forcing, he realized Yiwu could block his level of suppression, indicating that the young man's body had reached a level of solidity. It seems that if we want to truly change, we have to start from the spiritual aspect. Yiwu said it turned out to be a mental attack from Daisy. Then Daisy will be disappointed because Yiwu's mental obsession is more stubborn than his body. But Daisy said loudly, that's not necessarily true. Daisy proudly said that he was the absolute authority in the spiritual realm, and in his eyes, there was no spiritual line of defense that could not be broken. Suddenly, the entire space shook and distorted. Yiwu asked everyone to be alert because it seemed like something was coming. A giant pocket watch descended from the sky which was capable of destroying all the buildings around it. At this moment, Zulai said it was not good for an outsider to use this much authority to change the dungeon so that it could change as he pleased. Yi Yunfei asked, manipulate the dungeon at will. Isn't Daisy a GM? Then how can they beat Daisy now? Yiwu thought that even if he was a GM, he had a way to kill Daisy, but it didn't matter at all. Now he was confused and asking in his heart how to get everyone to safely leave the dungeon was the key. And if Yiwu kills Daisy, it is estimated that all of them will not be able to get out. This situation is more difficult than before. While sitting on the ruins, Daisy said he used to be a very famous psychiatrist and he had cured many patients. But ironically, when her lover was attacked by a monster and got PTSD, Daisy couldn't cure her lover. When the girl committed suicide before Daisy's eyes, the guy fell into despair and self-blame. But after a long time, he realized that it was not his and the girl's fault. According to Daisy, the world is wrong. Because of this era, they are already sick. According to him, the whole world is repeating the same mistakes, only the old world King Landing Church will uphold the right path. According to Daisy, only when the ancient gods descended to the filthy world would all sins finally be expiated. Now, Daisy will convey this joy and hope to everyone in her presence. At this moment, Zulai, Yi Yunfei, and Kiki were already hypnotized by Daisy's words. Yu Wu began to realize that the situation was very bad because everyone had been hypnotized by Daisy. Like zombies, those people were unconscious and said that they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the ancient god. Daisy saw that it was not easy for Yu Wu to be hypnotized by him, especially since this was Yu Wu's first time. Therefore, Daisy will use the strongest cell phone to spy on Yu Wu's inner weakness. Daisy used the skill on Yu Wu. It is a type of mental spell that disturbs the target's mind and causes confusion. According to the caster's level, the control intensity and duration will also increase. Slowly, Yu Wu was hypnotized and saw the worst dream of his life. Namely, his entire family fell into a pool of blood. Daisy finally approached Yu Wu and said with a proud smile, "Did Yu Wu finally give up?" If Yu Wu could force Daisy to this level, the young man truly had great potential. So, now is the final step of the transformation. Daisy wanted to see the weakest part of Yu Wu's inner world. But when Daisy was about to touch Yu Wu's head, Daisy's arm was immediately grabbed tightly by Yu Wu. Then with the fire energy radiating from his body, Yu Wu said that the masked man would never be able to see the weakness in his body. Yu Wu said the only weakness in his body was a lack of money. So casually, Yu Wu asked Daisy to sponsor him with a few $100 million. Daisy was shocked to see Yu Wu not working with his high-level hypnosis skills. He wondered how Yu Wu did it. Yu Wu hit the person's mask and confessed that Daisy's trick was indeed effective. Even though it was only for a moment, it succeeded in making him truly feel despair and chaos. But there were many things at the bottom of his brain that would never be easily controlled by anyone. In his heart, Yu Wu felt grateful because luckily, when he was hypnotized, he was equipped with equipment from Kashua Akao. Otherwise, it will be upside down. Yu Wu's blow to Daisy was so powerful, it was able to destroy the adult man's mask and reduce his HP by 50%. Despite this, Daisy still managed to laugh out loud and say that Yu Wu was the right person, and his judgment was not wrong this time. According to him, Yu Wu was the person chosen by the ancient god himself. Yu Wu asked that person to stop praising him, and immediately released the hypnosis and dungeon lock control on everyone, otherwise Yu Wu would make Daisy's death very painful. Daisy actually laughed out loud and said, "Compared to the regret of not being able to witness the ancient god coming to this world with my own eyes. In his opinion, pain and death are nothing." The clock above Daisy's head kept turning, and Daisy said loudly that there was 1 minute left until the arrival and they would all be sacrificed to the Lord. Daisy tells everyone to prepare to face their final fate. At this time, the people who had been hypnotized bent their bodies and prostrated themselves facing the sky. They greatly welcomed the arrival of the ancient god Laken. One of them even said that the ancient god would take him away from the pain. But suddenly, Daisy ran out of HP because Yu Wu burned them thinly. At this moment, Yu Wu stood in front of the sitting Daisy and said, "If it turns out Daisy is a believer, why didn't Daisy say it earlier? In that case, Daisy should be more obedient to Yu Wu." Daisy didn't understand what Yu Wu meant at all. He also didn't understand what Yu Wu meant by calling Big Eye Boy. With a confident smile, Yu Wu said he was the master of the ancient god of Daisy, the pious and loyal, namely Laken. In other words, the Laken are the servants. Daisy was angry and immediately attacked Yu Wu by throwing many stones. Because that young man dared to talk nonsense and blaspheme the gods, Daisy had to cut Yu Wu into 1,000 pieces. Yu Wu brushed off Daisy's attack while asking how dare Daisy attack Daisy's own master. How dare Daisy call himself a pious person? Yu Wu thought that the guy in front of him was really crazy now. Killing him was easy, but it didn't help. It was better to let him live and use him. Moreover, now everyone is hypnotized and calling Laken. But with these circumstances, it should have no effect on them now if he summoned Laken. But just in case, Yu Wu jumped away and Daisy assumed the young man was running away. While chasing Yu Wu, Daisy said that now that the dungeon has been completely controlled by them, unless Yu Wu opens a portal from the outside, there is no chance for him to escape. So the remaining choices are to kill Daisy or be killed by Daisy. Yu Wu replied, running away. That word is temporarily not included in his life dictionary, but in his opinion, Daisy is indeed a pathetic and stupid person. Even though Daisy keeps saying that he is the most loyal and sincere believer, even though Daisy has dedicated his life to God, does Daisy really understand his God? Yu Wu was willing to bet that even if Daisy sacrificed 10,000 people here, and even if he sacrificed everyone in the entire world, Daisy wouldn't be able to summon Laken. When Daisy asked why, with a big smile Yu Wu said that Laken was only obeying his orders. Daisy became even more angry and confused when he heard Yu Wu's words. Enough. Daisy didn't want to hear what Yu Wu said. Daisy asked Yu Wu not to just use nonsense to confuse his mind. Daisy firmly said that no one could deny his piety or obedience. Yiwu asked the person to open his eyes and look carefully. His stupid piety couldn't reach Yiwu's position at all. Yiwu raised his left arm and activated the summon magic crystal. That way, a large circle was created in the sky, and then the Laken monster slowly came out of the magic circle. And obediently, Laken lifted Yiwu's body slowly. It was at this moment that Yiwu stood casually on top of the Laken tentacles and said, "How about this?" How would Daisy feel when he finally saw the ancient god he had been thinking about all night? Daisy's body shook, he let out a long scream and cried. Daisy was very happy because his piety was finally rewarded. He was very happy because the ancient god Laken had finally come before him. Then Daisy bowed and kowtowed, calling Yiwu the new god. Daisy worships Laken and Yiwu, begging them to never forgive him sins and give his death. Daisy is even willing to accept endless torment in hell to punish his transgression and disrespect towards Yiwu. Yiwu was surprised to see Daisy's attitude, but in his heart, this young man admitted that Daisy's obedience was very high. Yiwu said that Daisy is indeed unforgivable, but if Daisy can stop the dungeon conversion and send everyone out of the dungeon in order to save you from dying. Daisy kept apologizing to Yiwu as the new god, and said he couldn't do what Yiwu asked, because what they implanted in the dungeon control terminal was an irreversible virus. Once it started, there was no way to stop it. And the previously abandoned back road is this teleport, but Daisy can only take up to 5 people to leave that place. Daisy handed over the remote control for the teleportation to Yiwu, and invited Yiwu to leave that place with the people most precious to him and recreate a new world for everyone outside. Yiwu held the teleportation device and thought, can it only send 5 people? Did he have to die for someone else? How could he do something like that? Yiwu also called Wise and asked if Yiwu could use this transmission device as a medium to connect the external control terminal and use the power of the master technique to forcibly stop the dungeon conversion process. Wise replied, in theory, it can be done, but there are 60 seconds left in the dungeon conversion process, and Wise doesn't know if the time is too late. Yiwu also said, then there is no time to hesitate. So they have to get started now. While Yiwu and Wise were struggling to hack the dungeon system, everyone in the dungeon panicked, seeing the sky turn red and several buildings slowly crumbling. Everyone started to panic as the pocket watch slowly started counting down. They all ran away trying to save themselves, but some people could only resign themselves to sitting where they were because they realized it was impossible to escape from the dungeon. Some people can only sit in despair and realize they are waiting for death. Yi Yunfei, Kiki, and Zhu Lai could only hug each other sadly. Yi Yunfei said the 3 of them should not give up hope because they believed her brother would find a way to solve the problem. In the end, they had to believe in Yiwu. Kiki also believed in Yiwu, but Zhu Lai asked, could Yiwu really solve a crisis of this magnitude? Because time is almost up. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Lai Fengzi was happy because finally the show would begin and they would welcome the arrival of the ancient god Laken. Several members behind him even bowed, kowtowing to welcome the arrival of this ancient god. But suddenly the hologram screen turned red and the system warned that there was strong data from an unknown source forcibly deleting the dungeon conversion program and causing damage to the dungeon system. Warning, Lai Fengzi could hardly believe that the perfect program that had been designed could actually be deleted. I wanted to install 3 new conversion programs, but one of his colleagues prevented him and asked him to evacuate immediately. But Lai Fengzi refused because I had not given up and tried to do the last thing. Unexpectedly, his companion immediately raised his body while shouting that their body would not be able to withstand that many attacks, so it was better for them to leave immediately. Lai Fengzi asked his colleague to put it down and wait a little longer, at least until Daisy left the dungeon. But his large colleague said there was no time left because their work was always accompanied by sacrifice and faith to guide his soul to God's side. So finally all the cult members left when the countdown lost 3 seconds and the room was about to be destroyed. Yiwu was flying quickly towards his sister's place. This young man thought, despite the dungeon conversion, the collapse still did not stop, and it was even more violent than before. The dungeon control terminal outside could barely hold it. Next is the question of how to send 10,000 people out at the same time. Yiwu suddenly thought of a slightly bold solution. Finally, Yiwu arrived in front of his sister and 2 other beautiful girls. Yiwu asked if they were okay. Yi Yunfei said that they were all fine, but Zhu Lai would disappear. If this continues, I will actually be injured or die directly. Zhu Lai said, it's okay, maybe it was her fate. I didn't forget to thank Yiwu for his help. I was very happy to meet Yiwu, but now it might be time to say goodbye. Yiwu suddenly held Zhu Lai's hand and said, now is not the time to say thank you and goodbye. This show is not over yet. With a meaningful smile, Yiwu said, come on. Let's create the perfect ending to this show together. Zhu Lai said, is this the perfect stop? Once the man-made dungeon started to collapse, the entire process was irreversible and Zhu Lai had no way to stop it. Everyone was running scared, helter-skelter trying to save me and running for their own safety. Zulai realized that the program that was holding the dungeon disappeared, and Zulai had already contacted the terminal outside the dungeon, but no one answered. The girl guessed that either the terminal communication device had been destroyed or everyone outside had been destroyed. Finally, Yiwu took the girl's hand and asked her not to give up. The theme of this show is hope, and Zulai is the goddess who gives them hope. How could Zulai give up on your own hopes? Suddenly Zulai felt a very strong sting enter her body. The girl even arched in a very sensual tone. But Yiwu asked the girl not to be afraid because now I was using Zulai as a medium to digitize the consciousness of the dungeon, to control the terminal outside and open the portal. Zulai thought it was a really great idea, but I was still confused and asked if would this really work. Yiwu asked the girl to trust him and stop talking now, then closed her eyes, held her breath, and concentrated. Sure enough, finally, a portal was created above them. Everyone was happy to see the exit portal, but they started to wonder how do they get up to the portal above them. Currently, they can't fly or do anything like in the dungeon like before, and there aren't any flying vehicles they can use. Zulai had recovered and smiled happily while thanking Yiwu, but the girl saw Yiwu's body pale and covered in sweat. So Zulai asked what was wrong. Why is Yiwu's condition like this? Yiwu even said that a portal this size was not enough, and a portal of this level couldn't let tens of thousands of people pass through. Yiwu gasped for breath, and he didn't expect that the digitization of consciousness consumed so much mental power, and now it was so difficult to maintain a clear consciousness. Wise said it was because Master Yiwu had expended most of his mental power to prevent the dungeon conversion. The current consumption is more serious than before, so Yiwu must rest quickly, otherwise bad things will happen. Yiwu replied that it is impossible, because I have done it for this purpose, so I don't want to give up now. Zulai held Yiwu's hand and said, Yiwu's decision now is enough to save a few people, so there is no need for Yiwu to force himself into more. If Yiwu suffers an injury because of this, it will be their biggest loss. Full of worry, Zulai asked Yiwu to rest. Yi Yunfei also apologized while crying in his brother's arms. Yi Yunfei felt that she was the one who caused his brother to get caught up in this problem. Kiki hugged Yiwu from behind while saying, I have spent 1,000 years and finally met Yiwu, even if this is the end, but if I can be with Yiwu, then I will die without regrets. When Kiki hugged me, Yiwu's mental strength suddenly recovered completely. Yiwu just realized this is Kiki's special buff ability. Yiwu just remembered the girl's special ability. Finally, Yiwu apologized to the 3 girls for making him worry. Now Yiwu is refreshed and asks everyone not to say goodbye, because this young man was sure they would save the people and could not miss any of them. Yiwu asked everyone to come out together. The 3 girls became excited again and joined hands with Yiwu. Zulai asked, what happened here? I felt that my body was full of strength, and I had recovered my senses to the point of being able to control everything as before. Yiwu explained that it was because I had given Zulai control of this dungeon, and directly had Zulai lead them all to hope like before. Zulai took back a microphone and started singing. Zulai says through his lyrics that the door to salvation will eventually open. When this beautiful artist came back with a song full of hope, people realized that they still had hope and should not give up on that place. Always slowly, their bodies all slowly flew and entered the portal to get out of the dungeon. They all cheered happily because, finally, they were safe and out of the place that created quite a big tragedy for them. Yiwu invited the girl to go home together. Slowly their bodies floated and came out of the portal. It was at this moment that Zulai sang the lyrics that told them to spread their wings and fly to the other side to be reunited with their loved ones. In the end, everyone managed to survive and get out of the dungeon alive. They all cheered happily because they had survived a terrible tragedy. But suddenly the portal above them exploded, surprising the people. There was building debris thrown out of the portal. Yiwu asked everyone not to let their guard down until the last moment. Because they saw that Yiwu was the one who managed to rank first and save them, they all followed your words and were on standby to protect or take cover from the debris coming their way. When he came out of the portal, and everyone was busy with their own business, Daisy wondered where all his colleagues were. This man thought they should all have fled earlier because of the chaos. So Daisy also thought about running away from that place immediately. But suddenly, Yiwu prevented the silver hair from moving and asked the man not to leave without saying a word. Daisy, who panicked, immediately prostrated himself under Yiwu's feet and begged for mercy. Daisy admitted that it was because I was obsessed with my heart that I had an instinct to run away. But if Yiwu were to give the order, then I was willing to die on the spot. Yiwu said that the man had to pay for what I had done. But for now, Yiwu would not let the man die easily because he was still useful to Yiwu. The security team finally appeared and took Daisy into custody. But the crazy man still laughed out loud and said that I was honored to be of use to Yiwu. Then Daisy was pulled away by the security team. But the strange man still laughed out loud and said that I don't regret anything in his life. Yiwu realized that Daisy was a desperate madman, but in order to obtain information from the Old World King Landing Church, Daisy had to be kept for a while. Suddenly a girl's voice, which sounded very weak, called Yiwu's name. When the black-haired young man looked back, Yiwu saw Zulai's real body, which was already very weak and had to be helped to walk by a staff member. Zulai said that I was very happy to be able to see the young man in person. But when I arrived in front of Yiwu, suddenly my legs went weak and the girl fell right into Yiwu's arms. Yiwu was shocked at first but then realized that the girl was just writing. The staff behind Zulai said that the girl was very stubborn. Even though I suffered a lot of mental damage and needed immediate treatment, Zulai insisted on coming to see Yiwu at that place. The lady who brought Zulai said that the artist had explained to me briefly what happened. So in my opinion, Yiwu is a hero from this sudden incident. So the bespectacled lady said thank you to Yiwu for all the help you have provided. So the bespectacled lady and the angel realm felt indebted to Yiwu. As Zulai was taken onto their private plane, Miss with Glasses said, Yiwu can change the favor and make this the gift I want. This incident completely subsided within a few days. Yiwu replied that they didn't need to rush to discuss this matter because the most important thing was to cure Zulai first. Finally, their private plane sped away, leaving Yiwu still looking at the sky with a relieved smile. This young man thinks the crisis is finally over, but it is not completely over. The defense line of a large group like Angel Realm is unlikely to be easily broken by the people of the Old World King's Landing Church, unless something is wrong internally, because in my opinion, it is impossible for the 1,000-mile embankment to be destroyed in an ant's nest. Yiwu hoped that Zulai would not get involved in it again. Miss Siyu immediately approached Yiwu, and she was very happy to see that this young man was okay. As usual, Miss Siyu immediately hugged the young man in front of many people. Miss Siyu looked very sorry because she was the one who sent the young man inside when something bad finally happened. Miss Siyu also said that she did not expect such a big, bad incident to happen. So honestly, she was very worried about Yiwu. Even though he was shocked, Yiwu still asked the woman not to worry because everything had been resolved smoothly. Then Miss Siyu said some quite late news. She told Yiwu that an important task that was originally scheduled a week later had been moved to the day after tomorrow. Teams from group level 10 and above all had to participate, but Miss Siyu did not expect Yiwu's Wang Ji team to be included in the battle list. Yiwu argued that since they gathered so many teams at once, were they preparing for a large-scale team battle? Miss confirmed this. She also explained that this was a dungeon battle and a massive siege against a Zerg hive. Special instructions are in this task terminal. As for the reason why Yiwu was included in this attack, Miss Siyu could not provide any clearer details. And it should be easy for Yiwu to conclude if he is good at analyzing carefully. Yiwu immediately said, no need to analyze it, just assume there is a motive. But Yiwu remembers that the large siege dungeon is a special dungeon that is much larger than ordinary dungeons. Not only the monsters are very strong, but the dungeon also has a very large area. There are also several bosses in the dungeon, and the number of people required for this strategy is generally around 20-40 people. There are even large dungeons with 100 players. Even sending a group of Hanmo, the scale and difficulty of this dungeon is not small. Of course, the harvest is also the best. Yiwu wanted to thank some kind people for including him in this battle so that he didn't miss this opportunity. Miss Siyu said goodbye to Yiwu because she still had a lot of business to do. Suddenly, Yiwu remembered something and asked, would Miss Siyu participate in this dungeon game? Miss Siyu replied that she would participate but would not enter the capital because she is a logistics commander, mainly responsible for preparing the resources needed for this task. So Miss Siyu will support Yiwu from behind. Yi Yunfei and Kiki, who happened to hear their words, started to get excited and wanted to go. But Yiwu asked, how could he possibly bring Yi Yunfei there? Because Yi Yunfei is not a member of the team, and this mission may be very difficult and dangerous. But Yi Yunfei insisted, saying that Yiwu was the team leader, so couldn't he include Yi Yunfei in the team? Although it was dangerous, it was precisely because Yi Yunfei's strength was poor that she wanted to face various dangers, so she had to experience more battles to improve her strength level. The girl said she didn't want to hide behind her older brother all her life and hinder Yiwu's steps. Yiwu confirmed his little sister's words. The world is full of danger at all times, and there is no way to hide. Yiwu had to increase his strength to face the danger, and he had to change his previous plans. Finally, Yiwu was willing to take Yi Yunfei as long as the younger sister promised him 2 conditions. Firstly, in these 2 days, Yiwu will give Yi Yunfei a sufficient amount of ancient magic crystals. As long as the younger sister successfully increases the level to 40, Yiwu will promise Yunfei to take her. Yi Yunfei was shocked she had to rise more than 20 levels in 2 days. The girl asked how could that be possible, and Yunfei asked where did his older brother get so many ancient magic crystals. Yiwu replied so that Yi Yunfei would hand over the little things to him, because he has a magic crystal mine. The difference between ancient magic crystal and ordinary magic crystal is that it contains a lot of magic power. A large amount of X points could be obtained by converting and absorbing them, and the efficiency of this X conversion was determined according to one's physique and potential. People with unusual talents can easily achieve conversion rates of more than 70%, but some people can only convert 40% or even lower even if they try their best. In addition, this conversion process is very energy and physical strength consuming. The average person converting 10 yuan a day is already the limit. But Yiwu is very confident in Yunfei's potential and talent. Surely the results of the conversion will surprise him as her older sister. Currently, Yiwu was watching the robots pack up the crystals. It was at this time that Xiaobao appeared and said that she had gathered everything as soon as possible according to Yiwu's orders. Hearing this, Yiwu immediately rubbed the cat's head and praised its good work. Suddenly Nagero appeared and warned Xiaobao not to talk carelessly, because they were the ones who discovered many hidden veins. That's why it would be difficult for Xiaobao to collect so many magic crystals in a few days without Nagero's help. Hearing the dragon's explanation, Yiwu also praised their hard work. Even Yiwu was willing to give any gift Nagero wanted as long as it was within his reach. But Nagero refused because Yiwu had spared their lives, and that has become the greatest gift for them, so they don't dare ask for anything else. Yiwu thought that Nagero's answer was very good, so he asked Nagero to save this request because maybe one day they would need it. Yiwu thought he had used master technique skills to create a batch of robots and place them in that place for experiments. Now it seems that the robot's efficiency is not bad. Even some of the AI looked very excited. In a short time, all the crystal boxes were successfully moved to a luxury apartment in Zone 8. Yi Yunfei's face immediately lit up when he saw so many ancient magic crystals. Now she believes that her older brother owns a crystal mine. The mother also looked happy, but she reminded her child not to forget money too much. The father also asked, "Is it true that they want to convert such long crystals directly into experience points? Isn't this too wasteful?" Yiwu answered that his parents don't need to worry because he still has a lot of level 40 magic crystals. After all, it was more important for them to level up than money. At least when Yiwu wasn't by their side, they could protect themselves. So, because Yi Yunfei had started to concentrate on changing his experience, this young man began to invite all his members and also Nana to follow in his younger brother's footsteps. Finally, they were all willing to try. 1 hour later, Yiwu's parents looked very tired and rested with their bodies covered in sweat. The father even said that he couldn't keep up with his physical strength and mental strength when he got older. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfei still looked fresh. Even now the girl has managed to level up quite a lot. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunfei managed to advance to level 45 in just an hour. Both their parents were immediately proud of Yi Yunfei's abilities. Yiwu even praised his little sister's extraordinary talent. He guessed that Yi Yunfei's conversion rate was as high as 80%. Yiwu then turned to look at Nana's transformation. Unexpectedly, the humanoid robot put on a scary face and said that she wanted to level up more and more. It was at this moment that Yiwu was surprised and asked what was wrong with Nana. Nana quickly changed her expression to a sweet girl and said that she succeeded quite a lot. So Nana asked if she could also go to the dungeon with Yiwu now. Yiwu was amazed to see Nana rise to level 60 in such a short time. Yiwu was sure that the conversion rate of the robot would reach 100%, and Nana was indeed the perfect robot that Yiwu had succeeded in making. Yiwu also concluded that the dungeon should no longer be a problem for everyone. After all, this young man wanted to increase his little sister and Nana's combat experience. So this is a great opportunity. Because of this, Yiwu told Yi Yunfei, Kiki, and Nana that the three of them could accompany him to the siege as members of his team. The three of them immediately looked happy when they heard Yiwu's decision. But Yiwu's parents didn't forget to warn them to stay safe and always listen to Yiwu's instructions. Meanwhile, Nana secretly smiled slyly. His eyes full of evil intent looked pleased when Yiwu agreed so easily. With this, she would take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yiwu. After training, Yiwu lay on his bedroom floor thinking that everything in preparation for tomorrow's fight was finished. Now he will learn about the dungeon through the terminal quest that Miss Siyu gave him. Not long after, the system appeared to notify that Yiwu's group certification had been completed. There is also information about a major siege that will be carried out on the Lost Temple. The recommended level for this merger is player level 40 to 130. Meanwhile, the limit for the number of people is 100 people. Seeing this information made Yiwu think, why is the vulnerable level of players required to take part in this activity so large? He thought this was a bit strange. The new system explains the Lost Temple has a dungeon entrance that is sometimes found in a hidden goa under the Yellow Iron Plateau on the western side in the wilderness. The entrance was first discovered by a magic crystal prospector who sold the dungeon coordinates to the group at a high price. The advanced team found the dungeon gate after traveling about 2 kilometers along the cave. The dungeon gate was guarded by a level 100 elite monster. After several weeks of bloody battles with the elite monster beast guarding the gate, They defeated it and finally completed the quest of opening the dungeon door. Due to the high level of danger of this dungeon, it was decided to send a stealth drone for reconnaissance first and basic information, namely the dungeon area, 50 square kilometers. Monster beast level 4-30. Very rich in crystal magic. Number of bosses, 3-5. The drone tried to approach the temple but was shot down by the guards outside the temple. The following is the first boss information recorded before it was shot down. Namely, a fantastic-sized elite monster that has level 115. Because of the special features of this dungeon, it has to carry out long-term battles, so this is the first quest of this dungeon. It is to build in a location far from the Zerg temple and rich in minerals to prevent the strategy from failing due to long battle lines causing supplies to be cut off. After completing this quest, there will be a second quest update. After hearing the entire long explanation from the system, Yiwu realized the dungeon was more dangerous than imagined. Even though Yiwu promised to let his little sister and the others go together, Yiwu started to doubt and wonder whether this was the right decision. If someone deliberately targeted him, the situation was even more complicated. If like this, someone had forced his team along, were they planning to make Yiwu the target of public criticism? At that time, Yiwu would be criticized and ridiculed. Yiwu then asked the system, what is the special guest of in this battle? The system replied that the team-exclusive quest has not been released yet. Yiwu must enter the dungeon before he receives the relevant quest. Yiwu finally thought he would forget about this matter for a while and would see what would happen when the time came. No matter who was behind this, who gave him warmth for whatever reason, he would never waste this great opportunity. He had a hunch that engineering skills would play a very important role in this dungeon's strategy. Yiwu will get some engineering drawings tomorrow. Yiwu turned off the hologram screen and tried to rest. But his sleep was disturbed when suddenly an overflow screen appeared and the system informed him that the young man had a communication request from an unknown contact. Yiwu immediately woke up again and wondered who was calling at this time of night. Is it a very dedicated con artist? When he finally received the base and heard the voice of someone on the other side calling his voice, Yiwu immediately opened his eyes wide and went straight to the 8th safe zone in Central Park. Yiwu sat on a bench and thought. The meeting place was in the park, but he didn't expect that the person who was going to ask him to meet intended to ask him out suddenly, because there were lots of couples dating there. Suddenly a woman approached the young man and said that his pet was lost nearby, so had Yiwu seen it. At first, Yiwu didn't understand what the woman meant and asked what a pet dog was. He wanted to apologize to the girl because he hadn't seen her and he had just arrived at the park. Yiwu asked if there were any special characteristics of the pet dog. Yiwu intends to help look for it. The girl said thank you and then explained a country dog with brown hair and golden eyes. He had the nickname Woo-Woo. After hearing such a signal, Yiwu stood up and realized that the woman in front of him was Yinhyun. Yiwu smiled happily and commented that the girl's appearance was so strong that he didn't even notice it at first. Miss Yinhyun motioned for Yiwu to be quiet and not say that name too loudly. Miss Yinhyun said, even at night, it was safer to cross-dress. After all, his identity was a bit sensitive. Yiwu commented that the girl was good at appearances and even her personal information had been changed. Yiwu was fooled earlier. Yiwu sat down and asked the woman to talk about the matter that made Miss Yinhyun ask her to meet in the middle of the night like this. Yiwu asked if there was anything important to talk about, because Yiwu already wanted to sleep. Miss Yinhyun asked, does Yiwu know about the dungeon quest the day after tomorrow? Did Yiwu not think it was strange? Because Yiwu's, as a newly formed level 1 team, was included in a dungeon quest where the minimum team level was all level 10. Hearing Miss Yinhyun's question, Yiwu commented that the woman was kind because she only wanted to come in the evening to solve Yiwu's doubts. But Yiwu was curious, why was Miss Yinhyun like this? Miss Yinhyun explained it was because someone above had raised Yiwu and they wanted to use this battle to test Yiwu's true details. Yiwu was not surprised to hear this information because he had already expected it. Yiwu had already guessed that the person aimed to punish him, so he concluded the person who made him participate in this battle must be the young master of the Mo family. Miss Yinhyun was surprised that Yiwu could guess that point correctly. She thought Yiwu was really smart, and then this woman explained that young master Mo Kai was now the vice chairman of the Hanmo group and the first heir to the position of chairman. And the second choice is Mo Kair's sister. The struggle between their brothers and sisters for final control of the group is no longer a secret. Although there is a huge gap in power level between the two, Miss Mo Kair also won a lot of support based on her accumulated reputation at the bottom and her image of being close to the people. In addition, many people on the board of directors hope to use Miss Mo Kair's hand to check and balance Mo Kai's power, so young master Mo Kai has always regarded Miss Mo Kair as his biggest enemy. And Yiwu robbed the boss of the Kashua Akao incident last time, ruining young master Mo Kai's plans. Besides, It was Miss Mokeeper who introduced Yiwu to the group, so he now regards the young man as a thorn in his eye, and he is here to let Yiwu left just to take the opportunity to get rid of Yiwu. Hearing Miss Yinhyun's long explanation made Yiwu laugh because he felt that his luck was really bad. After all, this young man realized that he had to face the siege of many high-level teams. Yinhyun was surprised to see that the young man could still laugh in such a serious matter. In his opinion, Yiwu deserved it. But things were not without a turnaround. Based on Yinhyun's understanding of the young master, he wouldn't go straight for it at the start, so Lady Yinhyun would give Yiwu 2 suggestions. First, act humble and honest as worthless trash to make the young master lose interest in Yiwu, and for young master to Mo felt that Yiwu was not threatening. The second suggestion, obtaining extraordinary benefits in a high-profile dungeon, would be the focus of many people's attention, so it would also be difficult for young Master Mo to start attacking Yiwu. Yiwu expressed his thanks for Miss Yinhyun's suggestion. Although he didn't understand young Master Mokai, whether Yiwu was low or high, according to his judgment, young Master Mokai's intention to kill Yiwu would not change. With Yiwu's personality, he would choose the second suggestion. Rather than die uselessly like a dog, he chose to give young Master Mo a big surprise. Yiwu then asked why Yinhyun specifically said this to him. Even though they were from the same group, they could be considered as hostile camps in a simple sense. Wasn't Miss Yinhyun's actions the same as betraying her young master? Miss Yinhyun was silent for a long time. Finally, Miss Yinhyun wanted to answer that Yiwu had a rare talent, and Miss Yinhyun didn't want the young man to get involved in an unreasonable family fight, because that would deprive Yiwu of his freedom and life, thus wasting Yiwu's extraordinary talent. Standing up, Miss Yinhyun said Yiwu could still choose now, unlike Yinhyun, who didn't have a choice from the start. Yiwu used Annika's ear and asked what he meant by no choice. Does a strong person like Lady Yinhyun have no control over her destiny? Miss Yinhyun fell silent when she heard Yiwu's words. Then quietly this woman said, "Who is born strong?" In the past, when Miss Yinhyun was still small, she had the bad luck of living in a terrible place that was a war zone. And he is a little girl who is hungry because he is a victim. While remembering her unfortunate past, Miss Yinhyun said, "A sign and a bond in the process of growth, it is no longer possible to let go." Miss Yinhyun said she was born in a slum village in the wilderness. His parents never came back after going out to look for food. Little Yinhyun could only find food in the trash every day, and Yinhyun didn't know which day I would die on the side of the road. People died every day in the wilderness, and no one cared about the life and death of an inconspicuous little girl. Until one day, Yinhyun really didn't find anything to eat, so I ventured out of the settlement and tried my luck in the wild, only to encounter a caravan attacked by robbers. At that time, little Miss Yinhyun was very scared. She curled up, covering her head with her body shaking in fear. At that time, there was a very beautifully dressed boy in the caravan. Although he looked younger than little Yinhyun, who was 7 years old at that time, the boy did not panic in the face of danger. Instead, the boy calmly commanded the battle and used his weak magic to distract the enemy. But little Yinhyun found some robbers, sneaked up behind the kid, and prepared to attack him. The boy ordered everyone to hold on and never give up, because the items they carry are valuable company assets that must not be stolen. At that moment, Yinhyun didn't know where the courage and speed came from. She suddenly rushed to block the robber's attack. The boy was young Master Mokai. Since then, there have been no nameless girls in the wilderness, and the Hanmo group has a new member named Yinhyun. Meeting the young master was a turning point in Miss Yinhyun's life. Since then, she escaped from the sea of suffering and lived a life of food and clothing free from worries. The young master even spent money to train and groom Yinhyun, then made her the main force of the Mogong team. So his life has long been engraved with the name of the young master, who is also destined to not be able to escape the vortex of the Hanmo struggle. Even though Miss Yinhyun has awakened, I also envy Yiwu from the inside, because Yiwu is free. So Miss Yinhyun warned Yiwu not to get involved in this kind of conflict. More importantly, Yinhyun didn't want to be Yiwu's enemy. At this moment, Yiwu fell silent. He thought and didn't expect Yinhyun to have such a past. Your words are very reasonable, but now I still can't achieve true freedom as you said. Only when the fortress was successfully established could it truly be realized. Suddenly behind the trees, a large man appeared who smiled in surprise. The man named Wan Hao said that Yinhyun's life experience had always been a secret, but was never mentioned to their colleagues who hung out day and night. But instead, Yinhyun opened himself up to an unknown man like now. The man laughed smugly in front of the shocked Yinhyun. Miss Yinhyun was shocked and asked how Wan Hao ended up in that place. Are you stalking Yinhyun? Meanwhile, Yiwu felt the pressure of a level 110 player like Wan Hao. I think your food is truly extraordinary. Wan Hao laughed even more with satisfaction when he was accused of stalking Yinhyun. Then with a hearty laugh, the man explained he accidentally found Yinhyun disguised and left. But Wan Hao did not, because I was worried about Yinhyun's safety and followed up. But because Wan Hao was worried about Yinhyun, the little girl went out alone at night. The reason the big body kept laughing in between his ridiculous remarks. Wan Hao approached Yiwu and he didn't expect to meet the Yiwu that many people were talking about. Wan Hao was very satisfied to find a young man who caused Yinhyun to lose his target. While patting Yiwu's shoulder, Wan Hao said that my junior was truly very lucky. Yiwu said that I dare not be called legendary, then asked who this senior in front of him was. Yinhyun explained, that man's name is Wan Hao. I am the second in power behind the leader of the Mogong team, namely young master Mo Kai. Yinhyun also explained that Wan Hao usually takes good care of Yinhyun, but I didn't expect Wan Hao to be a stalker. Annoyed, Wan Hao emphasized that I was not stalking. That was a complete misunderstanding. Yiwu smiled kindly at Wan Hao. Then this young man said, previously I had heard that the elite Mogong team had great strength. Seeing it directly, the strength of number 2 today was actually better than what I heard. But in Wan Hao's opinion, his reputation still couldn't be compared with Yiwu. The man said Yiwu was the talk of the whole team because of his greatness. Yiwu felt inferior and said that he was just an inconspicuous no-name and couldn't afford that reputation. Wan Hao smiled horribly and then asked his juniors not to be humble because the person who could snatch the boss from Yinhyun could not be considered someone who was not famous. Suddenly Wan Hao attacked Yiwu quite hard with his fist. Luckily, Yiwu was able to move backward fast enough to escape the attack. Yiwu realized that Wan Hao was the closest type of fighter, but the tricks used were not easy. Miss Yinhyun was very shocked to hear her colleague's attitude and tried to intervene but was stopped by Wan Hao, saying that this was a duel between two men. So Yinhyun must not interfere. Without Wan Hao expecting, Yiwu could move as fast as lightning and was suddenly near him and told Wan Hao to be more serious about showing his true abilities. At that second, Wan Hao thought that I hadn't really done my best just because I was afraid of killing his junior, but at least I used 60% of it. Now, Yiwu turned to attack him with overwhelming power. Wan Hao smiled broadly because he realized that his junior was really interesting and realized that Yiwu's level was actually definitely level 100. Realizing Yiwu was serious, Wan Hao would be serious too, because Yiwu had made Yinhyun suffer and was punished by the team. So if Wan Hao couldn't beat Yiwu, then he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Hearing Wan Hao's words made Yiwu shocked and asked what he meant by Yinhyun being punished. And how is that possible? Wan Hao replied that it was because Yiwu robbed the boss and destroyed the mission. Yinhyun had been suspended by the team. Yinhyun was annoyed and immediately asked Wan Hao to stop talking. But Wan Hao explained even more that the team also asked Yinhyun to recruit Yiwu to the Mogong team, otherwise there will only be greater punishment waiting for you. Hearing Wan Hao's words made Yiwu think that Yinhyun had never mentioned the word recruitment before, only persuading Yiwu to stop. Unexpectedly, under the cold appearance, there was still a kind heart hidden. But in the end, Yiwu just said he was truly concerned and never expected things to become that complicated. Miss Yinhyun said Yiwu need not blame himself. Back then, we were in a competitive relationship. Yinhyun believes that Yiwu robbed the boss of power and there was too much involvement in it. And Yinhyun didn't want Yiwu to go too deep into this matter. But the beautiful woman's words were immediately interrupted by Yiwu, who emphasized that, however, this matter started because of Yiwu, so the young man would definitely take responsibility. Yiwu asked Yinhyun to rest assured of me. Yiwu will use this dungeon mission to find a way to free Yinhyun. Hearing Yiwu's words and attitude made Wan Hao comment that the young man was not bad, and he walked away saying see you in the dungeon in 2 days. Yiwu greeted his senior in a friendly manner. Suddenly Yinhyun said, although I believe in your strength, don't mess around, Yiwu. The difficulty of this dungeon mission is unusual, and our leader is leading the team. You must not provoke that guy. But Yiwu asked the girl not to worry because I would be able to take good action and would not mess around. Yiwu gently held Yinhyun's hand and asked her to wait for good news from me. Yiwu's words made Yinhyun smile with a red face. Finally, the girl nodded obediently to Yiwu. The next day, Yiwu went with Yunfei and the girls to shop for equipment. This young man realized that although his sister's level had increased, her equipment was still low, so they need to go to the black market to upgrade equipment. After all, Yiwu had also just made quite a profit from the previous fight, but in the end, this young man truly regretted his decision, because he underestimated a woman's ability to shop. He even spent 30 million in less than half a day. But now, Yi Yunfei, Kiki, and Nana have got new looks and they look happy. When the girl asked Yiwu how he looks now, Yiwu angrily said that all of their appearances were strong and beautiful enough, even though inside his heart this young man was crying because he spent 30 million on the 3 of them. In the end, Yiwu tried to be sincere and thought that his goal of making money was indeed to make the 3 of them stronger. Now he would ask Miss Mokir to send the required master-level engineering drawings. Yiwu wanted to know if the big miss had that item, because you can't find master's drawings on the black market. When receiving a call from Yiwu, Miss Mokir replied that the young man's request was no problem. She could directly send the picture to Yiwu later. But Miss Mokir doesn't want to be paid by people or admin because I don't need small money like that. In exchange, the woman apologized to Yiwu. This time the young man was arranged to attack the dungeon completely because of Miss Mokir. In my opinion, Yiwu must have known that this was Mokai's conspiracy that Miss Mokir couldn't stop. Yiwu replied that Miss Mo should not care about small things like this. It's better to take this opportunity to make their team stand firm. Miss Mokir was relieved to hear that Yiwu was very confident and that the young man was not alone in the battle. 1/3 of the teams participating in this dungeon were Miss Mo's troops, and Yiwu could take care of each other at that time. Don't forget, Miss Mo asked Yiwu to be careful in everything and that the Komodo dragon must come back and be safe. Yiwu answered of course. After that their call ended and Miss Mo sent 30 rare master engineering drawings. Yiwu Till was shocked to get so many expensive pictures, because this young man knew the value of the entire drawing was at least more than 100 million. I really praise Miss Mokir's generous attitude. Yiwu smiled broadly and said I was really looking forward to it more and more. Tomorrow is the first day that Yiwu's Wang's team officially set sail. The next day, in front of the gate and outside the safe zone, the entire group from the Hanmo team gathered. So did Yiwu's Hangzhou team. They were very happy because there were lots of people there, and everyone's level is very high. Yi Yunfei felt happy because he had already raised his level before, otherwise, he would definitely feel very embarrassed in front of so many people like this. Yiwu asked his sister and the rest of the team to calm down and asked them to get used to this kind of atmosphere. Yiwu's team immediately became the center of attention because he was a famous person. But unfortunately, there were a lot of girls on his team. I feel that Yiwu's Wang's team is a level 1 trash team. Luo Feng smiled broadly at the thought of meeting the Mogong team, because I want to ask for some autographs. But then I remembered you were a member of Wang's team, so I can't look weak in front of other teams. Meanwhile, Ruan Tianchen was amazed by Miss Yanhuan's beauty. She really wanted to see Miss Yanhuan's true face. Hearing their words made Yiwu want to talk about their relationship with the Mogong team. At this time another group emerged that belittled the Wang's team as beginners who came in wanting to do a tourist attraction. The bald man who led the team said, "Who entered the rookie team? In my opinion, the Wang's team is just trash who doesn't even have the qualifications to be monster bait, and according to the Wang's team, it will only be a waste of time." They even openly said in front of Yiwu and his colleagues that Wang's was a trash team. In fact, they thought that the quality of the girls on the team was quite high, so they asked if the girls were interested in coming to play with their group. Unable to accept his team being ridiculed, Luo Feng thought they were just a bunch of dirty people. Luo Feng was really angry and almost attacked them. But Yiwu dissuaded his partner and asked Luo Feng not to be impulsive. Because they were just doing this for the first time, there was no need to indulge in a bit of useless talk like this. The bald man said that I had heard the story about Yiwu being Miss Mokir's favorite man. They heard that Miss Mo took in a low-level man. The bald man said I don't know what luck Yiwu had in being able to rob the boss of Yanhuan and the Mogong team. But the bald father had thought that Yiwu looked like he had character but turned out to be just a kid. Especially now that the young man came to the dungeon with the girls. Young questioned what could a boy with a small white face like that do. Suddenly, the bald father's words had to stop when his head was grabbed by Wan Hao, who firmly told him to move because the bald father was blocking his way. Quickly the bald man and his entire team withdrew while apologizing for blocking God Wan Hao's path. Yes, he was really scared and apologized and even said that his eyesight was bad. Wan Hao ignored the bald man and went straight to Yiwu, and kindly embraced him and asked if his junior was ready for something big. Yiwu calls Wan Hao a brother and replies the only one who can do a good job is Mogong's team. Yiwu only intended to complete the given quest well. The bald man who saw the interaction between the two of them cursed in annoyance and was shocked because the boy brought by Miss Mokir could be so familiar with Wan Hao from the Mogong team. I wonder how this happened. Wan Hao asked again whether Yiwu would be a good person, but Wan Hao doubts that. But now that the Mogong team has come, Wan Hao is going to introduce Yiwu to them. Yiwu immediately panicked when he heard Wan Hao's words. He felt that there was something strange about Wan Hao. He was surprised that Wan Hao could judge me even though he had only met me once. Wan Hao said that the first person to approach was their leader Jai Wangchuan, a dashing, blue-haired man who could be said to be the #1 fighting force of the Hanmo group. But Wan Hao was full of confidence, saying Jai Wangchuan was only slightly stronger than me, even though Jai Wangchuan already has level 130. Then the bald head behind Jai Wangchuan was a tanker named Lai Xing. Then by his side was a woman, a healer named Dan Lu. Both of them also have decent strength, but it's not worth mentioning. Meanwhile, an assassin in their group is named Lei, and there is also Song Yingxiao, who is a swordsman in their group. Because Yinhuan was suspended, she was temporarily transferred to the reserve team. As usual, Song Yingxiao was annoyed to see Yiwu, so he prevented Wan Hao from unnecessarily introducing their team members to unknown people because it didn't take long. Originally Jai Wangchuan was also going to just pass by Yiwu, but Yiwu immediately called him. Yiwu reached out and politely said to Jai Wangchuan, long careless about the previous incident of Miss Yinhyun. He hoped that their group could have the opportunity to work together in the future so that Yiwu could make up for this mistake. Yiwu's helping hand was briefly glanced at by Master Jai Wangchuan. The bald head and his team members thought that the kid was crazy because he wanted to shake hands with Jai Wangchuan. They suspected that the Mogong team would definitely eliminate the young man on the spot. They thought that soon there would definitely be a good show. But unexpectedly, Jai Wangchuan welcomed Yiwu's helping hand, and the senior hoped that Yiwu's performance this time would not disappoint him and young Master Mo Kai. Yiwu answered politely that I understood. After that, Jai Wangchuan left and invited all his team members to go together. Wan Hao, who went with his team, advised Yiwu to fight for his brother, Yinhyun. Yiwu replied, I understand. This young man thought that when he shook hands with Jai Wangchuan just now, he felt like he was being scanned and peeped by him. In his opinion, Jai Wangchuan was really not easy to deal with. Yiwu hopes that the system in his body should not be easily discovered by others. Suddenly, a man from another team approached Yiwu and asked if what the young man said just now was true. Is it true that Yiwu wants to cooperate with the Mogong team? The man who asked turned out to be Lu Chengfeng, team leader Fenghan, and Miss Mokir had asked him to look after Yiwu. But what Yiwu did just now made them wonder if Yiwu was really on their side. Master Lu Chengfeng warned Yiwu if that brat dared to betray Miss, then he might not be able to get out of the dungeon alive. When Master Lu Chengfeng left, Yiwu realized that his attitude just now would not make Miss Mokir's side happy. Even though Yiwu wanted to show his good impression in front of the Mogong team to make things easier for Yinhyun. But Yiwu finally decided to forget all that, and whatever they thought, I would still follow his own plan. Finally, Master Lai Yelsi finally appeared and immediately activated the dungeon entry portal. When the portal door was activated, everyone cheered happily, praising Master Lai Yelsi, who turned out to be the engineering master of the Hanmo group. They cheered happily because the dungeon portal, which initially took a week to refill, was completed within a day. They considered the master's efficiency to be very stable. Some of them even openly asked Master Lai Yelsi for equipment. But the master ignored the cheers and invited everyone to leave. When he saw Master Lai Yelsi, Yiwu realized that the old man was extraordinary, because the technique is not as simple as someone hanging up a call. Yiwu knew that the old man reached the master level by relying solely on his own abilities. This is so awesome. But Yiwu saw Master Lai Yelsi's character didn't seem easy to get along with. When they finally entered the temple and were at the main base of the Hanmo group, they saw that the place was very chaotic and there were lots of bloodstains all over the place. Everyone at the place was very impatient and rude. Kiki immediately hugged Yiwu's arm and said that I smelled a very strong scent of blood. This girl was sure there was a fierce battle in that place before they came. Yiwu asked Kiki to calm down because she was at that place. Yiwu looked around, and according to the analysis of the situation at that place, it should have been the first team stationed here before them, but it seemed like they experienced a tragic massacre. The senior management must also be hiding some unknown secrets. It seems this mission is not as simple as it seems. Quest description. This time the Wangji team will be paired with the Huihu team, whose task is to protect mining machine number 38 in mining area D7. The number of magic crystals obtained will become team points. They must protect the mining machine operations and prevent monsters from destroying them. Yiwu questioned the meaning of the quest. He thought that his job of guarding the mining area was so that the magic crystals obtained could be used to rebuild the base. But the problem is, the mining machines are outdated. The machine looked like it had gone through the war without repair. The machine also has a low level. Yunfei was so disturbed by the noise made by the mining machine. It even felt like the machine could collapse at any time. On the other hand, Liangxing was annoyed because he was on the same team as Yiwu. He felt unlucky at that time. Moreover, he wouldn't get enough team points if he only relied on a broken mining machine with a low level. Hearing the man's words, Yunfei became curious about the use of team points. Liangxing didn't believe that Wangju's team entered the dungeon without knowing anything. I will explain everything because I don't want to be burdened by newbies like Wangju's team. Liangxing began to explain team points, which could be considered as accumulated points from the team's version of experience. The more points a team gets, the team level will continue to increase. Additionally, team points can also be used in the group resource hall to redeem desired materials, weapons, or equipment. You can even redeem it for potions, blueprints, and more. The higher the team level, the higher the level of resources that can be exchanged. It was concluded that team points were a source of life for them, but this time felt hopeless. Liangxing was angry because the copper and iron mining machine was broken and would definitely not last long. Even if the machine can survive, it will only mine magic crystals of at most level 40. This automatically makes the number of points converted very small. Yiwu, on the other hand, now understood that it was a mining quest. He was actually very happy because he was an expert in that field. For him, it was not a difficult problem. Yiwu immediately took out some magic crystals. Liangxing had thought that the man would mine magic crystals manually. Obviously, the plan was very stupid and inefficient. Liangxing was suddenly shocked when he saw Yiwu cut the level 90 magic crystal so easily. He wanted to know what Yiwu was really planning. Yiwu casually said that they would find out soon. He secretly asked Weiss to combine the mining machine with the level 90 magic crystal and mining robot he had made previously. Yiwu wanted to make him an emotionless mining weapon. Weiss immediately agreed. Luofeng, who saw Yiwu's fusion skill, couldn't help but be amazed. Liangxing was also very curious about the merger. Finally, a mining robot called Runaway SCV level 90 was created which could mine without mercy. The Huihu team members were certainly confused when they saw the robot and how Yiwu could get it. Liangxing also had no idea that Yiwu had engineering skills and could even use them to create a level 90 mining robot. The other team members were surprised because Yiwu even added special effects. Yiwu immediately handed the robot to Nana. Yiwu asked the little girl to find all the level 90 magic crystals. Nana praised Yiwu for being so great and for being able to make such a sophisticated robot, and in my mind I recognized Yiwu's cleverness. As soon as Nana operated it, she could see a large number of level 90 magic crystals just 5 meters below their feet. Yiwu, who could also see the numbers, was also very surprised. This was probably because the previous mining machine couldn't work properly, so there was an increase in the number of magic crystals in the ground. Of course, Yiwu was happy because he had a blessing in disguise. He immediately gave orders to Nana to start digging. Nana immediately took out a drill from the robot, which was even bigger than before. But suddenly, Kiki fell to the ground. Yanfei immediately confirmed the girl's condition. Kiki said that I was fine, but she was shocked by the movement of the cruel machine and also felt something about Nana. Ru and Tianqian immediately asked everyone to look down. That area actually had a large number of level 90 magic crystals. They are very lucky and will definitely get a lot of team points. On the other hand, apparently, Nana got too excited while digging. She feels lacking and wants to keep digging. At that time they managed to get 25,000 team points. Huihu's team members were amazed to see the team's points increasing rapidly. I also didn't expect Yiwu to be able to do such a thing. Level 90 magic crystals require an equivalent level detector to find. Meanwhile, a level 90 detector can only be made by an engineering master. I wonder why Yiwu can do it. Liangxing immediately hit the man who couldn't see clearly. He realized that Yiwu was a master in hiding. The subordinate could only apologize. Liangxing immediately apologized for having done something wrong. He also apologized for not knowing about Yiwu before. He begged the man not to take it to heart. Yiwu naturally didn't mind it. He admitted that so many things had happened recently and for him being treated like that was not a new experience. After all, they are all on the same team. As long as Liangxing did not resist, then he would definitely get his share of points. Of course, Liangxing immediately thanked him. In the sky, it turned out that they were being watched by a drone which was assisted by camouflage optics to cover its presence. They were surprised to see that the Wangji team, which was previously in last place, had now shot to first place. First, they had succeeded in capturing Inhuan. Second, he managed to get so many level 90 magic crystals in a short time. That was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. They were sure that there must be many secrets in Yiwu. However, drone surveillance scans also did not find any violations or fraud. They were the monitors in the monitoring room of the main combat base. Wai Yesi, who was paying attention to Yiwu, could see how the man turned a level 40 mining machine into a level 90 intelligent mining robot. Yiwu was clearly not only smart but also very skilled in engineering jobs. Even though the system said that Yiwu was only level 10, I was actually level 90 or above. Wai Yesi became curious about Yiwu's engineering job level. At that moment, they were even more surprised when Yiwu blinked at the drone. Everyone in the monitoring room was naturally surprised that Yiwu managed to find their optical camouflage drone. Wai Yesi immediately asked them to recover the surveillance drone. Of course, the members wanted to know the reason, but I asked everyone not to ask and just focus on doing what I told them to do. In his heart, Wai Yesi knew very well that the drone was a sophisticated duplicate of a weapon that I had created. However, Yiwu managed to find it, and that means he is indeed a possessor of high-level engineering skills or even a technical master like me. Wai Yesi was determined to focus on Yiwu. Yiwu was a little confused to see the drone just peeking and just retreating. He felt that whoever was monitoring them was doing so carefully. However, at least it was good because he could utilize that period of time to freely explore the bottom of the dungeon. Yiwu immediately got ready and asked Liangxing to stay there and not move because he would go ahead and see the situation. However, Liangxing immediately said that leaving the quest area without permission was against the rules and could be punished if caught. Moreover, at that time there was a director who specifically supervised the quest. Yiwu just asked him to calm down because I will be back soon. Liangxing also asked the man to come back immediately before he left because he didn't want to be alone. Just then, Yiwu saw that there was another base behind. He was surprised because there was no explanation about it previously in the quest log. Yiwu wondered whether they were hiding it on purpose or if it was just the team that had not reached such a high level of information. Yiwu then saw a logo that he recognized as belonging to the Huangjang group. He was even more surprised because the group apparently also had a base in the dungeon. Yiwu remembered that Mo Kier had said before that the Hanmo and Huangjang groups were indeed competing for control of dungeon area C23, which he believed was the dungeon. The man immediately understood that the two big groups both wanted the dungeon, which definitely had a big secret hidden there. Yiwu was happy because not only could he explore the dungeon to find the big secret, but he could also have the opportunity to attack Huangjang in the dungeon quest. Not waiting long, he immediately tried to explore the information. Meanwhile, at the Huangjang group's main base, a guard was very upset because he was put in the same dungeon. This made him remember the tragic tragedy when he came last time. He couldn't even forget it. Another guard immediately said that it was a miracle because the man was still able to come out alive from the dungeon, even though he knew that many people died at that time, both from the Huangjang and Hanmo groups. Another man later said that the last time he came, he used the wrong tactical strategy. He went straight to the Zerg at that time. But this time, he knew that the Hanmo team used turtle tactics, which put them at the front. So they just need to wait for an opportunity to sneak in and attack, then take their resources to strengthen themselves. Apparently, Yiwu heard all their conversations with his ghost skill, which made him invisible when he didn't move. At that time, another guard asked whether this tactic could really be used because the main force of the Hanmo group was also there, especially Jai Wangchuan from the Mogong team. For him, it was like deliberately surrendering himself to them. Another man then asked his colleague to calm down because the reason why the higher-ups dared to use that tactic was because someone who could not be named also came at that time. Even Jai Wangchuan could only bow down and worship before that mysterious person. The other men were of course curious whether the mysterious person from the Huangjang group had actually managed to clear a level 100 dungeon. If it was true, then they would definitely be able to get and clear the dungeon easily. Yiwu was certainly curious about the mysterious figure completing the level 100 dungeon. Yiwu didn't expect that the Huangjang group still had number 1 at that time. He alone wouldn't be able to clear a level 100 dungeon by himself. He had to investigate it in detail. Yiwu immediately activated his true eye to see the entire Huangjang base. He saw that there were around 50 people there, with the lowest level being level 60 and the highest level being 140. Yiwu was curious about the owner of level 140, which was indeed higher than Jai Wangchuan's level, which was at level 130. That person until now was the person who had the highest level that Yiwu had ever encountered. He immediately wanted to see what kind of person the owner of level 140 was. Yiwu was even more surprised because he saw that the person turned out to be a girl who looked the same age as me, named Zulu. He couldn't believe it because he thought it was at least a very old man or woman. Two men were greeting Zulu at that time who had just woken up. I immediately apologized because I thought their voices were too loud and disturbed those who were resting. At that time, Zulu was angry that someone dared to peek at me like that. The two men were already scared when Zulu started to take out a sword. But it turned out that Zulu was pointing the sword in the air while mocking the Hanmo group for never learning. Yiwu immediately knew that the true eye skill he used was discovered by Zulu. On the other hand, Zulu, who was paying attention, immediately knew that my attack did not hit Yiwu. This meant that the man's response was very fast. Plus, I was almost fooled by such a hidden skill. Zulu became curious about Yiwu, who was from the Hanmo group. He became increasingly impatient with the dungeon he was about to explore. The man in front immediately asked what happened. Zulu argued that I just wanted to move my hand suddenly so they didn't need to worry. On the other hand, Yiwu could only catch his breath facing a terrifying woman like Zulu. Luckily, he was able to cancel True Eye in time. If he was hit in a visual sharing state like before, then his body would definitely be affected. Yiwu could feel the oppressive aura of the top combat power. This time there are clearly two top combat powers, namely Zulu and Jai Wangchuan. He must be able to withstand these two powerful forces. Yiwu immediately decided to go back to the base. Even though the trip didn't go as expected, at least I got important information, so I didn't lose anything. On the other hand, Pang Hua, who is the director of the Hanmo group, came and immediately became angry when he saw that Yiwu, the leader of the Wangji team, was not there and actually dared to leave work without permission. The board of directors had anticipated such a situation, and that was why they sent him to monitor. Unexpectedly, he discovered his first mistake as soon as he arrived. Pang Hua will deduct the team points obtained by both teams. The shocked Liangxing immediately begged Pang Hua not to do it. He reasoned that Yiwu just had a stomachache and went to the side to deal with it. Yiwu, who had just arrived, was confused about Liangxing's stomachache. The man immediately greeted Yiwu and immediately pretended to ask about the current condition of his stomach. Liangxing advised the man to pay attention to his diet next time before going on a quest next time. In his heart, he hoped that Yiwu wouldn't cause any trouble because otherwise, Pang Hua would deduct the team points they had collected. Yiwu immediately understood and with a stiff smile, he confirmed that he did indeed have a stomachache after eating last night. He even admitted that he had gone to the toilet several times that day. Pang Hua was of course angry because of Yiwu's reckless actions. Moreover, the man could still smile even though the important quest was about to begin. He wondered how Yiwu could become the chairman. Pang Hua also recalled how the Hanmo group had spent a lot of money to train Yiwu so that he could work for the Hanmo group instead of just going into the dungeon and getting paid just like that. Yiwu saw that what happened was a disadvantage of joining a large group like Hanmo. There were always one or two fat worms like Pang Hua who were even in high positions. Meanwhile, those who struggle in the dungeon must submit to them. Yiwu immediately said that he realized his mistake. If Pang Hua really wanted to punish him, Yiwu asked that only his points be deducted because what he did had nothing to do with other people. Pang Hua thought about Yiwu's words and immediately disagreed. Yiwu was the team leader and naturally, if the team leader broke the rules it would be considered a team violation. Pang Hua still insisted on deducting the team's points. Yiwu immediately understood that Pang Hua was deliberately targeting him. The man was probably under Mokai's instructions. At that time, Lai Yesi came and immediately asked Pang Hua to hand over Yiwu's matter to me. This certainly surprised Yiwu. Pang Hua, seeing that Lai Yesi had spoken, had no choice but to let him handle Yiwu. He advised Lai Yesi not to take the child lightly. In the end, Pang Hua excused himself and went to check out other mines. Of course, in his mind, Pang Hua was very annoyed with Lai Yesi, who was the only engineering master in the group. If it weren't for his abilities, then he would be ignored. Plus, the man chose to be neutral and not take anyone's side. Pang Hua was sure that if the young people trained by Mokai could become engineering masters, Lai Yesi would also soon meet his end. Lai Yesi greeted Yiwu and asked him to come with him because he had something he wanted to ask him. Yiwu agreed and in his heart, he could see Lai Yesi's strength. Even Pang Hua immediately complied with just a few words. However, he became curious about Lai Yesi's purpose, until finally Yiwu was in the monitoring room of the main combat base. He could see many screens in the room. Yiwu immediately guessed that the previously unseen drone was also Lai Yesi's creation to monitor them. Lai Yesi praised Yiwu's cleverness, but he only carried out orders. He was just doing business but also didn't expect to find anything interesting. Lai Yesi admitted that he was a little surprised to see Yui's level 1 team being included in the dungeon, but now he was starting to understand. He didn't expect Yiwu to have such high engineering skills at such a young age. He could see from the mining robot made previously that Yiwu had probably reached the advanced level. Of course, the guards there were shocked and couldn't believe that Yiwu had advanced technical skills. For him, it was an impossible thing to do. Another man immediately reminded his colleague that Lai Yesi's judgment could not be wrong. That master will not make a mistake. However, he also didn't understand how a kid like Yiwu could reach such a high level. He wanted to know whether Yiwu had any talent. Yiwu couldn't help but laugh at their opinion. In his heart, he knew that he didn't have it at all. Yiwu finally said that he had found out. For him, Lai Yesi deserves to be the only engineering master in the group. He couldn't hide herself from his eyes. He wanted to know what Lai Yesi would do to him now. Lai Yesi certainly wouldn't do bad things to him, but he wanted to invite Yiwu. Lai Yesi was sure that Yiwu was a master of rare techniques. Therefore, being in a team would only slow down his pace. Lai Yesi suggested to Yiwu to disband the newly formed Wangji team and come to his engineering department. Lai Yesi believes that with his ability, money, status, and fame, Yiwu will easily reach everyone. Yiwu immediately thanked Lai Yesi for his kindness, but he admitted that he was only interested in engineering and considered it a hobby and side job. He doesn't have high ideals. The guard who heard it was again surprised by Yiwu's words, saying that he only considered engineering as a hobby and a sideline, even though he was already at a high level. Yiwu seemed to be underestimating them and their technical abilities. Another guard said that Yiwu's remarks insulted the history of the technique that stretches back hundreds of years, even though countless engineering graduates are studying and hoping to progress. He immediately asked Yiwu to apologize. Yiwu immediately explained how they had all misunderstood. He did not look down on technique at all. On the contrary, he knew how important engineering was and he also respected all engineering scholars who were tireless like them. It's just that from his point of view, he would rather kill the enemy on the front lines than study at the back. Therefore he refused Lai Yesi's invitation. Lai Yesi immediately understood even though it was very regretful. He knew that everyone had their ambitions and he respected Yiwu's decision. He also added that Yiwu didn't need to think about deducting team points because he would take care of Pang Hua. Yiwu immediately thanked him. However, Lai Yesi said that this assistance was not free at all. He would regard Yiwu as a debt of gratitude in the hope that one day, he would ask Yiwu for help when needed. Yiwu had thought that Lai Yesi was a cold and arrogant person, but the man turned out to be straightforward when facing him. Yiwu could only say that Lai Yesi had praised him too highly. He assured them that the man would do his best as long as he could if Lai Yesi needed something later. They finally agreed, until suddenly the alarm went off. Lai Yesi immediately asked everyone to calm down and report what happened. It turned out that it was Jia Wangchuan who wanted to convey an emergency to Lai Yesi. Lai Yesi was confused because as far as he knew, Jia Wangchuan was traveling to the Zerg Lair or Lost Temple at the center of the dungeon for investigation. Lai Yesi asked what happened to him. Jia Wangchuan said that the situation was very complicated and he asked Lai Yesi to look at it directly. They could see that a large number of Zerg troops had come out earlier than they expected. It was clear they wanted to kill all the team members at once. Lai Yesi immediately asked Jia Wangchuan to quickly return to the defense before the Zerg army attacked the base. However, Jia Wangchuan and the others will not return. The Zerg troops were seen leaving in all directions in various directions. So, they believed that their defensive nest was empty and it was the perfect opportunity to attack. Jia Wangchuan stated that they would not return to defense. He handed over the defense base to Lai Yesi while they would attack the Zerg nest. Lai Yesi of course warned that fighting was too risky. At this time even the repair work of the new base began. If the Mogong team wasn't there, then the base would be in trouble. He then immediately asked how much time was left until the Zerg army arrived at the base and Jia Wangchuan answered 4 hours. The guards who heard were of course shocked because, with their current progress and manpower, it was too late to organize the fortifications. He panicked because he was trapped. Moreover, this dangerous thing was not mentioned in the quest log at all. Other guards asked him to calm down then. However, the guard ran away and chose to return home. He advised everyone not to stay there too long. The man also collided with Pang Hua at the time and Pang Hua was shocked when the bullet penetrated the guard's head. Lai Yesi was furious because the engineering department did not need such cowards. If other guards acted like him, then he was sure they would also meet the same end. All the guards immediately understood. At that moment, Lai Yesi immediately asked Pang Hua's purpose in coming to the engineering department. Pang Hua was annoyed that the man still had time to ask. He should be the one asking what Lai Yesi had done in that critical situation. Just now all of Jia Wangchuan's communications were seen and they all knew that the Zerg army would come in 4 hours. Meanwhile, the engineering department just sat there. Pang Hua asked Lai Yesi to move quickly to build the bowl. He didn't want to die there at all. Lai Yesi casually said that he didn't need Pang Hua to tell him what to do. He also advised Pang Hua to hide in an underground defense bunker as soon as possible. After that, Lai Yesi immediately gave orders to the engineering department. He told everyone to get to work and finished all the forts within 3 hours. Everyone immediately carried out the order. From the bottom of his heart, Lai Yesi knew that even if he tried his best to complete the construction of the fortress for 3 hours, he could only withstand the same number of Zerg troops as before in the first attack. However, this time the number of Zerg troops was even much larger than before. Lai Yesi doubted they would be able to survive. Yiwu, who noticed Lai Yesi's expression, finally spoke. He knew that something more terrible happened this time. However, he had to add information that might make the situation more complicated. Yiwu revealed that previously when he left the quest, he went to investigate the Huangjang group base. He got secret information that the Huangjang group would also attack them when the Zerg army attacked. This means they will get 2 attacks at once. Of course, Lai Yesi was surprised to hear that. Lai Yesi confirmed that Huangjang's group would indeed attack them. If he looks at the past, he knows that this was indeed the strategy carried out by the group. However, Yiwu saw that the scale of the Zerg army's attack this time was much larger than before, so it should be difficult for the Huangjang group to defend itself. If they didn't attack the Zerg army, then their base would be affected as well. Lai Yesi revealed that this was not necessarily true because the Huangjang group base was behind their base. Even though the resources are less, they are very safe. Meanwhile, their base was in a place rich in resources, but closer to the Zerg nest. If you look at the direction of the Zerg attack, it will be the Hanmo team that will fight most of the Zerg troops for the Huangjang team. Therefore perhaps they will not move. Yiwu, who noticed the complicated situation, then asked if they should just retreat. They could withdraw from the dungeon and return after gathering more strength. Lai Yesi said that this couldn't be done because opening a large dungeon portal required a lot of energy. Just opening the door previously used up the stored energy. Lai Yesi said that currently, the portal is in the process of charging energy which will take up to 10 hours to complete. Therefore, they had no choice but to do a good job of maintaining safety. Pang Hua, who heard it, could only get angry because he didn't want to die there. Even if everyone ends up dead, he wants to stay alive. He wanted to know what the engineering department did. For him, the group was completely useless and could only waste a lot of money. Pang Hua also told Lai Yesi not to continue hiding in the back and asked him to go to the front row. Pang Hua said that defending the fort was the responsibility of the engineering department. If Lai Yesi couldn't do that little thing, then it would be better if he died now. Lai Yesi asked the man to be quiet and slapped him. He immediately asked the guards to take the tired Pang Hua to the underground bunker so he could rest. The guard immediately agreed. Lai Yesi is aware of the difficult task they are currently facing and he cannot promise anything. He could only say that as the commander of the base, he would never run away. He would survive until the last minute with everyone there and try his best to keep the base from being destroyed. The guards doubted they would be able to survive, but they also knew they had no choice but to fight. The problem was that they also didn't know how to do it because even the current built defenses couldn't withstand the previous attacks of the Zerg army. Moreover, this time there are more than before. Based on normal conditions, Lai Yesi confirmed it, but this time there were unusual variables. If the variable were real, then perhaps the situation could be reversed. Everyone wanted to know what variables Lai Yesi meant. The man then said that the variable was Yiwu. Yiwu was naturally confused. Lai Yesi added that Yiwu was a master of technique, which meant the chances of winning would increase. Of course, the guard was confused and didn't believe that Yiwu was a master technique. They were increasingly desperate because they believed they couldn't rely on Yiwu. Yiwu said that he really couldn't pretend anymore. He had indeed reached the level of engineering master. He immediately wanted to know what help he could provide Lai Yesi. The guards were even more incredulous because Yiwu claimed to be a master of techniques. They didn't believe there was such a young engineering master in that world. Lai Yesi, who didn't pay attention, asked Yiwu to go to the front line and set up a post in front of the base to deal with the Zerg army's attack. Lai Yesi asked him to set up as many posts as possible to reduce the number of invading Zerg troops. He wanted Yiwu to buy as much time as possible to defend their main base. Yiwu immediately concluded that Lai Yesi asked him to die, but if he were in the same position as that man, then Yiwu would do the same. However, the whole difficult situation was not offset by his kindness. Yiwu promised to do Lai Yesi's unreasonable request. However, of course, he wants to know what additional benefits he can get. Once again, the guards couldn't believe Yiwu still had time to think about profits at a time like that. To them, a person like Yiwu was simply not worthy of being an engineering master. They believed Yiwu would die just to take advantage. Yiwu casually said that he hated talking about morals the most. He was already willing to go out on a limb, so he still had to take advantage. After all, everyone is there for the profit too. None of them had come there just to volunteer to wipe out the Zerg army. The guards immediately fell silent. On the other hand, Lai Yesi asked Yiwu not to worry. If they managed to survive, it would provide extraordinary benefits. Lai Yesi even swore with the title of Hanmo Group Engineering Master that he would never break his promise. Yiwu believed it. Not waiting any more time, Yiwu will go to the front line. He asked Lai Yesi to immediately send the location of the post and relevant pictures for building defense. Lai Yesi immediately agreed. He would send resources from all over the base to Yiwu to help him build an outpost with all his strength. Lai Yesi left their fate in Yiwu's hands. In his heart, Yiwu didn't care about the fate of Lai Yesi and the others at all. He only did it all for the sake of the people he loved and nothing more. He immediately told Yunfei and the others about his plan. Luo Feng was naturally worried because Yiwu decided to go to the front lines alone, which was dangerous. Ru and Tianchen also didn't believe that Yiwu had to face the entire invasion of the Zerg army alone. At that time, Kiki wanted to know where Yiwu was because she wanted to go with him. But Yunfei immediately restrained him and said that they would be better off staying there. She knew her older sister would understand the consequences of her actions, but she did it for the safety of all of them. If they went along, it would only hinder Yiwu. Yiwu was quite relieved because Yunfei, his younger sister, knew him best. However, she asked her younger sister not to be too hysterical as if Yiwu would die. He asked everyone not to worry because he already had his plans. Yunfei finally calmed down and entrusted everything to Yiwu. Yiwu is confident that the Wangji team has a limitless future. They wouldn't be defeated by just such a problem. He asked all believers to submit the matter to him as chairman. Yiwu asked Nana for help this time to join him. Nana immediately left. Not long after, Yiwu and Nana arrived at the location appointed by Lai Yesi. Yiwu was quite satisfied seeing that the location was very suitable for building a post that relied on the natural barrier formed by the mountains on both sides. He just needed to block that intersection in the middle. Nana immediately confirmed. However, Yiwu thought about it further. He knew that the defense was only temporary. For those who were facing an absolute quantitative attack from the Zerg army, any strategy would be useless, especially since they were all afraid because of the lack of weapons. Therefore, Yiwu asked Nana what was the only way to go towards the invasion of the Zerg army. He asked Nana to lay all the mines and make sure they were installed. Yiwu wanted to give the Zerg a big surprise. Nana immediately got ready. He had received 58 spider mines that had increased in strength. Apart from that, Yiwu also asked Weiss to draw a master-level blueprint that could produce the most powerful weapons and the highest defense items. Weiss also prepared. Although Yiwu was not yet sure about how big the invasion of the Zerg army would be, he would do his best to prevent the Zerg army from getting past them. He immediately gave instructions to build a defense post within 3 hours before the Zerg troops attacked. Yiwu immediately carried out the first step of creating a defense post by building a resource transfer device from the rear base to the front lines. That area will be the core of entire posts. If the power source device is damaged, the weapon cannot be used again because it loses its energy supply. The second step is to build a defensive wall. However, since the simple city defensive walls could not withstand the ferocious attacks of the Zerg army, he added something there. Weiss combined the defensive wall with a shield generator and produced a level 80 shield defensive wall. The next step is the most important defense weapon, which is a self-defense weapon. He issued high mobility burst machine gun tower level 80, full range heavy artillery level 80, and highly concentrated magic crystal laser cannon level 80. After that, a warning appeared regarding resource consumption that was too fast and had even exceeded 50%. Meanwhile, in the control room, the guards were confused because Yiwu could consume so many resources at once. They suspected Yiwu of acting recklessly. The guards also immediately reported to Lai Yesi regarding Yiwu's power consumption. If this continues to happen, the defense formation of the main base will also be disrupted. Lai Yesi asked everyone not to restrict Yiwu. They only need to speed up the collection of resources to speed up progress and fully support Yiwu's needs. Deep in his heart, Lai Yesi knew that Yiwu's energy consumption was not due to being careless, but rather because he had modified the weapon's attributes and level, which caused excessive resource consumption. Lai Yesi, who was an engineering master, couldn't even perform that kind of transformation ability. On the other hand, Yiwu had completed his weapon. He couldn't make full use of the resources because he had to set aside resources for the main base. Nana, who was there, also acknowledged the greatness of Yiwu's defensive set. At that time, Yiwu saw that there were 30 minutes left before the invasion of the Zerg army. Yiwu used that time to defend himself. He then immediately called Cheong. Nana didn't know that Yiwu had a battle pet. That made it even more difficult to kill that person. On the other hand, Yiwu asked Weiss to immediately take a picture of a suitable transformation blueprint for Cheong. Weiss immediately said that Yiwu's current status is Crazy Moss, so the suitable transformation for Cheong is Mecha. A suitable drawing has also been found, namely a drawing of shocking metal skeleton armor, which is the drawing given to Mokir for Yiwu. Yiwu saw how the image had very good attributes and resistance. At first, he intended the image to be for humans, but it had to be changed. Weiss said that drawing would be easy for you. Yiwu gave the gift to Cheong and was also satisfied with the results of the transformation. Cheong became very sturdy and domineering. He felt more comfortable when he was with Cheong. Nana also praised, even though in her heart she said that metal creatures like that were everywhere. Even in their place of origin, such animals are not rare. I wasn't jealous of Yiwu's new equipment. Yiwu then called Nana because I was also going to repair the equipment. They had to be prepared to face a powerful enemy. Nana was very happy that she had her turn and immediately thanked Yiwu. In her heart, Nana tried to convince herself that even though Yiwu upgraded my equipment, she was still determined to kill Yiwu. After all, low-level creatures like humans would not be able to understand the power and beauty of machine life. I am actually a great mechanical queen capable of combining beauty and domination with endless life and a perfect body. Carbon-based life is nothing more than ants to me. Yiwu obviously wouldn't be able to see even a little of the mystery of the machine. At that time, Nana suddenly felt her body starting to get hot. Yiwu asked me to calm down because I was changing Nana's body. Nana was surprised to see that the armor and wings on my body felt so light and comfortable. I even felt like immediately starting to take out that limitless weapon. Yiwu asked Nana's opinion about the new appearance. Nana liked it and was grateful. Yiwu rubbed Nana's head and revealed that I was also happy. Nana for me is an important support that is very necessary. Inside, Nana was confused because my body felt warm. She thought she was experiencing overload. Next was Yiwu's turn. Previously, when studying at the academy, he knew that the Zerg's attributes were very diverse and it was almost impossible to restrain them. However, they all have the same features. The Zerg shell has a natural resistance to cold and only hot weapons can penetrate it and even cause an effective attack. According to the battle data submitted by Nana, when fighting millipedes, the Valkyrie's laser can cause very high damage to the monster. Obviously, both cases have the same principle. Yiwu saw a picture that Mokir gave him. Weiss wondered if, in the end, Yiwu would use the blueprint drawing. Yiwu didn't know yet how many resources would be needed to build. But I tried not to think about it and asked Weiss to build quickly. In the main defense, again a warning appears regarding instant resource consumption. Key basic resources are insufficient. The guards were curious about what Yiwu was actually doing until they saw the screen. Lai Yesi was very surprised to see such a cool mecha. Weiss said that the robot was very cool and worthy of being the mount of a dashing man like Yiwu. Hearing the praise, Yiwu agreed and I wanted to go up to try the robot even though I didn't know how to operate this mecha. Weiss asked the young man not to worry because he was by his side and would help the master control the robot. And since Wise also Yiwu is consciously connected, then the young man only needs to react and judge consciously. The system notifies that identification is complete, and booting will begin immediately. Yiwu climbed into the wheelhouse and realized that the seat was comfortable. Wise said that obviously because with his master's abilities and awareness, even if he personally controlled the mecha, it was at the level of an ace pilot. So Wise wants to make Yiwu not too weak when controlling the robot. Yiwu thanked Wise for all the arrangements that had been made. Suddenly Nana reported from outside that she felt a high energy response detected ahead and the Zerg army was about to approach. Yiwu realized that the time had come, so I asked Nana to project the image directly. So Yiwu can see that currently in front of him, many large monsters are starting to attack. While the system was calculating, due to the large number of Zerg, Yiwu had to wait for 2 minutes. Yiwu thought. Jai Wangchuan said that the number of Zerg invasions was much more than before. At first, this young man didn't know, but now it seems that the number of monsters is far beyond imagination. Yiwu started to doubt and asked in his heart, can I protect everyone? But swiftly, this young man grabbed the steering wheel and thought that now was not the time to hesitate because an attack was coming. Meanwhile, in the base monitoring room, there was quite a big shock. They thought that it was an earthquake, but Master Lai Yelsi said that it was a Zerg invasion that was approaching, and the resonance generated by their movement spread along the ground until it reached the base. The entire army started to worry because the number of monsters was too large to cause such a big shock. A member who was watching from outside the window realized that the Zerg was approaching. They were determined to fight to the death when they saw the arrival of so many monsters out there. Even so, the master still said that any member of his army who dared to escape would be punished very severely. Meanwhile, in another corner of the base, Yi Yunfei and the others looked worried. Yi Yunfei wondered whether her brother could resist the invasion of that many monsters. Liu Feng said that right now I can only trust Yiwu because all this time, the boss has always been a person full of miracles and has always managed to solve every problem. Even though he looked worried, Kiki also said that I also believed in Yiwu and was sure that the young man would definitely come back safely. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of the mecha robot, Yiwu realized that it was impossible to eliminate the group of monsters all at once, but at least the number of monster herds could be reduced as much as possible outside the defense gate. So they were determined to buy time so that the main base could build more defense facilities and reduce defense pressure. The system again notified that there were 30 seconds left before the Zerg invasion. The whole herd of monsters looked very violent and scary. Wise warns Yiwu that a herd of monsters has entered the shooting range, so does the master want to attack now? Yiwu asked them not to panic and let the defensive weapons attack first. He also had to wait until the monster herd was eliminated before they started attacking. But unexpectedly, Yiwu immediately bombarded the monster with quite powerful shots from his robot. Yiwu was determined that the first shot of this battle would be fired by him. The bullet, which was quite large in size, immediately rushed towards the horde of monsters and there was a very strong explosion. Yiwu Til was shocked by the power of such a powerful explosion and thought that the shot would definitely be able to destroy the herd of monsters and turn them into dust. The screams of monsters echoed in various places. They seemed to be screaming in pain because they had been hit by gunfire. Even so, the number of monsters is too much. Even the army commander saw that the number of monsters was greater than he thought. In the end, the giant shooting machine owned by Tower even took part in shooting the large herd of monsters. Members of the security forces who saw the monster herd being bombarded screamed with joy and thought that this was a truly great sight. They saw that the firepower of the machine gun in the tower was much higher than conventional systems. The squad members wondered how he could do that. Even so, the monster's HP had not decreased. Even a legendary monster called a serrated acid spider appeared and attacked intensively. The entire squad knew that the acid spat out by the monster was very corrosive and had a long reach. Even walls made of steel can be melted by the monster's acidic liquid. When everyone was panic-stricken, the sound of gunfire still echoed in the sky. They wondered if the acid from the monster could be blocked outside the tower walls. Or is it that what they see now is an energy shield? Even though as far as they knew their tower had no such function. And during transmission, the resource does not stop, so the shield value will continue to be restored. They think that the shield is very great. But even if it can be defended, the monster serrated acid spiders are already beyond the attack range of turrets and machine guns. So it is possible that the monster cannot cause effective damage. But suddenly the defensive weapons on top of the fort activated full-range heavy artillery, then fired an even more powerful attack than before. The entire army in the fort was in a happy pattern, seeing hundreds of scorched monsters with just one shot. Even though this skill has a low attack speed, the attack range and power are very powerful. Now it is the turn of the weapons on top of the tower to start preparing to deliver another attack called the Concentrated Magic Crystal Laser Cannon Highlight. Even with this attack, many Zerg monsters were immediately crushed into small pieces. If attacks like this continue, then they can definitely win. But the Master Lai Yelsi realized that the reality was not that simple. The system hadn't told them a specific number so far, which meant the number of monsters was more than they thought. But suddenly the system gave a warning and announced that it had detected the number of monsters. And based on the previous average number of Zerg, the number of monster invasions this time is 1000%. Which means the number of invasions this time is 10 times the previous number. Send a security team consisting of adult men until they shake with fear and fall down with their legs weak. They wondered how there could be so many monsters. Even though the firepower from the main base was already very large, it turned out that it couldn't hold up at all. Some people had already given up hope and thought that they would be over any minute and would die in that place. The Master Lai Yelsi was silent because he realized that his previous estimate was 5 times, but he didn't know that it would actually reach 10 times. This mature man looked sad when he realized that they, or even Yiwu, who was already fighting on the front lines, would not be able to help wipe out that many monsters. In the robot's cockpit, Yiwu had also heard reports of such a large number of monsters. He knew it wasn't that simple, but this amount really didn't make sense to him. Yiwu guessed that this was because the humans invaded the monsters' territory several times, so the monsters became restless and angry. But that's not important now, because what's important now is that there are many people behind his back, so this young man will not let those monsters pass. Even though Yiwu himself didn't know if he could do it and fought until the last minute, this young man still called Nana and the Crimson Comet into action and never returned without instructions. His 2 loyal followers immediately understood and obeyed their master's orders. Then the 3 of them together went forward to attack the huge herd of monsters. Explosions occurred everywhere and tens to hundreds of shells were fired by Yiwu's mecha. Even the red robot spun rapidly while continuing to shoot every monster that came at it, until he quickly succeeded in reducing the number of Zerg by 950%. And with help from Xiao Longlong, the number of monsters continued to decrease by 880%. The flying monsters felt a little calm because the humans were attacking land, and according to the monsters, humans did not have an advantage in the air. But what they never expected was that Yiwu had Nana, who could now fly with her new armor. Nana said that monsters don't have the right to say that they don't have superiority in the air because right now I can attack hundreds of monsters with just 1 flight. Nana thought that Yiwu was quite sensitive and knew how to make good air control equipment. But I will not give up on killing Yiwu. Nina thought, since the equipment given by Yiwu is so good, then I will postpone killing Yiwu, so Yiwu's death period will be slowed down. Because Nana was very enthusiastic about killing the disgusting insects I was facing now. The humanoid robot smiled with satisfaction when he was able to kill the surrounding monsters until 700% remained. But suddenly the system gave Yiwu a warning that the remaining ammunition was less than 30%. Wise also said that the amount of ammunition was not sufficient to destroy that many monsters, so I suggested to his master to better concentrate all the ammunition for the mecha's ultimate attack. Yiwu also agreed with Wise's idea. According to him, it is better to make a big one than to use a small one, so he left this attack to Wise. While Yiwu changed the attack pattern, he told Nana and the Crimson Comet to immediately retreat within a 1-kilometer radius in front of him because I would expand the attack. Quickly, the 2 creatures obeyed Yiwu. Yiwu directed the small AI robots to gather as much energy as possible in the middle of the monster herd, and then with one large explosion the number of Zerg monsters was reduced by 500%. The security forces who watched this fight thought that the big attack was indeed quite effective, but the name of the attack was not suitable. The system on the mecha robot informed Yiwu that there was 0% ammunition remaining. Yiwu said that since long-range weapons can no longer be used, now change to powerful melee weapons. Unexpectedly, this young man brought a very large hammer right into the middle of a herd of monsters and immediately blew up the monsters with just 1 attack. Yiwu gathered together with Nana and Crimson Comet, who were protecting him from behind. This young man said that they all had to stay where they were until all the monsters were gone. Several high-level troop commanders who saw the young man's performance were annoyed that a kid chose to stay on the front lines for their sake. Others looked annoyed because the monitor screen signal was starting to cut out. They suspected the monsters destroyed the resource transmission device of the outpost. Luo Feng also cursed angrily in his seat for not being strong enough to help Yiwu. Meanwhile, the 3 girls in the team could only pray for Yiwu's success, because they are also prohibited from going to the front lines and helping. Meanwhile, a team of security guards gathered their weapons to go to the front lines and help Yiwu. They weren't willing to let a young man endure such a large herd of monsters alone. They firmly said that they were also a high-level team and they couldn't let their level 1 brother block such an attack for them. Instead of just sitting and waiting for death, they thought it would be better to take action and fight to the end. However, Commander Lai Yelsi made an announcement via voice transmission that the base was currently in a state of emergency and closed, so no one is allowed to leave. They are expected to remain in their own area and wait for orders from the Master. Master Lai Yelsi said that he was happy to see his troops' fearless fighting spirit, but they also had to understand the situation that if Yiwu couldn't even withstand the attack, then they could all die. So Commander Lai Yelsi asked everyone to return to their designated defensive positions and prepare to meet the enemy and not let Yiwu's efforts go to waste. While standing in front of the hologram screen which had now lost signal, Master Lai Yelsi thought that Yiwu had given them so many surprises with his extraordinary strength. If not for the excessive number of Zerg monsters, Master was confident that the young man could solve this problem alone. But now, Master Lai Yelsi, who was even the highest leader in the engineering division, felt embarrassed because he couldn't help the young man. Nana, who was still flying against the insect monsters, started to complain and get annoyed because there were too many bugs buzzing and annoying her ears. In fact, now Nana has lost so much HP that only 35% remains. The Crimson Comet was also starting to get overwhelmed because it was continuously being attacked by quite a large number of monsters until only 25% of its HP remained. Even though they had almost reached the end of their defense, fortunately, the number of Zerg monsters had been reduced by 300%. But unfortunately, Phantom Scarlet's damage had reached 98%. Yiwu started to get tired in the robot cockpit and asked himself, am I finally going to reach the limit? This young man realized that although the destructive power of the sledgehammer was quite extraordinary, it was melee after all, and the number of Zerg was not limited. Moreover, the data source transfer base has been destroyed. Most of the defensive weapons must have been destroyed too. Yiwu realized that when the Zerg could break through the last line of defense, they would head straight to the main base. According to Yiwu, the only way now was to open a Shadow King account. But this young man panicked because I didn't have much money left to open that King account. Even though the current situation is very painful, I don't care. Yiwu still wanted to open the system and change the account to Shadow King. But suddenly his intentions were cancelled when he suddenly saw snowflakes falling around his body. Yiwu was astonished and wondered how there could be snowflakes on the battlefield. Apparently from above the sky came down a large sword called the Sky Ice Cold Sword. Once the sword fell, it managed to destroy hundreds of Zerg monsters. On top of the sword was Miss Zulu, who was standing calmly. It seemed like Huangjang's #1 leader had come to help Yiwu. Seeing the girl made Yiwu realize that she was the #1 fighting force of the Huangjang group. Yiwu was surprised to see the girl's presence because he previously knew that the Huangjang group was planning to attack his group. So he asked himself why Miss Zulu had come to help him now. From the top of her sword that soared into the sky, Miss Zulu said that Yiwu was very stupid for daring to face a Zerg attack on such a large scale alone. According to him, although courage is commendable, one should not act stupidly. But at this level of monsters, courage alone is not enough. Miss Zulu jumped off the sword and immediately released ice energy that made several monsters around her instantly freeze. Miss Zulu said that if the monsters wanted to eat her, then they could come straight to her. Miss Zulu smiled and said that she didn't mind being eaten by a fairly strong insect monster. But Miss Zulu cast a magic crystal and created a magic crystal big enough to summon the Devil Frost Goddess. The beautiful ice goddess descended from the sky and immediately blew out permafrost breath, which instantly froze hundreds of monsters. As it turns out, permafrost breath is the ultimate magic from the frost goddess. This skill can cause indiscriminate ice magic damage to enemies within a radius of 500 meters and provides a freeze effect for 1 minute. This skill will make the opponent unable to move, reduce HP continuously, and freeze. Because of this skill, the number of Zerg monsters is only 250% remaining. Yiwu realized that the Frost Goddess attack was random, so he had to quickly escape or he would be trapped and frozen. Yiwu immediately jumped onto the Crimson Comet's back and they jumped as far as they could to save themselves. In his heart, Yiwu realized that this woman was truly terrifying, because she didn't say anything and immediately attacked. Moreover, his attack directly eliminated a large number of Zerg. This young man wondered if was this the horror of a level 140 figure. Now the remaining Zerg monsters are only 200%. Even so, Yiwu was still sad because Zulu had destroyed his Scarlet Phantom. Yiwu hoped that the debt would be paid by Zulu. At this time, Miss Zulu took a short break by recovering with the help of a fairly large magic circle. But the bugs guessed that this woman was over because she ran out of strength. So the few remaining monsters immediately charged towards Miss Zulu. But suddenly a weapon crystal from ice was created and this beautiful woman said that she didn't just have one big attack. Miss Zulu spun the blade of the giant sword until it instantly cut down hundreds of monsters around her. Now the number of Zerg monsters is only 150% remaining. Nana, who at that time was also focused on fighting hundreds of flying monsters around her, did not notice Miss Zulu's attack. The humanoid robot was almost cut by Miss Zulu's giant sword. Luckily, Yiwu arrived in time and blocked the sword's attack while hugging Nana. Yiwu asked the robot to be careful because even though he was concentrating on killing the enemy, he couldn't ignore the situation around him. Due to the attack from Miss Zulu's blade, Yiwu's HP dropped by 40%. Seeing Yiwu's agile movements, Miss Zulu thought that the young man was very agile because he dared to take the initiative to block his attack and did not die from the attack. Miss Zulu smiled broadly when she felt the aura from Yiwu's breath. This beautiful lady was sure that Yiwu was the figure who was peeking outside their team base earlier. Yiwu didn't expect he would be found out so soon. This was the expected ability of someone at level 140, and Yiwu boldly said that he had just almost been dragged down by an AoE from Miss Zulu's carelessness. But objectively, Miss Zulu's actions did help him, and Yiwu should still be grateful. Meanwhile, Nana was still stuck in Yiwu's arms. He didn't expect the young man he wanted to kill to save him and prioritized Nana's life over his own. Miss Zulu flew down towards Yiwu while saying that since the young man could see that his level was 140, then that meant Yiwu's actual level was not that far from him. But thanking people from the opposing camp can be seen as overconfident or stupid. When Miss Zulu arrived in front of him, Yiwu answered that he had different loves and hates. He did thank Miss Zulu, but he asked Miss Zulu to write down the debt because he had damaged his beloved mecha robot. Miss Zulu smiled at Yiwu very interestingly, because she had never met anyone who dared to talk to herself like that. Miss Zulu wanted to know how the young man was stalking her, but before that, Yiwu had to do one more thing, namely survive. When Yiwu looked behind Yiwu's back, immediately when this black-haired young man turned his head, he saw the level 110 Abyssal Mum boss monster. Yiwu realized that when the number of Zergs rapidly decreased to 100%, the boss appeared. Yiwu wondered if this was Miss Zulu's purpose in helping him. Yiwu glanced at Miss Zulu while saying that this was truly a plan to kill two birds with one stone. This first is to intervene in advance to reduce the number of Zerg influx and to prevent misuse of the amount of energy, Huingjing. Secondly, Miss Zulu's attitude is to let the boss destroy the Hanmo base in the name of Zulu. So in Yiwu's opinion, there is no need for the girl to fight. If the Hanmo rejected it, Zulu could take advantage of it and come in again, in return for the greatest benefit for a very small price. Yiwu thinks, actually Zulu doesn't need to bother like this, because with Zulu's ability, it is not impossible to clear the Hanmo base alone. Miss Zulu replied that she doesn't care about the misuse of energy and boring group interest disputes because it makes her even more disgusted. Ms. Zulu said she did this only to explain to the group's senior management. But according to Miss Zulu, Yiwu is smarter than she thought. But the gap in strength cannot be made up by just a little cleverness. If Yiwu could survive this tragedy, she looked forward to the day when Yiwu came to collect the debt from him. Then after saying this, Miss Zulu's body slowly disappeared like smoke. Seeing the way Miss Zulu disappeared, Yiwu remembered the exact way her schoolmate, Zuhi, had disappeared. And this young man suddenly remembered that he had just met three girls surnamed Zhu in a short time, namely Zuhi, Zulai, and Zulu. Yiwu wondered to himself, are the three of them related? But then this young man pushed aside the memories of the three beauties because he had to think about how to defeat the enormous boss monster in a short time. Otherwise, all the efforts he had put in previously would be in vain. Currently, the remaining number of Zerg is 100%. Yiwu realized the Zerg invasion had dropped to normal numbers. Yiwu wondered if the main base should be able to defend it. Yiwu thought he should focus his limited energy on fighting the monsters. However, the resource transfer base had been destroyed, and communication with the main base had been cut off beforehand, so it was estimated that the base did not know about the appearance of Zulu helping him clear the monsters. Yiwu thought he should return to the main base before the Zerg to report the battle situation so that everyone is ready to face the enemy. But seeing that the situation was very critical, Yiwu gave the remaining energy to Nana and told the robot to return to the main base as quickly as possible to inform Master Lai Yelsi about the battle situation on their side and help with the defense there. Nana was a little surprised when the wounds on her body healed completely. He realized Yiwu gave him his remaining resources. Yiwu firmly told Nana not to be in a daze and immediately go to the main base. So with lightning speed, Nana flew into the sky and went to the main base while thinking, would Yiwu fight alone against that boss monster? Nana hoped that Yiwu wouldn't die in that place because Nana wanted to be the one to kill the young man. Then Yiwu climbed onto the back of the Crimson Comet and the two of them went forward to fight the boss monster to defend this place and not let the boss monster break through any further. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the signal was still broken and they suspected the resource transfer base was destroyed. Currently, they only know that the remaining number of Zerg monsters is 359%. The guard troops thought that the number of monsters was still too many, but in their opinion, it was already very good, because Yiwu could reduce the number of monsters from 1000% to 350%. Even so, this number is still far beyond their defense. Meanwhile, Master Lai Yelsi thought it had been a long time since he lost contact with the front lines, but why didn't Yiwu return? even though he had said to Yiwu before that if the young man couldn't survive, he should retreat as quickly as possible. In his opinion, compared to this old man's life, it was even more regrettable to lose a rising star with unlimited potential. But everything is not over yet, and the conclusion cannot be made yet. Master Lai Yelsi finally announced to everyone that now was not the time to give up. If there is someone lazy about working, then he will immediately kill that person. The entire squad swiftly answered firmly that they understood. Ru and Tianchen, who looked very worried, asked Yunfei, has that girl contacted her older brother and gotten an answer from her older brother? Yunfei answered he couldn't. Even with the special communication from the base, he still couldn't contact his big brother. Hearing this, Kiki cursed in annoyance because Yiwu was working hard on the front lines alone, but they didn't even know the young man's situation. Even though he looked very worried, Yunfei asked the others not to worry because his older brother would be fine. Yunfei believed that his big brother couldn't possibly disappoint them. Luo Feng also said that he believed in Yiwu. Luo Feng tried to calm the others down by saying that perhaps Yiwu was currently cleaning up the remains of the defeated Zerg army, taking out the equipment and inspecting it. Yet in his heart, Luo Feng was also very worried about Yiwu, who couldn't possibly survive the invasion of that many monsters. He saw that Yunfei was more worried about Boss Yiwu's safety than anyone else, but the girl continued to pretend to be calm and comforted everyone. Luo Feng couldn't let him fight alone. While staring at the terrifying sight outside, Luo Feng thought, although what he wanted to do the most was kill the enemy side by side with Yiwu on the front lines. Meanwhile, Nana was still flying quickly to the group's main base. It should be 5 minutes before the humanoid robot arrives at the main headquarters. But Nana instead thought about brushing the monsters first and getting more EXP points. So Nana suddenly stopped and thought that she didn't know why, but she had killed so many monsters before but still wasn't satisfied with the EXP points she got. After all, the place where he was fighting had now entered the effective communication range of the base. Nana thought about sending a message directly to the base later, as this didn't go against Yiwu's orders. So with a big smile, this robot started throwing large missiles to attack the Zerg monsters that were coming at him. He laughed with satisfaction and said he would feel calm after brushing off the monsters. Nana laughed while continuing to fly because she harvested a lot of experience points. She wants to continue that efficiency. She hoped that this way he could surpass Yiwu's true level and get rid of him straight away. But suddenly a golden Zerg monster flew lightning fast and cut off Nana's wings. Because of this, Nana's points were immediately reduced by 40%. Nana was a little shocked and in pain while wondering what happened. How could she possibly be attacked? The elite monster said small humans don't know how to live or die. Nana should have had a chance to escape, but she instead turned around to die. So the elite monster boss said he would make Nana's wish come true. Nana's body slowly fell because one of her wings had been destroyed. Nana cursed in her heart because she had to face an elite level 85 monster. Nana regretted her actions. She was so addicted to the sensation of killing monsters that she didn't even realize that an elite level monster like this was coming at her. When she fell, Nana thought about immediately sending a message to the base. Unfortunately, at that time, the elite level Golden Zerg was already standing in front of her raising their weapons and was about to kill Nana. In his heart, the little robot asked Yiwu for help because she didn't want to die now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yiwu was still fighting with the Crimson Comet. Yiwu thought the current strategy was to put a large number of Zerg in advance, and then Yiwu would hold the boss and PK with him to get the boss and return to the base as soon as possible to help. Yiwu realized that Shadow King was his only killing trump card, and the fusion quest would have to take time to do, plus it cost a lot of money and it wasn't a long-term solution. And now this young man had a bigger question in his head. He had killed so many Zerg before, but why didn't he complete the experience points and drop equipment? Is there a special mechanism, or did Yiwu do it in vain? The Abyssal Monster's mum said that he admired the courage of Yiwu, who was left alone to fight him, but the young man's strength was not enough to withstand him and was not even qualified to injure him in the slightest. Yiwu replied that he didn't have time to talk nonsense with the boss monster. Yiwu directly called the system to open a shadow account, but suddenly several level 95 monsters fell from the sky again. Yiwu commented he wanted to destroy the boss monster Abyssal Mum, but why was it so difficult? Because there were too many obstacles. Yiwu commented that even though this boss is very strong, he is still very careful. Yiwu must deal with these 3 elite monsters before opening the Shadow King, otherwise the money may not be enough to use. This young man immediately took the Crimson Comet away to face the 3 elite monsters in the shortest time possible. Yiwu raised his huge fire sword to brutally slash at the 3 brothers. This young man's attack was powerful enough to reduce the monster's HP by 20%. Even so, this young man was annoyed because he couldn't kill the monster in a matter of seconds. It seems that apart from reducing damage, Yiwu's level cannot be suppressed anymore. Moreover, the monster tree brothers' sudden volume can happen in an instant. Yiwu wondered if perhaps this was the meaning of the special elite monster, that the power of the three of them shared an HP volume and all of them had to be wiped out at once. While blocking the monster's attacks with his huge shield, Yiwu called out the system and asked how many experience points he had at the moment, and can the EXP points increase Emperor Qian's account link level. The system replied that currently Emperor Qian's link level is 100, and at most it can be increased to 105. Yiwu thinks that the points are very low even if the previous battle didn't use ESP points. Shouldn't the points be higher than that? The system replied that after one account's link level reaches level 100, the X points required for each level will increase several times. So Yiwu is advised to open a new account. While continuing to attack the surrounding monsters, Yiwu thought that he didn't believe in annoying mechs like this. According to him, a system like that is tantamount to killing him. Moreover, the Emperor Chicken account cannot cause destructive damage to bosses and elite monsters. The Shadow King's short bursts are not suitable for facing many powerful enemies at the same time. Yiwu didn't want to waste time on a stage like this. Yiwu suddenly remembered something. He still has that blueprint that catches his eye. When he got it, it was also given to Yiwu by Mokir. It was very appropriate to use that weapon to finish off these three elite monsters now. Yiwu immediately handed over the three twin monsters to the Crimson Comet, because this young man took 10 seconds to make the weapon. Then Yiwu called Wise and asked the robot to build the weapons in his blueprint. Wise happily granted his master's request, then reminded Yiwu that the young man should thank Miss Mokir again for the benefits she gave him from ancient iron. According to Wise, Miss Mokir understands men's desires. The weapon that Wise has to make is the BFGYNM3000. This is an ultimate weapon from another dimension. Although powerful, it cannot be produced by today's world technology. Even if the host can do it, please be careful to avoid inevitable casualties. The special feature of this robot is it ignores all defenses to reduce damage. While resisting the monster's attack, Yiwu asked Wise how long would it take AI to make the weapon he wanted. Wise answered 30 seconds. Because this was an interdimensional ultimate weapon, it couldn't be done in an instant. And in these 30 seconds, Yiwu must maintain the status of Mo's account. Instantly, Yiwu was shocked. Right now he has to survive with the Mo's account, but the problem is that in front of him are three elite tree brother monsters who are pointing guns right at him. Yiwu realized that Moss's account was not a fighting account at all, so it would be too difficult to fight three level 90 monsters that have an elite class. Fortunately, there were still many other good things in the description of Master that Miss Mokir gave Yiwu. Finally, this young man was able to protect his body with a versatile drone that combines attack and defense. Now, Yiwu could last for 30 seconds. Yiwu realized although the drone's attack power was almost nothing, its advantage was in numbers. Even if it didn't kill the monster tree brother, it could annoy him. Now the drones are busy shooting and attacking the tree brother monsters, causing the three monsters to panic and lose up to 88% of their HP. Finally, Wise told Yiwu that the weapon was finished. Yiwu turned his head and immediately caught the big gun. Strangely, Yiwu didn't feel at all bothered by the very large size of the weapon. This young man felt that the very large size of the weapon was able to give him a sense of security. Wise says it's true, because this was an interdimensional weapon. Not even the engineering masters of the current planes could create it. However, the downside is that due to the lack of production materials, it only has 3 bullets, which must be used with caution. But before Wise finished explaining, Yiwu immediately used the weapon to attack the monster tree brother Zerg. Unfortunately, the shot went off. Yiwu was even surprised that his attack missed and wasted bullets. But suddenly a small black hole appeared from where Yiwu shot the bullet. And in an instant, the tree brother Zerg was immediately sucked into the black hole and then they were destroyed by the black hole. Yiwu and Wise were stunned to realize that the power of the weapon was so terrifying. With a dumbfounded face, Wise explained that this was what he wanted to say, that to maximize the power of the 3 bullets, there was another way. But now Yiwu didn't need to be told because he had already seen the weapon's capabilities firsthand. Even though the power of the weapon is very powerful, the Abyssal Monster's mom still thinks that human technology like that has indeed developed, but bodily weakness is still something fatal. The monster gave Yiwu quite a powerful attack until the young man's HP fell by 40%. Yiwu realized that what the monster said was true because his human body was still quite weak compared to the monster's body, especially under Moss account status. Yiwu asked Wise what other way to increase the power of that weapon. Wise replied, among the many crazy Moss titles, there is a title called, which can fully utilize the ability to use firearms and exert 200% of the power of weapons. Hearing this, Yiwu didn't expect that the Moss King was also a marksman. Wise explained that it was supposed to be for making weapons. Researching and making various kinds of weapons and firearms is also Master Moss' main interest. Without wasting any more time, Yiwu immediately asked the system to unlock the title Gun Master of the King of Moss. The system immediately unlocks the title by consuming 60,000 EXP points. Yiwu argued although this title costs twice as much as the last Alchemy Master title, it is also more cost-effective than other methods. If these 2 shots fail to kill the boss, it's not too late to unlock the Shadow King again. So Yiwu directly confirmed to unlock. The system also congratulated Yiwu for unlocking the new title. The hidden mechanism is triggered by unlocking the title and the Friends Linked account is automatically unlocked. Yiwu realizes he has 2 skills at once, like buy one get one free. He thinks this is cool and Yiwu wants to immediately see what account it is. It's a Spicy Man skill, name and age unknown. This account will make the host proficient in all firearms, because this is a master account of battle and execution. His character is violent, extreme, and irritable, so he wanders alone in the universe. Gods hinder and kill gods, and Buddhas hinder and kill Buddhas. In a fit of rage, he destroyed a planet dominated by countless demons. After wandering onto the Moss home planet, the 2 become friends due to their similar craziness. Moss made many powerful weapons for him, making him even more unrivaled. Before Moss destroyed his world, he jumped into a space wormhole and has since disappeared. The system explains this account cannot be used independently, can only be used when is activated, but there are unknown negative effects, so the system hopes that this skill is used carefully. Yiwu was happy to get an account with such crazy abilities. Moreover, he is also a crazy and cool master, and he is a madman who destroys the world like Moss. As for the side effects, Yiwu didn't have time to worry about that. Because he had resisted the debuff of the Shadow King, he didn't believe there was anything more worrying than that. The most important thing for Yiwu now, he could explode the monsters in front of him. So immediately, Yiwu activated the title Guns Master and changed to the Spicy Man account. At this moment, Yiwu suddenly felt a strange sensation inside him, namely the sensation of feeling crazy and horrified from within his soul that is too dominant. Now, Yiwu's body was clad in thick armor and equipped with terrifying weapons. This young man's eyes turned black and he had a terrifying expression. He said this killed all the demons in front of him. Without waiting any longer, Abyssal Mum immediately charged toward Yiwu, saying that she was fed up with humans using disgusting tools. But when the big, hard-skinned monster attacked Yiwu, this young man didn't feel any pain or just an itch. So Yiwu instead told the creature to attack him harder because he could still withstand the attack from the monster even though his HP had now reached 30%. Now, with one swing of his sword which resembled a giant saw, this young man managed to cut off one of the arms of the Abyssal Mum monster. This terrifying monster was even shocked and wondered what happened to the young man in front of him. Why did he suddenly seem to change into a different person? Yiwu retorted that with the size of the monster's brain, it was difficult for him to explain and understand what was happening. So he will immediately make the monster understand by attacking the Abyssal Mum monster's eyes with a large, sharp tree trunk. The moment the monster roared in pain, Yiwu jumped back and said that the monster didn't understand it even if he was enlightened. So Yiwu told the monster to go to hell immediately. The monster was still roaring and was now even more furious. Abyssal Mum prevented Yiwu from looking down on it. Because after all, he is the leader of millions of Zerg monsters, so there's no way he doesn't have killing skills. Now, this monster's body turned red and gave off extremely terrifying energy when it was angry. Abyssal Mum said he is an advanced race that has evolved for 100 years. In his opinion, an ant like Yiwu couldn't kill him. Even though the monster was furious, Yiwu still fired the last 2 bullets which immediately created a black hole above the monster's body. Even though the situation was desperate, the monster still said that no matter how powerful the technology Yiwu used was, it thought it was an external thing. And according to him, only physical strength is the absolute answer. Even the monster told Yiwu to open his eyes and take a good look at the monster's perfectly hard body. Even the monster's hard body could block Yiwu's proud technological attacks. The body of the huge Abyssal Mum monster was indeed sucked into the 2 black holes, but it turned out that the giant monster was still able to survive and was not completely sucked into the black hole. Yiwu, who had already returned to his previous appearance, saw that the 2 black holes were unable to kill this boss monster. Wise answered that it wasn't Yiwu's fault, because they didn't expect that the boss monster could hang up. Even though this monster's HP had dropped to 20%, he could still say that Yiwu was the first human to succeed in making it like this. So the monster still challenged Yiwu and asked if the young man still had the copper to attack him again. Because if there wasn't, then now it would be the monster's turn to attack Yiwu. At this moment, the 2 of them were facing each other. Yiwu, who had already returned to his original appearance, realized that he had hit a bone that was extremely hard and difficult to break. This young man realized he needed to change his fighting tactics. Wise appeared and gave Yiwu advice to implement new tactics as quickly as possible because this monster was crazy. Yiwu knew about it. Even though the monster's HP only has 20% left, it's not a big problem, but the monster's life boom buff is what's annoying. Moreover, currently, the monster is entering angry mode up to 300%. Realizing that the blooming life buff could disappear, Yiwu realized that the buff would not last long. This way, Yiwu concluded he could easily kill the monster with. But just killing him here was a bit of a pity. To maximize boss points, Yiwu suddenly had a bold idea. Yiwu flew away, followed by the abyssal mum monster, which continued to get angry behind him. While flying, Yiwu said that he would not just stand stupidly and let the monster kill him. With a big smile, Yiwu enjoyed the sensation of being chased by the abyssal monster that was chasing him. As Yiwu flew back on his way to the base, he saw countless corpses of Zerg monsters on the road. Yiwu immediately suspected that Nana was the one fighting them. This young man immediately wondered why Nana did this and if she reported back to headquarters about their current condition. But suddenly Yiwu saw Nana unconscious with her body parts cut into pieces by several Zerg monsters around her. Yiwu finally took the little lowly robot and woke her up. Nana slowly opened her eyes and the little robot wondered what happened. Hadn't he been killed by the Zerg monsters? Nana was surprised to hear Yiwu's voice again. And when this lowly robot fully regained consciousness, she was shocked to see Yiwu already carrying her. Yiwu asked if Nana was awake. Yiwu looked worried as she asked how Nana could experience such a terrible thing. Luckily, the core in Nana's body wasn't destroyed, so the young man was able to repair it. Yiwu also advised Nana not to do things like that again for fun. Nana apologized worriedly. He was afraid that after this, behind Yiwu's gentle smile, he would be punished by his master by being beaten on the butt quite hard. But without Nana expecting, Yiwu said that it was okay. According to him, Nana is still a child, so being naughty is normal. After all, Nana had already sent information back to the base before she lost consciousness. Plus, Nana had already helped reduce the number of Zerg by around 20%. Yiwu even praised the little robot for doing a very good job. Nana was touched to be praised like that because she thought she would be blamed, but it turned out that the master comforted her very gently. Nana's body shook, and she cried while continuing to mumble thank you. Meanwhile, inside the security base, the squad members said that the information Yiwu's servant had sent contained the location of the Zerg army's invasion. Currently, the quantity information is being calculated. The results have come out and say that the number of Zerg remaining is 80%. Some security force members started to be optimistic because the monster only had 80% remaining. According to him, they still have a chance to survive and defeat the monster. They even praised Master Lai Yelsi's assessment of Yiwu, who managed to wipe out such a large number of monsters. Master Lai Yelsi was silent. He thought the previous message was sent back by his mechanical servant, not from himself. Now the Zerg invasion is approaching the base, but Master Lai Yelsi has not seen it back. He was worried that Yiwu had already died. Finally, Master Lai Yelsi told everyone that although there are still 80% of the Zerg troops left, the defense of the main base is not weak because of the full support of the previous post. So, Yiwu's efforts should not be taken lightly and wasted. Everyone answered loudly in unison that they understood. Finally, it was announced to all the fighters that the Zerg army would arrive at the base in 1 minute. There are two important news now. The good news is that the number of Zerg has dropped to 80%, and the bad news is that the base's defense facilities are insufficient, and each team must prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Master Lai Yelsi shouted, announcing that the Zerg monster army would reach the base in 30 seconds. At this time, Ruin Tianchen looked very worried and began to ask if the monster army was getting closer, but why hadn't Yiwu and Nana returned yet? Ruin Tianchen was worried that they would fail this mission, but Kiki denied it and said that it was impossible because the young man had succeeded in reducing the number of monster troops from 1000% to 80%, so he thought they couldn't fall in this last attack. Yi Yunfei warned them not to think too much and to focus on the future, as they had to do their best to defend the main base and then wait for her brother to return, so that they don't let their brother's efforts go to waste. Luo Feng confirmed Yi Yunfei's words and asked his comrades to focus on the future and listen to his orders. Luo Feng said that he would withdraw the monster, while Yi Yunfei and Kiki would go out, and then Ruin Tianchen would be responsible for healing them all. Luo Feng knew that their levels weren't high, so he would target the low-level monsters while the others just had to follow his lead. With the 4-3 girls, they agreed to follow Luo Feng's orders as temporary leader. Right after Luo Feng finished speaking, the countdown ended and the gate opened. Right at that moment, the team of troops immediately attacked the monster in front of their gate with continuous fire. They tried not to be afraid and continued to advance, aided by counterfire from sophisticated devices on top of the fort. Some people screamed in panic because the walls of their base weren't protected by energy shields, so they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Some leaders told troops to prioritize shooting explosive Zerg monsters so that the monsters would destroy their comrades. But suddenly an elite monster, giant top 60s level 75, appeared, which was not easy to get rid of. At a time when the atmosphere was getting more chaotic, the Fengyun team, which had an average level of 80, went to the front lines to protect the lower level troops so that they would not be injured by the Zerg monsters. The atmosphere was very chaotic. The gunfire occurred in all directions. On the other hand, the Wang's team managed to defeat a monster at a fairly high level thanks to their excellent teamwork. Luo Feng praised the good work of his entire team and said this was their battle rhythm. This blonde young man didn't expect them to do such a perfect job even though this was their first time working together. Luo Feng immediately invited all his team members to move and destroy the other monsters. Chairman Liang, who saw the actions of all members of the Wang's team, was unexpectedly shocked because the teamwork of these low-level children could exert extraordinary combat power. Ordinary people with an average level of 40, they would usually lose their fighting spirit long ago when they encountered a desperate and miserable battle situation. But what Chairman Liang didn't expect, Wang's team had something truly extraordinary. Chairman Liang finally approached Luo Feng and told the youngster not to push himself too hard. He would help them until Yiwu came. Master Liang couldn't let them all play around and threaten their own lives. Master Liang invited them to follow him and fight coolly by his side. Of course, Luo Feng immediately followed the words of his senior, who of course already had a lot of experience in fighting. But suddenly a very large explosion fell right in front of them. Mr. Liang was shocked and asked what was that suddenly fell in front of them. It was a level 85 gold elite monster that had previously managed to defeat Nana. Seeing this elite monster made Master Liang immediately panic and ask Luo Feng to run away because fighting an elite monster like that was the same as risking their lives. But Luo Feng still didn't move from where he was standing and firmly said that he would restrain the monster to give Master Liang time to escape. Luo Feng even told his senior to help protect his friends. Luo Feng's words immediately made Master Liang panic. But the blonde youth still activated the shield, which was able to provide 30% domestic influence and block damage that tried to attack him. The golden bug monster commented that Luo Feng was just a very weak but brave human. He guessed that Luo Feng was one of the strongest warriors among humans, and to show his respect for those humans, he would immediately do his best to kill them. The elite bug monster immediately dealt an extremely powerful attack to Luo Feng. Luckily, the attack from the golden bug monster was blocked by Luo Feng. But even so, this young man's HP was reduced by 20%. The elite monster was a little surprised that a human could withstand its powerful blow and still not die. Luo Feng counterattacked the monster while saying even though he didn't know what happened, it was a small advantage if he wasn't killed by the elite monster. And if Luo Feng could take the chance to defeat those elite monsters, then he would make a lot of money. Unfortunately, Luo Feng's blow only reduced the monster's HP by 5%. The golden bug said that humans should not underestimate the fact that their defense and attack powers did not match the level of the Zerg monsters. Then the golden monster moved as fast as lightning, moving behind Luo Feng and preparing to deliver another powerful attack. At this point, Luo Feng apologized to Yiwu in his heart, because he has tried his best. But even though he did not lack courage, it turned out that courage was meaningless in the face of such a huge gap in strength. Luo Feng surrendered before the elite monster's attack because he was still too weak to withstand it. But unexpectedly, Yulin's tornado attack succeeded in disturbing the elite monster and reducing its HP by 60%. Luckily, Luo Feng managed to dodge the tornado attack in time. Suddenly a man said, Miss Mo really didn't hear her judgment wrong. Luo Feng actually had great awareness and courage. With these two traits, Mr. Lu Chenfeng and his team will support Luo Feng and his team to become stronger. So if the blonde youth died now, it would be a huge loss for their faction. Master Lu Chenfeng asked Luo Feng to hand over the elite monsters to you and his team, so that the blonde young man could rush to join his team members. According to Master Lu Chenfeng, those golden-colored bed bugs were just low-level bugs that they could take care of quickly. After that, Master Lu Chenfeng immediately ordered all Fengyun team members to get into attack formation. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was still amazed by the Fengyun team's abilities, namely Miss Mo Kier's elite team. Seeing the way the team fought made Luo Feng so amazed that he was stunned on the spot, because the ability of such a high-level team was really something to be expected from the combat strength of the three Hanno groups, which had an average of level 85 members. So according to Luo Feng, the elite monsters that had a golden color should not be a problem for the Fengyun team. In a short time, the golden monster was reduced by 20% due to successive attacks from the Fengyun elite team. Then the next time the elite monster was blown up and destroyed with just one attack by Mr. Lu Chenfeng. Even casually, Master Lu Chenfeng said that he didn't want to have a one-on-one duel with the insect because he didn't want to waste his time with the insect. After destroying those elite-level gold monsters, Master Lu Chenfeng checked the killing rankings of the Zerg invasion, and realized that Xingba's team was still one level above them. But Master Lu Chenfeng was not too worried because there was currently no Mogong team at that place. Since their biggest rival is not there this time, they can get as many team points as possible and raise the team level. So Mr. Liu Chenfeng invited all his team members to continue killing the enemy with him if necessary, killing all the Zerg monsters in that place. Full of enthusiasm, all members of the Feng'an team immediately ran after their leader. Meanwhile, Ruin Tianqian and the other two girls scolded Luo Feng for going out alone to attack the monster. Even though they are friends, if they die then they will die together. Yi Yunfei even looked very worried about the blonde youth and said that if Luo Feng had an accident, then Yi Wu would never forgive them all. Luo Feng understood the concerns of his entire team, and as the interim leader, he wouldn't let his team members die along with him. Because of this, Luo Feng apologized to the three of them. But suddenly this young man received a communication request from someone. Currently, Master Lai Yelsi is watching the entire battle behind the hologram screen that is being held. The Master received a report that the number of remaining monsters was only 8%, troop team casualties 50%, and the remaining base defense system is 30%. Meanwhile, the security team's core zone did not experience any losses. Hearing the system report made all the security force team members cheer happily because they managed to win and survive against the monster inflation. However, Master Lai Yelsi asked everyone to remain calm. Because the battle was not over yet, they were asked to remain alert for any unexpected situations that might arise. Then the Master asked his members to immediately release the drone to scout the situation of the outpost. After the drone was activated on the front line, Master Lai Yelsi thought that Yi Wu had truly sacrificed. So I at least want to find the young man's body. But suddenly the system gave a very loud warning because a high energy response was detected on the front line. And there were 60 seconds left for the enormous energy to reach their base. When everyone panics and asks what happened, they finally saw on the hologram screen the boss monster Abyssal Mum coming towards the main base while chasing Yi Wu, who was carrying Nana. The security team members were shocked to see the boss monster going berserk even though it only had 20% HP left. They were also shocked to see the appearance of Yi Wu, who was still alive. They were shocked and amazed to think that Yi Wu had made the boss monster angry like this. Even though they appreciated everything the young man had done, they still hoped that Yi Wu would not bring the rampaging boss monster to the main base. They were worried that Yi Wu would lead the boss monster to destroy the main base. But it turned out that Yi Wu just threw Nana's body on top of the base and asked the little robot to immediately join the others. Then Yi Wu briefly waved at the team members and promised his colleagues that he would come back after finishing taking care of the boss monster Abyssal Mum. The entire Wang's team smiled happily while waving at the young man. They really saw that the team leader was still alive and even looked fit and healthy. Yi Wu continued to float around the base of the Hanmo team's main base while thinking because the base's defense wall was blocking the way. If Yi Wu wanted to let the boss pass, he would have to sacrifice a part of the base's wall, and he would have to avoid the core buildings. Sure enough, the Abyssal Mum's body crashed into a small part of the building of the base before finally turning and returning to chase Yi Wu. This black-haired young man realized that the walls of the base were as helpless as a piece of paper in front of the boss. Fortunately, Yi Wu took control of the boss first, otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. Initially, the security team at the base was worried about seeing the boss monster going on a rampage, but it turned out that the boss monster completely ignored them and continued to chase Yi Wu. They were surprised and asked what Yi Wu had done to make the boss monster so angry with him. Meanwhile, Master Lai Yelsi, who was still standing in the main building and saw Yi Wu's behavior, guessed that the young man definitely wanted to take the rampaging master in the direction he wanted. The master of this technique managed to shock Yi Wu because the young man brought a rampaging boss monster toward the base of the Huangjang group. While flying towards the Huangjang group headquarters, Yi Wu said the package delivery would soon arrive today, and he couldn't wait to see what kind of shocked expressions would appear on the Huangjang team members' faces after receiving such a big gift from him. The Huangjang team members laughed at the commotion and the tragedy that the Hanmo members had to face. They laughed loudly and hoped that the Hanmo group would really end this time. Moreover, coupled with the fact that their team leader went to finish off the boss in the abandoned temple, Miss Ling Yuan, who is the quest dungeon commander and director of the Huangjang group, appeared while asking, "What about Zulu's whereabouts? Why haven't you come back yet?" Even though Ling Yuan didn't let me go to the front lines before that person left instead. Unfortunately, Zulu was indeed capricious, and worrying. In front of everyone, Ling Yuan looked very worried that something untoward happened to Zulu. In fact, in her heart, Ling Yuan was very happy if Zulu was okay. Because Zulu was someone who had very high self-confidence, she often opposed Ling Yuan. Moreover, because of that bad personality, Miss Huangjang's group is left behind also doesn't like her. So if Zulu really got into trouble, then the norm would definitely add sparks to the group's board of directors, thereby nullifying his authority to attack the high-level world alone and strip him of his rank status. A player who is the leader of the Minghuang team, as well as the number 2 fighting force of the Huangjang group, named Hattie, gave information. From what he guessed about Master Zulu, he should have gone to the Lost Temple alone, otherwise, the Zerg would not hold it for so long. Hearing Hattie's words made Ling Yuan surprised and asked, how could this happen? Why did Zulu fight the battle plan alone? Doesn't he know how dangerous it is? Hattie said that Master Zulu always acted alone and uncontrollably. But after all, she was so strong that they shouldn't have to worry. In her heart, Ling Yuan confirmed Hattie's words. Because Zulu was so strong, that one person managed to suppress the entire, preventing their achievements from becoming Huangjang's first fighting force. This frustrated Ling Yuan. But there was nothing the bespectacled girl could do. So I just have to level up the team as much as possible in this quest. No matter how strong Zulu is, ensure not to choose some strong boss. But for Ling Yuan, it is better for Zulu to die so that the team can take the opportunity to rise. In the end, Ling Yuan could only massage his temples and appear worried in front of so many people while saying that I couldn't do anything if Zulu didn't follow the rules. Then this girl asked Hattie, how long will it take for them to attack the Hanmo group base? Hattie briefly answered in 5 minutes. Hearing the heart's answer made Miss Ling Yuan scream and asked all her team members to be excited because they had to take this battle to hit the Hanmo group hard. And this will bring the Huangjang group to rise to the ranks of the 5 major powers in their country. Ling Yuan also said loudly that everyone present would be highly appreciated by the group and get a raise and promotion. Hearing their group leader's words, immediately all the squad members shouted enthusiastically to destroy the Hanmo group. But their cheers had to be stopped when suddenly their base shook violently. They were shocked by such strong shaking and wondered what happened. Just as they thought it was a sudden earthquake, a member ran in from the main gate and reported that a winged man was rushing towards their base with a rampaging boss monster. Hattie immediately grabbed the bald man by the collar and asked what he meant by saying, winged man. And shouldn't the boss monster attack the Hanmo group's base? How could the boss monster possibly get to their base that had been built in a hidden area? The bald man was extremely panicked and frightened under Hattie's pressure. With a face almost crying, the bald man said that he didn't know. He only saw a boy with wings in the distance leading a rampaging boss monster towards their base. Then suddenly the winged child disappeared. Finally, Hattie threw the bald man's body and thought, could it be that the young man was someone from the Hanmo group who deliberately brought the boss monster to their base? This man was surprised and wondered how this could happen. In his opinion, it is impossible for just one person to lure a boss monster like that. Hattie angrily ordered all team members to prepare to face the enemy. It was precisely at this moment that the boss monster Abyssal Mum hit their defensive wall and roared furiously for Yiwu to come out. The entire Huangjang team panicked when they saw such a huge boss monster coming to invade their place. The Abyssal Mum continued to roar and rage, saying that it was impossible for Yiwu to hide because I would burn the place to the ground so that I could find Yiwu's corpse. At this time, Ling Yuan told the rest of the team to run and retreat first because this boss monster was really crazy. If this situation continued, their base would be completely flattened by the monster. But Hattie asked several of his brave members not to panic and immediately stand up to defend their base. In his opinion, the boss monster's hatred is currently still in a confused state. So he told the tanker team to go endure the boss monster's hatred. Then Hattie told them to activate the full output, especially seeing that the boss monster only had 20% HP remaining. Hattie is confident that they can finish the battle with the boss monster in no time. All the surviving troops obeyed their leader. The Abyssal Mum continued to roar and rage. This monster asked everyone in front of him, are they friends of Yiwu? The monster said if they killed everyone in that place, he guessed Yiwu would appear soon. So the boss monster went on a rampage, causing chaos and killing anyone in front of him. The majority of the Huangjang group's team members were thrown into chaos by the monsters. Many victims fell from just one attack from the boss monster. Yiwu, who was watching them on the roof of the base, smiled slightly and thought that his opponent looked very satisfied with the gifts he had just delivered to them. However, this time Huangjang base had been completely destroyed by the boss, it was impossible to repair it, and their base could only be rebuilt. Yiwu knew that even though the boss's HP was only 20% left, it was enough to make them suffer a lot of losses. Now they didn't have the energy supply to attack the Hanmo base. He said this was what was called robbing a house. At first, Yiwu hesitated to carry out his plan if Zulu was at the base. If Zulu was at the base, the girl would handle the boss monster with 1 or 2 blows. Yiwu thought this time the battle was meaningless. Fortunately, Yiwu won the bet. Now that he waited for the boss's HP to drop below 5%, he would immediately carry out his final battle plan. Yiwu immediately jumped down from the roof with a big smile. Meanwhile, the team led by Hattie is still trying to survive while continuing to attack the boss monster, reducing the boss monster's HP to 6%. They were sure they would win this fight. Even though he had to fight as hard as possible, Hattie smiled with satisfaction. According to him, the Hanmo group people wanted to use the boss's hand to destroy the Huangjang group, but they made a fatal mistake, that is, the boss's HP volume should not be suppressed so low. No doubt, the Hanmo group gave the Huangjang group a great gift. Even though they also lost a lot of people, compared to the fall of the boss, the current casualties are nothing according to Hattie. So he smiled with satisfaction and was about to accept this great gift. But suddenly a bolt of lightning struck their base and a pool of red liquid that looked exactly like blood appeared all over the floor of their base. The entire team members panicked when they saw the dark red liquid approaching at high speed towards the boss monster. At first, they thought the red liquid was blood, but if they looked closely the liquid looked more like a solid object that had self-awareness. Because the liquid was very strange in their eyes, the entire attack team of the Huangjang group was ordered to move aside and don't approach those strange things. Meanwhile, the boss monster laughed at the humans who stayed away just because of the red liquid like blood. The ghost monster thought that it was just a puddle of water, so it boldly stepped on the liquid. Unexpectedly, the red liquid turned into the faces of dozens of extremely terrifying monsters and immediately surrounded the body of the boss monster Abyssal Mum. Currently, the boss monster Abyssal Mum is immersed in the bloody hell skill. The boss monster Abyssal Mum roared in anger because a despicable human like Yuwu dared to use such underhanded tricks now. This monster boss vowed to kill Yuwu and everyone in that place. Seeing that the boss monster's HP was decreasing, Hattie panicked because he realized that someone wanted to snatch the boss monster in the middle of the fight. Hattie ordered all his members to concentrate their fire at all distances, because they have to kill the boss monster in a matter of seconds. All members of the Huangjang team confirmed Hattie's words because currently the boss monster only had 3% HP remaining. They are the ones who should get paid a small price for having fought so far, so they were determined not to let the fruits of their victory be taken by anyone. But strangely, the fire attacks and shots that were concentrated towards the monster could be absorbed by the red liquid surrounding the boss monster. Then slowly the boss monster's body sank into the red liquid that surrounded it until its HP was completely depleted with nothing left. Hattie shouted angrily when he saw that the boss monster had actually died at the hands of someone they didn't know. Their previous hard work to defeat the post monster was completely lost. Hattie cursed in annoyance several times and wondered who would dare steal the boss monster from them. Hattie shouted angrily as he ordered the person to come out and showed the bridge of his nose in front of him, or he will order his people to look for that person. Suddenly a giant monster arm appeared from the red liquid and prevented the Huangjang team members from looking for Yuwu. Then he clenched his huge fist as a warning that if they dared to look for Yuwu, they would immediately die in the terrifying red liquid. Even just with the explosion of that mysterious arm, they were all frightened and immediately protected their bodies with protective barriers. Finally, Ling Yuan asked everyone to remain silent and don't act rashly, because the opponent's moves were too strong and strange. They couldn't take bigger risks. If the boss monster was robbed, then this time they should just let it go because they still had more important quests to complete. In his heart, Ling Yuan was cursing because he had originally planned to attack the Hanmo group to show off his abilities, but he didn't expect this sudden attack. Ling Yuan again blamed Zulu for leaving the base without permission. According to this bespectacled girl, all the tragedies that happened in their base should be held accountable by Zulu. Slowly the system appeared notifying me that the 30-second countdown had ended and the Shadow King account fusion would soon be displayed. This battle took a total of 30 seconds and 30 million was deducted from the host's account. The host enters a broken soul state for 60 seconds as the effect of the Shadow King skill. While changing back to human form, Yuwu saw that the debuff was still there, but shortening it to 60 seconds was an acceptable range. It seemed like it was because Yuwu increased his basic attributes at the same time as he increased his Emperor Qian account, but the pain did not lessen at all. Fortunately, Yuwu had already given Team Huangjang and the others enough deterrence to make them not dare to double team. Now Yuwu will take advantage of these 60 seconds to see what good things are the drop boss monster, Abyssal Mum. The system appeared to congratulate Yuwu for successfully defeating the boss monster and entitled them to 10 million bonus money for killing the boss and 1 million experience points. Yuwu also received an item prize in the form of its sharp and large horns can easily cut steel and other hard objects and are the best material for making various large-scale individual weapons and siege weapons. There is also an item which is an indestructible half-body shield, like of life. The feature of this item is that, after being hit by an attack, there is a chance to cause damage to the enemy and restore the host's HP. There is also a skill book that can trigger lightning strikes and crack the ground, causing various types of stun and paralysis for 15 seconds. Initially, Yuwu was a little annoyed to only get those 3 pieces of equipment after fighting the boss monster for so long. Moreover, he had spent 30 million to use Shadow King. According to him, the gifts were not worth it. Unfortunately, Yuwu could only console himself with the excuse that he had foiled Huangjang's conspiracy. Suddenly, the system congratulated itself again because it had solved epic special events and notified you of the prizes obtained. Namely, getting the title, Yuwu was asked to choose. Either the system chose his squad or one of the troops chose him. The system also informed that Yiwu received a special epic event prize in the form of 80 million in cash and 8 million experience points as well as a level 100 treasure chest. Now Yiwu could only smile broadly when he realized that the real prize was at the end. Yiwu wondered if he had to kill the boss to complete. Yiwu just said that he killed so many Zergs before, why didn't he drop equipment and experience points? It turned out to be all finished. So this is what is called a special event mechanism. This way, even if Yiwu followed the group's half payment rule, Yiwu could make a small profit. Now he just needs to wait until the debuff is over, then return to the base to meet Yunfei and the others. The security team members of the Hanmo group were very happy that the terrible monster invasion was finally over. Rather than busy gossiping outside the fortifications, Master Lai Yelsi asked them to clean up the corpses of all the Zerg monsters that were spread around the walls of the base. Obediently, all members immediately carried out the master's orders. While looking at the sky in the distance, Master Lai Yelsi thought the number of remaining Zerg invasions had returned to 0 before, which meant that the boss had also been killed, but Master Lai Yelsi wondered who killed him. Master Lai Yelsi believes that Yiwu must have full confidence in killing the boss. Otherwise, it would be easy to give the boss to the Huangzhang group. This is when the master realized that Yiwu was not an ordinary child. Because he had read many people in his life, but he had never met someone like Yiwu. Suddenly, Yiwu landed at Master Lai Yelsi's side and immediately asked if they were all okay. The entire Yiwu team immediately hugged him because they were very happy that the young man had returned safely. Yiwu was a little confused and asked them all to let me go first. Luo Feng congratulated this young man on his victorious return. The two of them exchanged punches playfully to form support for fellow men. Master Lai Yelsi approached Yiwu and said that the young man had saved the entire base. Everyone owed Yiwu a debt of gratitude, and Master Lai Yelsi owed him even more. Yiwu asked the master to stop saying that. According to Yiwu, everyone fought bloody battles for the same goal, and no one owed anything to anybody. Yiwu said it was true, he killed the boss monster before, and Yiwu received the reward for this special Zerg invasion event. According to company regulations, Yiwu had to pay half. So this young man asked, to whom should he pay half? The fat director who appeared at the scene immediately said that Yiwu didn't need to pay, because it all belonged to Yiwu. The fat director also said that no matter how much Yiwu earned, it wasn't enough to reward him for saving the director's life either. As the director of the Hanmo group, he also has the right to make decisions for the group. The fat director instead asked Yiwu to be his personal bodyguard. If Yiwu was willing, then he was free to set the price or whatever. But Yiwu immediately rejected the offer because he reasoned that he was very busy and didn't have time. Suddenly, the leader of the Mogong team, Jai Wangchuan, sent a video communication from the front line. Jai Wangchuan asked, "Is the communication finally working?" Jai Wangchuan guessed they had successfully defended this massive Zerg invasion. Master Lai Yelsi answered correctly. Even though they almost lost heavily, they were able to survive. And the master said that their victory was because of Yiwu who stood by his side. But Yiwu still denied it and said, this victory was thanks to everyone. Yiwu couldn't do it without the support of everyone's resources. Suddenly Wan Hao appeared on the hologram screen and looked very happy to hear Yiwu's victory. The big man excitedly said that he believed that Yiwu would definitely be able to do it. But Jai Wangchuan said that it was far from time to celebrate victory because although the problem of the Zerg monster invasion had been resolved, a new problem had emerged, and this problem from the quest point of view was more difficult than the Zerg invasion. Outside the Lost Temple, the entire Mogong team looked confused. Jai Wangchuan told Master Lai Yelsi that although they had completely cleared the Zerg outside the temple, they were facing a very difficult problem. The siege weapons they carried could not penetrate the temple gates, until there was only one ammunition left in the siege weapons. A large robot fires large ammunition at the gate of the temple. Jai Wangchuan explained, if nothing else, it would be the same as their previous 29-round attack. Their shots or attacks are blocked by the gate, and the gate regenerates automatically. Jai Wangchuan saw that the temple seemed to have life, with super high defense and self-healing ability completely beyond their imagination. Because this was their first time having a close encounter with the temple, and we didn't know its characteristics, which caused them to underestimate the temple's defense, until finally unable to break into the temple. Yiwu, who saw the Mogong team struggle from the hologram screen, saw that the temple was indeed extraordinary. The defensive and self-healing features were more incomprehensible than the shield wall he had renovated previously. A monster that was seriously injured still managed to curse at Jai Wangchuan. The monster said that Jai Wangchuan and his friends were stupid because he had said several times that the weapons that Jai Wangchuan carried were not good. If they wanted to break through their temple gates, then Jai Wangchuan would have to turn into a bigger man. If not, they might as well just give up, because there's no point other than being their target for fun. Then the monster shot acid right at Jai Wangchuan and his colleagues. but casually they created a barrier and didn't respond to the monster's chatter. Jai Wangchuan explained that although they tried their best to pass the gate and forced entry, they still had to maintain their physical strength and equipment for the next few boss battles. Therefore, Jai Wangchuan had Master Lai Yelsi send stronger siege weapons to the front lines to help break down the temple gates. Master Lai Yelsi replied the siege weapon that Jai Wangchuan brought was already the strongest siege weapon of the Hanmo group. Even if the numbers could be used to make up for the lack of firepower, the base had just experienced a deadly battle and resources were exhausted, so they couldn't support the huge consumption of building a base again. Before Master Lai Yelsi had finished explaining, Jai Wangchuan interrupted by saying that he doesn't care about the process. What matters is the results. No matter what method Master Lai Yelsi uses, Jai Wangchuan demands that Master Lai Yelsi send a sufficient number of weapons to Jai Wangchuan within the specified time, otherwise, the entire base will be held accountable. And Lai Yelsi as Master of Engineering Group is the first person in charge. So Jai Wangchuan warned Master Lai Yelsi, so you know the consequences. The technical team members immediately became angry and cursed when they heard Jai Wangchuan's words, which deliberately embarrassed them and Master Lai Yelsi. Even though they had just gone through a life and death battle, they couldn't do what Jai Wangchuan asked them to do in such a short time. At this moment, Yu Wu frowned in annoyance and thought that Jai Wangchuan was indeed cruel and domineering because he was very cruel towards its members alone. Yu Wu approached Master Lai Yelsi, who had ended communication with Jai Wangchuan. He asked politely if Master Lai Yelsi had found a solution to this problem. Master Lai Yelsi replied the current situation has exceeded all his imagination. Currently, Master Lai Yelsi could only follow step by step, speeding up the collection of resources and building as many siege weapons as possible. Yu Wu said it was definitely not enough and took up a lot of time. He was worried that his master's title would be threatened. Master Lai Yelsi said it's too late to do it. It wasn't just about his title as an engineering master, however, the entire dungeon quest would fail because of this. After all, everyone has experienced life and death to reach this level, and they should not let go of all their achievements. Yu Wu thought, beyond his expectations, that Master Lai Yelsi, who looked stern and inhuman, could still have such an amazing overall situation and skill. Finally, Yu Wu smiled and said that if there was really no other way, he had a bold idea. Master Lai Yelsi was shocked to hear Yu Wu's words. Luo Feng, who also heard Yu Wu's words, smiled broadly and said that if his boss had said those words, then he would definitely be able to do something extraordinary. Meanwhile, in front of the Lost Temple, Wan Hao tries to remind Jai Wangchuan that he has been too harsh on Master Lai Yelsi, because at the appointed time, Lai Yelsi could not complete the task as Jai Wangchuan asked. With a flat, expressionless face and a cold tone, Jai Wangchuan said that he understood the current situation. But of course, he also knew that Master Lai Yelsi would not be able to fulfill his request. Well, at this time Wan Hao smiled again and enthusiastically said that he understood that Jai Wangchuan seemed to be talking to Master Lai Yelsi on the surface. But in fact, the master was telling Yu Wu, because Jai Wangchuan wanted to find out the true strength of their junior. Jai Wangchuan fell silent as the answer confirmed Wan Hao's guess. Jai Wangchuan thought that if he suppressed Yu Wu directly, he might recognize the boss and hide himself. Only by tying it to collective emotions and interests can they discover its true power. Then yesterday when Jai Wangchuan shook hands with Yu Wu, he tried to use his detection ability to peek at Yu Wu's true strength, but he was blocked by an unknown force, which made him feel like a small existence as if he was in the vast universe. Even though it was just an illusion, that's enough to prove that Yu Wu is hiding a big secret. Wan Hao laughed heartily when he found out that their chairman was also jealous of Yu Wu. Wan Hao laughed with satisfaction because it seemed like he really didn't see this Yu Wu wrongly. But no matter how tense this battle is, at least from the outside point of view it is the same. So, what we have to pay attention to now is someone who has been watching the show in the background. Brother, the rumored Miss Huangjang is Zulu. Wan Hao pointed at Zulu, who was sitting casually on the ice throne that she created herself. Wan Hao boldly said, "Hey, beautiful lady Huangjang level 140. Don't keep watching the show. Why don't they join forces to break down this gate?" Miss Zulu smiled mockingly at Wan Hao. Then she said, "Aren't you the most powerful Mogong team in the Hanmo group? Is this all they are capable of?" This show was so boring that Zulu almost fell asleep. Annoyed by the woman's words, Wan Hao told Zulu not to be arrogant. Even though your level is very high, Wan Hao still challenges Zulu to come before them if that woman has the ability. The 6 of them will definitely be able to take down Zulu. Song Yingxiao asked Wan Hao not to be impulsive and not to provoke the woman who was rumored to have cleared a level 100 dungeon alone. Jai Wangchuan also asked Wan Hao not to be impulsive, because their goal is to complete the quest according to the goals that have been set first. Wan Hao said it is still inconvenient to leave hidden dangers behind Jai Wangchuan. He was worried that Zulu had a dozen knives behind his back. Her flashy appearance showed that she didn't take them seriously. Wanhao knew that Zulu couldn't possibly attack them rashly, which meant that she couldn't break through the temple gate alone. Jai Wangchuan thought the moment they broke through the temple gates, it would be time to officially fight with Jai Wangchuan. Now, what he cared most about was how he would solve the problem he had given him. Suddenly, everyone outside the temple panicked, because the ground beneath their feet was shaking very strongly. Wanhao suspected that it was another Zerg invasion. But Song Yingxiao said it was impossible for this to be a monster invasion because the previous Zerg invasion obviously used up all the monster resources and it was impossible for them to recover in such a short time. Suddenly, a tanker from the Mogong team who was watching from above shouted to report to Jai Wangchuan that a large number of unknown objects were approaching at high speed on the horizon in the distance. It is estimated that there are still 60 seconds to reach the battlefield. Hearing the report from the tanker, Wanhao guessed that the large number of unknown objects meant it was not Zerg. Jai Wangchuan said that it was definitely not a Zerg monster because the direction the object came from was towards the base. Hearing Jai Wangchuan's words, Wanhao immediately guessed it was Yiwu. That's right. In the distance, Yiwu flew very quickly and apologized for making them wait. With a big smile, Yiwu said that he had come to bring warmth to the entire Mogong team. When their distance was getting closer, it was clear that behind Yiwu there were hundreds of large robots called to run away from explosions. The entire Mogong team was shocked to see so many mining machines. They were wondering what Yiwu had done to be able to create so many machines. Yiwu answered simply that you want to place all the main bases and firepower in front of the entrance of the Zerg temple. Wanhao said, do Yiwu want to repair the main base in front of the Zerg nest? Because the weapons the young man carried were too excessive, even Wanhao had never seen this kind of situation. Yiwu said as long as the speed of resource gathering could keep up, then he could do anything. He purposely rebuilt all the mining machines in the main base to help Mogong's team. Wanhao laughed with satisfaction when he saw the appearance of his senior. In his opinion, this was truly more than expected from a Yiwu, because the young man always managed to surprise him no matter what Yiwu did. Wanhao said enthusiastically that he would always support Yiwu. Meanwhile, Jai Wangchuan said that this kind of assassination operation was unlikely to succeed and was a waste of time and a waste of resources. But if Yiwu and Wanhao wanted to commit suicide, then he could help them to do it. Lizing saw Yiwu immediately and said, it seems that the boy brought so many mining machines modified with explosives. It seemed like he was also a person who kept steel armor on his body, so he wanted to get along with Yiwu. Leia immediately argued that people who can get along with Lizing must be people with brains of steel. Most of them have brains of steel too, so maybe that tactic will work. Jai Wangchuan thought Yiwu was acting recklessly. He wondered to himself, did the young man have a problem with his brain, or was he too confident? But in the end, Jai Wangchuan said, they came much earlier than I thought, but where are the siege weapons that Jai Wangchuan wanted? Jai Wangchuan looked annoyed that Lei Yesi, as the group's engineering master, dared to rely on a hairy boy at a critical moment like this. Yiwu approached and confidently said that his plan should not fail. Master Lai Yelsi said he believed in his judgment and would be responsible for his own decisions. So now Jai Wangchuan just needs to let Yiwu be. Wanhao then asked what Yiwu's real plan was. Yiwu replied he thought it was better to push the base to the front line rather than collect resources in the barren mines of the main base in the rear. As quickly as possible, Yiwu explained his plan. Yiwu asked them to continue to speed up the pace of development and he would face hidden dangers behind the scenes. Yiwu also had all the troops mine at maximum power output and provided him with resources to the limit in a short time. Master Lai Yelsi also ordered all his troops to immediately begin the construction of bases and resource transfer sites. The master had his members abandon the defensive facilities and go full output. Just as everyone was focusing on breaking through the temple walls, Jai Wangchuan walked past Yiwu. The young man immediately said that his seniors did not need to worry because they would complete the task he had given them within the specified time. Jai Wangchuan replied, on the surface everything seemed to be well planned, but it was hoped that the final result would not disappoint. Yiwu walked closer to the temple wall. A worried Wanhao shouted as he asked what his junior wanted to do. Wanhao told Yiwu to come back immediately, because going further and entering the range of leather defense weapons was very dangerous. That corrosive acid is no joke. But Yiwu smiled and waved to his senior while telling Wanhao not to worry. Yiwu explained that he only wanted to look outside and not go in too deep. But still, Yiwu received acid fire attacks from dozens of terrifying monsters on top of the temple. Yiwu immediately created a wall of fire to avoid the acid attack from the monsters. Amidst the wall of fire surrounding him, Yiwu asked the monsters to don't be nervous because he just came to see. Yiwu looked at the temple walls more closely. He thought, originally, that this temple's defense and self-healing ability were very strange, but now he can be sure that this temple has life. Although it was still impossible to judge what it was, according to the characteristics of the Zerg nest, most of the main body grew underground. Yiwu immediately asked Wise did he have a blueprint for an underground detector or something. Wise answered that it was a ground-penetrating probe device previously given by Master Lei Yelsi to detect underground mines. It can be modified and added with several functions, and can be used to detect underground areas of the temple. So Yiwu immediately asked Wise to take the time to change the blueprint. Before that, Wise said something else that he had not had time to report to Yiwu before. So ever since they came to the dungeon, Wise had spent a lot of time scanning and evaluating the entire place, and found that the dungeon was suitable for building a fortress. So the dungeon received a 5-star rating from Wise to be used as a fortress. Instantly, Yiwu was stunned beyond belief. He was surprised that the dungeon full of monsters got a 5-star rating, even though the dungeon with beautiful views only got a 3.5-star rating. So Yiwu asked Wise to explain what the reason was. Wise explained that the advantages of the dungeon have the following 3 points. Firstly, the dungeon area is quite large but the terrain is not undulating, and there are mostly plains, which is suitable for large-scale fortress expansion. The second point, the climate is stable, the temperature is moderate, and large-scale natural disasters rarely occur. The third point is the most important point, namely that the content of high-level magic crystals is quite abundant and will greatly meet the resource requirements for building a fortress. But the disadvantage is that the number of Zerg is very large. Apart from the Zerg gathered in the central temple, there are many wild factions scattered throughout the dungeon. And secondly, it is very difficult to gain control of the dungeon. 2 large factions competed for his dungeon. It was almost impossible for the master to occupy it alone. Yiwu replied, "It's okay, there are always more ways than difficulties. As long as the 5-star fit standard remains unchanged, so they will work hard to achieve this goal if it is achieved." Quickly the underground matrix wave detector was completed. A huge drill stood before Yiwu. Manhua was amazed to see a device as tall as a building and said that Yiwu had come with something very amazing like that. Master Lei Yelsi realized the device was the probe he had given to detect the mine before. But he realized Yiwu had overhauled it. Would Yiwu use it to investigate the underground part of the temple? Yiwu confirmed Master Lei Yelsi's conjecture. He said the temple was very mysterious, and although there was no way to know the specific internal situation, at least they had to understand all the places that could be explored from the outside. Manhua laughed with satisfaction when he heard Yiwu's words. He didn't expect that Yiwu, who looked reckless, was so careful. Yiwu responded to Manhua's words with a chuckle. Yiwu said that he was famous for being careful, but he didn't expect that he didn't have a good impression. The underground matrix wave detector started working. The detection data has been sent back, and a 3D space model is being created based on the data. Currently, the rendering process is loading. When finally 100% of the process is complete, the appearance of the Lost Temple can now be seen by everyone. Now Yiwu could see the underground appearance of the Lost Temple. So it turns out that the Lost Temple was a giant Zerg monster of immeasurable size. Even the size of the Zerg monster was beyond human understanding. But strangely, there was a red substance under the Zerg monster. They were amazed and asked what exactly was the red substance in the middle. It was the red substance that provided the giant Zerg with its resources. Manhua said, "Does that mean they have to enter the body of that huge Zerg monster to fight the boss?" Manhua immediately became nauseous and almost vomited when he thought about that. But Jai Wangchuan said it wasn't something to think about now. The most important thing now was that if they couldn't break the connection between the energy core and the body of the Zerg monster, then the monster would probably continue to regenerate indefinitely so that they couldn't break the defense at all. So this is a very troublesome job. Meanwhile, Yiwu thought that the energy core was a big surprise to him. Yiwu guessed that perhaps the main reason the dungeon had 5-star compatibility was because of the existence of the energy core. Jai Wangchuan asked Master Lei Yelsi to find a way to sever the connection between the temple and the energy core. Master Lei Yelsi apologized, because breaking through the temple gate with the existing technology and equipment group was already the limit, and there was no hope of severing the energy core buried in the ground. Jai Wangchuan glanced at Yiwu and asked, was there any other means that the young man had? Since Yiwu was able to explore the secrets under the temple, Jai Wangchuan believed Yiwu had a follow-up plan. Yiwu replied that Jai Wangchuan too underestimated the question mark level temple. Yiwu estimated the temple was at least level 200, so what could Yiwu do? Jai Wangchuan immediately looked away and said apparently he had overestimated his assessment of Yiwu, so he told Yiwu to just forget about his request. Now concentrate on breaking through the gate. But they don't have much time left. If Yiwu can't do it, then the young man must know the seriousness of the consequences. Yiwu just smiled at Jai Wangchuan's threat. According to Yiwu, that threat would not work. If Jai Wangchuan wanted to punish him, then Jai Wangchuan would come personally instead of saying it in public like this, as if he was going through the motions to handle various things. Wise, who had been witnessing Jai Wangchuan's attitude, immediately came out and cursed in annoyance while telling Jai Wangchuan to leave immediately. Wise said that with the master's ability, as long as it takes a lot of resources to make a powerful bomb and send it underground, it can detonate the energy core and cut off the connection with the temple. Yiwu asked Wise to remain calm, and if they detonate the energy core, maybe the entire dungeon will explode. Don't say they can't do it themselves. After all, Yiwu also wants to prevent other people from getting that energy core. Yiwu said that the energy core was an important energy source for Yiwu's 5-star fortress, so the energy core is a treasure that must be protected. Yiwu then said to Master Lai Yelsi that although the temple gate had a regeneration function, according to Yiwu's observations, it would take time to regenerate, and if they overloaded the output with maximum firepower, it would not regenerate in time. Master Lai Yelsi also said that it was the only way. But is their firepower enough? Yiwu replied, although it was not enough, Wangchuan's master Jai had given the death order. No matter what he said, Yiwu would not let his efforts go to waste, let alone let Master Lai Yelsi lose his title. Master Lai Yelsi thanked Yiwu, but Master Lai Yelsi said that in his opinion, Yiwu was more suitable than him to be a technique master. Yiwu was shocked to hear the master's words and asked Master Lai Yelsi not to make fun of him. But Master Lai Yelsi said that he was not joking. He only realized his shortcomings after seeing Yiwu's abilities. Even Master Lai Yelsi felt that he was no match for Yiwu's abilities. Yiwu said that Master Lai Yelsi spoke too highly of him. Yiwu even said that although he was a little clever and cunning, he definitely couldn't compare to Master Lai Yelsi in terms of experience. Yiwu realized he would only become the target of public criticism in this position. So in his opinion, it is better to help Master Lai Yelsi retain the title, and his influence in all aspects will be maximized. Yiwu realized there was one more thing he had to face. Yiwu asked them all to speed up the pace of development, whereas he would face hidden dangers behind the scenes. Yiwu had already spread out his wings and was preparing to leave, but Wanhao immediately stopped him and asked what Yiwu would do. He prevented Yiwu from messing with Zulu. Wanhao said that noble lady was not something Yiwu could handle, because he was stronger than Jai Wangchuan, so Wanhao asked Yiwu not to take the initiative to provoke him. Although Wanhao said some harsh words to Zulu before, it was just a bluff to irritate her. Yiwu asks Wanhao not to worry because he has dealt with Zulu before, and he knew that Miss Zulu was indeed someone extraordinary, so Yiwu would just go to chat with Zulu. Yiwu quickly flew away toward Miss Zulu sitting on the cliff. Wanhao was still shouting, worried about his junior's attitude. Meanwhile, Jai Wangchuan thought this was a good thing. Although Yiwu could kill a level 90 boss, the woman was level 140, and it would be better if Zulu killed a reckless brat like Yiwu. After landing in front of her, Yiwu immediately said that Miss Zulu was elegant. Yiwu asked if Miss Zulu ever felt bored after watching everything for so long without taking any action. Miss Zulu replied she was bored, and she even wanted to sleep for a while, but when she saw Yiwu at that place, she suddenly felt refreshed. Yiwu survived the previous boss monster, and that surprised Miss Zulu. But what Miss Zulu was even more curious about now was how Yiwu would break through the temple gate that even the Mogong team couldn't break through. Yiwu replied he didn't expect Miss Zulu to have such high hopes for him. Yiwu thought that Miss Zulu probably didn't have the chance to see how Yiwu broke through the gate, because Miss Zulu's Huingjang base was now being attacked by the boss. As the #1 fighting force, is it okay not to come back and help? Miss Zulu was immediately shocked when she heard Yiwu's words. Hastily, he opened the communication consequences to find out. He warned Yiwu of the consequences he would face if he dared to lie to Miss Zulu. Miss Zulu thought that if she went to fight alone, she would usually turn off the communication equipment, but how come her base was attacked by the boss? Right in the middle was the Hanmo base. Unexpectedly, Miss Zulu received a lot of incoming messages from her group members reporting that at that time their base was being attacked by boss monsters. Immediately, Miss Zulu took out her sword and pointed it straight at Yiwu's neck. Full of anger, Miss Zulu asked if all the commotion in her group was Yiwu's doing. Yiwu thought, when the sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from his throat, of course he would decide not to pretend, but to deceive him with a seemingly flawless lie that was full of flaws. Yiwu asked Miss Zulu not to be too impulsive. With an innocent face, Yiwu said that he couldn't possibly have the ability to plot against Miss Zulu. Yiwu explained that he couldn't defeat the boss monster, so he wanted to take the boss monster back to the base, but he didn't expect the Hanmo base to be destroyed by the boss monster, and the rest of the people finally managed to escape. But after the monster destroyed the Hanmo group's base, it rushed towards the Huingjang group's base. Hearing Yiwu's explanation made Miss Zulu rush to ride her sword, which changed to a large size. Miss Sulu said that although she didn't believe Yiwoo's words, she would let him go for now. But the young man had to remember that if this was all Yiwoo's doing, then wherever the young man ran, Miss Sulu would find him and cause him to die horribly. The look in Miss Sulu's eyes when she said this successfully made Yiwoo shiver with fear. He was so scared because the woman's expression didn't look like a joke. Yiwoo started to worry about the danger of being hit by a level 140 woman. Yiwoo knew he had to immediately take a big step because if that woman came at that time, big trouble would come his way, and to activate the Shadow King account. But Yiwoo was determined to fight that woman to the end. After Zulu left, Yiwoo went back down near Mogong's team. Manhwa was the first to greet and praise that the young man was great. He asked what Yiwoo said to Zulu, so the woman left without a word or two. But Manhwa also noticed that his junior's face had turned a little pale and ugly. Yiwoo gave the excuse that he was fine. Yiwoo said the most important thing is that now the hidden dangers have been removed and now it's time to make offensive weapons. Jia Wangchuan could only feed in his heart when he saw Yiwoo succeed in doing something again, even though he had hoped that Yiwoo would be killed by Zulu. 2 hours later, the firepower increase weapon was finally completed. Everyone cheered happily that they had succeeded in making a bigger and more powerful weapon. They are sure that they will be able to get rid of all the monsters which are vile bedbugs. This time they will make the Zerg monsters feel slapped by huge fire. Master Lai Yelsi said that although the current level of weapons has improved a lot, can it destroy the gate with the temple's regeneration ability? Yiwoo replied that of course it wasn't enough, so he's going to add one more big gun, namely a powerful weapon of his own making. Suddenly Wise appeared and told Yiwoo that although the siege weapons had been modified, they needed time to reload and the longer the recharging time of the mechans the stronger the firepower. Yiwoo commented that it was very good. He immediately reloaded his gun and used it in other ways to find out. Yiwoo raised his right arm and ordered the others to start a counterattack against the monster nest. Well, that's all for today's discussion. As usual, if you are curious about the continuation of the story, let's start with the storyline. Unfortunately, in the enemy camp, the monsters also prepared defensive weapons in the form of quite large cannons. They saw a creature that looked like an anti-aircraft weapon that looked very strange. One of the people from the Hanmo team said, but their firepower camp was already out of range, so the monsters were just wasting their efforts. A big monster in their group said that humans were stupid, because they think they are the only ones who can control the firepower. Now the party will show humans the new technology of the Zerg monsters. Master Lai Yelsi approached Yiwoo and wondered if the Zerg had developed a new defense force in just 3 hours. If they gave the monsters a little more time, maybe they could organize another large-scale Zerg invasion. Master Lai Yelsi realized that the racial talent of the Zerg was indeed very terrifying. Yiwoo replied that it was no problem. They had lit a fire in the faces of the monsters so that they would not give the monsters any more to grow. In his heart, Yiwoo wondered whether the monster temple's attack was faster or their side's firepower was stronger. Yiwoo was actually curious about that. Yiwoo also reported to Jia Wangchuan that all the weapons in the rear had been deployed so the leader could order a siege at any time. With a deep voice, Jia Wangchuan answered okay. Jia Wangchuan thought that to be able to deploy all the firepower within the specified time, this Yiwoo was indeed impressive. But whether it was really effective or would just create a show, they would get the answer after using the weapon to prove the results. With a loud voice, Jia Wangchuan ordered the other members to immediately shoot and destroy the gate in front of them. This amazing weapon immediately fired a series of quite powerful attacks. Everyone from the Hanmo team cheered happily seeing the performance of the weapons they had successfully developed. One of them said that if the monsters wanted to attack humans with 10 times the Zerg invasion, then they would respond with 10 times the firepower output so that the monsters would not be able to regenerate. A member reported to Master Lai Yelsi that the regeneration speed of the temple walls and gates had also increased greatly, plus their ammunition sources have dropped to 85%. Master Lai Yelsi answered that they should ignore the regeneration speed and remaining ammunition. The most important thing was that they had to deliver a big enough explosion now. Seeing the speed of the temple's recovery, Yiwoo wondered to himself, did I speed up the absorption of the energy core? This young man cursed in annoyance because he was worried that the energy core would be consumed by the monster. In his heart, Yiwoo hoped that the monster would keep some remaining energy cores for him. The monsters also continued to counterattack humans. The monster said even though the firepower humans had was stronger than before, it would be useless, because it's time for the monsters to attack. So now there is an explosion right in the middle of the large fighting arena. The Hanmo team laughed at the attitude of the Zerg monsters who continued to counterattack as if they could defeat humans. The Hanmo team members laughed with satisfaction because their shooting range was farther than the monsters and the monsters' shots couldn't hit their area at all. But the monsters still have secret attacks. They had a monster that could spin like a giant wheel that headed straight towards Hanmo's team. Several people on the Hanmo team cursed angrily because the monsters didn't use bombs, but which attacked themselves. and there are so many of them. They began to ask Master Lai Yelsi, did the master want to share some weapons for defense? Because they would suffer big losses if they were attacked by a self-exploding beetle. Master Lai Yelsi asked Yu Wu what the young man thought. Yu Wu asked the master not to worry and continued shooting with all his might. Yu Wu said he has his own way of dealing with self-exploding beetles, because it turns out that Yu Wu is also very experienced in playing self-destruct tactics. All the self-exploding beetles continued to circle towards the Hanmo team. In order to protect everyone, Yu Wu created a wall of fire so large that it was able to withstand the attacks of the self-exploding beetles. Everyone was certainly amazed to see the huge wall of fire that was able to withstand the opponent's attack. They flocked to praise Yu Wu's extraordinary abilities. But unfortunately, a new invasion of self-exploding beetles strikes again. It's almost endless. Someone asked, does Yu Wu have enough intensive self-exploding spider mines? Yu Wu replied, of course, he had a plan. Yu Wu called Wise and asked, how long does it take for the hell meat grinder to refill? Wise answered, that current charging has reached 98% and within 5 minutes it will reach 100%. Yu Wu said that he couldn't wait another 5 minutes, so he didn't want to drag out this clash any longer. Yu Wu also gave the order for the device to immediately launch an attack. All members of the Hanmo team cheered happily when their ultimate weapon was finally launched. Not only does this weapon have extremely high attack power, but it is also not afraid of the acid corrosion of the monster self-exploding beetle. Yu Wu explained that because the hell meat grinder was changed from the previous boss's hard horns, the Zerg's acid could not cause any damage to it. With enthusiasm, Yu Wu ordered his ultimate weapon to kill all the monsters in front of him. The hell meat grinder continues to spin, destroying monsters and temple walls. Everyone could see that the formidable weapons began to surround the temple walls and flexibly dodge the attacks of other weapons. Then these amazing weapons will begin their ultimate attack on the temple walls. Currently, the walls of the strange temple still have 30% armor. The two hell meat grinder weapons began to combine and attack the temple wall together, creating a quite large explosion. Feeling that the attack was not enough, the hell meat grinder began to combine to create a more powerful attack until a bigger explosion was created and the armor strength remained at 10%. Jai Wangchuan, who had seen the performance of the hell meat grinder weapon, realized that Yu Wu's technical abilities were quite amazing. No wonder Master Lai Yelsi could bow his head in front of that boy. Jai Wangchuan asked himself whether the boy's strength needed to be tested further. Meanwhile, Yu Wu thought the attack power was not enough, it was still very far away. Apparently, only 98% of the charges didn't reach perfect attack status. As a result, it was impossible to reduce the value of armor that had continuously regenerated to 0. There's only one last way left. When the armor level of the temple wall had reached 8%, Yu Wu immediately asked Master Lai Yelsi to stop all firepower and use all resources for cannon laser power. Then shoot near the hell meat grinder. Instantly, the full power cannon laser was immediately fired at the hell meat grinder weapon to support the weapon's power. But the system continues to warn that power consumption is too fast until now only 50% of power remains. As the amount of resources continues to decrease, the hell meat grinder is increasingly attacking the walls of the terrifying temple. Yu Wu said the thrust of the laser cannon would increase the attack power of the hell meat grinder. Yu Wu asked them to continue shooting before the resources ran out so that they could quickly break through the temple gate in one breath. Due to this powerful and lucky attack, the armor level of the temple walls finally decreased to 0%. Everyone cheered because they finally managed to break through the very complicated temple gate. But suddenly, the hell meat grinder was attacked by the child's light that suddenly came out of the temple, causing the terrible device to lose all its energy. A very powerful light shot attack immediately targeted all members of the Hanmo team. Luckily, Jai Wangchuan immediately moved quickly by creating a magic circle large enough to deflect the attack. Everyone was confused and wondering what actually happened. There were some of them who saw a flashing light when the gate was broken through, but it was strange that they were suddenly attacked like now. Yu Wu thought that earlier he clearly saw that the light emitted from the gate penetrated his hell meat grinder weapon, and it takes less than 0.5 seconds to fire into their camp. Even though Yu Wu had just made an act of gathering strength, Jai Wangchuan had stepped forward to block the attack. Yu Wu realized there was still a big gap between his strength and Jai Wangchuan, so it looks like this won't be easy for him. Jai Wangchuan stood up bravely again. Jai Wangchuan said the little tricks of the Zerg are nothing to be afraid of. Jai Wangchuan explained that Yu Wu had done his job well and did not disappoint the chairman. But the dungeon quest for Yu Wu this time was completed. So next it will be handed over to the Mogong team and Yu Wu only needs to stand by that place. Yu Wu had no choice but to obey. Everyone cheered when they saw the entire Mogong group formation gathered. They were excited to see the Mogong group in action. Wanhao is very excited to be back in action as usual. Wanhao is determined to destroy the temple from within. Li Xing reminded Wanhao not to talk too much. because he will shoot and record the entire battle later. So Wanhao must be able to hold back his nausea and not vomit to destroy his image when he is in the body of the Zerg Temple monster. Yiwu smiled at the departure of Mo Gong and Jai Wangchuan's team. He knew Jai Wangchuan was trying to restrain him, as it only put him on alert. Or maybe Jai Wangchuan was worried that Yiwu snatched the killed boss from his hands. At this point, Yiwu knew that although Jai Wangchuan was very strong, he was also quite cautious. If on the human side, the legendary Mogong team steps forward to clean up the monsters manually, then on the monster side, several level 80 to 90 elite monsters appear who are preparing to face the Mogong team as human representatives. Without much ado and thinking about tactics, the monsters immediately attacked Jai Wangchuan and his team members. Luckily, Jai Wangchuan managed to create an echo shield in time. The Zerg monsters began to panic when none of their attacks hit the humans and even their very powerful attacks were bounced away. Wanhao immediately shouted, calling the Zerg monsters stupid for underestimating Miss Lulu's buff. Apparently, Miss Lulu can create several buffs at once, so she can not only increase protection for all her team members but can also increase attack power. Wanhao praised Miss Lulu again, because thanks to your buff, Wanhao is able to make everyone stronger and increase their endurance. Even Lei's speed endurance increased so much that he could kill several elite monsters with just one attack. Even with the help of Miss Lulu's buff, Jai Wangchuan can also deal with 2 level 80 elites at the same time. Lizing asked the others not to talk too much and just work more like me. Lizing is able to create 6 arms to deliver extremely powerful internal energy attacks to all nearby monsters. Jai Wangchuan stepped towards the Zerg monsters casually. He said, apparently that's all the Zerg can do. No wonder they can only hide in the nest constantly. Now, a level 115 elite monster tried to block Jai Wangchuan's steps by firing a powerful attack. The monster said, if he cannot get rid of the humans in front of him who have become dust, then he will apologize to the king because his trust has been destroyed. But Jai Wangchuan managed to block the monster's attack with just his sword. Jai Wangchuan just found out that there is also a king among the Zerg monsters. Then Jai Wangchuan delivered a lightning-fast ultimate attack that was capable of paralyzing and even perforating the monsters that came at him. Jai Wangchuan asked who was the king of the Zerg. Is he great? Or is he just something like a worm brain that controls the entire Zerg monster? A bug jumped in front of Jai Wangchuan while saying that humans only have worm brains, because humans are lower class creatures. The Zerg kept saying that they were a race higher than humans. Even humans couldn't compare to them. The monster is able to absorb energy from the ground to restore its body condition and strengthen its body. With this, the elite monster managed to make its attacks even stronger. The monster even laughed with satisfaction before finally attacking Jai Wangchuan again with more intense shots. Jai Wangchuan only responded casually that the monster was too stubborn. On the other hand, Master Lai Yelsi asked Yiwu if the young man really didn't want to go to the temple, because if Yiwu waited for Jai Wangchuan's orders, it would be useless. But Master Lai Yelsi can directly give him orders. After all, Master Lai Yelsi is the commander-in-chief of this dungeon quest, so he had the right to assign Yiwu wherever the young man wanted. Yiwu answered that it was not necessary. He instead invited his teammates to help defend outside the temple. Moreover, currently, the level of the team members is still low, so they would use this opportunity to kill nearby monsters to level up. Hearing Yiwu's decision, finally, Master Lai Yelsi officially assigned Yiwu and the Wang's team to defend and patrol the surrounding area to prevent wild Zerg from supporting the temple and prevent Huangjang's sneak attack. In his heart, Master Lai Yelsi actually didn't believe Yiwu's true goal. Master Lai Yelsi suspected that the young man had bigger goals, which was why he was not interested in boss monsters. Yiwu expressed his thanks for the permission given by Master Lai Yelsi. In his heart, this young man thought the most important thing for this dungeon was to find a way to win the final ownership rights, boss or something. For now, he would just go along with the situation. Suddenly the ground beneath their feet shook violently. At first, they thought it was an earthquake or a commotion at the temple that reached them. But Yiwu knew that the vibrations were not caused by the battle in the temple, because the very strong vibration came from the ground beneath their feet. The system immediately gave an emergency alert because the underground detector discovered that an unknown large creature was approaching at high speed. So everyone is asked to be careful to avoid it. Then suddenly, quickly a giant desert worm monster came out of the ground. The worm's fantastic size and terrifying shape made everyone immediately scream in fear. Moreover, seeing that the giant worm monster is level 120, which is equivalent to an elite monster, the appearance of the Sand Sea Nightmare took everyone by surprise. He is a level 120 hidden boss who is angry and makes everyone confused. Why yes, he certainly asked everyone to calm down. He told everyone to mobilize the remaining defensive firepower and concentrate on taking out the hidden boss. Yesi could see that the attack could prevent the boss's secondary attack effectively thanks to the reinforced defense tower. They must focus on surviving this time. It's just that the boss's skin turned out to be too thick so the firepower couldn't cause any significant damage. Yesi finally gave advanced orders to all teams above level 70 to go to the front lines. If their defensive ammunition runs out, then they should be able to get the boss's aggro. While still in the temple, Manhwa reported to Jai Wangchuan that outside there was currently a level 120 boss monster appearing, so he asked whether it was necessary to increase the strength to support. He was worried that those outside would not be able to handle it. Nanan, Jai Wangchuan, who was fighting the Shasta doppelganger, asked Manhwa to focus on the enemy in front of them. Jai Wangchuan realized that the boss in front of them had also increased his attack and defense by connecting himself to the energy from the temple. The monster's actual strength must have reached level 130. They had to focus on their attacks to avoid exhaustion. Manhwa immediately understood. In his heart, Jai Wangchuan did not intend to complicate the situation at all, but he wanted to know how Yiwu would deal with such an unexpected event. Meanwhile, outside, Yiwu was suddenly told to move aside by a group of big men. However, Yiwu quickly realized that they were going in the wrong direction, even though the front line of the battle was in the other direction. They actually seemed to be running away. They were Xingba's team, which was at level 90. The team leader named Maoxing of course ignored him. He didn't want Yiwu to interfere in his business. Instead, he told the man to go ahead and fight the boss monster himself. On the other hand, his men immediately told Maoxing that they were a team of the highest level, but they actually ran away like that. He was sure that the Hanmo group would give them severe punishment. Maoxing emphasized that he did not want to get involved in a fight he did not believe in. It would be much better for him to be punished than to lose his life. Besides, those who chose to stay would definitely die, so no one would know if their team survived. On the other hand, a man reported to Yesi that Xingba's team had run away and currently their highest team was only the Fengyun team, which had level 85. Yesi, who heard it, was of course angry. To him, they were just a bunch of weaklings who were lucky to have their levels upgraded. On the other hand, Lu Chengfeng, who was the leader of the Fengyun team, thought that Xingba's team did have strong members, but they were always picky in battles, so it's not surprising that they chose to leave when the situation was bad like that. Lu Chengfeng then asked Yesi not to worry because he would definitely fight to the end together with Yiwu. In his heart, Lu Chengfeng knew that if he only relied on the Fengyun team alone, they would fail. But with Yiwu, things would be different. He was sure that Yiwu was still hiding his strength. Lu Chengfeng was also lucky that Yiwu was on Mo Kir's side because otherwise, they would have another terrifying opponent. On the other hand, Yiwu asked Luo Feng to take Yunfei and the others to leave. The boss monster was a little strange, so he had to think of something first. Luo Feng immediately agreed while Yunfei asked his older brother to be careful. Yiwu thought of the hidden boss who was currently furious as he appeared on the ground level. They also hadn't succeeded in pulling his aggro. He suspected that the thing that made the hidden boss angry was sent by the temple itself. Not long after, the Sansi Nightmare boss finally succeeded in sucking all the defense towers into his stomach. That meant their defenses finally collapsed. However, they still have 80% HP that can be used to fight. Then they were confused because the monster suddenly turned around and went to the temple. It gets even more confusing when the monster attacks the temple even though they are in the same group and shouldn't kill each other. While others were confused, Yiwu began to understand. If his guess was correct, then the boss monster was a wild monster and its target was also the energy core underground. Everyone wondered again. Yiwu asked everyone to look at the old wounds on his body. He knew that with the defensive power the boss monster had, ordinary strength would not be able to cause such injuries. Yiwu was sure that the wound was caused by his fight with the temple for the energy core. Meanwhile, their previous attack caused the temple to have to absorb a larger amount of energy cores, so the boss monster ended up getting angry. Yesi concluded that the boss monster's biggest aggro was the temple and instead attacked them. Lu Chengfeng knew that the monster was level 120, but they didn't know the true level of the temple at all. Still, they didn't stand a chance. Not long after, the shrine began to attack the hidden boss with immense firepower. The boss even looked like a weak sausage. On the other hand, Yiwu was surprised to see the temple's tricks. He also noticed how the temple used the fire. At least he felt lucky that he didn't try to attack the temple first because they would have been defeated so easily like that. At that moment, the hidden boss attacked them again. The boss had probably lost his mind by now. At that time, Yesi started asking them all to run towards the temple. The hidden boss was now completely crazy and started attacking indiscriminately. In his heart, Yesi knew he had no chance. Even though being near a temple was also dangerous, it was at least better than having to face that situation. But suddenly Yiwu forbade them to go to the temple because it was also dangerous there. On the other hand, Lai Yesi was shocked because he saw the repaired Hellmeat Grinder and started attacking the boss monster. Yiwu added that currently, the temple's situation is also unstable. It is dangerous to approach it rashly. Plus, the condition of the temple will be affected by the boss battle inside. The Mogong team was also too busy taking care of themselves and wouldn't be able to help. Yiwu would deal with the monster boss alone. Lai Yesi was naturally worried because Yiwu had finished several fights before. He must be very tired physically and mentally. Lai Yesi reminded Yiwu that he didn't need to force himself too much. Yiwu asked Lai Yesi not to worry because he could handle it. Even though the boss had thick skin, his brain was rather thin. He knew that the boss monster must be very stupid. Lai Yesi naturally wanted to know what Yiwu would do. On the other hand, Yiwu asked Nana to immediately gather all the mining robots to the location he specified. Nana agreed and asked Yiwu to prepare because she would do everything. Nana immediately reported as soon as she finished arranging all the mining robots according to Yiwu's orders. Yiwu was satisfied and Nana immediately wanted to know the next task. Yiwu explained that they would be facing a level 120 hidden boss. He wanted Nana to do something with all her strength. Yiwu admitted that he had previously seen Nana's ability to combine previous machines and transform into a Valkyrie form. Now, he wanted Nana to combine all those mining robots into something new and more powerful, which Yiwu was sure would be easy for him. Nana was quite surprised to hear that. She suspected that Yiwu already knew his strength. This meant that Yiwu probably also knew that she wanted to kill him. Nana was confused about why this could happen. If Yiwu knew that she wanted to kill him, then she would not have been so gentle before. Nana knows that the longer it takes, the more machines can be used and the greater their power. Now she doesn't know how to face what will happen next. On the other hand, Yiwu started to urge. He asked what was wrong and whether his request could not be fulfilled by Nana. Nana, who had been lost in thought, immediately agreed and carried out Yiwu's orders. Nana followed orders because Yiwu had previously saved her too so that Yiwu could see the mechanical queen's true strength. She currently had so many high-level mecha as materials, so even defeating a level 120 boss wouldn't be difficult. Nana immediately called for all the machines to join her. She started by rebuilding the chest and the arms and back. Nana prepared to merge next, but her consciousness suddenly blurred. She couldn't do it because, at her current level, it was beyond her ability to integrate so many mecha. Nana was annoyed because she couldn't do the final step. However, on the other hand, Yiwu was already grateful for his hard work because he would perfect the rest. Yiwu formed the head and finally created the Red Moon Crazy Lotus, which was still a mining machine with a large drill bit it held that could drill hard magic crystals. On the other hand, the Hellmeat Grinder can no longer survive even if it hasn't been destroyed. Yiwu combined the machine with the Red Moon Crazy Lotus robot and now the mecha was ready. He started fighting against a mysterious boss and with his drill he started attacking the hidden boss's mouth. Yiwu's attack was indeed difficult to break through the boss monster's defense. Now he understood why the boss could even eat his defense tower. However, he knew that slowly the monster's body was no longer strong. His attack succeeded in causing the monster's HP to decrease. Nana immediately reported that the violent attack method consumed a lot of resources. Based on the resources they have, it can only last for 2 minutes at most. Yiwu felt that 2 minutes was enough time to finish the battle. Yiwu attacked again and he realized that the boss was starting to take the initiative to dodge his attack. He was curious about the boss's true plan. Nana immediately realized that the monster had swallowed a lot of high-level magic crystals. Yiwu was of course very angry because it was his magic crystal mine. He was very upset that he would lose so much even when the boss monster only swallowed once. Nana could only be amazed to see Yiwu, who immediately lost his mind when he talked about money. He looks like a different person. Nana didn't know how good an object like a magic crystal was, which was just a symbolic virtual item, but at least she could see that it was Yiwu's biggest weakness. He could use a lot of money to bring him down and make him surrender. Nana was so excited because she had made a decision. After that, Yiwu immediately realized that the monster had locked his HP. Even though previously the attack had succeeded in reducing his HP, Yiwu knew that all of that happened after he devoured the magic crystal. The monster was seen hardening the magic crystal to cover its own body, thereby increasing its defensive power. Nana was certainly worried that their weapons would not be able to be used to attack. Yiwu immediately remembered that the boss monster was similar to the three-headed magic crystal monster from the old landing church, which also used magic crystals to harden. He had experience with such monsters. Yiwu asked Nana not to panic by continuing to press absolutely. Nana immediately asked Yiwu to be careful of the boss's HP, even though their attacks were already very powerful. Plus there are still 20 seconds to release fusion mode. Yiwu tried to calm Nana down and said that the tactic could only be done at the last minute. Nana was of course confused because resources would run out beforehand, so how would they do it? At that time, Yiwu suddenly saw that the boss no longer had an HP point. They intended to attack, but then the boss seemed to be weakened because he experienced the abnormal deep shock stun status. The monster was seen vomiting something because of the deep shock stun's abnormal status. Yiwu was happy because even though it didn't reduce the boss HP, it could make the boss experience a strange debuff. The boss was seen throwing up a lot of equipment and Yiwu became curious. Not long after, the monster finally entered the ground and ran away. Nana asks whether they should chase or not. Yiwu chose to just leave the monster alone. They also wouldn't be able to continue fighting due to running out of resources. However, at least they managed to survive. Yiwu then thought about more important things, namely about what to do with that disgusting pool of slime. Even though he likes money, he also doesn't want to deal with it. In the end, Yiwu asked Nana to check the equipment in the puddle. Of course, Nana was very surprised to hear that. In her heart, Nana could only curse Yiwu for ordering her to do such a bad and disgusting thing. Nana wondered why the man didn't do it himself if he liked money and didn't tell her to. But even so, the disgusting puddle didn't bother him at all. She only needs to remove the source of the smell and then evaporate the mucus so that she can get the equipment. Yiwu looked at it and didn't think that Nana could do it that way. He praised Nana's work because of it. After that, the system finally said that Yiwu had succeeded in getting 800,000 experience points and 500,000 in money. Apart from that, he also got the Abyss Lord's Thorn, which is a melee weapon spear, Crypt Hermit's Cloak, which is a cloak to reduce the aggro value, Crystal Zerg Saliva, which is monster saliva, Slimy Cocoon, which is a strange cocoon, Broken Black Slate, which is a broken stone slab mysterious, Proving Ground Dungeon Key level 1-50. The dungeon key was then triggered by Yiwu's energy and rose to become a level 1-100 Proving Ground called the Ring of Luck. Yiwu was of course happy to see it because even though it was useless for him, it was good for strengthening his team members. Abyss Lord's Thorn and Crypt Hermit's Cloak can give Kiki a big buff. Ring of Luck dungeon keys can be used to level up team members. However, Yiwu himself felt quite curious about the strange cocoon that seemed to have a living creature inside. On the other hand, Nana, who is a mechanical queen, hates soft and fat things like that the most. Yiwu, who was interested, immediately saw what was inside the cocoon. It turned out to be a Jayabao that was level 110. Yiwu was of course fascinated because it was probably another rare battle pet. Even at such a young age, Jayabao was already at level 110. That battle pet was truly extraordinary. On the other hand, Nana was confused because to her it was just an unpleasant little insect. However, when he saw Yiwu, Jayabao was frightened and chose to return to his cocoon. Yiwu asked Jayabao not to be afraid and asked him to come out so he could see it more clearly. Jayabao then said that Yiwu should not do anything to him. He is the noble Zerg prince. Yiwu couldn't hurt him. Yiwu was a little disappointed because Jayabao was not a battle pet. However, he was also curious about what the Zerg prince was. Weiss immediately said that although what Jayabao said was ridiculous, he was indeed speaking the truth. Nana asked Yiwu to be careful and don't take it lightly. It could be that Jayabao is a boss in disguise, especially since he is at level 110. Yiwu then asked how Jayabao, who is the Zerg prince, could be in the stomach of the big worm. Apart from that, if Yiwu didn't hit the monster, it would mean that he would continue to survive in its stomach for the rest of his life. Jayabao was shocked at that time because Yiwu was the one who defeated the Sand Sea Nightmare and managed to save him. Jayabao immediately thanked him. He then explained that he was from a royal family who lived in a lost temple, until suddenly his father was tragically murdered and he still doesn't know the reason. Meanwhile, his uncle took the initiative to have a joint confrontation with his party members to seize the kingdom with extraordinary force and seize the kingdom after pressuring his mother. After that, to calm people's hearts, he also exiled Jayabao but ordered his allies to eat him. Jayabao eventually turned into a cocoon to protect himself, but his vitality continued to decrease. If Yiwu didn't save him, he would die in the stomach sooner or later. Yiwu understood now that there was an internal conflict within the Zerg court. Yiwu also didn't expect that power could not only change the hearts of humans but also monsters. Yiwu then asked what Jayabao would do next. If he was indeed thinking of revenge, Yiwu wanted to know what plan Jayabao would use against his uncle. Jayabao then asked if Yiwu would go to help him. Besides, he was a strong man so he could beat him. Jayabao asked Yiwu for help. However, Yiwu immediately rejected it. He had no interest in getting involved in the Zerg's internal conflict. If Jayabao wanted to return to the throne, then he had to ask other people for help. Jayabao became angry because his goal was not to take the throne. He just wanted to save his mother and stop his uncle from destroying the world. If Yiwu was willing to help him defeat his uncle, then he could become king there. Yiwu then became very excited, although he also had no interest in becoming king. However, to prevent the destruction of that world, he will help to defeat Uncle Jayabao. He obviously couldn't be the king of the Zerg because he was a human. Jayabao suddenly biting Yiwu's hand made Nana very surprised, even though in her heart she was annoyed because Jayabao didn't bite harder. Yiwu was confused because he saw a glowing mark on Jiabao's bite mark. He said that it was their royal seal. This means that Yiwu has the right to be a king who can give orders to his father's subordinates even though they are few and exiled to the ends of the world. Yiwu was of course impressed because it meant that if he became king, he could rule the world and also do whatever he wanted. Jiabao immediately said that Yiwu's words were correct, but he had to be careful when using them. In his heart, Jiabao felt that perhaps he had chosen the wrong person. Not long after, Lai Yesi contacted and asked about Yiwu's condition. The man immediately said everything was fine even though the boss monster ran away. For Lai Yesi, this was not a problem at all and he was relieved that the man was fine. He also said that the Mogong team's battle there was over. However, something unexpected happened, so Yiwu had to quickly return. Daewu immediately agreed. In the atrium of the temple gate, everyone was gathered. They were curious whether Mogong's team had won the battle against the boss monster. However, on the other hand, Song Ying-sao from Mohong's team was injured. He experienced the abnormal status of a deadly poisonous mist after inhaling the poisonous mist. If within 1 hour the debuff is not removed, the entire body will rot and die. Liu has tried to restore his condition, but it turns out the debuff is too severe. Wan Hao said that Song Ying-sao was already careful, but he was famous for the boss's skills before the boss died and became like that. And Liu said that the debuff couldn't be removed with his magic. Song Ying-sao needed a special agent, but they didn't have one. Lai Yesi then said that they should send Song Ying-sao back quickly to the head office and then using the team's financial resources, the pharmacist could develop the antidote very quickly. The problem is that they are not fast enough to build a portal in 1 hour. Yiwu didn't believe Song Ying-sao would die. Even though the man was more at odds with him, it would be a loss for the team if he died in that way. Yin Huan will be sad because of it. On the other hand, Jai Wangchuan said that by joining the Mogong team, one must have the awareness to make sacrifices at all times. They don't need to think about it too much. After all, for him the main problem was that it would mean they would lose one person. However, that vacancy would be filled by Yiwu after that man came. Yiwu was surprised that Jai Wangchuan wanted him to join Mogong's team. Liu Chengfeng, who heard it, was quite surprised because Jai Wangchuan asked Yiwu to join Mogong's team. He was curious as to what Jai Wangchuan thought. But on the other hand, other people are also very jealous of Yiwu. They had dreamed of joining Mogong's team even though they were aware that their strength was inadequate. However, Yiwu had already fought the Zerg invasion on the front lines and even repelled the hidden boss. He had the qualifications for it. Who would have thought that Yiwu would put this aside because for him there were much more important things to do. Jai Wangchuan was curious about what Yiwu wanted to do and the man wanted to try to save Song Ying-sao. Of course, everyone was shocked because the debuff that Song Ying-sao experienced couldn't even be cured by Dan Liu. On the other hand, Luo Feng didn't think that Yiwu would want to save Song Ying-sao who had been rude to him. He only hoped that Yiwu would succeed in doing so. Ruan Tianchen was sure that Yiwu had a plan. He reminded Luo Feng that he used to often cause trouble, but now he was Yiwu's obedient little brother. Luo Feng confirmed how previously he was a short-sighted guy and knew nothing about true strength. Yiwu's boss was the one who made him understand what was truly strong, be it physically or personality-wise. On the other hand, Dan Liu once again asked Yiwu if he was sure he could cure the incurable poison. Leia said that Yiwu was stupid because if he managed to cure him, then the Mogong team would no longer need Yiwu and that would mean he closed his chance to join the team. Only Lai Xing supported Yiwu to try. After all, whether he died or lived, it would still be a good thing. Leia naturally became annoyed with Lai Xing's words. On the other hand, Song Ying-sao refused Yiwu's help. However, Yiwu calmly advised the man to save his energy. He didn't want Song Ying-sao to die prematurely. The man refused again. He admitted that he no longer cared about life or death. Since he joined the Mogong team, he was ready to make sacrifices to become stronger. Song Ying-sao had no qualms about sacrificing his life. Yiwu then said that he was not interested in Song Ying-sao's thoughts because he did it for Yin Huan. That woman had been suspended from the team because she stole the boss at that time. As a result, Song Ying-sao successfully joined Mogong's team. Yiwu was sure that if Song Ying-sao died, then Yin Huan would feel guilty. Yiwu concluded that he saved Song Ying-sao's life was not for him. Song Ying-sao was very surprised, but he ignored it. The man said that he was prepared to die, but Yiwu gave him hope to live. Even though he was reluctant to admit Yiwu's words, Song Ying-sao secretly thought about it. Yiwu then immediately asked Weiss if he could make an antidote with the ingredients he had. Yiwu remembered that Elder Lai of Huangjang had given him many blueprint drawings and materials before. Weiss apologized because there was no suitable blueprint for making the antidote in their storage. Yiwu was of course annoyed because Weiss, who had appeared, couldn't help. At that time, Jiabao said that he had a way to make the antidote. He saw that Yiwu had crystal Zerg saliva in Yiwu's storage. It can be used to make antidotes. Yiwu now understood the function of this material. However, he was confused as to why Jiabao was not in his system space because he might have been seen by others. Jiabao asks Yiwu not to worry because he has a monster skill that can hide the soul. This means that everyone won't be able to see it. He also explained about crystal Zerg saliva, which has a detoxification effect, but of course, it would be a shame if it was only used for that. If used well, Yiwu could make better things. Yiwu immediately understood because he also had no other way. The most important thing was to save Song Yunxiao this time. He then immediately combined the Zerg saliva crystal with the best antidote he had. Yiwu managed to get an insect Zerg essence potion, which is a new product that can effectively reduce the spread of deadly Zerg poison for up to 10 hours. After that, Yiwu immediately handed it over to Dan Lu. He had no idea that Yiwu had succeeded in concocting the antidote. Although the antidote does not completely cleanse the poison, it only delays it temporarily. Wan Hao asked Dan Lu not to worry because extending 1 to 10 hours was already extraordinary. Yiwu then explained that he could have made a complete healing potion, but that meant he could only make one. Meanwhile, to deal with the deadly Zerg poison in the next battle, he finally chose to divide the medicinal effects into 10, which could at least be used for more people. Wan Hao praised Yiwu's wisdom. Yesi immediately understood that they now had 10 hours for rescue. Now they are faced with two solutions. The first is to build a portal in 10 hours. As long as Yiwu could utilize the mining machine that Yiwu had made before, then it was clear that it could be done. The second is to clear the dungeon as soon as possible to complete the quest. As long as they could complete it, they could get a new city return scroll and return to base for professional treatment. Yiwu then explained that his mining machines had run out due to the fight with the Sand Sea Nightmare boss and only 2 were left that needed to be fully powered. Yesi immediately understood. He could only tolerate that Yiwu guy who always gave him trouble. He then immediately concluded that they could focus on the second solution, even though the portal would still be built at the same time. Yiwu then spoke to Song Yunxiao. He said that the antidote was ready, but the final decision of whether to take it or not remained in Song Yunxiao's hands. Without hesitation, the man immediately drank it because he believed in the strength of the Mogong team and Jai Wangchuan. For him, 10 hours is enough. On the other hand, Luo Feng became angry because Song Yunxiao was an ungrateful man because he didn't say anything to Yiwu who had saved him. On the other hand, Jai Wangchuan would not make any promises. He insisted on prioritizing the quest and he couldn't miss any details in the quest because he was in a rush. Before that, Yiwu immediately made a small request to Jai Wangchuan. He wanted the man to allow him to bring his team members with him. Of course, Wan Hao immediately became furious. To him, Yiwu was a crazy man. They would enter the Zerg nest where they had an average level of over 80. Meanwhile, Yiwu's team was at an average level of 50. Yiwu asked Wan Hao not to worry because he had his plans. However, Wan Hao once again stated that Jai Wangchuan would not agree to his request. Unexpectedly, Jai Wangchuan gave permission. He asked Yiwu to call his people to leave. He didn't care if they would die or anything. For him, as long as Yiwu and the others wouldn't interfere with his quest, then he wouldn't stop it. Wan Hao was surprised because usually Jai Wangchuan would not care about such requests, but he made exceptions for Yiwu time and time again. He was curious as to what Jai Wangchuan thought. Deep inside the Lost Temple, the fight is still going on. Yiwu was happy because he and his team could follow Mogong's team to explore such a high-level dungeon. He could feel how the experience points affected his body, or what could be called power leveling. Luo Feng was also very happy, although he doubted whether it would be fine if they just watched like that. Yiwu naturally ignored it because even Jai Wangchuan didn't say anything, so there shouldn't be any problems. Just then Jiabao suddenly showed himself and Yiwu immediately asked. Jiabao said that he felt an ominous aura. The temple was a palace he was familiar with before, but now it all felt very foreign. He also felt a very evil and dark aura in the temple. Yiwu felt it too. He wonders what secrets are hidden in the Lost Temple. Yiwu could feel that most of the aura was indeed released by Uncle Jiabao. He wanted to know what the temple was like before and whether it was very different from what they saw now. Jiabao said that back when it was still ruled by his father, the temple was full of pure and holy energy. The Zerg race also lived happily for a very long time. Everything changed when his uncle seized power. The pure energy of the temple turned into evil and dirty energy. Zerg infected with that evil energy will lose their minds. They became crazy and warlike. Yiwu knew that the energy core that Jiabao spoke of was buried deep underground, but he wanted to know what condition it was in first. Jiabao was surprised that Yiwu knew the location of the energy core. Jiabao also said that it should not be called an energy core but a Zerg heart. The Zerg heart is not only a source of power for the temple but also a source of energy for the entire world. Uncle Jiabao gradually polluted it with powerful free energy. As long as the Zerg heart can be purified in time, then it can return to its original state. Yiwu immediately concluded that this matter could not be delayed any longer because if it was completely polluted then the entire world would also be in chaos and collapse. Yiwu was immediately confused. He had found a dungeon that was suitable for building a fort, but it turned out to be polluted and that would have bad consequences. He had to act quickly because otherwise, the treasure he got would disappear. Just then, a Zerg came to attack Yiwu, who looked the weakest. Meanwhile, Leia apologized from a distance for missing it. Yiwu, who was angry, naturally didn't want to be disturbed by the arrival of monsters. He immediately killed the monster easily. Wan Hao, who saw it, was quite surprised when Yiwu suddenly moved, even though he thought Yiwu would choose to stay behind all the time. Lai, on the other hand, Leia was also a little annoyed because he deliberately released the monster to give Yiwu some work, but it turned out that he was able to finish it easily. And Lu, of course, didn't believe Leia did it on purpose. Leia, of course, avoided it, but Dan Lu immediately said that he would recalculate the bonus distribution next month. He then ignored Leia, who admitted guilt. On the other hand, Yiwu was quite surprised to see the unexpected side of the Mogong team. He just hoped that they would immediately stop fighting and continue their journey. At that time, Jiabao, who saw Yiwu starting to get excited, immediately gave him two choices. Yi was a little confused by Jiabao's choice because she didn't have time. Jiabao explained that not far away, Yiwu would find two routes. One of the routes leads to the depths of the temple throne. Uncle and his bodyguard should be there. Meanwhile, the other route leads to the hatching room. In that place, Uncle used fell energy transformation to increase the hatching speed of Zerg eggs and cultivated fast soldiers in large numbers as war troops. Yiwu finally understood why in the previous epic special event there was an increase in the invasion of Zerg troops by up to 1000%. It turns out it was because of the hatching room. Yiwu, who wanted to go directly to the temple throne, finally chose to go to the hatching room as the top priority. He couldn't let the eggs hatch quickly because many people would suffer. Yiwu also knew that if he told Jai Wangchuan the truth, he would ignore the hatching room and choose to go to the temple throne. Yiwu knew that Jai Wangchuan never cared about other people's lives outside of quests after seeing the man's personality. He had to find a way. Not long after, Jai Wangchuan and others saw these two routes. Wan Hao guessed that the two routes were very classic things. Dungeons with such routes would usually have a boss on one side and a trap or dead end on the other side. He immediately wanted to know what the route was based on the treasure map, and Lu later said that the drone sent earlier to roam the streets had been shot down. So, no matter which route they took, there were strong guards there. Leia immediately asked Lai Xing's opinion, who usually used intuition to enlighten everyone's thinking. However, Lai Xing admitted that he couldn't do it because his connection with Buddha had been lost since he entered the temple. It was at this time that Yiwu started to walk forward. He confidently chooses a route based on his experience and intuition. Wan Hao immediately believed and followed Yiwu because the man usually had crazy ideas. He was sure that Yiwu had found something good. Lai Xing also admitted that Yiwu's judgment was almost the same as his intuition. It was at this time that Jai Wangchuan suddenly chose to go another route. Wan Hao was of course confused because the two men chose different routes. Jai Wangchuan immediately said that he did not agree with Yiwu's strange intuition. He only believed in his intuition and asked everyone to follow him. Everyone immediately agreed. Wan Hao then said to Yiwu that Jai Wangchuan was indeed stubborn. No one can change his decision. He asked for Yiwu's understanding to listen to him. Yiwu of course understood. For him, the strong are the ones who make the decisions. Until they finally arrived at the Zerg hatching room as Yiwu expected. Yiwu pretended to be surprised that they arrived at the hatching room. He praised Jai Wangchuan's very accurate intuition for deciding to find the Zerg army's mother nest. However, in his heart, Yiwu knew that it was because of his bluff before. Wan Hao saw that it was not the final boss's place, but the hatching room was a good harvest because they managed to find the source of the Zerg invasion. He was eager to immediately destroy everything. Leia also became very excited because cutting was his specialty. On the other hand, Jiabao was curious how Yiwu knew that Jai Wangchuan would choose that route. What if he chose the same route as Yiwu? Yiwu immediately said that this was impossible. Jai Wangchuan never believed him from the beginning until today. Because of that personality, he knew Jai Wangchuan would not choose the same path as him. Yiwu just took the opportunity from him who did the opposite. Now Jai Wangchuan couldn't help but complete the route he had chosen with tears. Then Yiwu immediately asked his team members to help destroy the place before the Zerg hatched and formed. Luo Feng immediately agreed, especially since his hands were already itching to get so many experience points. At that time, Jai Wangchuan came to him and accused Yiwu of doing it on purpose. Yiwu of course pretended not to hear him because he was running. He asked what Jai Wangchuan said before. Jai Wangchuan asked Yiwu to forget it but naturally wanted to know whether Yiwu was accidental or had set him up. Of course, on the other hand, Yiwu could feel the murderous aura from Jai Wangchuan. Even though the man was unable to guess Yiwu's true intentions, he could still use his invisible killing intent to give him a warning. Yiwu absolutely could not underestimate the #1 power of the Mogong team. At that time, an explosion suddenly occurred, leaving everyone confused. A woman named Diana appears angry because Yiwu and the others have destroyed her nest. She asked everyone to hand over their bodies to pay for their actions. Diana was quite surprised to see another Jai Wangchuan who was an ordinary human but was able to penetrate the temple gate and even enter the hatching room. However, of course, Diana is sure that everyone will die here and become a nutritional supplement for me. Leia saw that Diana, who was a spider, still had a human body on top and admitted that she was quite amazed. Although Wan Hao by his side immediately said that Leia had a unique taste. He reminded the man to stay away from insects. Diana, who heard it, of course, insulted them as rude primates. To me, they were just skinny, brainless monkeys who had the audacity to mock my perfect form. Diana was increasingly determined to kill them all and was no longer even worthy of being nutritional support for him. However, Diana saw Jai Wangchuan as a different figure. To me, that man is not only strong but also handsome. She then asked if Jai Wangchuan would be interested in becoming my male pet. That way, not only would he survive, but Jai Wangchuan would also live a very happy life. Jai Wangchuan immediately cut Diana's body and said, "I am not interested in insects." Of course, Diana became very angry because that man had dared to cut my perfect body. She was so angry that she was determined to kill everyone. Yiwu, who was watching, was amazed to see Jai Wangchuan, who had the #1 combat power. He wasn't tempted by that kind of thing at all. He deserves to be called a role model for the younger generation. At that time, Wan Hao immediately said that Yiwu should not imitate Jai Wangchuan. He admitted that he had never seen Jai Wangchuan react before to any woman. All this time he only had a mission to become stronger. Wan Hao wanted to explain further, but of course, Jai Wangchuan immediately stopped him. "It seems to me that the man has said a lot." Wan Hao immediately said that I didn't say anything, as did Yiwu, who claimed he didn't hear anything. Jai Wangchuan immediately asked everyone not to waste any more time. He asked everyone to finish it immediately. At that instant, Yiwu asked everyone to pay attention. For me, it was a rare opportunity to observe a boss battle with a top team through close range. He asks everyone to open their eyes. They continued to pay attention to the fight. Ruin Tianqian was amazed to see the Mogong team and was not surprised how they became the strongest team in the Hanmo group. They could even make the boss cornered and unable to fight back at all. Apart from that, Dan Lu's healer and buff time is also very fast. Yun Fei also saw how the entire team not only worked together well, but their movements were also very flexible while continuously dodging the boss's attacks. Luo Feng confirmed and could see everyone was carrying out their responsibilities well. They not only have great DPS but also reduce pressure on T and HP. Team Mogong was indeed a perfect team. Yiwu added that everyone has their own advantages. He also admitted that the difference between the Mogong team and the Wangjie team was huge now, but they still had a long way to go. He believes that one day they too can reach that point. On the other hand, Kiki wants to know whether what she feels is love too. For me, the friendly relationship that exists between friends is not the same as what I feel with my Abao. That sense of hopeful togetherness had never occurred to me in thousands of years. She was very happy because she could meet Yiwu. It was then that Jai Wangchuan felt a strange thing that was even more intense. At the same time, his speed and strength increased greatly. He knew that it was not the effect of Dan Lu's buff but from someone else. He also realized that those feelings appeared only after Yiwu's team joined. He even remembered how in previous skirmishes, he had been able to kill monsters more efficiently. Jai Wangchuan was curious as to what exactly Yiwu had done. However, he was also not sure whether it was because of him or because of Yiwu's teammate who had a question mark level, Akakiki. For me, it is very important and I must find the opportunity to find out. Just then, Jayabao appeared and asked if Yiwu could let his friends rescue the Spider Queen Diana. Yiwu wanted to know why and Jayabao explained that it was because Diana was his mother's closest subordinate and I definitely know information about his mother. Yiwu immediately said that it was difficult to do. Firstly, Mogong's team was definitely not his friend. They only worked together for a while. They obviously wouldn't give him the boss. Yiwu was worried that it would actually make Jai Wangchuan suspicious. Later it would be more troublesome if the man found out where he was. Jayabao could only say yes. On the other hand, Diana was very angry because she never thought a human would bring her down like that. Therefore, I will use the greatest power to destroy those humans. Diana changed her face and now turned into a spider queen. Of course, Lei became hysterical and asked Diana to put the mask back on because I couldn't stand looking at you. Wan Hao also became disgusted and stated that Diana should die and go with the other disgusting people back to the west. Diana emphasized that I would not be the one returning to the west. At that time, Wan Hao was shocked because my body suddenly went numb and couldn't move. Diana laughed because to me they were just doing something in vain. From the moment they entered the hatching room, they had absorbed my illusion poison. The poison is colorless and odorless and can penetrate silently regardless of their level. Its only drawback is a long reaction time. That's why I have to patiently delay the time to talk nonsense with Jai Wangchuan and the others. Diana once again laughed and allowed everyone to feel the ultimate attack of the illusion poison. Jai Wangshuan regretted that he didn't realize the poison. Suddenly an attack came towards Jai Wangshuan and the man immediately asked who did it. The man then says it was your own illusion. Likewise, Yiwu saw an illusion of himself. The illusion then confirmed that he was Yiwu. The illusion said that the two of them were the same and Yiwu could never be separated from me. The only thing you can do is fight to the death. Yiwu, who was silent, made the illusion ask again. Was Yiwu surprised by this fact, or he couldn't see his own face? Yiwu naturally didn't care and immediately hit the illusion. He didn't have time to be alone with them. As soon as the illusion fell, Yiwu knew that the illusion was not real at all and was not him. He was very angry and even managed to hit himself. The illusory Yiwu said that the real Yiwu did not understand the current situation. The original Yiwu really didn't understand. If it was just a normal level copy, it should only be level 10. But judging from its defense, it should exceed Yiwu's level 20. Yiwu wondered if it was possible that the illusion was also copying his system. The illusion could move as fast as lightning and suddenly stood behind the real one to attack the real Yiwu. Luckily, Yiwu managed to avoid the attack by jumping backwards. Yiwu's illusion said that they were the same, so their actual strength was the same. The real Yiwu realized its speed and strength were indeed similar to the real Yiwu's, and it couldn't have actually copied the system either. If this is the case, then the problem could turn into a big one. Yiwu thought he had to find a way to verify it. Yiwu took out a sword to attack his illusion, but it turns out that the illusion can also produce the same fire sword. The illusion smiled widely in a terrible way because he also had that sword. The original Yiwu didn't expect that his illusion could actually imitate Emperor Qian's ability. The illusion said that although the copy was not accurate enough, it could be said that it was like a mirror image. Because as long as the real Yiwu entered this illusion, the two of them were one and Yiwu's abilities also belonged to his illusion. The original Yiwu said if they were one, they would not kill each other. The original Yiwu asked the monster illusion what goal it wanted to achieve. The illusion monster Yiwu said the illusion poison is the ultimate control skill, and its purpose is to trap a person in an endless spiritual illusion and fight with the spider monster boss. As for how to deal with Yiwu's real body, it depends on the boss monster's mood. The original Yiwu thought, at this point, that he should immediately change tactics. He cursed in annoyance because this trick was too incomprehensible. Not only was Yiwu trapped and unable to break through, but even this battle was forced to open 55 times. There is absolutely no chance of winning. This young man wondered how could his illusion be this strong. The illusion monster Yiwu said no matter who comes. The beauty of the poison illusion trick is that the ultimate control can ignore levels. No matter how Yiwu hit his level and strength, what stood in front of Yiwu was still the true Yiwu. As long as Yiwu enters the illusion, he will never be able to get rid of it, unless Yiwu kills the Spider Queen, but this is absolutely impossible. The illusion laughed with satisfaction as it was finally about to deliver the ultimate attack on Yiwu. The real Yiwu tried to fend off the opponent's attack while saying that he couldn't believe the illusion's words. And he couldn't believe the illusion actually copied everything from him, including his system. The illusion monster asked, "System? What system does Yiwu mean?" Because as far as the illusionist knows, Yiwu's ability is only a fire attribute. So he forbade Yiwu to confuse him with any other nonsense. While continuing to attack Yiwu blindly, the monster said Yiwu would not be able to win. The original Yiwu thought he shouldn't be surprised because it turned out that the illusion monster couldn't really copy all his abilities, including the system. The real Yiwu said, for his illusion, to try its best to attack because this was already 55 times. Yiwu looked very angry as he asked if he would be trapped in that place forever. Jiabao continued to hold on tightly to Yiwu and kept asking the young man not to give up, and then kept pushing forward. The illusion monster looked happy when he saw Jiabao's existence. The monster said that although he was aware of Jiabao's existence before, he didn't expect it to really be Jiabao, the prince. The monster asked, how did Jiabao become as pitiful as he is now? Moreover, Jiabao is attached to the human side and has a contractual relationship with Yiwu. If Jiabao wanted to use him for revenge and overthrow the king's rule, then Jiabao chose the wrong person. Jiabao firmly said he had no intention of overthrowing the king's power. Jiabao returned to the temple not to kill, he just wanted to see his mother again. Jiabao asks the Spider Queen not to hurt Yiwu again. The spider monster illusion burst into laughter at Jiabao's words. Then he said that the insect prince was still as weak as before. But the monster said, Jiabao's wish is likely to be in vain. But the Spider Queen can tell one thing with great mercy. The spider monster said through its illusion that Jiabao's mother was being held in the transformation room at the bottom of the temple and was suffering from pain and torture every day, because he didn't want to tell the secret. After that, the Spider Queen asked Jiabao to be more grateful to them after hearing the news. The spider monster laughed with satisfaction after delivering such bad news. Finally, it was the real Yiwu who thanked the illusion monster because the monster only copied his abilities, not his IQ. Then Yiwu said, he already asked what you wanted to ask. so it was time for Yiwu to go out. The illusion monster thought that the real Yiwu had gone crazy because he talked about playing around or going out. The original Yiwu said the two of them were not one, and the monster couldn't see through Yiwu's acting, which went against common sense. Yiwu said honestly that from the start I was just pretending to show weakness while helping Jiabao find out about his mother. With a sweet smile, Jiabao confirmed this. The illusion monster became even more angry when he found out that he was being played. He immediately attacked the real Yiwu with a huge sword. Even if deceived by the real Yiwu, the young man couldn't do anything because he was trapped in his illusion now. While resisting the opponent's attack, the original Yiwu answered not necessarily like that, because it was the illusion monster who told Yiwu that the illusion poison was only stealing Yiwu's true level and abilities, but couldn't steal Yiwu's true killing power. The illusion monster Yiwu asked, "What killing power? Even though they are one, what else does Yiwu have that the monster doesn't know about?" Was that the system Yiwu mentioned before? With a calm smile, the real Yiwu answered correctly. Yiwu directly asked the system how many levels could be upgraded to unlock the Emperor Qian account link level with all EXP points. The system replied, currently accumulated X points can increase the link level to 130. Moreover, this system was a higher existence than the current dimensional plane and could not be affected in any way. Finally, Yiwu asked the system to use all the X points to Emperor Qian's account, because the young man must continue to improve his survival skills. Just at that moment, the induction monster jumped toward Yiwu. Luckily, the system converted the account straight away. Because the link level has reached level 130, the second attribute of the Emperor Qian account has been opened, namely the Dark Fire attribute. Instantly, Yiwu's body transformed with a dark flame aura and immediately blocked the opponent's sword attack. Yiwu was astonished to hear about the dark attribute, so he asked the system will finally the second attribute be unlocked. The system explains that when Emperor Qian fell to the dark side, the fire attribute power he controlled changed to a more violent dark attribute, namely Black Flame. The system explains that the Black Flame is not only stronger but also can transform, and the attack method becomes stronger, and at the same time has a new attack talent, even in the face of enemies whose level is around 30 higher than what the host can face. Hearing the information from the system made Yiwu smile happily because he realized this was NB+. This way, even if Miss Zulu came to seek revenge, she would pose no threat. Is this what is called blackening twice as strong? The aura on Yiwu's body turned dark. He asked the opponent to step up against him as the second round was just about to start. The illusion beast was shocked to see that the young man before him had actually increased the level of just mental illusion. He was surprised and asked how could humans do that. Even the original Yiwu managed to increase the level, but the illusion beast tried to throw out a giant arm to fight Yiwu. Yiwu said the copy of the monster's abilities could indeed imitate its abilities, but even Yiwu's original skills and talents, so there was no way the monster could use the system. Now, the battle between the two of them is getting fiercer. The two giant arms clashed and attacked each other. Meanwhile, the real Yiwu and his impersonator also clashed with the big swords they had. The illusion monster said he only needed to hold on a little longer to destroy Yiwu's real body before the human killed me. The original Yiwu said having the real body in the hands of the illusion beast could indeed be troublesome, but the young man would not let his opponent win this time. Instantly, a giant sword appeared right above the body of the illusory monster. The illusion monster was in shock. It realized it couldn't dodge the attack from the giant sword above it. Even the illusion monster realized it too late. Instantly, the monster was impaled by a giant sword which fell right on top of his body, so he died on the spot. Yiwu immediately opened his eyes and woke up from the illusion. Yiwu was relieved to finally return to reality, but to his surprise, his body was hanging by a spider web above the roof of the cave. Moreover, currently in front of him were 3 newly born level 90 insect monsters who were preparing to attack him. Meanwhile, the Spider Queen prepared to escape because she realized something was wrong with Yiwu. The young man could not only control his own level increase, but he could also break the shackles of the Spider Queen's illusions. So the terrible giant Spider Queen prepared to escape by running as fast as possible and reporting to His Majesty the King. But the Spider Queen's fast steps had to stop because suddenly she was shackled by a very dark and very hot purple flame. Yiwu walked up to the Spider Queen and said, "I won't let that terrifying monster just run away." The Spider Queen bowed and begged Yiwu to spare me. The Spider Queen said that Uncle Jiabao holds the power of life and death, so the Spider Queen was also forced to obey him. But as long as Jiabao and Yiwu spare my life, the Spider Queen is willing to serve the prince again and lead them to the secret path to save Jiabao's mother. The Spider Queen even begged Jiabao with a sad face to be more reassuring to the tiny insect. Jiabao became unsteady and told Yiwu it was possible that the Spider Queen was saying something truthfully, so he asked Yiwu to spare the Spider Queen. Moreover, I will take them to save Jiabao's mother. But in her heart, the Spider Queen thought Jiabao was stupid and intended to take them all into the trap room later, and then let Her Majesty crush them into pieces. But without hesitation, Yiwu immediately slashed the Spider Queen until the monster died with just one attack. Jiabao was shocked to see Yiwu's cruel attitude. But Yiwu immediately explained to Jiabao not to be too naive and never believe in the forgiveness of traitors. Since she has betrayed Jiabao once, then she can betray Jiabao a second time. And if Jiabao really wants to be the king of the Zerg, he must not be soft on traitors. Jiabao lowered his head and said that he understood. The cute bug realized that perhaps because of his weakness, he was in a difficult situation now. Jiabao also said that Yiwu was more suitable to be king. Yiwu replied, if being king had many benefits, he would not refuse it. Yiwu decided he would talk about the matter later. Now the most important thing is to take the time to see what the Spider Queen dropped. As Yiwu walked away, Jiabao thought Yiwu was so powerful that he was not like a human, but realistic like an ordinary human. After defeating the Spider Queen, Yiwu got several items that the monster dropped. Among them are 5 million bonus money for killing the boss and 1 million experience points. Then get a prop, Deadly Black Silk, which is a mysterious black thread. Then there is, which is a weapon made from the Spider Queen's broken leg. It has a strange shape and is difficult for ordinary people to control, but can be contaminated with dangerous toxins. The attack feature will poison the target and continue to reduce HP. The poison debuff can be stacked up to 10 layers. When the layers are full, it will fall into status. Then there is also a skill book item. After using the puppet illusion skill, you can return the enemy to spiritual warp and create a spiritual puppet of the same level as the enemy to fight him. The damage received in the divine space will be returned back to the body. The duration of the debuff was only a few minutes. When the target was in a stiff state, the puppet illusion was unable to deal any damage to Yiwu. There is also Essence Zerg, which is a mysterious item that is dropped from the Zerg boss. That item looks very strange no matter how you look at it. Maybe anyone knows how to use it. Yiwu thought those drop bosses were all controlled by the control settings. The first drop of poison debuff, puppet illusion, can also pull the opponent into a spiritual illusion. This Deadly Black Silky, whose name is not very serious and doesn't know what it's good for. Jiabao, who also saw all the items, was very surprised when Zergessen appeared. Yiwu asked, is it rare? What is its specific use? Jiabao explained, is a rare organ tissue that only grows in the most powerful Zerg. This can help increase cell activity and stimulate great strength. Yesterday, after Jiabao was swallowed by the Sand Sea Nightmare in order to save his life, he also consumed the Zerg essence in his body and became small like now. But if later he can absorb 3, he will definitely be able to restore his normal shape and peak strength. Jiabao asked for the item and asked Yiwu to sell it to Jiabao, although now Jiabao did not have an equivalent item to exchange with Yiwu, but he promised to give you equivalent treasures in the future. Yiwu said he would give the item to Jiabao because it was useless to him. Yiwu will also help Jiabao collect all, namely 3, to help Jiabao return to normal, so that they can also add a strong combat power of level 110. Jiabao immediately cheered happily. He also praised Yiwu as a truly generous figure. Jiabao considered it his greatest fortune to have met Yiwu, and he felt unable to repay Yiwu for all his kindness. Seeing Jiabao's very moved attitude made Yiwu remind the insect that he was a prince. So he had to show the dignity of a prince and not cry anymore. After defeating the Spider Queen, Yiwu burned the spiderwebs that trapped all his comrades and Mogong's team. After everyone was free, especially Mogong's team, Manhwa was the first to feel very relieved because he finally came out of the Spider Queen's spiritual illusion. Manhwa asked Jai Wangchuan whether the chairman was the one who managed to save them all. Jai Wangchuan replies that it wasn't him who freed everyone, but it was Yiwu. Jai Wangchuan was sure that Yiwu was the one who could defeat his own mental illusion. Then he was the first to wake up and then kill the boss. Just like that, they were all saved. It sounded incredible, but judging from his level, he definitely couldn't have done anything wrong. However, Jai Wangchuan also thought that if he leveled up in the illusion world, he could defeat my illusion, but he tried his best to put up a fight and Jai Wangchuan could only evenly match my illusion, so Jai Wangchuan couldn't level up at all. Jai Wangchuan wondered how Yiwu did it. Even if Jai Wangchuan asked him directly now, Yiwu would definitely not tell Jai Wangchuan. Jai Wangchuan began to think that it seems that Yin Huan really didn't lie, that Yiwu is indeed very mysterious. Yiwu walked up to Jai Wangchuan and asked, are they okay? Yiwu also said that all the drops from the Spider Queen that Yiwu just killed are on him. Should Yiwu hand them over to Jai Wangchuan and the Mogong team for safekeeping? Jai Wangchuan replied that Yiwu to keep the gift for himself. Lai Xing interrupted and said to Jai Wangchuan, isn't their chairman's attitude too deviated from the rules? Manhwa refuted Lai Xing's words by asking what rules are they talking about now. After all, their leader had already decided, let alone Yiwu who had just saved the Mogong team. Without Yiwu, everyone would have died on the spot that very day. So the prize naturally belonged to Yiwu. Lai Xing pouted and said he just wanted to ask. In his heart, Lai Xing thought, of course, he knew that being able to break free from the illusion that even the chairman couldn't do anything was not an easy thing to do. But with Lai Xing's straightforward personality, he was not happy to see him. Lai Xing feels he is better in strength, at this time he has to pretend. Sooner or later, Lai Xing will definitely fight Yiwu because he wants to see how far Yiwu's strength is. Yiwu smiled broadly and said, "Great chairman." Yiwu even gave the chairman a thumbs up. Yiwu had one more thing to ask. Previously Jai Wangchuan defeated the gate guard boss, so did the monster drop an item called? If so, could Jai Wangchuan sell the Zerg essence to Yiwu at the price Jai Wangchuan set? Suddenly the system notified that Jai Wangchuan sent Yiwu an item. Did Yiwu receive it? Of course, Yiwu was very surprised but also happy. He wanted to ask Jai Wangchuan, but the cold chairman said it was nothing, Yiwu deserved it. Jai Wangchuan hoped that Yiwu could continue to contribute well in the next battle. Yiwu immediately thanked the chairman Jai Wangchuan very much. In his heart, Yiwu thought, first of all, no matter what his character was like, just from his level of generosity, this was all hope that Jai Wangchuan could overcome. However, it seems like they aren't too interested in dropping bosses. Does the Mogong team have other goals? Yiwu hoped that it would not conflict with his goals. Yiwu immediately told Jiabao that he had already collected 2 in an instant. Furthermore, as long as Yiwu can kill another boss, Jiabao can recover after getting the 3rd Zerg Essen. Jiabao is also very happy to get the 3rd Zerg Essen. But when he remembered the next boss monster, Jiabao was suddenly shocked and turned sad. Because the boss monster that Yiwu will fight next is his teacher. Yiwu was shocked to hear Jiabao's words. He just found out that Zerg can have teachers. Yiwu thought that Jiabao was afraid of his teacher like Yiwu was afraid of his strict teacher at school. But then Jiabao explained that his teacher was not an ordinary teacher. Jiabao explained that he is not only my swordsmanship teacher but is also known as the strongest in the Zerg world because he is the Juggernaut Guzin. Yiwu was shocked to hear Jiabao's words. Yiwu looked very excited to hear about Swordmaster Guzin. Sounds very powerful. Yiwu really wanted to meet him now. Jiabao immediately discouraged Yiwu while saying that although Yiwu is very strong, if he meets his master, Yiwu will definitely not be able to defeat him. Yiwu asked, is that true? Could it be that the teacher's level was so high that Jiabao was so afraid? Jiabao answered, not really. Although the teacher's level is high, and it is a question mark, it is not the source of his strength. Because he is really strong thanks to the sword arts he has. Yiwu was immediately shocked when he heard Jiabao say about the Swordmaster. Because he thought that all the insects only used their proud bodies to fight with fellow Zerg, Yiwu didn't expect that among the Zerg there was a Swordmaster. Jiabao explains that Zerg is really not good at using swords, but teacher Jiabao is an exception because he is human just like Yiwu. Yiwu was immediately shocked and asked, is it true that the dungeon really hides something like that? At this time, Jai Wangchuan began to eavesdrop on Yiwu and Jiabao's conversation. Yiwu demands Jiabao tell him what happened at that place. Jiabao replied, what he will say is what his father once told you. Before Jiabao was born, an alien human suddenly broke into their Zerg world. Even though the world has launched a hunt for him, with his superior swordsmanship, he can defeat a siege every time. But a flesh and blood body cannot resist the entire world of Zerg monsters. Jiabao didn't know how many years exactly, but later, his teacher lost in the end. But when he was about to be tortured to death by Jiabao's father, who was the king at that time, finally accepted the human. The king went against all opinions and let him be the personal guard of the kingdom. After Jiabao was born, Jiabao let the master be his bodyguard and Jiabao's personal swordsmanship teacher. Only then did Master Guzin truly integrate into the entire Zerg world. But humans and Zerg are 2 different races, and the pace of life is completely different. In order to gain a longer life, the teacher finally agreed to take the risk of Zerg's transformation, and it was Uncle Jiabao who proposed the plan at that time. So Jiabao didn't worry at all when his uncle reformed the master. But the uncle actually administered a cytotoxic agent that could control his mental behavior, and used that cytotoxic to control the teacher and kill Jiabao's father. So Master Guzin that day completely lost his mind and became the uncle's most loyal and dangerous right-hand man. If Yiwu faced the master rashly, it would be very dangerous. Yiwu confirmed Jiabao's words. Because if you think about it carefully, originally that person had the superpower to fight the entire Zerg world for several years with his own power, and after the transformation of the Zerg, his power was unstoppable. Just like Senior Encheng, he must be a supervillain who couldn't be encountered in the initial story. And unfortunately, that person's identity is the biggest mystery. Because he was a human who suddenly entered, he was not the same as Kiki from the original dungeon. Yiwu wondered, where did that person come from? Yiwu was curious, but now was not the time to think about it. Yiwu asked Jiabao, wouldn't it be that if they killed Jiabao's uncle, it would open his grip on Jiabao's teacher? Jiabao replied it should be fine. Uncle implants his own modified cells into the teacher to form poison and control the teacher. As long as the cytotoxin in Master Guzin's body disappears, its activation will stop. Yiwu said, then it means they don't need to face teacher Jiabao and fight him now. Could Jiabao show me a way to bypass Master Guzin and go straight to the temple throne? Jiabao answered there was, and it went into the secret route. But suddenly, Jai Wangchuan lit up their conversation and said there was no need to change the route. With sharp and terrifying eyes, Jai Wangchuan approached Jiabao and told him to take the scary man to Jiabao's swords master right now. Jiabao was scared to see Jai Wangchuan and hid behind Yiwu's body. Yiwu firmly confronted Jai Wangchuan and said clearly that the scary man couldn't see Jiabao before. So how could Jai Wangchuan suddenly see him now? Jai Wangchuan replied that when he came out of the previous mental illusion, he could see a Zerg that could speak human words beside Yiwu. The reason is not important. What is important is what the Zerg said, and Jai Wangchuan can't pretend he didn't hear it. Yiwu wondered, was it possible that Jai Wangchuan had also gained some kind of improvement in that spiritual space? If not with him, it would be very scary to do this with just one's own abilities. Yiwu said, now that Jai Wangchuan heard what Jiabao said, Jai Wangchuan should also know that it was not a wise choice to go straight to this sword master now. Of course, Yiwu didn't doubt Jai Wangchuan's strength, but their main goal was to defeat the boss. There was really no need to waste time on him. And as long as the final boss was defeated, the sword master lost automatically, so Yiwu hoped they wouldn't have to bother disturb Master Guzin. But before Yiwu finished speaking, Jai Wangchuan pointed a gun at him and told Yiwu not to talk nonsense. And Yiwu should have let Jai Wangchuan take the lead, or else Jai Wangchuan would have killed Yiwu now. Wanhao was shocked to see Jai Wangchuan's attitude. He asks what suddenly happened. Why did Jai Wangchuan suddenly act impulsively? Weren't they fine before? Meanwhile, Lai Xing actually looked happy because their boss had finally been provoked by Yiwu. The longish young man was happy that there would soon be a good show to watch. Luofeng immediately shouted at Jai Wangchuan and asked, what did Jai Wangchuan want to do? Luofeng forbade Jai Wangchuan from hurting Yiwu, even though in his heart, Luofeng thought that even if Jai Wangchuan killed himself it would be as easy as crushing an ant. However, the young man couldn't be a coward to defend Yiwu. Yiwu still smiled casually and asked, why did Jai Wangchuan do this? Everyone had just gone through the test of life and death together, and now the atmosphere was so embarrassing. Did Jai Wangchuan need to behave like this? Jai Wangchuan changed the direction of his sword to Jiabao, then in a firm tone asked what the little Zerg animal wanted. With his body shaking with fear, Jiabao replied that he would understand and would take Jai Wangchuan there so that Jai Wangchuan would not harm Yiwu. After that, Jai Wangchuan forced Jiabao to show him the way. Yiwu, who saw the little Zerg's attitude, was surprised, because the little Zerg was more worried about Yiwu's safety than his own safety. Luofeng asked Yiwu, was the boss alright? Luofeng also said this Jai Wangchuan is really crazy, so they had to stay away from Wangchuan Jai. Wanhao was also shocked and asked, what did the young man do to provoke Jai Wangchuan's anger? Yi Yunfei was too worried for her brother and asked the young man to leave that place immediately. But Yiwu said it's okay. Yiwu just found out that there is a Zerg sword master with a super strong question mark level ahead. So Yiwu intended to avoid it to avoid unnecessary casualties, but team leader Mogong insisted on leaving, so there was a bit of a dispute. Wanhao suddenly said, although he didn't know how Yiwu got this unbelievable news since it contained the word sword master, it was normal for Jai Wangchuan to be unable to sit still. Yiwu asked why. Wanhao also explained that although Jai Wangchuan seemed cold-hearted and not interested in anything, he devoted himself to studying swordsmanship. And as the saying goes, how lonely it is to be invincible. He has few opponents in the group, and he can't find anyone who can spar with him. Therefore, no matter what level he faced, as long as his opponent used the sword, Jai Wangchuan would attack him personally. But usually, the opponent could not last for 3 seconds. This time, the Zerg sword master who was able to reach the question mark level definitely made Jai Wangchuan very excited. Wanhao could even feel Jai Wangchuan's sword scabbard exuding excitement. Yiwu asked why Jai Wangchuan, who had always attached great importance to quests, suddenly changed his appearance. Apparently, this was his original intention. Actually, Yiwu thought, it turns out that Jai Wangchuan is a sword master. Then he would most likely choose to duel the other party later. Since someone was helping Yiwu work on cleaning up Guzin's master, there was no need for him to refuse. So Yiwu would just watch the show on the side while being wary of scenes that got out of control. While heading towards the nest of the Zerg monsters, Jiabao's teacher, Jai Wangchuan, put on a terrible face and thought, I hope the sword master doesn't disappoint him. They all entered a gloomy place filled with hundreds of swords stuck in the ground. At the end of the room, there was a large tree that was painfully losing its vitality. Under the tree, there was a skinny insect wearing clothes like a Chinese sword master. That was the Guzin master. The old insect said Jiabao was finally back because he had been waiting for the young insect for a very long time. Jiabao immediately lowered his head when he met his teacher again. The Gu-Zin master said, "Thank goodness Jiabao survived the siege and dared to face the master even in this form." In his opinion, Jiabao was indeed worthy of a swordsmanship skill successor. The teacher invited Jiabao to play chess again like before. Jiabao shook his head and said, "No, now he is no longer qualified to play against the master, let alone the strength or even the title of master." Master Gu, Wan Hao, who heard their conversation before until now, didn't understand what the old insect was talking about. Yiwu, who was standing next to him, answered this was probably a fixed line from an NPC or something. Yiwu thought there was no racial information in boss logo, even the level was a question mark. This sword master is indeed full of secrets. Suddenly, Jai Wangchuan lowered his weapon right on Master Gu-Zin and said this was the end of their chat. Without any politeness, Jai Wangchuan told Master Gu-Zin to immediately draw his sword and fight. Master Gu-Zin once praised Jai Wangchuan's sword as being quite a good sword. But it's a pity that right now the master is like a living corpse and he has no intention of fighting. So Master Gu-Zin told Jai Wangchuan that the battlefield the young man was looking for was not in his place. Jai Wangchuan didn't like small talk, so he immediately attacked Master Gu-Zin, saying that swordsmanship was impossible without a sword in his hand. To avoid Jai Wangchuan's attack, the master finally used internal strength to move his sword and avoid Jai Wangchuan's sword attack. There was a very fierce fight between Jai Wangchuan and the sword master Gu-Zin. While avoiding the opponent's attack, Jai Wangchuan realized that at this time the sword that attacked him was the sword he threw at Master Gu-Zin. He kept trying to avoid the sword attacks while wondering in his heart how could the sword attack him. Jai Wangchuan thought the master might have used Kai to control the sword. Jai Wangchuan knew such ancient swordsmanship only existed in the records of books in the past. He did not expect to see such a technique, and Master Gu-Zin could use it so skillfully. When tens of swords appeared flying simultaneously towards him, Jai Wangchuan withdrew his sword, thinking that there was no way it would be able to block his attack again. With just one flick of his broken sword, Jai Wangchuan managed to get rid of dozens of swords flying towards him. Jai Wangchuan said a sword that cannot be grasped in the hand is just a piece of scrap iron. Still sitting in his place, Master Gu-Zin praised Jai Wangchuan's extraordinary sword skills. Master Gu-Zin even said it had been 100 years since he saw such a beautiful sword move. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't be able to refuse and would immediately want to learn from Jai Wangchuan. But now the rest of his life is just worthless things. Master Gu, luckily, they all managed to retreat in time. Master Gu-Zin then said that the big red sword was the weapon that was used to kill Jiabao's father. Master Gu-Zin asked Jiabao to take the weapon and take advantage of the fact that the master could still suppress the poison in his body. Now it is Jiabao's turn to take revenge and it is the master's last wish to help Jiabao. But the little bug shed tears and said that he couldn't do that, because he knew the teacher did not intend to kill his father. Jiabao knew that at that time Master Gu-Zin was being manipulated, so he didn't hate his master. Hearing Jiabao's words made Master Gu-Zin say that Jiabao was too weak, but that made him too good like his father and mother in the past. But a kind hand cannot be the king of a country. Master Gu, Yiwu rubbed the little bug and said that what Master Gu-Zin said was true. So Jiabao must be able to overcome this hurdle. But before that, Yiwu had a question for Master Gu-Zin. Yiwu honestly said that he had previously heard that the master was a human. So would Master Gu-Zin tell them which era he was from? And how did he come to the Zerg world? Master Gu-Zin even said that Yiwu was strange. He asked where Master Gu-Zin came from, but the marks on the young man's body showed that Jiabao trusted Yiwu. Master Gu-Zin finally said however he hadn't discussed the past for a long time, and he didn't mind telling them all. Master Gu, there were many of them, but Master Gu-Zin had quite a lot of swords in his hands. In the end, all that was left was Master Gu-Zin and him, his mortal enemy. He was also a sword master, but after all, the sword master Gu-Zin at that time was 1 point faster. But just as Master Gu-Zin finished his revenge, a thunderstorm suddenly descended and hit Master Gu-Zin's sword, making him instantly lose consciousness. When he woke up, Master Gu-Zin discovered that he had come to that place, and the world was full of strange monsters. Apart from the master, Yiwu and his friends were the only humans who had ever set foot in that place. That's the story of Master Gu-Zin. Has Yiwu's curiosity been satisfied now? Yiwu listened to the story carefully and thought the amount of information he got was rather large. This was the rhythm of time travel. Yiwu remembered that some scholars once concluded as entering dimensional chaos accidentally, and the emergence of the entire Earth's old age can also be called a global traversal event or global dimensional chaos. In ancient times, there were also small-scale individual traversers, and even if it was to directly traverse into the dungeon, how chaotic this dimension would be. Moreover, whether this dimensional chaos was caused by coincidence or man-made, the academic world always had many opinions and no conclusions. After hearing Master Gu-Zin's story, Lai Xing thought it was like they had just heard a story about the latest knowledge. Miss Danlu also said that more than 100 years ago, there were humans who transmigrated into the dungeon and transformed into Zerg. This kind of thing was completely unheard of. If they returned, they would immediately report it to headquarters. Jai Wangchuan even thought that this was an unexpected gain, because this also confirmed some high-level guesses about something they were looking for in that temple. Suddenly, a very gloomy and booming voice appeared above them all and said that Master Guzin talked too much. Everyone panicked and immediately stared at the ceiling of the room, which was filled with piles of Zerg monsters. The pile of monsters formed a face and told the Guzin master to immediately kill the group of intruders as well as the weak, unbearable trash. Master Gu. That face looked angry at Master Guzin's answer. He said, even though Master Guzin had turned into a Zerg, he was still human. The hideous figure was astonished and asked how Master Guzin could resist the deep racial superiority of the Zerg. The monster's face was furious and he channeled a force so powerful that it made Master Guzin suffer pain. The evil energy from the boss monster instantly transformed Master Guzin's body into an even more terrifying insect form. Master Guzin said that his real goal was not to resist, but to remain conscious for a short time when transforming into a Zerg. Before losing his consciousness, Master Guzin took the Zerg essence and said that the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Master Guzin handed over his Zerg essence to Jiabao and said that the Zerg essence had to transform to get maximum activation. So this was the Master's final legacy to his disciple, Jiabao. Master Guzin said, the fact that Jiabao was at that place meant that he should get some other Zerg essence, so the Master asked Jiabao to take his Zerg essence to restore his former form so he could kill Master Guzin. Jiabao accepted the Zerg essence, but he still looked sad and stammered that he couldn't kill his teacher. Under the increasingly powerful poison pressure, Master Guzin still tried to say, if faith and kindness are the path you choose, I will support you as a teacher. It's just that I can't accompany you down this road. Now, Master Guzin asked Jiabao to run as far as possible, because he couldn't control himself anymore. After saying his last words, Master Gu and he will become the strongest puppet of the Zerg King. Before the terrifying monster's attack hit Jiabao, Jai Wangchuan moved as fast as lightning and managed to repel the monster's attack. Jai Wangchuan looked happy because Master Guzin was finally willing to take the initiative. Although unfortunately, he doesn't fight in his human form. But he thought it didn't matter, as long as Master Guzin could still use a sword, then there would still be a proper battle between them. The clash of the two weapons between them began to sound deadening. The figure who controlled the Gu, since Wangchuan Jai couldn't wait to die, the monster would immediately grant it. Weizing was very annoyed to hear his chairman being insulted like that. The young man invited all his colleagues to kill the Guzin monster together, but Jai Wangchuan immediately asked all his team members to withdraw. Although Jai Wangchuan usually fought on the principle of prioritizing quests, he did not want to miss the opportunity to fight one-on-one with a swordsman who was extremely rare in the world. Jai Wangchuan forbade all his team members from interfering. Hearing the chairman's words, Wan Hao understood the man's thoughts. But this was the first time he saw the chairman ignore his principles and act willfully. Wan Hao suspects that Jai Wangchuan behaved like that because he was influenced by Yu Wu's abilities. Jai Wangchuan raised his weapon and immediately released an extremely powerful aura. Not to forget, Jai Wangchuan asked everyone to stay away and be careful not to get hurt because of the fight. Jai Wangchuan created a giant barrier around himself and the monster so that their fight would not hurt the other. Jai Wangchuan firmly said that the one standing in front of him was just an insect with a sword, so he was not worthy of competing in swordsmanship with Jai Wangchuan. Then after that, Jai Wangchuan attacked the monster with wind that moved as fast as lightning until it became a sharp weapon. The Gu Jai Wangchuan said the sword was used to transform Kai, and now that Kai is dancing into the wind, Jai Wangchuan ordered the entire sky to spread out, becoming his weapon to attack the Guzin monster. Because of this attack, the monster's HP dropped to 80%. The entire Mogong team was relieved to see the attack of Jai Wangchuan, their leader who never failed to hit the opponent. Even now, they seemed to see a scene of one-sided oppression. Unfortunately, this attack did not cause major damage to the Guzin monster. Yu Wu also thought, Jai Wangchuan's skill is indeed incomprehensible, but there is a time limit, and judging from the current situation, Sword Master Guzin should be able to hold on until the skill ends. We must take advantage of this time to replenish our combat power. In an instant, Yu Wu immediately reminded Jiabao not to continue being stupid and immediately absorbed all the Zerg essence to return to its original form. Jiabao still seemed hesitant and said he didn't want to do it. Yu Wu immediately put on an angry face and said that he would kill Jiabao now, because the most hated thing is indecisive trash like Jiabao. And Yu Wu's words of prayer, he had suppressed all those feelings for a long time. Yu Wu cruelly said he would not continue to protect the little bug. He would kill Jiabao to become king of that world and turn a blind eye to Jiabao's mother's suffering. Jiabao immediately became angry when Yu Wu mentioned his mother. Jiabao angrily said that no one should treat his mother like that. He knew that he had a weak personality, especially after meeting Yu Wu. He felt like he had lost his will to fight. But because now the ability of the young insect has been recognized by his teacher, the results appear again and are not as unbearable as before. Jayabao said maybe previously he just lacked determination. Slowly Jayabao's small body was wrapped around the cocoon and he immediately thanked Yiwu for deliberately intimidating him with his extraordinary acting. Now Jayabao understands what is most important right now. Hearing Jayabao's words made Yiwu look away, and it was different that at this time Jayabao should not throw away about himself. Since Jayabao said that he was strong, then now was the right time to show Yiwu. In his heart, Yiwu felt that his acting was really bad. Right after that, Jayabao's entire body was already covered in a cocoon. Only one of his eyes wasn't closed. With sharp eyes, the young insect asked his best friend to wait for the action after he emerged from the cocoon. Suddenly it shone blindingly with a flash of light that appeared very strong. Yiwu thought, if they didn't yell at each other maybe Jayabao wouldn't form a cocoon. The problem right now is that it doesn't say how long it takes to come out of that cocoon and become a butterfly, and Yiwu didn't have time to wait. This young man hoped that Jayabao would come out early for him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, the fierce battle between Jai Wangchuan and the monster Guzin was still going on. The monster Guzin laughed with satisfaction because he was finally able to destroy Jai Wangchuan's creation domain. The monster said he was already used to Jai Wangchuan's attack style. The figure behind the Guzin monster laughed with satisfaction because the Guzin monster tried to attack Jai Wangchuan with its huge sword. Jai Wangchuan was able to withstand the sword attack, but in his heart, this young man realized that the monster's attack was truly powerful. In the sword god domain, Jai Wangchuan can only fight to a draw with him. If Master Guzin does not weaken himself, then Jai Wangchuan will lose. According to the current situation, Jai Wangchuan knew he would not be able to defeat him within the given time limit. When the sword god domain ended, the young man was sure he would receive an instant weakening effect. If at that time Master Guzin would take the opportunity, the entire team would be in a dangerous position. Jai Wangchuan thought about using a special trick he had saved for the final boss. Meanwhile, Jai Wangchuan could only deal with wind sword attacks at the monster. The Zerg Guzin monster was starting to get annoyed because Jai Wangchuan kept using the same attack. So the monster used an unexpected move that was as fast as lightning, making it move behind Jai Wangchuan to deliver a surprise attack. Jai Wangchuan was shocked, and he realized he couldn't dodge the attack. Luckily, the powerful attack was blocked by Yiwu, who arrived just in time. Yiwu commented that the monster's attack was really strong because he could barely withstand the attack even though he had used the accounts of the two Chain Kings. Jai Wangchuan was shocked to see Yiwu's presence. He asked what Yiwu was doing. Why did he force his way into the new god Jai Wangchuan domain? Has Yiwu gone crazy? Yiwu instead asked the leader of this expedition to immediately reabsorb his superpowers because Yiwu refused very hard. So he begged the monster Yiwu to fight next. Jai Wangchuan completely reabsorbed the sword attack and asked if it was true that the young man could fight the Guzin monster. Yiwu answered of course. Yiwu instead asked Jai Wangchuan to save more stamina because there was still a final boss that had not been fought. Besides, Yiwu's abilities had already greatly improved and he would show it to Chairman Jai Wangchuan and everyone else. Even though in his heart, Yiwu was currently lying. Monster Guzin said Jai Wangchuan deliberately called for reinforcements because he couldn't defeat the monster, and the Guzin monster had no problem facing anyone. He told Yiwu to come forward to face him, even though the level 13 Yiwu wasn't worthy of playing with him. Yiwu smiled widely with an extremely hideous expression. Yiwu said soon the monster would know whether or not he was worthy of being the opponent of the Guzin monster. The young man even challenged the Guzin monster to come forward and find out for himself. The Guzin monster immediately gave Yiwu a fairly powerful shooting attack. Dozens of swords appeared towards Yiwu. Yiwu repelled dozens of attacks with ease and said, although his swordsmanship was not as good as Master Guzin's, the attack method currently used by the master was too perfunctory. Monster Guzin said it was just an attack, so Yiwu didn't need to worry because he was not stupid enough to despise any opponent on the battlefield. Suddenly the Guzin monster appeared behind Yiwu to deliver a powerful attack like before. Yiwu thought that that was the master's attitude towards seizing power, like stabbing in the back. Fortunately, Yiwu would not fall for the same trick. As fast as lightning, Yiwu looked back and blocked the attack from the monster. The Guzin monster was shocked and asked if Yiwu had awakened his sword technique, because previously the young man said he couldn't use swordsmanship. While continuing to fight each other, Yiwu answered that he only said he was not skilled, but Yiwu did not say he could not use sword skills. Moreover, it is the basic idea to use the power that appears after the rebound and seize the opportunity to attack. Yiwu continued to urge the Guzin monster to retreat, but finally, the monster created a counterattack. The Guzin monster said, this is not a matter of basic thinking, but that Yiwu's ability to compete with the strength of a master swordsman is enough to show his strength. While resisting the monster's attacks, Yiwu said it was better to fight with swords, so why didn't Master Guzin talk about martial arts and make a sneak attack now? Guzin monster said he is not alone. Yiwu's human rule system was a joke to the Zerg. As long as the monster can win, he will do whatever it takes. Yiwu replied, whatever it takes to win. Then Yiwu would be impolite. After all, it was better than using a sword. Because Yiwu prefers to destroy with violence, Yiwu created several giant Qian arms to hit the monster's body in succession. The Guzin monster was unable to withstand the attack. He couldn't withstand attacks that big and that many. He was also surprised that a human like Yiwu could have such a powerful attack. The entire Mogong team was amazed to see Yiwu's attack. They were sure that the young man had at least a level of over 120. Miss Lu guessed that it was possible that this strange dark purple flame was a combination of the dark and fire attributes. Jai Wangchuan thought Yiwu's true level was more than 120. Moreover, the power of the attack aimed earlier should be between levels 130-150. Jai Wangchuan guessed that was the source of Yiwu's confidence all along. No wonder he always acted calm. This kid can only be recruited because if you want to kill him, it will be very difficult. The monster said enough is enough. This endless entanglement. If it weren't for the damned Guzin handing over the Zerg essence, those monsters would definitely kill the humans all in an instant. Even if it was difficult for the monster to tell the winner on one, he was sure Yiwu had no weaknesses. That's what humans call caring. Even if the monster was unable to kill Yiwu, it was easy to kill others, so how would Yiwu choose? Instantly the elite Zerg monster created many clones to attack Yiwu's comrades and Mogong team members. The Mogong team members started fighting with their clones of the monster Guzin. They warned everyone to be careful. Although this clone was not as powerful as the main body, it should not be underestimated. So they had to get rid of them as soon as possible. Lai Xing cursed in annoyance because Yiwu was really a layman. Since he had the power to destroy, why should he give the boss a chance to change stages? Dan Lu replied, perhaps Yiwu's strength still could not reach true destruction. So Lai Xing should shut up and focus on output. Wen Hao acted alone. He told Yiwu's friends to hide behind. Because if they are determined to fight the clone, the only thing they will get is death. At that moment, Yi Yunfei called Kiki. The girl was stunned when she faced the huge monster clone in front of her. Because she was too scared, Kiki couldn't escape. Fortunately, Jai Wangchuan was able to quickly repel the Zerg monster's attack while snapping at Kiki. Even though the girl's abilities are very weak, she should be able to escape. And hasn't Yiwu taught me how to deal with enemies much stronger than myself? Kiki awkwardly said sorry and thanked Jai Wangchuan. At this moment, Jai Wangchuan's body was suddenly attracted to the girl in front of him. Jai Wangchuan wonders what kind of buff this girl beside me has released. Because the buff feels much stronger than before. Jai Wangchuan realized that the buff came from Kiki, so Jai Wangchuan held the girl's hand and realized that a huge force had entered my body. Jai Wangchuan looked at the girl closely because he was amazed by Kiki's abilities that he had never experienced before. But a moment later Jai Wangchuan remembered that there was no time to wonder about the girl now. He immediately ran to the other clone monsters and got rid of them first, leaving Kiki confused by Jai Wangchuan's attitude. Yiwu was still busy fighting the real monsters. They were attacking each other with clanking swords. Yiwu said to the monster, all the clones of the monster will be wiped out by Jai Wangchuan alone. Looks like that monster cloning tactic didn't work either. The monster replied he didn't expect to rely on a clone to resolve the battle. They were just a means for the monsters to distract Yiwu, and their true goal was the death that all humans in that place would have to face. The monster raised its right arm high, activating an untold amount of poison in the large tree in the room. Yiwu warned everyone to escape immediately because the poison of the Zerg monsters was about to be activated. But it was too late because eventually the bubbles that appeared above the tree burst and created highly toxic smoke. Yiwu tried to defend himself by covering his mouth. Yiwu thought he was careless because I've been caught twice in a row. It was very difficult to survive in the temple environment, but fortunately Yiwu had anticipated it. They were all hit by a deadly poisonous mist which was able to make everyone lose their ability to fight, lose HP continuously, and die after the countdown ended. The countdown to death is 30 minutes. Yiwu immediately shouted asking everyone to drink the antidote potion given before entering the temple. Wan Hao said, thanks to Yiwu for making and distributing the antidote in advance, otherwise they would all die. Miss Lu said, but this time the poisonous mist was stronger than the previous one, and the effect of the antidote was also weakened. Monster Gu. Jai Wangchuan tried to block the steps of the Guzin monster who was trying to approach his colleagues. Jai Wangchuan said, even if only 40% HP remained, Jai Wangchuan was confident he could still hold off the elite monster. The monster Gu. Jai Wangchuan replied that he was the one who insisted on coming to that place, and the responsibility for the quest failure lay with him. So he will use the last to restrain that guy will die if you use that trick. The Guzin monster attacks Jia Wangchuan while saying they don't need to fuss about the order because they will all die anyway. But suddenly, a powerful attack blocked the Guzin monster's movements. The elite monster was very familiar with the attack that had just hit its body. Sure enough, Jiabao, who had returned to his original form as an adult insect, bravely approached them with a large sword in his hand. Jiabao says, sorry to keep them all waiting. Next, Jiabao, who now has level 130, will face the Guzin monster. Yiwu directly told Jiabao that he came out at the right time. This coercive skill is Jiabao's true inheritance. But Yiwu only gave 9 points, and the remaining 1 point depends on Jiabao's true ability. The Guzin monster said, the sneak attack just now was not bad. But Jiabao didn't take the opportunity to hit the Guzin monster harder. It seems that even if the trash is changed back to its original state, it is still trash. Jiabao said he had accepted all the master's wishes and powers, and Jiabao would follow the master's teachings, and abandon Confucianism and doubt, take full revenge, and will not disgrace the teacher's name. Jiabao swears in his teacher's name, he will make the monster that possessed his teacher die. But the monster that controls Guzin's body said, Jiabao must stand obediently and listen to the teacher. With sharp eyes, Jiabao said that the creature should not call that figure its master, namely Master Guzin. Simultaneously, Jiabao chopped off his hand with a lightning-fast movement. The monster roared in pain as both of its arms were cut off by Jiabao at an abnormal speed. Even those elite-class monsters couldn't dodge Jiabao's attack. Jiabao asked his master not to worry because he would immediately expel the evil person from the master's body as soon as possible so that the master could rest in peace. Monster Guzin cursed angrily because Jiabao suddenly became so strong, even though he didn't even have the courage to swing a sword before. The monster prepares to attack again with Blade Storm. Hundreds of swords appeared floating around the master swordsman. Guzin monster also said, even so, since the poison doesn't work on Jiabao, then the monster will make Jiabao die under the swordsmanship that his teacher is proud of. Jiabao said that the person had indeed succeeded in taking over his teacher's body, but the monster didn't understand swordsmanship at all, because Blade Storm was a defensive move using Kai, and the true attacking ultimate move was the move that Jiabao would demonstrate. The young insect immediately burned its teacher with just one attack. The Guzin monster of course immediately screamed in pain while cursing at Jiabao. At that moment, the walls of the room suddenly shook. They suspected that Jiabao's powerful attack caused the temple monster's body to suffer pain. Wan Hao, who didn't know who Jiabao was from the start, wondered where the young insect hamster came from, because the power of his swordsmanship seemed to surpass the ability of Master Guzin's swordsmanship. Yiwu replied that the story was too long and he would explain it to Wan Hao later. Monster Guzin said, Master Gu, he guessed that Jiabao must have absorbed to become so strong. The Guzin monster would tear open Jiabao's stomach and take out the Zerg essence to strengthen itself. Jiabao killed all the Guzin monster clones while saying he would not let the Guzin monsters succeed, because he will definitely protect Teacher Guzin's legacy with his life. Jia Wangchuan watched Jiabao closely while thinking that the Zerg boy was indeed very strong as his master said, but now Jiabao had inherited and penetrated his inner demons, so he became even more unstoppable. Even if Jia Wangchuan was not poisoned, he would have no chance of winning against Jiabao without his strongest trick. Suddenly, the extremely evil elite beast raised its two main arms and said that it surrendered, and Jiabao won. He didn't expect Jiabao to be so powerful. The monster instead asked Jiabao to return to his uncle and help him. In return, the uncle who used the master's body as an intermediary said that the Zerg Monster King said he would free Jiabao's mother and reunite the two of them. Jiabao remained alert and said that he might have believed what the evil monster said before, but now he would no longer be fooled by the evil uncle's words, because Jiabao's only goal is to kill their uncle, the current Zerg King. But suddenly the young Zerg's body was held back by plant tendrils that came out of the ground. The cruel Zerg monster laughed horribly and said that Jiabao's guess was correct, but unfortunately, it was too late. The uncle said he did not intend to hand over Master Guzin's body. After all, this was the crystallization of his hard work over the years. But now it seems that not giving up is not enough to defeat Jiabao. Jiabao's body was hanging upside down by plant vines. At this time, the young bug was still trying to ask his uncle what was he actually trying to do. Unexpectedly by anyone, Master Guzin's body was slowly sucked in by the almost dead tree in the middle of the room. Everyone in the room was shocked and suspected that the master had committed suicide under the control of the evil Zerg King. But Jiabao said it integrates the teacher's body into the ancient tree and then uses the energy of the skin to activate the ancient tree. But the ultimate goal is to create new tree roots that are so sharp that they trap them all. Jiabao immediately asked everyone to run to the exit, and he would block the opponent's attack and then follow from behind. But unfortunately, even the exit was blocked by the sharp roots. Now they just realized that the aim of the evil monster was to trap them all in a room that kept shrinking and they would stab them to death. Wan Hao cursed in annoyance because their attributes had not recovered and were now unable to destroy the tree roots blocking the entrance. Jia Bao tried to cut the roots of the tree with his sword, but he realized that the roots of the tree that had absorbed the energy of the ancient temple could not be completely cut. Jia Bao asked them to think of another way before they were trapped by the sharp tree roots. Jia Wangchuan said that to stop its growth, they had to sever the connection between the taproot of the ancient tree and the temple. But now they were continuously pushed into a corner that they could no longer understand the exact location of the main root. While trying to resist the attacks of the sharp roots that kept pressing on them, Jia Bao said that the position of the main root was not difficult, because when he was with the master, the teacher always taught the highest meaning, so he can slash regardless of spatial distance. But it still takes 10 seconds of hard charging time. The current situation is truly urgent and threatens their lives. Yiwu asked irritably why didn't Jia Bao talk about it earlier, because Yiwu could struggle to defend himself during these 10 seconds. Even though all of Yiwu's attributes had weakened, his props would not be affected. He only needs to use the shield grenade for 10 seconds. Yiwu immediately asked everyone to move closer to him so that the metal shield could reach him. Finally, a large enough shield was created by Yiwu to protect everyone. At this second, Wan Hao asked if the shield wasn't too high. Can the shield really withstand attacks from extremely sharp tree roots? Yiwu answered that according to his calculations, it should be enough for 10 seconds. As the shield's energy decreased, the sharp and strong tree roots pressed against it more and more. Someone complained that they had to defend the life and death of the Zerg boy. But when the countdown was running out, Jia Bao's sword was already fully charged with greater power. Everyone shouted and wished for Jia Bao. While exerting the full power of his sword, Jia Bao said out loud the true meaning of Sword Master Guzin's swordsmanship was to cut without hesitation in the shortest time. It turned out that Jia Bao managed to destroy all the very sharp and strong tree roots with just one step. Everyone in the room realized that Jia Bao's holding technique not only cut ancient trees but could also directly cut the walls of the room. Now they only understand how strong the holding technique taught by Master Guzin is. After that, Jia Bao could breathe a sigh of relief because he played perfectly and did not dishonor his teacher. But even so, Yiwu still hit Jia Bao hard on the head while saying that they had all bet their lives on the young insect. So if Jia Bao failed, all of them would never let the young Zerg go to hell. Jia Bao rubbed the bump on his head while screaming in pain. Suddenly someone shouted saying that they saw Master Guzin's body. Sure enough, Master Guzin's body detached from the ancient tree and he slowly floated before everyone. Jia Bao caught his master's body. He didn't expect to be able to get Master Guzin's body in perfect condition before his departure. Jia Bao asked the master to rest in peace. He also asked Yiwu to accompany him to bury Guzin's teacher at the place he first passed. Yiwu of course immediately agreed. At that time, Jia Wangchuan said that he did not expect Jia Bao to evolve into such a powerful figure in a short time. In fact, he is better than humans in terms of biological structure. He also asked Jia Bao not to be too sad because the master had passed on a lifetime of learning to him and his strength would not disgrace the name of the holy sword. Jia Bao said thank you. On the other hand, Yiwu was quite surprised that Jia Wangchuan would take the initiative to comfort others as if he had known Jia Bao for a long time. After that, Jia Wangchuan invited Jia Bao to continue his journey and would also help him get revenge. However, in return, he was willing to practice fighting with him. For Jia Bao, it would be an honor for him. Yiwu didn't expect that Jia Wangchuan was really a martial arts maniac, especially swordsmanship. Yunfei then asked where her brother got a baby like Jia Bao. However, Yiwu immediately reminded him that Jia Bao was not a baby, but he was a battle pet. Jia Bao, who saw Yunfei, immediately approached him. He knew that Yunfei was Yiwu's younger sister. He introduced himself immediately as Jia Bao, the prince of the Zerg tribe. He also tells how previously he was trapped in the previous image, but now thanks to Yiwu he can see the sun again. He hoped that Yunfei could help him while kissing the back of his hand, which surprised Yunfei. Seeing that, of course, Yiwu became angry and immediately hit Jia Bao on the head. He was annoyed because Jia Bao had dared to kiss his sister without my permission. Jia Bao immediately apologized while crying. At that time, Lai Yesi suddenly called the Mogong team from the other side because there was an emergency. Jia Wangchuan immediately wanted to know what happened. Lai Yesi immediately reported that Zulu from the Huangjang team was on his way to the temple. The person looked very angry and intended to come to kill. Lai Yesi and others couldn't hold back and could only tell them to be careful. Of course, Yiwu panicked because Zulu came to take revenge on me. I didn't expect that the woman would come sooner than I expected. Even though their current strengths were comparable, an angry woman would be even more difficult to deal with than a boss monster. He immediately thought about what to do. Yiwu immediately advised Jia Wangchuan to take the loot and leave because if Zulu came, a fierce battle would be inevitable. Jia Wangchuan said that the boss was defeated by Jia Bao, which means the loot belonged to Yiwu. Meanwhile, he only needs black slate fragments. Yiwu immediately agreed, even though in his heart he remembered that it was the same as what the Sand Sea Nightmare had released before. Yiwu became suspicious that the black slate fragments were the Mogong team's main goal. Not long after, the system congratulated Yiwu, who had successfully killed the boss and got 5 million experience points, which would be divided evenly among all team members. Apart from that, he also got 5 million in an epic magic crystal. Next, Yiwu also got the Absolute Sword Steamer, which was Teacher Guzin's sword, Black Light Whetstone, which was a tool for polishing cold weapons, Sword Master Gu. Yiwu immediately gave the black slate fragments to Jia Wangxuan. The man accepted and also suggested that Yiwu quickly study Teacher Guzin's sword skills book. It would help improve his swordsmanship so they could learn from each other. However, of course, Yiwu would not do it. Yiwu actually asked everyone to immediately move toward the final boss. Even though their condition has now recovered, there is still a time limit they must meet. Yiwu and others need to speed up the process. Yiwu knew that the dark flame form he currently had could overcome opponents up to level 160. But Zulu definitely had some secret moves that had not been revealed, and indeed wanted to avoid a fight with that woman that would be useless. As they were walking, suddenly an attack came. Jia Bao and Jia Wangxuan unitedly protected Yiwu. It turned out to be Zulu, who was happy to find Yiwu. Jia Wangxuan immediately said that Zulu was too late to defeat the boss at that time. Zulu was furious because she had absolutely no interest in the dungeon or the bosses in it. I came only for one purpose, namely to meet Yiwu, who was the only person who had dared to deceive me. Yiwu begged the beautiful goddess Zulu to calm down. He admitted that he had indeed deceived Zulu, but he did it with good intentions. Even Zulu should be grateful. If it weren't for Yiwu's good intentions to trick Zulu into returning home, then that woman would have been held responsible and severely punished by the Huangjang group. Of course, Zulu didn't want to listen to Yiwu's excuses. She is still angry because she has been cheated, and whoever did it must die. She started to attack, and Jia Wangxuan immediately took out his sword to defend. Jia Wangxuan emphasized that Yiwu was a member of the Mogong team and Zulu should not act like that. If Zulu wants to kill Yiwu, then that woman has to go through me first. Likewise, Jia Bao immediately said that he would never let Zulu touch Yiwu. Luo Feng would also stand up to defend because Jia Wangxuan had also taken a stand. Lai Xing is also determined to change Zulu's thinking. Meanwhile, Yun Fei also said that Zulu was an arrogant woman, and that was much more annoying than indifference. I even said that Zulu would not marry for the rest of her life. Lei reminded Yiwu to thank Jia Wangxuan for speaking up, because if not, then I would have helped too. Zulu, who saw everyone insisting on attacking, chose to kill them all. At that moment, Yiwu immediately approached Zulu. He asked the woman not to involve other people in their problems. Zulu was actually very surprised to see Yiwu's speed, which couldn't even be seen clearly. Yiwu also said that they didn't really have any grudges. He admitted that he had previously covered up the fact that I led troops to the Huangjang group base. But on the other hand, Zulu also led troops to destroy the Hanmo group base. What they were doing was just a normal tactical operation, but they were still hostile. Zulu told Yiwu not to be confused because they were clearly different things. Yiwu immediately denied it and also admitted that he was forced to do it. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in the conflict of interest between the two groups, but because of a trivial matter, I was actually listed as the second target on the Huangjang group's bounty list, so they sent people to kill. Yiwu just didn't want to continue being hurt, so he chose to act a little. Zulu didn't know that Yiwu actually had a complicated relationship with the Huangjang group, but she suspected that Yiwu was just lying because he had never seen the gift list. Yiwu immediately understood that the gift list was not revealed to Zulu. The man immediately pretended to be surprised. It's impossible for me that Zulu, the first power of the Huangjang group, doesn't know the prize list. Yiwu added that the list was for mercenaries and bounty hunters only. He also added that the name of the first person on the prize list was Zuhi, who had the same last name as Zulu. Yiwu asked if it was a coincidence. Zulu was of course very surprised, and that face let Yiwu know that it was true that the two of them were related. Yiwu then continued that Zuhi went to the same school. They also communicated when monsters attacked the city. He wanted to know how Zuhi could be Huangjang's #1 target. Zulu then asked Yiwu about Zuhi's position, but the man didn't know. Yiwu actually asked why Zulu wanted to know and whether they knew each other. Zulu admitted that he just wanted to ask and immediately changed the subject. Zulu emphasized that their matter had nothing to do with the Huangjang group, so they shouldn't talk about anything that was irrelevant to the main topic. Yiwu reminded me that Zulu was reckless to act, then I would just let the Zerg come in and defeat them both. It was better for them to defeat the boss monster together and leave afterward to settle personal matters. In his heart, Yiwu knew that Zulu had deliberately changed the topic and became more curious about the relationship between Zulu and Zuhi. On the other hand, Zulu immediately refused. In my opinion, Yiwu is a cunning man. If given the opportunity, he will definitely disappear without a trace. That's why their problems must be resolved immediately. Manhwa is increasingly annoyed because Zulu is just an arrogant woman. He was very ready to hit Zulu to make her conscious. Jai Wangchuan asked Manhwa to be patient because he could see how Yiwu had a different aura than before. Even now when he was facing someone at level 140, Yiwu looked very calm. Manhwa was certainly surprised because even though Yiwu had risen 3 levels, he was still not that strong. So why was he so brave to face someone at level 140? Yiwu then asked what Zulu would do. He didn't care at all about what Zulu would do to me, only that the sooner Zulu did it, the better it would be for them. Yiwu didn't want them to stay there any longer because it would become more dangerous. Zulu then said that she wanted Yiwu to receive 3 of her attacks. If Yiwu could escape or survive, then no matter whether Yiwu lived or died, Zulu would forget the problems between them. Yiwu immediately agreed to the offer. Yunfei was certainly worried. She reminded Yiwu that the woman was level 140. The woman was dangerous and wanted to help. Yiwu asked not to worry. He just told everyone to stay away and don't get hurt. He immediately got ready and Zulu also started to attack. Seeing Yiwu acting so calm, Zulu was going to use 80% of his strength to test Yiwu. Is this man really capable or is he just bluffing? Zulu's strength was actually able to penetrate Yiwu's defense. Yiwu immediately realized that Zulu's strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. On the other hand, Zulu was shocked to realize that the 80% power only hurt 20% of Yiwu's HP. She realized she had underestimated that man and now would no longer hold back my strength. Yiwu took Zulu's first attack and asked the woman to continue. However, Yiwu immediately regretted it because Zulu actually showed real strength. Manhwa immediately saw how Zulu tried to kill Yiwu. He immediately asked Jai Wangchuan to help stop Zulu's attack because Yiwu would die if he continued. Jai Wangchuan admitted that he couldn't stop it and he really wanted to know how Yiwu would handle it. Zhu Wangchuan continued that with such a huge difference, Yiwu dared to fight with confidence. He was sure that Yiwu would definitely have his own way of dealing with it and they would just have to wait and see. In his mind, Jai Wangchuan knew that Yiwu had already advanced by 3 levels, but what actually happened was definitely not that simple. He was very curious about what secrets Yiwu actually kept. On the other hand, Yunfei also asked Jiabao to help her brother. I knew that Zulu was too strong so I was worried about Yiwu. Jiabao refused cautiously because it was Yiwu's choice. He couldn't destroy Yiwu's determination and courage. He also believed that Yiwu had a way to deal with her. Next, Zulu attacked with a frozen ice waterfall. She started to ask Yiwu to prepare to receive the second attack and show strength. On the other hand, Yiwu was ready with the British Demon Control half-body giant. The Qian King's account has already opened the dark attribute. In addition, the ability to control fire demons has also improved a lot. Yiwu was also very curious about what the power of the flame demon could achieve. Yiwu then admitted that he was ready to show strength to Zulu. Until the fight finally started, Jai Wangchuan and others were inside the shield. They could feel the scale of the battle. It was so large that it was even beyond what they could endure. They immediately chose to avoid it and not get too involved. At that time, Yiwu realized that the second attack had succeeded in reducing his HP by 60%. He admitted that his body could not take the attack from Zulu. He also admitted that Zulu deserved to be the strongest fighting force of Huangjing. Moreover, she hasn't even done her best. Yiwu was sure that Zulu would use the ultimate power in the final attack. He must immediately find an opportunity to open the Shadow King to save his own life. Yiwu asked Zulu to quickly attack. The man would not recover the HP he had and would use the remaining 2% HP to receive Zulu's final attack. He would let Zulu vent her anger by doing her best. Yunfei was certainly very panicked seeing her brother in danger. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Luofeng knew that Yiwu still had some secret moves, but it was still too dangerous not to recover his HP first. On the other hand, Miss Lu could see Yiwu's crazy actions. She knew that everyone must be aware that Yiwu now had a killer move that was stronger than before, but with his current low HP, you wouldn't be able to resist it. Lei could only scoff at Yiwu, who was still pretending to be strong in such a life and death situation. Whether it was because Yiwu was stupid or because he secretly had a plan. However, he didn't really care as long as he was entertained by the match. However, who would have thought that Zulu would suddenly stop attacking? Yiwu was so confused that he asked. He also asked Zulu not to pity him because he was still able to fight. Zulu then said that although the first attack was not very strong, the second attack already had a real killing move, but Yiwu was still able to survive. This already shows that Yiwu has strength equal to me. Zulu then revealed that the reason I was angry was because I didn't like being tricked by a weak and cunning clown like Yiwu, but she didn't really mind because Yiwu turned out to be very strong and good at using tricks like that. Moreover, seeing Yiwu's relaxed attitude, I knew that the guy still had a hidden killer move that had yet to be used. Yiwu just smiled and invited Zulu to cooperate. Meanwhile, in his heart, Yiwu did not plan to use this ultimate move. For him, life is difficult enough and it is not easy to make money. He thanked Zulu for saving him a large amount of money. Zulu then said that the matter between them was over and that what Yiwu did next had nothing to do with me. Yiwu held back Zulu's departure. He knew that Zulu seemed to be holding back from attacking, but then said that she could do it at any time. In his heart, Yiwu knew that although Zulu was temperamental, she had principles. Besides, he knew that Zulu was not directly connected to the Huangjang group, so it would be a waste not to establish a relationship with Zulu. Zulu, who heard Yiwu's words, did not think that this sharp-tongued man actually had principles. She promised to remember those sincere words and said goodbye. After Zulu left, Yiwu and others felt the ground shaking. They were worried that the temple would become increasingly out of control. Suddenly, the exit door from the room also closed by itself. Luofeng suspected blood on the injured flesh. The tissue became squirmy. He is now confused about how they will get out of there. Dan Lu immediately pointed to a side that suddenly opened up and revealed a new, unknown route. That's clearly suspicious. Leia also admitted that it looked intentional, as if inviting them to come inside. He became curious about what would be waiting for them there. Yiwu immediately asked Jiabao about the new route and the direction. Jiabao explained that perhaps the uncle had changed the structure of the passage to the temple because initially the temple was built from just a bed. The body of the ancient Zerg god and Uncle Jiabao could use the power of the king to command and control the ancient Zerg god. Wanhao immediately concluded that with the strength of the final boss like that, they were like turtles in a jar who would continue to find passages and mazes that could kill them. Jai Wangchuan knew that such abilities should have limits. If not, then the final boss should have done it from the start. This may have happened because previously the enemy thought they were not a serious problem, but now everything has changed. Yiwu didn't care what traps lay ahead because he believed there was definitely a way to uncover the truth. Jiabao immediately agreed, especially since Yiwu really had the best intuition. He will not be afraid of any traps. Just then 2 Zerg suddenly appeared and asked them not to be afraid because the route was the right one to the temple throne which had no traps. They are Hai Wei, who is the deputy chairman of the Golden Armored Guard, and Atair, who is the chairman of the Golden Armored Guard. Of course, Wanhao didn't immediately believe what the two said. Currently, his body has recovered from the debuff and he is ready to fight hard to warm up before facing the battle with the final boss. But of course, Jai Wanchuan immediately restrained him. Atair stated that they were not lying nor did they intend to go to war with them. He was only ordered by the king to welcome the Zerg Prince Jiabao and his entourage to the throne of the temple. Of course, Jiabao wouldn't believe his uncle's words because that man was very cunning. On the other hand, Yiwu immediately confirmed with Weiss what the two said. Based on his assessment of the spectrum of carbon-based organisms, Weiss stated that both were telling the truth. However, of course, Yiwu was curious why the final boss suddenly showed kindness. Although very strange, the only way to find out is to go there. Yiwu ultimately chose to step forward first. He said that their goal was to go to the temple throne, so it would be better if someone guided them. He invites Jiabao to be allergic to their final battle. Jiabao immediately followed. Whereas Zulu thought about how it should be easy for Yiwu to kill and escape later, Yiwu actually looked confident and calm at all times. She became curious about how Yiwu would deal with the final boss, so I decided to follow along and see. They continued walking until they arrived at the throne hall, which was deep inside the lost temple. At that time they finally met the final boss, who welcomed them. The Zerg then introduced himself as Zerg Master Oswald von Almack, who had been playing with them all. He said how everyone who had completed the battle had qualified to come to his throne hall. Lizing, who saw it, was certainly confused because he thought the last boss would be very evil and cruel, but this one looked friendly. Wanhao also felt no killing intent, but rather withering and weakness from the boss. Jai Wangchuan asked them all not to be fooled by appearances and to remain ready to fight at any time. Yiwu also talked to Jiabao about his uncle's aura, which was very different from what he had imagined. Moreover, based on the uncle's name, reflects the symbol of the royal family, whereas Jiabao only has 2 names. Yiwu doubted whether Jiabao was really Oswald von Almack's family. Jiabao explained that it was because his teacher thought his real name was too long and difficult to pronounce, so he gave him the nickname Jiabao, which he still uses to this day. Jiabao then thanked them all for accompanying him, but then he would settle his family dispute alone. He began to challenge his uncle. Oswald von Almack greeted Jiabao by the name of Dionard. He admitted that he had not seen each other for a long time. Not only was he impressed that Jiabao was able to come back alive, but now he even dared to face him alone. If Jiabao really had that determination and courage, then he should have been able to stop him from taking over power first. Jiabao immediately jumped into the air and landed right in front of his uncle. Jiabao then expressed his regret, and that's why he hopes he can make amends now. It wasn't too late for him to take down his uncle now. The uncle was quite impressed with his nephew's growth. However, as soon as Jiabao attacked, he was surprised because the uncle used the exact defense that Yiwu used before. Wanhao also noticed the energy shield. He was surprised that the final boss could use human technology. Yiwu realized that the human's energy shields used magic crystals whose energy came from the Zerg Heart Dungeon. Yiwu was amazed because it turned out that Oswald also knew about techniques. Oswald casually remarks that their surprise is evidence of arrogance. Such technology does not only belong to humans, because as long as anyone is willing to take the time to learn, then any race can master the most advanced technology. Plus, Zerg have a long lifespan, so they are very suitable for studying and creating technology. But my brother or Jiabao's father has always stuck to outdated ideas. Therefore, Oswald did everything possible to push ideas forward. The existence of Jiabao's father was just an obstacle to the development of the Zerg, and that was why he had to kill him. Jiabao was angry and thought his uncle was just talking nonsense because he knew that his uncle was trying to rule the world. After taking the throne, the uncle actually seized energy, eliminated dissidents, and used evil energy to produce an army that had to fight and kill. Of course, all of this is not for the future of the Zerg. Oswald immediately admitted that he did have thoughts different from the false peace thinking behind Jiabao's father's emigration. He envisions the future of the Zerg as a realm that has no room for the weak and incompetent. For him, such a Zerg must die. Oswald also stated that he had no interest in the kingship and in fact, took it only to facilitate the realization of all his plans. Meanwhile, he might carry out his plan to conquer the world, but not for that narrow world. Yiwu immediately recalled a wire breaking free from the restraints of the previous dungeon thinking and awakening awareness of higher dimensions. On the other hand, Jiabao became increasingly angry because of his uncle's words. He asked his uncle to stop lying and deceiving him. Jiabao asked his uncle to stop talking and challenged Oswald to come out and fight to the death. Oswald casually mocked Jiabao for not knowing anything. He didn't mind it and chose to tell more and more about a truth that even his father had never told him. Oswald began to tell the story that a long time ago there was a young Zerg who, although he was a member of the royal family, did not inherit much blood from the royal family. The easy Zerg was nothing when compared to its powerful big brother. However, he didn't care because rather than power and fame, Zerg preferred studying strange things. He often traveled both in mountains and rivers and carried out various field adventures and research in places inaccessible to the Zerg. The Zerg became increasingly aware of how narrow, small, and unreal the world was. The Zerg realized that its world was blocked by an invisible force. He didn't know what happened. Because of this, the young Zerg ended up studying alone for many years, but couldn't find the reason. Finally, he met a swordsman who appeared in that world. He became more convinced after listening to the swordsman's words that the world he was in was only a small space and there was another world outside where humans lived with a much larger size. Compared to humans, the Zerg believe that their people are stronger in both body and life. He asked why they had to close themselves in that small space. At that time, the young Zerg tried to convince his older brother to activate the Zerg heart and use its immense energy to learn how to break through the space barrier and conquer the wider world beyond. However, the plan was continuously rejected. The young Zerg became annoyed because the king kept trying to stop his wishes, even though he had also heard words from the swordsman about the wider world outside. Their great Zerg must not remain in that small world. The king or older brother explained to his younger brother that to maintain their survival, there was no need to carry out aggression or expansion. For him, war only brought fear and disaster that would eventually devour the entire Zerg race. After repeated failed attempts, the young Zerg could only keep reading Zerg's history books until he finally discovered a secret. That all this time the Zerg royal families of all dynasties have always guarded an artifact regarding that mysterious space barrier. Jiabao immediately concluded that Oswald, who wanted to get the artifact, controlled the teacher to kill his father and brother and also detained his brother's mother and wife. Oswald had said so much, and for Jiabao, it was all just an excuse to convince Oswald himself that what he had done was not a crime. Oswald emphasized again that under the leadership of Jiabao's father, the Zerg had lost their fighting spirit and vitality. The Zerg became weak and long-winded. If that continues, then the entire Zerg race will perish. Oswald admitted that he was willing to bear all their sins for the sake of their survival. It was then that Luo Feng noticed how the volume of the plot was starting to expand. He wondered if it was because the size of the dungeon was also getting bigger, so the background was getting more complicated. Kiki said that Oswald and Awire are people of the same type. Both of them want to fight the shackles of fate but with wrong and cruel methods. Ruin Tianchen also confirmed that although she couldn't explain much about the whole incident, she was worried that the Zerg world would develop into something even bigger. Yanfei knew that when humans offended the Zerg would also look back at humans, as if it had allowed them to strike back. On the other hand, Yui knew that the artifact was protecting the Zerg world because otherwise, invasion after invasion would probably continue to occur. Yui was well aware that in the human world, there were also many Zergs scattered around. It's just that they don't form a large-scale monster group. If a royal family like the Oswalds attacked, they might be able to unite all the scattered Zerg and form a terrifying force. Jayabao asked the uncle to stop talking and use his faith to deceive others. He believes there is more than one way to ensure the survival of the Zerg. The first is to kill Oswald first. Oswald regretted Jayabao's changes because he was sure that his old nephew would support him, even though initially he planned to get Jayabao on his side and then get Jayabao to convince his mother to hand over the artifact. However, now he no longer needs it. Oswald immediately released his move. Everyone was shocked to see Oswald using holographic projection. Oswald then said that even if he couldn't get the artifact, he could use the technology brought by humans to cross the space barrier. Currently, the portal was too small, but if he succeeded in carrying out his research, then he was sure he could lead all the Zerg to go to the human world. Oswald then talked to Jai Wangchuan and the others about how he could see their thirst for power. However, he knew that Jai Wangchuan and Guxin had already realized that they were completely helpless if they had been transformed by the Zerg. He was sure that Jai Wangchuan also wanted to have such power. Jai Wangchuan wanted to hear more. Oswald asked the man to imagine about infusing Jai Wangchuan's power into a new and perfect life form equipped with technological improvements, then he would become much stronger. Oswald added that Jai Wangchuan could increase lifespan by several decades to 100 years. He asked if Jai Wangchuan was not interested in hearing it. On the other hand, Yiwu saw how Oswald was good at playing with people. The offer given is indeed a very fatal temptation for many people. Yiwu didn't even know whether the Mogong team would be able to withstand it, especially Jai Wangchuan. Soon, Jai Wangchuan wanted to know what price had to be paid to get that favor from Oswald. Oswald then said that he would not ask for much. He just wanted Jai Wangchuan to help him break through the human world and fight. He would change Jai Wangchuan's body later. He even promised that he would never manipulate his body like he did to Guxin. Oswald swore an oath to his entire soul and race. On the other hand, Zulu is interested in staying young forever. Oswald's words did sound tempting to him. However, of course, he never thought about becoming a Zerg and he rejected the offer. At that time, Jai Wangchuan started to step forward and Wen Hao tried to stop him. Oswald thought the man had already made his decision. Yiwu was worried that his worst fears would come true. Will Jai Wangchuan eventually follow Guxin's footsteps and change to become stronger? Yiwu tried to stop him. He would not let Jai Wangchuan choose the wrong path like Senior Ancheng. However, it turned out that Jai Wangchuan stepped forward to kill Oswald's men easily. He also talked to Oswald about how he was just a Zerg who didn't even dare to reveal his true body and only relied on words. Of course, he wouldn't believe Oswald's words. Moreover, he was also not interested in power that he could not obtain with his strength. Yiwu was quite relieved that Jai Wangchuan was not what he thought. Even though the man's words had quite an impact on him, he remembered that he was so strong now, not because of his strength but because of a lot of help. Oswald casually said that he had given them the best chance, but because humans rejected him, he would kill everyone. Jai Wangchuan wanted to know if Oswald still had usable combat power. Moreover, all of their men had been killed by them. Oswald laughed and didn't think he would be underestimated by humans. Of course, he still had combat power available. At that moment, the queen of the Misalmek appeared. Jayabao was very relieved because he could still see his mother again. The queen also expressed her happiness at being able to see Jayabao again. She never thought that she would meet the day when a mother and daughter like them could be reunited again. However, the queen immediately attacked, leaving Jayabao confused. The queen at that time asked everyone to step back because her body was no longer listening to her. Jayabao certainly insisted on saving the queen. Meanwhile, Jai Wangchuan asked him to step aside if Jayabao couldn't kill the queen with a cruel heart. Yiwu joined in holding Jayabao. He reminded them that the queen was clearly under Oswald's control. They have to think first whether there is a way to let go of that control. Jayabao was confused about what he should do. Yiwu could see that the queen's condition was different from that of Guxin. The queen is still conscious, even though her body is being controlled. He wanted to know what might have caused it. Jayabao said that this might have happened because the mother had two identities. Apart from being the queen, she is also the high priest of the Zerg temple. Each high priest mastered the ancient mysteries of natural magic. This also causes the queen to have high resistance to all types of magic and poison. Oswald may not have had complete control over the queen. Yiwu immediately realized how Jayabao's mother was quite powerful. Jayabao confirmed that even the mother was stronger than the father. If it weren't for her uncle's influence, the queen would not be defeated in a direct fight. Yiwu, who heard his explanation, became worried about Jai Wangchuan at that time. They couldn't leave him alone and Jayabao had to prepare for the worst. Jai Wangchuan could feel a steady stream of calls of high quality and quantity from the queen. He believes the queen has the core secret of the object she wants. He knew he wouldn't be able to kill the queen with his power. He was confused about what to do now. The queen asked Jai Wangchuan to step aside because she would not be able to stop the magic. She asked him to run away with Jiabao. However, Jai Wangchuan felt offended. He felt underestimated and instead had to use all his strength. Jiabao asked everyone to stop. He then thanked me for being brought there. However, now he wants to do the rest alone. Even if he gets bad results, he is ready to accept it. Jai Wangchuan confirmed once again whether Jiabao was ready to take the final path and he said yes. The queen again asked Jiabao to run away. She didn't care even if the royal family eventually fell and the world was destroyed. As long as Jiabao was alive and safe, he would be quite satisfied. Jiabao also said that because of his weakness and his previous departure, he was trapped in this difficult situation. However, now he had promised the teacher and Yiwu that he would not run away again like before. Even if only he and the queen were alive that day, he would still stop his uncle's actions. Oswald of course satirizes the touching reunion. On one side, there is the prince who returns for revenge. Meanwhile, on the other side is the queen who has been imprisoned and lost her partner. However, now mother and son meet again to kill each other. Oswald certainly felt very happy and asked everyone to continue the fight. Luofeng became very annoyed and wanted to destroy Oswald, but he also realized he couldn't do it. On the other hand, Yiwu had already planned everything. He was the one who suggested that Jiabao fight with his mother to attract Oswald's attention. Yiwu took advantage of this opportunity to search for Oswald's whereabouts using their true eye. The problem is that the true eye can only be used by humans. He wasn't sure if the whereabouts of the Zerg could be discovered with that, but he would try first. On the other hand, Jiabao hopes that Yiwu can quickly find his uncle's real body. Meanwhile, he felt very strong with his teacher's Zerg essence and even his mother's magic couldn't defeat him. If he became more serious, Jiabao was worried that he would hurt his mother. The queen could feel that Jiabao was very calm when attacking. The queen was happy because her son had grown up. She is also sure that her husband will also be proud to see her. Jiabao said that it was thanks to Master Guxin's final legacy that he had exchanged for his life. He certainly didn't want to disappoint Guxin nor did he want to disappoint his parents. The queen was relieved to hear that and at that moment she issued a move. Jiabao immediately realized that it was the mother's blood secret realm. The queen then confirmed that they were in a unique fantasy that only royal families who were directly related to her could enter. She didn't expect that Jiabao still remembered that place. Jiabao certainly remembers it. When he was little, he often annoyed his mother by playing hide and seek there. Even after he grew up, he didn't like coming to that place anymore. However, he was more confused about why Yiwu was also there. Yiwu himself was also confused because previously he only used skills to detect the whereabouts of Uncle Jiabao's body, but was suddenly pulled there. The queen then suspected that this happened because Jiabao had entered into a blood relationship contract with Yiwu. This caused the two of them to be drawn together to that place. Yiwu was still confused about the blood relationship. Moreover, the relationship between him is indeed more complicated. Jiabao didn't mind it because Yiwu was a trustworthy person. Thanks to his help, he was able to survive death and be reunited with his mother. The queen could see how Yiwu had done a lot for the child. Therefore, on behalf of the Zerg race, he expressed his sincere thanks to Yiwu. Yiwu said that he only did what he wanted, so there was no need for the queen to thank him like that. However, there was something he wanted to ask about the blood secret realm. Yiwu wanted to know what the queen would do. The queen spoke to Jiabao, who had always been careful and kind. The queen and Jiabao's father have deliberately not given him much burden and responsibility so that Jiabao can live his way. However, she did not expect that disaster would suddenly come and make Jiabao grow strong and reliable. The queen then handed over the artifact that had been guarded by the royal family for generations. All this time he had been guarding it so that Oswald wouldn't find it. However, in the end, she could hand it over to Jiabao. Jiabao vowed to protect the artifact to the death. However, he wanted to know what the use was because his uncle said that the artifact could be used to destroy shields in the world. The queen refuted immediately. The legacy of this artifact was very old and the method of its use had long been lost. However, there is one ancestral teaching that was passed down by word of mouth. The Zerg must protect it at all costs because otherwise there will be consequences more terrible than the destruction of the world. The queen immediately apologized to Jiabao, who could only accompany her until then. She could no longer suppress the poison that was already spreading in her body. Later, there will be a short time delay after she releases the secret realm and at that time Jiabao will have to kill her. Of course, Jiabao didn't believe it and he started blaming himself because he should have been stronger from the start so everything could have been avoided. The queen immediately encouraged Jiabao. She could see her son's growth and therefore she could die without regrets. Jiabao naturally felt very sad. Not long after, Yiwu came up with an idea so that the two of them could avoid the problem of life and death. Jiabao wanted to know, but the queen was pessimistic considering that the poison in her body was too difficult to get rid of. She wanted to know what method Yiwu would suggest. On the other hand, Jiabao was excited and he believed in the way Yiwu would reveal it. He wanted to know what Yiwu's plans were soon. Yiwu then asked his assistant, Weiss, to explain it. The queen was quite surprised because another creature appeared in their place. Likewise, Jiabao knows that this place has always been a private space for him and his mother, but now there are a lot of people in it. Weiss asked everyone not to focus wrongly. He then started talking about the poison. Weiss said that the poison does not need to be removed by force, but rather let the poison disappear naturally. He has a blueprint for the master level secret potion Princess's Forbidden Fruit. The potion will cause a person to enter a state of death for 24 hours and then come back to life with a state of HP 1. Yiwu added that he had the ingredients to make it. They could use the suspended animation effect to trick Oswald. During that time, the poison in the queen's body will disappear naturally. This method would be more efficient to do. The queen explained that Oswald had good achievements in the field of pharmacy. He wasn't sure Oswald would be fooled. Yiwu asked the queen not to worry because as long as Oswald had not reached the master level, then she would not know. However, of course, the plan was not completely perfect, which must be explained as well. Weiss had analyzed the conflict between Zerg Essence and the secret potion before and knew that the interaction between the two could reduce the potion's efficacy. If the queen wants to trick Oswald, then the potion can still be used. It's just that once the Zerg Essence disappears, the queen's strength will also disappear and her lifespan will also decrease. The queen immediately agreed with that. Previously, she was even determined to die, but now she has the possibility of surviving. For him, it was a small price to pay in losing the Zerg Essence so long as he could see Jiabao lead the Zerg Empire back to glory. In the end, Jiabao knelt and asked Yiwu for help. Yiwu asked them to calm down and follow the steps that Yiwu had planned. He promised to help Jiabao get a perfect ending. They return and Jiabao expresses his worries to Yiwu. The queen once again warned that everyone would die if they continued to stay there. Jiabao naturally rejected it. For him, because there was no longer any way to save his mother, he was determined to end it with his own hands. The queen wept at her son's determination and declared that he would die without regret. The queen, who couldn't control herself, hit Jiabao. On the other hand, Oswald laughed happily at the drama between mother and son, which was about to reach its climax. Manhwa asked if Jai Wenchuan would just stay silent and not stop the fight. He couldn't even bear to see the mother and son killing each other. Moreover, Jiabao had also saved their lives. Jai Wenchuan asks Wan how to be patient because maybe the ending will not be as they imagined. In his heart, he knew Yiwu would not allow Jiabao to argue with his mother. He wanted to know what Yiwu's plans were. On the other hand, Zulu was also very curious about what Yiwu secretly gave Jiabao when he had just captured the Zerg. Even though his actions were indeed hidden, it was clear that his eyes would not be fooled. A fight was inevitable between Jiabao and his mother. Jiabao uses the Lonely Mountain Sword's final arcane force and golden power to death and lives as his torrent of life. In his heart, Jiabao could only apologize because he had to extract Zerg's essence with all his strength to deceive his uncle. He knew that his mother must be in pain right now, so he hoped that her mother could survive. Oswald, who saw everything, had no idea that Jiabao could kill his mother. In his heart, Yiwu was relieved because Oswald didn't seem to be able to see the effect of the secret potion. He asked Jiabao to leave everything to him at that time. Jiabao apologized and the mother immediately praised her son's success and asked him to raise his head and not regret it. Yunfei and Ruan Tianchen even cried with sadness. Ruan Tianchen even allowed Jiabao to hug and cry together. Of course, Yiwu could only stare in surprise because he didn't know anything. But at least it shows that Jiabao and his mother's acting is indeed convincing. On the other hand, Xiling also prayed. He even offered Jiabao to perform a ritual that could save Jiabao's mother. Jiabao was grateful for everyone's kindness, but he obviously had more important things to do at that time. He then challenged Oswald to show himself. Oswald appeared and said that he did not expect that Jiabao would be so cruel and would even kill his own mother. But now that Queen Themis is dead, his plan to get the artifact has failed. Oswald blamed himself for it because he had miscalculated. Oswald thought of another way to break the space barrier and now there was no way but to break through by force. Even though the portal was still unstable, it could work as long as he could pay a certain price for his losses later. Jai Wangchuan reminded how all of Oswald's men had been defeated by them and the portal had also been destroyed. Even if Oswald managed to break through the space barrier, he wouldn't have any provisions to cross into the human world. Oswald asks him not to think about it because he is a Zerg. Just then, Oswald escapes and the temple begins to collapse. They tried not to panic because the temple was already in the belly of an ancient Zerg god. So, instead of collapsing, the temple wanted to digest them. They are certainly confused about how to get out of there. Zulu, who felt he had seen enough drama there, finally chose to leave. Wan Hao saw the escape method and was naturally amazed. Jai Wangchuan immediately asked Dan Lu for help at that time. The girl immediately cast a spell so they could all fly from there. Wang Jie's team was amazed they could fly. The Mogong team confirmed and explained that it was Dan Lu's wind magic. Wan Hao then asked Jai Wangchuan if they would just leave and also asked about Oswald. Jai Wangchuan told them to get out of there before thinking about their next plan. Oswald is very cunning and also doesn't know Oswald's true body position. Yiwu thought about his true eye being disturbed by Jiabao's mother's blood secret realm before. He wanted to know whether his true eye could detect Oswald's real body if the previous incident had not happened. For some reason, Yiwu actually had a bad feeling. Outside the temple, Lai Yesi was talking to Ling Yuan. Lai Yesi asked if Xiaoling couldn't hold back anymore and was going to do it there. Xiaoling asked Lai Yesi to calm down as they didn't mean to make the situation worse. Besides, they were only there to wait for the results of the people inside. Lai Yesi asked Lu Chengfeng whether the Mogong team or Wang Jie team had contacted them. Lu Chengfeng said that all of them had not been in contact since Lai Yesi contacted them before. Moreover, they seemed to have also entered an area where the signal was completely blocked. On the other hand, Ling Yuan was also curious why Zulu hadn't come out yet, even though he previously went in to kill Yiwu and Oswald. That's why he agreed to let Zulu go alone. Xiaoling then said that maybe something had happened to Zulu. After all, there were a lot of people from the Hanmo group. Ling Yuan secretly hoped that Zulu would die in the temple. Moreover, the thing that bothered him the most was the existence of Zulu, who was lawless and couldn't even die. That's when suddenly the ground shook and people started falling. Ling Yuan was saved by Xiaoling. On the other hand, Lai Yesi realized that the temple was shaking. He wanted to know what was going on inside. He was also curious about the condition of Yiwu and the others. Before long, they saw the temple destroyed and Zulu also came out of it. Not long after, they also saw Mogong's team and Wang Jie's team also coming out from the same place. As soon as he saw Zulu, Ling Yuan immediately asked what Zulu was doing inside and why Yiwu was still alive, even though he previously said he would kill him. However, Zulu ignored him and pretended not to hear Ling Yuan's words because it was too noisy. Of course, Ling Yuan was angry because he knew Zulu was only pretending in front of him. Xiaoling asked Ling Yuan not to be angry because it was not the time for them to investigate the matter, but they had to hurry away from the area where the earthquake was centered. At that moment, the escape route was blocked. Jai Wangchuan asked everyone to step aside and leave the problem to them. They immediately praised Jai Wangchuan and Yiwu's good looks, until finally their attention was focused on the green Zerg, which was Jiabao. Jai Wangchuan then asked everyone to leave the area. Lai Yesi asked about his battle at that time. Lai Yesi wants to know whether Jai Wangchuan succeeded in killing Oswald. Jai Wangchuan was annoyed to admit it, but he admitted that he couldn't kill him yet and would think about it for the next event. Lai Yesi was certainly surprised to hear that. He thought that the boss was indeed very strong, even at a level that Jai Wangchuan had never encountered before. Yiwu then explained that it was even difficult for them to know Oswald's specific strength. They haven't even really fought Oswald yet. However, he already had a deep understanding of dangerous cunning. Therefore, the thing he was most worried about was that according to the boss's previous habits, Oswald liked to use other people's power to do things. By now they had ruined their first plan, so maybe Oswald chose to be reckless and do things beyond his predictions. Sure enough, because not long after, the warning said that 500 meters underground there was a high energy reaction that was approaching quickly. Yiwu, who saw it, immediately prepared. Not long after, a very large monster came out of the ground and shocked everyone. He is an ancient Zerg god with a question mark level. Wan Hao immediately noticed how the ancient Zerg god's face looked like Oswald's. Leia also became curious about what actually happened there. Yiwu now understood the reason behind his bad premonition now coming true. Oswald apparently merged himself with an ancient Zerg god. Yiwu immediately asked Lai Yesi about the progress of the portal. Lai Yesi said that currently 60% of the portal is still complete. He then explained that there were only 2 seasons left, so progress was not yet optimal. Yiwu was certainly confused because even though their condition had all recovered completely, the death of the poisonous blur debuff was still counting down to the next 3 hours. Meanwhile, the boss they faced was not the type that could be resolved quickly. Yiwu had no other choice but to try. At that time, someone on Yiwu's side said to try it first. It turned out to be Jiabao. Of course, Yiwu was confused about what he was going to do. Jiabao planned to hold back the boss to buy Yiwu time. Yiwu had helped him a lot, starting from facing the enemy who killed his father and teacher. He didn't want to run away anymore. Jiabao will hand over the artifact to Yiwu. He advised that if he died at that time, Yiwu would have to replace him as king of the Zerg world if that world still existed. Yiwu was a little confused when he saw the bloody secret realm. However, who would have thought that Yiwu would actually become so annoyed? He wouldn't want to stay there alone, let alone be king. He actually asked Jiabao to behave better by showing responsibility and not die easily. He also reminded him that Jiabao's mother was still waiting for him. Jiabao certainly must not die. Yu also later said that he had difficulty finding such a 5-star dungeon. Of course, he didn't want the place to be destroyed by the boss monster. Obviously, no one should snatch the cooked duck from his mouth. Jiabao naturally didn't know what Yu was talking about. However, he could feel that Yu always had a higher fighting spirit than him. On the other hand, Jai Wenchuan asked Wan how to lead other people to evacuate. It would be even better if they could retreat to the portal construction point. They had to stay out of the boss monster's attack range to prevent the Zerg from damaging the portal. Wan Hao naturally wanted to know why he had to do it, even though he wanted to stay and fight. He asked Lai Xing to carry out the task of taking the others away from there. Jai Wenchuan immediately rejected the proposal. That final boss had a question mark level whose strength was beyond theirs. Their usual gang tactics will definitely not work. Wan Hao was still asked to retreat to the portal while he would try his best to hold back the pace and buy time until the construction of the portal was completed. Once the portal was complete, they could all leave without waiting for them any longer. Wan Hao was still doubtful, but Yu immediately entrusted his team members as well. He admitted that he was sure that Wan Hao was leading all the people. Wan Hao wondered why Yu did it too, but in the end, he gave up. As vice captain, he will follow the team leader's orders. He eagerly leads everyone in the portal to him. He could only order Yu and the others to defeat that cunning boss for him. Wu immediately agreed. After that, he asked the others who would attack first or if should they do it together. He was very confident and hoped that the boss monster would not be beaten to tears easily by the three of them. Jiabao will make the first attack. For him, he had to be the first to do it. If he didn't kill his uncle, then the Zerg world would never be peaceful. Jiabao attacked using the ultimate meaning of Eternal Annihilation move. After that attack, Jiabao couldn't believe that his attack only reduced 10% of the boss monster's HP. He was annoyed because he was still too weak. Yu reminded me that it was not Jiabao's fault. The move Jiabao used was supposed to be able to injure Oswald, only now his HP is very thick. Jai Wenchuan then said that their tactics had to be adjusted. Normal attacks obviously won't be able to do any damage to Oswald. They have to find other ways to maximize damage. Suddenly, Jai Wenchuan injured himself, which made Yu very shocked. Of course, he was worried and immediately asked what Jai Wenchuan was really doing. The man explained that he was using a death skill, which was his strongest move. This move can only be activated with an empty HP. He can use this skill to firmly lock the boss's aggro. Jai Wenchuan immediately used the silk sword full of blood to move and attacked the boss with full power. Jai Wenchuan noticed the gap that was still so big. He also experienced bloody backlash where all his attributes decreased by 10% and could not be removed within 2 hours. This time it was Oswald who attacked them and Yu tried hard to hold him back. Even though the boss's aggro value had been locked, Oswald's attack power was still very strong. However, Yu was confused to see the ice wall that suddenly protected them. Zulu suddenly appeared and Yu immediately asked why the woman didn't take refuge with Huangjang's group. Zulu then tried to remind Yu of what he said. The thing I liked the most was hunting strong bosses and now being able to see the extraordinary prey in front of him. Of course, there was no way I would let it go while I was so excited. Jai Wenchuan reminded Zulu not to underestimate the enemy this time, which he would not be able to overcome alone. Yu asked Jai Wenchuan to be quiet. At least Zulu's presence could help them a little. I actually told Jai Wenchuan to drink a bottle of recovery first. Zulu then said that he was not crazy enough to want to kill him. It was a once-in-a-lifetime trial opportunity. I asked everyone to look at his final attack at that time. She then uses a magic freeze move which makes the opponent unable to use any skills for 30 minutes. Yu was amazed and felt lucky because Zulu hadn't used that move on me before or I would have died. Jiabao also praised Zulu's strength. Meanwhile, Jai Wenchuan now understood that Zulu indeed had a reason for being so arrogant. But suddenly, Zulu's move was broken by Oswald. Zulu was very surprised because it turned out that her attack only lasted temporarily. Zulu immediately concluded that the boss was probably level 220 or even above. Jai Wenchuan now asked Yu to come forward and show all his abilities. She asked Yu to no longer hide it and asked him once again to give it his all. Yu understood, but before that, I asked how much money Jai Wenchuan and Zulu had because I needed to borrow some. Of course, the two people could only look confused. Of course, Jai Wenchuan was not convinced by what you heard in such a critical situation. However, Yu assured them that they had not heard wrong. I just need to borrow a few $100 million. Jiabao asked if Yu really needed money at that time, even though he couldn't lend anything because he didn't have human currency. If he had it, he definitely wouldn't hesitate to lend it. Yu was grateful for Jiabao's good intentions. On the other hand, Jai Wenchuan actually said that Yu was a greedy man and even took advantage of such an opportunity to borrow money. He also still wondered what caused Yu to need so much money at a time like that. Zulu then asks if Yu wants to borrow money and run away or die so that you won't pay him again. Yiwu finally said that although he really liked money, he had never failed to pay his debts all this time. He also emphasized that if they wanted to see his true strength, then they shouldn't hesitate to lend me money. The more they lent money, the stronger Yiwu would become. Moreover, he usually did not use the secret technique easily. Today both of them were lucky to be able to witness it. Zulu still didn't know the relationship between borrowing money and power, but Yiwu had managed to pique her curiosity. She wanted to see how powerful the secret technique mentioned by Yiwu was. At that time, she sent 200 million to Yiwu and the man was happy. Plus Jai Wangchuan sent 300 million in cash and made Yiwu even more happy. Jai Wangchuan revealed that he personally does not have that much money. The money given to Yiwu just now was the operational capital of the Mogong team. Yiwu felt bad because Jai Wangchuan shouldn't have lent him. Jai Wangchuan didn't mind it. The most important thing for him now is a good life. He also advised Yiwu not to die and not to disappoint him with his secret technique. Of course, Yiwu was so confident and assured that the two would not be disappointed. In his heart, although Yiwu had already saved so much money, for the sake of insurance, it was right to give him more money. Now with that amount of money, if the Shadow King is not enough to kill the boss, then he will use his personal money until it runs out. On the other hand, Oswald was very happy because after trying to merge for so long, he could finally control the body of the ancient Zerg god freely. Yiwu was curious about the complete fusion. He previously suspected that Oswald was still in an unconscious state instinctively. Oswald immediately confirmed. Previously, it was very difficult to merge with the ancient Zerg gods by having a dominant consciousness. However, because Yiwu didn't kill him beforehand, Yiwu had already lost his only chance to kill him. Now he is much stronger than before. They were surprised to see that the HP that had previously been reduced had actually recovered. However, Yiwu asked them all not to panic. For him, there is absolutely no difference between HP being recovered or not. He immediately opened the special form of the Shadow King. The system notified that the Shadow King form was being activated with a special form that would double the money consumption. Oswald said how Jiabao, Jai Wangchuan, and Zulu had fallen. Meanwhile, it was impossible for Yiwu to defeat him. Whatever Yiwu would do would be completely meaningless and would only be an act of suicide for himself. However, he was surprised because the light was suddenly absorbed. At that moment there was a large amount of blood that was forming itself into a giant human in the air. Finally, a shadow jade bloody-eyed soldier was formed. Jiabao had already guessed that Yiwu was very hopeful. That figure was definitely no less or even stronger than the ancient Zerg god. Zulu wasn't sure if it was the secret technique that Yiwu said before. Jai Wangchuan also remembered Yan Huan once mentioning that Yiwu turned into a blood-colored dragon in the battle with Kashua Akao, but at that time he didn't believe it. But now I see it with my own eyes. The figure in front of him clearly surpassed the category of strong people he knew. Jai Wangchuan didn't even believe that Yiwu was really human. Meanwhile, from a distance, Lei was confused when he saw the two large figures together as if they had entered the wrong dungeon. Wan Hao knew that the giant could not be Jai Wangchuan or Zulu. He thought it was Yiwu. Yun Fei confirmed that it was her brother. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Oswald was not at all afraid of the existence of the giant Yiwu. He was actually happy because now he could have a bigger target to unleash his firepower. However, Oswald's attack was easily absorbed by Yiwu, who then turned it into two spears ready to be used to attack. Meanwhile, Oswald didn't want to lose and joined in the attack using his special ultimate poison. Oswald laughed because the potion could ignore any defense and damage the object it touched even though it was stronger than Yiwu's. But once again Yiwu easily destroyed the attack. Oswald became angry because so far Yiwu had not shown any weakness. Of course, he didn't allow anyone who had greater power than him in that world. The fight happened again. Oswald, who couldn't beat him, finally decided that they could die together. Oswald wanted to see who would die first among them, until suddenly Yiwu attacked again. Oswald returned in pain as if his life was being absorbed. Oswald struggled to be released. Jiabao, who was monitoring the fight, could only be amazed at how Yiwu suppressed his uncle until he could no longer fight back. Jiabao was amazed by Yiwu's strength. However, Jai Wangchuan immediately noticed that Yiwu had suddenly stopped. Zulu also noticed it and wanted to know what exactly happened. The system then warns that the Shadow King's special form cannot continue to be maintained for the safety of the host's consciousness. If this continues, the host's consciousness will be swallowed up by the Shadow King's account. Warning, warning, the merger between host and Shadow King has reached a critical value. If the merger continues, there will be irreversible consequences. Please rate carefully. At this time, the mental confusion value reached 10%, and everyone was wondering what had happened. Why did Yiwu stop moving? Monster Oswald said, stop at this critical moment. Haha, it's like the heavens will never kill me, time to use the final killing blow. I will take out the Zerg heart and absorb it completely, and then forcefully destroy the space barrier. To be able to leave this small world, I am willing to pay no matter how expensive it is. Ha ha ha. Jiabao, who saw Yiwu moving again, suspected that Yiwu had reacted to hearing about Zerg's heart. Once again, Yiwu's monster directly attacked Oswald's monster. As the monsters controlled by Yiwu continued to rampage, the confusion slowly rose to 90%. Oswald was happy because Yiwu's monsters had stopped again. He laughed and said, haha, after all, you only stand at the end of the battle, and in the end, I was the one who came out on top and won. Go to hell, as long as you die, no one can stop me. Haha. Oswald's monster quickly attacked Yiwu's monster. Everyone panicked seeing Yiwu being fatally attacked in such a way. But Oswald still laughed with satisfaction. Ha 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 ha. Although, amazingly, you have cornered me to this degree, the Zerg gods are not invincible. I won, ha ha ha. But suddenly, Oswald's laughter stopped when one of his tentacles was bitten by a mountain worm monster. Oswald, who was furious, immediately attacked the worm monsters and said that they were just mindless animals. Oswald was furious because, for the sake of monopolizing Zerg's heart energy, how dare you attack me? I will tear you to pieces. The giant worm monster was pierced by a giant claw from underground that Oswald controlled. That way, the earthworm's HP finally runs out and he dies. Oswald said, Jai, this time I gave you life and I will need you after I invade the human world. He thought nothing would be able to stop him and now it was time for the final. Oswald absorbs even more power from the Earth's core. He laughed with satisfaction, feeling a very strong flow of energy enter his body. He would use that power to break through the room's barrier with just one breath. Oswald screamed, destroying reality and destroying the void. Jiabao looked very worried when he realized that Oswald wanted to destroy the room by force. Jai Wangchuan and Zulu were annoyed because they couldn't move their bodies and recover their mana. After all, the energy pressure was too strong. Jai Wangchuan thought, if this boss went to the human world, it would set off a bloody storm. Even though he was reluctant to admit it, Yiwu still failed in the end. But suddenly everyone saw a red ball that had been in the middle of the Yiwu monster's body suddenly appeared above the Oswald monster's head. Unexpectedly, the ball emitted blood-red flames which immediately attacked Oswald's monster's body and dismembered the monster's body. Monster Oswald was shocked. He panicked and screamed in pain. He was surprised that the monster's ball could still splash him even though he had already killed the monster. Even the blood restrained all the movements of Oswald's monster. Monster Oswald was very panicked because he was captured by a very strong blood. Oswald even said he was an invincible Zerg god. Oswald went crazy and shouted, I can't accept that the painstaking efforts that have been planned for hundreds of years have been destroyed in one fell swoop. In the end, Yiwu managed to defeat Oswald's monster, but the young man also lost consciousness. The system explained, Chaos Blood Eater falls into an abnormal state of near-death mental confusion and cannot be awakened by magic or any props. Warning, warning, mental confusion index up to 100%. The host's consciousness is being reconstructed, and the host's consciousness will be forcibly transmitted. When Yiwu opened his eyes, he was in a strange place. Yiwu stood in an extremely gloomy city. The system explains that due to abnormal host and account integration, you have now been forcibly pulled into the spiritual world of the Shadow King and can only leave after completing the related quest in this world. Yiwu thought, forced to enter. I also plan to enter the world of Shadow King after passing the previous dungeon on Zerg. Now it seems that the initial quest level of this world is not very high, just over 20 levels. It should be easy to do. Yiwu looked around and noticed the people in the city looked very pale and were level 20. The system explained again, I regret to inform you that because the host was forcibly withdrawn to the Shadow King world, the original account cannot be used at the same time and can only obtain the ability of one account randomly. The current account is Crazy Moss, Master of Alchemy. Yiwu panicked hearing the system's explanation because it meant he could only have level 13 as displayed now. Let alone the title of Master of Alchemy. Moss's account is not good at fighting at all, aw damn. At that time the system again explained, please concentrate on the quest currently in front of the host. And his first quest is to survive until dawn under the pressure of a werewolf monster attack. The terrifying Darkmoon Wolf turned out to be level 25. This very high level would create enormous difficulties for Yiwu, who currently only had level 13. Despite facing such a terrifying wolf monster, Yiwu was still able to smile and thought that even if he couldn't use other accounts he could use many items to survive. So Yiwu took out an advanced shield grenade item to defend against monster attacks. But suddenly the system gave a hint that items created by engineering accounts above level 50 could not be used in this world. Instantly Yiwu panicked because he had just received such a notification when the monsters started jumping towards him. Finally, Yiwu just used A. Luckily, Yiwu managed to create a shield in time. This young man thought, how long had he been since he was shocked by a level 25 monster and broke out in a cold sweat from panic like now. Fortunately, the low-grade engineering items that Yiwu had made previously had not been sold, and now Yiwu could make the best use of them. But now it's useless because it can only be used for defense. Yiwu also took out one of his big weapons called a level 40 engineering fire support turret. The special effects of the weapon are automatic tracking and unlimited ammunition. The giant gun immediately shot at the Dark Moon Wolf until the monster lost all his HP and died on the spot. Because he managed to defeat the Dark Wolf, Yiwu was entitled to 1,000 experience points and 500 gold coins. Then Yiwu asked the system, is there a limit on the use of related abilities for the Moss account of the Master of Alchemist title he is now using? The system answers, there is no limit. As long as the drawings and materials are complete, even the highest level items and potions can be made and used. Yiwu immediately smiled and argued that the system still had a conscience. So Yiwu immediately called Wise and asked him to get a set of buff potions. But Yiwu asked the system to be careful not to run out in one go, because Yiwu didn't know how long this quest would last. Wise replied, no problem, because the ingredients are at hand, make a complete supplement of high-level potion mixture for the master, and add buffs directly. Yiwu immediately raised the buff, and like this, Yiwu's basic attributes were almost equivalent to level 50, and with so many resistance buffs, there should be no problem dealing with a level 60 boss within effective time. Suddenly, someone applauded Yiwu's ability to defeat the werewolf monster just now. The man with stunning white hair praised Yiwu's ability to kill forest monsters so easily, but he had never seen such appearance and ability. He suspected that Yiwu was a newcomer. Yiwu answered he did come from a faraway country, but he was attacked when he just arrived, so Yiwu asked what happened in that place. Laguna replied, something did happen, but it was not safe to talk in that place. So Laguna invited Yiwu to talk elsewhere if this newcomer believed in Laguna. Yiwu replied he would trust Laguna to lead the way. On the way, Yiwu kept looking at the young man's back and called Wise to say that the young man in front of him was the Shadow King. Wise confirmed Yiwu's guess. They knew that the young man in front of him would be the original body before the resurrection and darkness. Yiwu thought, but it might already be the dark version. After all, the Shadow King is a supervillain. He was very enthusiastic about foreigners, so Yiwu wondered what kind of conspiracy Laguna was planning. Wise said Laguna's spectrum results didn't show he was lying, so it shouldn't be a trap. But Yiwu knew to be careful. In the world of supervillains, there were dangers hidden everywhere. Finally, they arrived at an area that Laguna had used as their campsite. Laguna hopes that Yiwu will feel at home there. Yiwu answered that it didn't matter, but he said, isn't it dangerous outside? And isn't Laguna afraid of living alone in the forest? Laguna explained that those monsters were more afraid of fire, and Laguna often didn't sleep well at night, so his work and rest were a bit reversed. So Laguna was getting used to his nighttime activities and had several methods to deal with it. Besides, the wilderness is a bit safer than the city. At this time, the two handsome young men quickly became familiar with each other. In front of the warm campfire, Yiwu asked what exactly happened in that place. Laguna answered, as Yiwu saw before, that their small town was suffering from a strange mutation, and the source of it all came from a plague. Anyone infected with the plague cannot be cured and will either die or become a terrifying monster. The plague not only attacks humans but also animals, and what happened in their small town has spread throughout the country, and this country will perish sooner or later. Hearing about the plague, Yiwu immediately wondered to himself, could his alchemical skills be used to make a potion to cure the plague? Wise answered it's theoretically possible. However, the source of the outbreak must be identified to prescribe the appropriate potion. If the goal is to save everyone in the entire country, it will require enormous deterrence and corresponding monetary costs. Yiwu became sad when he remembered that he still owed 500 million. So Yiwu couldn't possibly use his money for charity. But if he thought about this matter more deeply, if he could save this country, then he would be the country's savior and his reward would be indispensable. So he is confident that his 500 million debt will be repaid. Suddenly, Laguna called for Yiwu's attention because he wanted to ask something important. That is, Laguna is an apprentice hunter who belongs to the Hunter Order and just received a mission today to find the missing Dr. Victor. Laguna explains that Dr. Victor, who has been working on researching a way to cure the plague, went to the countryside to pick herbs yesterday and hasn't returned, so his daughter announced this mission to the Hunter Order this morning. Laguna continued, showing a photo of an adult man with one pair of glasses. Laguna said that Victor was a good person, and Laguna was often looked after by him, so Laguna took the initiative to take on this mission as soon as possible. Laguna asked, would Yiwu want to go with him to find Dr. Victor? Laguna didn't forget to say, of course, there will be rewards for this mission. Yiwu looked at the photo carefully and realized that the werewolf outbreak seemed to have sounded in Yiwu's ears before. Then Yiwu asked why Laguna wanted to go with him. Laguna replied because Yiwu is amazing. If the mutant faced Laguna, it would take a lot of effort to defeat him, but Yiwu managed to finish it off very easily. Laguna believes that if he goes with Yiwu, they will be able to find Dr. Victor easily. Then Yiwu changed the question again. What if he refused to help Laguna? With a very sad expression, Laguna answered, then he would look for Dr. Victor alone because he couldn't sit idly by with the life and death of Dr. Victor. Even if it was just Laguna alone, then he had to find Victor's doctor. The snow-white-skinned young man even apologized to Yiwu for suddenly making such a request to Yiwu, because they just knew each other not long ago. Yiwu finally said, don't show that kind of expression, because Yiwu was just joking with Yiwu. The dark-haired young man immediately asked Laguna to go together and look for a doctor together. Laguna accepted Yiwu's outstretched hand and smiled as he thanked him. As they shook hands, the system appeared saying, the host had opened that world's main quest, namely helping Laguna become the Shadow King in the current quest progress. Even so, this mission has only run 0%. Yiwu was shocked because it turned out that the system even asked him to make the white boy in front of him a world-class criminal. Laguna woke Yiwu from his reverie and asked why Yiwu was in a daze. Yiwu replied that he was okay and asked Laguna to immediately lead the way. The two of them went out into the night. Yiwu, who was walking behind, asked the system what was the meaning of the quest just now. Could it be that Yiwu has to help Laguna completely become a Shadow King to get out of this world? The system explained it doesn't have to be. The entire quest process is a long and huge epic quest, which cannot be completely completed in a short time. This time, Yiwu only needed to complete a certain quest to return to the real world. Yiwu also asked, so what happened in the real world when he was in that world? Yiwu remembers that he defeated the final boss earlier. The system explains the time flow of the two worlds is independent of each other. After Yiwu left, he could return to the point in time immediately after leaving, so Yiwu didn't need to worry. Yiwu thought it seems that the mechanism of time and space is similar to the nest of treasure thieves. Yiwu was very grateful if the mechanism was like that. Yiwu walked up to Laguna and asked, didn't Laguna say he was an apprentice hunter before, so what is the special job of a hunter and how much does Laguna get paid? Because Yiwu was quite curious, Laguna instead asked back, has Yiwu ever heard of hunters? Didn't Yiwu have the profession of a hunter in a foreign land? If not, Laguna also explained that the Hunter Order is a very ancient organization. Its origins can be traced back more than 100 years. At that time, the world was attacked by a terrifying demon, and when the kingdom's army was helpless, a group of armed hunters and priests suddenly appeared. They used powerful weapons and holy magic to exorcise the demon and finally save the world. After the Blyes were destroyed, they rejected the honors and titles of kings, and instead became a church organization to protect towns and villages and officially named it the Hunter Order. Hunters do not have a fixed salary. Earnings depend on the number and difficulty of missions completed. Laguna has been very familiar with this profession since he was a child, and now he is just one step away from realizing his dream. As long as Laguna completes this quest, he can become an official hunter and he can get 40 gold coins. Of course, he will give Yiwu half of the proceeds he gets. Yiwu replied money was not important to him. He only cherishes Laguna's dream, so Yiwu is willing to help Laguna. Yiwu opened the hologram screen and checked all the gifts he got. This young man thought 20 gold coins was a small amount for someone like him who had a debt of 500 million. So he thinks it's better to be good friends with Laguna. But how much did Yiwu spend in the previous battle? And the system didn't tell Yiwu the completion information. But Yiwu was shocked when he realized that his balance was still around 800 million. He wondered, how is there still 800 million left in the balance? Did that mean Yiwu wouldn't have to spend money if he was forcibly pulled into the Shadow King world to do the quest? The system quickly warned Yiwu to get rid of unrealistic fantasies. After returning to the real world, the consumption of the previous battle will soon be resolved, but before it can still be consumed in this world. But in his heart, Yiwu thought he was very stupid because he still had a lot of debt. He was still confused about how to pay off that much debt. Yiwu knew there couldn't be such a good thing in this world. When they finally arrived in front of a very mysterious and gloomy forest, Laguna explained, Dr. Victor disappeared into the depths of the forest in front of them. Laguna says they will go in and explore the forest when Yiwu is ready. Should be in full danger. This doctor also had a big heart and dared to go alone. Suddenly another group of hunters appeared and stared at Laguna unfriendly. The leader of the group, Lei Rang, said, isn't this in front of him a newbie called Laguna? What is Laguna doing in that place? Lei Rang guessed that Laguna couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and went out for a night tour. Lei Rang tells Laguna to be careful because he could be eaten by the werewolf. Laguna seemed unfazed by their provocation. Laguna said he was on a mission to save Dr. Victor, who was lost in the woods. Hearing Laguna's words, Lei Rang sneered, is he again the drunkard Victor? Missing for 3 days, in their opinion, Dr. Victor was very troublesome. But Laguna was a beginner, so if he went deep into the forest alone, then it would be the same as courting death. While smiling awkwardly, Laguna answered that he would not go alone. he would go with Yiwu on the mission this time. As Yiwu casually said, it seems that workplace bullying exists in any era in the world. Lei Rang asked, what did Yiwu, the strange child, say? He doesn't understand what workplace bullying is at all. He asked if Yiwu was a foreigner, but he was just a level 13 kid. Lei Rang was surprised that Yiwu dared to follow a beginner as if he wanted to die. Lei Rang sneered at Yiwu and said, that young man is tired of living. Lei Rang smiled slyly and looked down on the two boys in front of him, saying he knew Laguna's plan. Suddenly, Lei Rang told Laguna and Yiwu to come with their group, and then when danger arose the two boys would be pushed out as cannon fodder. At this moment, Laguna became angry and forbade Lei Rang from insulting Yiwu or him. Laguna also said he respects Lei Rang as his senior, and Laguna usually puts up with Lei Rang's ramblings, but Yiwu is Lei Rang's friend and he is very strong. So Lei Rang shouldn't mess with Yiwu like this. Lei Rang became furious and scolded Laguna. According to him, Laguna was a disobedient little upstart who usually only dared to shout at strangers. Lei Rang asks if Laguna is tired of living. Suddenly, Laguna stuttered. He couldn't answer Lei Rang's words anymore. So Lei Rang freely said, but who made Laguna the junior of their hunting group? For the safety of Laguna and Laguna's friends, the seniors will do it for Laguna. Laguna asked loudly, what did his seniors mean by that? Because their attitude is illegal, explained Laguna, who chose this mission from the start. But the seniors didn't pay attention to Laguna's words and immediately spurred them along with loud laughter, full of satisfaction. Laguna was angry and hit the ground while cursing. He said this was the final critical assessment for Laguna to become an official hunter, and they deliberately took the mission from Laguna. In his opinion, it was over. Laguna started to feel sad and feel sorry for herself, even though Laguna had attracted Yiwu to get involved in this hunt. But Laguna asked Yiwu not to worry because he would find a way to collect the 20 gold coins that Laguna had previously promised for Yiwu. Yiwu replied, why is Laguna so frustrated? Is he the type of person who gives up easily when faced with adversity? In a weak tone, Laguna said, actually, he was not a weak person. Even if he encounters a monster stronger than him, Laguna dares to fight straight away without hesitation. Interpersonal relationships in the hunter group are more complicated. Even if Laguna is often bullied, he doesn't want to be ostracized by everyone for destroying these relationships. Yiwu reached out and said, in the final analysis, it depends on strength. Yiwu asked Laguna to listen to himself. Yiwu would rather be strong and lonely than weak and gregarious. As long as Laguna becomes stronger than everyone, he will be the center. So Laguna's dream of moving up a level will definitely be achieved soon. Laguna took Yiwu's hand and smiled with satisfaction, confirming Yiwu's words. Laguna realizes now is not the time to get frustrated and starts chasing those guys. Suddenly, the system appeared saying, that is, the main quest progress has changed and the current progress is 1%. Yiwu realized, finally there was a change. He wondered if maybe what he said earlier had an effect on Laguna. They continued walking until they finally arrived at the cemetery complex. Laguna explained that it seemed Dr. Victor came to the grave to collect medicine. With an astonished expression, Yiwu asked, why did you come to the cemetery looking for medicine? That doctor is really weird. Laguna replied that he also didn't understand Dr. Victor's habits, but it was actually written in his mission. Suddenly a man's scream was heard. Immediately, Laguna rushed and ran out of the cemetery complex because he was very sure that the scream was Senior Lei Rang's voice. Apparently at that moment, a level 45 giant graveguard monster was standing in front of Senior Lei Rang. The extremely fierce senior immediately screamed for help from the monsters. Lei Rang even waved at Laguna and Yiwu to be saved because he didn't want to die yet. Without thinking, Laguna wanted to go straight to his senior and help the man. But Yiwu stopped him and said that if they advanced, it meant they would be fighting a level 45 boss while Laguna was still at level 25, so this was the same as courting death. Laguna hesitated and said that if he didn't come forward, his senior would be killed. Yiwu said it was no coincidence that Laguna dared to take on a level 45 mission at level 25, or, in order to quickly achieve the goal of becoming an official hunter, Laguna could take on a mission that should not be done at his level. Laguna started to hesitate and couldn't answer. Finally, Laguna said, the level of this mission is 25-45. He admitted there was a long way to go, but he wanted to become an official hunter as soon as possible, so he took the risk on this mission. But Laguna didn't expect that he would actually meet a level 45 boss. Yiwu patted his forehead and said, Laguna is really reckless. If Laguna hadn't met Yiwu, then he wouldn't have to face the level 45 boss alone. The courage to fight with a difference of 20 levels is a bit similar to Yiwu. In his heart, Yiwu asked the system, what if the lagoon dies during the mission? The system replies, after starting the main quest, if the quest object dies, it will be judged that the quest failed, the host will be pulled back to the real world, and the current account will be forcibly deleted. Yiwu was stunned to get the answer from the system, because that means if this quest fails, the Shadow King account will be deleted. Yiwu was clearly shocked when he heard the system's explanation, because it was his trump card. Although it costs money, it can solve the problem perfectly every time. Yiwu would never allow something like that to happen. Lei Rang shouted again to be saved. Lei Rang began to be attacked by monsters guarding the graves, and the adult man even ran out of HP. Without thinking, Laguna ran forward to save his senior. He asked Yiwu to help him from behind. Yiwu is still trying to restrain the young man because if he dies, his Shadow King account will be lost. The guardian monster, which was giant in size, turned to attack Laguna, who came towards him. Unexpectedly, Laguna was able to cut off the monster's arm. Yiwu was very happy to see Laguna's excellent abilities. He was sure that Laguna would not be at a disadvantage in facing a boss that was 20 levels higher than himself. Yiwu couldn't say that Laguna was a beginner. In his heart, Yiwu was sure that Laguna was indeed a man who would become the Shadow King in the future, because his talent is amazing. Suddenly, the two heads on the guardian monster's chest spat out a terrifying green acid liquid. Laguna realized he couldn't dodge the attack, especially as the monster's torrent was too wide to dodge. Luckily, Laguna had a cloak that could withstand the anti-corrosive effect, but unfortunately, the monster's corrosiveness was too strong. Laguna's HP even dropped 40% due to the corrosive attack. Finally, the monster's arm recovered and he prepared to attack Laguna again with his large sword. Laguna realized he couldn't avoid the attack at that very critical time. Fortunately, Yiwu's shield protected Laguna in time. Yiwu took out his own long-barreled pistol and asked Laguna to immediately retreat if he didn't want to be shot. With enormous power and strong firepower, the tower gun immediately attacked the monster in succession. But unfortunately, even though the weapon's attack was huge, it couldn't defeat the guardian monster at all, and the boss monster could still approach them. Yiwu immediately threw a tool at the monster, creating a giant shield that immediately trapped the monster's large body. Then Yiwu invited Laguna to withdraw first. While running for his life, Laguna explained that the boss monster should not be physically invulnerable, because Laguna's sword could clearly injure it. So what happened? Why didn't Yiwu's weapon attack make any impression at all? Yiwu frantically said, "Don't know." Because he had just come to that place, he was not familiar with that place, so Yiwu didn't know the characteristics of the monsters that inhabited that place. Suddenly, an old man came out of the coffin lying there and accused the two young men in front of him of being a bunch of idiots. He was annoyed because the young man in front of him didn't understand anything, but still wanted to be a hunter. At first, they thought the figure of the old man wearing a half-skull face mask was undead, but then Laguna realized the old man was Dr. Victor, so he exclaimed happily to see Dr. Victor's presence. But Dr. Victor actually grumbled in annoyance, because at first he hid well in the chest, but in the end, he really couldn't stand the sight of two stupid beginners. While hiding behind a crate, Laguna said they came to save Dr. Victor. So he asks what does Dr. Victor know about the monster. At first Dr. Victor continued to complain and grumble at the two young men in front of him, but then he explained that the monster was originally a grave guard. After being infected with the mutation of the plague, he sowed the bodies of corpses that had not rotted into themselves. It is an undead attribute, and general physical attacks cannot harm it. It has to be a damage sure or a physical attack with an attribute to work. Dr. Victor added that the weapons used by the Hunter Order were all prayed for by the High Priest and had holy attributes, so the Lagoon would deal damage to the monster. Laguna smiled happily because it was the first time he heard about that. Dr. Victor was annoyed at Laguna's knowledge, and irritably said that's why Laguna is still a beginner. Yiwu thought, after hearing Dr. Victor's explanation, Yiwu realized that the account he opened now was related to physics, but that meant all magic accounts should be able to deal damage. Yiwu realized, when it came to necromantic monsters, he remembered that in the school's adventure survival training, in addition to holy attribute magic and magic weapons, it could also use recovery potions to cause damage to monsters. Yiwu had realized another solution to the monster problem. It was at this time that Laguna offered Yiwu to try using his sword because Yiwu was stronger than Laguna. But Yiwu rejected that solution because he had a bolder solution. Just at that moment, the guardian monster managed to destroy the shield that was capturing his body. Yiwu held the level 50 potion bottle in his hand and immediately threw the recovery potion bottle with great force at the monster's body. Instantly, a large explosion hit the monster's body until its HP dropped to 60%. Laguna was shocked because such a small bottle could reduce HP so much. He asked how Yiwu could do that. And what did Yiwu just throw? Yiwu explained that since they all deal damage by restoring HP, there should be no difference between recovery potions and magic. Looks like Yiwu won Tar Muhen. He just didn't expect the effect to be so amazing. Dr. Victor explained that was because recovery potions above level 50 had their own holy attributes, such as the damage caused by holy water to undead monsters. But Dr. Victor immediately became angry and asked, how could a level 13 man have a level 50 recovery potion? Doesn't Yiwu know how valuable that thing is? How could Yiwu throw him away like that? Yiwu casually asked Dr. Victor not to worry, because he still had many such items, but if they wanted to kill with just one blow, then they had to use something more effective. Yiwu immediately took out a level 100 potion bottle and without hesitation threw the bottle at the huge body of the guardian monster. A bigger explosion immediately appeared and consumed all of the monster's HP. From the explosion, spirits emerged that were previously trapped in the monster's body. They thanked each other in unison before finally flying away and disappearing. Dr. Victor was stunned to see the young man standing in front of him, with a glow of light around his body. He asked, who exactly was Yiwu, and how could he kill a boss monster with just one blow? With a big smile, Yiwu answered that he was just an unknown person living in a foreign land. He then asked Laguna to leave immediately because their mission was complete. Excitedly, Laguna cheered happily to follow Yiwu. The system explained that because Yiwu succeeded in killing the boss, he was entitled to 20,000 experience points and 50,000 gold. Yiwu said, this is completely transparent. But after all, this is a low-level boss, so there is nothing to expect, but fortunately there is still a consolation prize. Yiwu got the disease tissue drop item. They were organs dropped from the bodies of high-level infected mutants. Although their actual use was unknown, they were not to be eaten. Yiwu realized that it was difficult to get good drop items, especially since the monster's heart was useless to him. Suddenly Dr. Victor approached Yiwu and asked, what recovery potion did Yiwu just use? He had read countless medicines in his life, although Victor's doctor could recognize the value, but could not recognize the specific type. Especially the last potion, it is definitely not something Yiwu can have at this level. Laguna approached them and said, is Dr. Victor also curious? Didn't Yiwu also say that he came from a foreign land, and he also used many items they had never seen before? And it's amazing. Yiwu confirmed Laguna's statement and said that it was a typical item from his hometown. It was quite far from where they were, and it was normal that Laguna and Dr. Victor had never seen it before. In a firm tone, Dr. Victor said, a man of unknown origins possessing so many strange items at such a young age was quite suspicious, no matter how Dr. Victor looked at it. And what was Yiwu's purpose in coming all the way to them? Laguna interrupted Dr. Victor's words by saying, how could Dr. Victor say that? Although it is true that few foreigners visit their place, Laguna can be sure that Yiwu is a good person. Dr. Victor insisted that he would judge for himself whether Yiwu was a good person or not. But suddenly, Dr. Victor's expression changed to shock when he saw the monster heart that Yiwu was holding. The old man immediately asked, where did Yiwu get it from? Yiwu calmly answered, disease tissue was just dropped by the boss, so does Dr. Victor know its use? Dr. Victor enthusiastically said that he had come to the cemetery only to find the tissue disease. The item was an extremely rare material that could only be obtained from dead people. For that, Dr. Victor almost turned over the corpse all over the grave, but he couldn't find it. He didn't expect it to be in the guard monster. With an innocent face, Laguna asked, could it have something to do with the plague? Dr. Victor replied that is nonsense. Only people who died from the plague had a very low probability of disease. Possessing it will play an important role in Dr. Victor's research into the origins of the plague. When he heard about the origins of the plague, Yiwu felt like he would soon find what he was looking for. Suddenly Dr. Victor prostrated himself and asked Yiwu to hand over the monster's heart to him. No matter how much money Yiwu wanted, even if Yiwu wanted Dr. Victor to go bankrupt, he would still give it all to Yiwu. Because the monster heart is very important to me, I have been looking for it for almost a year, I missed this opportunity, and I don't know if I can survive until the day when the origin of the plague is discovered. Yiwu gave the monster's heart to Dr. Victor and said it was free. Yiwu said he usually admired people who worked hard for their goals. You are willing to risk your life and leave your family to study the plague. I really admire this determination. You don't need to give me your money. Dr. Victor immediately said thank you with a cheerful face. Yiwu not only can fully understand the goal that Dr. Victor is dedicated to but also has a selfless and tolerant heart. He also apologized to Yiwu for his previous attitude. Now Dr. Victor is sure that Yiwu is really not the same as those hunters who care about money. Hearing Dr. Victor's words, Yiwu turned to Laguna and asked, does that mean the Laguna organization is having problems? Laguna simply replied, there is some misunderstanding in this matter. Dr. Victor quickly reprimanded Laguna, saying that Laguna didn't need to forgive them, because the Lagoon really thought that they would be able to see it right after joining the Hunter Order. He asks Laguna to wake up because he is not at all the same as the cruel hunters. Dr. Victor said, on the surface, this group of beast-hearted men protect their safety, but behind the scenes, they do many bad things to oppress men and women. The people in the city had to lower their heads when they saw him. If they didn't like it, they would be beaten, and they even had to collect protection fees regularly. What is the difference between these bullies? With a sad face, Laguna says, unfortunately, the Hunter Order that Laguna admires is not like this, and Laguna doesn't know how it started to become so corrupt. There were few people as strong, humble, and kind as Yiwu. Since the day Laguna joined the Hunter Order, I decided to change this mess and return it to its original holy appearance. Then Dr. Victor invited the two young men to go from the cemetery in his wooden carriage. They cheerfully followed Dr. Victor. On the way, Laguna, who was sitting at the back of the carriage, asked Dr. Victor, "Since you have been researching for so long, does Dr. Victor have any clues about the origin of this plague?" Dr. Victor is actually embarrassed to say it, but due to the lack of adequate and effective research materials, Dr. Victor has not discovered the scientific origin of the plague. There is one non-scientific clue: the origin and spread of the plague in folklore is related to blood infection. Even though Dr. Victor didn't believe in such rumors, he still hadn't missed this entry point. All clues point the finger to the mysterious organization Mystic Blood Church. Instantly, Laguna was shocked and almost stood up in the carriage when he heard this. Laguna asked, "Is that a church that worships ancient gods?" Dr. Victor replied, "That's right, it's just that their whereabouts are unknown, and Dr. Victor hasn't seen them with his own eyes, so their authenticity is also very doubtful." Hearing their words made Yiwu astonished and wonder in his heart, did that mean ancient gods also existed in this era? Dr. Victor explained that there was a saying in many villages and towns I visited before the serious outbreak. People from the Mystic Blood Church often went to various villages and towns to treat the villagers, and the special medicine they use is. There are two statements circulating. Some people said that after receiving treatment from the Mystic Blood Church, he managed to recover and his body became stronger. But there were also people who were mentally ill like crazy, and in the end, their bodies mutated and turned into monsters. However, both the former and the latter were just one-sided words, had no evidence, and were meaningless to confront someone from the Mystic Blood Church. If Dr. Victor had free time, he would also look for their whereabouts. In fact, they also have some legends about ancient gods. Then Yiwu asked. He wanted to know if there was such a thing as Laken among the ancient gods that the rumors mentioned. Dr. Victor answered, "Of course, there is, and they call it Thousand-Eyed Gulu Laken." Instantly, Yiwu thought he hit the jackpot. Because even ordinary people know the real names of the ancient gods in this world, Yiwu can definitely get more useful information, making him better prepared the next time to faces them. Then Yiwu asked Dr. Victor did he knew which ancient god the Mystic Blood Church believed in. Dr. Victor said confidently, of course, he knew. His name is Dark Blood Secret Beard, namely, a terrible monster that looks more like a bat, but has terrible tentacle wings. Yiwu thought seriously, Dark Blood Secret God Beard. This term is for an ancient god of the same level as Lakian. It doesn't sound good at all. Laguna suddenly asked, "What do you mean by Dark Blood Secret God?" Because he had never heard of it. Because he knew little about the Mystic Blood Church, and he knew nothing about their beliefs. Dr. Victor replies, as far as he knows, the Hunter Order has launched a secret investigation into the Mystic Blood Church. But since Laguna didn't even know this, he was surprised that Laguna wasn't expelled by the organization. Laguna laughed and answered maybe because he didn't know yet. Suddenly, the system for notifying the main quest progress has been updated by 2%. Yiwu was surprised. Why was this quest just updated like that? He guessed it seemed that this ancient god would definitely be an important opportunity for him to become the Shadow King. Yiwu thought that in order to complete the main quest as soon as possible, he must find the Dark Blood Secret God as soon as possible and help them meet. When Yiwu wanted to ask Dr. Victor about the ancient god, he was suddenly asked to keep quiet because they had talked about this topic enough and they might be cursed for continuing like that. Laguna pushed between the two of them and said that the doctor always believed in science over superstition. So why was he afraid to talk about a curse like this now? Dr. Victor explained that what is called science is not just about results, but more importantly about processes and attitudes. Facing all kinds of unknown possibilities, Laguna couldn't easily deny it until Laguna saw it with his own eyes and put it into practice. Laguna replied, although he didn't understand it, he still thought it was amazing. Meanwhile, Yiwu thought, in this complex worldview with the background of feudal theology and dynasty, it is very valuable to have such understanding. After that, Dr. Victor asked Laguna to drive the horse-drawn carriage because he was very tired after talking so much. Not long after, they finally arrived at the Hunter Order branch office. The place looked very simple compared to the Hunter's office in Yiwu's era. Even Yiwu thought that the place looked more like a bar. Before they entered, Laguna had time to wake Dr. Victor first. When we entered the hall, we saw many hunters sitting and enjoying drinks. Yiwu asked, why are there 3 windows in front? Laguna explained that the 3 types correspond to issuing or receiving missions, reporting missions, and selling or exchanging goods, and they will also report these missions later. Yiwu thought that place really was similar to a black market, only much more primitive. Then Yiwu asked, what's on the 2nd floor? Laguna replies that there is an area where only high-ranking members of the church can go, and Laguna has never been there before. A beautiful woman named Melina ran towards Dr. Victor crying. She immediately hugged her father because she was really worried about her father, namely Dr. Victor. Dr. Victor smiled broadly and welcomed his son's hug. He asked his daughter not to continue crying because he had returned safely. Dr. Victor said it was impossible for anything bad to happen to me. Then Melina thanked Laguna because the young man managed to bring my father back. Laguna smiled and said, actually, he didn't help much because it was all thanks to Yiwu's services. So Melina immediately looked at Yiwu. The young man with dark and short hair said that it should be human nature to help each other, especially helping good people like Dr. Victor who serves the community. Seeing Yiwu's handsome face made Melina's face slowly turn red. This girl thanked Yiwu with a shy expression. She thanked the young man for saving my father. But in her heart, Melina imagined that two handsome men, namely Yiwu and Laguna, were chasing me at the same time. This girl screamed in her heart because I would definitely have a hard time having these two handsome young men. Dr. Victor quickly hit Melina on the head and told her not to let the bad habit come back again. Dr. Victor asked Melina not to meet those two men again because I don't like dirty men. Melina complained of pain and said that they should be more worried about Dr. Victor's condition. Dr. Victor then said, this time it wasn't a little good, he had to hurry and get back to studying before saying goodbye. If Yiwu is interested, Yiwu, welcome to come and meet at any time. Dr. Victor's house is right near the clock tower. Turn left and walk 200 meters. After that, Drs. Victor and Melina left, leaving Laguna and Yiwu to report the progress of their mission to the association. While lining up, queuing to report the mission, Laguna met two of his seniors. They didn't expect Laguna, who was a junior, to still come back alive after carrying out a difficult mission. They said Laguna was very lucky because when he took a mission that was a much higher level above him, it turned out that Laguna was able to survive the mission. Laguna only responded with a smile and said that he was indeed lucky. Finally, it was his turn to report on his mission and also the badges of his 3 fallen comrades. The woman guarding the reception desk was shocked to see that it was Lei Rang's badge. All the seniors who saw this were shocked and wondered whether the 3 senior hunters were dead, even though they should only handle very simple missions. Laguna explains to everyone that he met Lei Rang's group on the road and said that they wanted to help Laguna with this mission, but they accidentally encountered a high-level mutant and were killed. Laguna is also very sorry and sad about this. Philly, the bald senior, immediately grabbed Laguna by the collar and accused his junior of lying. In his opinion, Laguna must have trapped Lei Rang, otherwise, how could Laguna complete this mission at his own level? Laguna tries to defend himself by saying, he didn't frame them. They died because of their own actions, not to mention the mission this time was because of Yiwu's help. Finally, a woman wearing a purple dress came down from the 2nd floor and said, mission accomplished. Whether Laguna was lying or not in the cause of their deaths, the association would not investigate clearly, no need to argue endlessly here. An old wizard who had long white hair and was named Salian congratulated Laguna because he was an official hunter starting today. Laguna lowered his head and smiled broadly when he received praise from his superior. Then Mr. Salian cast a spell on the item that Miss Christina was currently carrying. Yiwu was amazed to see the process of casting a spell on a weapon which looked amazing because he saw a light shining directly on the item. Then Miss Christina gave the item to Laguna while congratulating him on excellent work. Hopefully he can continue his work and hopefully one day you will be the hope of the Hunter Order. Laguna received the item with a red face, holding back embarrassment. At this time the mission progress notification system has been updated by 3%. At this time, Wise appeared and announced that the lagoon's spectrum had changed to pink, which meant he had been thinking about love. Yiwu thought Christina must be another figure who will influence the turning point in Laguna's life one day. Suddenly Miss Christina turned towards Yiwu and immediately pressed her sexy body against Yiwu. The young man who was so shocked didn't even have time to react and could only ask in his heart what the girl was doing, because I couldn't even resist the girl's movements. After that, a moment later, Christina stepped away and said that Yiwu had a very strange smell. Everyone in the room was shocked to see that Chairman Christina actually took the initiative to approach the stranger, namely Yiwu. They suspected that the group leader really liked Yiwu. Seeing the hysterical attitude of the people in the room, Miss Christina said that if any of them dared to cause trouble, then I would immediately send him to see Gu Shen. Meanwhile, in his heart, Yiwu was wondering, why do I always provoke important figures like this? Was it because of the domineering spirit within him that couldn't be hidden? Then slowly Yiwu asked Miss Christina, you just said Yiwu has a strange smell on me. So what does that mean? Miss Christina explained that she is very sensitive to smells and can remember only one smell, but Yiwu has a smell that I have never known before. Yiwu cautiously said that it might be because he came from a foreign country. Miss Christina said it wasn't because of that. Yiwu's taste is indeed very foreign, but it is more like a distant and deep unknown taste than the strangeness of a foreign land. Yiwu panicked. He asked in his heart, what kind of nose does this woman have? because your nose is very sensitive. Could it be that you discovered Yiwu's identity as an adventurer just from smell? Yiwu was obviously very worried thinking about this. Laguna presses between them and says that even though Yiwu is a foreigner, he is definitely a very good person. Laguna can guarantee that. You, Miss Christina said, I don't doubt Yiwu. As you can see, they are not very friendly with foreigners here. If Yiwu wanted to stay in that place for a long time, it was best to have a comfortable status like a hunter. If Yiwu is interested in joining, Miss Christina can make an exception for you. Yiwu was shocked to hear the offer, and then Yiwu humbly said, thank you for Miss Christina's kindness. But Yiwu is not qualified to be a hunter at his level. It is better to find another easy job. Yiwu thought, since Miss Christina said that you don't doubt me, Yiwu is worried that it must be putting Yiwu under surveillance. Everyone was shocked to hear Miss Christina's words about inviting a foreign man to become a hunter. But the foreign man just refused, even though that is their dream. But they didn't dare say too much because if they upset Miss Christina then they really wouldn't be able to eat anything else. Laguna tried to persuade Yiwu by saying that Yiwu is too humble. After joining the hunter order with his abilities, Yiwu would definitely be able to advance quickly, so Yiwu's level wouldn't be a problem. Yiwu replied that the lagoon was too flattering, and he felt that he was not really suitable for being a hunter. Miss Christina turned around and walked away saying, in this case, I will not force Yiwu. If Yiwu changes his mind, you can come to Miss Christina at any time. Then she left while saying goodbye. After Miss Christina left, Laguna asked, is Yiwu really unwilling to consider me? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chairman Christina never directly recommends anyone to join the hunter order. Yiwu asked Laguna not to persuade anymore because he had already made a decision. Yiwu thought he didn't have time to be a hunter now. He must find a way to improve the main quest and leave that place as soon as possible. Yiwu asked the system how much progress should be achieved in the current main quest before returning to the real world. The system replied the first mandatory quest progress must reach 10% to return to the real world. Yiwu realized he had to do it quickly and gave a little push so that the points would immediately increase. With such thoughts in mind, Yiwu directly announced to everyone at the scene that that day was the big day for the good Laguna to become an official hunter. Yiwu also advised everyone at the scene to take good care of his brother in the future. To show his sincerity, Yiwu announced he would treat everyone in the bar to wine. Laguna was shocked to hear Yiwu's words and reminded him that it was too wasteful. But everyone in the bar room who had heard Yiwu's announcement immediately cheered happily and promised to take good care of Laguna. Without hesitation, they immediately asked the waiter to add several bottles of very expensive wine. Laguna felt very embarrassed because he would spend Yiwu's money, but Yiwu still held out a very large beer glass to the young man and asked him not to worry. Instead, Yiwu asked Laguna to join the others in order to relieve his worries and make interpersonal relations within the hunting group better. Finally, Laguna accepted the beer glass and thanked Yiwu for his kindness. Now, quest progress has changed and increased to 6%. It was at this time that several of his seniors came forward to embrace and pull Laguna to join them. They want to invite Laguna to join their celebration party. At first, Laguna was doubtful, but Yiwu asked him to go and enjoy this party happily because Laguna was the center of the party. While everyone was partying and drinking, Yiwu sat in the corner of the room to think about his next plan. Yiwu realized this world can be considered a special dungeon where Yiwu can spend money and make money, so Yiwu must not miss this opportunity. Yiwu must take the opportunity to make a lot of money. The construction of the fort can cost 5 billion, plus the debt is 500 million. Nowadays, the progress of making money is far from enough. Yiwu also thought he should go to the doctor's house tomorrow to find out more information about the plague. He must immediately find the source of the plague, formulate a formula, and then sell the formula to this country. In this way, Yiwu can save the people of this country and make a lot of money without much effort. Yiwu realized this branch world was more meaningful than imagined. In another corner of the room, Laguna received a lot of cheers because he managed to beat several of his seniors in the competition to drink more alcohol. Yiwu, who saw that Laguna was able to finish his 10th glass, was completely shocked and asked if that person had a bottomless pit in his stomach. With a red face and a cheerful smile, Laguna said that they were too weak. If they wanted to make Laguna drunk, then they had to call more people. So some seniors answered that they would call more people to defeat Laguna. While the drinking game was stopping because the seniors were calling their teammates outside, Laguna sat down opposite Yiwu again. The short-haired young man immediately said that he didn't expect to see that Laguna could drink alcohol so well. Laguna laughed, then explained that he had actually been like this since he was little. Whether it was water or wine, he could always drink it and there were no restrictions at all. Yiwu let out a heavy sigh hearing Laguna's explanation. Yiwu thought even Laguna could drink a lot of blood in the future. Yiwu guessed that the Shadow King's special skill also came from Laguna's characteristics. Yiwu said that this place seems to be much more peaceful than the city Yiwu visited before, and there seemed to be few people infected with the plague. Laguna said that perhaps because there was no hunter order in the previous city where their group was there, neither the robbers nor the Mystic Blood Church could penetrate easily, therefore this was much better. Yiwu thought this situation further supported the rumors of speculation about the source of the outbreak. Yiwu then asked Laguna, does he really not know more about the Mystic Blood Church? Laguna honestly answered, he didn't know, but there was definitely more information in the church. When his level is high and he has authority, Laguna will definitely help Yiwu find out. But Laguna wanted to know, why was Yiwu interested in that church? Before Yiwu could answer, suddenly several senior hunters came in from outside and they laughed happily while congratulating Laguna. They also openly said they had come to invite him to drink for free at that place. That night, Laguna raised his glass of beer several times and with a happy smile accepted anyone's challenge to invite him to a beer drinking match. Even Laguna said they wouldn't be going home tonight if they weren't drunk. Everyone cheered happily and said they would drink up. Meanwhile, in a corner of the room, Yiwu thought they were all relaxing and drinking to their heart's content. But Yiwu himself didn't even know how expensive the drinks in that place were. It was at this time that the system suddenly appeared notifying that the debt had increased again. The system prompts Yiwu to pay attention to his balance. Yiwu could only scream with emotion hearing the warning from the system. That morning, Yiwu started a bright day by getting a notification from the system. Due to the exchange difference between the currency of this world and the host world, the ratio was 1 to 1,000. So the 500 gold cloth spent on drinking last night was equivalent to a deduction of 500,000 coins. Once again, Yiwu shouted in annoyance because the system hadn't seen a very important notification like this before. If he knew that the prices at that place were so expensive, he wouldn't have wasted his money by treating everyone. However, in front of Laguna, who was worried about his condition, Yiwu said that he was okay and they should immediately go to Dr. Victor's house. That day, once again Laguna asked, had Yiwu really stopped thinking about joining the Hunter Order? Yiwu honestly said he didn't mind, he just felt comfortable with Yiwu, and if they did the mission together, it would definitely go smoothly. Yiwu replied that Laguna doesn't need to worry about this because even though Yiwu won't join the Hunter Order, he can react with Laguna whenever Laguna needs his help. And if Laguna encounters any enemy, Laguna can rest assured and bravely rush forward, because now Yiwu will help him well. The silver-haired man immediately cheered happily and said, thank you very much, Yiwu. They only knew each other for a while, but Yiwu was so willing to help Laguna. Obviously, Laguna was really happy to the point of not knowing how to thank him. Yiwu said, it's okay, he believes in fate. In his opinion, being able to meet Laguna as soon as he arrived in a foreign land is the same as showing that they have a special fate. While looking at Laguna's back, Yiwu thought, in addition to the quest requirements, Laguna's complete abilities have also helped Yiwu resolve crises many times. So Yiwu really wanted to help Laguna, but he wasn't sure whether Yiwu could help Laguna or would instead hurt him. Because he was worried that Laguna couldn't even dream of what kind of dark ending awaited Laguna in the future. Yiwu was worried that he himself had brought Laguna into such a dire situation. Currently, the main quest progress has changed, and the current progress is 8%. Yiwu thought, no matter what, he wanted to be allowed to accompany Laguna to the end on this predetermined path. After passing the large clock tower, they finally arrived at Dr. Victor's house. Because the door was unlocked, the two of them went straight into the house. With great warmth, Melina welcomed the two young men and offered them breakfast. Behind him, Dr. Victor asked Melina to be quiet, because he felt very embarrassed by his son's attitude. Yiwu noticed that Dr. Victor's face looked very haggard, so he asked the doctor what's wrong with him. Because Dr. Victor's face was even worse than before. Melina explained that my father started experimenting immediately after returning yesterday, but sat there while making no progress, as a result, didn't sleep all night, and didn't listen to any suggestions. Then, with a seductive smile, Melina showed a sweet face and asked Yiwu, can that young man also show the changes in you? Dr. Victor quickly encouraged Melina while telling his son to stop talking nonsense and prepare breakfast because they were definitely hungry. After Melina left, Yiwu asked Dr. Victor, is there something wrong with the research process? In fact, Dr. Victor was reluctant to explain because he felt ashamed of his meager abilities. But finally, he explained, to analyze the internal structure of diseased tissue, high-grade ultra-pure solvent must be used. Even if he was in a mid-level pharmacy, he needed one night to prepare sufficient purity solvent, so there was no progress in the analysis experiment. Yiwu asked Dr. Victor, did he have any drawings to make into the solvent? Or did Dr. Victor want Yiwu to try it? It was at this time that Dr. Victor asked if Yiwu was a pharmacist too. Yiwu awkwardly answered briefly that he understood a little. But suddenly Dr. Victor said that there was no need because Dr. Victor had asked friends from the Pharmacy Association to help him, so he would let the professionals do it. Suddenly, a senior pharmacist named Hesai met Dr. Victor along with his students. Mr. Hesai said Dr. Victor contacted him early in the morning, What problem did Dr. Victor encounter? Why are you still so incompetent and always ask Mr. Hesai to help you? Dr. Victor welcomed Mr. Hesai. He even called Mr. Hesai as master. He asked Master Hesai to enter his house. Mr. Hesai said he was very busy, but for the sake of his classmates, he was willing to come to help Dr. Victor. Hearing that, Dr. Victor apologized several times because he had disturbed Mr. Hesai's valuable time. Yiwu asked, "What's wrong with the old man? Is high-level pharmacy rare here?" The aura of a superior person like that was very strong. Laguna answered, "Now because of the epidemic, the anti-plague potion developed by the Pharmacy Association is difficult to find. Who wouldn't give them a face?" Yiwu was surprised to hear this answer. He asked again, "Has the source of the virus been found for something like this?" Unexpectedly, Laguna answered, "The efficacy of this anti-plague potion has never been proven. It's just that the supply of goods is monopolized by the nobles, the prices are constantly being raised, and even the status of the Pharmacy Association has risen." Yiwu realized that there were some wrong tricks in the pharmacy members. Yiwu said to Laguna that high-level pharmacy can have such a position, doesn't Master Pharmacy have a higher status? Laguna confirmed Yiwu's words, because there is only one Master Pharmacy in the whole country, namely the President of the Royal Pharmacy Association. It was said that he had been recruited to the palace to treat illnesses for the royal family. His treatment is comparable to that of a cabinet minister, and his status is even lower than one person and above 10,000 people. Yiwu's eyes immediately lit up with joy when he heard Laguna's explanation because he realized that his opportunity to make money was finally here. Yiwu thought that as long as he showed his identity as a pharmacy master, he was afraid that there would be no local tyrants who charged gold coins to please him. Coupled with the difference in exchange ratio, Yiwu will make a lot of money with tears and blood. This time, in his heart, this young man was extremely grateful to the system. Yiwu even admitted that he had been guilty of blaming the system previously. The system notifies a side quest has been opened, namely current progress is 0%. Side quests will not affect return time. Yiwu was relieved that there was a side quest. Moreover, the quest did not affect the return time, and it just coincided with Yiwu's goal, so he could get one more reward. Not bad. Suddenly a very large explosion occurred right from behind, namely from the private laboratory where the alchemists worked. Master Hesai cursed in annoyance because Dr. Victor and several of his juniors made a mistake, so they all almost died. Master He was helped to his feet by one of his disciples. He said, even the solvent he prepared couldn't dissolve its purity was still not enough. Master Hesai can only ask the president to do it. Dr. Victor was shocked to hear Master Hesai's words, because as far as he knows, the president is always in the palace, ordinary people can't see him at all, so can he come to Dr. Victor's house? Master Hesai rudely replied, how would they know if they didn't try? Moreover, this is all for Dr. Victor. According to Master Hesai, the only pharmacy that is more powerful than himself is the president. But with a confident smile, Yiwu interrupted the adults' conversation and said that they didn't need to call the president. Since Master Hesai couldn't handle it, then Yiwu would come forward to try. Of course, Master Hesai was surprised to see a young man confidently wanting to try it. A disciple of Hesai's master said firmly, in this rigorous academic experiment, what do you know from a foreigner? He told Yiwu and Laguna to get out of the place so as not to make a scene. Yiwu replied they all had the heart to say it was academically rigorous, but how could they know if Yiwu didn't try? Dr. Victor intervened with them by saying, they should not be rude. Yiwu was Dr. Victor's benefactor, and he was also the one who provided the diseased tissue. If not for his help, today's experiment would not have been possible. Master Hesai couldn't believe it when he heard Dr. Victor say that the diseased tissue was obtained by Yiwu. But Dr. Victor still insisted on saying that what he said was true. He explained that Yiwu was the one who defeated the high-level mutant. But he was a foreigner after all, and he didn't understand our rules here, so Dr. Victor begged everyone be patient with Yiwu. Finally, Master Hesai approached Yiwu and asked whether Yiwu understood pharmacy. Yiwu smiled slightly and replied he did understand a little. Several of Master Hesai's disciples immediately laughed at Yiwu. They thought Yiwu was a kid who still had to drink milk instead of concocting potions. Laguna defended Yiwu in front of Master Hesai's students by saying that they didn't know anything. Because Yiwu was very strong, Yiwu even defeated a level 45 mutant with just 2 bottles of potions. While everyone was busy arguing, Master Hesai looked at Yiwu fixedly while thinking, although recovery potions could indeed cause damage to undead monsters, most people would not just waste it. If 2 bottles of potion instantly kill a level 45 undead, it should be a high-level recovery potion, and such a potion is not only rare but also expensive. Finally, Master Hesai said to Yiwu, since Yiwu said he knew pharmacy, then he should also understand that academic matters were the same and there was no room for lying. He could give Yiwu a chance, but if Yiwu failed, Master he said would give him the harshest punishment and even decorate him. Did Yiwu understand now? With a confident smile, Yiwu said, of course, he knew that, but what Yiwu wanted to know more than this now was, how much pay would he get if he succeeded? Worried, Lagoon asked Yiwu, would Yiwu do it? What if the young man was expelled? The Royal Pharmacy Association has enormous power. Master Hesai chuckled and said, Yiwu, so greedy. But I don't hate greedy people as long as you have enough ability. And if Yiwu can complete the disease tissue experiment, which is a great contribution to plague research, I will give you 10,000 gold coins. All of Master Hisai's students were stunned to hear that amount of money because that amount of coins was equivalent to their salary for 10 years. Laguna commented, as expected from the Royal Pharmacy Association, very generous. After that, Yiwu will immediately start. In his heart, Master Hesai thought that Yiwu was just pretending. Because it took me decades to reach high-level pharmacy, and even then I couldn't do it. How could a teenage boy possibly do that? Plus now the equipment is almost destroyed. Yiwu immediately opened the Abi recipe in front of him and was grateful because the system automatically changes the text and language to general mode. Otherwise, the text of this world I can't understand. According to Yiwu, there should be no problem just by looking at the ingredients and mixing ratios in this recipe, but it seemed the problem lay at the pharmaceutical level itself. But in front of these people from another world, it's not appropriate to use the account's ability to make potions directly so prominently, and I can only do it myself. Yiwu spun the potion bottle in front of him very casually. He even poured each potion with great confidence. Even though I've never used this equipment, thanks to my accountability, these potions and equipment are as familiar as old friends who have followed me all my life. Everyone in the room was stunned by Yiwu's abilities. They noticed that Yiwu's movements in concocting did not look like an ordinary young man. They even suspected that Yiwu was a figure who had a high level in the field of pharmacy. According to Dr. Victor, Yiwu's technique is very skilled, and he doesn't look like a careless person. No wonder he was so confident just now. However, Dr. Hisai said, the procedure is only the most basic operation. The purity of the potion and whether the potion can finally have an effect are the only criteria for examination. But in a short time, Yiwu had already finished the concoction. Instantly, Master Hisai became even more astonished. In his opinion, it was impossible for a beginner like Yiwu to be able to do it when he, who is a master, had great difficulty even though he had tried several times. Master Hesai continued to fail because his potions were impure or exploded due to violent reactions with too much purification. Master Hesai quickly grabbed the potion bottle from Yiwu's hand and said, it doesn't matter if it fits or not. Master, he said, still has to check to see if it works. After the potion was poured into the monster's heart, the heart immediately turned liquid. Unexpectedly, the liquid formed a small bat and quickly flew out to attack the people. Luckily, Laguna acted quickly and slashed the blood bat. Instantly, the liquid melted and turned into liquid which fell to the floor. Everyone was stunned and wondered what had just flown. The creature's movements were so fast that they couldn't dodge it if it was attacked. Dr. Victor prevented everyone from approaching the liquid, because he will handle it. Although the possibility of airborne transmission has been previously ruled out, the risk of contact infection remains. When he saw the blood bats, Yiwu guessed the rumors were true. The plague that the people were now suffering from was related to that ancient god. Now Yiwu's next goal is to find out more about. This is not only related to the main goal and side quests of this world, but is also an important factor related to my safety. Now I have information about the two ancient gods, but nothing about the others. Are they hidden in the world I am in, or are they in another world? I have to take this opportunity to find out and take action, otherwise they will threaten me at any time like a knife hanging over my head. Master Hesai said, unexpectedly, mountains were taller than mountains. You can have high achievements in the pharmacy field at a young age. This is what is called a genius. But why have I never heard of you before? Yiwu replied, since he doesn't care about fame, but only about profits, then what about my compensation? Master, you must not break your promise. Master Hesai said he would not break his promise. But it's just that I didn't bring that much money when I went out. I will give you 0 gold coins first, and I will pay the rest as soon as possible. Don't worry, Hisal, can be trusted, and I will never break my promise. Yiwu accepted the money bag and said no problem. Yiwu thought that pharmacy is really a low-paying job, and the exchange difference between the two world currencies can also be very profitable for me. I have to maximize his pharmacy earning power after this. Then Master Hisai said he had one more wish and hoped Yiwu could grant it. Yiwu said, of course, as long as it can make money, it is worth discussing. Master Hisai also said that he wanted to invite Yiwu to join the Royal Pharmacy Association. Would Yiwu be interested in the offer this time? They were shocked to see Master Hisai offer Yiwu because such an incident had never happened before, even though so far so many people have tried to join but were simply rejected. Yiwu was very lucky, but his strength was considered qualified. On the other hand, Yiwu was also surprised and didn't expect it. However, because Hisai had invited him directly, Yiwu thought about preparing a suitable offer. Hisai finally invited Yiwu to go to his office to discuss this matter further. Yiwu then asked Victor and Laguna if the two would like to come with him. Laguna immediately agreed while Victor chose to stay to continue research. However, a guard immediately forbade Laguna, who was a hunter, from entering the association. Yiwu naturally wanted to know the reason. He suspected that Laguna's church had a bad relationship with the Pharmacy Association. Laguna could only say that there was a complicated reason there and he didn't know it either. Yiwu then continued that Laguna to him was a brother and that meant he should also go with him. Until in the end, Hisai intervened and immediately permitted Laguna because he was going to discuss cooperation with Yiwu. However, in exchange, he asked for Yiwu's understanding so that Laguna could hide the hunter attribute in his body so that no unnecessary problems would arise later. Hisai also then showed them a horse-drawn carriage that would take them to the association's branch office, which was still far away. Yiwu and Laguna should go with him at that time. Yiwu of course immediately followed him into the carriage even though he was not very happy with Hisai's previous decision on Laguna. In the carriage, Yiwu remembered what Hisai said about the branch office. Hisai then explained that the Royal Pharmacy Association had branches spread across the country. Hisai grew up in that city and was eventually appointed to manage that branch as well. He then continued that the Pharmacy Association headquarters was located in the capital, which was 2-3 days away from there. Yiwu was naturally curious about the capital city and wanted to go and see it for himself some other time. Once they finally arrived, Yiwu was impressed by the branch office. For him, it suits the Royal Pharmacy Association, which is indeed very rich. Hisai said that for their pharmacy association, no matter how luxurious the place was, no one was allowed to enter it without his permission. Once inside the room, Yiwu without further ado immediately asked Hisai about the real reason he invited him to join the Royal Pharmacy Association. He firmly believes there is something bigger and deeper. Hisai praised Yiwu's intelligence and admitted that he enjoyed working with a man like him. Hisai finally admits that he wants Yiwu to help him become the new president of the Royal Pharmacy Association. Laguna was shocked at that time, but not Yiwu. Yiwu wants to know why Hisai chose him. Moreover, he was only a foreigner and he had also heard that Hisai was not a man who was friendly to foreigners like him. Hisai said that precisely because Yiwu was a foreigner, it would be better for him. Yiwu had a clean background and did not belong to any forces. Only people like Yiwu could he trust. However, that is only one of the reasons. The most important thing is that Yiwu has pharmacy power comparable to the president's power and he needs that power. Yiwu was quite flattered that Hisai had such thoughts. However, he wanted to know why he should help Hisai when he could become president himself. Hisai could see that Yiwu was not that kind of person. To him, Yiwu was not someone who had ambitions for power and status. Plus, Yiwu was just a helpless foreigner there. No matter how great Yiwu was, without connections and resources, he still wouldn't be able to advance in the field of pharmacy in that place. Yiwu was an intelligent person and he could satisfy Yiwu's greed for money. Hisai promised that if Yiwu could help him become president, then half of the association's future income would belong to Yiwu. Laguna was certainly surprised because even though it was only half, the number was already very large. Weiss immediately said that based on the spectrum he saw, Sai was not lying at all. Yiwu also confirmed that it was difficult to ignore the request as well as the amount of payment offered. However, Yiwu wanted to know why Hisai wanted to become president if the man was willing to give some of his profits to him. Hisai explains that the words fame and fortune can be understood separately and that is what he is pursuing. Meanwhile, Yiwu only pursued profits. Hisai revealed that the Pharmacy Association had actually deteriorated and even fallen. Since the current president took office, he has been in coalition with the nobles for a long time by taking advantage of the production and sales monopoly of potions to make huge profits. After the outbreak occurred, this increased. Hisai will never be able to forget the promise he made in front of the body of his mother who died due to illness and no money to buy potions. He promises to become a great pharmacist and develop potions that ordinary people can buy. However, the more he tried, the more he was trapped in a vortex of huge profits and couldn't change. Hisai then continued that even if he could become a high-level pharmacist, he could only go with the flow and join it or he would be swallowed up by it. However, now he had a turning point and that was Yiwu. With the power of a master-level pharmacist coupled with his connections and resources, they can work together to create a potion that can cure the plague. That way, Yiwu could overtake the president's abilities so he could wipe him out and then gain the right to lead the Pharmacy Association. Hisai asked if Yiwu would be willing to help him with that. Weiss once again emphasized that he had repeatedly confirmed the truth of Hisai's words. Yiwu sees Hisai's righteous and idealistic goals and supports them. In his opinion, very few people have a conscience when they are in a high position like Hisai. Moreover, something that can make money and save people at the same time. Yiwu had no reason to reject him. Hisai was of course very happy and grateful to Yiwu. He would not break his promise, but there was one thing he had to tell Yiwu about: an apology. Sai said that he couldn't pay 10,000 coins as he promised before, but he only had 4,000 coins which Yiwu could carry completely. Hisai continued that although he did have a high income, most of the money was used for personal treatment and was also given to Victor so he could treat poor people. Hisai promised to pay off the shortfall, but he asked Yiwu to be patient for a while. Yiwu then said that Hisai could pay the rest with blueprints or materials, but he had a high-level blueprint or even a master. Hisai was happy again and thanked Yiwu for his understanding. Yiwu can take any pictures and materials he likes. However, some of the more valuable master-level blueprints were stored in the association's treasury. If he can become president in the future, then all the blueprints can belong to Yiwu. They finally agreed to the agreement. Afterward, Yiwu and Laguna ended up leaving later than expected. Laguna said how Yiwu and Hisai talked animatedly, even though he didn't understand academic matters. Yiwu then asked if Laguna was hungry. He wanted to go and eat at the best restaurant in town because he had money now. However, suddenly they were confronted by several masked people. Laguna asks who they are, but they immediately attack. Yiwu saw the bat wings, guessing that they came from the Mystic Blood Church. Yiwu immediately took out a shield grenade. He didn't expect that they would come to him so quickly. However, who would have thought that they could destroy the shield so quickly, which surprised Yiwu. Yiwu was annoyed because they had too big a difference in strength and the enemy's level was very high. He realized that he was no match for him. Laguna pushed Yiwu away while he held off the enemies. Yiwu of course asked Laguna not to act stupidly because they couldn't beat him. Suddenly, Yiwu was sent back to the real world with the main quest completion having reached 10%. Of course, Yiwu was surprised because he was sent back at the wrong time. Yiwu immediately shouted Laguna's name. However, as soon as he woke up, he was back around familiar people. Jiabao is relieved that Yiwu is awake and asks who Laguna is. Meanwhile, Jai Wangchuan said that Yiwu suddenly fainted previously and they thought that something was wrong, but now Yiwu looked fine. In his heart, Yiwu knew he was back, but he was annoyed that he had to come back at a time like that. He immediately asked how long he had been unconscious. Jiabao replied that Yiwu had not fainted for long. After the pool of red blood faded, Yiwu fainted and he woke up as soon as they all came to him. Yiwu immediately realized that time in the real world was suspended while he was inside the world of Laguna. He became curious about what was happening there at this time. The system then said that after Yiwu returned to the real world, the Shadow King world was also suspended. Because the main quest is not over yet, Yiwu will be sent back to the Shadow King world after 240 hours. Yiwu then deduces that this means he will return just as he and the Lagoon are attacked by 3 black-clad assassins. Yiwu was worried about Laguna's life, so he had to think of a way to break the game. In the next 10 days, Yiwu intended to maximize the active attack capabilities of the pharmacy because otherwise, he might have difficulty fighting the enemies. Jai Wangchuan immediately asked about Yiwu's condition, who looked dazed and indifferent to the items they managed to get at that time. Yiwu didn't look like himself at that time. Yiwu finally could only admit that he was still a little confused due to the big move he made earlier. But now Yiwu intends to focus on the relationship between all of them. Since they all knew his big secret and the problem had also been resolved cleanly, he offered them all an alliance. On the surface, they will appear busy with their daily activities, but behind it, they can share information and resources so they can become stronger together. Jai Wangchuan, who heard Yiwu's ridiculous words, was relieved because at least the man had recovered. On the other hand, Zulu also emphasized that they did not need to have a close relationship. Even though he had helped Yiwu in the previous battle, that didn't mean they could be friends in the future. Today's friends may become tomorrow's enemies. Zulu hoped that Yiwu could remember her words well. In his heart, Yiwu was quite disappointed that those people were not good at joking. Zulu then said again how he was impressed by Yiwu's last big move and that the 200 million loan from him was truly a figure worth it. But in any case, Zulu would not forget the debt easily and Yiwu would not be able to escape either. Zulu left a magic on Yiwu's head. Shi said that the magic would follow him to the ends of the world even if Yiwu hid underground, he would dig it out to get Yiwu. Shi also gave Yiwu another piece of advice that after the battle, he would attract the attention of the Huangjeng group. Shi is the man to be careful because if he died, he would not be able to collect the debt he owed Yiwu. In his heart, Yiwu was sure that Zulu knew that he was not someone who borrowed money and didn't pay it back. However, something caught his attention because Zulu did not give a time limit for returning the money. Yiwu recalled the bad relationship between the Hanmo group and the Huangjeng group just now. He guessed that the next meeting would happen soon. He suspected that the Huangjeng group might order Zulu again to kill him. After Zulu left, Yiwu focused on the items from the boss monster. Jai Wangchuan left all the decisions to Yiwu because he was the one who defeated the boss, so he also deserved it. The system immediately congratulated Yiwu on defeating the final boss of the dungeon. He got 50 million experience points and 100 million in money. In addition, activating Shadow King mode costs 700 million, but because the progress of the Shadow King main quest has reached 10%, the cost is only 630 million. Of course, Yiwu was very happy because he could get a discount. He wondered whether it would be possible to get his money back when he completed 100% of the main quest later. But the system immediately said that the money that had been consumed would not be able to be returned and even asked Yiwu not to dream too much. In addition, Yiwu got the Zerg God's Arthropod to improve weapons, the Zerg God's Giant Wings to increase agility and defense attributes, Epic Poison magic items, Black Slate fragments, and Oswald's helmet which can increase wisdom, pharmacy, and engineering tools. Yiwu was very happy because he was able to get this item at the right time. Apart from that, Yiwu also got a Cartier magic sword to apply the curse effect. Yiwu planned to give the sword to Kiki by using a passive buff to strengthen the curse effect. He also got a Stardust arrow with an armor-breaking effect that he wanted to give Yunfei. Yiwu also got the Zerg God shield, and once again he was satisfied with the items which were dry goods and there was no additional equipment there. He also got the Summon Magic Crystal Heart of the Swarm which functions to summon a large flock to help, a blueprint for making a legendary potion, and a dungeon key. Yiwu was increasingly happy with all the items he got. Most important to him were the dungeon keys and the legendary blueprint. With this potion, he will be able to live longer in the world of the Shadow King. Moreover, if you add the increased poison power of Oswald's helmet, he can become Breaking Bad. It could poison anyone even if it was an ancient god. On the other hand, Jiabao saw Yiwu turn a little scary. Meanwhile, Jai Wangchuan suspected that Yiwu was thinking about another evil idea. Not long after, Yiwu asked Jai Wangchuan how they would divide their profits. Yiwu admitted that he was too happy that he forgot to ask Jai Wangchuan beforehand. Jai Wangchuan then repeated his previous words about him being able to take all the equipment and items at will because he only needed Black Slate fragments and dungeon keys. However, Yiwu admitted that he also needed the key to the dungeon. Jai Wangchuan wanted to know what Yiwu would do with the dungeon key. However, Yiwu kept it a secret. Jai Wangchuan immediately said that the debate would be fruitless. The dungeon key was something that young Master Mo Kai wanted. He did not have the authority to hand it over to Yiwu. If Yiwu wanted it, then there was one way. Jai Wangchuan asked Yiwu to join Mogong's team and become the young Master Mo Kai's subordinate. He might be able to give Yiwu the key to the dungeon when his heart is happy. Yiwu thought about it. He knew that Jai Wangchuan's words were intended to win him over, but at the same time threatened him. If he refused now, it would be considered an open challenge to Mo Kai. But if he agreed, it would mean he would betray Mo Kier. He obviously wouldn't possibly commit such a betrayal. Yiwu immediately asked the system if he could use the Shadow King account right away. The system immediately replied that Yiwu couldn't do it because of the Shadow King's special quest. The Shadow King account couldn't be used. The account can be used again when the main quest reaches 50%. Jai Wangchuan asked Yiwu's opinion, but he also asked the man not to be too hasty and that Yiwu could still think about it. Yiwu finally asked for time to think things over. In his mind, Yiwu knew he couldn't fight against Jai Wangchuan and young Master Mo Kai. He didn't want to endanger his family by taking the dungeon key. The only way he could do this was to stabilize the situation and then resolve the issue with Mo Kier. It was then that Jiabao finally spoke up. He understood the meaning of the dungeon key discussed by Yiwu and Jai Wangchuan. However, the Zerg world does not belong to anyone. If he talked about ownership rights, then Yiwu was the one who could own them because only he was qualified to be king in the Zerg world. Jai Wangchuan certainly confirmed this opinion because Jiabao was the current heir to the Zerg throne, but according to world rules, things had undergone fundamental changes. For Jai Wangchuan, it was ridiculous that such a small key determined the existence of a world, even though ridiculous things like that do exist. However, facing that irreversible fact, humans had to participate and so did the Zerg. Yiwu added that the Zerg world was just a clone in their eyes. Likewise, the world of the human race is just an imitation in the eyes of beings with higher dimensions. Jiabao frankly couldn't understand the two men's extremely complicated conversation. Yiwu asked Jiabao not to think about things too complicated. He also didn't need to force himself to accept the theory of independent resurrection. On the other hand, Yiwu recognized Oswald's genius because he was able to discover the secrets of the world through his research and even almost broke through the dimensional barrier. Oswald approved of his uncle's genius but regretted that he had chosen the wrong path. Even though his uncle should be able to lead the Zerg to glory, Jai Wangchuan stopped the conversation. He then invited Yiwu to come back after Lai Yesi finished building the portal. Yiwu asked Jai Wangchuan to go first because he had promised Jiabao to bury his teacher together. After all, the final boss had been defeated and the deadly debuff that hit them previously had also been removed. so Yiwu asked Jia Wangchuan if he could come back a little late without being punished later. Jia Wangchuan emphasized that the Hanmo group was not too stingy. He would report all the dungeon quests honestly and would not hide Yiwu's performance. Yiwu thanked him and suddenly remembered Yan Huan. Jia Wangchuan then said he would return Yan Huan to the team because he did not want to waste Yiwu's previous hard work. In his heart, Jia Wangchuan didn't know whether for Yan Huan, being friends with Yiwu was luck or vice versa. Meanwhile, Yiwu, who had interacted with Jia Wangchuan for a long time, concluded that the man was not bad, except that he was a stubborn person. For him, Jia Wangchuan was a simple man in various other aspects. He is a person worth making friends with. Yiwu could only hope he would not have to fight him directly in the future. Yiwu then took Jia Bao to go to bury his teacher. Jia Bao then asked about Yun Fei and another team member Yiwu. The man wouldn't mind it as he only needed to contact Wan Hao to bring them back. But suddenly, the worm monster appeared and shocked both of them. Jia Bao was determined to kill him last time. He seemed to be speaking, but Yiwu certainly didn't know the meaning. He asked Jia Bao to translate what the monster said. The monster said that he was willing to be loyal and wanted to be Yiwu's servant. He also hoped that Yiwu could accept it. Yiwu immediately said that it was not himself who should be respected, but Jia Bao who was the new king of the Zerg. The monster even had to pay double because it had previously swallowed Jia Bao. Suddenly, the monster vomited liquid again. Yiwu was surprised about the actual number that had been swallowed by the monster. Jia Bao then said that the creatures had been there for quite some time, so perhaps there were more than they thought. Yiwu asked Jia Bao to go and check what the monster had vomited. Despite his objections, Jia Bao finally complied with Yiwu's wishes. Yiwu got a level 100 magic crystal, 500 gold, and 50 million money. Apart from that, Yiwu got the power of the Earth Goddess magic power, which can shorten the time to cast magic and increase damage with magic. He also gets a wizard robe which can increase regeneration and increase MP. Then the skill book Nature Magic Intermediate Edition to learn magic. Yiwu looked at all the items related to that mage. He suspected that God was asking him to open a mage account. However, Yiwu then invited Jia Bao to go to the next place with Jia Bao leading the way. Jia Bao invited the monster which he now named Shabao. In the end, they arrived at the location where the teacher crossed, which was already considered the hometown of the two. Yiwu was amazed by the beautiful, heartwarming scene. The place is indeed very suitable for meditation. After the burial process was complete, Jia Bao prayed that the teacher could rest in peace. Yiwu then said that the teacher must be happy because he was able to return to his second hometown thanks to Jia Bao's help. He would also definitely be happy to be buried in a beautiful place with the help of his students. Much like Yiwu's world where dying or being buried was not an option, Jia Bao wanted to know if Yiwu had ever seen such a terrifying scene in his world. Yiwu then said that the great upheaval had completely changed the human world. The survivors chose to build a strong fort. Meanwhile, the area outside the fort will become desert. He had not seen a natural view like that for a long time. But now the Zerg world has returned to peace. Meanwhile, the human world is still having difficulties. They may even face a more severe and never before encountered crisis in the future. Jia Bao passionately declared that he would sacrifice his life when that time came. Yiwu could only thank him even though he now felt very sad. Even though he wasn't usually a sentimental and vulnerable person, the atmosphere affected him. However, he knew it was not the time to be sad. He asked if the teacher had never given Jia Bao a key. Yiwu admitted that he had not found the right place to use it. He might be able to find clues if he went to the teacher's house. They finally searched the teacher's house until Jia Bao managed to find a locked box. Yiwu also guessed that it was the box they were looking for. He then tried to open it with the key he had. As soon as the box opened, Jia Bao could see a roll of paper inside the box with human writing on it. Even though the teacher had taught him, Jia Bao still didn't understand. Yiwu asked for the paper so he could read it. The paper wrote that the Zerg artifact was a stone that could stabilize the world, but its existence was not the only stone that had the same effect in the real world. Yiwu was surprised that Guxin was also researching artifacts. He also didn't think that there was a similar stone in the human world. Yiwu wanted to know what happened exactly. Guzin used to be a commander of the Imperial Guards in the palace. Being by the Emperor's side often allowed him to get in touch with the most secret matters in the country. One day, a famous flying thief sneaked into the palace and stole a treasure box. Guzin fought fiercely until he managed to get the treasure box back. When he returned the treasure box to the Emperor, even if it was just a glance, he realized that what he was looking at was the artifact that the Zerg King had shown him. Two worlds with two identical mysterious artifacts of course have a meaningful relationship that he doesn't yet know about. If only Guzin could penetrate the secret, he would like to try to return to the real world. With these doubts and hopes, he finally began a secret investigation. He asked the Zerg King to give him permission to examine ancient Zerg books and secretly observe Oswald's experiments. Until finally Guzin was able to conclude something. The artifact mentioned was a planetary cornerstone which had the power to stabilize dimensional space and maintain life and death throughout the world. If the pillar breaks, the whole world could collapse. Guhi finally agreed to Oswald's proposal to turn it into a Zerg. He hopes to see the willow tree again in his hometown for the rest of his life. Jayabao, who saw Yiwu busy reading Guzin's notes, naturally wanted to know what was written there. Even though the teacher once taught human language, he admitted that he was too naughty and never listened to what he said. In his mind, Yiwu wondered whether the second artifact existed. What he read was no coincidence. Moreover, Guzin came from the real world before the Earth Age occurred. If the world has the same artifact column as in the dungeon, then it should also exist in every space and time as well as other dimensions. Yiwu became suspicious that all these theories might have something to do with Mu Wei's theoretical hypothesis about restarting the world. Yiwu then explained to Jayabao that what was written on the scroll was the result of Guzin's research on artifacts. Yiwu briefly explained that the artifact is related to the foundation and stability of the Zerg world. That meant Jayabao had to protect the artifact well. Jayabao accepted it and promised to take good care of it. After that, Yiwu took Jayabao for a walk by the lake before his mother woke up. He hadn't relaxed like that in a long time. Jayabao agreed, and he also asked if Yiwu would leave there soon. He asked if Yiwu would never return because he didn't get the dungeon key to the Zerg world. He also asked if that meant they wouldn't see each other again. Yiwu both regretted and confirmed. Zerg's world ownership is determined by the dungeon key. If the person who used the key wasn't Yiwu, then he wouldn't be able to return there either. However, Yiwu tried to comfort Jayabao. He promised never to let that happen. After all, the most important purpose of coming there was to get the dungeon key. After all, the dungeon was the best home he could choose for his family. He would never allow anyone else to dominate him. Besides, now he has a trusted Jayabao brother in the dungeon. Hearing Yiwu's words, Jayabao became very happy. He was happy when he found out that Yiwu would send his family to the dungeon because that also meant that Yunfei would also come. Yiwu immediately confirmed. Moreover, their world is full of great dangers and unknown things. He had to find a safe place for his family to live. That's when he would ask Jayabao for help. Jayabao was getting more and more excited. He even plans to immediately complete the reconstruction of the palace. He would make sure Yunfei lived in a beautiful palace after his arrival. Yiwu was not surprised to see Jayabao's enthusiasm at that time. At that moment, a voice called out to Jayabao, and when they turned around at the same time, it turned out to be Jayabao's mother who was awake. Yiwu was quite relieved because Jayabao's mother was awake as he expected. However, Jayabao was quite worried about his mother's level dropping to level 100. The mother explained that it was a side effect of losing Zerg's essence. For him, it wasn't a problem because the most important thing was that they could be reunited safely. Jayabao immediately asked his mother to absorb the Zerg's essence again. Even though it is impossible to return the mother's condition to peak condition, it can at least make the mother stronger than she is now. The mother refused and said that the Zerg essence would not mean much to me. The most important thing is that their world is peaceful again and Jayabao is mature enough to lead the Zerg into a promising future. The mother didn't need to fight anymore and the power of the Zerg essence could be given to Yiwu. To me, Yiwu is a worthy hero. Yiwu was shocked and felt that it was inappropriate that Jayabao's mother gave him Zerg's essence. Jayabao's mother assured me that I didn't choose wrongly. Even the Night Wind and Moonlight also agreed. Jayabao's mother asked Yiwu not to worry because the blood contract between me and Jayabao was able to absorb the power of Zerg essence. Jayabao then handed over the Zerg essence, saying that it was the magical crystallization of the Queen Mother for thousands of years. If Yiwu is able to absorb it, then you will get 1,000 years of magic power from the Queen's Mother. This could help Yiwu better overcome future challenges. Yiwu finally received the Zerg essence at the urging of Jayabao and his mother. Don't forget to thank you. Jayabao's mother said that they should be the ones saying thank you. Without Yiwu, their world would still be dark and Jayabao would never be able to meet again. Jayabao asked Yiwu to immediately absorb the Zerg's essence. In his heart, Yiwu didn't expect that he would be able to obtain magic power after all this time focusing on physical strength. He didn't know what it was like to have that 1,000 years of magic power. As soon as he absorbed it, Yiwu felt something he had never felt before. Jayabao, who saw it, was a little worried because the degree of fusion of Yiwu and Zerg essence was very high. The mother asked Jayabao to be quiet because Yiwu's natural magic and soul were merging and it was the most critical time. On the other hand, Yiwu was amazed to have infinite magic filling his body, until suddenly he entered the system space directly. The system explained that Yiwu had received a powerful external magic and that resulted in him getting a new special account. The system wants to know if Yiwu wants to open it. Yiwu was quite amazed to see the new account, so he wondered whether it was the same as the Shadow King. The system explained that although the account was special, it was a different type from the Shadow King. Unlocking that account does not require money or X points. He only needed to input the necessary magic power. Yiwu was certainly very happy to hear such good things. The magic power he possessed was very abundant. He immediately unlocked the account. As soon as the key was opened, twin mages named Amir and Amina appeared. Of course, Yiwu was surprised because he actually got a woman's account. Yiwu got the accounts of the twin mages Yavra and Yavra who control light and darkness. However, due to the conflict between the two attributes, they split into two different personalities. Yavra the light mage is angry and hot like the sun, while Yavra the dark mage is dark and sad and cold like the moon. When using that account, Yiwu can switch between different personalities due to changes in the sunrise and moon. Meanwhile, in terms of abilities, they are proficient in all types of high-level magic and also have unique ultimate magic according to their personality. In addition, the special account does not require money or experience points and only consumes high-level MP which can be obtained by defeating any enemy. Yiwu was even happier because the special account only used MP. So far he has only relied on physical attacks and his MP has almost never been touched at all. After absorbing 1,000 years of mana from the Zerg essence, even if opening a twin mage account and using it, the amount of MP would be enough to make up for the loss of not being able to use the Shadow King account. It's just that, during this time, the Qian King and Shadow King accounts will change their appearance to suit the account. However, because this account was a woman's account, Yiwu didn't imagine that he was wearing women's clothes. Even I can't even imagine it. The system immediately reminded that Yiwu was thinking too much because even if Yiwu wanted to, he wouldn't be able to wear women's clothing. The system explains that there are two ways to use the twin mage account. The first is to use magic power directly. The second is to use a lot of MP to summon mages. Deals 500% special ultimate magic damage on debut and adheres to any settings for 1 hour. Yiwu was quite relieved that he didn't have to wear women's clothing since he was right, he wouldn't want to use that account. Weiss was sarcastic about Yiwu at that time because he knew very well what Yiwu's true goal was. After that, Jayabao immediately asked Yiwu how he felt after absorbing the Zerg's essence. Yiwu revealed that he felt fantastic. He always felt that his body was full of infinite MP. He was grateful that Jayabao and her mother had made him stronger. The mother thanked me again. She also added that the MP that Yiwu had even exceeded the word infinite because it was an accumulation of thousands of years. Yiwu ultimately chose to leave. When it comes out, then maybe you won't be able to meet Jayabao for a long time. Yiwu advised Jayabao to be careful. Jayabao assured Yiwu not to worry and hoped that Yiwu could return soon. Yiwu reminded that Jayabao is now the new king of the Zerg. He must assume responsibility and make the Zerg world a better place with her mother. Jayabao said yes. He promised that if Yiwu comes back with his family next time, then I will definitely be amazed at how the Zerg world will change. Yiwu made sure to wait and see for himself before saying goodbye. Jayabao also returned the goodbye and asked Yiwu to come back. The temple dungeon clearing system is gone and the town portal is active. Yiwu finally returned and immediately met his family. Everyone greeted Yiwu with joy. Yanfei immediately hugged her brother in relief. Yiwu assured his sister that I had indeed returned. He was also happy because everyone had actually returned home. Luo Feng also said yes. They had all returned and the Wangjie team's first quest had also ended successfully. Ruan Tiantian was relieved that none of the team members were injured. Their levels also increased rapidly. They are happy with the great results. Kiki revealed that it was all thanks to Yiwu. On the other hand, Nana was annoyed because Yiwu returned safely. Father then praised Yiwu who performed very well in the dungeon. However, he reminded Yiwu to remain careful because safety comes first. The mother immediately confirmed it. Yiwu confirmed what his parents said. After that, he immediately asked if there was anything to eat. He felt very hungry right when he arrived home. The mother said that the food was ready and they were all waiting for Yiwu. Luo Feng was naturally very excited and could even eat 8 to 10 portions for himself. Meanwhile, Ruan Tianchen immediately forbade Luo Feng to finish all the food. Yiwu was moved to see that long-lost happy time. He had to become stronger in order to maintain that happiness. Therefore, he had to obtain the dungeon key at all costs. After dinner, the girls went swimming in the pool. Yiwu could see how all the girls looked very excited, even though they had just experienced a big battle. Meanwhile, Luo Feng chose to sleep when he felt full. Just then, there was an incoming call from Mo Kier. Yiwu immediately picked it up and greeted Mo Kier. Mo Kier admitted that she received a message earlier that Yiwu was back. However, he knew Yiwu definitely needed time to spend with his family. Mo Kier ultimately did not contact him directly at that time. However, Mo Kier wanted to know at this time whether Yiwu had eaten. Yiwu immediately agreed. He was also grateful for the blueprint that was previously given because it turned out to be very useful in the dungeon. Mo Kier didn't mind it because Yiwu had also helped me a lot. She even offered Yiwu to talk if he needed anything in the future. Yiwu immediately revealed that I had one request. Mo Kier must have heard about the dungeon key being taken over by Jai Wangchuan. Yiwu wanted to know whether the key would belong to Mokai or the Hanmo group. He wanted to know whether Mokir could get it. Mokir said that the key would eventually belong to the group. The girl wanted to know what Yiwu's plan was regarding the key and whether it had anything to do with money. Mokir also explained that so far the valuable resources in the dungeon have always been consumed in battle, so it should not have high economic value. Yiwu immediately explained that it was not about money. He had another reason to get it. So, he wanted to ask Mokir for help to get the key for me. Mokir immediately agreed. Tomorrow is the last chance to get the dungeon key because tomorrow the group headquarters will hold a board meeting. At that time, the entire board of directors will be present, including myself and Mokai, as well as Yiwu, who is required to participate. If Mokir's father and the director could be persuaded in the meeting, then there would be a chance to take the dungeon key. Mokir will send a special plane to pick up Yiwu tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, tonight he had to think about how to face them tomorrow. Yiwu understood and immediately said hello to Mokir. Yiwu didn't expect that I would have to come into direct contact with the main figure of the Hanmo group so quickly. All of that was only possible thanks to Mokir. Otherwise, a small character like me couldn't possibly be qualified to participate in the board of directors meeting. He also couldn't just rely on Mokir. The god of directors would definitely oppose, so he had to win by surprise. Yiwu must have a bold idea. The next day, in the first safe zone of the Hanmo group headquarters, Yiwu was already in the room with the Hanmo group board of directors who were paying close attention. At that time, Mo Zunlong, who was the head of the Hanmo group, started to speak. He started talking about the great success they had in the last dungeon. Not only could they kill the boss and get the dungeon key, but the most important thing was that they could defeat Huangjang's group. Mo Zunlong, on behalf of the board of directors, thanked everyone who had participated in the battle. The Hanmo group will not disappoint, so I asked Mokai to announce the rewards for the teams that have made outstanding contributions to the battle. Mokai immediately announced that the Mogong team would receive a bonus of 100 million. Meanwhile, the Wangjie team will receive a bonus of 200 million. However, Mokai was immediately shocked by the results and suspected that there was a mistake there. It was impossible for that unknown team to get a higher bonus than the Mogong team. Mo Zunlong said that it was the result of the group system's calculations based on the quest report and team contribution value submitted by Jai Wangchuan and Lai Yesi simultaneously. Naturally offended that Mokai seemed to question the decision, Mokai naturally immediately defended herself. That person immediately asked Jai Wangchuan. At that time, Yiwu immediately stood up and thanked the group leader for the gift to the Wangjie team, then boldly intended to make a small request. Yiwu asked to exchange the bonus prize for a dungeon key because he wanted it more than money. Mokai was naturally furious at Yiwu's rude request. Mokai reminded Yiwu not to act stupid. Although Yiwu deserved praise, it was not Yiwu's right to ask the group leader for such things. Mokai also immediately reminded Mokir to discipline her subordinates if she didn't want to suffer. However, Yiwu again asked permission to explain his aims and objectives. He asks everyone to listen to what you say. If the dungeon contribution wasn't enough to fulfill the requirements, would completely destroying the Huangjang group be enough for his request to be granted? Of course, everyone was even more surprised to hear that. Of course, Yiwu's words sparked the anger of many people. It seemed to them that Yiwu was presumptuous because he should not have the right to speak there. They also remind us that there should be limits to dreaming. Moreover, it was his first time participating on the board of directors. They also started to drag Mokir, who was deemed incapable of disciplining his subordinates. Liu Chengfeng also tried to remind me that they were in front of the board of directors, so I had to be careful when speaking. He kindly offered Yiwu to talk to him about his ideas. Lai Yesi, on the other hand, immediately stopped Liu Chengfeng because he believed Yiwu already had a plan. Liu Chengfeng, on the other hand, was worried that Yiwu might miss a lot of things later. Lai Yesi asked the man not to jump to conclusions too quickly. He wanted to hear Yiwu's opinion first. Jai Wangchuan knew that Yiwu did want the dungeon key. However, he did not expect Yiwu to be so enthusiastic. At least Yiwu didn't lose his mind, because if he had, he would have fought him earlier in the dungeon and snatched the key. Jai Wangchuan realized that Yiwu's words were getting more and more rambling. It's just that from experience, the more rambling Yiwu's words are, the more serious he is with his words. It was then that Mokai asked everyone to calm down. He would speak directly to Yiwu. He then said that everyone knew Yiwu had received a lot of praise after the dungeon battle. Even Jai Wangchuan also praised Yiwu. That meant Yiwu did have good skills, but to him, Yiwu was just a brat who knew nothing about the world. To Mokai, Yiwu was just talking about empty things that he didn't even know about. Mokai explains that the dispute between Huangjang and Hanmo has been going on for a very long time. The dispute involves financial, military, and other aspects. The relationship between the two groups is very complicated, and even the two have been fighting for decades, but cannot completely differentiate between superiors and inferiors. It made no sense to him that Yiwu wanted to destroy the Huangjang group. Mokai asks Yiwu to know his position and not speak easily about his desire to destroy the Hyunjang group. Mokai immediately told Mokir about how your little sister was able to find Yiwu. But I once heard a saying that an older sister should always remind her younger about trusting other people, otherwise your younger sister might get involved with an incompetent person. Until in the end, Mokir will lose all the great achievements he has achieved. Mokir actually chose to remain silent, but everyone in the room attacked again. They confirmed Mokai's words. An insolent brat like Yiwu needed to be taught a lesson, and Yiwu was a fool. Yiwu admitted in his heart that Mokai spoke so smoothly and logically. A spoken speech easily attracts everyone's attention and triggers the emotions of those present. However, now it was not Yiwu who could decide whether everything could continue or not. Just then, Mokir stood up and apologized to everyone for not being able to fully agree with what they all said. Mokai naturally wanted to know what her little meant at that time. Mokir then explained that it was exactly as Mokai said, that the conflict between the Hanmo group and Hyunjang did have a long history and were generally unable to be resolved. It's just that Yiwu is not someone who can even be described by common sense. Since meeting Yiwu until then, every time I thought that everything was impossible, but Yiwu always managed to surprise me. In the previous Zone 9, Yiwu had successfully saved an academy, thwarted the conspiracy of the Old World Landing Church, and killed the world boss Kashua Akao in the center of Zone 8. Yiwu also succeeded in preventing a terrorist attack from the Old World Landing Church and saved thousands of lives. Now in that large-scale dungeon battle, Yiwu also took an important role. If Yiwu wasn't there, then the outcome might have been different. If Yiwu is called a brave brat, then I can confidently say that that brat will work wonders for them. Inside, Yiwu was flattered because even though everything Mokir said was true, it felt unnecessary to flatter her like that in front of everyone. Everyone at that time started talking about the truth of Mokir's words, even if that means they have to bet on the outcome. Other men think that there is no need for them to be afraid anymore because up until now they have not even been afraid of the boss. Mokai praised Mokir's words at that time and vice versa. On the other hand, Mo Zunlong saw that Mokai and Mokir were both adamant about their respective opinions. Meanwhile, both of them also have the truth in what they say. However, because this matter concerns the Hyunjang and Hanmo groups, you must ask carefully. I then spoke to Yiwu about the opportunity to take back his own words. Mo Zunlong wouldn't care about the services Yiwu had rendered. If I still persist, then the consequences will be borne entirely by Yiwu. Mo Zunlong also assured that if Yiwu managed to do it, the reward would not be as simple as a dungeon key. Meanwhile, if Yiwu failed, then not only would Yiwu be treated like a wasted child, but Mokir's family life would definitely be dragged down too. Mo Zunlong once again asked if Yiwu would not change his mind. Yiwu and Mokir agreed that they would not change their minds at that time. Mo Zunlong ultimately had no other choice but to hope that Yiwu could do as you said himself and ask everyone to disperse. Yiwu immediately exclaimed that I would destroy Hyunjang's group within 10 days and Mo Zunlong could wait for good news from you. Mo Zunlong then said that I would wait. Mokai didn't believe Yiwu dared to set his own time limit. To me, Yiwu is either a madman or an extremely powerful person. He actually became more interested in Yiwu because of you. I'm also very curious after 10 days whether Yiwu will disappear from the world and become cannon fodder or return as a hero. Yiwu could only laugh and thank Mokai's concern. On the other hand, Lu Changfeng reminded him that Yiwu was causing big trouble and he also regretted that Mokir had to get involved with him. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Pang Hua admitted that he missed Yiwu and did not think that Yiwu was Mokir's subordinate. However, he was surprised when they finally met again. Lai Yesi, who saw Yiwu, was very confident, believing that Yiwu had already prepared countermeasures beforehand. However, Yiwu casually said that he didn't have that precaution. However, there was a voice in his heart that said that he must destroy the Hyunjang group. Hearing those words, of course, everyone became very panicked. Pang Hua even called him a stupid pig because he had ruined his glory and wealth even though he had fought for it. Lu Changfeng immediately restrained Pang Hua because even though he wanted to beat up Yiwu, he had seen for himself how Yiwu managed to deal with Zulu, even though there had never been anyone in the Hanmo group who could be that woman's opponent. Pang Hua was still upset because he didn't know who else he would complain to and he might die. Mokir asked Yiwu to ignore everyone. It seems to me that they don't know Yiwu very well yet. Mokir invited Yiwu to talk about what to do. Yiwu was happy because Mokir knew me best. He then said that he didn't have a specific plan, but his goal was clear. Yiwu had a grudge against the Hyunjang group and that last dungeon battle made his grudge even greater. He was determined to destroy it from his perspective. If the grass is not eradicated from the roots, it will grow again when the spring winds blow. Yiwu also revealed that he had fought against Zulu, who was the strongest fighting force of the Hyunjang group. If he was going to fight, then he made sure he would never give up. After that battle, the Huingjang group's combat strength also experienced a setback, which could be a good opportunity for me. Later, although Yiwu had no intention of interfering in the internal power struggle in the Hanmo group, Mokir was a big help along the way. For him, it is the best time to repay your kindness by destroying the Huingjang group. With such extraordinary achievements, Mokir's status will be able to surpass Mokai and become the owner of the Hanmo group. Lai Yesi wasn't sure whether Yiwu's plan would work. However, at least the most important thing was that Yiwu was confident that he had the ability. Lu Chengfeng also said that with Yiwu's strength, he might be able to do it. Likewise, Pang Hua was amazed to see Yiwu's confidence and courage. Mokir confirmed that the move Yiwu chose was very bold and difficult. I will not force everyone to follow me. She allows those who want to leave and also won't hold them accountable later. Of course, at that time many people chose to run away. They didn't dare to accompany Yiwu because they still wanted to live, while others feel that it is a big deal to choose a side. Likewise, Pang Hua chose to leave. Even though winning the bet might make him richer, if he loses the bet, he will also die. On the other hand, Lu Chengfeng hopes that Mokir will not worry because I will not betray you. Whatever happens, I am willing to be in a sea of swords and fire for that woman. Mokir also told Lai Yesi that I would not insist on staying. After all, this man had always been neutral. Lai Yesi then revealed that he had no intention of participating in the power struggle between Mokai and Mokir. However, he chose to stay because of Yiwu as a form of return. He didn't care about Yiwu's decision because he would only support it without hesitation. Mokir agreed on this point. On the other hand, Yiwu immediately thanked them for their support and trust, and I will not let them down. He is very confident that he can do everything. Yiwu was walking in Zone 8 while thinking about his previous experience of being hunted by Huingjang's group. However, if I was asked to turn around to attack, Yiwu felt like he didn't know too much about the Huingjang group. At least I was happy because I had previously placed chess pieces in the Huingjang group to understand the real internal situation of the group. He also thought about getting information from Elder Lai, who wanted to become a pharmacy master. But suddenly, Yiwu felt someone coming at that time. Yiwu immediately hid, and those who followed were immediately confused when they saw Yiwu disappear. They immediately turned in the same direction that Yiwu turned, but it was a dead end. Of course, they were all confused because they had seen Yiwu turn into that street before. However, Yiwu immediately shot them easily. Everyone was very surprised because they were wearing optical camouflage, but Yiwu was able to find him. The man named Ma Huang, who was the leader of the assassin group, couldn't see Yiwu's whereabouts from the sudden attack, but he could guess Yiwu's position and lock him in the direction of his attack. Ma Huang immediately threw an atomizing grenade that produced smoke to prevent attacks from outside. Not to be outdone, Yiwu, who didn't see his enemy, also couldn't escape his precise calculations and judgment. He immediately attacked. Soon he also began to show himself, and he agreed not to hide anymore. As soon as he saw his enemy clearly, Yiwu immediately knew that he was the same man who wanted to kill Yinhuan and the others in the previous Kashua Akao boss battle. Ma Huang didn't expect Yiwu to recognize him, but for him, a person who was about to die didn't need to know the face of the murderer. Ma Huang admitted that he originally planned to follow Yiwu back home so he could kill Yiwu's family first. But now that Yiwu knew his plan, he had to change it. Ma Huang is confident that the person he is now is not the person he was before. Even Yinhuan is no match for me at all. Likewise, Yiwu will die soon. Yiwu casually ignored him and immediately moved quickly to strangle Ma Huang's neck. Ma Huang didn't believe Yiwu could keep up with his fast movements. Yiwu certainly warned that if anyone dared to touch his family, they would die horribly. However, that day he would make an exception for Ma Huang. As long as he said who was behind it all, Yiwu promised to give him a decent death. Ma Huang completely didn't expect that, even if he cultivated and improved, he still wouldn't be able to harm even a single hair of Yiwu. However, he laughed because of course Yiwu would not get any information from him. Yiwu immediately realized that Ma Huang wanted to commit suicide using poison. Yiwu immediately used the mind control skill intracranial resonance and asked Ma Huang to reveal the mastermind behind everything. In the end, Ma Huang revealed that he was ordered by Master Ling Yuan, director of the Huingjang group. Yiwu immediately remembered the figure of Ling Yuan, who was a woman he met in the Huingjang group in the previous dungeon. Yiwu didn't expect that this woman would be so cruel and even dare to target her family. However, Yiwu tried to stay calm and was determined to target the woman first when he made his move later. Yiwu immediately let go of Ma Huang. The man trembled and then asked what could be done for Yiwu. Yiwu casually reminded him that Ma Huang had not only followed him but had also tried to kill his family. He asked what Ma Huang should do at a time like that. Ma Huang understood that he deserved the death penalty and immediately killed himself. In his heart, Yiwu simply would not be able to forgive anyone who dared to harm his family. Yiwu also got a kill reward of 100,000 exp and 500,000 money. He also got an optical camouflage cloak that could hide his figure and aura. Yiwu finally went to Elder Lai's laboratory. Elder Lai welcomed Yiwu's arrival. He immediately praised his extraordinary performance in the Lost Temple dungeon, news of which had even spread throughout the Huanggang group. He could even confirm that the entire group currently hated Yiwu very much, especially after Ling Yuan was severely punished by the group. She even offered everyone a reward for beheading Yiwu at a very high price. Yiwu confirmed that it was the reason I was even more determined to destroy the Huanggang and Ling Yuan groups. Elder Lai reminded us that the Huanggang group building could not be torn down overnight. However, since Yiwu has made a decision, Yiwu must have a thorough plan. Elder Lai wouldn't doubt Yiwu on that one, but he had a request after Yiwu succeeded in destroying the Huanggang group. Before he could say it, Yiwu already understood deeply. He promised not to abandon Elder Lai. If the Huanggang group was destroyed, then he would recommend Elder Lai to the Hanmo group. Moreover, pharmacy studies are still needed everywhere. He also believed that the Hanmo group would not waste a high-level pharmacist who would soon become a pharmacy master like Elder Lai. Elder Lai immediately thanked Yiwu. Even as long as Yiwu didn't leave him, he was already very grateful because his goal was to follow Yiwu to become a pharmacy master. Yiwu understood and he immediately asked about what happened in the Huanggang group. Elder Lai revealed that although it could not be seen from the outside, the Huanggang group was facing a crisis of disunity. If Yiwu could make use of it, then it would be the perfect time to destroy the Huanggang group. Elder Lai continued that there were three main forces within the Huanggang group. First is Ling Yuan, whose main business is assassination, deception, and sabotage. But he was also the weakest and focused on some of the fraudulent actions of the Huanggang group. Next is Huang Fusheng, who is responsible for network, finance, economics, and other channels. He is also the chairman of the Huanggang group and currently manages all positive profitable businesses. Lastly is Huang Fuda, who is involved in arms trading and mercenary business. Even though his strength was not as great as Huang Fusheng's, he could not be underestimated because he had succeeded in repelling many external forces. Elder Lai then said that Huang Fuda and Huang Fusheng were brothers, but they didn't like each other and had long been enemies. The three forces conflict and every day they attack each other so that each of them can control the Huanggang group. Ling Yuan managed to survive amidst the other two major powers. However, this time when they got the dungeon quest, they tried to strengthen their respective positions, but instead, Yiwu came and made them lose a lot. That was why they now wanted to kill Yiwu so badly. Yiwu understood and he was also relieved because he felt God was on his side. He would feel embarrassed if he couldn't take advantage of this great opportunity. The relationship between the three families could be used to destroy the Huanggang group from within. That way, he will be able to get satisfactory final results. Yiwu then asked Elder Lai for Ling Yuan's address because he wanted to meet the woman immediately. Elder Lai asked if the man's goal was to resolve their problems. He then said that Ling Yuan's house was guarded by many elite assassins and that it would be dangerous for Yiwu to go alone. For Yiwu, the more dangerous a woman was, the more attractive he would be. If he entered easily, it would be very boring for him. Elder Lai was no longer surprised to see Yiwu's attitude at that time. Until finally that night Yiwu was at Ling Yuan's house. Ling Yuan, who was taking a shower, felt very annoyed because he had been scolded by the board of directors of the Huanggang group for 2 hours because of one failure. Even though it was all Yiwu's fault that made it was difficult for me to destroy the Hanmo group and win the dungeon. Ling Yuan became very annoyed at Yiwu's figure. She is determined to find him and will also make him suffer by letting him see one of his family suffer until they die helplessly in front of me. She is also determined to torture Yiwu to death. Previously, I would have made Yiwu kneel on the ground as well as lick my feet and beg to be killed. That's when a voice sounded and casually asked who Ling Yuan had been talking about. The woman was certainly very surprised. Yiwu casually said that he didn't like licking feet. Ling Yuan was even more surprised when he found Yiwu already standing there. Ling Yuan was naturally very surprised to see Yiwu there. Yiwu casually said that he wanted to visit. He then asked if Ling Yuan was surprised by my presence at that time. Ling Yuan admitted that he was a little surprised at that time. She also immediately understood that the person sent to follow you had been found. She then asked if Yiwu was following so he could find out my address. Yiwu immediately said that it was too troublesome to follow. Besides, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with corpses. For me, it's just too easy to find someone. Ling Yuan is shocked because she now understands that everyone who was sent before is already dead. Ling Yuan cursed at that bunch of trash, even though previously I had told them to destroy the Yiwu family first. But it turns out that Yiwu is indeed more dangerous than she imagined. She slightly acknowledged Yiwu's greatness at that time, then asked if Yiwu was now so obsessed with me after that last meeting that he made you come to my house. She also said that everyone who followed Yiwu before was a high-level executive order and I was just following orders. Ling Yuan asked Yiwu not to take it personally because I was very interested in Yiwu. For me, Yiwu is a young, handsome, strong, and mysterious man. She also hoped that with Yiwu's strength, they could join forces secretly and control the Huingjang and Hanmo groups together. Ling Yuan wanted to hear Yiwu's opinion, but she secretly drew a knife towards Yiwu's back. In his heart, Ling Yuan knew that the smell on your body had a control effect and no one would be able to resist. I'm sure I'll be able to control Yiwu, especially at such a close distance. Ling Yuan hoped that Yiwu would go to hell right now. However, as soon as I wanted to thrust the sword, I somehow couldn't move. Of course, the woman asked what happened there. Yiwu certainly knew that although Ling Yuan was not honest at all, his body would not dare to harm a master. Ling Yuan was naturally angry and wanted to know what Yiwu did to me. Ling Yuan knew very well that she was still conscious at that time and could still move all her limbs, but I couldn't stab Yiwu as if the body consciously refused to do so. Yiwu said that when Ling Yuan took a bath, he dropped a special poison into the bath, and now the effect of the potion started to work. The poison was King Goose Spider's heart potion, which made one unable to disobey the poisoner's orders. Ling Yuan was naturally curious about the control of poison. She is sure there is no such poison because I have never heard of it either. Yiwu casually tried to prove Ling Yuan's accusation of lying. That's when Yiwu easily reversed the situation and now Ling Yuan's hand was pointing the knife at her neck. Ling Yuan was naturally very shocked and begged Yiwu to stop me. Ling Yuan can touch Yiwu, but if I dare to touch my family, then only death will be the woman's death. Ling Yuan immediately apologized at that time. I shouldn't have had such evil thoughts. Of course, Yiwu would not immediately kill Ling Yuan at that time because it would be a waste. He remembered that his ultimate goal was to destroy the Huingjang group. Therefore, he requested the access device to enter the Huingjang group system space with a high level of authority. Ling Yuan was surprised because Yiwu also knew about the group system. Ling Yuan was afraid because if I did, the consequences would be even worse than death. But still, my body gave the device its exclusive access and also revealed the account and password. Even though in his heart Ling Yuan rebelled against what I did. Ling Yuan, who had finally given Yiwu what he wanted, then begged for forgiveness. But Yiwu ignored Ling Yuan and told her to sleep first. The woman immediately fell to the floor. After that, Yiwu entered the Huingjang group system through Ling Yuan's device. Once inside, he was quite satisfied with the special access that had fast loading speeds. Yiwu never thought he would be there again. But this time, he had to take out the network system and see the secrets hidden there. Yiwu entered a room after being successfully confirmed as Ling Yuan. He saw a room that he thought belonged to the director. Yiwu felt quite happy seeing the life of a director who was far above ordinary people like him. Yiwu immediately asked Weiss to work at that time. Weiss then explained that in this room they could find various information regarding Ling Yuan's work area, such as the distribution of funds, the distribution of assassination squads, and information about useless spy members. Yiwu wanted to know if they could use the engineering master's hacking ability to gain information about the other two forces through authority. Weiss could do it very easily, especially with Ling Yuan's high level of authority. They only need a few minutes to get this information. Weiss immediately mentioned several aspects, such as the capital flow of the entire group, the weapons cooperation list, combat power layout, user data, and so on that had been successfully obtained. Based on the results of the analysis of this information, Weiss immediately provided recommendations for actions that Yiwu could take. The first is to deliver an economic blow. Yiwu could use hacking technology to leak confidential internal information and spread it to the internet. This will be detrimental and cause the share price of Huingjang Group to plummet. Then at the military level, based on the recorded location of the Huingjang Group's weapons reserve base, military operations will be launched immediately and they will be defeated by cutting off their military support. Yiwu asked Weiss to continue the explanation. Weiss reveals that they were finally able to use Ling Yuan's authority to determine the wrong assassination target. Ling Yuan's assassination team could target spies who had been included in their various groups. You can even use secondary figures from the other two forces in the group which can create chaos and discord. Weiss reveals that the ultimate goal is to destroy the Huingjang group system that the group relies on for survival so that they can become blind and deaf. Yiwu saw that Weiss had a side that looked like a villain, but he liked it. Yiwu then ordered Weiss to do everything within 10 days. Not only did he do it to get the key to the dungeon in his bet with Mokai, but also so that he wouldn't be caught off guard and suddenly be teleported at a critical moment. However, as soon as Yiwu was about to leave, Weiss immediately held him back. He had just received a top-secret message that would soon be sent to Yiwu. Yiwu was surprised because the message turned out to be about the Huingjang group secretly contacting troops, both large and small inside and outside the safe zone to form a large army that could attack the Hanmo group. Yiwu didn't expect that the Huingjang group would want to attack first. Luckily, he managed to find the plan because otherwise Hanmo would have been caught off guard. Yiwu also read that the attack would be launched in 5 days. Yiwu immediately thought of a plan to do his best and try to create a big surprise for the Huingjang group within 5 days. Mokir, who was in her room, was a little confused when she saw Yiwu contacting her late at night. As soon as the call was picked up, Yiwu immediately asked Mokir to guess where he was now. Mokir guessed that the man must be looking for trouble with the Huangjang group judging from his personality. Yiwu praised Mokir because she was indeed at Director Huangjang Ling Yuan's residence to resolve a little personal matter. He then admitted that he needed to tell Mokir the big news. Mokir remembered the figure of Ling Yuan, who was one of the 3 major powers in the Huangjang group. Of course, Mokir was shocked when he realized it, but she didn't know whether Yiwu was too reckless or too bold to do it. Mokir then wanted to know about the big news that Yiwu brought. Yiwu asked the woman not to be surprised when he said it. However, Mokir was still surprised. Huangjang group is gathering troops and preparing to launch an attack on the Hanmo group within 5 days. Mokir confirmed the truth of the news. Yiwu assured that the news was information he had obtained directly after hacking the Huangjang group system, so the news could not be fake. Mokir understood that the Huangjang group intended to attack first. Although the Huangjang group's strength was only half that of the Hanmo group, if they joined forces with other forces to launch an attack, it would cause a devastating blow to the Hanmo group. Yiwu suggests that Mokir convey the news to her father and Mokai as soon as possible, but don't let other people know because she suspects that there is a spy in the Hanmo group. Mokir wasn't too surprised about that fact because their group also had spies in other groups, but that wasn't what she was worried about. Yiwu naturally wanted to hear more. Mokir was worried that her father and Mokai would not believe her even if she told them. On the other hand, she had already said that Yiwu would destroy the Huangjang group. Meanwhile, on the other hand, they also had to convey the news that the Huangjang group would come to attack. Such repeated attitudes would only make father and Mokai even more suspicious that the two of them were up to something and wanted to use the group's power to get rid of the Huangjang group. Yiwu understood it. He also understood that people who were used to living in conspiracies would always be full of suspicion. They definitely wouldn't believe such a contradictory thing. Even though Yiwu didn't intend to use the power of the Hanmo group at all, he still had to tell Mokir and Mokai's father at least so that they would remain alert. However, he was also worried about other things now. Mokir wanted to know what it was. Yiwu wondered how the big war between the two groups would impact the civilians. He is worried that what happened in Zone 9 will happen again. Moreover, his family is currently in Zone 8 too. He had to consider their safety. Mokir certainly didn't expect all of these things to happen, but seeing how both sides would start a war so recklessly, it would affect the civilians. Mokir considers Zone 8 to be her hometown where she lives, and of course, she doesn't want that place to be destroyed by war. But currently, the situation is very critical. If the civilians were evaluated first, then the Huangjang group would notice and they would lose their chance. Even if he used all the power he had, he still couldn't guarantee the safety of civilians. Plus, there are 9 main safe zones there with too many people. Mokir had no other choice but to rely on Yiwu, who could weaken the strength of the Huangjang group as much as possible and reduce the scale of the war to a manageable range before the real war started. Yiwu thought so too. He immediately sent information about the Huangjang group that had been gathered and also the plans he had made. He will also make an efficient and feasible final plan as soon as possible. Mokir was certainly amazed to see Yiwu, who had thought so much in such a short time. Mokir was relieved because Yiwu was truly a man one could hope for. Mokir, who had seen the information and plan, immediately gave Yiwu the freedom to carry out everything according to her plan. She only asked the man to contact her when she needed support. Mokir also gave Yiwu advice regarding his family. Meanwhile, she had to keep her family away from the group because the closer Yiwu was to the group, the more dangerous it was for them. Mokir asked if Yiwu had a friend who could be trusted to shelter Yiwu's family temporarily. Yiwu thought about that trusted friend and immediately thanked him for the reminder. He had a good idea and immediately hung up the phone. The next day outside the safe zone, Yiwu, who was driving the car, finally stopped. He asked everyone to get down immediately because someone would arrive soon. The mother once again asked if Yiwu would not come with them. The father also assured that once the two large groups went to war, the city would become unsafe. Yiwu apologized because this time he couldn't hear what his parents were saying. Yiwu had a role in the war, so he couldn't leave the scene before the show started. He asked his parents not to worry because he would be fine. Yiwu's father was at least relieved that his son looked so relaxed. After all, Yiwu had indeed grown beyond their expectations. However, he still had to remember that no matter how strong Yiwu was, he must always be careful and not let his guard down. Yiwu immediately understood. He also entrusted his parents to Yunfei, Kiki, and Nana. Kiki at that time insisted on coming along and helping Yiwu. Likewise, Yunfei did not agree. Even though she knew that the important thing to do at that time was to stay with mom and dad, she still wanted to stay and help him. Yiwu knew that, but he understood that the war this time was not something they could handle. War in the real world was no better than war in the dungeon. He has to face humans who are more complex than monsters. Human nature is uncontrollable and the most dangerous. Yunfei finally understood. Nana also once again asked Yiwu to be careful. However, the Huangjang group would be superior in terms of numbers. Yiwu asked Nana not to worry because he had experience dealing with the Huangjang group and he felt very prepared this time. Yiwu could only hope that they would gather together again soon. He also advised Nana to protect everyone because Nana's level is the highest among everyone. Nana assured me that she would do it. In her heart, Nana didn't expect that she was worried about Yiwu just now. She argued that she didn't want Yiwu to die in inexplicable chaos because only she had the right to end Yiwu's life. Nana tried to convince herself. Meanwhile, Yiwu was determined to get the key to the dungeon and build a fortress so that his family would not have to deal with external dangers. He hopes everyone is waiting for him. Not long after, Dai Ping Xian's team finally arrived. Lion King An immediately apologized for making him wait. As soon as he saw Yiwu, Lion King An asked everyone to pay respects to the person he told about. Everyone greeted and Yiwu immediately asked everyone how he could be the boss when he was not a shareholder in the group. Zhu Xiaoji asked Yiwu not to be surprised because the Depingxian team could reach that scale because of Yiwu's funding and planning guidance. Of course, Yiwu must be the boss. The other team members immediately confirmed that Yiwu was indeed worthy. They also told Yiwu not to worry because no one would bother Yiwu later, so he could be a good boss. Lan Qing'an wanted to know if Yiwu didn't need their help. Their teams have become much different and now there are enough people to handle many different types of problems. Yiwu didn't need it at that time because the situation was even more complicated. It was more convenient for him to move alone and Lion Qing'an just needed to do his best to protect his family. Lion Qing'an naturally didn't mind it and asked Yiwu to leave it to them. Lion Qing'an immediately greeted Yiwu's parents and introduced himself as the leader of the Depingxian team. He admitted that he had received a request from Yiwu to protect their safety. He politely asked for future advice. He also told them not to delay any longer and to leave as soon as possible so as not to disturb Yiwu's plans. The father immediately agreed and they all immediately said goodbye to Yiwu. Don't forget to ask the man to be careful and they will also wait. Likewise, Yiwu promised to return soon. As soon as the group left, Yiwu immediately took Weiss to rush into the Huangjang system and began the first stage of the battle. Inside the data monitoring room of the Huangjang group, Huang Fusheng asked for a report on the situation at that time. One man reported that everything was progressing smoothly as he had planned. As long as they could push up the stock price to complete the harvest wave, then the funds to launch an attack would be available. He was confident that he would be able to defeat the Hanmo group in one try. But suddenly another man immediately reported that the system had just detected a large amount of negative news unfavorable to the group appearing on the internet. Huang Fusheng naturally wanted to know what bad news was spreading. The man immediately opened the main screen. They could all see the latest news regarding the Huangjang group being defeated in a dungeon battle by Hanmo. Apart from that, there was news regarding the main force of the Huangjang team being beaten to pieces by a mysterious man. Additionally, news broke that Director Huangjang lost in battle and the board of directors told him to apologize. Of course, all this news made them panic. One guy said how they had paid a lot of money to buy all the internet media companies. He wanted to know why there was still bad news about them on the internet. One man immediately replied that he had asked the media company, and they admitted they didn't know. The media also seems to have been hacked by a mysterious person. Huang Fusheng asked everyone not to be afraid of such gossip. He asked his men to clean up all the news and at the same time, they could see the source of the news. They could find out who the culprit was who dared to challenge him. Suddenly, a man reported how the financial report of losses within the Huangjang group was also leaked on the internet and after verification, it also showed that all the leaked data was true. This time, Huang Fusheng was truly shocked. He wanted to know how that could happen. How highly confidential financial reports within the group can spread to the internet. He confirmed that the man had not given the wrong report. The man immediately confirmed it because he had double-checked and it was true that their data had been leaked. Another man immediately reported that their share prices suddenly plummeted after the leak of the financial report. Other subordinates immediately confirmed it and this even happened to their subsidiaries. Even cooperative share prices also plummeted. The market value of evaporation was estimated at 100 M. They were all waiting for instructions from Huang Fusheng. Huang Fusheng wanted to know who was behind all this, until suddenly Huang Fuda contacted him. Huang Fusheng immediately guessed what Huang Fuda was going to say to him. Huang Fusheng picked up the phone and his younger brother immediately asked about the company's share price which had just plummeted. Huang Fusheng admitted that he also didn't know why the confidential data was leaked. In the secret room of the Huangjang group, Huang Fuda was of course annoyed because his older brother claimed not to know. Even though the leaked data was the group's confidential financial report and he was the person responsible for storing it. Huang Fuda held Huang Fusheng responsible because this affected their plans. Huang Fusheng was naturally angry because his younger brother was being impolite to him. He then assured that he would investigate the matter clearly and that Hyungfuda should maintain strength on his side. Hyungfuda stated that his older brother did not need to worry about him because he was doing well there. But suddenly, a man came to convey an emergency regarding their weapons warehouse being attacked. At that time, the system immediately notified that the armory in the second zone was attacked by unknown forces and the damage rate reached 80%. Soon, zones 3, 4, and 5 were also attacked. Hyungfuda was naturally very surprised by what happened. The location of the armory was at a hidden point that had been carefully chosen by him. Not many people in the group even knew about the location. He was curious about how the weapons warehouse could be attacked on such a large scale. He wanted to know if there was an intruder inside and he immediately suspected Ling Yuan at that time. Hyungfuda immediately picked up the man next to him and accused him of being an intruder. The man in fear of course avoided it. Suddenly, a man said that the surveillance screen at the scene managed to capture the figure of the intruder. Hyungfuda immediately wanted to take a look. He could see several of his troops shooting at the intruder, but the bullets did not work. They suspected that the intruder was a monster until suddenly a large explosion occurred which immediately turned off Hyungfuda's camera. The man explained that the picture was the only one they could get, where they could see an intruder with his body surrounded by fire so he could not be identified. Hyungfuda was furious that a foreigner dared to look for trouble with him. He was also very curious about the perpetrator at that time. Hyungfuda was annoyed because this incident ruined his mood. He suspects that the Hanmo group is the mastermind behind all the incidents. However, he immediately dismissed it because if they were the masterminds, then they would have done it a long time ago and there was no need to wait that long. Hyungfuda was annoyed because it meant he had to put aside his plans. In the third safe zone, Yiwu finally returned. He was happy because the twin mage account was very easy to use, plus a high-level teleportation skill which helps him a lot, so he can come and go freely to several safe zones. The Huingjang group would never have thought that it alone would be able to destroy several weapons warehouses at once. In just one day, Yiwu managed to deliver an economic blow and destroyed half of the arsenal. If he could maintain his attacks, then he would be able to complete most of his plans in one day. At least this time things were going better than he had planned. After clearing several zones, he arrived at the Huingjang group's base in Zone 1. As soon as Yiwu was about to move, he saw a ray of obstruction. He immediately wanted to know who did it, so he used teleportation magic to find out. But it was a legendary magic barrier that couldn't be penetrated by high-level teleportation magic. If he forced it, he might get hurt. Yiwu naturally wanted to know what reason the protector was used for. He suspected two reasons were going on there. First, Hanmo's group took the initiative to expand the barrier to avoid the attack, but Mokir didn't say anything to him beforehand. After all, Huingjang's headquarters was in Zone 1, so it was not the defense of the Hanmo group. Therefore, there is only one possibility left. At that time, Siyu called Yiwu. Siyu immediately conveyed the emergency as soon as the phone was answered. He admitted that he was in the black market Zone 5 at that time, but mercenaries and people from the Huingjang group suddenly surrounded them. It doesn't just happen there, it also happens in Zones 2 to 9. He heard that the group's assets were under siege and that Mokir and company executives could not be contacted either. Siyu claims to need Yiwu's help immediately and the sound of an explosion is heard. Yiwu promised to go there soon. He also did not expect Huingjang to act quicker than expected. They were like dogs jumping over walls and he couldn't just sit still. It's time to end all these problems. In front of the gate of the Black Market Zone 5, a man who was the leader of a mercenary group laughed with satisfaction and asked Miss Siyu to come out immediately, otherwise he would break down the door and teach them how to survive. All the women trapped in the room felt very scared. They hugged each other to get rid of their fear. Miss Siyu asked the old man if he was not afraid of being counterattacked by the Hanmo group. Miss Siyu said, even with Huingjang's support, Haomeng wouldn't be able to act as he pleased. Maioya also said, even if she dies, I will never give up on a bastard like Haomeng. Haomeng said arrogantly that he didn't take Huingjang seriously at all, he came to that place just to be responsible for the girls. After all, he had wanted Miss Siyu for a long time. Plus, it wasn't easy to act because of the Hanmo's protection. Today, Miss Siyu had to think about how she would serve the cruel Haomeng. They laughed out loud when they heard Haomeng's words. All the women in the room became even more frightened when they heard Haomeng's words. They cried even more fearfully because of the fear of being touched by that savage bastard. Miss Siyu tried to shout and encourage them not to despair. Miss Siyu firmly believes that reinforcements will come soon. All they have to do now is wait and be patient. But quickly the door to the last room was blown up. So Haomeng and his entire gang entered the room. They looked very satisfied when they saw many beautiful women in front of them. Miss Siyu suggests that the man think carefully because when the war ends, the Hanmo will follow up on Haomeng's crimes. But Haomeng still casually said that the war between groups was none of their business. At this time, Haomeng had made a lot of money and was about to go to the wilderness, but before that, He immediately pulled Miss Siyu's clothes until they tore. Because I can't wait to enjoy the beauty of Miss Siyu's body. That cruel man would never miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Today, she criticized Miss Siyu for being arrogant. Now she will feel what it means to be a complete woman. With a booming laugh, the bald man planned to enjoy the beautiful body in front of him. At a time when the atmosphere was getting more chaotic and criminals were becoming more rampant, it was at this time that Yiwu entered. With every step, Yiwu managed to create a firestorm that burned all of Hao Meng's members. They panicked and thought the figure that had just passed between them was a monster. Hao Meng panicked so he forgot Miss Siyu. The villain told his members to use high-level water attribute magic bullets and kill Yiwu for him, but unfortunately, their attacks did not affect Yiwu at all. They cursed because they had spent quite a high price on the magic bullets they were currently using, but it turned out that it did not affect whatsoever on Yiwu. From behind the surging flames, Yiwu said, attacking attribute weaknesses with opposite attributes is indeed correct, but with their current level, in the face of absolute strength, attribute weaknesses are useless all. After Yiwu got rid of the fire that had been surging in his body, Miss Siyu and Maioya immediately smiled happily. They were moved to see the young man's arrival. In contrast to the expressions of the two girls, the expressions of Hao Meng and all his members were very annoyed because it turned out that the one who had attacked them earlier was only a young man, and he was alone. Immediately together they attacked Yiwu. Casually, Yiwu flicked his finger until flames appeared right in the crotch of all the mercenary members. All the violent men immediately screamed in panic when their trousers were caught on fire by the very hot fire. They were worried that their vital organs would be scorched and burned too. They tried to help put out the fire in one of their members' crotch, but the fire couldn't be put out. Finally, Hao Meng begged Yiwu to stop the fire. Hao Meng even admitted that he had given up, so he begged to be let go. Hao Meng said they were only obeying orders, they had no other choice but to follow orders. But Yiwu understood very well that the attitude of people like them was impossible to change. So Yiwu said that just giving up was not enough. Yiwu called for his fire to wipe them out. A moment later, the fire burst into flames and all the members of the cruel mercenaries were burned to extinction in no time. After that, Miss Siyu and Maioya were finally able to hug Yiwu. They were both very happy because finally, the young man came to save them. They were relieved that the young man came on time, otherwise they would all be harassed by the criminals. Then Yiwu asked all the women in the room to come with him and go to safety because it was not good to stay in that place for long. But the women were still afraid because the place was surrounded by fire, so they asked, how are they going to leave? Yiwu led the way. As Yiwu passed by, suddenly a wave of scorching flames rushed to the edge of the room and gave them a way out. The women who had just met Yiwu were very amazed to see his abilities and performance in fighting. Suddenly they admired the young man as a very strong and handsome figure. The women realized Yiwu turned out to be the legendary man who defeated Jia Wangchuan in the Lost Temple dungeon before. They started to press Maioya and Miss Siyu to say whether the young man was the lover of one of them. Miss Maioya awkwardly said that she was her savior, while Miss Siyu said that Yiwu was not her boyfriend either. But he knows everyone will want to be his lover because he is the type of man all women dream of. After all the women were safe and out of the danger zone, Yiwu took Miss Siyu to the top of the building to ask if had she ever seen such a huge barrier light enchantment before. Miss Siyu replied that she had never seen such a big barrier. He wondered if that was the reason he couldn't contact Miss Mo. So far, Miss Siyu has only seen magic barriers that can cover the road. A magic barrier like that, which could cover the entire Zone 1, could only be done with a legendary level item. Yiwu argued it seemed that Huangjeng was also preparing to fight to the end with all his blood, and they changed plans to launch an attack first, which was beyond Yiwu's expectations. Miss Siyu understands the situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. Since Huangjeng had already started, they had to respond immediately. Yiwu said he would contact the heads of several other safe zones. Everyone had to unite to block Huangjeng's attack. Yiwu immediately spread out his wings and said to Miss Siyu he will leave the situation at that place to Miss Siyu, because he would find a way to break through that barrier and go straight to Huangjeng headquarters. Before Yiwu left, Miss Siyu warned that to maintain such a large barrier, the energy consumed would be large. Zone 1 alone couldn't handle it alone. Most of the energy needed to be sent from other safe zones, so Yiwu could start from there. Yiwu understood Miss Siyu's warning. Instantly all the beautiful girls in the place waved at Yiwu when they saw the young man finally leave. They hoped that Yiwu could return safely. While flying, Yiwu thought he didn't know how many troops Huangjeng had gathered in Zone 1, but with Mogong's team around, it shouldn't be easy. However, the fact that Huangjeng suddenly launched an attack made him feel a little strange, and Ling Yuan's access device had not received any attack orders or messages, which meant that, did one of Huangjeng's three major powers act first without permission? Because Ling Yuan itself had been controlled by Yiwu, so the one who attacked suddenly must have been one of the Huangfu Sheng, or Huangfu Da. You must find out as soon as possible. While flying, Yu asked for Ling Yuan, now go to the window, look at the barrier in Zone 1, and tell him everything she knows. Ling Yuan, who was currently still equipped with special equipment in the room, answered that the huge barrier completely covered the entire Zone 1. But because Zone 1 was blocked, it was most likely the work of Fuda's second son, because the main base is in Zone 2. While gazing out the window and under the influence of Yu's poison, Ling Yuan said, it was clear that Fuda wanted to put Fuda's first son Shang and Hanmo in a cage to fight each other, while Fuda watched the fight from the other side and reaped the benefits from them. As for the way to destroy the barrier, Ling Yuan said she really didn't know. Yu now understood that it was Fuda's doing. After that, Yu asked Ling Yuan to stay on standby. After that, Yu cut off communication with Ling Yuan. After that, Ling Yuan's weak body immediately fell unconscious. Fortunately, Hattie, who had been waiting with his group, was ready to catch Ling Yuan's weak body. Hattie cursed at Elder Lai because the group had spent so much money on support, but the old man couldn't even remove the poison in Ling Yuan's body. Even under the pressure of Hattie's anger, Elder Lai still weakly apologized because the poison in Ling Yuan's body was indeed a kind that had never been seen before, and it would take a long time to completely eliminate it. So Hattie had no choice but to tell the old man to do it quickly. Though in his heart, Elder Lai thought, to be able to create such a terrifying high-level poison, only Yu could do it. Elder Lai doesn't seem to be following the wrong person. Inwardly, the old man was cheering, hoping for Yu to come forward and destroy the Huangzhen group completely, because Elder Lai couldn't wait to step with Yu in the world of pharmacy. Meanwhile, in the second safe zone, Yu activated True Eyes to scan the entire area of the zone. He sat on the roof and thought, has the war in Zone 2 started? Fortunately, he had already destroyed most of Huangzheng's heavy weapons first. It seems that the scale of the war is not that big. Suddenly the system notified that there were no life forms that met the characteristics of Fuda in the zone. Yu argued, impossible, right? If Fuda wasn't in the main base in Zone 2, then most likely it would be in a hidden base in another zone. Wise suddenly appeared and reported to Yu he accidentally found someone Yu was interested in during the search just now. Yu was surprised and asked who was the person he was interested in. Wise replied he was a busy man as usual. Inside Huangzheng Bank, which is in Zone 2, there were many men's bodies scattered in front of the safe. The very large iron door of the safe was already open. Inside the safe there was a woman who was looking for something from one of the boxes in the safe room. Yu, who was suddenly standing at the door of the safe, said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. This young man casually asked what his female classmate, named Zuhi, was looking for. Instantly Zuhi turned around and held 2 daggers to stand guard against Yu. She fiercely asked, why Yu again? Responding to Zuhi's fierce attitude, Yu asked, why does Zuhi always like to take advantage of the daytime commotion? Was Zuhi afraid that something would happen sooner or later? Without paying attention to Yu's words, the girl with blue hair asked, why does Yu always follow me? Smiling, Yu said he had just seen a classmate remind him that the situation was tense now, and Zuhi was Huangzheng's #1 want, but with Zuhi arrogantly appearing in their territory, wasn't that very dangerous? Zuhi ignored Yu and started bending over to look for the desired item in the next treasure box. Zuhi said it's no problem being the #1 wanted. But she had received a reminder from Yu, so she asked Yu to leave now. Yu thought Zuhi was truly worthy of being the iceberg goddess of the academy. That woman's attitude was always so cold. In my opinion, Zuhi's attitude is very similar to Zulu's. Yu immediately created a magic circle to move to the next place, but said, okay. Actually, Yu was also in a hurry to kill Fuda so Zuhi could continue my work. But suddenly, Zuhi stopped Yu. The girl said she wanted to go with Yu if the young man wanted to go to kill Fuda. Yu turned his head and asked, why? Does Zuhi have a grudge against Fuda too? Zuhi coldly replied, as long as they had the same goal, there was no need to ask for too many reasons. Yu just surrendered to Zuhi's words, but said, okay. But now there is an important question. Yu received information that he was at the main base of Zone 2. In fact, Fuda was not there, but did Zuhi have any clues as to where that violent man was? Zuhi said that Fuda was by nature a cheater and usually did not stay in the same base for more than 3 days, but Zuhi knew some bases that he frequently visited. Hearing that, Yu asked Zuhi to lead the way. Inwardly, Yu thought, didn't Zuhi seem so familiar with each other's routine? There was definitely a secret relationship between the two, but it had nothing to do with Yu. As long as I can find Fuda. Before leaving the bank building, Yu asked if Zuhi didn't want to take the money there. Zuhi answered that his goal from the start was never about money but simply what you want. So Yu quickly said I would take the money instead of scattering it. Because of his attitude, Yu managed to get 250 million. After they arrived at the 4th safe zone Huang Zheng's secret command room, Yiwu immediately blew up the place and urged his supreme leader to say where was Hyunfuda. Nervously, the man who was already pressed under Yiwu's feet said while stammering, "You don't know anything and I really don't know the whereabouts of Hyunfuda." Yiwu finally came out of the place after the place exploded. This young man realized that there was only one place left to look for Hyunfuda. Zuhi, who saw Yiwu's current abilities, realized that the young man had become stronger than before. Although Zuhi could feel Yiwu's strength vaguely before, seeing this extraordinary strength with my own eyes was truly shocking. Zuhi thought it didn't seem to matter if he went with Yiwu in the future. Yiwu approached Zuhi and asked the woman to go to the ladder's base. But then this young man realized that Zuhi's body was shaking very strongly. He asked why Zuhi was shaking like that. Zuhi was silent at first, but then nervously said, "Hope. We'll never go back to that place, if possible." Seeing the fear on Zuhi's face, Yiwu immediately grabbed her shoulder and said, "No matter what personal grievances the girl has with Hyunfuda, Yiwu asked her to stay by my side and leave the rest to Yiwu." Zuhi was touched by Yiwu's attitude. She thanked Yiwu's kindness. But even though Zuhi's body resisted, the girl knew she had to face it, otherwise, you would never be able to move forward. Yiwu thought, does the powerful Zuhi has a past that is unbearable to mention? Since it chooses to face, Yiwu will support it without hesitation. Arriving at the secret underground base of the 8th safe zone, Yiwu entered after defeating all the guards and blowing up the entrance, which was certainly very thick. After entering, Zuhi said, "There is still a place like this in Zone 8. Zuhi has lived for a long time and doesn't know it yet. Moreover, the soldiers here are much stronger than in other places in terms of numbers and firepower. It seems we have finally found the right place, because this is his most important asset." When Yiwu asked, what does he mean by assets? Suddenly several people attacked the two of them with different abilities. Luckily, Yiwu managed to create a shield in time. Yiwu realized it was a sneak attack and combined it with the effects of elemental magic. That power was much stronger than before. Yiwu believed they were getting closer to their goal. What was unexpected, apparently it was 5 women who attacked him wearing different colored uniforms. And the 5 women looked a lot like Zuhi. Of course, Yiwu was shocked and wondered why they had such an identical resemblance. It was at this time that Hyunfuda came out and welcomed Zuhi and summoned Zuhi's figure as an experimental subject, Azure 13. Yiwu asked, what did Hyunfuda mean when he said the girl by your side was an experimental subject? Hyunfuda was actually surprised to hear this question because he seemed very close to Zuhi, but apparently didn't know the girl's real identity. Suddenly Zuhi's body shook with fear and covered his ears very tightly while begging the old man not to say any more. Hyunfuda actually laughed with satisfaction at Zuhi's attitude, then said, "It seems that even though Zuhi has been on the run for so long, the slavery in Zuhi's bones has not changed. Instinctively afraid in front of your master doesn't change because you are experimental subject, Azure 13, haha." Yiwu told the old man to shut up. Yiwu firmly said, she is not a gossipy person who casually talks about a classmate's privacy, and is not interested in knowing what kind of grievances there are between them. But this is a death sentence for Hyunfuda for making my classmate cry like this. Today, Yiwu happened to have old and new hatreds, and Hyunfuda of Huangjeng, and now was the perfect time to resolve them. Hyunfuda thinks Yiwu is crazy. He remembered that the young man in front of him was the boy named Yiwu who ranked number 2 for the prize in their group. Hyunfuda was sure that useless girl, Ling Yuan, was definitely being played by a little brat like Yiwu. What a coincidence, Yiwu not only came in person today but also brought a big gift. Hyunfuda smiled broadly and thanked Yiwu. Instantly Yiwu was surrounded by 5 women who looked like Zuhi. Despite this, Yiwu still told Zuhi not to be afraid. This small problem is not a threat. Zuhi thanked the young man for being willing to protect me, but actually, you are not a girl who needs to be protected. Because I'm not shaking with fear, but because he cannot control his killing aura, he will lose his identity as a human. Suddenly Zuhi created a terrifying aura around her body because it turned out that this girl had a level of 110. This girl even easily repelled attacks from 5 women who looked like me. Zuhi thought that the 5 substitutes were very weak. When the women who looked like Zuhi were injured, Yiwu saw that what came out of their bodies was white liquid, which means it is artificial blood. Yiwu once read relevant records in the Academy Library about this. So this is a long-lost legendary ancient secret technique, namely android transformation. Yiwu didn't expect Huang Zheng's group to still hide this kind of technology. The most important thing is that Yiwu didn't expect Zhu to be so strong. Did you try to suppress your own strength when you met Yiwu before? Hyunfuda said, not bad. Zhu, he was indeed stronger than before leaving, as expected from the only successfully made from Zulu's DNA. Not only has independent consciousness but also the ability to improve himself independently. That ordinary pure android was completely incomparable to Zuhi. Yiwu was shocked to hear about cloning. It turns out Zulu and Zuhi have that kind of relationship. Yiwu thought. Looking back now, Zulu also knew clearly about Zuhi. Could it be that Zulu offered her own DNA in exchange for the privilege of doing whatever she wanted? Or did Huang Zheng secretly conduct experiments without her knowing? But this kind of fate was too tragic for Zuhi. Zuhi said that having independent consciousness is not enough. She cannot be truly free until the control element is removed from my body. But fortunately, Zuhi has collected all the modification charts. As long as she kills Huangfuda and gets rid of the control, so Zuhi can become human. Lord Huangfuda replied, being in happiness does not mean happiness. What did Zuhi desire from a creature so fragile as a human? Is the immortal and replaceable android body a no deal? Because Huangfuda has spent a lot of energy and resources to transform me to get rid of the fragile human body, but Zuhi wants to become a human instead. I think that's pretty ridiculous. I originally wanted to let Zuhi grow to a higher level and recycle it, but since Zuhi took the initiative to come before me, Huangfuda will recycle Zuhi directly today. Huangfuda flicked his bionic arm, and suddenly the bodies of the bionic women who had attacked Zuhi shook and their heads became one with a combination of different powers. They said they would simultaneously start an extermination operation, with the magic module active. Seeing the creature evolve, Zuhi thought, did she really develop a level I-30 elite? If I don't give up my current human form to unleash my ultimate ability, I will definitely lose. If I do this, it will take away years of hard work. Tap. There is no other way. Zuhi withdrew his arm and synthetic leather. When Zuhi was ready to fight fiercely again, Yiwu asked to wait a moment. He created the shield to protect them both. Yiwu looked at Zuhi and asked, why does Zuhi look so desperate as if you are going to die? Although the amount of information in this conversation is rather large, I don't know yet, but please don't give up. Even if you don't need my protection, don't ignore my message. After all, if we come together, we can be considered comrades in arms, right? Yiwu added trash like Huangfuda was not worth making Zuhi surrender. Then Yiwu touched Zuhi's forehead with the technique master skill. With that, Zuhi fainted. Yiwu asked the bionic girl to sleep well and left this matter to me. The five-headed bionic girl continued to say, continue the extermination operation. According to the threat level, give priority to eliminating male targets. Yiwu approached the bionic girl and said, the girl's words were not insightful, but compared to hatred, Yiwu sympathized more with the bionic girl. Yiwu touched the bionic girl's forehead with mechanical control skills, causing the girl's body to shatter into pieces. Master Huangfuda was stunned to see Yiwu's abilities. He wondered what was wrong with this boy. Not only did the cruel Azure 13 stop working in an instant, but it also instantly decomposed the fusion magic experimental body 14, which is the secret weapon. I am sure Yiwu's technique level is definitely above advanced. Yiwu stepped up to Huangfuda. He said, initially, I was a little surprised that Huang Zheng had this technology. Is that all? What other toys do you have? Take them all out and show me. Master Huangfuda smashed his clothes and said, Ling Yuan's report said that you are just a villain who makes good use of electricity, but it doesn't seem to be completely accurate now. You indeed have the strength to be proud of. But that is still far away because Huangfuda will use my abilities beyond advanced techniques to turn you into an obedient dog. Mr. Huangfuda took out all the materials around him to create a bigger armor until Huangfuda had level 140. With a mocking smile, Yiwu said, actually, Master Huangfuda still hasn't reached the technique master level. Yiwu's body emitted lightning and casually asked Huangfuda to come forward and show his strength so that they would see who would be the obedient dog. Huangfuda shot a missile while scolding Yiwu, who dared to speak loudly in front of him. He even considered Yiwu trash. Under the rain of missiles, Yiwu created a shield that was able to protect him well. Yiwu was aware that it was a mecha fighter. Unfortunately, Yiwu did not have any mecha available at the moment. Otherwise, Yiwu would want to use the mecha to fight with Huangfuda to his heart's content. Now, Yiwu could only use this opportunity to train his engineering combat skills. Huangfuda laughed at Yiwu's defensive ability. In his opinion, just blocking the missile would not defuse Huangfuda's attack, because the number of missiles that the old man had was countless. Moreover, as long as the missile locks on the target, the missile will continue to chase its target until it dies. But Yiwu calmly flicked his finger, and those hundreds of terrifying missiles suddenly turned into flowers of iron blades. Huangfuda was shocked when he saw his missile turn into a flower. He wondered what Yiwu had done to his weapon. Moreover, suddenly the missile turned towards Huangfuda, but Huangfuda quickly created a shield in front of him to withstand all the missile attacks. Huangfuda swore at Yiwu and asked what exactly was that young man capable of. Why can he do such amazing things? Yiwu casually replied that when Huangfuda had reached the technique master level, he would naturally understand. But Yiwu felt like that day would never come. Huangfuda became even more angry when he heard the words of the young man in front of him. According to him, it was impossible for a naughty little boy to become a master of engineering. Moreover, even if the young man before only reached technique master, he couldn't have the attacking ability that Huangfuda had. The man behind the armor immediately fired a bigger attack, but Yiwu blocked the attack with his advanced drone and threw his attack in another direction. While standing valiantly, and with a calm demeanor, Yiwu said that just because Yiwu was an engineering master, he could ignore Hyungfuda's level to suppress the attack of a mecha that also belonged to the engineering category. But Yiwu had a question: wasn't the strongest person in Huangjiang Zulu? Why was Hyungfuda's level the same as hers? Hyungfuda replied Zulu was indeed strong, but she was only a chess piece in his eyes, so Hyungfuda gave him the greatest degree of freedom. Because the stronger the girl, Hyungfuda could create an army of stronger androids by taking genes from them. Hearing Hyungfuda's answer made Yiwu comment that the old man likes taking advantage of fishermen. This was Hyungfuda's handiwork to close Zone 1 with a barrier. Then he wanted to trap Hanmo and Hyungfusheng in it so they killed each other. Then Hyungfuda came out at the end to clean up the mess. Hyungfuda said, "You are indeed smart. No wonder Ling Yuan attached so much importance before and insisted on listing it as the #1 reward target. Now it seems that you are indeed our Huangjiang's biggest enemy, and your threat level is no less than the entire Harmony group. Threat targets like you must be eliminated. This will let you see my strongest form Magic Gear Fighter." Hyungfuda collected more materials so that the strength of his armor increased to level 180. Yiwu was amazed by Hyungfuda's cool mecha, and that mecha's name is quite good. Hyungfuda shouted saying, Yiwu had nowhere to run from his enhanced magic attacks. He wanted Yiwu dead now. Hyungfuda attacked with a combination of elements that was so powerful that it created a huge explosion after hitting where Yiwu was standing. Hyungfuda laughed with satisfaction and hoped that his opponent would burn until there was nothing left. But without Hyungfuda expecting it, Yiwu was still standing casually and could still say that Hyungfuda was indeed clever in giving names to each attack and his mecha. But since the attack had been replaced by magic, Yiwu would show his true magic abilities. While Hyungfuda was confused and digesting how Yiwu might have been still alive. On the other hand, Yiwu asked the system to summon the light mage, a Fry. Instantly the system immediately complied with the master's request. It was at this moment that Hyungfuda's mecha warned the old man that there was a high energy coming from above. Hyungfuda was shocked and said that it was impossible because, on top of the base, there was a special metal protective layer that was more than 10 stories thick and could withstand a nuclear bomb attack. But in the end, the roof of the base was still melted by the very high energy, which came from a meteor that entered tens of meters underground towards the base. While holding back the meteor that fell right on top of him, Hyungfuda screamed and cursed because he had personally experienced something impossible happen to him. Even though Hyungfuda succeeded in creating a protective barrier, in the end, the protective shield was destroyed in a short time and the meteor fell on Hyungfuda until he only had 20% HP left. Meanwhile, on the other side, a very beautiful goddess with a giant sun staff in her hand appeared and immediately prostrated herself before Yiwu. The beautiful girl, who was called Duya Fry, thanked Yiwu because he had summoned a Fry. The goddess asked what Yiwu ordered her to do. Did Yiwu want a Fry to kill Hyungfuda? Yiwu answered no. He wanted to let Hyungfuda live because there were so many things to ask Hyungfuda. A Fry smiled and replied okay. But in his opinion, as long as a Fry let Hyungfuda speak in one breath, the rest was up to a Fry to be as necessary as anything, right? So she expressed her gratitude for the gift from Yiwu. So with great enthusiasm, a Fry attacked Hyungfuda again by showering hot meteors on him. Hyungfuda was no longer able to withstand the attack because he was too shocked by such a powerful level of magic. While looking at a Fry attacking Hyungfuda, Yiwu thought that the intelligent mage is an evil female character. It seems she is another villain account. However, the power of this account has proven to be completely capable of destroying a level 180 magic mecha without injury. Although it is still impossible to achieve a one-shot kill that ignores levels like the Shadow King, it is enough. The key is that it costs nothing and has no side effects. After receiving such a huge attack, Hyungfuda was still able to crawl out of the ruined building. Dial was relieved that he still wasn't dead even though his cell phone only had 2% remaining. The old man held a remote in his hand and said a kid is a kid. If Yiwu directly killed him, then Hyungfuda would have no chance to retaliate. A Fry immediately acted quickly by creating a protective magic, because she was worried that Hyungfuda might try to act strangely by blowing himself up and taking them all to death with him. But Hyungfuda quickly replied that he would not do that because his life was more valuable than anything. So he wouldn't do such a bad thing. Instead, Hyungfuda had a better plan. Hyungfuda pressed a button on the remote he had been holding. Instantly, Zhu roared in pain because his entire body suddenly changed and he couldn't control it. Zuhi's level was forced to rise to level 160. Yiwu realized that his situation had worsened again because a combat power as great as Zuhi's could be controlled by Hyungfuda. Zuhi threw a huge crystal attack that was extremely powerful, but a Fry thought the attack was very boring, because all of those attacks were crude and low-level tricks. A Fry felt very bored, so she wanted to make Zuhi disappear completely. But Yiwu asked a Fry not to hurt Zuhi too much. A Fry was of course shocked and asked why Yiwu didn't allow she to kill Zuhi, because then everything would feel too boring. Yiwu looked at Zuhi with a cold and fierce face. He accused a Fry of wanting to disobey his master's orders. A Fry immediately panicked and quickly answered that she would not dare think like that. A Fry begged Yiwu for mercy. On the other hand, Hyungfuda laughed even more with satisfaction. The old man said he had long installed a special backstage control that Zuhi could only control. This is what is called an insurance mechanism. Zuhi had become Hyungfuda's puppet. Even though she wasn't the strongest, she was the most useful against Yiwu for now. With a cruel face, Hyungfuda asked, was Yiwu willing to harm him? Yiwu angrily said, it seemed he was indeed too kind, as Hyungfuda wanted to make a Fry gather information in one breath, but now it seemed there was no need for this. Yiwu immediately asked a Fry to kill Hyungfuda. A Fry raised his wand high, creating a very strong and hot wave of light energy. Even Zuhi was starting to struggle with a Fry's attacks. Seeing that, Master Hyungfuda tried to escape while asking Zuhi to protect his escape. While running away, Hyungfuda thought, what a damn murderous aura. He realized Yiwu was not a soft-hearted person at all. If he didn't leave now, he was sure that he would die at Yiwu's hands. Hyungfuda continued running while smiling broadly under Zuhi's protection. He didn't even care if Zuhi's condition was getting worse and she was already vomiting blood. Yiwu knew that taking a Fry's attack was too much for Zuhi, but without Hyungfuda's orders, he would only survive until he died. Compared to killing Hyungfuda, Yiwu had to prioritize saving Zuhi now. Hyungfuda had already arrived at the escape gate. He laughed with satisfaction because Yiwu missed the perfect opportunity to kill him. He even mocked a Fry as a sad beauty pass hero because he still couldn't do it. Hyungfuda also said he would reorganize the fighting force and return to Yiwu to settle their affairs. The next time they met, it would be Yiwu's death. Before completely disappearing, Hyungfuda told Zuhi to continue fighting for him until his death. After that, he slowly entered the escape door. But a Fry told Yiwu that she had marked magic on Hyungfuda, so wherever the old man fled, he could easily be found even to the ends of the earth. Yiwu praised a Fry's methods. Then he had a Fry switch to defense, and then slowly approach Zu because Yiwu had other plans. After a Fry confirmed Yiwu's request, she only used defensive magic to slowly walk closer to Zuhi, whose condition was increasingly critical. Zu coughed up blood, and he only had 8% HP left. They continued to walk closer to Zuhi, who was still attacking them with quite a lot of force. When finally Zuhi's HP was only 3% left, and he couldn't make any more attacks. Instantly Yiwu caught the girl's weak body and switched to a Moss account. Then he pressed Zuhi's forehead once again and told her to go to sleep. When Zuhi was caught in his arms, Yiwu said that the girl would no longer be controlled by anyone. Yiwu promised that. Once Zu was safe, a Fry left, and Yiwu placed the girl's body on the floor. Yiwu immediately asked Wise to come out and immediately scanned Zuhi's body to find out the problem and modify it. The AI robot quickly received the master's orders. In no time, the scan was complete. Besides the background control elements in his body, there was also a hidden self-exploding device, and it was extremely powerful. Yiwu was shocked to hear about the self-exploding device. Fortunately, Yiwu deliberately let Hyungfuda go beforehand, otherwise he would explode if she was cornered. Now, Yiwu asked Wise to give Zuhi a makeover. Wise quickly carried out Yiwu's orders. So, the advanced robot instantly got rid of all unprofitable programs, and the hardware has been completely cleared and updated. After that, Zuhi suddenly woke up and looked a little confused. Yiwu asked if Zuhi had just been planted to feel the changes. Zuhi stretched and said that his body felt very light and relaxed. The pressure that had been in her heart for a long time disappeared so that she now felt a sense of freedom that had never happened before. Zuhi asked what Yiwu did to him. As usual, Yiwu was humble and said he didn't have that kind of ability. He said his ability couldn't change Zu's mechanical body parts into a real human body. In his heart, Yiwu thought it was estimated that only God could do such a thing. But Zuhi smiled with a moved face because she knew Zuhi had done too much for her. Even though his body was controlled very strongly earlier, there was still a trace of consciousness. So Zuhi saw that Yiwu not only saved him but even gave him freedom and a second life. Zuhi said she didn't know how to reply to Yiwu. She held Yiwu's hand and said that she would repay the young man in any way. Hearing that, Yiwu scratched his head and awkwardly asked, "Did the bionic girl before him have money? Because he still lacks money." Zuhi smiled awkwardly at Yiwu's words. But in the end, she still transferred 500 million to Yiwu. This made Yiwu shocked. He asked how Zu could have that much money. Zuhi casually replied that she has been traveling between various safe zones while looking for various parts that can release the DL control system in the body. Zuhi also accumulated a lot of money to return to freedom in the future. Yiwu now understood how the girl earned a lot of money. It's no wonder that every time he meets Zuhi, the bionic girl is in a hiding place and looks like she's about to steal something. Then, Yiwu asked what Zuhi would do next. Zuhi replied that the sudden freedom was like a bit of a habit and Zuhi was still in an unreal trance. but now she has decided to follow and help Yiwu destroy the Huangjang group. But Yiwu prevented it because even though the girl had been repaired, her body was still in a weak stage due to excessive consumption, so he told Zuhi to rest first. Initially, Zuhi insisted on still helping the young man, so Yiwu told him to restore things first, because if not, Zuhi will only be a burden if he follows him now. Zuhi understood Yiwu's request. Slowly his body disappeared to teleport. Zuhi said she is typing and will return to her best performance as soon as possible. Before completely disappearing, Zuhi asked the young man to wait for him. Yiwu just smiled awkwardly in response to Zuhi's warm attitude. After Zuhi left, Yiwu asked Wise, did the little robot did anything to his personality during the makeover earlier? Because of the icy zoo, he suddenly turned extremely warm. Wise instead smiled and said that his master was still too young to know what love was, because a cold girl like Zuhi could get so hot that the master couldn't stand it when she got serious. Because of his words, Wise received a playful punch from Yiwu. Because as Wise knows, Yiwu doesn't like and has no experience discussing matters of love. Yiwu said, it seemed Hangda didn't expect him to come down to the room so quickly. Even without destroying the equipment and materials of the place, Yiwu would make good use of what was in the room. Wise, who had been by his side, said that he had obtained administrator rights and was downloading information about energy delivery. Wise also discovered several other unexpected things. Wise finds a secret passage underground, so Wise asks if they're going to explore that place now. Yiwu answered of course. Since they had come to that place, of course, they had to explore the entire place without missing any valuable treasures, or they would suffer a lot of losses. As they walked along the secret path to descend deeper, Yiwu realized that the path looked very ancient. Then after entering the room, Wise's eyes lit up when he saw the big jackpot in front of his eyes. Because now, in front of him, they saw dozens of strong humanoid girls like Zuhi. Yiwu guessed that was where Zuhi was created. He was glad that there were still many humanoids that had not been used. Yiwu wondered, where did Huangjang Group get this kind of technology? Wise answered that he had done a scan and discovered that the laboratory was a relic from ancient times, but had been converted into a building after being destroyed for some time. Yiwu guessed the Huangjang Group mastered and inherited the technology tree of ancient times to some extent. Otherwise, they wouldn't have started down the wrong path of creating an army of artificial humans because this technology was useless on the old Earth. However, inanimate objects without a soul cannot grow and develop. But Wise says that's a bad word. Although the humanoid girls looked like a pile of scrap metal in Yiwu's hands, he was sure they could turn into treasures. Wise reminds Yiwu to consider creating his harem so that he will have a large collection of beautiful female bodies. Because of his words, Wise received a beating from Yiwu. This young man said he was more interested in special soldiers, which would be of great help to him to increase his combat power reserves. Yiwu also asked Wise to scan one of the robots and see what else they needed to activate it. Without waiting for orders twice, Wise immediately carried out a scan and discovered the fact that the main production had been completed. But there is still a lack of core energy that can only be driven by high-level crystal magic. Yiwu said it was an easy thing to handle, because in the Zerg dungeon, there are lots of high-level magic crystals, so they can use the magic crystal directly and they will starting 30 robots first. Because the number of core cannot be too small, Wise immediately flew around the humanoid woman and said he would choose the best beauty for Yiwu. But the master had to modify the underlying code first to make it obey Yiwu's orders. Wise also suggested immediately activating 6 bodies for testing first. After Wise finally modified and deactivated the 6 bodies of the humanoid girls, they immediately quickly jumped toward Yiwu. The panicked young man asked Wise, what is the little robot doing? Wise smiled slyly and said he only adjusted their character attributes slightly when modifying the bottom 6, so that their attitude would not be too cold and would not be boring. Yiwu immediately became angry when he heard this and told the robot to quickly change their attitude settings again. After receiving a strong warning from his master, Wise immediately changed the attitude level of the humanoid robots again. After the 6 female robots behaved normally, Yiwu asked Wise to show him the location of the fortress that transmits energy to Zone 1. The female humanoid robots bowed obediently, asking Yiwu to give them orders. After indicating the energy delivery point, Yiwu asked the 6 women to split up. Yiwu divided them into 2 groups to destroy Point A, Point B, and Point C. After that, they were ordered to go and carry out the attack. So the humanoid robots were immediately equipped with the weapons they needed. They walked out with Yiwu to start the war. Not long after, they arrived at one of the energy transfer stations of the 3rd safe zone. Yiwu saw that the guards at that place were still casually chatting. He guessed that the guards had likely not been informed by Huangfuda about their previous fight. But then, Yiwu realized the people on guard were wearing the uniforms of the Tianchuan group. Yiwu knows Tianchuang Group is responsible for infrastructure projects, so it makes sense that they provide quite a lot of energy. When Yiwu was about to enter their base, he was detained by the guards. They asked Yiwu to raise his hands and turn around or the guards would shoot him. Yiwu thought that after Kashua Akao's betrayal, the Huingjang Group was still able to accept the Tianchuang Group. He said it was very surprising. Yiwu raised his hand and pretended to be innocent while saying that he was just a civilian. Hearing Yiwu's words, 2 men from the special team came out of the base and said that if Yiwu is an ordinary civilian, then the definition of the word ordinary in the dictionary must be updated. The Jianguo Wang leader asked all his members to retreat because this young man was not someone they should provoke. Yiwu asked Leader Wang, is he famous now? Leader Wang replied, as long as there are knowledgeable people. Leader Wang is worried that there won't be anyone who doesn't know the name Yiwu. Without further ado, Leader Wang asked Yiwu, as a member of the Hanmo group. This young man must have a clear goal now. Hearing the words of the commander of the group, Yiwu commented honestly that they were all really smart people. So this young man will just get straight to the point. The goal is to destroy the energy transmission device. He hopes that Leader Wang and all his members will not stop Yiwu's intentions. Immediately, all the members who had weapons raised their weapons and angrily commented that Yiwu was a young man with a big mouth. But the Leader Wang rebuked his subordinates and said that the man was stupid. If his team members want to live, then it's better to just keep quiet. Yiwu said to Chairman Wang that he was a good person, so he didn't want to embarrass Chairman Wang. He hoped the chairman would not make unreasonable resistance, but if they resist, it will only end in death. Finally, Chairman Wang said that the safe zone Barrier 1 was jointly supplied by several secret energy fortresses and had to be closed simultaneously to be active. Forcibly destroying the energy reserves will cause a large explosion that will injure civilians. Chairman Wang was sure that Yiwu was not someone who would have the heart to do something like that. But unexpectedly, in the next second, the chairman received information from the walkie-talkie under the energy fortress in Zone 4 that the enemy had attacked him. Likewise, the energy fortresses in Zone 5 and Zone 3. They all couldn't withstand the enemy's strength that reached level 100. Chairman Wang looked very angry because he believed it was all Yiwu's doing. Without expecting it, Yiwu casually said, Chairman Wang is an intelligent figure, but now the chairman only has 2 choices. That is to follow Tianchuang, become Huingjang's lackeys, and continue living without a future, or come to Yiwu's side and help him destroy the Huingjang group. Other members of the passing Chuang group thought that Yiwu's words were a joke, because that young man dared to order their very strong group leader. Even members of his group urged the chairman to kill Yiwu. But after being silent for a long time, Chairman Wang unexpectedly said that Yiwu's words were true. The chairman would rather believe in Yiwu than walk down a dead-end path. Without a doubt, this chairman said his intuition and experience told him that someone as unpredictable as Yiwu could do great things in the future. One of the Tuning Chun team members asked angrily about the chairman's attitude. They were surprised that the chairman could trust a little boy who didn't know his origins. He reminded the chairman what would happen to the group of traitors. Chairman Wang turned his head back to glare at his member. Chairman Wang said of course he knew what would happen to the traitorous group. But if the members believed in his judgment, then the members could stay, but if they didn't believe, then they were free to leave. Unexpectedly, the majority of the group members chose to leave their leader who had turned crazy. They also threatened to go report Chairman Wang's betrayal to his superiors and ask for support to fight back. After several of his team members left, Chairman Wang turned to the figure beside him, Shen Bing. Chairman Wang asked if the young man was willing to stay. Without hesitation, Shen Bing answered that he would follow the chairman forever. After that, Yiwu asked all his friends to go and take care of this work together. But unexpectedly, Shen Bing took a dagger from behind his back and with a cruel face ran towards Yiwu, saying that his only business was to kill Yiwu. Yiwu blocked Shen Bing's attack with his huge flame sword. Shen Bing was shocked because suddenly a sword appeared as fast as lightning to block his attack. Yiwu glanced at Shen Bing and coldly said that people who dared to attack him usually died badly. Chairman Wang immediately detained Shen Bing and angrily asked, "What is that young man doing? And why did he want to attack Yiwu?" Then Shen Bing angrily said that Yiwu was the one who killed Qin Lu, an old friend and the girl Shen Bing loves. Chairman Wang was shocked to hear Shen Bing's words. He asked in a high voice whether Shen Bing was sure about that. Shen Bing firmly believed, because a fellow survivor in Zone 9 had told him directly that when he woke up from fainting, he happened to witness with his own eyes when Qin Lu was killed by a monster and Yiwu remained silent beside him. Shen Bing was angry because Yiwu should have been able to save Qin Lu, but he just stood by and let Qin Lu be slaughtered by the monsters. After that, Yiwu lied to Shen Bing that Qin Lu died to protect him. Yiwu was very strong, so he shouldn't need Qin Lu's protection, so Shen Bing didn't understand why didn't he save Qin Lu. Shen Bing then said, "When my parents were killed by a monster, I didn't want to live anymore. My childhood sweetheart who gave me the courage to persevere. Qin Lu, she is my light, my hope. But now this only hope has disappeared, and the only thing that supports me to live until today is revenge. Shenbing cried with her body shaking when she told all about her painful past. Yiwu finally said Shenbing's partner only saw when Qin Lu was killed, but he didn't see a few seconds before Qin Lu pushed me to the monster as bait and ran away himself. Yiwu doesn't deny standing by his death, but I have no obligation to save someone who wants to kill him. Yiwu deliberately didn't want to tell the truth because it was too cruel for Shenbing to hear. But Shenbing even accused this of clearly lying to him. In his opinion, Qin Lu was gentle and kind since he was little. He would never do something like that. Yiwu turned around to leave because he had already said everything he needed to say. Believe it or not, it was up to Shenbing. Since Yiwu still had something to do, he wanted to hurry. But Shenbing became more and more angry. He advanced again toward Yiwu and intended to attack again. But Yiwu resisted with King Chang's big arm. Due to the blow, Shenbing's body was thrown and his HP was drained until only 10% remained. Then Yiwu calmly said he didn't have time to deal with Shenbing anymore now. That blow was the final warning. Shenbing cried while looking at the photo of him and Qin Lu. He said if he was as strong as Yiwu, then he would be able to protect the girl he loved. Shenbing muttered it's a pity that he doesn't have tomorrow. Then this young man drank a strange green liquid which immediately turned him into a level 80 monster. Chairman Wang was shocked to see that Shenbing had this beast's chemical potion. But now it was too late. Shenbing wanted to use the power of the monster to defeat Yiwu. Under the attack of the huge monster, Yiwu said he also couldn't bear the pain of losing the person he loved, so he understood that Shenbing hated him. But when Shenbing chose the path of attacking Yiwu, there was no turning back. Yiwu countered Shenbing's attack by burning Shenbing, who had become a monster. Just before his body burned to the ground, in his low voice, Shenbing was happy because he would finally be together with Qin Lu again. Captain Wang looked at his deputy's ashes with a sad face. He asked why Shenbing became so stupid, even though it is clear that life is more important than anything. According to Captain Wang, there would always be hope as long as one was alive in this world. But Yiwu said that not everyone dares to face despair. Sometimes life is more torturous than death, and this is the pain of this era. Yiwu thought that if he didn't have the account king system, then he would have followed the same path as Shenbing and Senior Ancheng to become stronger. Yiwu wondered inside, was it inevitable or lucky for him to have this system? Then Yiwu turned around and asked Captain Wang to leave immediately. Yiwu confirmed that he would not stop his plan. This young man also said that Captain Wang can hate him but don't get in his way. Captain Wang replied, weakness in this last world is the original sin. Without sufficient strength, what use is hatred? Captain Wang honestly said he wanted to use Yiwu to make himself stronger, so Captain Wang would be on Yiwu's side. Hearing Captain Wang's words, Yiwu thanked him for his honesty. Now it was time to turn off the energy transfer device. But suddenly a very large magic circle appeared above the city. Yiwu wondered what circle that was. Captain Wang answered, it was the Tianchuan group's exclusive secret technique called the SX-pointed star portal. But Captain Wang also didn't know why it appeared in the sky above Zone 1R. Suddenly the magic circle released hundreds of monsters which made them both immediately shocked. Yiwu said it seems that the higher-ups of Tianchuan group belong to Chairman Wang because they have also betrayed humanity, even sending the monster to the safe zone. Yiwu guessed they wanted to muddy the waters to gain profits, or they wanted revenge on Hanmo and Huingjing. Captain Wang immediately cursed and asked what the purpose of that evil group was, because the Tianchuan group's attitude will only harm civilians. Quickly, Yiwu flew on his wings and said there was a change of plans. They couldn't close the barrier now but would prioritize destroying the portal. Captain Wang understood Yiwu's orders. He will be on standby in the safe zone and then contact the energy transfer station if it needs to be turned off later. Meanwhile, at the Hanmo Group headquarters, which was in Safety Zone 1, the entire Mo family was standing at the top of the building and looking out, watching the situation outside. Lord Mo Zumlong asked, would the Southwest Security Region, which had maintained peace for 50 years, bring disaster today? Mo Kai replied, according to the information he had just obtained, that the barrier in Zone 1 was Huangfuda's conspiracy, and the monster invasion portal was caused by the rebellion of Technical Director Tianchuan. Hearing that, Mr. Mo immediately knew that their relationship broke up quickly. Neither Huangfu Sheng nor Huangfuda were the ones who liked to maintain a good relationship. Miss Mo Kier replied that the seemingly peaceful zone in the safe zone was surging, and the grievances and conflicts that had accumulated for decades finally erupted today. Mo Kier looked worried and said she didn't know if their group could control this situation. In her heart, Miss Mo Kier knew that the people in the safe zone, those outside the barrier, could only rely on Yiwu. But Master Mo said it's up to them to make things happen. We just need to do their own thing well. Are Huang Fusheng and Tian Chuang doing something now? Mo Kai replied, no. Despite the information exchanged earlier, both Huang Zheng and Tian Chuang remained silent and waited while watching and did not act rashly. Master Mo Zunlong thought it would be great if this fragile progress could be maintained, but he was worried that the conspirators would not want to make them happy. Suddenly, the energy coming out of the magic circle became even more terrifying. People realized there was a very strong gathering of energy. Then slowly they saw something terrible coming out of the portal. It turned out to be true. A giant dragon with terrifying wings and horns came out of the portal. It was a demon bull whose name was Lei Malin. What's even more terrifying is that the monster is level 180. When he came out of the portal, Lei Malin thought the defense level of the barrier in front of him was very high. Humans were indeed like turtles who only dared to hide in their shells. But he thinks it doesn't matter. He deliberately let them live a little longer. However, his goal was not at that place. He wanted to kill the little ones first. So Lei Malin immediately led the group of monsters to move a little away from safety zone 1. Yiwu, who was standing on the top of the building, looked at the group of monsters. He thought, is the boss of the 28 constellations world the same as Kasua Akao before? It's just that it's 2x the level, and it's very difficult to deal with without the Shadow King. Yiwu realized that these monsters must not be left alone. First, he would destroy the transmission device, and then switch to a zone with fewer people to avoid more casualties. As for other monsters, Yiwu would leave it to them to take care of it. Yiwu immediately ordered all his bionic girls to wake up. In the underground space, all the bionic robots immediately responded obediently to Yiwu's orders. They immediately took off, flew through the roof, and in unison said they would start the monster extermination operation. The bionic robots immediately shot fire at the monsters. The attacks of all the bionic robots caused the monsters to become confused and run helter-skelter. They were afraid because it turned out that the person who attacked them at that time was not human. If it were not attacked by terrifying fire shots from the bionics, then all the monsters would be attacked with sharp weapons by all the strong and agile bionic robots. One of the bionic robots contacted Yiwu and asked for their next orders. Yiwu said, the boss army is heading towards the bionic troops, but don't approach them, they just need to concentrate on destroying the surrounding monsters. In addition, staff will be sent to other safe zones to be alerted. The bionic robot immediately obeyed Yiwu's orders. While flying to see the situation, Yiwu contacted the principal, Miss Siyu, and Luofeng to report that the layout on the front line was almost the same, but there was still a place to focus on the back. Although the Huangjiang army had arranged for Luofeng and the others to go to the academy for defense, now that the war had escalated, they would be transferred again. The principal asked Yiwu if was there anything new about this sudden contact. Yiwu replied time was pressing and he would explain it to all of them. Because of the Tianchuang group's betrayal, a level 180 world boss appeared in Zone 2, and an army of monsters marched to another safe zone, and the level of the monsters was around 7-90. Miss Siyu was shocked to hear that the monsters had a level almost the same as Kasua Akao. The defense they had would not be able to deal with it, especially since they were still fighting with the Huangjiang group too. Meanwhile, Luofeng was very happy to hear that there would be chaos with the difference in power levels, because it meant that he would soon increase his level by fighting stronger monsters. Yiwu immediately asked the principal to take the students and nearby residents to the school's underground shelter. Then he asked Miss Siyu to persuade Huangjiang people to agree with the outside world. If they cannot be persuaded, then there is no need to force them, because protecting Miss Siyu was the top priority and Yiwu's reinforcements would arrive soon. The principal said he would directly do Yiwu's request now. After the last invasion, Miss Mo sent someone to help them strengthen the shelter. Now it shouldn't be a problem to withstand the attacks of level 10 monsters. After that, Miss Siyu replied that Yiwu should pay attention to her safety. On the other hand, Luofeng also said that they would wait for Yiwu to return from the battlefield. After that, Yiwu flew again to attack the enemy. Now he felt relieved to act. The two flying monsters who saw Yiwu's appearance immediately smiled happily and said that they didn't expect an idiot to come to their mouths for lunch. But even though the two monsters were level over 85, with just one pass, Yiwu managed to burn the two high-level monsters. Then Yiwu flew close to the portal and attacked the portal with the explosive fire dragon bullet. With such a huge fire attack, the portal in the sky was immediately destroyed. Now, Yiwu was thinking about attracting the monster herd away from the residential area. But when this young man looked back, he was shocked because the monsters had ignored his existence in destroying the portal. The boss monster Lei Malin continued to rush to the outskirts of the city in a straight line. He guessed that the boss monster's goal was to destroy the main city wall of the safe zone. Yiwu immediately activated the dark flame form, which was a form of dark flame. He was very angry because if the main city walls were destroyed, the monsters in the wilderness would be able to rush into the safe zone. and the situation will become even more difficult to deal with. Yiwu looked. The boss monster seemed a little reckless, but he didn't expect the monster to be so cunning. Yiwu used his full strength because he had to stop the boss monster quickly, but the post monster completely ignored Yiwu's attack. Because the young man's attack only reduced a very small amount of the monster's HP. Yiwu guessed that the black flame attack didn't make much of an impression because he thought the boss monster was too big. So Yiwu immediately activates the flaming demon in control to create the form of a large emperor. The giant emperor soldier immediately blocked the boss monster Lei Malin's movements. Yiwu exclaimed happily because he finally managed to stop the boss monster. But boss monster Lei Malin said that with such little strength, Yiwu still wouldn't be able to stop his move. With just one stomp, the giant emperor soldier was pushed back by the boss monster Lei Malin. Yiwu was shocked because the boss monster didn't even use force to force the flame demon to retreat. Yiwu cursed in annoyance and wondered how he could withstand the boss monster's incredible defense and strength. Chairman Wang suddenly contacted Yiwu in the middle of the fight. Chairman Wang explained he had seen the battle situation on which side Yiwu was on, and in his opinion, to stop such a boss, Yiwu had to have an equal weapon. Chairman Wang told Yiwu to immediately go to the address sent to Yiwu, because in that place there is a humanoid weapon developed in secret by the Tianchuang group. It was that tool that would help Yiwu. Yiwu wanted to immediately go check out the place, but even if the location wasn't there, once he was out of battle, he wouldn't be able to resist the boss monsters that would definitely rush straight into the protective wall. Just as his mind was starting to get stuck, Yiwu remembered that he still had a very useful item. Yiwu immediately summoned the Zerg monsters with the magic crystal that Yiwu had obtained. With this, we will see that monsters from the upper zone will fight monsters from the lower zone, namely the Zerg. The humans around the battle zone panicked when they saw the appearance of the Zerg monsters. They thought that it was no longer possible to have a chance to live, because on the other side, there were elite monsters, and on the other side there was an invasion from the Zerg. But their fears soon disappeared when they realized that the Zerg had not seen them at all, and turned to the elite monsters. The Zerg monsters immediately attacked the boss monster, Lei Malin, making the red-bodied monster roar with anger. He was furious that the Zerg dared to attack him. The humans in that place began to be confused and wondered why the Zerg were protecting them. And why did that happen? On the other hand, Yiwu was relieved that his efforts were successful. Even though Zerg's attack power was still not enough, it was enough to disrupt the boss monster's mentality and aggro. This way, Yiwu could buy time to go and see Tianchuang's secret weapon. In order to shorten the time, this young man deliberately used a magic circle and teleported directly to one of the underground secret bases of the Tianchuang group. Yiwu looked. In that place there was a mecha called Dragon Hunter Type IV, which had a level of 165. Yiwu guessed that that was the humanoid secret weapon belonging to the Tianchuang group. The level of the robot was okay for Yiwu, but the shape of the robot was not his taste. So he asked Wise, could the little AI robot modify the big robot in front of them? Wise said of course, but it would take time. Yiwu asked Wise to start immediately because he couldn't wait to immediately fight side by side with his old friend. Wise immediately made an analysis and started strengthening decomposition and reorganization operations. When the countdown is finally finished, the modification is complete. Currently standing is a mecha robot with the addition of more modern weapon attributes, and has level 165. Yiwu proudly sat in the cockpit and said it was his ideal mecha. He was happy because he finally met his old friend again. Now they went to the battle zone to show the boss monsters how great they were. Meanwhile, at the battle site, the reporters were busy recording the battle between the boss monster and the Zerg. Since unmanned cameras couldn't get closer, they could only use handycams to record the fight. Although this method is dangerous, the results will be worth it. They were already happy because tomorrow's headlines would be theirs. But the reporter girl by the side asked the senior to leave because it was too dangerous to record the monsters fight too closely. But the male reporter continued to insist, telling Junior not to be afraid because he would definitely protect her and take the girl flying. Just after he stopped talking, a very large piece of building debris was thrown right at them. The two reporters immediately thought that they would definitely die directly into ashes. But in the next second, they managed to survive because a Zerg monster jumped right in front of them and stopped the progress of the building debris that was about to hit their bodies. It was at this moment that the reporters became even more confused because it turned out that the Zerg monster was protecting them. Even so, the male reporter continued to find it impossible to discuss that tomorrow's headlines had new material. Namely, the Zerg appeared to protect humanity and ignore their own safety. On the other hand, the boss monster became even more furious when he saw the Zerg protecting lowly humans. He thought the Zerg's attitude was very ridiculous. But the Zerg answered because he had a human master, so that person has more right to rule him. He would definitely go through fire and water to follow his master's orders. The boa monster became even more furious when he heard that the Zerg had a human master. He guessed it was Yiwu. The boss monster was angry and increasingly trampled the Zerg who recognized such humans as their masters. In his opinion, the pride of the monsters was completely humiliated by the Zerg. In his opinion, the Zerg was just a weak creature that chose a dead end. The Zerg continued to be stepped on until HP ran out. But the Zerg still said that death was nothing to fear for them. As long as they could complete the task given by the master, then they would even dare to die. Right after that, the boss monster got a big shot on its back and it looked back angrily. When the news said who dared to attack him, Yiwu immediately fired another large missile, saying that no one dared to attack the creature except him. A huge number of large missiles immediately landed right on the boss monster's body, makes it cover the body with large wings. Then the monster commented that Yiwu's skills had improved slightly. No wonder the young man could make the Zerg die loyally for him. Even though the tools Yiwu uses can make him a little stronger, weak humans are still weak humans, which was a far cry from the perfect boss monster body. The boss monster Lei Malin was so loud that all of Yiwu's missiles shot and exploded right before they touched his body. At this time the system gave a warning that they had run out of ammunition. Yiwu was a little annoyed because this boss monster had very thick HP, so he had used up all his ammunition just to reduce 30% of the boss monster's HP. Fortunately, the focus of his transformation this time was not firepower output, but close combat. Now, Yiwu jumped towards the boss monster and immediately hit his head very hard. No wonder this succeeded in reducing the monster's HP by up to 10%. But the boss monster was still able to sneer because that was just what Yiwu's robot was capable of. Instantly, the boss monster immediately grabbed the robot's arm with its tail and hit the robot with its hard head. Even the boss monster kept telling Yiwu to attack him harder because he could still survive. Yiwu was very surprised because there was a very strong monster like Lei Malin. This young man suspected that apart from defense, the boss monster also had very powerful attack power. Even now the robot has lost up to 40% HP. Yiwu was a little grateful because the zone was a zone that was under construction, so the population density was low. Otherwise, the fierce battle between the two giants would definitely result in many casualties. While continuing to try to defeat the boss monster, Yiwu thinks that the blood phantom alone cannot defeat the boss monster, so the strategy must be changed immediately. Because the boss monster's main target was to destroy the main city wall, so he had to use his engineering abilities to strengthen the defense of the city wall and prevent the monsters outside from invading the city. So Yiwu immediately took his robot to the main city wall to strengthen the wall. Meanwhile, Yiwu had already placed hundreds of small destruction robots to attack the monsters. In this way, the monster will have a little trouble being attacked by hundreds of robots that explode on its body like that. But even though he had received quite a powerful explosive attack, the boss monster Lei Malin was still able to stand up and become even angry. He shouted no longer interested in spending time with Yiwu, so he wanted to kill the young man straight away. While strengthening the main wall of the city, Yiwu replied that he was not arrogant and trying to defeat the boss monster. He only tried 9 ways to stop the conspiracy of the boss monster. When he saw Yiwu strengthening the city walls, the boss monster was a little amazed that the young man was actually aware of his plan. According to him, it was extraordinary for a human being. Now the monster boss Lei Malin suspects that Yiwu is the person who succeeded in killing Kasua Akao. But the monster boss still sneered at Yiwu, saying that even though the young man had strengthened the city walls, he couldn't possibly stop his monster army. Right after the boss monster finished speaking, he received a communication transmission from one of the humanoid robots reporting that there was an emergency, because a new portal has appeared in the second safe zone and the monster army keeps coming from that portal. Yiwu was even more shocked when the humanoid girl sent him a portal that opened in the second safe zone, which turned out to be more terrifying and its energy was stronger. Seeing the terrifying portal in Zone 2 made Yiwu think could this be their true goal. Yiwu cursed in annoyance because he didn't realize the opponent was deliberately using the monster port to deploy the main weapon and then take advantage of the attack from behind. Yiwu guessed that the monsters had developed their intelligence. Suddenly, the boss monster, Lei Malin, crashed into the body of the robot that Yiwu was driving, causing the robot to be instantly destroyed. The boss monster was happy because finally Yiwu would lose this battle, and fell into the abyss of despair until he lost his spirit. Seeing the robot destroyed, Yiwu had time to say goodbye because it turned out that the robot's survival ability only ended there. But Yiwu still very much looked forward to the day when they met and fought together again. Yiwu finally flew away from the boss monster and decided he had to return to the second safe zone to destroy the newly appeared portal. In a short time, the boss was limited by explosions from his robot, so he had to quickly find a way to face the boss monster later. While flying in the sky, Yiwu was amazed to see the moon and sun in the same sky. This young man realized that nature seemed to be telling him to immediately summon the twin mages simultaneously. But the system answered that although the default account mechanism could do it, it was not recommended because the mana consumption would be 4 times than usual. After summoning, a debuff will be given in the form of Magic Forbidden status. So, Magic Forbidden status means not being able to use any level of magic for 24 hours. On the other hand, the boss monster chased Yiwu again and angrily said that he was fed up with Yiwu's attacks which only had a low impact on him. He had wanted to play with ants like Yiwu, but now he had to end this game. Realizing that his condition was getting worse, Yiwu decided that no matter how expensive it was, he would do it. Namely summoning twin mages Yavre and Yamba at the same time. Right after that, a huge magic circle appeared in front of the boss monster, and pushed the boss monster Lei between the other forms of the sun and moon until he immediately fell under the pressure of the twin mage's extremely high magic circle. At this time 2 female wizards appeared who immediately saluted Yiwu. They felt very fortunate to be called to help the master, but suddenly Yiwu felt his head hurt a lot. He thought of summoning 2 mages at the same time. It turns out it's still too difficult for me, but you have to survive. Seeing their master in pain, Yavre and Yamba immediately rushed into the young man's arms and asked worriedly, "Why is the master in pain?" Yavre immediately accused her twin of making Yiwu suffer so much because of Yavna's dark energy, but Yavna denied, saying that it must be from Yavre's light energy, not from me. While the 2 mages were fighting, the boss monster Lei rose again from under the pile of buildings and said that I was not dead. The 2 wizards both raised their wands to attack Lei again. But unfortunately, their attacks don't seem to have much impact because the monster has a very large HP. The boss monster Lei roared with emotion and mustered the last of his strength. The boss monster said Yiwu was truly amazing to be able to push him to the point of only having 1% HP left. But the monster felt he was just lacking the final step to complete his mission. To complete this mission, he was even willing to sacrifice his life to open a way for his people to enter the safe zone. The boss monster Lei activates Bloodlock Rage, which is a racial feature, enters HP lock at the cost of burning life, can defend against almost all attacks, and the state lasts for 1 minute. When the time is up, then the boss monster will die. Yiwu panicked seeing that the boss wanted to destroy the main city wall in these few minutes of invincibility. So Yiwu asked the 2 mages to quickly find a way to stop the monster. Yiwu asked the twin mages if they had any other ultimate moves that could counter the boss's HP lock status. Yavna replied, "There is, but this move will consume a lot of mana and it will also cause a greater burden on their master." On the other hand, the boss monster Lei managed to destroy the energy shield that had been created by Yiwu. The boss monster had now almost destroyed the main wall of the safe zone. Yiwu frantically said, despite understanding the inherently contradictory attributes of destiny, that now he wanted to put aside those techniques and concentrate on defeating the boss. If not, then Yiwu accusing the 2 mages was useless. Frightened under Yiwu's pressure, they immediately hugged Yiwu and combined the strength of the 3 of them to use their ultimate strength. Even though Yiwu was confused, he still followed the 2 mages' plan. From their enormous energy, a magic circle emerged that shone brightly in the sky. From the magic circle appeared a large creature wearing armor. The creature, called the Star Demon God, looks very strong with 2 large swords on his arms. Currently, the boss monster Lei had already managed to destroy the energy shield and was close to destroying the main wall. But even though the creature's HP only had 1% left, he said that all attacks would have no effect on it when he activated the Bloodlock Rage status. The boss monster arrogantly said that he could never be killed by a human like Yiwu. Without much ado, the Star Demon God succeeded in transporting the post monster to another dimension, and then with the power of the sun and moon, the Star Demon God shot out an energy so large that it was able to dismember the body of the boss monster Lei. Even the boss monster was at a loss for words because he didn't expect a power beyond reason to be able to crush him like this. In a short time, the boss monster was finally burned until nothing remained. It was at this time that the twin mages, Yavre and Yavna, said goodbye to Yiwu. The 2 beautiful witches were happy because they could help the master complete the big mission this time. Before completely disappearing, they both said they would eagerly await Yiwu's next call. Yiwu finally landed on the ground in relief because the boss monster was completely defeated. But the feeling is still uncomfortable. It was at this moment, the system notified, this battle consumed 40% of his accumulated mana. Enter Magic Forbidden status and cannot summon twin mages within 120 hours. Yiwu thought, consumed as much as 40%. That is, 400 years of magic energy was consumed by 1 move. As expected from dimensional magic. Although Yiwu never wanted to be the savior, it was a good thing to be able to prevent the entire safe zone from collapsing. Next, only the Zone 2 portal remains. Yiwu thought, no matter how busy the time is, the drop must be taken and see what equipment he can get this time. The system congratulates Yiwu for successfully killing the world boss. So he got 80 million X points, 10 million MP points, and 150 million gold. Yiwu also has the right to get items dropped by boss monsters. Among other things, Magic Crystal, Epic Quality Level 160. There is also a Territory Key, which is a key that can be used to open the exclusive territory of the boss. The higher the level, the greater the danger. Plus, a Demon Wings item, which is a flying cloak that can help increase physical or magical defense and flying speed, and gain the qualifications to walk in the demon dimension. Yiwu smiled with satisfaction seeing the drop item. Although not many drops, the quality is very high, and now his territory key has been accumulated to 2. After this invasion is over, Yiwu will use it to make money. Yiwu also guessed the demon dimension mentioned in Demon Wings. Yiwu will put the drop aside and look at it again later. The top priority is to quickly complete the portal in Zone 2. Yiwu asked the system what happened to the portal now. The system explained that there were many high-level monsters around levels 9-100 near the portal. They have 20 people who haven't broken through the block yet, and the remaining 10 are on their way. Yiwu asked all of them, including the system, to focus on reducing the number of monsters and left the matter of the portal to Yiwu. While flying towards the portal, Yiwu thought there was one thing he was always worried about. Namely, about the words of the monster boss Le Malin, who said he would sacrifice his life to pave the way for the brand race. Yiwu wondered to himself, what did to open the way mean? If a monster wants to level up, it should prey on humans, but this continues to refer to low-level monsters. Could it be possible to open a path referring to a high-level monster or a way to increase the level of a boss? Yiwu flew with the demon wings and realized the speed of the demon wings was truly amazing. It seems that demons and dark flames are very compatible. Additionally, the previous does not appear to affect other accounts. Yiwu was happy because this was one of the benefits of having multiple accounts. Yiwu concluded, for the next step, he would just destroy the final portal, and the war could end. Yiwu attacked using the dark flame dragon ball to shoot at the terrifying portal in front of him. But suddenly, he saw the silhouette of a monster inside the portal. Yiwu's true eyes automatically activated. He suspected that this skill activated itself because he felt a very strong terror pressure. When he saw the figure in the portal, Yiwu was stunned because the creature turned out to be a level 300 demonling. Yiwu realized that the creature had terrifying killing intent. Even Yiwu's body couldn't move. Yiwu wondered in his heart, was this the so-called pressure of level 300? Just because of the pressure of the monster's eyes and aura, Yiwu couldn't breathe. In his heart, Yiwu decided not to let the creature out of the portal. Yiwu immediately burned the portal with all his might. Suddenly, Yiwu got help to burn the portal from his humanoid robots. Initially, the 6 robots apologized because they came late, but Yiwu came right on time. Then Yiwu fell deep into thought and realized he had not experienced this kind of helplessness and fear from the depths of his soul for a long time. This kind of pressure was more real than what the ancient gods had brought before in dreams. Yiwu wondered, was this the pressure of level 300? Because it's too much. Even in the Academy's history books, there was no specific record of how high the maximum limit of this world was. A splendid bat monster appeared and immediately attacked Yiwu because he was angry. Yiwu burned their portal. A level 110 creature died with just one swing of Yiwu's sword. Even though he had defeated the monster, Yiwu wondered to himself, why was he scared? Was it because the creature's level reached 300? But this young man was finally determined to remove all obstacles in front of him. No matter how high the opponent's level was, he would continue to surpass him, until he becomes the strongest. But one of the mecha robots suddenly reported that the monsters within a radius of 500 meters had been cleared. Please instruct the master to take the next step. Yiwu asked them to defend the previous camp, go to every security, and continue to destroy the remaining monsters throughout the zone. Hearing Yiwu's order, they immediately shot as fast as lightning to the place Yiwu ordered. Then Yiwu immediately contacted Miss Siyu to ask that every safe zone has a radar base station that monitors the number and location of monsters. Does Miss Siyu have permission to see that radar base? Miss Siyu replied, yes, but now all the radar base stations were damaged before the monsters invaded, and they are still being repaired. Then Yiwu asked Miss Siyu to send the coordinates of all the radar base stations. So Miss Siyu asked Yiwu to wait a moment. Yiwu put up another barrier around the city. He thought, now he must know the location and number of remaining monsters, and no fish should slip through the net. After all the monsters are eliminated, then open the barrier. Yiwu only hoped that the situation inside the barrier was not too bad. Meanwhile, at the Zone 5 surveillance radar base, several people were still busy repairing the damaged radar. They had difficulty repairing the radar because they didn't have replacements for the important parts. Suddenly they felt attacks or gunfire outside, but it finally stopped. It was at this moment that the door to the room suddenly opened, so they panicked and started shooting at the figure who entered from inside the door. It was Yiwu. They were shocked because it was a human who entered. With his usual relaxed attitude, Yiwu asked them not to worry because he had all defeated the monsters outside, so they were all safe now. The officers were shocked to hear Yiwu's words, but they still said thank you very much and apologized for shooting at the young man. Yiwu answered with no problem. He even said thank you. Because of the technicians' persistence, until they saw no danger, their attitude deserves the respect of all residents of the safe zone. But the officer boldly said that it was only natural for them to stay in place to be responsible for the security system. After all, they are not people who are greedy for life or afraid of death. Then they asked, "Who is Yiwu?" Yiwu immediately approached the damaged device and answered that he had come to help repair the radar base station. Immediately the technician panicked. He shouted to prevent Yiwu from touching his work or it would only further damage the radar, which was already very large. But immediately the officer's suspicions were wrong because all the radar stations turned on again. The system notifies the base stations have all been repaired. The safe zone radar monitoring system has been launched and is scanning the location and number of monsters in the safe zone. Not long after the scanning was complete, the system detected that the remaining attacking monsters in the safe zone were 486. All the officers in the room were shocked to see Yiwu able to repair all the radars so easily. In unison, they asked who Yiwu was. Stepping out of the room, Yiwu replied casually that he was just an ordinary citizen who wanted to help. Yiwu immediately flew out and thought there were only 486 monsters left, so it wasn't that dangerous, so it shouldn't be a problem to leave the rest to the other security guards. Moreover, Yiwu himself had to deal with some monsters gathered in the academy, and most importantly, Yiwu had to ask the principal about some things. At the entrance of the academy's underground security area, Reincarnation, Luofeng, the principal, and the female teachers of the school tried to resist the attacks of the monsters that were trying to break in. Reincarnation and Luofeng asked the two teachers to immediately enter the bank to be safe. The two lovebirds felt capable enough to withstand some of the monsters in front of them. But suddenly, all the monsters in front of them were burned by terrifying black flames. From behind the fire, Yiwu came down and asked if they were all okay. The principal did not expect to see Yiwu again in such a short time. He was amazed to see Yiwu, who had grown so extraordinary. He also considered Yiwu to be the pride of their academy. Yiwu was of course modest and thought the principal was exaggerating too much. After all, the level 180 world boss he defeated previously was only a narrow victory after a tough battle. Hearing that, Luofeng was shocked because he had never known about a monster of such a high level before. Even the world boss he encountered previously was only level 90. However, Yiwu ignored it because that was not the most important part. There was something Yiwu wanted to know more because he had previously seen the arrival of a level 300 monster at the portal. Luofeng and Reincarnation were even more shocked when they heard this. Reincarnation even thought that Yiwu was joking because such a high level sounded excessive to her. Yiwu regretted it, but what he saw was true. Therefore, he asked the principal about two things. Firstly, after the Earth Age, he wanted to know what the actual level limit was and whether there were any special notes regarding it. Apart from that, Yiwu also remembered that according to the Academy's records, the monsters that had attacked in the last 100 years did not exceed level 80. So, he wanted to know why there were now level 90 monsters appearing, then 180, and even 300 like he had seen before. He also wanted to know the true purpose of these monsters. The principal finally gave in because Yiwu had noticed. Hence, it was time for him to tell Yiwu everything. What Yiwu will see and hear next is secret information that has never been made public. In the underground secret library, Luofeng was amazed to see an ancient secret library hidden beneath the academy. The principal confirmed that it was a restricted area that only the principal could enter. Now the rules don't matter anymore. He had to answer Yiwu's question first. The principal then explained that everyone knew that a level difference that was too large would be displayed as a question mark level. Scholars have previously concluded through research that it is a protective mechanism to avoid decision risks caused by directly viewing level differences. This ultimately influences the assessment of the world level high limit. Some people might say the number 999, while others might say 9999. However, the more scholars learn, the more they fall into deep despair, even committing suicide due to mental disorders. Since then, no one cared, let alone learned about the high limit of the world level. Luofeng immediately confirmed that the closer they got to the apocalypse, the more all kinds of pressure to survive became. If someone faced such a huge level gap, then it would be strange if they weren't crazy. Even though he had heard about level 300 monsters, he couldn't stop shaking. Yiwu then wanted to know what the highest level of humans or monsters known so far was. The principal explained that the highest level that humanity has ever had was the 5 heroes who saved humanity from fire and water 150 years ago. The hero was known to have reached level 500. According to ancient standards, level 100 was equal to 1S, therefore, they were also called having level 5S. Luofeng was shocked again by this level 500 human. Luofeng even suspected that they weren't all humans. He is also not surprised that there are only 5 heroes to stabilize the world. Yiwu was happy to be able to get confidential information, so he asked the principal to continue the conversation. The principal continued that after 5 large groups led by 5 heroes succeeded in defeating the monsters to stabilize the balance of the earth, they finally formed 5 global safe zones respectively. With the 5 safe zones as the center, after 100 years, several small and medium safe zones were formed. The southwest safe zone was located in a relatively safe inland area, so there had been no high-level monster invasions in the past 100 years. The principal added that apart from human and material resources, there is another core factor that is useful for building a safe zone, namely super-concentrated liquid magic crystal, which is the highest source of liquid energy. This energy source is buried in the ground and is the basis for the formation of a safe zone and is the real target of monster invasions for hundreds of years. Luofeng had no idea that such a secret was buried underground in the safe zone. This ultimate liquid energy has the same properties as fossil fuels in the past. Yiwu was no less surprised because he remembered what was written in history books that humans in the past often fought to obtain the highest liquid energy. Luofeng believes this happened because, in the past, humans could control everything if they could master this energy. The problem is, why do monsters want it too? The principal explains that the super-concentrated liquid magic crystal was discovered by 5 heroes. Even though it has been researched for hundreds of years, humans can only use the superficial effects of this energy. But for monsters, the effect can be greater than they imagine. Even if humans can't use it for themselves, monsters still can't have it. If that happens, there will be dire consequences that will follow. However, the monster invasions that have become more frequent recently, the principal believes that it has nothing to do with the super-concentrated liquid magic crystal, but there is another reason. Monsters seem to be attracted by some kind of mysterious power, even though it's still just a guess. Yiwu thought about what the principal said. He suddenly suspected that the monster invasion might have been triggered by his king's account system. Yiwu could feel how the level of the attacking monsters continued to increase after he activated the account. Meanwhile, the super-concentrated liquid magic crystal is to open the path mentioned by the previous boss monster. At least for now, all of Yiwu's questions have been answered. Now, he will continue his journey to clean up the remaining monsters in the safe zone. After everything is over, he will think about these 2 things. At the Hanmo headquarters in Zone 1, a man reported to the director that the level 180 monster that came out of the portal had been killed and all the portals had also been destroyed. Most of the monsters in the safe zone had also been killed and the civilian casualties and level of infrastructure damage were far below expected figures. He also said that the person who did everything was team leader Wang Jiewu. Mokai was naturally annoyed and she confirmed the truth of the information. The man then continued that even though their communication with the outside world was cut off, they managed to set up an information transfer station at the border of the shield. Even though those in Zone 1 lose communication with the outside world, they can still exchange information directly so that the information is also accurate. Mo Zunlong immediately praised Mokir's vision, which was considered correct at that time. He also praised Yiwu, who gave him a big surprise. Yiwu with that much power could crush the Huangjang group. Mokir felt that it was indeed the step she should choose. The woman also expressed relief that Mo Zunlong was willing to give her and Yiwu a chance to prove themselves. In her heart, Mokir was also very happy because Yiwu had never let her down. It's just that Yiwu has helped and saved him many times. He didn't know the right way to repay Yiwu's kindness later. Not long after, several men came in and immediately reported that Tianchuang and Huangjang had teamed up with nearly 2,000 people to prepare to attack them. Everyone was naturally shocked, including Mokai. The number of 2,000 people was clearly in no way comparable to the 200 people they had, including the Mogong team. He wondered why the enemy team had so many troops. Mokir then spoke up that the staffing and placement of the 3 major groups in Safe Zone 1 was relatively transparent. Apart from that, the entry and exit of personnel is also strictly controlled. Now Huangjang and Tianchuang suddenly appeared with so many people. Mokir deduced one possibility, that they had planned secretly to move their troops to Zone 1 through various means. Mokai naturally wanted to know whether Mokir meant to remind them of the attack from Huangjang and Tianchuang. Mokir immediately confirmed. He also admitted that Yiwu had previously collected information regarding this matter. However, he knew at that time no one would believe this information. Mokai became very angry because now not only Huangjang but also Tianchuang also had the same plan. He was worried that their attack would cause a lot of losses, so he would send the Mogong team to attack them while they were off guard. Mokir asked Mokai not to act rashly with their limited numbers. Even if the Mogong team could stand a chance, the enemy would hinder them. If Mogong's team was trapped, then the base would be in danger. Mokai wanted to know what they should do at that time. Mokir realized that the current situation was very detrimental to her. But for now, they can only stabilize the situation first. They could send people to negotiate with both groups to buy time while waiting for external support. Mokai wanted to know if the external support Mokir was referring to was Yiwu. He didn't want to put the fate of the group in the hands of a brat like him. Mokir repeated her words, saying that Yiwu was a hero who had killed world bosses twice and saved civilians in the safe zone many times. Of course, Yiwu was not a bad boy like Mokai said. Mokai wanted to answer, but Mo Zunlong agreed with Mokir's plan. Now the question is who will be sent to conduct negotiations at such a critical time. Since Mokir was the one who made the suggestion, he would also go to meet the two groups. Everyone was naturally surprised by Mokir's words. Mokai naturally rejected this idea. He forbade Mokir from leaving and asked her to appoint another representative who could be sent to meet the two groups. Mokir assured them that she should go. Moreover, other people won't be able to buy time like I can. Mokir asked everyone not to worry as she had experienced many life and death situations but had always managed to deal well. In his heart, Mo Zunlong had no idea that his daughter had improved so much. Mo Zunlong finally gave permission on the condition that Mokir had to bring the Mogong team and other fighting forces together. Mo Zunlong emphasized that Mokir's task was to prevent direct conflict. Mokir immediately agreed. On the other hand, Mokai naturally felt very annoyed. Even though I should have been the one who had that responsibility, Mokir volunteered to take over the task. Mokai was secretly worried that the other party would lose their life. On the other hand, the monsters ran to protect themselves. They were afraid because instead of the monsters being able to hunt there, they were the ones being hunted. Plus the portal is gone and the boss has also been killed. They didn't know where to escape. They were continuously attacked by Yiwu's men until there were only 28 remaining monsters. The location has also been locked and a team has been sent to kill the rest. It could be said that Yiwu had won then. Yiwu certainly praised everyone's good work. They are a little away from finishing the monster business in the safe zone, but there is one more destiny they have to complete so that everything will be perfect. Yiwu's men naturally wanted to know what the man meant, but Yiwu assured them they would find out soon. At the main city wall gate of Safe Zone 9, Hyungfuda was driving his car to escape. He knew that the portal had been destroyed and all the monsters had also been killed. The man even doubted that Yiwu was human. Meanwhile, his combat power was almost exhausted at that time and the southwest safe zone was also no longer able to hold out. Even if Yiwu didn't use him, Hyungfu Sheng would hunt him down for plotting against him. Hyungfuda decided to go to a secret base within the wilderness to avoid the limelight. After Yiwu kills Hyungfu Sheng, then I will kill Carbine. However, at that moment someone suddenly landed on the car. Hyungfuda was shocked and saw the figure as Azure 13. Of course, he wanted to know why the woman was there. He also asked what Azure would do. Hyungfuda also asked Yiwu at that time, has Azure succeeded in killing? However, instead of getting an answer, Azure actually attacked Hyungfuda, surprising the man. Azure said that I would kill Hyungfuda, but I assured him that I would not just kill him straight away. I will torture and make you suffer slowly first. Hyungfuda immediately thought of the possibility that the time of his control was up. Previously, to prevent excessive consumption, a time limit had been set, but now it seems like Azure is out of control. However, for me, it doesn't matter because I just have to control it one more time. Hyungfuda was naturally furious that Azure dared to injure his own master. Of course, it won't stay silent. Hyungfuda started by turning off the sensors. However, I panicked because it turned out that the sensor couldn't be turned off. Azure casually said that magic uses Hyungfuda's bionic system, which is a supreme masterpiece, and can of course use a similar technique on Hyungfuda. Azure asked about Hyungfuda's condition, who must be in excruciating pain. However, that pain was absolutely not enough to repay the pain I experienced before. Therefore, I will return it hundreds of times. Hyungfuda wasn't sure Azure could do it. After successfully controlling me, it will immediately erase Azure's personality and emotions. Hyungfuda will make Azure once again both a toy and a killing machine. However, it turned out that Azure could no longer be controlled and this made Hyungfuda wonder. He suspected that the controller he had was damaged, but that was also impossible. Hyungfuda slammed the controller he had in annoyance. Azure then said that I had gained true freedom. Hyungfuda immediately asked if Yiwu had taken control of Azure even though he was still evasive. The control element is completely integrated with Azure's body and is absolutely impossible to remove perfectly without damaging the body. Azure immediately concluded that Hyungfuda didn't know Yiwu at all. For me, Yiwu is a man who can turn the impossible into possible. Even Yiwu was the one who gave Hyungfuda's current location. Otherwise, Azure wouldn't have been able to find Hyungfuda's location so easily. Hyungfuda was naturally very surprised because he didn't realize Yiwu's true strength. He regretted that he couldn't use someone as strong as Yiwu for his personal gain. He was confident that with Yiwu's help, he could control the entire southwest safe zone. Azure immediately emphasized that Yiwu belonged to himself and no one else. Azure was already preparing to attack Hyungfuda and the man immediately begged them to talk more. He said that even if I died, Hyungjang would not let go of Azure. Azure casually stated that it was Hyungjang who would soon be buried together with Hyungfuda. Azure said goodbye to the past and that damn fate. After successfully killing Hyungfuda, she was rewarded with 1 million experience points and 500 gold coins. Apart from that, I also got the key to the secret treasure, which is a treasure in the wilderness. In her heart, Azure knew that Yiwu belonged to no one and that meant neither did she belong to you. At least, I managed to make Yiwu happy and that was enough. The key would also definitely make Yiwu even more happy. At the square in front of the Hanmo group in Zone 1, Mokir met the uncle and praised all the great power that the man had managed to gather. Hyungfu Shang on the other hand did not expect the Hanmo group to send a little girl to negotiate. He then asked where Mo Zunlong and Mo Kai were. He looked down on the men from the Hanmo family who looked like turtles who liked to hide. The head of the Tianchuang group, Ding Zhenchen, also laughed. Mokir revealed that the negotiations were proposed by her, so it was natural for me to come. Besides, I'm sure I can handle something like that alone without involving your father and brother. Hyungfu Shang was not too surprised by Mokir's grin. As I expected from your daughter. To me, Mokir is the same as someone who has courage, vision, and mission. However, it's a shame because if your mother was still alive, then you would have to be responsible for the Hanmo group as a group that was built together. Mokir didn't want to talk about it anymore and asked Hyungfu Shang to quickly express the conditions. Hyungfu Shang stated that among the 9 zones in the southwest region, the Hanmo group currently controls zones 1, 3, 5, 8, and 9. Therefore, my condition is that the Hanmo group must provide zones 1, 3, and 5 in the Hyungjang group and zone 8 in the Tianchuang group. If the Hanmo group does this, then they will show mercy and the Hanmo group can survive in Zone 9 until they die in peace. Wan Hao was of course angry because they would not accept such conditions, and Lu asked him to calm down because it was not the time to comment. Jai Wangchuan also reminded them that their mission there was to protect Mokir, so there was no need to do anything excessive. Mokir casually said that I would give Hyungjang group zones 1, 3, and 5, but not Tianchuang because they were not qualified to negotiate. Of course, Ding Zhenchen became angry and insulted Mokir, who had not properly understood the situation because you were the one in control. If I give the order, then the Hanmo group will immediately be wiped out and they will no longer be able to escape. Hyungfu Shang asked Ding Zhenchen to calm down, and then immediately asked the Hanmo group to fulfill the requirements of the Tianchuang team as well, because otherwise they would go to war. Mokir then admitted that I could hand over Zone 8 to Tianchuang, but doubted Hyungfu Shang would actually accept. The Tianchuang group originally only came to seek profits, and because they were willing to negotiate peace they no longer needed to fight. So, the Tianchuang group is not really necessary. They only joined to gain profits in Zone 8. The deal would only worsen the Hyungjang group's situation. Ding Zhenchen of course immediately reminded Hyungfu Shang not to listen to Mokir's words. It was clear the man was just trying to divert them from fighting with each other. Hyungfu Shang hit Ding Zhenchen because the man was annoyed as if he was trying to teach me. Hyungfu Shang said again that Mokir was very similar to her mother, a dangerous woman who can easily play with other people's hearts. However, even though I am interested in Mokir's offer, I guarantee that I will not be fooled by that woman's little tricks. At that time suddenly a subordinate of Hyungfu Shang came to give bad news. The man immediately became curious. His subordinates immediately whispered and reported the deputy chairman Hyungfuda. Hyungfu Shang immediately laughed while crying, leaving everyone confused at that time. Hyungfuda laughed that I had actually warned him a long time ago not to study that ancient technology and that guy didn't listen. Now you actually died at the hands of his own creation and that was clearly too shameful. He was annoyed because his brother had to die before me, even though previously they had agreed to dominate the southwest zone together and then compete with each other. He was sad because his brother did not keep his promise. Now that Hyungfuda was dead there was no longer anything to worry about in that world. He will dominate everything. At that time, he immediately changed his mind. He wants the whole region and even life. He wants it all. In her heart, Mokir also didn't expect that Hyungfuda would end up dead. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Wan Hao suspected that Hyungfu Shang had gone crazy because he suddenly changed his mind. Jai Wangchuan also asked Mokir to immediately withdraw and leave everything to the Mogong team. At that time, Mokai also contacted him. He gave news about Hyungfuda, who was killed by a woman on his way to escape into the wilderness. The incident was also verified by a video that the perpetrator was Zuhi, who attended the same academy as Yiwu. Mokir was a little suspicious when she heard the news. Mokai immediately confirmed that Yiwu had done a good job again. Yiwu not only fought with the world boss but also killed the deputy chairman of the Hyungjang group in a short time. However, because of that, they also faced bigger problems. Hyungfu Shang went wild and Mokir's plan to delay time became useless. Mokai asked Mokir to immediately return to the base and let Mogong's team stall for more time. But Mo Kier was aware that escaping to the base would not help. In that situation, once the war started, even if there was a Mogong team, they would still be outnumbered. Ding Genshin laughed and immediately confirmed that they did not need to negotiate with Mo Kier. It was the easiest way to destroy them by force. I immediately sent the elites to suppress Mogong's team and the rest will take care of also capturing Mo Kier alive. However, before everything had time to proceed, Ding Genshin received an attack that left him in pain and confused. Huang Fusheng then admitted that Ding Genshin clearly misunderstood because he wanted to control everything including the Tianchuang team. Ding Genshin didn't expect that guy to betray me at all. Huang Fusheng completely disagreed with the term betrayal used by Ding Genshin. He regarded the Tianchuang team as just a chess piece in his hands. The relationship between the two of them was never real and he would also take the Tianchuang group for himself. Huang Fusheng bid farewell to Ding Genshin and killed him easily. He then gave orders to his troops to destroy the Hanmo group for him. He was determined that that day would not only be the death of the Hanmo group but also the rebirth of the Huangjang group. Huangjang's troops began to attack Hanmo's group. The Mogong team immediately divided the tasks where Yin Huan was immediately asked to protect Mo Kier while the rest followed Jai Wangchuan to confront the enemy. Yin Huang asked Mo Kier not to move away from my side. Mo Kier immediately agreed. I didn't expect the situation to be so complicated. Currently with the same resources, Huangjang was clearly much more advantageous in terms of numbers than the Hanmo group. I was worried whether they would be able to survive until Yu Wu came to help. On the other hand, Huang Fusheng asked the Chuangxi team leader, Hu Fei, would they fight or help the Huangjang group now without Ding Genshin around? Without hesitation, Hu Fei chose to join the Huangjang group. He had indeed disliked Ding Genshin for a long time. To me, he is a bad old man who is at the end of his reign but insists on not giving up his seat. The Tianchuang group under the leadership of Ding Genshin will never be able to move forward. Starting today, Huang Fusheng is declared the owner of the Chuangxi team. Huang Fusheng of course laughed happily. Now it's just a matter of how Hu Fei proves himself to him. Hu Fei immediately agreed and promised to bring the valuable head. On the other hand, the Mogong team guarded the stairwell access so that no one entered. Wen Hao never thought that the Mogong team, which had experienced many battles, would now have to return to using the ancient tactic of group battles, namely using a certain terrain to judge the opponent's numerical superiority. At that moment, a sword suddenly shot towards Jai Wangchuan. The man said that it was useless for Jai Wangchuan to fight with other soldiers and that it would be better to fight with me. Jai Wangchuan recognized the sword's energy. Sure enough, it was Hu Fei who hadn't seen him for a long time. He was amazed by Jai Wangchuan's level increase and thought it was because he had successfully conquered the previous dungeon. He admitted that he was very jealous of Jai Wangchuan, who was a rich child. Jai Wangchuan, who saw Hu Fei, stated that the man had always been just a person seeking glory, so it was natural that he did not get any profitable resources. While they were fighting, another man came. He admitted that he had never seen an incident where two brothers fought and spoke ill of each other over the years. Jai Wangchuan was surprised because he was Ai Long, who was the leader of the Huang team from the Huangjang group. The problem was that Jai Wangchuan knew that the man shouldn't have entered Zone 1, so he had been hiding there all this time. Ai Long praises Jai Wangchuan for being good at everything, but he is too strict. He asked the man not to worry about the current rules because the most important thing was that they could fight as much as they wanted. Hu Fei immediately asked Ai Long about what they would do after that. Even though he was reluctant to admit it, he knew that to defeat Jai Wangchuan, they had to work together. However, apparently, Ai Long was reluctant to cooperate and would fight Jai Wangchuan alone no matter his level. He asked Hu Fei not to disturb his fun. Hu Fei chose to leave, but Jai Wangchuan quickly stopped him. Jai Wangchuan knew he had to hold back and buy more time on that back end. However, Ai Long was annoyed because he had asked Jai Wangchuan for a duel, but whatever it was, he would take advantage of it. Jai Wangchuan was worried that Ai Long would make things difficult for him later. If that happened, the rear would be in danger even though he had to survive at least until help arrived. Immediately realizing his thoughts, Jai Wangchuan didn't expect that he was secretly waiting for Yu Wu's arrival. On the other hand, the fight continues. The Huangjang group believes that those who succeed in killing Hanmo will be able to reach the pinnacle of life. They became very enthusiastic about killing the troops. Wan Hao was annoyed because Huangjang's mix seemed to have no end. No matter how much they killed, more and more troops arrived. Dan Liu reminded the Mogong team that their main goal was not to kill but to delay as much time as possible. They have to save skills and HP potions. Wan Hao didn't care at all. He was determined to kill Huangjang and the Tianchuang group. On the other hand, Yin Huan advised Mo Kier to return to the base to be safe. The front could no longer hold on, so she had to step in to help. Mo Kier said that whether she withdrew or not, it would be of no use because he would not be able to help either. Mo Kier also reminded Yin Huan not to leave after she previously missed the growth opportunity in the Lost Temple dungeon. If Yin Huan insisted on leaving, then she might die. Yin Hyun admitted that although it was painful, Mokir's words were true. However, she still couldn't just avoid it. Mokir reminds them that they are not trying to escape reality. They just need to wait patiently for the hero who will save their lives. He believed Yiwu would come and Yin Hyun was curious. On the other hand, Hu Fei was so happy because he found a treasure. AI Long is willing to give him great achievements and must thank him later. The treasure was Mokir, who was going to have her head taken. She also saw Yin Hyun there, although, at his current level, your arrival was simply a suicide attempt. Yin Hyun doesn't care at all because even if I have to die, I will still protect Mokir. Hu Fei laughed and let Yin Hyun try it out. She felt it would be fun entertainment. The fight left Yin Hyun injured. Mokir immediately asked the woman to run and leave her alone. To me, Yin Hyun is more important than I am to the company. Yin Hyun still had the possibility of growing to infinity, so it would be a shame if he died like that. Yin Hyun immediately pushed Mokir's body away. She was angry and offended at Mokir's remarks about treating me like a tool. However, Yin Hyun admits that she still doesn't like Mokir. Yin Hyun believed that I was just a disposable tool, different from Mokir, who if she died, apart from Mokai being sad, Yiwu would also be sad. She obviously wouldn't let that happen. Yin Hyun will do her best while waiting for the hero to arrive. Yin Hyun immediately used the magic crystal. Finally, the demon's physical energy increased to level 120, lasted for 1 minute, and entered a weak state later to fight with Hu Fei.